the divine beast Jinwoo, which once ruled the heavenly court for 100,000 years, is now treated like a hen laying eggs in the yard. Even if it lays 1,000 golden eggs a day, no one wants them. However, the moment I saw it, I decided to contract it as my first beast. My classmates laughed at me for being a fool, saying that even contracting a rooster is better than a hen, but I paid no attention to them, because I knew it was the only beast that could evolve infinitely. Hearing the system's prompt, Lin Feng excitedly rubbed his hands together. It's here! It's here! He brought the system with him, immediately opening it. I can't believe it. 1 million evolution points. Lin Feng was incredibly shocked. You see, the ranks of beasts are usually divided into black iron, bronze, silver, gold, diamond, purple gold, starlight, bright moon, ancestral, ancient star, holy king, and the legendary divine spirits. Each time a rank is increased, the attributes and strength of the beast experience explosive growth. A bronze-ranked beast on the market costs as much as 100,000 federal coins, and a silver-ranked one starts at 200,000. If a child from an ordinary family awakens the beast master profession, they simply cannot afford the high costs. In their lifetime, apart from raising chickens and pigs on a farm, they basically have no other way out. Now that Lin Feng has obtained 1 million evolution points from the binding gift pack, it feels like he is taking off right where he stands. The system opened the properties panel. Looking at the information that appeared on the system panel, Lin Feng's eyes were filled with excitement. He wished he could directly contract the cockroaches and mice in the rental house. At that moment, a sudden knock on the door made Lin Feng's heart tense. Oh no! Could it be someone here to collect a debt? Just as he was preparing to escape through the window, a cold female voice came from the door. Lin Feng, I know you live here, and today I have something I must clarify with you in person. When he opened the door, a beautiful young girl came into view, with fair skin and long legs. The girl's name was Lu Yunqi, the goddess that the original owner had been pursuing all along. Lu Yunqi saw that Lin Feng lived in such a shabby rental room, with leftover instant noodle remnants on the table. She frowned, and a trace of undisguised disdain appeared in her eyes. Lin Feng, I heard that your family went bankrupt, and you have awakened the beast master profession, which is extremely costly. That's right. What? Did you come here specifically to mock me? Lin Feng replied indifferently. This woman had flattered and fawned over him when he was wealthy, but now that he had fallen on hard times, she was putting on a cold goddess facade. Who was she trying to impress? You should know that I have awakened the god-level profession of ice mage, while you are just a worthless beastmaster. The difference between us is like that of a toad and a swan. It is destined that we cannot be together. I hope you will not cling to me in the future. Here are 10,000 federal coins and a black iron level claw chicken. Consider it my compensation for our breakup. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng sneered, picked his nose, and looked disdainful. It should be noted that the original owner was a die-hard pursuer of Lu Yunqi, not only buying her various expensive gifts but even purchasing several houses for her parents. Now that the Lin family has fallen into decline, she immediately draws a line with him and offers 10,000 federal coins and a black iron level claw chicken as compensation. How hypocritical and pretentious. So self-righteous. Leave the things behind, and you can go, Lin Feng said lazily, not wanting to continue entangling with her. Upon hearing this, a flash of displeasure and anger crossed Lu Yunqi's face. If it were in the past, Lin Feng would definitely have cried and begged her not to leave. But unexpectedly, Lin Feng is now so indifferent to her, even disgusted. Lin Feng, I know you are feeling upset inside and are deliberately putting on a nonchalant front for me, but I want to tell you that this is useless to me and won't even evoke any pity. With a loud slap, Lin Feng directly slapped Lu Yunqi, instantly leaving a bright red handprint on her face. If you keep provoking me, do you believe I will upload your sexy photos online? Remember, this woman has posted quite a few revealing private photos to make herself look more charming. If these photos are exposed online, they will definitely become the hottest news in Pingcheng. Lin Feng, you bastard, if you dare to expose the photos, don't blame me for being rude to you. After saying that, she angrily left. What an unreasonable person. Really thinks of herself as a phoenix. Lin Feng slammed the door shut with a bang. How can a trashy iron-clawed chicken compare to my Dai Jinwoo? This thing can't be wasted. Let's have chicken tonight. After saying that, Lin Feng turned his gaze to the hen Jinwoo he bought today, ready to make a contract. As Lin Feng unleashed his beast master talent skill, an extremely mysterious power surged forth, emitting a glow from his palm, forming a peculiar talisman. As the talisman merged into the hen's body, the contract was officially completed. Lin Feng also felt a strange sensation in his mind. He could clearly perceive the current state of this hen. Congratulations to the host for successfully contracting the first beast. Sending contract reward, God-level beast space. Lin Feng was instantly shocked, and when he saw the effects of the God-level beast space, he couldn't help but smile widely. Every beast master can open up their own beast space to store their beasts, and for most newly appointed beast masters, their beast space is no larger than a classroom. However, their own beast space is actually a vast island, and within it, their beasts can eliminate any negative effects, such as toxins, paralysis, dizziness, curses, and so on. He continued to look at the information panel of the hen he had just contracted. Beast Hen. Black Iron Rank. Level 1. Strength 9. Constitution 15. Agility 20. Spirit 11. No skills. Required evolution points 3000. Can evolve into the final form. The Great Sun Golden Crow. After seeing the information panel of this hen, Lin Feng was not surprised, as the basic attributes of a black iron rank beast are indeed that poor. Now it was time to try the evolution points. Before he finished speaking, Lin Feng unhesitatingly chose to add evolution points to the hen. As the evolution points were added, the hen's body emitted a dazzling light, so bright that Lin Feng could hardly open his eyes. In the next second, the hen's size became as large as a wolf. Its feathers turned red, resembling flames, and the entire body of the chicken exuded a terrifying aura. Evolution successful. The black iron level beast mother hen has successfully evolved into the silver level sunflame chicken. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. Its basic attributes had directly increased by dozens of times, proving that the silver level is indeed not comparable to the black iron level. Moreover, the next evolution only requires 50,000 evolution points, which is a small matter for Lin Feng, who has 1,000,000 evolution points. Directly choose to evolve once again. Evolution successful. The silver level beast sunflame chicken has successfully evolved into the golden level fire feather golden chicken. This time, the fire feather golden chicken's body became even larger, and Lin Feng's rental apartment was almost knocked over by it. Lin Feng immediately stored it in the beast space, on the vast island. The space would not limit the continued growth of the fire feather golden chicken. The next evolution requires 100,000 evolution points. Lin Feng rested his chin on his hand, looking thoughtful. It seems that to continue evolving like this, the 1,000,000 evolution points rewarded by the system are still a bit insufficient. The system prompts, the host can kill the secret realm beasts to obtain evolution points. After hearing the system's response, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile. If I take my beast into the secret realm to sweep through, not only can I level up my beast, but I can also obtain evolution points. Isn't that killing two birds with one stone? With the system's prompt, Lin Feng also let go and continued to evolve the fire feather golden chicken. Evolution successful. The golden level fire feather golden chicken has evolved into the purple gold level scarlet flame golden claw bird. At this moment, the scarlet flame golden claw bird's body became incredibly huge, with flames burning on it. Its wings spread out to a distance of 100 feet, blocking the sun. It emitted a terrifying aura that made all beings tremble. This is the purple gold level beast, truly powerful and astonishing. Seeing such a gigantic fierce bird soaring in his beast space, Zhang Feng's heart was also stirred and energized. However, if the red flame golden clawed avian wanted to evolve again, it would have to take an evolutionary fruit in order to be able to carry out a plus evolution. And the evolution fruit A, extremely expensive, will be 5,000,000 to start, and it's usually in short supply and available. It seemed that ones would have to find a way to get an evolutionary fruit for the red flame golden clawed avian. Afterward, Zhang Feng began to check its information. Royal animal, red flame golden clawed bird, grade, amethyst, power, 14,291. Body mass, 18,640. Agility, 11,044. Spirit, 7,845. Combat strength, 24,567. Skills, golden claw flame chop. Wings of fire. I'm a burnt steel. Seeing this exaggerated value, Zhang Feng's eyes fluttered wildly. Was this the terrifying strength of an amethyst grade imperial beast? It's still only one level, and it's so counterintuitive. This 20,000 plus fighting strength is even more exaggerated to the point of making people's heads spin. In the middle of a novice copy secret realm, the ordinary ferocious beast's combat power is only in the range of 10s. Even the secret realm's big boss was only 100 or so. The red flame golden clawed bird with more than 20,000 combat power entering the secret realm of the novice copy is basically a crushing state. Okay? Thinking of this, Zhang Feng's breathing became even more rapid, and his eyes were extremely fiery. I wonder how many evolution points you can add to yourself by spiking a novice copy. Chapter 3, Entering the copy and upgrading in seconds. Without much hesitation, Zhang Feng took a ride to the nearest novice copy secret realm around him. There were also a few guards stationed at the entrance of the secret realm, checking the level and information for entering the realm. After all, this was a secret realm for newbies, so if they let the big guys go in and fry the fish, then the newbies wouldn't have any place to raise their strength. And Zhang Feng also took out his information card, and after swiping it on the instrument showed that it passed. This secret realm is called the Twilight Cloud Secret Realm. and the recommended entry level is level 1 to 15. As soon as he entered the secret realm, Zhang Feng felt a slightly moist air on his face. The view was of a rolling and winding mountain forest, and in the midst of the sky was the ever-present color of sundown. Hey kid, seeing as you entered the secret realm alone, do you want to team up with us? You'll just be responsible for picking up the equipment. When a man saw Zhang Feng entering the secret realm alone, he inquired towards him. Zhang Feng smiled and shook his head. There's no need. The secret realm will be closing soon. You guys go out first. The secret realm is closing? The man sniffed with a confused face. He hadn't heard of this news, but then came a scene that directly stunned him, as well as his teammates. Straight away, only to see Zhang Feng raise his hand and release the red flame golden-clawed avian that covered the sky from amongst the royal beast space. It was as if there was an additional sun above the entire secret realm. All the people and ferocious beasts in the secret realm were startled. What exactly happened? Could it be that something went wrong with the secret realm and a terrifying ferocious beast tore through the space and came into the middle of the low-level secret realm? As the red flame golden-clawed avian lowered its head and attached itself, Zhang Feng climbed on top of its head. Although the red flame golden-clawed avian's body was burning with a blazing flame, it wouldn't cause any harm to Zhang Feng, the Imperial Lord. Take off! Zhang Feng grinned at the corner of his mouth. The red flame golden-clawed avian lifted its wings and set off a huge hurricane, nearly blowing down the woods on both sides. The man, as well as his teammates, were holding on to the trees even more to keep from being blown away. Their eyes were filled with shock as they looked at Zhang Feng and the giant bird burning with flames that was gradually moving away. What? What the hell is going on here? How is it that a bigot is also able to enter the middle of a novice copy secret realm? Only when the gale cleared did they leave in disgrace. Zhang Feng stood on top of the red flame golden-clawed avian's head, soaring freely amongst the sky, looking at the ferocious beasts in the middle of the mountains and forests below. Zhang Feng directly commanded the red flame golden-clawed bird to unleash its skills. Skills, golden claw flame slash, fiery wings. These two skills alternated in turn, bombarding the mountains and forests as if they were being attacked by missiles. The explosion not only set off huge flames, but also caused a violent tremor. Asterisk. Look guys, what level of ferocious bird is that? Damn it, such a terrifying ferocious bird has appeared in the middle of the novice secret realm. Run away. Ooh-hoo, Mom, I don't want to die yet. Many of the professionals who were in the midst of it were terrified, and they couldn't be bothered to kill the ferocious beasts. All of them looked panicked and desperately fled towards the exit of the secret realm. However, there were also attentive professionals who noticed that there seemed to be people standing on that huge firebird. No, there seems to be someone else on its head. Upon hearing these words, everyone looked up, their eyes instantly widening in disbelief. As the skills of the red flame golden-clawed avian continued to be released, the twilight cloud forest was completely turned into a sea of fire and suffered tremendous devastation. And Zhang Feng, who was standing on top of the head of the red flame golden-clawed avian, at the moment the sound of the broadcast was even more constant in his head. Congratulations on killing a level 6 poison-horned lizard, gaining 30 experience points. Congratulations on killing the level 10 feathered fox, gaining 60 experience points. Congratulations on killing a level 14 power rhino. You have gained 120 experience points. As the announcement sounded, Zhang Feng's body was even more constantly flickering with the light of upgrades. Levels are rapidly spiking. Not only that, but there were also the equipment that popped out from killing wild monsters, which were almost all clear white plate equipment. It's all very low level and worthless though, but the amount of gear stacked on top of that is worth some money. The so-called whiteboard equipment is one that only adds a little bit of the basic value and the rest has no additional effect. And the level of equipment is categorized into plate, bronze, silver, gold, dark gold, legendary, epic and so on. Just then, a low growl resounded from the depths of the twilight cloud forest. A slumbering level 18 secret realm boss, Green Forest Tiger, was awakened by the noise outside. It had just stepped out of the cave with considerable vigor, vowing to exterminate the intruder. However, he suddenly saw a huge flame bird with wings of 100 feet hovering in the sky. The greenwood tiger trembled and ran backwards with his legs drawn in fear. However, the red flame golden claw bird unleashed the skill golden claw flame slash. The claw blades burning with flames cut through the air and went straight for their target. Wherever the golden claw flame chop passed, it caused space to ripple. There was a deafening popping sound. The small mountain where the green forest tiger was hiding was directly collapsed by this strike, and the ground caved in and the mountains shook. The vibrating rubble directly smashed the Twilight Cloud Mystic Realm's big boss, the green forest tiger, to death, and the shockwave generated, along with the surrounding low-level ferocious beasts fell together. Congratulations, you have killed the boss green forest tiger and gained 500 experience points. Congratulations, you have killed a level 11 tusked hog badger and gained 90 experience points. Congratulations on killing a level 13 leaping monkey. gaining 110 experience points. Warning, you've leveled up to level 30. You've reached the one-turn limit and will no longer gain experience. Congratulations, you have killed a level 10 sprint wolf and gained 0 experience points. Chapter 4, the sweep is over, and everyone is shocked. A series of messages kept ringing out, and Zhang Feng couldn't suppress the corners of his mouth from curling upwards. This feeling of fighting and upgrading is simply too good to be true. Directly sweeping across the entire secret realm, a single skill from the red flame golden clawed avian directly exterminated a piece of ferocious beasts, worthy of being an amethyst-grade imperial beast. This strength is bullish. Open the information panel. Zhang Feng commanded towards the system. Host, Zhang Feng. Occupation, Beastmaster. Level, LV30. Power, 184. Body mass, 145. Agility, 137. Spirit, 119. Combat strength, 341. Skills, Pacting. Summoning, Imperial Beast, Red Flame Golden Clawed Bird, Amethyst Grade. Evolution points, 96. 6W. He had leveled up to level 30 in just under 20 minutes by himself. Such a speed of upgrading was far beyond the reach of even the children of large families with specialized guardians. After all, those guardians, even if they tied the ferocious beasts in front of those sons and daughters for them to kill to increase their experience, they will also be too tired to lift their hands. However, Zhang Feng didn't feel much about his information panel. The profession of Beastmaster itself didn't have outstanding attributes on its own. Some mages or swordsmen have attribute values that can be very prominent, but Zhang Feng wasn't discouraged. After all, if their strength was outstanding, could they last a single round under their own imperial beasts? And his evolution points had increased by 120,000. Originally, after deducting the first 3 imperial beast evolutions, he would have had just over 840,000, but now it's gone back up to 96. 6W. Now Zhang Feng only wanted to say, awesome. Inside, he then checked the information panel of the Red Flame Golden Clawed Avian. Royal Animal, Red Flame Golden Clawed Bird. Grade, Amethyst. Power, 34,291. Body mass, 27,640. Agility, 31,544. Spirit, 17,845. Battle strength, 57. 365. Skills, Golden Claw Flame Chop. Wings of Fire. Required for next evolution, 350. 000 evolution points and 1 evolution fruit. This guy actually leveled up more than me. Zhang Feng hemmed and hawed, overjoyed. The level of the Red Flame Golden Clawed Avian reached level 35, and its combat power was even more explosive once again. After checking it out, Zhang Feng recycled the equipment that had spilled all over the floor. Collect! As Zhang Feng let out a soft shout, countless equipment flew towards him. Then it didn't go into the middle of his space bracelet. This spatial bracelet was one he had purchased before, and it was a good thing that he had hidden it from himself so that it hadn't been seized to pay off his debt. Otherwise, in the face of so much equipment, he himself didn't know when he would have to dry pick it up. But all those dropped equipment are attributed to him and no one else can take them for a certain period of time. Most of it is some sort of white plate longsword, shoes, staff, and animal bones, etc. Only killing the boss Green Forest Tiger resulted in a bronze quality short sword, which was estimated to sell for 10,000 to $20,000. After Zhang Feng finished counting his harvest, he chose to exit the secret realm. The professionals who were lying on the ground pretending to be dead or hiding under the trees and shivering were relieved. After they glanced at each other, they were both able to see that a few moments of trepidation still remained in each other's eyes. The strength of that ferocious bird is too terrifying, easily sweeping through the entire replica secret realm. The most terrifying point is that it is still someone else's imperial beast. To be able to tame or cultivate such a terrifying imperial beast, how terrifying should that kind of imperial beast master be? Hearing this, several people all sucked in a mouthful of cool air, which rushed up to the sky. They just felt numb. Hiss, what level imperial beast is that exactly? I'm not sure, but I think it's probably the rumored diamond class, right? Zhang Feng hadn't left the secret realm for long. A luxurious automobile was parked not far from the entrance to the secret realm. Coming down from the car was a man and a woman, accompanied by a big burly man. The woman among them was none other than Lu Yunxi, who had previously drawn a line with Zhang Feng. The man beside her was Zhang Lan, who had awakened the swordsman. Both swordsmen and mages are considered noble professions in this world, and are among the most revered professions out there. Zhang Lan said to Lu Yunxi with a smile, Yunxi, seeing as you've been preoccupied all the way, can't you completely forget about that kid Zhang Feng? Lu Yunxi pursed her lips and didn't say anything. It wasn't that she couldn't forget Zhang Feng, but she was worried if that damn scoundrel would expose her photos on the internet. If that happened, then her reputation would be all but ruined. So on this journey, she was preoccupied. wanting to find a chance to eliminate the private photos left at Jiang Feng's place. Don't worry, with me beside you, that punk won't dare to pester you, or I'll have someone break his legs. Zhang Lan smiled with a confident expression. He was the son of the president of the Rocky Mountain Guild, and there were so many strong people among the guild. It's easy as pie to send someone to teach a down-and-out kid a lesson. Young Zhang, it's great to have you by my side. Lu Yunqi threw away the thoughts in her mind and smiled lightly. This sentence immediately put Zhang Lan in a happy mood. The three of them arrived at the entrance to the Twilight Cloud Mystic Realm and just wanted to go in, but they were stopped by the guards stationed there. The Twilight Cloud Replica Secret Realm has been swept away. Wait for 10 days to recover and then come back in. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lan was stunned. What? How could the secret realm of the Twilight Cloud be swept away? It was important to realize that the Twilight Cloud Mystery Realm was a novice copy, and it was not allowed for professionals with a group of more than level 22 to enter it. Even if a level 22 profession, even if they enter inside, they don't have the strength to completely sweep the entire Twilight Cloud Mystic Realm. May I ask, what exactly is going on here? The big man beside Zhang Lan inquired with furrowed brows. The guard stationed there shook his head. It is said that an Imperial Beast Master summoned Imperial Beasts of terrifying strength and completely cleared the entire Twilight Cloud Mystic Realm. Hearing this, Lu Yunqi's eyes suddenly jumped for some reason, and she had a vague feeling of uneasiness. Sentinel? Zhang Lan was puzzled. He hadn't heard of any son of a big family in Pingcheng awakening the profession of a Royal Beast Master. Chapter 5, The Second Imperial Beast, the Hellhound. Inside the Flat City Exchange, Zhang Feng took out all the equipment stored from among the spatial bracelets and sold them. After seeing that mountainous pile of equipment within the exchange, the young lady with a slim figure was suddenly dumbstruck. Although these things are not really valuable, but so many things add up to at least a few tens of millions. After the inventory was done, the exchange lady handed a bank card to Zhang Feng. Here is a total of 1,833,000 federal dollars. Welcome to the next cooperation. Zhang Feng took the bank card and gave her a thank you. Only in the middle of a primary copy of the secret realm earned more than $1 million. The speed of this money-making is unbeatable. Zhang Feng then opened his mouth and inquired, I wonder if you have any evolutionary fruits for sale here? Although he only had this 1 million or so right now, he would be able to get the money together after sweeping a few more copies. Evolution fruit? The young female staff member pondered for a moment, but still shook her head and replied, evolutionary fruits have always had a price without a market, and are usually only sold in auctions or obtained in very dangerous secret realms. Alright, Zhang Feng nodded. It looks like he's going to have to delay for a while and go ahead and finish his turn 1 quest. After awakening the profession, there are a total of 9 turns. Level 30, turn 1, level 60, turn 2, and level 90, turn 3, and so on, but there are individual rare professions that can break through 9 turns. For example, Holy Spirit Mages, Necromancers, Holy Dragon Knights, and so on. View the first turn quest. Zhang Feng said to the system in his mind. Current task, first turn, quest requirement, go to the replica secret Dark Valley, kill the boss Skeleton King, and obtain the Skeleton King's origin power. Time frame of the mandate, 3 days. Is this the time to collect? Note, if the task is not completed within 15 days of its release, it will be considered as a transfer failure and cannot be performed again within 3 months. Dark Valley? Zhang Feng was slightly stunned. Good lord, this is like a turn 1 copy, right? The monsters inside were all at a minimum of level 30 and a maximum of level 60. If it was an ordinary person who received this transfer task, it was estimated that there was no place to cry. Unless one spends a lot of money to find someone to take him or her through this transfer quest, he or she won't be able to break through the first turn in this lifetime. However, it is a small problem for Zhang Feng. Contract another Imperial Beast. 2 Imperial Beasts will be able to quickly sweep through the copies. The corner of Zhang Feng's mouth curled up. He still had more than 900,000 evolution points that he hadn't used yet. After leaving the exchange, Zhang Feng arrived at the Beast Pet Pavilion. This was the largest Imperial Beast selling chamber in Lin City. Every 20 levels, one is able to contract another Imperial Beast. Coming into the middle of the first floor exhibition hall of the Beast Pet Pavilion, hundreds of exhibition boxes containing Imperial Beasts were set up. However, these were all black iron grade Imperial Beasts. As for bronze or silver level Imperial Beasts, they are on the second floor and above. Zhang Feng casually circled around the first floor, then prepared to go up to the second or third floor. Ding! A rare Imperial Beast has been detected. Please go and check it out. Host. Hearing the system's voice, Zhang Feng also came to be curious. Walking up to a transparent Imperial Beast box, Zhang Feng saw a small dog that was digging into the soil. The puppy was all black and looked like a dish-a-bag. If it wasn't for the system prompt, he probably wouldn't have even looked at it more than once. Groundhogs, grade, black iron, skill, plowing, Asking price, 130,000 federal dollars. Zhang Feng pondered for a moment before choosing to purchase this ground-plowing earth dog as his second imperial beast. Pick up this clear box and come to the counter to pay. After the payment was completed, the receptionist beauty returned the bank card to Zhang Feng. At the same time, a polite smile reminded, "Guest, we also have a free deed room here. Turn right straight ahead." Inside the deed room, Zhang Feng placed the plowed earth dog on the ground. Looking at its naive appearance, Zhang Feng stretched out his finger and lightly tapped it on its head. The skill, pact, was then cast. The arcane engravings converged at Zhang Feng's fingertips and quickly merged into its body. Because it was a low-quality imperial beast, it was also very quick to contract. It was only a few blinks before the deed was done. Zhang Feng put it into the royal beast space, also checking it out. Beast, groundhog, grade, black iron, rare, level, LV1, power, 16, physical fitness, 12, agility, 17, spirit, 5, combat strength, 35, skill, plowing, required evolution points, 10,000. Note, rare quality imperial beasts will trigger the blast effect when they evolve. Trigger the blitz effect? Zhang Feng's eyes showed a slight look of excitement and anticipation. He then merged his consciousness into the imperial beast space, preparing to evolve it. Evolution. As Zhang Feng's words fell steeply, the body of the ground-planing earth dog suddenly changed dramatically. Even the entire imperial beast space produced a vision amongst them. A black cloud lifted up above the sky, and the demonic aura was soaring, with purple thunder twining in it. Seeing this scene, Zhang Feng couldn't help but be secretly shocked. This Nema formation could be even more exaggerated than the performance of the red flame golden clawed bird's evolution. Hiss, is this the blast evolution effect the system is talking about? At the same time, purple thunder instantly struck down on the body of the ground-planing earth dog. Under the infusion of this terrifying power, its body began to expand crazily, its bones crackling and its muscles churning like a dragon. Its head was gradually deformed, with a high frontal bone. A pair of eyes suddenly opened, like two balls of karmic fire burning in the depths of hell, carrying a palpitating pressure. On its back, a pair of bone wings burning with ghostly blue flames slowly unfolded, with a wingspan of tens of feet. Immediately afterward, it opened its mouth and let out a low and majestic roar, which resounded through heaven and earth like a great bell. Fresh, the red flame golden clawed fowls perched in the distance all felt uneasy, as if they were on the verge of an enemy, and then spread their wings and circled in the sky. A blazing flame burned on his body, seemingly ready to wage war against him at any time. It was good that Zhang Feng had pacified the red flame golden clawed avian with his thoughts in time. Otherwise there was a real possibility that these two guys would fight to the death. What a terrifying aura! This ground-planing earth dog seems to be of a higher grade than even the red flame golden clawed avian after its evolution. Zhang Feng's heartbeat intensified and he secretly gulped a mouthful of saliva. Could this be the blast evolution effect that the system hinted at? Let's start by looking at the information it has now. Imperial Beast, Hellhound, Grade, Dim Moon, Level, LV1, Power, 32,140, Body Mass, 26,471, Agility, 25,012, Spirit, 19,274, Battle Strength, 64, 340, Skills, Prison Abyss Soul Devouring, Phantom Splitting. Requirements for evolution, 400 W evolution points and Blood Flame Purgatory Fruit. Seeing the information about the massive hell plague dog in front of him, Zhang Feng's heart was incomparably exhilarated and shaken. Never in a million years would I have expected it to be a dimming moon quality imperial beast. The basic attributes of this level were going to overshadow the red flame golden clawed avian at level 30. It's worthy of being a legendary level imperial beast. As far as he knew, the top royal beast masters in the entire Great Yin Confederation had no more than one handful of royal beasts of the dimming moon rank. Since I've already contracted a second imperial beast, I'll go and complete my first turn quest tomorrow. Zhang Feng grinned and walked out in the middle of the contract room. Then we went to a foot wash called Footpath of Intention and ordered 3 female technicians with top-notch skills. Enjoying their hot service, Zhang Feng's face was in a state of enjoyment. Chapter 6 Obviously, Zhang Feng is the rule now. The next morning, Zhang Feng stepped out of the doorway refreshed. The whole person was permeated with a sense of lightness. It still feels good to be rich. Zhang Feng stretched his back, then took a cab to head to the middle of the Dark Valley's copy secret realm. He didn't rest very well last night, so he took a nap in the car. By the time he opened his eyes, the cab had driven into the middle of a deserted lot outside the city. Kid, your end is here. Just die here. The corner of Zhao Quan's mouth grinned, revealing a cold smile. Yesterday, young Zhang instructed him that he would be able to get $500,000 federal dollars as long as he solved this kid. For him, the $500,000 was as good as nothing. At those words, Zhang Feng's eyes flickered slightly, and there wasn't any hint of panic on his face. With a lift of his hand, he summoned the Hell Sticks. The Hell Stygian dog with a huge body brought a huge sense of oppression as soon as it appeared. Seeing such a ferocious beast suddenly appearing, scared Zhao Quan's face was as white as paper. Yellow smelly liquid oozed out of his crotch, and he directly peed in fear. Although Zhao Quan was a level 50 warrior professional, he was still as small as a mole cricket in front of him. Who asked you to kill me? Zhang Feng, always sitting calmly in the car, asked towards Zhao Quan. You, how are you able to contract such a terrifying imperial beast? Zhao Quan stumbled and fell to the ground, his eyes filled with fear. If he knew that this kid possessed such a terrifying imperial beast, not to mention 500,000, even if it was 50 million, he wouldn't have dared to take on this mission. Answer my question. Zhang Feng said with an emotionless face. My lord, I say, it was that damn Zhang Lan who asked me to do the job and promised to give me $500,000 as payment after the job was done. Zhao Fuan directly kowtowed and begged for forgiveness. Hearing the name Zhang Lan, Zhang Feng raised his eyebrows. This guy's father seems to be the president of the Rocky Mountain Guild, and he usually does things recklessly. But why would he want to come and kill me? Forget it, it doesn't matter. Once he completed the first turn quest, he would go to the Rocky Mountain Guild to ask for people. If they weren't willing to hand them over, then there was no need for the Rocky Mountain Guild to exist. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng moved his fingers. The Hell Stygian dog directly destroyed Zhao Quan instantly, and in just a blink of an eye, Zhao Quan became a skeleton. With a breeze, the dead bones scattered into a pile of pieces. Dark Valley. It's a turn 1 copy, which can be several times more dangerous than a newbie copy of the Secret Realm. The boss in the newbie copy of the Secret Realm is an ordinary monster at best. At the entrance to the Secret Realm, a large number of professionals had long since gathered here. There was no shortage of turn 2 and even some turn 3 professionals. Tyrannosaurus Squad is one short of a support or nurse professional. Following my Zhou side guarantees a horizontal push all the way, and beautiful women are prioritized to join the team. A fat man with a wide body and wearing expensive props scanned the surroundings with an arrogant face and said, to enter the Dark Valley, one needed a group of 5, and his team was one short. Zhou Xiao is mighty. Our Zhou Xiao is a 2-turn level 65 beast sentinel. Dealing with those beasts is as simple as chopping up a melon and cutting up a vegetable. Hearing the ass-kissing from his teammates, the corners of Zhou Hao's mouth turned up to the sky. With a thought of his mind, a massive ice wolf was summoned. As soon as this ice wolf appeared, it attracted many gazes, and a look of surprise appeared on everyone's faces. It was 2 meters tall, with an athletic and majestic stance, covered in a layer of crystal-clear ice armor, refracted under the reflection of the sunlight with a trace of cold aura. The blue eyes were like deep cold pools, permeated with ice-cold breath. It made one feel as if they were in the middle of the ice and snow just by looking at it, and shuddered. Yet the ice wolf, who seemed so formidable one moment, became cowering the next. It was like sensing some terrible presence. It actually clapped its tail and hid directly behind Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao immediately had some annoyance in his eyes. How did this stupid wolf wimp out into a dog? At least it was a silver-level imperial beast. Isn't this pure disgrace? He followed Ice Wolf's gaze and saw a handsome-looking teenager walking towards the entrance of the Secret Realm. But the Secret Realm manager reached out to stop Jiang Feng's footsteps and said with an expressionless face, professionals who haven't completed turn 1 aren't allowed to enter the Dark Valley without a team. This copy is very special. There is also a turn 2 mystery realm connected to the west of the Dark Valley. With your rank alone, you'll be similar to a mole cricket when you go in. Hearing this, some of the people next to him couldn't help but have a few strange smiles on their faces. Most of them felt that the kid was just a bit out of his depth. What's the difference between going in with the strength and looking for death without finding someone to lead the team? Really? But it's actually me who's also special. Zhang Feng grinned at the corner of his mouth. Then, with a thought, he summoned the red flame golden clawed bird out of the imperial beast space. Fresh, the red flame golden clawed avian spread its wings and took off into the air, emitting a cry filled with intimidation. It was like a big burning sun. Even the temperature of the entire entrance to the secret realm spiked a few dozen degrees at once. My god, what grade of imperial beast is this? Asterisk. Even a diamond grade imperial beast couldn't possibly possess such a terrifying aura. I heard that a terrifying imperial beast appeared in Anava secret realm just yesterday. Could it be him? Help! It's hot. I'm going to die of heat. It's horrible. The group of professionals had their eyes widened and sucked in a breath of cold air. At the same time the sounds of shock and surprise rose and fell. Even the secret realm administrator was in disbelief, staring intently at the red flame golden clawed avian, and the shock in his heart was hard to quell. How about it? Can I go in now? Jiang Feng smiled blandly. Can go in. The secret realm manager wiped the sweat from his forehead and said with a terrified expression. The sweat on his forehead was not sure if it was because of the scorching heat brought about by the red flame golden clawed avian, or if it was seething from nervousness and shock. The original rule of the secret realm was that it required a squad of 5 people to be able to enter it. But obviously, now Jiang Feng is the rule. So the secret realm administrator hurriedly opened the teleportation array, allowing Jiang Feng to enter it with the Imperial Beast. Only when Jiang Feng disappeared into the light screen of the teleportation array on his red flame golden clawed bird did the crowd let out a sigh of relief. The sense of oppression brought about by that red flame golden clawed avian was simply too strong. It almost took their breath away. Even the 3-turn powerhouses present had palpitations in their hearts. In front of that terrifying Imperial Beast, one was as weak as an ant. Who the hell is that teenager? Zhou Hao, who was not far away, was even more unable to stand, his eyeballs almost exploding out in shock. As a royal beast master, he knew very well that the terrifying royal beasts just now were all at least of the amethyst grade or higher. Don't say that they didn't have a single imperial beastmaster with an amethyst grade rank in Ping City. Even if we look at the entire Great Yin Federation, it's not common, and it could be said that it was extremely difficult to contract an amethyst grade imperial beast, and without a strength of 6 turns or more, it would not be recognized by the imperial beast at all. And a kid who hadn't even completed turn 1 yet was able to contract an amethyst grade imperial beast. It simply refreshed his worldview. This kid must be a young master from inside some big scary family. It's simply not possible to do something like this otherwise. Seeing the ice wolf lying on the ground on the side, shivering with its tail between its legs, Zhou Hao then deeply sensed its fear. Chapter 7, Clearing the Valley of Darkness. Jiang Feng had no intention of hiding his strength. After all, his imperial beasts were at the lowest amethyst level, so even if he wanted to keep a low profile, there was no way to do so. Might as well let go and make a big show of it. After all, only the faster the strength increases. The threat is always one step behind me. The more you hide it, the more people think you're a bully. Directly exposing his strength would instead make people jealous and afraid. The red flame golden clawed bird's flying speed was extremely fast, and it only took more than an hour before it felt the depths of the dark valley. If it were a normal person, even rushing at full speed would take half a day. Looking down into the dark valley below, it looked like a deep chasm had been split down the middle. High in the air, it was possible to see nearly 10,000 skeleton monsters in the middle of the valley. Just like a wave, these skeleton warriors were close to filling up the entire gap within the valley, making one's scalp numb. At this time some of the professionals who were fighting the skeleton monsters at the edge of the dark valley, Mo felt the air around him become scorching hot, and for a moment he was sweating. A professional wiped his sweat, and suddenly saw the red-colored meteor in the sky, and lost his voice without shock. Asterisk 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 look at the sky. A meteorite is coming. Grr, I said, why is it so hot all of a sudden? No, that's a massive firebird. What the hell? There's a man standing on the head of that firebird. Is this his imperial beast? The eyes of the crowd of professionals were wide open, especially when they saw Jiang Feng on top of the red flame golden clawed avian's head. It was even full of astonishment and trepidation. Jiang Feng didn't care about the shocked words of those professions, but instead swept towards those skeleton monsters to check their information. Skeleton warrior, level, LV 50, skills, bone chop, bone spike, skeleton archer, level, LV 43, skills, shadow shot, bone vector windbreaker, skeleton mage, level, LV 48, skills, bone inflammation spell, bone cage binding. Gu Ming only slightly scanned the information about these skeleton monsters before checking them out. Abruptly, countless bone arrows shot out from the middle of the valley, densely attacking. Can't wait to be my experience? The corner of Jiang Feng's mouth lifted as he commanded, give them some color. Fresh. The red flame golden clawed avian let out a cry that pierced the heavens. The wings were like fire clouds that covered the sky. With a violent vibration, the scorching flames rained down like a meteorite. As soon as the bone arrow touched the flame, it was instantly engulfed by the terrifying flames. Boom boom boom. Blaze fell violently into the middle of the dark valley. In a flash, the ground shook. The shockwave from the explosion spread in a circular pattern, and wherever it reached, the skeleton monsters were instantly annihilated. Minus 41,021, minus 39,475, minus 65,715. The red flame golden clawed avian's skill fiery wings dealt terrifying damage. However, these skeleton monsters simply don't have that much blood in their slots that they also owe themselves tens of thousands of blood after the skill is released. Congratulations, you have killed a level 50 skeleton warrior and gained 0 experience points. Congratulations, you have killed a level 43 skeleton archer and gained 0 experience points. Congratulations, you have killed a level 48 skeleton mage and gained 0 experience points. I Lu a burning steel. So many monsters' experience value are given to waste. Jiang Feng immediately felt a little heartbroken for these white-colored experience so he summoned the hellhound of the underworld and told it to go down and split some experience as well. As soon as Jiang Feng's words fell, the summoning array glowed, and the huge and eerie figure of the Hell Sticks emerged in the air. It then plummeted toward the valley. It had a huge body and set off a whistling gale, causing the void to tremble. Those skeleton warriors sensed the coming danger, but due to their own slow movements, they were unable to dodge in time. The Hellstygian dog slammed down into the group of skeleton warriors with a loud bang, accompanied by a dull thud. A powerful impact like a raging tsunami instantly erupted. The ground sank violently into a deep pit, cracks spreading in all directions like a spider web. The skeleton monster was directly crushed, its fragile bones turning into pieces and splattering in all directions under this tremendous force. In just the blink of an eye, these hundreds of skeleton monsters were destroyed by this strike from the sky by the Hellsticks. Hellstygian dogs leveled up by 10 levels. Hellstygian dogs leveled up to 17. Hellhound leveled up to 26. With just one crashing blow, the Hellsticks reached level 26. You also have to be brushing high-level monsters for the upgrades to come fast. On the other side, the level of the red flame golden-clawed avian had also reached over 40 levels. The two imperial beasts didn't take a moment to brush away the skeleton monsters in the middle of the dark valley, leaving only a few scattered ones left. The upgrading experience value needed after the arrival is even more exponential growth. Just so many monsters are simply not enough for the two of them to share. After pondering for a little while, Zhang Feng decided to let the Hellstygian dogs go elsewhere to brush the monsters first. Stop stealing experience from each other. After receiving Zhang Feng's command, a heavy breathing sound came out from between the noses of the Hellhound of the underworld. Afterwards, it turned into a black residual shadow that was hard to see with the naked eye, and went towards the ferocious monsters in other places to kill. Those professionals even nearly pissed themselves on the spot after seeing Zhang Feng summon another terrifying imperial beast. Originally, a terrifying red flame golden-clawed avian had shocked them enough. Now there was an additional Hellstygian dog summoned, an extremely terrifying imperial beast. It made them even wonder if they were hallucinating. Chapter 8, Boss Skeleton King? Kill it with one blow. Although Zhang Feng wasn't able to gain experience value right now, however, he could get a lot of evolution points for killing skeleton monsters, as well as equipment that fell all over the place from skeleton monsters. So at this point he was in a great mood. According to his knowledge of the Dark Valley, the Skeleton King would awaken after killing most of the skeleton monsters. Now there were only scattered, dismembered skeleton monsters left in the middle of the valley. It's only logical that this Skeleton King should show up as well, right? Zhang Feng rode the red flame golden-clawed avian a little closer to the bottom of the valley. All of a sudden, the ground of the dark valley was scorched dry and cracked by the red flame of the red flame golden-clawed avian. It was at that moment that the change came. A violent shaking occurred at the bottom of the valley, and a Skeleton King that was more than 10 meters tall rose up from the ground like a tall tower. Its body was made of huge, thick black bones stitched together. The head was even more like a huge black iron ball, with two clusters of ghostly blue soul fire burning in the deep-set eye sockets. Above his shoulders, each of them carried a huge bone blade, which was several feet long, with a wide blade body and covered with irregular serrations. Die! The sound made by the Skeleton King seemed as if it was made with countless sharp white bones rubbing against each other. Extremely ear-piercing. Before the words fell, its huge body took a step out, shaking the valley. At the same time, he raised his huge bone blade and slashed straight towards Zhang Feng. Fresh! The red flame golden claw bird let out a cry, and with a shock of its wings, it exploded and flashed out, simultaneously launching the skilled golden claw flame chop. In an instant, a light that was 100 times brighter than the blazing sun erupted, and even the void was shaken by it. At the same time, the Skeleton King's information panel appeared in front of Zhang Feng's eyes. Skeleton King, level, LV60, category, boss, life value, 114,510, defense, 43,015, battle strength, 22,781. After reading its information panel, Zhang Feng sighed slightly. Surprisingly, it has more than 100,000 life value and has more than 40,000 defense. Although the Skeleton King's combat power was not high, but its life value was a bit exaggerated, and it was coupled with such a high defense. If a regular person wanted to kill it, it could be said that there was quite a bit of difficulty, and it would definitely be a protracted and blood-consuming battle. I just don't know how many attacks it can resist the red flame golden-clawed avian. And the Skeleton King sensed the terrifying force coming and tried to raise his bone blade to ward it off. In an instant, 3 golden claw marks burning with fiery flames, with an unstoppable offense that cut through the void, carrying incomparably hot and furious power. It shot violently. Boom! The claw marks directly penetrated the Skeleton King's 2 huge bone blades while melting its bones at an extremely fast speed. Minus 152,103. Terrifying blood-red damage values soared up on the Skeleton King's body. This scene all made Zhang Feng surprised by it. He didn't expect to hit 150,000 damage in one hit. And that was with that Skeleton King's amazing defense and life value. One skill and it's a second? This damage genera is really a bit of an anticlimax. Even a third-turn shield warfare professional might not be able to resist this blow, right? The level of the red flame golden clawed bird has been raised to level 53. You have slain the Skeleton King and gained a reward, the Skeleton King's origin power. After hearing the reward prompt, Zhang Feng's eyes flashed. With the origin power, I'll be able to complete the first turn and continue upgrading. Looking at the treasures that fell everywhere in the middle of the valley, they were flickering non-stop. Bronze armor of bone, silver level skull necklace, bronze level bone ring, silver skeleton staff. With a wave of his hand, Zhang Feng sucked them into his spatial ring, and then there was the bone knife that the Skeleton King had popped out. I didn't expect it to be gold level. After roughly counting some of the drops, Zhang Feng opened to look at the quest panel. Current task, first turn, quest requirement, go to the replica secret Dark Valley, kill the boss Skeleton King, and obtain the Skeleton King's origin power. Task status, ready for submission. Is it submitted? Submit. Zhang Feng chose to submit without hesitation. Current status updated. Congratulations, you have killed a level 30 dire wolf and gained 365 experience points. Congratulations, you have killed a level 35 swamp poison frog and gained 2765 experience points. Congratulations, you have killed a level 40 stone rock beast and gained 3465 experience points. Congratulations, your level rises to 1 turn 35. Your level rises to 1 turn 42. Your level rises to 1 turn 50. Your level has increased to 1 turn 60. And the 2-turn quest has been issued. Your level has reached the upper limit and you no longer gain experience from killing monsters. A series of voices kept ringing out, causing Zhang Feng to almost not even react. He had only just broken through turn 1, but he had immediately soared wildly to turn 1. Level 60? It looks like the Hell Stygian hounds are frantically swiping monsters on the periphery. Zhang Feng's heart was bursting with excitement. More Imperial beasts is cool. Do nothing. Just stand in place level or rubbing up sharply. Let's go and recycle the dropped items first. It can't go to waste, can it? Zhang Feng grinned and rode the red flame golden clawed avian in the direction of the hell sticks killing monsters. Chapter 9. We must bring the young lady back to the White House safely. Zhang Feng, who was riding the red flame golden clawed avian, while on the way, he collected the items that popped up after the Imperial beast swiped the monsters, while also checking his information panel. Host, Zhang Feng. Occupation, Beastmaster. Level, 60, 1 turn. Power, 1067. Body mass, 1152. Agility, 1374. Spirit, 2371. Battle strength, 2465. Skills, Pacting. Summoning, Imperial Beasts, Red Flame Golden Clawed Bird, Amethyst class. Hellhound, Dimming Moon class. Evolution points, 147. 5W. Current task, 2 turns. Quest requirement, go to the turn 2 replica secret Xuanjiao Bay, defeat boss Xuanjiao, and obtain the Xuanjiao's heart. Time limit for pickup, 3 days. Is this the time to collect? Hint, if the task is not completed within 15 days of its release, it will be considered as a transfer failure, and you may not make another transfer within 3 months. Pick up the task. The corner of Zhang Feng's mouth ticked. After completing the turn 2 quest, he was able to continue his breakthrough again. When the time came, he would be able to contract another Imperial Beast. Now that he was at level 60, turn 1, he was currently able to contract 3 Imperial Beasts. He didn't even dare to imagine how many terrifying Imperial Beasts he would be able to contract at the end of the day as his level skyrocketed all the way. When the time comes to casually put a royal beast into the copy, you will be able to directly sweep the copy with one click. Outside the borders of the Dark Valley, connected is a turn 2 desert copy. The boss in the second turn copy is a level 90 monster, and at the moment, a great battle erupted amongst the depths of the second turn desert copy. A 5-member squad was in the middle of a fierce battle with a group of level 50 or 60 poison sting scorpions. A white-robed old man in the middle of the group kept chanting incantations in his mouth. As the sound of the incantation rang out, several inferno cannonballs appeared in front of him, blasting towards the poison sting scorpion. Inferno shells exploded in the scorpion swarm. The impact from the explosion even lifted numerous scorpions out, creating a large vacuum. However, the number of stinging scorpions was simply too large. The scorpions in the rear quickly surged up and lunged forward towards the squad. They crawled across the sand so fast that it took less than a second for them to flood back up and fill the gap. The densely packed figures were like a black tide, surging and unceasing. Even that third revolver old man who had cast the inflammatory explosion technique was quite tricky, because these poisonous stinger scorpions had absorbed the power of the phantom core magic crystals. Not only had their overall strength become stronger, but their numbers were simply too large. Damn! These poisonous stinger scorpions are just too difficult to deal with. Elder Mu, Why don't we withdraw first? One of the knights among the squad looked worried and said while fending off the tidal wave of poisonous stinging scorpions. A warrior beside him had just cut off the head of a stinging scorpion, but it was still struck by its sharp, razor-sharp tail spike. If the defensive armor he wore wasn't thick enough, I'm afraid he would have been pierced through the chest by that dying blow. Although the armor blocked the blow, it broke as a result. His chest was even skinned by the tail stinger, and a trace of blood flowed out, and soon his blood began to turn black, and his face was incomparably pale. The stinger scorpion's toxin was spreading rapidly through his body. The young girl who was being protected in the middle of the group also hurriedly activated her staff to help remove the toxins from his body. Only after the poisonous stinger scorpion's toxin was suppressed down did the young girl wipe the sweat from her forehead. Her name was Bai Lingyue. She was the young lady of the Bai clan in Pingcheng. This time, in order to complete his Turn 2 quest, he came here to collect the Psychor magic crystal marrow. Unexpectedly, he encountered a change of heart and was besieged by a swarm of poisonous stinging scorpions. With a worried face, Bai Lingyue said towards Mu Lao, "What should we do? Grandpa Mu, why don't we leave first?" Upon hearing this, Elder Mu shook his head and was just about to speak. A large-sized poisonous stinger scorpion slowly appeared like a moving hill. It was 2 meters tall and several meters long. The casing takes on a deep purple-black color, and shimmers in the sunlight with an eerie metallic luster. Those huge pincers were like 2 incredibly sharp giant scythes. Between the slightest opening and closing, there were intimidating flashes of cold aura, and its tail, which was raised high, had a poisonous spike at the tip that was as thick as an adult's thigh. Venom coalesced on the tips of the thorns, and even a mere graze on the skin was enough to cause an instant and violent death. Damn it, it's the poison stinger scorpion king. The knight who had spoken earlier suddenly shuddered, and looked at the stinging scorpion king with a horrified expression. It was a level 87 stinger scorpion king. Originally, Elder Mu, who was still hesitant, couldn't help but be shocked after seeing this poison sting scorpion king. "Miss, it seems that I have miscalculated this time." Elder Mu sighed deeply. Although he was a level 93 third turn Inferno mage, he could not solve the dilemma at hand. The level 87 Stinger Scorpion King was not as high as his level though, but its attributes were doubled. Plus so many stinging scorpions, it was difficult to reverse the situation just by relying on him. A third turn mage, Grandpa Mu, Bai Lingyue's small face was pale as she stood behind Mu Lao. This time she was really scared. "In all my life, I have never been in such danger as I am today." After Mu Lao's eyes pondered for a moment, he spoke out. "Miss, don't worry, I will send you out even if I have to spell out my old bones." The members of the squad's faces shook as they heard the words. "Elder Mu, could it be that you, going to use that move?" They knew that Elder Mu had a secret skill called Burning Sacrifice. It's all about burning your life to briefly boost your strength. Once Mu Lao used the secret method afterward, I'm afraid that he himself would have to stay here. Mu Lao was planning to sacrifice himself and kill a bloody path for them. "No, don't, Grandpa Mu." Bai Lingyue's eyes reddened and she tightly grabbed Mu Lao's arm, trying to stop his sacrifice. However, Mu Lao revealed a peaceful smile and said, "Miss, there's no need to feel sorry for me. My time was already running out." As he spoke, the aura on his body began to gradually soar, and there was already a blazing flame burning on his body. Bai Lingyue hurriedly reached out, wanting to slap the flames off of Mu Lao's body. "No, Grandpa Mu, I'm begging you not to sacrifice." Oh, yet the flames were not something she could extinguish. Elder Mu looked at the remaining three with a grave expression and handed them a magic ring, instructing them, "Later on, you guys use this prop that can open the defense barrier, and then take the lady and rush out. Remember, make sure you bring her back to the White House safely." When the three of them heard this, their noses also turned sour. Then they nodded firmly. "Elder Mu, don't worry." However, Bai Lingyue was still tightly gripping Mu Lao's coat corner, unwilling to let go. Even though the flames had scorched up her delicate jade hands, she still gritted her teeth. Grandpa Mu had grown up with her. How could she bear to see Grandpa Mu fall away like this? "Miss, let's quickly leave," the knight urged at Bai Lingyue. "If this continues, I'm afraid none of us will be able to leave." However, just as a few people were facing a desperate situation, a giant beast dog burning with spectral flames, however, suddenly appeared at the back of the poison stinger scorpion. Its figure flashed, its bone wings burning with ghostly blue flames flapped, and its figure instantly rushed out. In a flash, it split into a dozen or so doppelgangers, killing towards the middle of the poison sting scorpion group. This is its skill, phantom splitting. These poisonous stinger scorpions were like ants in front of the hell Stygian dogs, without the slightest ability to resist. Chapter 10. Is that man the master of this hellish dog? What is it? The scene in front of them caused several people to unconsciously open their mouths wide with horrified expressions. Even Elder Mu's brows were knitted and his gaze tightened as he said in a solemn voice, "This is a hell Stygian dog." "What? It's the legendary Hell Styx? How is this possible?" Why would such a terrifying ferocious beast appear in this second turn copy? Such a tricky poisonous stinger scorpion is as fragile as a mole cricket at the feet of that hell Stygian dog. A few people's expressions shook as they subconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. If it was only the stinging scorpion, they could still kill their way out with all their might. But now that a legendary beast had appeared, they were afraid that they had no hope of leaving. The poison sting scorpions were like enemies when they felt the deep and terrifying aura of the hell Stygian dog that was like an abyss. They quickly adjusted their formation and raised the poisonous spikes on their tails, which shone with a deadly green light, high into the air. Then like a tidal wave, it surged towards the hell Stygian dog. The hellstick suddenly opened its bloody mouth and let out an earth-shattering roar. The poison stinger scorpions that rushed at the front were directly impacted by this powerful force, and their broken limbs flew across the ground. Immediately after that, the hellhound of the underworld gently waved its huge bone wings, and the ghostly blue flames of hell fell like erupting lava. It directly flooded a large swath of poisonous stinger scorpions instantly, turning them into ashes in an instant. Even that poisonous stinger scorpion king simply couldn't carry such a terrifying attack. At the moment, this desert seemed to have been transformed into an infernal hell. Several people saw this scene and their eyelids kept jumping violently. Even their breathing became incomparably heavy. In just less than 2 minutes, these waves of poisonous stinging scorpions were eliminated. At this time, one of the hell Stygian dog's bilocations violently rushed towards them. Frightened, several people's hearts jumped violently, and Mu Lao's robe was even drenched in cold sweat in this instant. He hurriedly cast the Great Flame Explosion technique to blast towards the hell Stygian dog's doppelganger. Boo! The Great Inferno Explosion technique erupted with a loud bang. A blinding bright light like a small sun appeared in place. The flames spread and expanded in all directions at an extremely fast speed, forming a huge spherical flame mass that was several feet wide in diameter. The surrounding sand and rocks were instantly melted under the sweeping flames, turning into drops of hot magma that slowly flowed. However, the hellhound's detachment was like a black lightning bolt, leaping out of the blazing fire swiftly and unharmed. It's over. The pupils of Mu Lao's heart quaked as his mind snapped. In front of that hellhound split, he was as weak as an ant. They were even ready to meet death. However, the hell Stygian dog's doppelganger directly crossed over them and attacked towards the poison sting scorpion at their rear. What the hell is going on here? I'm surprised it didn't make a move on us. A few people came back from the shock, all wet with cold sweat. That scene just now almost scared the living daylights out of them. But the hellhound's doppelganger was just ignoring them? It puzzled them. But no matter what, they got their lives back. While they were celebrating, a loud and piercing cry suddenly rang out from the sky. A firebird 100 feet in size appeared above them. This time, even the air kept heating up, making them feel a little hot. Heavens, how come another terrifying ferocious beast has come? What on earth has happened to this replica's secret realm? Grandpa Mu, look, there seems to be someone on the head of that firebird. What? Could it be that the flaming flying bird is his imperial beast? Several people exclaimed in low voices, their faces filled with shock and consternation. Just as the crowd was shocked, Zhang Feng had already also seen the wreckage of the poisonous stinger scorpions and the items that had exploded from the ground below. It was true that the prices of the items popped out by the monsters in the Turn 2 map were far more expensive than the Turn 1 map. After resolving the poisonous stinger scorpion, the hell Stygian dog also growled lowly, and then retrieved his detachment. The size also became as big as an ordinary dog. Looking at Zhang Feng with a well-behaved look, could it be that that man is the owner of this hellish meddling dog? Mu Lao looked shocked, and after seeing the sudden change in the hell Stygian dogs, he was also a bit frozen. It also dawned on a few people that it was no wonder that this hell Stygian dog had just rushed over but didn't harm them. So it was that Lord's royal beast. But at the same time, he was able to have a fiery flying bird with a terrifying aura and a legendary great fierce beast hell Stygian dog as his imperial beasts. How terrifyingly extraordinary is this Lord's identity? The red flame golden clawed avian descended low in the air, and Zhang Feng leapt down from its head. Reaching out, he stroked the hellhound's head and complimented. Great job, little guy. Then with a wave of his raised hand, he collected all the items that had fallen all over the ground, especially the series of things popped out by the stinging Scorpion King. Example, Scorpion Armor, Scorpion Venom Blade, Scorpion King Bow. Any one of these things can be sold for $1 million or $800,000. Little friend, thank you for saving my life. Elder Mu hurriedly clasped his fists and thanked Zhang Feng towards him. If it wasn't for the appearance of this youngster's imperial beast, I'm afraid he would have died from the sacrificial fire by now. Zhang Feng had not only been kind to him, but had also helped the squad, as well as protected by Ling Yue's well-being. We're from the Bai clan, and this is Miss Bai Ling Yue of the Bai clan. Elder Mu introduced himself towards Zhang Feng. Hello, thank you for saving us. Bai Ling Yue's face was a little hot, and she looked at Zhang Feng with a slight shyness. She had expected that the person riding the head of that fiery bird of prey would be a middle-aged man full of majesty, but I didn't expect it to be a teenager who looked the same age as myself. And he was also very handsome, with a subdued and natural air about him, especially when he stood on top of the head of the flaming bird of prey. That kind of teenage gallantry was simply awesome. As the golden girl of the Bai clan, she had naturally seen many talented and outstanding youths, but compared to the Zhang Feng in front of him, it was a firefly compared to the white moon. It's just a matter of raising my hand. Zhang Feng smiled lightly and said without thinking. It was also supposed to be that the hell Stygian dogs had just saved them in passing when they were autonomously hunting ferocious monsters. Little friend, this is my Bai clan's VIP card. There are 3 million federal coins in the card. I hope that I can talk about my gratitude and repay you for your kindness. Mu Lao respectfully handed out the card. On one hand, it was to thank Zhang Feng for his outburst, and on the other hand, it was also because he hoped to get closer to Zhang Feng. After all, to be able to contract two such terrifying imperial beasts, one could only fear that their backgrounds were heavenly and their underlying strength was extraordinary. If that's the case, then I'm flattered. Zhang Feng smiled lightly and didn't excuse himself. Accepting this VIP card, why not take the money that's coming to you for nothing anyway? Chapter 11? Miss, with his support, your benefits are unlimited. After seeing that Zhang Feng didn't reject his and the other's gesture of goodwill, Elder Mu was also secretly pleased and opened his mouth. I don't know. Can I ask my little friend to help my young lady obtain the Psychor Demon Crystal Marrow and complete the second turn quest? If you can step in and help, my lady will be grateful. Hearing this, Zhang Feng pondered a little, then temporarily rested the regional underdog and the red flame golden clawed bird in the midst of the divine great imperial beast space to recover for a few moments. The Bai clan group was one of the 3 major groups in Ping City, and it could be said to be financially strong, with its industries all over the place. Originally, Zhang Feng had also planned to directly let the 2 imperial beasts sweep this copy by hand. Although it wasn't able to boost its experience value for itself, it was able to upgrade the 2 imperial beasts, and there are drop props all over the place to pick up. Come here purely as a stocking up, as well as upgrading the imperial beasts. Helping them out was just a passing thing, and it would be nice if they could come up with what they needed. Then Zhang Feng's eyes flickered as he inquired, I wonder if your Bai clan group has any evolutionary fruits for sale? Not too long ago the Bai clan did obtain an evolutionary fruit, and it's ready to be sold at an auction next month. Elder Mu smiled and said, if young friend wants it, I'll make a decision for miss and gift it to you. At those words, Bai Lingyue's face changed slightly and pulled on Mu Lao's coat. Then he came to the other side and said with a hesitant face, Grandpa Mu, that evolution fruit is worth a lot of money, although it is priced at 5 million federal dollars on the market. But when placed in the middle of an auction, it will at least be able to fetch a price of 10 million. It was clearly not something she could decide to take out as a gift anymore, and that price is way too much to pay just as payment. Mu Lao said in a serious tone, Miss, although this evolution fruit is precious, if we can make friends with this little friend, it's not an exaggeration to say that the benefits will outweigh the value of the evolution fruit 1,000 times over. Hearing this, Bai Lingyue still looked a bit hesitant. Mu Lao knew what she was thinking just by looking at her expression, but after all, he was an old man who had experienced many things and knew the importance of pulling Zhang Feng's strings. Spinning around, he patiently opened his mouth and explained, Miss, although this evolutionary fruit is precious, for that little friend, it's only a matter of time before he wants to obtain it. But if we take the first step to show our sincerity to make friends, it will definitely be a heavenly good thing for our Bai clan. And you should also know, Miss, that nowadays the old master is seriously ill. Although you are his favorite and beloved youngest daughter, but most of the power of the Bai group is now in the hands of the eldest young master. He has long regarded you as a thorn in his eye and a thorn in his flesh. If anything really happens to his lordship, I'm only afraid that the eldest young master will be the first to take you to task. If you have this little friend's support and stand, then it's only among the Bai clan that no one will be able to shake your position. Only after hearing Grandpa Mu's words did the hesitation in Bai Lingyue's eyes gradually dissipate before she nodded seriously. The eldest young master of the Bai family and her were born from the same father. The Bai family's eldest young master has been acting as a flamboyant playboy since his childhood, so the Bai family's old man also hates this son. That's why the Bai family's youngest master had no good feelings for the sister born from a different mother, and even had a great distaste for her. More than that, he sees it as a bane that threatens his position. Only after seeing Bai Lingyue nod her head did Elder Mu reveal a soft smile and arrived in front of Zhang Feng. Little friend, after discussing with my young lady just now, she also agreed to give you the evolution fruit as payment. Good. Zhang Feng nodded and smiled. I don't know where the Psychor Demon Crystal Marrow is. I'll just obtain it for you. Bai Lingyue furrowed her pretty brows and said, the Psychor Demon Crystal Pith was snatched by the copy boss Desert Scarlet, so I'm afraid it would have been absorbed by it if it was a bit later. Elder Mu took out an electronic map and handed it to Zhang Feng. When the Desert Frenzy Scarlet snatched the Psychor Magic Crystal Marrow, I had already placed a locator mark on its body, so you can check its current location on the map. Zhang Feng picked up the electronic map and soon saw that on the electronic point map, there was a red dot that was moving rapidly. After putting away the map, the corners of Zhang Feng's mouth lifted slightly. Then you guys wait here for a moment. I'll be right back. After saying that, he released the Hell Stygian dog and the red flame golden-clawed avian. After a moment's rest in the middle of the divine great imperial beast space, the two imperial beasts had instantly replenished the abilities they had consumed earlier. Then, Zhang Feng instructed the Hell Stygian hound to continue hunting the ferocious monsters to upgrade. In just a few blinks of an eye, the hell sticks disappeared from the sight of several people. Zhang Feng, on the other hand, was riding on top of the feathered back of the red flame golden-clawed avian. The huge wings vibrated, setting off a sky full of wind and sand, blowing several people almost unable to open their eyes. Before the wind and sand dissipated, the red flame golden-clawed avian's figure disappeared into the sky. Cough. Bai Lingyue choked on a mouthful of sand and dust, coughing for a while before spitting it out. Afterwards, Bai Lingyue's brows were filled with a touch of worry. Grandpa Mu, what if he doesn't want to befriend us after we gift him the evolutionary fruit? Elder Mu also pondered for a moment and asked, Miss, what do you think of that little friend? How about what? Bai Lingyue's face immediately burned, and her heart felt like a deer in the headlights. Then she blushed and spoke in a glutinous manner. He's quite handsome, and he has a confident charm about him. Miss, such a young talent, you must seize the opportunity, if only to make him more willing to draw closer to us. Mu Lao stroked his beard and smiled with a different meaning. Hearing this, Bai Lingyue's face was more like a ripe apple, and she said somewhat shyly, Grandpa Mu, it's a toss-up whether a girl like me will catch his eye. Originally, she was confident in her looks, but when she saw Zhang Feng, her heart became apprehensive. Chapter 12, Special Skill, Spirit Control. In the depths of the boundless desert, Desert Crazy Scarlet's huge mountain-like body stood amidst the yellow sand. There were dozens of other professionals around, hunting this copy boss. At this moment, the Desert Frenzy Scarlet had already absorbed a little bit of the Psychor Magic Crystal Marrow. A violet energy instantly surged within its body. It raised its head to the sky and roared, and that roar was like rolling thunder, shaking the surrounding sand dunes as they began to crumble and slide down. The aura that was already very powerful was now climbing at an almost terrifying speed. The level jumped up 10 levels like a rocket, reaching a staggering level 98. Its muscles swelled as quickly as if they were poured out of steel, and its veins rippled, filling it with an explosive power. Desert Mad Scarleton, who had originally wanted to continue fleeing, immediately looked towards those pursuing professions with a fierce face. Its boulder-like fist, wrapped in ghostly black magical light, swung violently towards the warrior professional who was the first to arrive. Boo! The warrior immediately spat out blood from his mouth, and his body flew out backwards like a cannonball, smashing out a huge deep pit. Before the crowd could react, Desert Scarlet clenched his fist and smashed towards the other professionals who rushed towards him, bringing up a fierce wind. Although these warriors as well as swordsmen were equipped with a fine set of equipment, they were still somewhat inadequate in the face of Desert Scarlet's sudden surge of power. They were directly smashed out by a punch and fell heavily into the yellow sand, feeling that several bones in their bodies were broken. The several mages didn't phase either, applying shields over their bodies while launching attacks towards the Desert Scarlet. However, Desert Mad Scarlet's mountain-like fists easily shattered these shields. The attack landed on the Desert Frenzy Scarlet, but only managed to give it a slight lurch. It then rushed even more furiously towards the mages in the back row, directly whirling them away. A man whose profession was Shadow Assassin, holding a sharp short sword, took the opportunity to sneak in from behind. However, the Desert Berserker's perception ability exceeded his expectations. With a backhanded grab, it clutched that here and now man's body in its hands. With a furious cry, the assassin man in his hand was directly crushed alive and burst into a mass of broken flesh. Damn it, this Desert Mad Scarlet's current power is simply not something we can fight against. After absorbing just a little bit of the Psychor Magic Crystal Marrow, its strength has actually increased so much. Captain, what now? Our attacks are like scratching an itch to it. If this continues, we'll all die here. Don't panic yet. Everyone try to distract it as much as possible. I'll try to contact support from nearby professions. Just then, a bright flame aura suddenly streaked across the distant sky, speeding towards the direction of this place at an extremely fast speed. Before the flames came close, a hot and powerful aura had swept in like a raging tide. It made the already scorching desert temperature climb steeply. Fresh. Immediately afterward, a sharp and ear-piercing chirping sound resounded through the sky, causing the eardrums of everyone present to tingle. They looked up in shock to see a massive firebird on display. It was surrounded by burning flames, and its body exuded an aura that was far more terrifying than that of the Desert Frenzy Scarlet. Damn it, how did such a terrifying flying bird come again? Nima, a Desert Mad Scarlet was tricky enough. And now such a terrifying giant bird has appeared. How can we fight this? It's over. This is completely hopeless. The expressions of the crowd of professionals were panicked, and their voices were tinged with trembling and a look of despair. However, one of the sharp-eyed female mage's eyes instantly went round as she lost her voice. Wait, there seems to be a person standing on the back of that firebird? The rest of the professionals who reacted were shocked. What? Is such a terrifying firebird even his imperial beast? My god, what level imperial beast is that? Anyway, we are saved. After the desert mad Scarlet saw the red flame golden-clawed avian, it immediately felt an unprecedented crisis, and it roared up to the sky. Then without looking back, he pulled his legs up and ran, raising a sandy dust in the middle of the desert. In just one look, the desert replica's boss, Desert Crazy Scarlet, was scared into fleeing in a hasty manner. WOJ, who the hell is this big guy? The crowd dropped their jaws in shock, and then looked at the fleeing Desert Frenzy Scarlet with a face full of dismay. This guy had a berserk face just a moment ago, but now he was frantically fleeing like a cowardly mouse. Zhang Feng grinned at the corner of his mouth and looked at Desert Scarlet. Still want to run? Can you run? With Zhang Feng's command, the red flame golden-clawed avian instantly sprang into action. Its wings violently vibrated, and the flames around its body wildly churned, quickly converging in front of its chest to form a huge flaming bullet. Immediately afterward, the flaming projectile whistled towards Desert Scarlet like a stray arrow. The flaming projectile sliced through the air with a sharp cracking sound, dragging out a long line of fire. Desert Scarlet sensed the approaching danger and just wanted to dodge. However, the speed of the flaming bombs was too fast. It only had time to raise its thick arms to parry. Boom! With a loud bang, the flaming bomb exploded on Desert Scarlet's arm. The powerful impact directly blasted its huge body out. Desert Crazy Scarlet fell heavily onto a sand dune 100 meters away, raising a huge cloud of sand and dust. It struggled to get up, its eyes filled with horrified fear. At this moment, the flames of the red flame golden-clawed avian hovered along the claw blades, coalescing into a fiery blade aura several feet long. A golden flame slashed down as fast as lightning. Swish! The golden claw flame accurately chopped down on the Desert Scarlet's body, instantly cutting off its huge body. As Desert Scarlet died, a floor of equipment immediately exploded. Worthy of being the boss of the second turn copy, the rewards are just abundant. Colorful rays of light rose a dozen times. There was also a golden glow in it. A gold level prop. Giant ape gloves, gold level when worn. You can blast out 10 times your own strength with a single punch. Gold grade great ape gloves? Zhang Feng secretly pondered that these giant ape fist gloves were perfect for warrior class professionals. But this thing was not very useful at all for a royal beast master himself. But it's worth a lot of money. At least $1 million or more federal dollars. You have slain the copy boss Desert Scarlet, and gained a special skill bonus, Biotic Mastery. Hearing this prompt, Zhang Feng was instantly curious to check out the skill. Special skill, Spirit Control. Description, the master of living beings, calling the living beings in all directions. After using it, it can forcibly manipulate all living beings within a range of 300 meters for 60 seconds. Cooling time, 3 days. Asterisk. So? Zhang Feng's heart was beating wildly. This skill was simply heaven-defying. Being able to manipulate all living beings within a range of 300 meters for 60 seconds is 1 minute. It was important to realize that the beings of this skill not only covered ferocious beasts, but also people. What's the difference between using it and just saying the words? It doesn't matter what you are or what your strength is. Within 60 seconds of this maneuver, if you're told to kneel, you kneel. If you're told to lick, you lick. If you're told to take it off, you take it off. Chapter 13. Zhang Feng is the son of the great Yin god? After collecting the Psychor magic crystal marrow dropped from the desert berserker, Zhang Feng then rode the red flame golden clawed bird quickly to where Bai Lingyue was again. After taking out the Psychor magic crystal pith, Bai Lingyue immediately expressed her gratitude to Zhang Feng with a sincere face. In response, Zhang Feng just smiled lightly, just a show of hands. Several people had added a few more points of respect to Zhang Feng's original awe-inspiring attitude. Mu Lao Kai opened his mouth with a smile. By the way, I wonder what is the name of my little friend? Zhang Feng replied. Then please return to the Bai clan with us, little friend Zhang Feng, and we'll immediately transfer the evolutionary fruit to you. Elder Mu smiled very politely. Ping City, City Lord's mansion. A middle-aged man with a serious face was sitting on top of a big chair. He had some white hair mixed in among his hair, but his eyes were bright, and he revealed a powerful aura around him that was frightening. His voice was low, and he slowly opened his mouth, looking to a subordinate at his side to ask, "Have you found out the identity of the powerful Imperial Beastmaster who recently appeared in the middle of Ping City?" "City Lord, it's clear." The subordinate nodded and continued to report. "That Imperial Beastmaster's name is Zhang Feng. He's 18 years old. His family has gone bankrupt not long ago, and his father has already surrendered himself to prison. However, we were never able to investigate how he contracted an amethyst-grade red flame golden-clawed avian. Upon hearing this, the city lord's eyes flickered as he gently nodded. It's normal to be unable to investigate clearly. Have you ever heard of the transcendent attribute, the chosen son of God? Hearing this, the subordinate's pupils jolted as he asked with incomparable astonishment in his eyes. Could it be that you're saying that Jiang Feng could possibly be the chosen son of God? The chosen one possesses extraordinary abilities and is capable of displaying extreme strength and talent. And the man who was once hailed as the chosen son of God, each and every one of them was a super strong person who could be described as an amazing and powerful person in the history of mankind. The chosen sons of God, also commonly known as the sons of God, possessed terrifying potential and were able to be treated at the top of their countries. It was important to realize that the entire Great Yin Confederation hadn't seen a divine son for hundreds of years. The other countries, relying on the existence of the divine son, have repeatedly bullied Great Yen and often wait for the opportunity to make a demon. The reason they were so brutal was because they bullied Great Yen into not having a divine son in existence. Although Great Yen's heavenly prides were numerous, compared to the divine sons of other countries, they could always only look up to them. After all, the gulf between the divine son and the heaven's pride was like a heavenly gulf. If Jiang Feng was really the son of God, it would definitely be the luck and hope of the entire Great Yen. Since then, Dian had no fear of encroachment from other countries. That's right, but I'm just guessing, and further testing is needed to find out exactly how. City Lord Li Qingzhou nodded his head slightly, and there were also a few looks of anticipation in his eyes. Now that Great Yen had been subjected to its country for a long time, it was too eager for a divine son to appear. The subordinate inquired with an uplifted look. Lord City Lord, then do we need to announce Zhang Feng's identity and protect him? Li Qingzhou shook his head and said with his eyes slightly closed. As far as I know, those guys have already lurked amongst Ping City. If we rashly announce Zhang Feng's identity, there's a high chance that he'll fall halfway through the process. Our Great Yen can't afford such a blow. At those words, a hesitant look appeared on the subordinate's face. But even if we don't announce Zhang Feng's identity, I'm afraid that his powerful imperial beast will be hard not to attract attention. Li Qingzhou raised his hand and took out a cloak from among the spatial rings. After wearing this cloak, others will not be able to use scrying to view information about the wearer. You will take this item to Jiang Feng, and seal all information on Jiang Feng from now on and set it as a level 1 secret. Yes, Lord City Lord. The subordinate nodded and said with a respectful face. Now they could only use this way to protect Jiang Feng. Waiting for his subordinates to leave, Li Qingzhou sighed and looked at the sky that was gradually covered with dark clouds. Jiang Feng, I wonder if Great Yan's ultimate national fortune will be decided on you. After arriving at the Bai group, Bai Lingyue brought Jiang Feng to the middle of the gorgeously decorated expensive living room. Inside the living room, the huge crystal chandelier shed a bright and soft light. The coffee table was decorated with exquisite tea sets and fresh expensive spirit fruits. Before Bai Lingyue could chat with Jiang Feng, a clamor of voices was heard from outside. 1,000 precautions. What a home invasion. Elder Mu, where do you want to go with the evolutionary fruit that you're preparing to auction off next month? I was truly surprised that Mu Lao, you usually look loyal and honest, but now you want to steal from my Bai group? A slightly mean and acerbic man's voice rang out, clearly intending to make things difficult for Elder Mu. Mu Lao held back his anger and said in a deep voice, Eldest young master, I am presenting this to a distinguished guest on behalf of Miss. Oh, I'd like to see which one of the white group's honored guests it is. The man's voice was filled with undisguised contempt. It's even worth taking something so valuable and giving it to him? With a bang of a kicked door, a young man in a high-grade gray suit kicked the door in with a brash face. Soon he locked his eyes on Jiang Feng beside Bai Lingyue. He only saw that Jiang Feng was wearing clothes that didn't cost more than $200, and he wasn't wearing any valuable objects on his body. There didn't seem to be anything that stood out except for a face that was a little bit handsome. Then the Bai family's youngest master, Bai Yueza, sneered with a derisive face. Elder Mu, the honored guest you're talking about. It can't be the little white boy beside her, can it? What a joke. My Bai clan is one of the 3 largest groups in Ping City. When did a white boy become an honored guest of my Bai family members? Upon hearing this, Elder Mu's face sank as he reminded. Please be careful what you say, eldest young master. Jiang Feng is a top-notch beast royal master. If he gets angry, I'm afraid that the entire Bai clan will be in turmoil. Bai Lingyue also had a furious look on her face. How could she endure Jiang Feng being insulted like this? Immediately chided. Bai Yueza, he is not only my honored guest, but also the honored guest of the Bai group in the future. So please show me some respect with your mouth. Yo-ho, you girl has really grown in temper. How dare you speak to me like that? Bai Yueza sneered and coldly stared at her, a shadowy color emerging in his eyes. Not only had this damned girl been working against herself, she was also trying to delude herself into wanting to compete with herself for control of the Bai group. as soon as the old man died, she would be the first to be kicked out of the house. At this moment, Bai Lingyue also didn't show the slightest bit of stage fright, her eyes coldly erected. The atmosphere between the two instantly became tit for tat. If she hadn't met Zhang Feng, she might have had to retreat, but it was different now. Tai He, kick this brat out of here. Let him know that my Bai clan isn't something that just anyone can come in. Bai Yueza ordered towards a burly man beside him with a scar at the corner of his eye. Yes, Xiao Bai. The burly man nodded, then looked at Zhang Feng with a cold face. He was a third-turn professional swordsman, and his brute strength should not be underestimated. Tai He, how dare you make a move on my guest? Bai Lingyue's willow brows furrowed as she hurriedly stood up and chided. The man named Iron River, however, snorted. I'm sorry, MS. Bai. I only listened to young Bai's orders. After saying that, he was going to reach out to grab Zhang Feng's collar and pick him up. However, Zhang Feng had behaved very calmly since the beginning, and even took a sip of hot tea very calmly. Just as Tai He's hand reached out, Zhang Feng was speaking faintly. On your knees. Under the activation of the special skill Living Spirit Control, Tai He and Bai Yueza both immediately felt as if there were 10,000 pounds of mountains pressing down on them. Puff! After a ringing sound, the two men directly kneeled down hard. What's more, it directly smashed the marble-paved floor with a spiderweb-like crater. This, Elder Mu and Bai Lingyue immediately stared in disbelief at the scene in front of them. Zhang Feng simply said one sentence and these two people directly knelt down? What the hell is going on here? Chapter 14, this Zhang Feng is too scary. Boy, what have you done to us? Fire was coming out of Bai Yueza's eyes. He was the eldest young master of the Bai family, the future helmsman of the Bai group. Surprisingly, he was undermined by this kid, kneeling down to him in front of so many people. This was undoubtedly a great shame for him. The future helmsman of the Bai group, kowtow to me a few times and then slap yourself hard a few times. As Zhang Feng's words fell, Bai Yueza immediately had his veins rippling. This kid was simply looking for death. However, in the next instant, his body unexpectedly and uncontrollably kowtowed heavily a few times towards Zhang Feng. It directly cracked his forehead, leaving bloody marks on the ground. Immediately afterward he felt as if his arm was out of control and slapped violently toward his face. Snap! A series of slaps rang out, directly swelling his own face. The Tai He beside him was even more forceful, and his face directly swelled up, aching as if ants were gnawing on his face. When the 60 seconds had passed, the two men then felt the control of their bodies being restored to them. You, what the hell are you? Bai Yueza's face no longer had the spiteful look it had just had, but instead, he looked at Zhang Feng with a shocked expression. Tai He also looked at Zhang Feng with a horrified face as his body rolled and moved towards the back. This teenager in front of him was too terrifying to be able to forcefully manipulate his body with a single word. If this teenager was going to make himself cut his own throat on the spot just now, I'm afraid that he would definitely not be able to disobey his orders. It's just horrible. Thinking of this, Tai He couldn't help but shiver from the depths of his heart. Such a tactic could not even be done by a 6th Revolution Spirit Mage, even if he beat him to death. He never expected this teenager to be such a terrifying existence. Didn't MS. Bai say just now that I'm just her guest. Zhang Feng grinned and took another very leisurely sip of tea. This skill of raw control is just too much. Too bad it's only for a minute. Hold. I'm sorry, this lord, it's because I had the eyes to rush you. I'll apologize to you now. I'm sorry. Bai Yueza's heart was completely flooded with fear, and he stood up in fear and bowed towards Zhang Feng to apologize. He no longer dared to show any disrespect to Zhang Feng, or even sprout a hint of hostility in his heart. Now that you know you're wrong, get the hell out of my sight or else, Zhang Feng said smilingly, but the threat beyond the words was audible to anyone. Yes. Bai Yueza left inside the expensive living room with Tai He as if he was fleeing, afraid that if he took one step slower, his own little life would be lost. Before he left, he also glanced at Bai Lingyue. Where on earth did this damned woman find such a terrifying existence as a backer? Zhang Feng looked at Mu Lao who was in the middle of a stupor. He couldn't help but laugh lightly and said, Elder Mu, bring over the evolution fruit. Well, please smile. Elder Mu returned to his senses and nodded repeatedly with a reverent expression. He also didn't expect Zhang Feng to have such terrifying means besides the two terrifying imperial beasts. Even he, a third-turn mage, was completely unable to see through exactly how Zhang Feng had actually done it just now. Then came a delicate box held carefully in both hands. At this moment, Bai Lingyue's mind also set off a wave of shock, completely shocked at the means Zhang Feng had just performed. Such an ability is as terrifying as an abyss. Zhang Feng opened the box with a look of anticipation. In the middle of that exquisite box, there was a fruit that was similar to an adult's fist. The color of the fruit is a deep, rich purplish red, like a ripe mulberry. The whole takes on an odd shape, and its surface is smooth and delicate, yet with a warm texture. It gave off a faint aura of strangeness. is this the evolution fruit? The corners of Jiang Feng's mouth lifted lightly, and his heart burst with joy. With this evolution fruit, the red flame golden plot avian would evolve once again. The strength will be another step up. Jiang Feng closed the box and put it in his spatial ring, intending to take this evolutionary fruit to the red flame golden clawed bird later. He then looked at both Elder Mu and Bai Lingyue and said with a light smile, "Thanks to MS. Bai, you guys have done me a big favor. If there is a need, I can grant you a request." Jiang Feng wasn't someone who liked taking advantage of others for nothing after all. It was just that the request to help her obtain the Phantom Core Magic Crystal Marrow was too light. Even if they paid someone to help them obtain the Psy-Core Magic Crystal Marrow afterward, there was absolutely no need to spend an evolutionary fruit as the price. Although Jiang Feng knew that they had the intention of pulling themselves together, this favor, however, did count as owed. Agreeing to go out and help them for once was a way of repaying this favor. Hearing these words, Bai Lingyue and Elder Mu both looked delighted. As Elder Mu had said earlier, with Jiang Feng's support, Bai Yueling's position in the Jiang family was unshakable. "Thank you, Jiang Feng. In the future you'll always be a valued guest of mine as well as the Bai clan." Bai Yueling was filled with joy and also bowed solemnly towards Jiang Feng. "No need to be so polite." Jiang Feng waved his hand and laughed. "I've heard that there are many different types of industries under the White family. These are the props and equipment that I obtained from amongst the replica secret realms, so I'll leave it to you guys to help sell them in the future." After saying that, he directly took a bunch of things out from amongst his spatial ring. After all, there was no use in putting them away. How about turning them into a warm string of numbers? Seeing so many things, Bai Lingyue was also secretly a surprise, but quickly smiled and nodded in agreement. "Okay, I'll definitely recover it at 20% above market price. When the time comes to settle the money, I'll put it on your card right away." Hearing this, Jiang Feng shook his head. "No, just the normal price." In the middle of an office of the White Group, the secretary is helping to reduce the swelling and bandage the wound on Bai Yuez's face. Bai Yuez's face was gloomy, and there was still fear in the corner of his eyes that hadn't been removed. "Tai He, do you know exactly how that kid did it just now?" Bai Yueza asked to Tai He, who was dealing with the swelling on his face. Tai He shook his head, his heart palpitating with horror. "Young Bai, that man is terrifyingly strong. He was able to manipulate our bodies with just a single word. If he had told us to cut ourselves on the spot, I'm afraid that we would already be corpses by now. Damn it, when did such a terrifying existence appear in Ping City, and so young at that?" Bai Yueza gritted his teeth and spat lowly. Although there was anger in his heart, he could only forcefully suppress it. "Send someone to find out for me what is the origin of this one named Jiang Feng. If he becomes Bai Lingyue's backer, then in the future, the entire Bai clan will be completely out of my control." Tai He sniffed and nodded heavily before walking out. After a while, he walked back in, with a grave expression on his face. "Xiao Bai, I used all the resources I could find, but I couldn't find any information about Jiang Feng." Hearing this, Bai Yueza had a puzzled look on his face before frowning and asking, "Could it be that he's using a fake name?" "No, young Bai, I feel that this is not the case." Tai He shook his head and said with a solemn expression, "When I was checking on that Jiang Feng, I was able to view his photo and age at the very beginning, but when I had to look deeper, it was like he was deliberately hidden, and in the end, I couldn't even find out his name." At those words, Bai Yueza's heart suddenly jolted. It seemed that this Jiang Feng's identity background was far more terrifying than he had imagined. Chapter 15, The Source of the Gods. Hirakujo, Landscape Manor. Landscape Manor is one of the best villa areas in Pingcheng with the best location and scenery. It was built on a small hill, and from where it stood, it was able to overlook the entire city of Ping. A beautiful real estate saleswoman with a body that could be described as superb was showing Jiang Feng around a luxurious villa with an enthusiastic face. She was wearing a slim black professional suit that perfectly outlined her curvy figure. The slender waist is not too thin to hold. The slender legs looked even straighter and more tantalizing under the short black skirt. The beautiful saleswoman said in a sweet voice, "Mr. Jiang, look at this villa. Whether it's the location or the quality of the construction, it's second to none in the entire Ping city." As she spoke, she led Jiang Feng into the interior of the villa. The villa's hall was spacious and bright, with a huge and ornate crystal chandelier hanging from the high ceiling. "Well, it looks pretty big." Jiang Feng nodded in satisfaction with a smile on his lips. The place was much more luxurious than even when his own family hadn't gone bankrupt. "Compare that to the suffocating life I had when I was living in the old, shabby rental house. Now that you have money, you naturally want to get a bigger house and hire a few maids of good value to take care of you. That's what makes the day so beautiful." "Mr. Jiang, I don't know if you're still satisfied with this villa?" the beautiful saleswoman inquired towards Jiang Feng with a smile on her face. With that, she took her jacket off and gently pulled her hair around her ears. The eyes vaguely carried a smattering of seemingly seductive intent. The reason why she behaved like this was not only because Zhang Feng was handsome and had a good body. More importantly, she needed to verify her personal assets when she received Zhang Feng. Her eyes lit up when she saw the buy group VIP card that Zhang Feng took out. After all, among the entire Ping City, there were only a handful of people who could own the buy group's VIP card. When she saw the balance in Zhang Feng's card again, her eyes glazed over even more. The balance on the card, a long string of numbers, almost didn't make her react. If she was able to close a deal on a villa, she would have hundreds of thousands of dollars for just a few points. Zhang Feng wasn't a log, so he was naturally able to see the female saleswoman's mind. He smiled with a grin at the corner of his mouth and said, "This villa looks quite large. I just don't know how the layout is inside the rooms." "Well then, I'll take you into the master bedroom for a tour." The beautiful saleswoman was delighted in her heart and hurriedly led Zhang Feng to the master bedroom for a tour. The window in this master bedroom is a huge floor-to-ceiling window. Through the glass, Zhang Feng was able to overlook the entire Ping City with an excellent view. "Mr. Jiang, if you feel satisfied, sign the contract." The beautiful saleswoman lay on her side on the large soft bed, placing a contract on her waist with a flirtatious look. An hour later, Zhang Feng ruthlessly signed the purchase contract, then stretched out with a cozy face. The proceeds he gained from the 2 copies this time added up to tens of millions of dollars. Not to mention that money is just a number to him. After the beautiful saleswoman left Zhang Feng's villa with a purchase contract full of joy, a black sedan came from a distance and parked in the middle of his yard. From the limousine 2 men stepped out, and from the looks of them, they were no ordinary people. With Zhang Feng's current strength, he naturally wasn't worried that they were coming from a bad place. Spinning around, he smiled politely and said, "Both of you, I wonder what you're looking for me for." "Hello, we're from the city lord's office, and we're here to give you a few things this time." One of the stout men in the center of the room chuckled. "City lord's mansion?" Zhang Feng raised his eyebrows and nodded. "Come in first." It didn't take much thinking. They must have noticed their situation, so they came to the door. However, Zhang Feng didn't have any worries in his heart, because a strong strength would clear all obstacles. "My name is Lin Xingzhong. I'm the head of the Ping City Defense Division, and this is my fellow officer, Su Tian." The burly man smiled and introduced them. Zhang Feng nodded and extended his hand in a friendly manner. "Hello, Minister Lin." After shaking hands, Lin Xingzhong did not be polite, but directly opened the door. "Zhang Feng, we came to find you today because we have something vital to tell you. In the midst of this world, there are some professionals who possess attributes and abilities that are beyond the norm, and they are also known as transcendent gifted. People with extraordinary talent are called a rarefied existence. The entire Great Yen Federation had more than 1 billion people, but only a dozen or so of them possessed transcendent talent. Yet transcendent gifted people could only be considered quasi-divine sons, and it could be said to be very difficult to become a true divine son. The neighboring countries of Great Yen had a divine son born almost every few decades, and Great Yen had not had a divine son born for almost 300 years, because only by fusing the divine spirit source could one become a true divine son. Lin Xingzhong's gaze was deep as he continued. "If you want to obtain the divine spirit source, you must ascend to the last floor of the Great Yen Divine Tower. Originally, there were still 10 years before the next Great Yen Divine Tower opens, but now that the Yen Emperor is aging, he has gradually become unable to fight against the several other great nations for it, and several major countries have long coveted Great Yen's resources, so if there aren't already new powerhouses to bolster the situation, I'm afraid Great Yen will face a huge upheaval. Therefore the Yen Emperor has decided to open the Great Yen Divine Pagoda ahead of schedule, and the rise and fall of the Great Yen Kingdom's fortunes will be at stake." After hearing what Lin Xingzhong had said, Zhang Feng couldn't help but be surprised inwardly. Sentimentally, they were thinking of themselves as some kind of transcendental attribute person. However, Zhang Feng didn't care too much about any divine sons, but he was very interested in the so-called divine spirit source. So curiously, he asked, "What exactly does that divine spirit source do?" Lin Xingzhong replied, "You should also know that the highest professional in this world is only 9 revolutions, whereas after fusing the divine spirit source, it will break through the rank limitations, and its strength will override the 9 revolutions." "What? The ability to break through the limitations of levels after fusing it?" Zhang Feng was stunned, and his heart was incomparably stirred. If one fused this thing, wouldn't one be able to upgrade all the time? And as a sentinel beast master, he had an advantage that no one else could have. That is to let the imperial beasts under your command enter the various replica secret worlds to level up for yourself. No wonder it dared to be called the source of the divine spirit. The effect was so heaven-defying. Zhang Feng had already made up his mind in his mind that he was determined to get this thing. "I wonder when the Great Inferno Divine Tower will open?" Zhang Feng asked with an excited face. 3 months later, Lin Xingzhong simply returned. "Ha, Jiang Feng almost suspected that his ears hadn't heard him clearly. Although he had just heard that the Great Inferno Divine Tower would be opening earlier, he did not expect that it would be advanced so quickly. Chapter 16, Evolution, the Red Sky Falcon. Well, after all that, it's time for me to bring out what the City Lord has prepared for you. Lin Xingzhong smiled, then took out a few items from amongst his spatial ring. The first thing that came out was a black-robed cloak. After you wear this cloak, professionals of the 6th turn and below will not be able to use scrying techniques as well as other means to view your information. And as for the specific information, you can view it yourself. Jiang Feng picked up this cloak and took a look at it. Hidden resting cloak. Category, special props. Description: the wearer will conceal his or her own breath and will not be able to be spied on for information about himself or herself, and will lock on to the person who is spying on him or her. Use level, LV10. The function of this item was not only to prevent being spied on by professionals of the 6th turn and below, but also to conceal one's own aura. It's quite good in some special scenes. For example, it is used to run away when encountering strong and dangerous people, but when it really comes to this situation, most of the time it should be the opposite side that runs away. If he wore this hidden breath arcane robe and performed biotic mastery, it would really be a bit of a Jedi master, being able to prevent the prying eyes of a 6th turn professional. The value of this hidden breath Xian robe was at least a few $1 million. Then Jiang Feng looked at a few other things and his eyes lit up. Retrospective talisman. Type, special props. Description: it can protect the user against one certain death damage and return them to their peak condition. Use level, LV10. Number of times used, 3. This thing is a treasure that can save your life. This is definitely something that is extremely difficult to find on the market. After all, owning this is equivalent to owning a life-preserving talisman. Jiang Feng then looked at the scroll next to him. I felt a little numb. Resurrection scroll. Type, special props. Description: resurrects living beings that die within 3 minutes after use. Use level, LV30. Number of times used, 2. With this resurrection scroll, even if the Imperial Beast was destroyed, it would be able to quickly carry out a resurrection. Absolute defense. Type, special props. Introduction: immune to all damage for 5 minutes after use. Use level, LV30. Number of times used, 3. After seeing these things, even Jiang Feng couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. With these things, he basically didn't have to worry about the safety of his life. However, Jiang Feng couldn't help but look at Lin Xingzhong with an odd look. How afraid are they that they'll hang up halfway through? I can't believe I gave so many life-preserving things. As if he could tell what Jiang Feng was thinking, Lin Xingzhong explained with a light smile. As a quasi-divine son of Great Yen, your safety is naturally a top priority. After saying that, he took out another token. This is a copy pass order, which allows you to enter any copy secret realm among the Great Yen at will, including some copy secret realms that are not open to the public. If you need it, we'll also send strong men to stay close to keep you safe. Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng quickly waved his hand. No need. These life-preserving props are enough for me to guard against danger. If he were to take anything else, even if he liked to whore himself out, he would be a little embarrassed. Lin Xingzhong continued. In addition, your identity and information we have set as a level 1 secret. Unless it is a core figure of Great Yen, no one has the right to access it. Jiang Feng really didn't expect to be treated so solemnly. Lin Xingzhong added, your father has also been secretly protected by us. If you want to see him, you can say hello to us. Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng quickly waved his hand. There's no need for this, as long as he's still alive. After all, that cheap old man directly hid after the company went bankrupt and ignored Jiang Feng. It caused him to be chased by a group of people for a debt and almost lost his life. Okay. Lin Xingji nodded and took out his business card again. This has my number on it. If there's anything else you need, we'll do our best to fulfill and cooperate. Hearing this, the corner of Jiang Feng's mouth suddenly lifted. I really do have something I'd like to ask you to take care of for me. What is it? Lin Xingzhong inquired. Previously, Zhang Lun, the son of the Rocky Mountain Guild president, hired others to try to have me killed, and I was worried that I didn't have time to settle it. Anger surfaced on Lin Xingzhong's face. This fellow, how dare he try to make a move against Great Yan's quasi-divine son? This crime alone is enough to put him in jail for the rest of his life. Don't worry, we will deal with this matter seriously and give you a satisfactory result. After sending off the 2 Lin Chengshongs, Jiang Feng was also happy to see these treasures in his room. However, Jiang Feng hadn't forgotten his business. After giving the evolution fruit to the red flame golden clawed avian in the royal beast space, with a slight movement of his thoughts, its attribute panel was displayed in front of Jiang Feng's eyes. Red flame golden clawed bird, grade, amethyst, level, LV59, power, 53,271, body mass, 41,257, agility, 76, 547, spirit, 64,715, Battle strength, 104,527. Skills, golden claw flame slash. Wings of fire. Required evolution points, 350. 000 evolution points. Evolution. As Zhang Feng's words fell, the body of the red flame golden-clawed avian changed abruptly. Its body instantly transformed into a blazing flame that blazed with light. The blazing flames kept rolling and surging, like surging waves, spreading outward in wave after wave. Boom! The flames exploded with 100 rays of light. An even larger firebird broke through the clouds, coloring the sky crimson. Evolution complete. Red flame golden-clawed bird red sky burning falcon. Current beast, red sky falcon. Grade, starry night. Level, LV 59. Power, 128,170. Body mass, 103,510. Agility, 153,241. Spirit, 114,527. Battle strength, 214,527. Skills, burning sky flame wave. Golden mango inflammation wing chop. Burning dome inflammation claw split. Required evolution points, 850. 000 evolution points and the heart of lava. Red sky burning falcon. Zhang Feng looked at its body, which was even more massive than just now, and his eyes revealed excitement. In particular, its evolved value was almost twice as much as before, and 3 brand new skills. With its current strength, it was strong enough to rival a 5th-turn professional. Take this time to evolve another imperial beast. Zhang Feng placed his consciousness in a puddle in the royal beast space, a loach that was jumping around. This was a rare imperial beast that he had found amongst the Bai clan's imperial beast warehouse. If it evolves according to its class, it should be able to move towards the dragon class. Don't let me down, little one. Zhang Feng grinned at the corner of his mouth and prepared to spend evolution points to make it evolve. Chapter 17, A Rift in the Void. A tide of beasts attacks. Current beast, swamp loach. Grade, black iron, rare. Level, LV 1. Power, 10. Physical fitness, 15. Agility, 30. Spirit, 20. Combat strength, 18. Skill, speed drill. Evolution points required for evolution, 10. 000. Note, rare beasts will trigger the strike effect on their first evolution. Zhang Feng looked at it with an expectant face. Add some evolution to me. As the words fell, the swamp loach's body suddenly changed. A rolling thick black fog burst out from its body, then surged into the sky, forming a thick dark cloud in the sky. The originally blue sky was instantly covered by ink-black clouds, becoming incomparably gloomy, accompanied by muffled thunder rattling from time to time. Faced with this mind-blowing vision, and exaggerated evolutionary effects, to be honest, Zhang Feng was a bit immune to it and took it for granted. With that great sense of oppression arising from the dark clouds pressing down on the city and the city wanting to be destroyed, boom! The whole sky began to flash with lightning and thunder, and it poured down rain. A dazzling purple lightning bolt instantly tore through the dark dome of the sky, bright as day. Roar! Under this deafening sound of a dragon's roar, Zhang Feng saw a huge dragon of unknown length traveling through the dark clouds in the middle of the black mist. The dragon's might filled the air, and its ferocious appearance appeared. Evolution complete. Swamp Loach Abyssal Black Dragon. Current beast, Abyssal Black Dragon. Grade, Ancestral. Level, LV 1. Power, 113,241. Body mass, 112,401. Agility, 133,241. Spirit, 124,527. Battle strength, 213. 000. Skills, Abyssal Dragon Might, Extinction Dragon Flame, Dark Abyssal Dragon Breath. Next required evolution value, 1 million evolution points plus Chaotic Green Lotus Seed. Return level, Zhang Feng, who had originally been able to remain calm at the sight of the vision, suddenly became incomparably agitated. His eyes were wide with shock. I can't believe that it would blitz evolve out of the return level. At first, Zhang Feng was thinking that it would be good enough to be able to storm evolve out of the dimming moon level. If it had been any worse, he would have been able to live with it. But he never expected to directly evolve into the returning ancestor level. One's own special Meow actually possessed a true dragon as a royal beast. It was something he hadn't even dared to think about before. When he saw the Abyssal Black Dragon's attribute value again, Zhang Feng's face was also happy. Just one level has more than 200,000 combatants. Is this the strength of a returned Imperial Beast? It's simply anticlimactic. I just don't know if I'll be able to experience an OU experience, directly exploding a Divine Spirit level Imperial Beast? Thinking about this, the corners of Zhang Feng's mouth were turning into a crooked-lipped Dragon King. In the midst of the Imperial Beast space, the Sky-Burning Falcon and the Hell Stygian Dog were both filled with fear under the pressure of the Abyssal Black Dragon. Its suppression from the bloodline. After all, the dragons were above all beings and possessed monstrous power. But what gave Jiang Feng some headaches were the items required for the abyssal black dragon's evolution. 1,000,000 evolution points. To him it was just a matter of brushing a few copies of the secret realm. But this chaotic green lotus seed, he hadn't heard of it at all. By the way, make a call and ask Minister Lin. Jiang Feng's gaze flickered as he remembered Lin Xingzhong. However, he was just about to call. Suddenly, woo! A low siren suddenly sounded throughout the entire city of Ping. Jiang Feng immediately frowned. The siren that just went off was a level 1 alert. As far as he knew, the last time it had rung was 100 years ago. It was a huge disaster on the level of city destruction. In the midst of that disaster, millions of people were killed and injured, and there were broken walls everywhere. It was still the strongest of several major cities that joined forces and sacrificed countless strongmen to quell it. Jiang Feng stood up violently and looked out the window, only to see a huge crack appear above the void of Ping City. The crack was 1,000 feet long, as if it had been torn apart by an inexplicable force. Countless bloody and hostile lights flickered among the cracks, as if they were greedily gazing down. The people of the entire Ping City all looked up with creepy faces at the strange appearance of the sky. It's over. It's a void rift. Someone was so scared that he sat on his butt on the ground, reaching out and pointing at the crack with a face full of horror. What? The void rift after 100 years has actually appeared once again? Damn it! This time it's only going to be a repeat of the tragic situation from 100 years ago. People on the streets scrambled toward the underground shelters. Void rift? Jiang Feng frowned and read. According to previous knowledge, the calamity that Ping Cheng suffered 100 years ago was none other than the void rift. After the void rift appeared, there would be countless waves of beasts descending, all of which were at least in order of magnitude above 100,000. Even a 5th or 6th turned professional would have trouble defending themselves. City Lord's mansion. Li Qingzhou's brows were furrowed and his face was extremely grave. Beside him had converged the entire top echelon of Ping City, and they were all nervous and uneasy. This void rift unexpectedly descended without any warning. It's obviously the ghosts of those countries lurking in. It's useless to say anything now. With our current strength we can't solve it at all. We can only wait for support. The alarm has been sounded, but the protective barriers of Hyria City can only hold out for 5 minutes at most. 5 minutes? You know that it takes 20 minutes for the strongest people from several nearby cities to arrive at the fastest speed. 5 minutes is enough for our city to be razed to the ground. Damn it! What are we going to use to fend off the void rift now? With our current strength it's undoubtedly a mantis. There was a lot of discussion at the high level, and their faces were all extremely ugly. Enough! Li Qingzhou coldly shouted and slammed the table with his hand, interrupting the discussion of the executives. On my command, defend Ping Cheng to the death and wait for support. His voice was determined to die. People live in the city. People die in the city. At this time, a high-ranking person spoke up. Isn't there a powerful imperial beast master in Ping City these days? If we ask him to make a move, we might be able to increase the time of resistance. That's right. If we have him to fight, we will be able to maximize the time for support. But just as these words rang out, they were met with Li Qingzhou's veto. No, we must not rely on him to stall for time. Jiang Feng's imperial beasts were certainly powerful, but they could only be consumed in the face of such a large number of quantitatively large waves of beasts. Although it is true that he could have delayed it a little longer, but Jiang Feng was a quasi-divine son. If he lost his life in vain for this, the consequences would be no less than the destruction of the city. So he must not use Jiang Feng's life to stall for time. Li Qingzhou decided that not only could he not let Jiang Feng make a move, but he would even send someone to take him away. He would rather give up his own life to delay the beast tide than involve Jiang Feng in it. Alright, now start preparing to meet the beast tide. Rather die than retreat. Li Qingzhou waved his hand and said in an undoubted tone. The faces of a group of senior officers were unsightly, but in the end, they nodded helplessly and prepared to fight against the beast tide. Waiting for the crowd to leave, Li Qingzhou turned towards his beloved Lin Xingzhong beside him. You go and send someone to protect Jiang Feng. Don't let him be affected by the wave of beasts. His well-being is not only about the entire Ping City, but the entire Great Yen. Chapter 18, No need to panic. I'm not going to do it. At this moment, the crack above the void had reached its limit. Countless ferocious beasts surged out from among the cracks and poured down towards the lower Ping City. This scene was extremely terrifying. Just like the end times coming, the ferocious beasts that covered the sky were densely attacking towards the bottom. Bang! 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 On top of Ping Cheng, a white protective light shield unfolded, fending off these ferocious beasts. The ferocious beasts with fierce eyes immediately attacked frantically towards the protective light shield. In just a few blinks of an eye, they had spread over the entire light shield. The entire city of Ping was plunged into a state of dimness and confusion. Damn it! With so many ferocious beasts, will Ping Cheng really be able to escape this? How can we fight this? Even if the powerhouses from the nearby cities are on fire to support us now, it's too late. ********. I don't want to die yet. By this time everyone was swarming towards the door of the underground shelter to push inside. In the blink of an eye, there were countless stampedes. The crowds were even crowding the doors of the underground shelter. Even when the official order-keeping personnel shouted their heads off, nothing changed, because everyone is drowning in fear at the moment. At the same time, the Pinchin radio went off. Alert! Please ask all first-turn or higher professionals in Ping City to assist in the defense and work together to defend our home. Alert! Please ask all first-turn or higher professionals in Ping City to assist in the defense and work together to defend our home. Alert! While the radio's sounding off. But most of the professionals had long since gone numb and trembled with fear at the sight of the couldn't bring up any fight at all. This number of ferocious beasts was too much to handle. Even if they rushed up, it was just a mayfly shaking a tree. No different from sending them to their deaths. They don't see any little hope of winning. Even though everyone's hearts were filled with fear, there were still people who chose to step forward in such a critical situation. Grandpa Mu, won't you come with us to escape this havoc? Bai Lingyue inquired with an anxious expression. Elder Mu looked up at the dense tide of beasts that covered the entire sky above Ping City, but he only shook his head and smiled. Oh, miss, you go ahead and follow them into the underground fortress. Old man, I grew up living and growing up in Pingchang. For me, Pingchang is my home. I'm already old, and fallen leaves always return to their roots, so I can't just stand by and watch Harria City be destroyed like this. After saying that, Mu Lao began to set up the spell formation and waited until the moment the defense barrier broke open to launch a counterattack. Damn it, one can only fight to the death. Li Qingzhou's figure floated in midair, and his hair stood up in sweat when he saw the beast tide that covered the sky. Some ferocious beasts had already drilled in one after another from the weak point of the barrier. The light of the defense barrier was also dimming, and it was estimated that it would shatter in 2 minutes at most. City Lord, do we really want to fight to the death with so many ferocious beasts? The voices of the accompanying executives trembled. Even they were seeing such a terrifying void rift for the first time. In such a situation, not to mention making a move to meet the attack, I'm afraid that in a single glance, I would be gnawed by these ferocious beasts to the point that there would not even be any dregs left. If he escaped now, he might still be able to stay safe. But even at this critical moment, Li Qingzhou still gritted his teeth and droned. Even a mole cricket shakes the sky. Kill me. Immediately after that, a long sword appeared in his hand and directly chopped towards those ferocious beasts that had broken through the defense barrier. The crowd saw this, and they couldn't help but be moved in their hearts, shaken by this fearless faith of the city lord. It is divine valor to draw a sword and live and die. They clenched their teeth, their breath erupted, and they followed suit and rushed over. Zhang Feng raised an eyebrow and looked toward the tidal wave like ferocious beasts above him. Scaly clawed beast, level, LV 59, life value, 24,574, battle strength, 12,112, mushroom beast, rank, 45, life value, 14,574, battle strength, 9,112, sacred wrecking beast, rank, 80, life value, 201, 457. Battle strength, 158,013. Is it this level of ferocious beast? The corner of Jiang Feng's mouth ticked. Weren't these things here to give him experience? Just as Jiang Feng was about to make a move, Lin Xingzhong had rushed over. Jiang Feng, it's dangerous here. Hurry up and come with me to a safe place to escape this havoc. After today, I'm only afraid that the entire Ping City will be wiped off the Great Yin map. Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng however shook his head and laughed softly. There's no need to be alarmed. Won't I just make a move? Fresh. A loud, piercing cry of a cry went up. The entire sky was suddenly lit up with a dazzling golden light, as bright as a great sun. This 10,000-foot light instantly dispelled the darkness as well as the gloominess that was enveloped by the beast tide. A giant bird with a wingspan of nearly 200 feet descended into the midair of Ping City, causing everyone to be shocked. Could it be that powerful Imperial Beast Master has struck? The professionals of Ping City had a look of excitement and celebration on their faces. With Zhang Feng's strike, the fear in their hearts was dissipated a bit, and they chose to fight the ferocious beasts. Even the higher-ups of Pingchang were elated. It seemed that they weren't counted as isolated. Only Li Qingzhou's expression became heavier instead of happy. In his eyes, Zhang Feng's safety was greater than everything in Pingchang. Pingchang could be destroyed and everyone could be sacrificed, but only Jiang Feng could not die. Go on, Jiang Feng commanded. Lin Qingzhong, who was witnessing the appearance of the red sky-burning falcon at this moment, was stunned in place. He didn't expect Zhang Feng's imperial beast to actually evolve again in such a short period of time. Could, is this the transcendent attribute Imperial Beast Master? It was just too shocking. No wonder Lord City Lord had placed such importance on Zhang Feng. However, he quickly reacted, and his face was recovered with the color of gravity as he eagerly opened his mouth. Zhang Feng, even though your Imperial beasts have gotten stronger again, You still can't hold up against this many beast waves. The reason why the rift of the vault was able to reach the city-destroying level of havoc was because it was so overwhelming that it would only be sacrificed in vain for that. Zhang Feng, you have a much broader future ahead of you. You shouldn't have folded up in this tiny Ping city. Zhang Feng smiled noncommittally. He was indeed right, but he wasn't aware of his current strength. Hell, Hades, go for it. Zhang Feng summoned an imperial beast once again. The Hell Stygian dog emerged from the void, spreading its enormous bone wings and rushing at a speed that was difficult to discern with the naked eye. Another terrifying imperial beast appeared, causing the crowd in Ping City to become shocked and excited once more. Great! We're saved! As long as we can top out to support, we're saved! Yes, that imperial beast Master Senior is truly the savior of our Ping City. At this moment, as soon as the red sky-burning falcon broke out of the defense barrier, countless ferocious beasts attacked towards it. The red sky-burning falcon's wings revved up and erupted into a ball of inflammatory explosions, killing hundreds of ferocious beasts in a single strike. Chapter 19, The Black Dragon of the Abyss. Reversing the situation, they attacked in an overwhelming manner, but before they could get close, they were instantly exterminated by the terrifying flames from the red sky-burning falcon's body. Yet the number of ferocious beasts was simply too great, and although they were exterminated quickly, however, the tide of beasts still wrapped the red sky-burning falcon into a ball like a wave, covering the flames on its body. On the other side, the Hell's underdog who used the phantom splitting technique manifested a dozen or so splits. Although a large number of ferocious beasts had been killed, there was still a steady stream of ferocious beasts pouring out from amongst the void rift. Upon seeing this scene, the originally delighted looks of the crowd suddenly became heavy again. Many of them were already seriously injured, and almost every one of them had a few more scars on their bodies. Even Li Qingzhou, who was at the 4th turn level, was somewhat exhausted at this moment. His arm holding the sword had begun to go numb, and he was panting heavily. There are just too many ferocious beasts. It seems that even those two powerful imperial beasts can't hold back. What should we do? Are we unable to guard Hyria City after all? Don't be discouraged, everyone. Although that imperial beast Master Lord knows the terror of the Void Rift, yet, they still chose to strike out brazenly. If we were to budge at this time, wouldn't we be a bunch of complete cowards? That's right, we can fall, we can pass away, but we can never retreat. Lin Xingzhong was even more anxious and said hurriedly, Zhang Feng, did you see that? Even though your two imperial beasts are strong, they are just a mantis blocking a car. It's not too late to retreat. He came here to fulfill what the city lord had told him. That was to escort Zhang Feng away. This was also considered an errand that the lord of the city explained to himself before he held the belief of certain death. If he couldn't take Zhang Feng away, then what face would he have to survive in the world in the future? If I retreat now, I'm only afraid that Ping City's defense barrier will instantly shatter. Zhang Feng shook his head. He then whispered, Come forth, abyssal black dragon. Roar! A deafening dragon's roar rang out, shaking the clouds. A huge dragon of unknown length, emitting a terrifying dragon might, rose up into the sky. That's Black Dragon? Wait, this returning great abyssal black dragon is actually that imperial beast's imperial beast as well? To be able to harness a returning ancestor great imperial beast is already a top-tier imperial beast master of Great Yen. Who exactly is he? Everyone was startled, staring daggers at the black dragon in the sky. Returning ancestor great imperial beasts could be counted on two hands even by imperial beast masters in the entire Great Yen. That mysterious imperial beast master lord even possessed a returned ancestor class super imperial beast. At this moment, the people present were all wide-eyed and filled with shock. The abyssal black dragon hovered in the air, looking down at a dense group of incoming beasts. Immediately afterward, it violently opened its huge mouth and spewed out a mouthful of fiery dragon breath towards the wave of beasts. Boom! Wherever the abyssal black dragon spit past, it directly swept away the ferocious beasts where it was. This strike only caused nearly 10,000 ferocious beasts to perish under this terrifying dragon's breath. Abyssal black dragon leveled up to 20. Abyssal black dragon leveled up to 40. Abyssal black dragon leveled up to 60. In just a few blinks of an eye, the abyssal black dragon level directly soared to level 60. Its appearance directly reversed the situation. Not only did the professionals present have their mouths open in shock, even Zhang Feng was shaken. Worthy of being a returning ancestor class? His strength was surprisingly so heaven-defying. Before Ping City's defense barrier was completely shattered, the ferocious beasts raging out from amongst the void cracks had already been suppressed. The red sky-burning falcon and hell Stygian dogs were no longer pinned down by the huge number of ferocious beasts and began to kill in all directions. In less than 3 short minutes, the beast tide was almost on the verge of being completely quelled. Great! A win! I can't believe we won. Yes, not only did we survive, but the city of Ping was not destroyed or damaged. That imperial beast master big guy is simply our hero. The crowd was filled with cheers and reddened eyes with excitement. At the same time, a voice sounded in Zhang Feng's mind. You have slain a level 90 king-winged beast, and gained a special skill bonus, symbiosis. Another special skill? Zhang Feng's eyes lit up as he remembered that the last rewarded living spirit mastery was truly heaven-defying. It was just that he had already used this skill yesterday, or else he would have directly ridden the red sky-burning falcon to the top and maneuvered these ferocious beasts to destroy themselves, and that would have been the end of it. Zhang Feng then began to check up on the skill called symbiosis. Special skill, symbiosis. Description, a passive skill that is able to transfer the damage taken by itself to the imperial beast. Holy? Zhang Feng's eyes went straight after seeing this skill. Surprisingly, he was able to transfer the damage he took to the imperial beast. That's a skill that's better than any life-saving prop. Zhang Feng could be called the biggest beneficiary of the beast tide brought about by this void rift. The level of the red sky-burning falcon had now risen to level 114, and the hell sticks was level 121. The abyssal black dragon was even directly raised to level 134. However, since Zhang Feng hadn't completed the second turn quest, his own experience couldn't rise. However, this beast tide of more than 100,000 had exploded mountains of equipment and various props that dazzled the eyes. Estimates are worth at least tens of billions. But on the other hand, what also made Zhang Feng feel a bit surprised was that the more than 100,000 ferocious beasts experience had only raised the 3 imperial beasts to more than 100 levels. At this time, Zhang Feng turned his head towards Lin Xingzhong and inquired, by the way, Minister Lin, I wonder if you've heard of the chaotic green lotus seed. Wanting to evolve the abyssal black dragon requires this to be played. Lin Xingzhong sniffed and also came back from his shock. The abyssal black dragon that Zhang Feng had summoned just now was just too terrifying. The terrifying imperial beasts of the returning ancestor level. It was feared that even the imperial beast masters of the several top forces of the Great Yen Alliance didn't have a few of them. Where exactly did Zhang Feng contract this from? And so on. Was this Zhang Feng's extraordinary talent, able to make the imperial beasts super-evolve? As an official of the Great Yen Confederation, he had naturally learned about some of the extraordinary talents possessed by others, but Zhang Feng's ability was truly a bit too perverse. It seemed that he was extremely likely to become the new divine son of Great Yen for a few hundred years. Lin Xingzhong then pondered for a while about the chaotic green lotus seed that Zhang Feng had mentioned, but after searching in his mind for a while he couldn't figure out what this chaotic green lotus seed was, so he shook his head and said, I'm sorry, I haven't heard of it, but I know maybe there's a place that has it. Hearing this, Zhang Feng's eyes lit up and he hurriedly inquired, what place? The Great Yen Treasure Trove. Lin Xingzhong replied, among the Great Yen Treasury, there were countless Great Yen props and secret treasures, and it was very likely that the chaotic green lotus seed that Zhang Feng wanted existed in it. However, in order to obtain the things among the treasures, you need merit points to exchange them. As long as one completes the tasks sent to the professionals by the Great Yen Federation, one can obtain the corresponding merit points. Chapter 20, The Great Yen Treasure Trove. With that, Lin Xingzhong gave Zhang Feng another ink jade token and explained, this is the merit token. You can connect it with your spiritual power, after which it will display the quests displayed by the Great Yen Alliance. At the same time, you can also view the equipment, props, materials, scrolls, and so on in the Great Yen Treasure Trove. Normally merit tokens would only be given out to professionals who had turned 3 or more and had their identities verified. After all, this was a mission issued by the Great Yen Alliance themselves, so it had to be taken by someone who was strong and reliable. Although Zhang Feng was only at the first turn of strength now, he had already personally demonstrated his strength just now, so it was reasonable and compliant to take the merit token to Zhang Feng in advance. Thanks a lot. Zhang Feng smiled and nodded, then used his spiritual power to perceive it. Soon, an interface similar to a professional's panel appeared in his line of sight. In the system taskbar, at the top of the list was clearly this mission to fight against the Void Rift. Mission, suppress the Beast Tide. Mission type, exclusive to the Dayan Confederation. Introduction, resisting the Beast Tide brought about by the Void Rift above Hiria City. Quest reward, 10 merit points for killing ferocious beasts below level 30. 50 merit points for killing ferocious beasts of first turn strength. 100 points for killing ferocious beasts of second turn strength. 1,000 points for killing ferocious beasts of third turn strength. And 3,000 points for killing fourth turn. Seeing the mission on it, a flash of surprise flashed in Zhang Feng's eyes. Just now, his own 3 imperial beasts had already eliminated so many ferocious beasts that they could be said to be the main combatants in quelling this beast tide. Then wouldn't one's merit points just explode? As Zhang Feng's gaze wandered after his merit points, he froze. It was surprising that this merit point of his own was less than 30,000. What's going on here? Zhang Feng looked at Lin Xingzhong with some confusion. Why are my merit points less than 30,000? Hearing this, Lin Xingzhong couldn't help but reveal a smile of embarrassment as he explained. It's only after you connect the merit token that you start recording your merit points. Realizing that Zhang Feng had only just connected the merit token, it had already risen by 30,000 merit points, which was an extremely exaggerated growth rate. Alright. Zhang Feng was a little depressed for a moment. If he had taken it out earlier, he would have had at least a few 100,000 merit points by now. Lost so many merit points for nothing. Ha! Zhang Feng then directly tapped on the Great Yin treasure trove and looked inside. Wanderer's necklace. Type, prop. Grade, gold. Applicable occupations, mage, priest, beast master. Available level, LV 60. Attributes, spirit plus 800. Agility plus 200. Special effect, worn by a summoning class professional such as an Imperial Beast Master. It can increase the combat power of a summoned beast by 10%. Required merit points, 3,200. Only 3,000 merit points are needed to be able to exchange for a gold grade prop worth $1 million? Zhang Feng was a bit surprised in his heart. I didn't realize that the merit points were so valuable. It almost made his eyes red. 9 eye drops. This is a real loss. Zhang Feng then continued to look down. After all, his purpose was to check if the chaotic green lotus seed existed amongst the Great Yin treasure trove. Purple cloud soft armor. Type, defense. Grade, gold. Applicable occupations, any occupation. Available level, LV 50. Attributes, agility plus 500. Defense plus 900. Incidental effect, it can mitigate 50% of the attack damage of ferocious beasts below level 60. Required merit points, 4,300. Obsidian spirit. Type, material. Grade, unknown. Description, it contains terrifying fiery energy, which can be used for fire-type Imperial beasts to cross over. Required merit points, 200. 000. After seeing this thing, Zhang Feng's gaze suddenly plummeted. Apart from evolving as well as raising their strength, the way for the Imperial beasts to become stronger is by transmigrating. If it was able to successfully cross the tribulation, then its strength would increase several times. It wasn't like just any level of Imperial beast could be used if they wanted to cross the threshold. One had to be at least at the dimming moon level to be able to withstand a transition. If the tribulation failed, then the Imperial beast would fall on the spot, and even the Imperial Beast Master would suffer a severe backlash. With the added power of the transmutation materials, one would be able to greatly increase the success rate of the transmutation. If it was a rejuvenation level Imperial Beast, it would be able to withstand it 3 times, like Zhang Feng's current Abyssal Black Dragon. If it was an ancient level, it could withstand 6 transits. Reaching the stellar level would be able to withstand it 9 times. Facing a stellar grade Imperial Beast after the 9th tribulation, even a dozen or so top-tier 9-turn professionals joining forces would not be able to suppress it. That's the horror of it. Zhang Feng looked at the obsidian essence with a burning gaze. This thing has to be taken down somehow. Zhang Feng then glanced at his merit points, which had risen to 50,000, and now the tide of beasts in the middle of the sky had gradually subsided. Damn, is that all the ferocious beasts? Zhang Feng's heart was a bit tense, fearing that the ferocious beast wouldn't be enough to kill. Directly led the 3 great Imperial beasts towards the Void Rift, blocking the exit to kill. After all, these ferocious beasts were real merit points. However, amongst the Void Rift, only sporadic ferocious beasts appeared. This infuriated Zhang Feng. What the? You were so tough just now. Cuckoo bubbled outward. Now you say no? Is there not a drop left? Abyssal Black Dragon. Give me 2 sprays of Dragon's Breath towards the middle of the Void Rift. Zhang Feng conveyed his orders to the Abyssal Black Dragon. Roar! The Abyssal Black Dragon that received the order immediately gathered its strength and then fiercely ejected a mouthful of dragon breath towards the middle of the Void Rift. Boom boom! A raging and surging dragon's breath burst out, causing the entire Void Rift to tremble. At this time, Zhang Feng saw that his merit points had begun to skyrocket again. Great! So it's hiding and afraid to come out. Joy surfaced in Zhang Feng's eyes. If it was possible, he genuinely directly let the Abyssal Black Dragon fly in and kill him. But he was only thinking about it. No one has yet been able to answer the question of what exactly lies beyond the Void Rift, because no one who went in, so far, has come out alive. It could be said that it is known as a no-go area for humans. Some say that after the Void Rift, it is the place where billions of ferocious beasts are entrenched, or the lair of extraterrestrial beings. At this moment, the void cracks were also rapidly healing and disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Grass! Zhang Feng was furious. If you let your royal beast pass through the 9th tribulation, must the Imperial beasts rush in for the kill? At this point, strong people from several nearby cities were arriving. A huge-bodied shining Thunderbird was rushing towards Ping City as well as at an extremely fast speed. The 3 people on the feathered back of the flashing Thunderbird all had grave expressions on their faces. One of the men frowned tightly and said, I didn't expect that Ping City had suddenly encountered a Void Rift. I wonder what's going on in Ping City now. Chapter 21, The Second Quest, Here I Come. An old man beside him inquired in a deep voice. What's the name of that flat city lord? And what level of professional is he? Teacher. The city lord of Ping City's name is Li Qingzhou, a fourth-turn sword cultivator. The man replied. 5 minutes have already passed. I'm afraid that Ping City is now about to fall under the onslaught of the beast tide. The other middle-aged woman closed her eyes and shook her head, sighing. Although the Flash Thunderbird was fast, it would take another 5 minutes to arrive at Flat City. In these 5 minutes, I'm afraid that the entire Ping City would be in ruins. No, we must speed up our journey or it will all be too late. The one who spoke was the old man from earlier, and a glint of gravity surfaced in his gaze. Another seventh order spell was then applied towards the shining Thunderbird underneath him, increasing its speed to the limit. Whoosh! The speed of the Flash Thunderbird after getting strengthened increased tenfold, and it had already surpassed its limits. It nearly turned into a residual shadow that was hard to see with the naked eye as it hurriedly swept along. The old man's name was Zhou Yuanhai, was the chief fifth-turn mage within Tianshui City. The sprinting technique that he had just inflicted was able to greatly increase the flight speed of the flashing Thunderbird, but at the same time, the burden on his own consumption was not small. But right now, the situation was critical, and he couldn't care less. Hirakujo, ahem, Zhou Yuanshan, whose strength had been momentarily overdrawn a little too much, gave a dry cough. But surprisingly, the void rift had already closed at this point. At the bottom there were only a few ferocious beasts left that had been chased by the professionals to the point of fleeing in all directions. Elder Zhou, could it be that this crisis has already been resolved by the powerful people from other cities who came to support them? The man inquired with a surprised look. Zhou Yuanhai shook his head. I'm not sure, but even if I were to face the wave of beasts that erupted from the void rift, I wouldn't be able to fight against it. Moreover, they had rushed here with all their might and were able to quell the beast tide in such a short period of time and also close the void rift. Such a means was only possible unless one was a 7th or 8th turn powerhouse. Just as they were about to find someone to ask, Li Qingzhou brought the top management of Pingcheng to them and spoke respectfully. Seniors, thank you very much for coming to support us. Zhou Yuanhai waved his hand and asked with a puzzled expression, is it that a 7th turn powerhouse has already come? Upon hearing this, Li Qingzhou shook his head and laughed. No, you are the first group of strong people to arrive for support. Hearing these words, all three of them froze, their expressions extremely shaken, since they were the first ones to come for support. Who solved the void rift in this Ping City? Zhou Yuanhai looked towards Li Qingzhou and the others behind him with a fixed gaze. The bodies of these men were wounded though. However, the strongest in strength was only Li Qingzhou, who was at the 4th turn in front of him. Did you guys solve this void rift? Zhou Yuanhai inquired with a puzzled look on his face. With just Li Qingzhou and the professionals behind him, it was impossible to solve this crisis on their own. They should have used some kind of unbeatable card. Li Qingzhou shook his head. No, it was an Imperial Beast Master who solved this trouble for us. An Imperial Beast Master? Zhou Yuanhai, as well as the two people behind him, were all shaken. Trying to resolve a beast tide of over 100,000 orders of magnitude brought about by the void rift was something that even a 6th rotation Beast Master would not be able to do. And as far as they knew, there wasn't any Imperial Beastmaster who had reached the 6th revolutions level amongst the entire Great Yin Alliance. Even burying all of one's Imperial Beasts at any cost was impossible to do. Not to mention the fact that there was only one Imperial Beastmaster, as Li Qingzhou had said in his mouth. Not bad. That Imperial Beastmaster summoned a returning Great Abyssal Black Dragon, reversing the situation in one fell swoop. Otherwise our Ping City would have been in ruins by now. Li Qingzhou spoke in a grave tone. Although he knew Jiang Feng's identity, he couldn't just expose it. What? A returned level Abyssal Black Dragon? Zhou Yuanhai's eyes glared and his own breath was almost out of control. To be able to contract a returning ancestor level Abyssal Black Dragon, its strength was definitely not to be underestimated. No wonder it was able to solve this beast wave. It seemed that this time, the clearing of the beast tide had mobilized the Great Yin Confederation's bottom-tier powerhouses. However, soon Zhou Yuanhai stabilized his mind and spoke. This time, the appearance of the void rift was definitely manipulated by someone in the dark. Have you searched for the person behind the scenes? If we don't find them out, I'm afraid it will cause another crisis. Hearing this, Li Qingzhou also nodded. The search is already underway, only that they have always done things covertly. If they dare to continue to make a commotion, they will surely lock their location immediately. At this time, Li Qingzhou's information waste token suddenly vibrated. Only a message appeared above the token. The purge has begun. The territory of Dian will not be trampled on by foreign enemies. Anyone who violates our Great Yen will be executed. And the tokens on the others also received this message at this same time. After seeing this news, several people had a surge of heart. Great Yen has been subjected to the oppression of other countries for too long, and now it's finally time to stop holding back and start striking hard? Those guys who stain the blood in the Great Yin territory will be made to pay for their blood. In the meantime, Zhang Feng also received this message. Mission, purge all incoming enemies. Mission description, kill all enemies lurking in the territory of Dian and being marked. Quest reward, 100 merit points for killing first turn invaders. 1,000 for second turn. 10,000 for third turn. When he saw this sudden news, a look of delight appeared in Zhang Feng's eyes. This is another great opportunity to earn merit points. However, wanting to exterminate these foreign enemies lurking within Great Yan's territory was not a simple matter. The difficulty of this mission lies in finding these rats lurking in the shadows. Ding! Detected the host taking on a special task. As long as he breaks through the second turn, he will be able to obtain a special skill, the Eye of True Sight. The Eye of True Sight can perceive the identity, background, occupation and skills of all people within 1,000 meters. After hearing the system's voice, a flash of surprise erupted among Zhang Feng's gaze. What a snoozefest! With the Eye of True Sight, one would be able to sense enemies lurking within 1,000 meters. It seems like all we have to do now is complete our second turn quest. Zhang Feng grinned at the corner of his mouth, then opened his second turn quest panel. Current task, second turn, quest requirement, go to the second turn replica of the secret Xuanjia Bay, defeat the boss Xuanzhou, and obtain the heart of Xuanjia. Time limit for pickup, 3 days. Is this the time to collect? Hint, if the task is not completed within 15 days of its release, it will be considered as a transfer failure, and you may not make another transfer within 3 months. Hey, turn 2 quest, here ing come. Zhang Feng immediately took out his cell phone and searched for the location where the replica Xuanjia Bay secret realm was located. Chapter 22, do you really think I have no one? Is the location of the replica realm Xuanjia Bay in Tianshui City? Zhang Feng searched for the location of the copy. The distance from here to Xuanjia Bay was too far, and it would take a day or so by car. Forget it, it would be much faster to just fly to Tianshui City on the red sky burning falcon. After making up his mind, Zhang Feng took out the hidden breathshian robe from his spatial ring and put it on his body. He then summoned the red sky burning falcon and swept sharply in the direction of Mountain and Sea City. At this time, a group that was on its way to Pingching for support was ambushed halfway. Who are you people and why did you ambush us? The fourth turn professional with a broadsword in his hand coldly shouted towards the several black-clothed men who surrounded himself and the others. A black man at the head of the group let out a brutal sneer and said in a condescending manner, Great Yen professionals, I advise you not to resist. Either die here today or surrender with us and become slaves of our Cuckoo Kingdom. There's an old saying in Great Yen that says that those who know what's right are wise. I don't think your excellency would not fail to understand this. Would you? Upon hearing that, an anger rose in the eyes of that fourth turn professional. A bunch of mongrels. You people from the Cuckoo country also dare to come to our Great Yen. Aren't you afraid that my Great Yen powerhouses will exterminate you? The black-robed man at the head of the group, however, laughed out loud with disdain in his eyes. Ha ha, you Great Yen powerhouses are afraid that you're too busy at the moment. After all, the void rift that we unleashed in Ping City is enough for them to drink a pot of water. They of the Cuckoo Kingdom had made the void rift in Ping City just to take advantage of the fact that the strongest people from the several nearby cities had come to support them, intercepting these professionals who had come to support them halfway in order to keep a watchful eye on them. It's a plan they've been working on for a long time. What? The havoc in Pingchang was actually the work of your mouth country? The fourth turn professional was enraged that the people of the Cuckoo Kingdom were able to do something so heartless. It's like a dog and a pig in a blanket. Several other professionals were also indignant. This Cuckoo country's people were so arrogant. How dare they run into their Great Yen territory and blatantly do something wrong? Great Yen professionals, I advise you to stop resisting because you have no chance of winning. The black-clothed man at the head sneered. He had brought several ninjas, samurai at the peak of the fourth turn this time. These Yen occupiers in front of them wouldn't be their opponents at all. Immediately, the black-robed man in the lead took out several special collars. If you want to live, bring these slave collars up. If you refuse, then you'll just die and die. As long as they wore such collars, their lives and deaths were in the hands of the men in black. If they resisted in any way, it would only take a single thought from the man in black to be able to make them instantly explode into a mist of blood. Now that the Great Yan's Emperor Yan's lifespan was approaching, the countries that coveted the Great Yan were beginning to make moves. On the surface, it is to put pressure on Dian, but privately, it is to engage in other actions. But to be the first to get the crab, you have to be more bold. Instead, their heavenly emperor of the Cuckoo Kingdom wanted to enslave the powerful men of the Great Yen Kingdom first. After that, they would then directly send out troops to invade the Great Yen Kingdom, to attack from the inside and the outside. Want me to be a slave for you, even if I die? The fourth-turned professional spat out a mouthful of bloodied saliva towards the man in black, his eyes filled with contempt. As a Great Yen professional, the only way to die was to stand, not to live on one's knees. These still want to make themselves slaves. Simply delusional. Marred Baka. Since you guys want to die, I'll fulfill you, the black-robed man in the lead bellowed with a gloomy face. After saying that, several darts suddenly lit up in his hands, launching an attack towards them like a blistering wind and rain. The fourth-turned professional's face changed, and he immediately swung his sword to fend it off. The professionals behind him were also releasing their own skills to tenaciously resist. It was also looking for a breakthrough, and if it found the right opportunity, it would be able to break through the encirclement. However, the Cuckoo Kingdom's professionals were far stronger than them, and the Dayan professionals were immediately out of their depth. Several more bloodied wounds were added to his body. At this moment, they were extremely wretched, but their faces were still unyielding. Cuckoo countrymen, are you really deceiving me that there is no one in Dayan? The fourth-turned professional's eyes were determined, and his entire aura continued to climb. The broadsword in his hand rose up in flames and slashed towards the black-clothed man in the lead. This blade was extremely powerful, whistling out with a violent air-breaking sound. Even the air burned for it. However, in the face of this strike, the black-robed man in the lead's face was unperturbed, with a look of contempt in his eyes. How dare a mere mole cricket speak out? Let's show you the power of our Kuchikuni ninjas. Ninjutsu Reito. As the black-robed man drank lowly under his breath, electricity instantly flashed around his body. In the blink of an eye, a cloud of purple thunder light collided with the flaming blade aura of the fourth-turned professional. In an instant, the light was so dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes, and the powerful impact spread in all directions. That fourth-turned professional was directly blown away, smashing a large crater hole in the ground. The other professionals of the Great Yen were shaken by the force though, and their blood turned over. However, they still gritted their teeth and stood firm, taking advantage of the opportunity to launch a surprise attack towards the weak points of these Kuchikuni ninjas. However, the ninjas of the Cuckoo country worked together well and quickly changed their formation to strike back with a blazing jutsu. Ice prongs and wind blades flew in unison for a while, and the wounds on the Great Flame professionals increased. It has reached a crisis point where lives are on the line. However, at this time, a scorching red flame crossed the sky above. Everyone was shocked. The fourth-turned professional who barely got up from the middle of the deep pit saw a firebird speeding through the sky. The heart sank. Could it be that the city of Ping has been overthrown? Shock and poignancy surfaced in his eyes. The reason for this thought was because that terrifying firebird was precisely leaving outward from the direction of Ping City. This most likely meant that Ping City had been lost, and the ferocious beasts had begun to spread outward. I didn't realize that things had gotten critical to this point. The hearts of the other Great Yen professionals were also incomparably heavy. Doesn't the fate of heaven lie with my Great Yen? The black-robed man in the lead was first startled, and then the corners of his mouth also grinned. It seems that the Great Yen calamity is coming. I'll give you one last chance to submit to my Cuckoo Kingdom and still live. The fourth-turned professional supported himself by clinging to his broadsword as he coughed out a mouthful of blood. With an extremely angry look among his eyes, he growled, "Don't be fooling around. Even if I die today, I'll drag you brats along with me." Saying that, he took out a self-destructing stone and was about to activate it. At this moment, the red sky-burning falcon, however, suddenly flew from the distant sky to the crowd in a few breaths. A terrifying aura instantly enveloped a 100-meter radius, causing them all to be a little breathless. Chapter 23. No foreign enemy is allowed in Dayan territory. At this moment, Zhang Feng was standing on top of the feathered back of the red sky-burning falcon. During his flight, he sensed the fluctuation of a not-so-small battle taking place here, so he had the red sky-burning falcon fly to this place. And the red aura on the red sky-burning falcon's body was extremely piercing, like a dazzling sun in the sky. It made them almost unable to open their eyes. When the fourth-turned professional saw that there was also a silhouette in black robes standing on top of the red sky-burning falcon's feathered back, it was even more full of shock, because Zhang Feng wore the hidden breath Xian robe. Others couldn't see through his information. That's why the Great Yan's professionals didn't know whether Zhang Feng was an enemy or a friend. If it's the enemy, the consequences are simply unimaginable. I can only pray in my heart that this strong person must be a Great Yan's professional. And the ninjas of the Cuckoo Kingdom were suddenly horrified. This is a prosperous star-level ferocious beast. The black-robed man in the lead was in a state of shock, and his men were also terrified inside. Then they desperately fled backward, scattering in all directions as birds and beasts. A royal beast master with such a terrifying royal beast was not something they could deal with. In front of it, they could at best be considered a group of ninjutsu-knowing ants. Seeing the Cuckoo nation escape, that fourth-turned professional's heart immediately rejoiced, realizing that this imperial beast big brother was not their reinforcement. Then he hurriedly spoke. "Elder, they're from the Cuckoo Kingdom and want to intercept us. The professionals who are traveling to Ping City for support. I also ask Senior to make a move to put to death these scumbags from the Mouth Kingdom." Mouth countryman? Zhang Feng's eyes turned cold, and without saying anything, he directly made the red sky-burning falcon launch an attack. Boom! The red sky-burning falcon's wings violently shook as it released the skill-burning skyflame wave. The raging flames were like a raging tsunami, instantly sweeping towards the fleeing cuckoo countrymen. In the blink of an eye, there were already several ninjas from the cuckoo country who had been reduced to ashes amidst screams of misery in the flames. You have killed a 4th turn invader, and have been awarded merit points, 30,000. You have killed a 4th turn invader, and have been awarded merit points, 30,000. You killed. That black-clad man in the lead used the ninjutsu substitute jutsu in the nick of time, utilizing a paper man to fend off this certain death for him. If it had been a second later, I'm afraid he would have turned into a pile of ashes at this moment. At this moment, his face was extremely ugly and his heart was beating violently. It was the closest he had ever been to death. My lord, I, Ori Juntake, am willing to become your slave. Please spare my cheap life. The black-robed man in the lead hurriedly knelt down and begged for forgiveness. His body had long been thoroughly drenched in cold sweat. With that, he took off the slave collar and prepared to offer it to Zhang Feng. The people of the Mouth Kingdom are not even qualified to become one of my dogs, Zhang Feng said expressionlessly. Originally, he had wanted to clean up these foreign enemies lurking within the Great Yin territory after completing the second turn quest as soon as possible. I didn't expect to meet these guys halfway, and I was able to gain merit points for cleaning them up in the process. So naturally, Zhang Feng couldn't let this cuckoo country person live. In the next second, the red sky-burning falcon attacked again, directly exterminating it. Senior, thank you for your help. 4th turn professional Ruan Shi raised his hand and saluted towards Zhang Feng. If it wasn't for this Imperial Beast Big Brother's timely appearance, I'm afraid that these people would have become a corpse by now. No need to be polite, it's just a show of hands. Zhang Feng waved his hand and said indifferently, the territory of Great Yen can't afford to allow these people of the Mouth State to be substandard. Then Ruan Shi frowned again and said, Senior, I see that you are coming from the direction of Ping City. I wonder how the situation in Ping City is. Don't worry, the void rift in Ping City has already been quelled. Zhang Feng replied with a light smile. Hearing this, Ruan Shi's heart shook. I didn't expect that this Imperial Beastmaster Big Shot would comb the void rift at such a fast speed. Elder, this disaster in Pingchang was caused by the people of the Cuckoo Kingdom, in order to launch a surprise attack on us while we were going to support them, and to make us slaves to be manipulated by them. I'm afraid we're not the only ones who have encountered their ambush. There must be quite a number of Great Yen professionals who are now experiencing their backstabbing ambush. I also ask that Senior be able to lend a helping hand to save the others who are trapped, Ruan Shi said to Zhang Feng with a respectful face. After hearing these words, Zhang Feng nodded and couldn't help but frown slightly. For this behavior of the mouth and mouth countrymen, the heart has increased a few points of killing intent. It turns out that this group actually played this calculation. Anyway, killing it would be able to increase the merit value. So let's circle around the neighborhood first and meteorize these sinister and despicable cuckoo countrymen. Fresh, as a cry rang out, the red sky-burning falcon lifted its wings and left as a huge fiery light. Only after seeing Zhang Feng leave did Ruan Shi let out a sigh of relief. On the one hand, it was because the sense of oppression brought about by the red sky-burning falcon was simply too strong. The other side was that with this senior's hand, none of those damned mouth-breathing countrymen would surely be able to escape. Tianshui City. Inside the city lord's mansion, Pop, a horse-faced man sitting on the main seat slapped the tablet beside him with force, and said in a furious rage, Baka, why were all the guys ambushed around Hirakata destroyed? Beside him a cowed-looking man said in a trembling voice, My lord, it is rumored that an extremely powerful Imperial Beastmaster made a move to take care of all of our people. Nani? The horse-faced man's brows furrowed. If this plan fails, how will you let me face Lord God Ambassador? My lord, rest your anger. That Imperial Beastmaster came out of nowhere, but he even solved the void rift in Ping City. The man beside him said with fear and trepidation. Upon hearing this, the horse-faced man said with a gloomy expression, This person is bound to be an extremely deeply hidden Great Yin powerhouse, and must be eliminated as early as possible, or else there will be no end of trouble. But, with the terrifying strength of that Imperial Beast Master, I'm afraid it's harder than heaven to kill him. The man beside him replied with a hard look on his face, possessing the strength to be able to flatten a city-ending level disaster like the Void Rift. And what means do they have to exterminate them? That horse-faced man also had a gloomy face, pondering on how to solve the damned Imperial Beast powerhouse. Right at this moment, a shadow suddenly emerged in the middle of the hall, emitting an aura as terrifying as an abyss. When the horse-faced man saw this, he immediately kneeled down and bowed with a respectful expression. My subordinate has seen Lord God Emperor. That silhouette nodded slightly. I've heard all about it. This Imperial Beast Master must be gotten rid of as soon as possible. He then raised his hand and waved it, and a stone tablet engraved with the word Jin appeared in front of the two of them. This object is called the Void Suppression Tablet. Using this item will be able to block the Imperial Beast Master's Imperial Beast space, preventing him from summoning his own Imperial Beast, even if that guy is a 7th rotation Imperial Beast Master. Without his Imperial Beast, a 4th rotation level ninja is enough to take his head off. Chapter 24. What is the purpose of your visit? Upon seeing the void-suppressing tablet that Lord God Emperor had taken out, the horse-faced man and his men were all astonished for a moment. This was a half-saint level magic treasure. I didn't expect that in order to kill that Imperial Beast powerhouse, Lord God Emperor would go so far as to take out a half-saint level magic treasure. But with this magic treasure, that Imperial Beast powerhouse was nothing more than fish meat on a felt board to be slaughtered. If you can kill this man, I will report to His Majesty the Emperor to give you a reward. After saying these words, the God Envoy's shadow gradually dissipated. Please don't worry, Lord God Emperor. My subordinate will take the head of that Imperial Beast powerhouse to personally have an audience with you. The horse-faced man swore his assurances. When the divine messenger's shadow completely disappeared, the horse-faced man's gaze blazed towards the void suppression tablet in his hand. This half-saint level magic treasure was not only able to cut off the Imperial Beast Master's Imperial Beast space, it was also able to suppress the opponent's strength. Definitely a killer top-tier magic weapon. Fresh. At that moment, a loud and clear cry rang out. Zhang Feng had already arrived above Tianshui City on the red sky burning falcon. His appearance immediately drew the attention and shock of the people in the city. One must know that flying in the void is expressly forbidden within Tianshui City by the city lord, even if one is riding a royal beast. However, none of the guards in the city dared to come forward to caution Zhang Feng. It was only because the intimidating pressure emanating from that firebird almost took one's breath away. They didn't dare to go up and touch the mold of this strong man. The horse-faced man also immediately stepped out from within the city lord's mansion to check the situation. 5 years ago, he was ordered by Lord God's envoy to infiltrate Tianshui City. After assassinating the original city lord, he disguised himself as Tianshui City's city lord, Tan Tianshu. Seeing the red sky burning falcon that covered the sky and emitted a powerful aura, he also couldn't help but dryly swallow a mouthful of saliva. Although he had already heard that this was a powerful Imperial Beast Master, it was still hard to avoid some fear in his heart when he saw it with his own eyes. But then Tan Tianshu quickly calmed his breath, his eyes flickering with a shade of grimness. He was worried about how to go about fixing this person. I didn't expect this Imperial Beast powerhouse to appear directly on top of my own territory, when it really is God's help. Soon after, Tan Tianshu's figure moved and hurriedly flew to Zhang Feng's side, making a complimentary smile and saying, "Senior, I am Tianshui City's city lord Tan Tianshu. I don't know what Senior's great visit is about. I'm going to enter a replica secret realm to get some materials," Zhang Feng said indifferently, then raised his eyebrows. "Why? Do you have something to do?" It always felt as if there was something strange about this Tianshui City lord, but he couldn't tell where the problem was. "Don't dare," Tan Tianshu smiled sarcastically, his expression humble. "I heard that the crisis that arose in Ping City has been calmed by a powerful beast king. I believe that person is Senior?" Zhang Feng nodded. "Let's dispense with the pleasantries. I have important matters to attend to, so I won't bother City Lord Tan. As Senior, please wait. I'll immediately send someone to set up a banquet to entertain Senior, and I'd like to ask Senior to please show his face," Tan Tianshu said with a smile on his face. Upon hearing this, Zhang Feng readily agreed after a little thought. "Tianshui City is famous for its food, especially seafood. Then I'll come over when I'm done." Zhang Feng let out a light laugh, and then left on the red sky burning falcon in the direction of the replica Xuanjiao Bay. When the red sky burning falcon's figure left in a hurry, Tan Tianshu's face instantly turned gloomy. Toward the person beside him, he commanded, "Keep a close eye on me, and report back to me anytime there's any situation." "Yes." The subordinate beside him nodded his head and followed in the direction the red sky burning falcon had left. Tianshui City, East Gate. There were several teleportation formations here, and on the side there were stone tablets with the names of the corresponding copies. Through the teleportation array can be transported to the various copies of the secret world. Of course there was also a fee to pay if you wanted to go through the teleportation array, which was considered part of Tianshui City's source of income. In the wide square, many professionals were gathered. They gathered in twos and threes, yelling out to those who wanted to come and form a group. Sumeru Deep Forest, 1 level 70 shield warrior to go. Wind Dragon Ruins, requesting a few level 100 gurus to team up. Any profession, 1000 ravines of sand, come a level 90 mage. The young lady with the big white legs over there, come and team up with us. The equipment that pops out will let you pick first. Hearing these yelling voices, Zhang Feng felt like he had arrived at a bustling bazaar. Since the level of the Imperial Beast is too high, it cannot enter the lower level copy of the secret world. Therefore, he could not directly ride the Imperial Beast through the teleportation formation into the middle of the replica secret realm. If one tried to force a teleportation, it would only paralyze the teleportation array directly. Only teleportation arrays above the 4th turn replica secret realm would not limit the level of entry. Therefore, Zhang Feng took the red sky-burning falcon back into the royal beast space halfway. After glancing at the stone tablet engraved with Xuanjiabei, Zhang Feng walked towards the location of that teleportation array. The professionals waiting to form a group in front of the Xuanjiabei froze when they looked at Zhang Feng, who was wearing the hidden breath Xian robe. Occupation? Rank? Combat power? Friend, do you need to join the team? As long as you join the team, you'll get 20% of the harvest after entering the Xuanjiabei. One of the men took the initiative to accost Zhang Feng. No need. Zhang Feng shook his head, then walked straight towards the teleportation array. My friend, the ferocious monsters in the Xuanjiabei have thick skin and flesh, so it's hard for you to brush them alone. And it also costs 600,000 federal dollars to enter the secret realm. In that case, how about I share 10% more of the harvest I get with you? The man was still undeterred and wanted to continue persuading. After all, Xuanjiabei was considered a relatively difficult turn 2 copy to brush, and fewer people would choose to enter this copy to brush the monsters. However, Zhang Feng didn't pay any attention to it and took out his token, directly entering the teleportation formation. That's it, the secret passage order. Several people were shocked after seeing the token Zhang Feng took out. Possessing a secret realm passing order allowed for unimpeded travel to the various secret realms within Great Yin. It's extremely precious and can't be bought even with money. After all, to enter some special copies, the cost required could easily be millions of federal dollars. It seems that this person's identity is definitely not ordinary, and the moment he stepped into the formation, Zhang Feng immediately felt as if his body was wrapped in air currents. His body was soothed. In just a few blinks of an eye, he was teleported into the middle of Xuanjiabei. Wow! A wave came up on the beach, kicking up a fresh sea breeze. What came into view was an azure sea. This was the fringe of the Xuanjiabei, and only a few low-grade ferocious beasts existed. Due to the nice view from here, there were even some professionals enjoying the beach in their cool bathing suits and trunks, especially some full-figured women, playing in the water on the beach in seductive bathing suits and taking portraits. Zhang Feng even wondered if he had mistakenly entered some beach resort. Chapter 25. True Dragon? Isn't it a returning imperial beast? Standing on top of the beach, Zhang Feng opened his hands and comfortably breathed in the sea breeze blowing in his face. Beyond the sea, is it freedom? After pretending to whisper in a deep voice, Zhang Feng didn't waste any time. Come out, red sky-burning falcon. With a low drink, the void above him suddenly rippled violently. This sudden movement directly caused the professionals who were roaming around to become alarmed. Boom! Above the dome of the sky, a hot and raging blaze suddenly burned out. Fresh! Immediately after a piercingly loud and clear chirping sound rang out. From amongst the surging flames flew a firebird that covered the sky. The temperature of the entire sea began to rise abruptly. The corners of Zhang Feng's mouth rose slightly. In the past, he had read that the strongest people among the Xian Fantasy Net articles were able to burn mountains and boil the sea. Wouldn't you be able to simply follow suit yourself nowadays? Riding on the back of the red sky-burning falcon's feathers, it swept towards the depths of the Xuanjiabei with its wings revved up. The cold sea water along the way below was scalded into warm water. Some of the ferocious beasts in the sea were also hastily lurking towards the depths of the ocean. Bloodthirsty shark. Level, LV 76. Life value, 93,000. Battle strength, 88,510. Skills, Jagged Storm. Bloodthirsty fangs. Giant crab. Level, LV 80. Life value, 183,000. Battle strength, 74,510. Skills, Crab Pincer Hammer Strike, Guillotine Pincer, Snapping Turtle, Level, LV 66, Life Value, 123,000, Combat Strength, 48,510, Skills, Spiked Back Armor, Water Control. Right, since the turtle-type ferocious beasts have such thick blood, wouldn't it be cool to contract a turtle-type imperial beast for yourself? After seeing a ferocious beast like the Xuanjia crocodile turtle, a flash of brilliance flashed across Zhang Feng's eyes. Originally, he possessed the symbiosis skill. If he contracted an imperial beast with a life value of 1 million or more, then his ability to take damage could be even more meaty and exaggerated than those 5 or 6 turn shield warriors. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement in his heart. Let's try burning mountains and boiling seas first. Zhang Feng directly commanded the red sky burning falcon to initiate the skill. Burning sky flame wave. Fresh. The red sky burning falcon immediately led the order, only to see its wings spread out. The flames around it suddenly became even more raging and rolling, and even Zhang Feng felt a little scorched. Immediately after that, the red sky-burning falcon's wings lifted. Boom! A wave of light that resembled an extinguishing flame was declared out towards the sea below. the originally calm surface of the sea immediately set off a huge inflammatory explosion. The sea boiled and evaporated in a matter of moments. A hot water vapor rose upwards, and Zhang Feng felt like he was standing on top of boiling water. Minus 183,571. Minus 191. 200. Minus 175,410. Blood-red damage values floated out continuously in front of Zhang Feng's eyes. Some oceanic beasts below level 70 were destroyed in an instant. The damage inflicted was very limited as the seawater resisted most of the attack's power. But this scene of skill release was a first-class spectacle, and since Zhang Feng hadn't completed the second turn quest yet, even if he killed these ferocious beasts himself, he had no experience. But it also popped out a lot of equipment, especially those marine-type ferocious beasts that had been cooked were constantly floating on the surface of the water. The scene was laid out like a seafood buffet. Zhang Feng raised his hand and fished out a large crab that was burnt red. Although the strike just now looked powerful, it actually did not cause much damage to the ferocious beasts gathered in the deep sea. Especially this copy of the boss Xuanjiao, made such a big noise did not come out. What a wimp. Holy, how did such a powerful Imperial Beastmaster big guy get in here? Right. Professionals who have exceeded the fourth turn are unable to enter the Xuanjiao Bay, and even if they try to force their way into the teleportation array, it will simply malfunction. Wait, this terrifyingly powerful Imperial Beastmaster looks as if he has nothing better to do than to run over and fry fish for fun? Some of the professionals who had run to the beach to watch were not able to stop talking. Either they were curious about how Zhang Feng had entered the Xuanjiao Bay amongst this copy. Either that or they were curious about what Zhang Feng was doing in this second turn copy. If they knew that Zhang Feng was only here to complete his second turn, I'm afraid it would make them freeze over in shock on the spot. Running a turn 2 copy with a level 100 Imperial Beast to complete your turn 2 copy? They can't even imagine it. Isn't this the same as a fully leveled large number that goes straight into a newbie copy to complete a quest? By this time a couple of speedboats were headed this way, started casting nets towards the surface of the sea to salvage these ripe oceanic ferocious beasts. You know, Skywater City is known for its delicious seafood. The ripe corpses of these oceanic ferocious beasts were even worth more than the equipment that popped out of them. Biggie, if you want to brush the monsters here, it's best to summon a water Imperial Beast to do so. The professional on the deck alerted towards Zhang Feng above. Although the damage of this firebird just now was very exaggerated, the effect it could actually cause was very limited. Those ferocious beasts hiding in the middle of the deep sea were not afraid of the power of the flames at all, because seawater then automatically resists the damage of the flames. As long as those oceanic ferocious beasts were hiding in the depths, this Imperial Beast Big Brother couldn't do anything about them. Thanks for the reminder. Zhang Feng smiled politely. Just now, he was only trying out the aura of burning mountain and boiling sea, so he didn't summon out the abyssal black dragon. Otherwise he'd have speed past this copy by now. Roar! With a dragon's roar filled with pressure, the sky was beginning to cloud up, with bursts of muffled thunder ringing out. Immediately afterward, a huge dragon of unknown length snaked and soared from the midst of the dark clouds. The dragon then entered the sea and made huge waves. A wave exploded violently, nearly capsizing all those speedboats. This is a dragon? No, the sense of oppression from this dragon's might is too strong. This isn't a scaly dragon. It's a real dragon. A true dragon? Isn't it a returned ancestor-level Imperial Beast? My goodness! Everyone's eyes suddenly widened as they looked at the scene in front of them in disbelief. With the appearance of the abyssal black dragon, the entire surface of the sea also set off shocking waves. It was as if it was the true master of these waters. The professionals who were salvaging seafood were also scared to death, turning their speedboats to maximum horsepower and rushing towards the shore. Beneath the surface of the sea, the Xinjiao that were startled by this dragon's might were scared out of their wits. It was considered a scaly dragon, but there was only a thin amount of dragon blood in its body. Compared to a true dragon, it was a minion at best. Before Xinjiao could escape, he was killed by a mouthful of dragon breath from the abyssal black dragon, bursting out a bunch of materials and equipment. Among them was the second turn quest that Zhang Feng needed to complete. The Heart of Xinjiao. You have a task to submit. Do you submit it now? Submit. Zhang Feng replied without hesitation. Chapter 26X. Elder, what do you mean by this? The second turn quest has been completed. Obtaining the special skill, Eye of True Sight. Current status updated. After hearing the beep, Zhang Feng swept a glance at his occupation panel. Occupation, Beastmaster. Level, 2 turns and 60 levels. Power, 12,300. Body mass, 9,400. Agility, 8,550. Spirit, 15,400. Combat strength, 13,200. Skills, Spirit Mastery, Symbiosis, Eye of Truth, Pacting, Summoning, Imperial Beasts, Abyssal Black Dragon, Red Sky Burning Falcon, Hellhound. Evolution points, 32410000. Now that I've broken through the second turn, I'll be able to contract a royal beast again after rising another 30 levels. Zhang Feng's eyes glowed with a touch of joy, and now that he had gained the new skill Eye of True Vision, he could view those foreign enemies hidden within the Great Yin territory. Those invaders of the Great Inferno would change their faces and hide themselves through various methods. Things like props and skill equipment and so on have these hidden effects. Maybe there is a hidden intruder in the middle of the street. Some unassuming guy. Low-level concealment tactics are easy to see through, but the high-end means of concealment can only be discerned unless one relies on the higher pupil technique and appraisal technique as well as some special props, now possessing the eye of true sight that saw through all identities. These intruders could be said to be as good as wearing no clothes in front of Zhang Feng. Moreover, the perception range of this eye of true sight was even more unbelievable, able to gain insight into hidden people within the range of 1,000 meters. As long as they killed these invaders, they would be able to obtain a huge amount of merit points, and then they would be able to stock up in the middle of the Great Yin treasure trove. At that time, one's strength would be able to leap even further. First experience how effective the Eye of True Vision is. The corner of Zhang Feng's mouth lifted, then he unleashed the skill, Eye of True Vision. Between his eyes, there was a hidden ray of golden aura flowing. Zhang Feng swept his gaze towards the coast, the crowd on the beach. Soon their information was visible in its eyes. Name, Jibwa. Profession, Mage. Level, 2 turns and 77 levels. Country, Dian. Power, 8,200. Body mass, 7,600. Agility, 5,400. Spirit, 13,000. Battle strength, 14,000. Name, Du Zitung. Occupation, Warrior. Level, 2 turns and 77 levels. Country, Dian. Name, Junji Sato. Occupation, Ninja. Level, 3 turns and 95 levels. Country of origin, Mouth Country. Name, Kukoyu Megawa. Occupation, Ninja. Level, 3 by 92. Country of origin, Mouth Country. I didn't realize that there were so many Cuckoo Country invaders. Even among the replica secret realm there are their people. After seeing their message, Zhang Feng couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. But what made Zhang Feng quite surprised was that one of the guys named Sato Junji. It seemed that he was following along when the Tianshui city lord greeted him. Right from the start, Zhang Feng felt that Tianshui city lord Tan Tianshu was a bit indescribably strange. Now it seems highly likely that this person has a problem. Zhang Feng's gaze sank slightly at the thought. If this Tan Tianshu was really the intruder hidden by the mouth, then one puts them to death without evidence. Inevitably, it will cause a violent upheaval. It was also obvious that these men were sent by him to spy on him. If you want to invite yourself to dinner, I'm afraid it's also a hongmen banquet. However, soon after, Zhang Feng's eyes flashed and he had a way to deal with it inside his head. He himself had a number of life-preserving props. Coupled with the symbiosis skill, you can transfer your damage to the Imperial Beast. The chances of them trying to pose a threat to themselves could be said to be slim. For the sake of caution, Zhang Feng still planned to further test the symbiosis S ability. At this moment, the abyssal black dragon released its skills and killed a large swath of ferocious monsters in the middle of the deep sea. A series of beeps also sounded in succession. Congratulations on killing the level 75 monster mouth fish and gaining 6,370 experience points. Congratulations on killing the level 81 piranha octopus, gaining 8,400 experience points. Congratulations on killing the level 86 deep sea squid, gaining 9,621 experience points. Congratulations on the kill. Soon, Zhang Feng's body was constantly flickering with a micro-white light as his experience value continued to increase. The rating has also skyrocketed. In less than 2 minutes, the entire Xianjiao Sea area was emptied of ferocious monsters. After all, a level 100 or so returning abyssal black dragon could collapse a large group of ferocious monsters with even a single fart, not to mention using skills for clearing. On the surface of the sea, there was a dense pile of materials, equipment, props and so on floating. They were all obtained by killing those ferocious monsters in the middle of the ocean. Silver, gold level props glittered, making Zhang Feng's eyes shake a little. But these things were just accumulated groceries for Zhang Feng. Those previous equipment materials from that wave of beasts from the Void Rift had completely numbed Zhang Feng. Immediately afterward, Zhang Feng lifted his hand and waved it. Then he put these things into his spatial ring. But it's so full of stuff that it's barely going to fit. Zhang Feng was also too lazy to collect things that had little value. When you go out later, find a chamber of commerce to sell half of these things first. After making up his mind, Zhang Feng recalled the abyssal black dragon back into the royal beast space. He then rode the red sky-burning falcon towards the shore. Seeing Zhang Feng riding the imperial beast, he was flying towards the shore. A few Kuchikuni ninjas who were lurking among the crowd were immediately ready to leave to report the news. After the commotion just now, they had a few more speculations about Zhang Feng. This Shen-robed imperial beast powerhouse was not a high-turn imperial beast master at all. This person was most likely one of Great Yan's quasi-divine sons. That is, a transcendentally gifted person. The news must be reported to His Excellency as soon as possible. Just as they were about to leave, the red sky-burning falcon had already flown above their heads. Elder, what do you mean by this? Several Cuckoo Country ninjas looked at Jiang Feng with fearful faces. Come with me, Jiang Feng said with an indifferent voice. Before a few people could refuse, the sharp claws of the red sky-burning falcon grabbed them. Elder, what exactly do you want? If you want money, we'll give you everything we have on us. At those words, Jiang Feng smiled, but there was a bit of cold chill in his smile. Don't pretend in front of me. You mouth breathers really like to act. Hearing Jiang Feng poke holes in their identities with a single word, a look of trepidation immediately appeared in the eyes of several people, and a cold sweat broke out on their bodies. It was reasonable to say that their disguises were cast by the God Ambassador Lord himself, and even a high-turned professional wouldn't be able to see them. However, this Imperial Beast powerhouse had actually seen through them with a single glance. What kind of insight is that? Chapter 27, alright, I'll take you down to the reunion now. Senior, please spare our lives. We swear that we will never take another step into Great Yin territory in this life, Sato Junji said towards Jiang Feng with a pleading face. You guys from the Cuckoo Kingdom have committed many misdeeds within my Great Yin territory, so you can be said to be guilty as sin. Now a plea for mercy and you want me to let you go back? Jiang Feng raised his eyebrows and looked at them with a cold expression. If they hadn't been of some use to them, they would have been a corpse by now. Then, Jiang Feng took out the slave collar he had seized earlier and sneered. I'll give you two choices, either die or take it with you. A few of the mouth-breathing countrymen were instantly horrified. They know the power of this slave collar. Once worn, life and death are controlled by each other's thoughts. This was what they used to enslave the Great Yin professionals with their mouths. But they didn't expect that today they would instead become props to enslave themselves. I'll only give you 3 breaths of time to think about it. If you go out of time, you die, Jiang Feng said. A few people's gazes locked, and in that instant, they instantly stormed out. Immediately, he cast the middle-ranked ninjutsu, shadow killing formation, wanting to fight Jiang Feng to the death. Baka, we of the noble blood of the Oguchi Kingdom will never submit to your vile Dayan people. Nishinai. In the next moment, the figures of several people suddenly transformed into a cloud of black mist filled with a solemn and murderous aura. Launching a surprise attack on Jiang Feng on the back feathers of the red sky-burning falcon. This kid's strength does not exceed 3 turns, so as long as he launches a surprise attack, he may not have no chance of winning. In time they will be rewarded by the divine messenger. In the face of their sudden outburst, Jiang Feng's face looked extremely flat, and he even wanted to laugh a little. Bang! A black mist hadn't even gotten close to him, and it was then blown into a pile of ashes by the flames of the red sky-burning falcon. You have killed the 3rd turn invader, and have been awarded merit points, 10,000. You have killed the 3rd turn invader, and have been awarded merit points, 10,000. You killed. However, Jiang Feng still left one alive as he sneered towards Sato Junji. As you can see, this is what happens when you defy me. I'm giving you one last chance. At this moment, Sato Junji had long been scared out of his wits, and trembled. Elder, I'm willing to become your faithful slave. Just please spare my life. When he finished, he honestly put on the slave collar. The moment he put it on, the slave collar lit up with a burst of arcane aura and then disappeared. At the same time, Jiang Feng then felt a strange sensation arise in his mind. This feeling not only implies the ability to manipulate the lives and deaths of others at will, it was even possible to sense whether or not he was generating any malice towards himself. Once he dared to have any bad thoughts, it would only take a single thought to instantly cause him to die a violent death. Let me ask you, is Tianshui City Lord, Tan Tianshu, a member of your Cuckoo country? Jiang Feng opened his mouth and asked. Through the binding power of the slave collar, he was able to sense if the guy was lying. As long as this guy dares to lie, there's no point in keeping it. Convert it directly into your own merit points. As for Tan Tianshu's true identity, Jiang Feng would be able to find out as long as he went out and utilized the Eye of True Vision to take a look. Junji Sato's heart skipped a beat, and after a moment's hesitation, he nodded. That's right. After getting this answer, Jiang Feng directly opened the door and asked, Say, what's he going to do to me? Sato Junji said in fear. Reporting back to Senior, Lord God Emperor has already taken out a half-saint level magic treasure, the Void Suppressing Tablet, which is capable of isolating your Imperial Beast space. Half-saint level magic treasure? Jiang Feng's eyes narrowed. That bull God's envoy had even bothered to take out a half-saint level magic treasure in order to deal with himself, and it was also able to block its own Imperial Beast space. You're really willing to go to great lengths to get rid of yourself. It's a good thing he took these guys in for questioning ahead of time. Otherwise it's really easy to plant this. As long as he placed the Imperial Beast outside first, wouldn't this whatsoever half-saint level Void Suppressing Tablet be of no use to him at all? Well, I guess your companions are pretty lonely down there. I'll send you to them now. As soon as the words fell, Zhang Feng activated the slave collar's ability to exterminate him with a thought. The people of the Mouth Kingdom are not qualified to give themselves as dogs. Just as Zhang Feng was about to leave, a system beep suddenly sounded in his head. Ding! A rare imperial beast has been detected in the vicinity. Please go to the host to check it out. Hearing this, Zhang Feng was stunned. The ferocious monsters in this Xuanzhou mysterious realm had basically all been exterminated. So where could one look for imperial beasts? But following the guidance of the system, Zhang Feng had really found a beast egg on an inconspicuous island in the sea. This island was almost leveled by the skills of the red sky burning falcon. Yet this beast egg was still standing intact. It was worthy of being a rare imperial beast detected by the system. Zhang Feng immediately checked its information. Gen 2 turtle eggs, rare quality, grade, gold. Zhang Feng took off his hidden breathshian robe in an unoccupied place after leaving through the teleportation exit. He came to the middle of the largest exchange in Tianshui City, selling a portion of materials, equipment and props and so on. Resell it and make a simple profit. It's not much, just $1 billion or so federal dollars. Seeing that the balance inside the card had turned into another long string, Zhang Feng couldn't help but turn the corners of his mouth upwards. Then Zhang Feng purchased some props that could hide his breath and materials that could level up the imperial beasts. Not to hide his scent, but for his imperial beast. The pile cost just under 10 million federal dollars. During the transaction, Zhang Feng also learned something significant. In 10 days, the Purple Moon Chamber of Commerce will hold an auction. At that time, the major professions would bring out some precious things for auction. These are usually out of circulation on the market. The main reason was that Zhang Feng had heard that there was an evolutionary fruit needed by the Hell Stygian dogs in it, the Blood Inferno Purgatory fruit. As long as he slapped this thing down, he would have a second returning great imperial beast himself. It was hard not to let Zhang Feng be moved by this. After that, Zhang Feng brought the Xian turtle egg to the middle of an incubation room. Although it is possible to wait for the basilisk turtle eggs to hatch automatically, it is possible to speed up the hatching time in the middle of a professional incubation room. If it normally takes several months to hatch successfully, it can be accelerated to as fast as half a month in the hatchery. Hatch in a few days if you want to go faster. That would, I'm afraid, cause some sort of unknown flaw in the imperial beast's future growth. Even though Zhang Feng wanted the Xian turtle egg to hatch out as early as possible, he didn't want to damage its foundation as a result. In the middle of the incubation room, Zhang Feng saw a young girl with a beautiful look. She was petite, wearing a brown bear apron and a soft smile on her face, was attentively feeding some of the hatchling little imperial beasts. The moment he saw her, Zhang Feng was slightly disoriented. Not because she was beautiful, but because she was her high school classmate Su Wanru. When his own family went bankrupt, everyone brushed themselves off. Only the young girl in front of her lent herself money in her most difficult time. Most of all, Su Wanru's relationship with herself could actually only be considered an ordinary classmate relationship, yet she was willing to lend a hand in her own time of need and asked for nothing in return. Chapter 28, Fine. I'll sell you $10 billion. Zhang Feng? Su Wanru after seeing Zhang Feng was a bit surprised. Well, I didn't expect you to be in Tianshui City. Zhang Feng smiled out of the corner of his eye and walked towards her, remembering that her awakened profession was incubator. She just didn't expect to meet in Tianshui City. I came to my cousin's place to work. Su Wanru replied with a light smile. Rather, why did you come to Tianshui City? For some reason, she always felt that there was a different aura emanating from Zhang Feng now. There was an indescribable calmness and confidence about him. It's a far cry from earlier. Came here to run some errands. Zhang Feng casually laughed, then took out the Xian turtle egg. Help me hatch this beast egg. Good. This would be your first imperial beast. So congratulations. Smiling, he took the Xian turtle egg handed over by Zhang Feng. Su Wanru used an inspection prop to detect the grade of this beast egg. She knew Jiang Feng's current situation, and being able to purchase a royal beast egg must be very difficult. Race, Gen 2, grade, gold. However, the next moment, after seeing that it was a gold grade, Su Wanru's eyes widened. It was important to know that gold-level imperial beast eggs were worth at least $1 million federal dollars. She had thought that what Zhang Feng had brought would be a black iron grade imperial beast egg, but I didn't expect it to be gold level. Zhang Feng, this is a gold level imperial beast egg. Where did you get it? Su Wanru looked surprised as she looked at Zhang Feng. You should know that Zhang Feng's family was bankrupt and owed a lot of debt, so even eating was a problem. So she saw that Zhang Feng was pitiful at that time, so she lent Zhang Feng some of the money she had saved. There was no thought of asking him for the money when he borrowed it. After all, people have times when they are not as good as they want to be and when they are down and out. But now Zhang Feng turned his hand and took out a gold-grade imperial beast egg worth hundreds of thousands of federal dollars. How that didn't surprise her. Luck, found it in the middle of a copy. Zhang Feng laughed lightly. Really? Hearing this, Su Wanru's face revealed a few moments of surprise and envy. Trying to find a gold-level Imperial Beast egg in the middle of a novice copy was not impossible though, but the probability of this can be said to be so slim as to be no different from winning the lottery. If this gold-grade Imperial Beast egg was really obtained by Zhang Feng, well, let's just say his luck just doesn't run out. However, Su Wanru was also happy for Zhang Feng. After all, a royal beast master without a royal beast entering a copy with a group, it's all about mopping up and being called upon. In the future, having a gold-level Imperial Beast would help Zhang Feng's growth quite a bit. Saying that, Zhang Feng took out another mage necklace and gave it to Su Wanru as a repayment from before. By the way, I haven't been able to pay you back the money you lent me last time. Take this mage necklace as a thank you gift. This mage necklace not only increases mental strength, but also quickly recovers mental and physical strength. It was mentally exhausting for an incubator to try to speed up the hatching of a royal beast egg. However, Su Wanru shook her head and refused. Smiling, Zhang Feng, this mage necklace looks like it's worth a lot. You'd better keep it for yourself. After all, the cost of hatching, as well as the price of the resources needed for growth in the later stages of the Imperial Beasts are very expensive. I'm working here now, and I get paid quite a bit every month, so it's okay to pay back the money when you can afford it later. The strength of gold-level Imperial Beasts far exceeded that of silver and black iron levels, but the resources required by gold Imperial Beasts also far exceeded that of silver and black iron levels, so she didn't choose to accept Zhang Feng's kindness. Zhang Feng laughed, there's no need to be so polite with me. I still have a few thousand pieces of this type of mage equipment. Just take it. That's quite a rich and powerful thing to say, but this was still Zhang Feng keeping a low profile as much as possible. Su Wanru puffed and laughed, but said nothing and refused to take it. In this regard, Zhang Feng did not explain much, and when it came to paying and swiping his card, lighting up a long list of balances directly caused Su Wanru to completely freeze on the spot. Millions, millions, billions, billions. It was then that she snapped out of her shock. It turned out that Zhang Feng really didn't exaggerate just now, but she couldn't figure out how Zhang Feng had suddenly become so rich. Just then, a man and a woman walked into the store. The female was an exquisitely dressed young woman who was Su Wanru's cousin. The male, on the other hand, is a handsome-looking man, but there is a touch of vapidity among his eyebrows, obviously caused by excessive drinking and coloring. Wanru, Mr. Zhao has come to see you again. Su Wanru's cousin spoke with a smiling face. The man she calls Mr. Zhao is a big shot. His name was Zhao Jinpeng, and he was Tianshui City's Royal Beast Master Association, the son of the vice president. However, Su Wanru acted very flat towards Zhao Jinpeng. This one is? Zhao Jinpeng suddenly turned his gaze toward Zhang Feng. Before he even came in, he saw this kid talking and laughing with Su Wanru. Then he wanted to find out what this kid was about. How dare you steal a woman from yourself? This is my classmate Zhang Feng, Su Wanru introduced. Hearing this, Su Wanru's cousin was surprised in her eyes. Hurriedly, Su Wanru pulled Su Wanru aside and whispered, Wanru, is he the young master in your Pingchun whose family went bankrupt? At those words, Su Wanru burst into tears. After all, she had just seen that Zhang Feng's card had more than $1 billion in it. That's a lot more money than he had when his family wasn't broke. Su Wanru's cousin hurriedly advised. Wanru, cousin reminds you, this Zhao Gongzi's identity is not simple. He's been interested in you for not a day or two, and as a result, you didn't give a good face. Although this Mr. Zhao isn't as handsome as Zhang Feng, we can't just look at the outside, but we should also look at the inside. And Zhang Feng's family owes so much money. You can't find him with anyone you know? Su Wanru frowned. Cousin, but I really don't have any feelings for Mr. Zhao. If you keep saying that, I'll just go work somewhere else. Just as the two of them were chatting, Zhao Jinpeng suddenly saw among the incubation box behind Zhang Feng, there was a golden grade Xian turtle egg. It was a double take, because he had awakened the profession of Imperial Beast Master as well. He was planning to contract an Imperial Beast with high defense ability, but I didn't expect to run into it right here. I'll take this Xian turtle egg. You guys go and inform the owner of this Xian turtle egg how much it costs. I'll pay for it. Upon hearing this, the corner of Zhang Feng's mouth lifted. Fine, 10 billion federal dollars. I'll sell it to you. Chapter 29, Hidden Divine Beast Bloodline. This Xian turtle egg is yours? Zhao Jinpeng frowned. Su Wanru hurriedly stood over and spoke. Zhao Jinpeng, this Xian turtle egg is indeed Zhang Feng, but I'll remind you that it's best not to mess with Zhang Feng. The second half of her sentence sounded like she was defending Zhang Feng, but she was actually reminding Zhao Jinpeng. After all, Zhang Feng was now worth billions of dollars, and even if Zhao Jinpeng's father was the vice president, he still had to be polite. However, these words changed flavor in Zhao Jinpeng's ears. With a thought, he summoned a level 52, gold-grade snow silver fox. The appearance of the snow silver fox caused the temperature of the entire hatchery hall to drop quite a bit. Kid, if you don't want to go out lying down, honestly sell me this shin turtle egg, or don't blame me for not being polite, Zhao Jinpeng said with coldness filling his eyes. But as soon as the words fell, the snow silver fox, who originally looked quite imposing, had just bared its teeth towards Zhang Feng. It was as if he had smelled something terrifying on Zhang Feng's body. Immediately, with his tail between his legs, he prostrated himself timidly on the ground. This scene froze the two Su Wanru who were trying to persuade the fight. Zhao Jinpeng was also extremely dismayed to see the snow silver fox behave this way. What they didn't know was that Zhang Feng's body was more or less tainted with some of the scent of the abyssal black dragon and the red sky burning falcon. Regular people might not be sensitive to the aura on Zhang Feng's body. However, the snow silver fox, who was a gold class by virtue of being a gold class, was able to smell the odor very clearly. That terrifying aura pressed it to the point where it was about to lose its breath, and fear filled its blue-silver eyes amongst them. Let alone going to attack Zhang Feng, it couldn't even look straight at him. This was the sense of oppression that came from a top-tier imperial beast. Having lost face in front of several people, Zhao Jinpeng felt like his face was on fire, like he had been slapped. Spinning around, he kicked violently towards the snow silver fox and cursed angrily. Rubbish, get up! However, the snow silver fox was still crawling on the ground, not daring to move a muscle. This scene caused Su Wanru to be unable to look at it, and she shouted, Zhao Jinpeng, stop it! A Gorgon is a companion who fights alongside the Gorgon. However, Zhao Jinpeng was treating his imperial beast so roughly, it was simply too much. Seeing this, Zhang Feng said indifferently, how much is your imperial beast? I'll take it. Humph, if you really want it, I'll sell it to you for $10 million. Can you afford that? Zhao Jinpeng had a sneer on his face. This snow silver fox had made him lose face so much that he could only seek to mend his face in other ways. However, Zhang Feng held the federal card between his two fingers and succinctly spat out two words. Swipe the card. This sentence caused Zhao Jinpeng and Su Wanruo's few people to be stunned again. $10 million for a gold-level imperial beast. This was obviously very uneconomical. More importantly, does Zhang Feng really have $10 million? By the time the card swiping was completed, Zhao Jinpeng was feeling a little unreal. Although he had spoken more or less impulsively just now, he hadn't expected this kid to be truly wealthy. After receiving the transfer, Zhao Jinpeng was also aware that Zhang Feng's identity was definitely not simple. The arrogant postures from earlier were all tightened up. He then cast the unbinding technique, breaking the contract with the snow silver fox. After that, he was afraid that Zhang Feng would back out, so he quickly left with a random excuse. And as Zhang Feng looked at the snow silver fox that was trembling at the place, the corner of his mouth lifted slightly in an arc. Zhang Feng hadn't purchased this snow silver fox just now because he wanted to get in his face. Rather, he utilized his eye of true vision and discovered the peculiarities of this snow silver fox. Snowy silver fox, hidden divine beast bloodline. Grade, gold. Level, LV 52. Power, 7,741. Body mass, 6,654. Agility, 8,441. Spirit, 9,454. Battle strength, 25,742. Skills, ice rib piercing, ice flame power. The potential of a royal beast with a divine beast bloodline was enormous, and there was no level restriction. That means it's even capable of rising to level 999 as long as it's done with enough experience. Once it breaks through to the returning ancestor level, then its growth rate will even reach a qualitative leap. All other imperial beasts require various rare breakthrough materials to break through, but it didn't need it at all. As long as it kept upgrading and then fused its own divine beast bloodline power, it could continue to evolve. If it couldn't activate its divine beast bloodline, then it would be no different from an ordinary imperial beast. If Zhang Feng didn't possess the eye of true vision, I'm afraid he wouldn't have been able to tell that it possessed a hidden divine beast bloodline. Zhang Feng then used the contract technique to contract this snow silver fox. He could only contract 4 imperial beasts now, and if he wanted to contract the Shen turtle, he would have to go and complete the 3rd turn quest to do so. It was just that in order to activate the snow silver fox's hidden divine beast bloodline, one more thing was needed. That's the source of the gods. That's right, it's the divine spirit source that allows professionals to break through the level limitations and makes countless people rush to it. However, the Great Yen Tianjia Tower still had 3 months to open. Honestly, Zhang Feng could hardly wait. After putting the snow silver fox into the imperial beast space, Zhang Feng was also ready to go and meet the imposter city lord Tan Tiansu for a while. Seeing Zhang Feng about to leave, Su Wanru's cousin hurriedly smiled respectfully. Zhang Xiao, won't you stay and have dinner together? No, I already have an appointment. Some other time. Zhang Feng waved his hand and left the hatchery. When Zhang Feng left, Su Wanru's cousin looked at Su Wanru with a teasing face. No wonder you've never been able to look at Zhao Jinpeng. So it turns out you've been eyeing Jiang Feng for a long time. But you'll have to hold on to your chances, or you won't be able to get in line to ask him out to dinner later. Upon hearing this, Su Wanru's face burned slightly. No way. Cousin, don't be ridiculous. I'm just an ordinary classmate with Jiang Feng. After putting on the hidden breath Xian robe, Jiang Feng summoned the red sky-burning falcon towards the city lord's mansion. In the middle of the city lord's courtyard, a table of delicious delicacies was set up. Tan Tianqiu also immediately brought people forward to greet Jiang Feng. Arriving in the middle of the courtyard, Tan Tiansu laughed. Senior, take your imperial beasts back into the imperial beast space, or else the flower and grass pools in this courtyard of mine are going to be dried up by the sun. Upon hearing that, Jiang Feng also took the red sky-burning falcon back into the royal beast space. Seeing that the red sky-burning falcon was put into the imperial beast space, an imperceptible color of moroseness flashed under Tan Tianqiu's eyes. A royal beast master without a royal beast was nothing more than fish meat to be slaughtered. Tan Tianqiu very respectfully invited Jiang Feng to take a seat. At the table were some colorful women in cool clothes. Tan Tianqiu picked up a cup of aged wine and laughed aloud. Since Senior has come to my Tianshui city, as the Tianshui city lord, I naturally have to do my part as a landlord. Here's to you. Jiang Feng was also not pretentious, embracing left and right, then waved his hand. No, I prefer tea, not wine. It's me being abrupt. Senior, don't be offended. Tan Tianqiu hurriedly apologized. What kind of tea does Senior like to drink? I'll immediately have someone make it. Ask someone to get me a bottle of iced tea. Jiang Feng said. Hearing this, the corner of Tan Tiansu's eyes twitched, and then he immediately ordered someone to go buy it. Chapter 30. Are you so confident you can kill me? After the wine and the food, Jiang Feng casually pinched his hand and felt a burst of elasticity filled with softness. Seeing that this senior was actually so liberal, Tan Tiansu's heart couldn't help but have a small thought. If a person is greedy for money and sex, then you will be able to pinch his soft underbelly and make him do things for you. Now that this imperial beast powerhouse was in his own hands, wanting to kill him was as easy as a slap in the face. But if he could be recruited to serve His Majesty the Emperor, he would surely receive a greater reward. Senior is really good-natured. Tan Tianqiu smiled and flattered, then clapped his hands. I've prepared some gifts in advance. It's a little token of my appreciation. Please accept it, Senior. A few dainty women then walked up holding something of great value. Jiang Feng's gaze swept away, and he was instantly a bit surprised. Yuan Ling Xian Dan. Type, prop. Available level, LV1. Introduction. After taking it, you can gain 2 million experience value. Fire source beads. Type, prop. Available level, LV1. Introduction. Enhances the strength of fire attribute imperial beasts after taking it. Water spirit stones. Type, prop. Available level, LV1. Introduction. Enhances the strength of water attribute imperial beasts after taking it. Blazing rock, shattered star. Type, staff weapon. Grade, dark gold. Applicable occupation, beast master. Available level, LV60. Attributes, spirit plus 25,000. Physique plus 15,000. Introduction. Attacks come with 2 attribute penetration effects of fire and rock, increasing the damage of the imperial beast by 20%. City Lord Tan is truly generous. Since that's the case, then I'll accept my compliments. The corners of Jiang Feng's mouth lifted, and he was about to put these things away. Wait, if you want to receive these things, Senior still needs to promise me a request. Tan Tiansu raised his hand, and several women took a step back. What kind of request? Is it hard to think that you want me to defect to your cuckoo kingdom? Jiang Feng opened his mouth with a smile. Hearing this, Tan Tiansu's heart suddenly jumped, not expecting Jiang Feng to see his true identity. However, he quickly composed himself and said with a leathery smile, a bright person doesn't speak in the dark. Since Senior saw through my identity yet still went to the banquet, it means that there was a possibility for us to talk and make peace before. With the void suppression tablet given by Lord God Emperor in his hand, he wasn't worried at all that Jiang Feng would be able to make any waves. It's nothing more than a fish in the palm of your hand. If you want to recruit me to join your cuckoo country, I only have one condition. Jiang Feng smiled faintly. Tan Tianqiu's gaze lit up. What conditions? A top-tier beast-robbing powerhouse like Senior will agree to whatever conditions. It's very simple. As long as your cuckoo kingdom bows down to the Great Yin Alliance and becomes a vassal state of Great Yin, I'll consider becoming the town marshal of the cuckoo country. Jiang Feng pinched a grape and put it in his mouth and chewed it with a cozy face. However, Tan Tiansu's face instantly darkened, holding back his anger as he said in a deep voice, Elder, don't joke like that. I'm negotiating with you with sincerity, or else you'd be a corpse by now. Oh, you're threatening me? Jiang Feng had a playful look on his brows. Tan Tianqiu snorted coldly. I advise Senior not to do so with respect. You can either surrender to my cuckoo kingdom today, or perish here. His words fell. Jiang Feng was then able to feel a strong sense of crisis coming on. Without even having time to react, a dagger tainted with ink poison was placed on his neck. However, Zhang Feng's gaze was calm. Are you so confident that you can kill me? At those words, Tan Tiansu looked like he had heard some kind of funny joke. Ha ha, do you still think you have a chance to escape? Aren't you relying on your powerful imperial beast? I'll give you a chance. You can try summoning it out and see. In the next moment, the space in Tan Tianshu's hands distorted, and a stone tablet emitting an arcane aura emerged in the void. The stone tablet was about the size of a palm, black as ink, and engraved with a Asian, complicated ancient inscription. Ha! Zhang Feng couldn't help but let out a sneer. So much for the intelligence of you mouth-breathing countrymen. Do you really think that I knew your identity and still rushed to the banquet without a little preparation? Tan Tianshu shook his head. It seems that you have no thoughts of returning to the fold. Today you will surely be buried here. 333500. You have entered the poison state. Continuous loss of life value per second. 50,000. The symbiosis skill is in effect, and the damage you have taken has been transferred to the Imperial Beast, the Abyssal Black Dragon. What? Tan Tiansu's gaze was gloomy. He didn't expect Zhang Feng to be intact after receiving this surefire blow. Roar! At this time, a dragon roar filled with pressure came from the distant sky. A black dragon with a body length of several hundred feet was flying in the clouds, speeding towards the side. Another huge Hellstyx dog with a pair of bone wings also stepped into the air and ran. The entire Tianshui city's professionals looked at the two imperial beasts with terrifying auras above them, and all of them had a chill in their hearts. Soon, they realized that the direction these two imperial beasts were traveling forward was none other than the city lord's mansion. Tan Tianshu's heart was horrified. You actually knew that I possessed the void-suppressing tablet a long time ago. Surprised, right? Zhang Feng snorted lightly. It's all thanks to the men you sent to spy on me. If it wasn't for their reminder, I wouldn't have known that you even had a half-state level magic treasure that possessed the ability to block the space of the imperial beasts. Maybe I'll actually step in a hole with you. Tan Tianshu's face suddenly changed, and the killing intent in his eyes surged even more crazily. I'll exterminate you here today no matter what I say. After saying that, his five-turn breath rushed up to the sky, his feet stepped on the void, and a huge ghostly shadow even appeared behind him. That's a ghost from the legends of the Cuckoo Country, the Nightjar Ghost. The Night Fork Ghost's face was morose and hideous, exuding a ferocious aura. It held a huge steel fork, wrapped in raging wind, and stabbed towards Zhang Feng. Boom! The Nightjar Ghost's steel fork directly blasted a whole crater several meters deep into the ground. The entire city lord's mansion shook violently, and the houses collapsed in a flash, causing dust to fill the sky. However, Zhang Feng directly used the prop, Absolute Defense, the ability to be immune to all damage for 5 minutes. Before the smoke cleared, the Abyssal Black Dragon penetrated into the smoke, followed by its massive body hovering above the city lord's mansion. Zhang Feng stood atop the head of the Abyssal Black Dragon, looking down at Tan Tianshu and a nightmare ghost behind him. Nightjar Ghost. Level, LV 135. Life value, 563,000. Battle strength, 280,510. Skills, Ghost Slash, Shura Slash, Ghost Shadow Instant. Description, a special class of summons with the ability to be immortal. A special summon that also has the ability to be immortal? Zhang Feng's eyes flashed as he murmured in a low voice. It was the first time he had seen a summon that possessed immortality. If he could use it for himself, it would be a good fighting force. Chapter 31 Kill. After feeling the terrifying aura of the Abyssal Black Dragon as well as the Hellstygian dogs, Tan Tianshu's heart was violently horrified. His heart was completely devoid of wariness, and he immediately fled towards the outside of the city. He had completely miscalculated this time, not realizing that this person even had a prop like Absolute Defense that could be called a super life-preserving talisman. The corners of Zhang Feng's mouth flicked up as he had already gotten the Abyssal Black Dragon and the Hellstygian dogs to completely lock him in the middle of their attack range. If we do it directly in the city, I'm afraid that if the attacks of the two Imperial Beasts didn't control their range slightly, they might destroy half of Tianshui City. And outside the city, there's no need to worry too much. Without the suppression of the Void Suppression Tablet, Zhang Feng summoned the Red Sky Burning Falcon. The three Imperial Beasts then launched an attack towards Tan Tiansu and the Night Fork Ghost behind him. The Night Fork Ghost had just raised its steel blade when it was instantly annihilated by the terrifying impact, turning into a black mist, though the black mist was gathering and recoalescing. However, under the three Imperial Beasts' offense that could be considered terrifying, there was hardly any room for resistance. Tan Tiansu was still trying to make a last-ditch attempt to resist, but he was nearly killed by a mouthful of the Abyssal Black Dragon's dark Abyssal Dragon Breath. It was only after consuming several resurrection scrolls in a row that he barely dodged it. Baka, you made me do it. The color of abhorrence and anger filled Tan Tianxiu's eyes as he directly sacrificed the night fort ghost that he had carefully cultivated for many years to cast the violent poison prohibition technique. Once the violent poison prohibition technique was cast, a radius of thousands of meters would be corroded by an intense poison. Any living thing that gets a hint of the toxin will be poisoned in a moment. It was the 6th turn, or even the 7th turn professionals, who could not compete with them. Tan Tianxiu's face wore a malicious smile. Even if you don't die, your imperial beasts will be killed. Once the imperial beast died, the imperial beast master would also suffer a severe backlash. Even if he couldn't kill Zhang Feng, being able to break his imperial beasts would be considered a great achievement. Boo! As the Nightblood ghost blew itself up, the corrosive poisonous mist filled with corrosiveness made a zippy sound in the air. It then swept in all directions like a wave. The 3 imperial beasts sensed the crisis and hurriedly blocked in front of Zhang Feng, wanting to use their own skills and physical bodies to resist the incoming poisonous mist. However, in the face of this bizarre poisonous fog, their attacks had no apparent effect. Soon, the body of the Hell Stygian dog was stained with that terrifying poisonous mist, and his skin began to rapidly fester, and his breath shriveled for the same reason. Even the returning ancestor-level abyssal black dragon's hard dragon scales were rapidly corroding under this poisonous mist. Seeing this, a piercing snort escaped from the corner of Tan Tianxiu's mouth. Ha ha, you brought this on yourself. Immediately after that, he crushed a special runestone and waited for Lord God Emperor to rescue him. Under the shade of the hidden breath Xian robe, Zhang Feng's face didn't show any color of panic. He used absolute defense once more, immune to all damage for 5 minutes. Immediately, he summoned a few more imperial beasts into the middle of the imperial beast space. With the increased effect of the imperial beast space, the toxins they had endured were instantly removed in just a second. Then Zhang Feng directly let the abyssal black dragon inhale all the poisonous mist into his body, and then summoned it back into the imperial beast space. The abyssal black dragon immediately opened its huge mouth, and a powerful suction force was generated, sucking all the poisonous mist in the sky into its belly. After that, amongst the imperial beast space, the abyssal black dragon once again healed. Even if the abyssal black dragon couldn't resist the toxin, Zhang Feng had a resurrection scroll that could revive it. Nanny, how is this possible? An ordinary imperial beast master could never possess such an ability. Tan Tianxiu's eyes widened, his expression extremely shocked as he looked at the scene in front of him. He didn't understand how Zhang Feng's imperial beast could be healed instantly. You know that the violent poison forbidden spell he cast, even a 7th turn priest couldn't get rid of it and heal it all. This almost perverted ability was too terrifying. Although he had come into contact with many imperial beast masters, there had never been anyone who could instantly heal their imperial beasts like Zhang Feng. At this moment, Tan Tianxiu's eyes were completely flustered. Why hasn't the Lord God Emperor come to my rescue? Have I been abandoned? As a terrifying dragon's breath gushed out, Tan Tianxiu could only completely fall in despair. Zhang Feng collected his spirit and absorbed his spatial ring over. However, he didn't leave, but instead blandly looked somewhere in the void. If your excellency is already here, why don't you show yourself? In the middle of the void, although the silhouette could not be seen, there was an information panel displayed. Name, Miyamoto Shinzo. Occupation, Phantom Soul Envoy. Level, 9 turns, level 288. Country of origin, Mouth Country. After seeing this information panel, Zhang Feng could only force himself to be calm on the surface despite his heart jumping violently. Once they revealed their timidity, it was likely to cause the other party to strike. Only by being forcefully calm could the other party mistakenly think that he still had a bottom card, and thus did not dare to make unauthorized moves. Right now, although he was strong, he was nothing in front of a professional of the 9th turn. As the words fell, a tiny ripple appeared in the middle of the void, and then it completely returned to calm. The person who disappeared was none other than the divine messenger of the country of Cuckoo. At this moment, he had a gloomy face and pressed the killing intent in his heart. I didn't realize that this imperial beastmaster would be able to perceive his presence, even if one was a fellow 9th turn professional. As long as one didn't take the initiative outside of exposing one's breath, absolutely no one would be able to detect one's presence. This person definitely still had an amazing undercurrent. If the party had directly struck out at Zhang Feng, if they couldn't kill him with a single blow, he was afraid of attracting the attention of the powerhouses in the Great Yen Emperor Palace. At that time, not only would you expose your information, but you might also directly trigger a national war between the two countries. Now that Emperor Yan had not yet fallen, if he was the first to go to full-scale war with the Great Yen country, it would only allow the rest of the countries to reap the benefits. However, what puzzled him was Zhang Feng's rank. Although Zhang Feng was wearing a Xian robe that obscured his information and could not be seen through at the 6th turn and below, however, with the strength of Miyamoto Shinzo's 9th turn, he was naturally able to peek through Zhang Feng's true information at a glance. However, he was stunned after seeing Zhang Feng's message. At the second turn of level 90, you have a returning ancestor grade Imperial Beast and 2 dimming moon grade Imperial Beasts? How is that possible? It was important to know that unusual Imperial Beast Masters were only qualified to have their Imperial Beasts evolve by 1 rank for every 1 turn of promotion. Generally, a second turn Imperial Beast Master would only be able to evolve an Imperial Beast to the Diamond rank. And this second turn Imperial Beast Master even possessed a returning ancestor grade Imperial Beast. Even a transcendent attribute person would be far from being able to display such demonic abilities. After a moment's thought, a flash of coldness appeared in Miyamoto Shinzo's eyes. This son must not be retained. One must find a way to get rid of it as soon as possible without revealing one's identity. Only after making sure that the man had left did Zhang Feng let out a deep breath. However, for the people of the Cuckoo Kingdom to dare to be so arrogant as to cause trouble within the territory of Dian, it was really a bit of bullying that he had no one in Dian. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng's eyes flickered, revealing a touch of coldness. When he is strong enough, he will lead the Imperial Beast Army and personally trample down their mouthful of islands. Zhang Feng then took out the things among Tan Tiansu's spatial ring and took a look at them. Shinshu Monument, Category, Fabulous. Rank, 9th, Available Level, LV 60. Yuan Ling Xian Dan, Water Spirit Stones, Fire Source Beads, Fruit for Marrow Cleansing. However, it was the staff that most moved Zhang Feng's heart, the blazing rock-shattering star, able to boost the royal beast's amazing damage by 40%. Just like the abyssal black dragon's current combat power was already over 400,000. If it was boosted by another 40% after that, without counting the defense of the fierce monster for the time being, it was able to deal close to 600,000 damage. Moreover, the skill damage would be even higher, and there wouldn't be any problem with directly securing a boss below level 150. After killing Tan Tiansu, he also gained tens of thousands of merit points. Zhang Feng then suddenly remembered that he hadn't checked what his third turn quest was yet. Current task, third turn. Quest requirement, go to LV 120 level Desolate Night Mountain Range, kill the boss Lord of Desolate Night, and obtain the Phantom Core. Time limit for the mission, 3 days. Will you pick it up immediately? Hint, this quest can be changed into a career advancement quest by spending 500,000 evolution points. Note, after the evolution of the career advancement task, the difficulty of the subsequent tasks will be greatly increased. Please choose carefully. After seeing the tip on this, Zhang Feng was stunned. I'm a burnt steel. This can evolve? After just a moment of daze, Zhang Feng chose evolution with a face full of joy. After all, the last thing he needed was something like evolution points. Generally speaking, only turn 5 or turn 6 has the probability to be able to trigger career advancement. After the career advancement, not only can shorten the cooldown time of skills, as well as various skill bonuses, you will also be able to gain skills for additional special advancement professions. For example, a dual blade warrior would have a chance to evolve into a dual blade berserker and be able to gain an amazing increase. Ding! Evolution successful. Current quest, career advancement, Lord of the Imperial Spirit. Quest requirement, possession of an ancient grade Imperial Beast. Length of assignment, unlimited. Chapter 32, thoroughly purge the invaders. Lord of the Sentinel? Zhang Feng was slightly stunned. This advanced profession sounded a bit more forced than the Beast Master. It's just that the quest requirement is to have an ancient grade Imperial Beast. The difficulty of this mission wasn't that hard for Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng picked up the Great Yen token and checked his merit points towards it. Merit points, 234,130. If you wanted to purchase the chaotic green lotus seed as an evolutionary material for the abyssal black dragon, you were still 600,000 merit points short. It seemed like a long way off, but to Zhang Feng, who possessed the eye of true vision, it was nothing. All foreign enemies lurking within the Great Yen territory were able to have their identities spied by him. With over 600,000 merit points, it was only a matter of a few more days. Just as Zhang Feng was about to leave on the abyssal black dragon, a majestic breath suddenly descended, and the void was like ripples in the water. A gap suddenly opened up in the middle of the void. An old man with white hair slowly stepped out from it. Zhang Feng stared at once, ready to fight. Still a step too late? The white-haired old man frowned slightly after probing the surrounding area. He sensed the aura of a 9 revolutions powerhouse from the Cuckoo Kingdom appearing in this direction. It was only a split second, but it was still keenly captured by him. But I didn't think he'd be a step too late. Seeing Zhang Feng acting like an enemy, the white-haired old man laughed and stroked his beard. Little friend, there is no need to be nervous. I have no animosity towards you. At the same time, Zhang Feng utilized the Eye of Truth to check his identity information. Name, Qi Daoming. Occupation, Holy Lawgiver. Level, 9 turns. Level 290. Affiliation, Dian Union. Zhang Feng's eyelids jumped. Another terrifying 9th revolution's powerhouse. Under his vastness like the sea, one was too small. Moreover, this Holy Lawgiver profession, like the earlier Phantom Soul envoy of Miyamoto Shinzo of the Mouth Kingdom, had never been heard of. It should be a special progression occupation as well. Greetings, senior. Zhang Feng slightly arched his hand and saluted. Shi Daoming smiled with an affable face and waved his hand. There's no need to be courteous. You were able to discover the true identity of the Tianshui city lord and kill him, which is considered to be getting rid of a potential hidden danger for my great yen. This is all my part. Zhang Feng smiled faintly without being overbearing. Shi Daoming nodded slightly and looked at Zhang Feng with a face full of admiration, saying, now that the position of Tianshui city lord is temporarily vacant, I wonder if you would like to take up this position. Hearing this, Zhang Feng was stunned. He had never wanted to hold any official position. After all, unfettered freedom was what he sought. While there were many benefits to becoming the head of a city, there were also many responsibilities to take on. Right now, Zhang Feng only wanted to improve his strength of the imperial beasts in the fastest time possible. Senior's good intentions are appreciated, but I don't aspire to this. Zhang Feng shook his head and politely declined his offer. Upon hearing this, Shi Daoming was also a bit surprised. After all, Tianshui City was a large city with a population of millions. The benefits of becoming the city lord of Tianshui City were naturally self-evident. How many people wanted to become the city lord of Tianshui City even if they were fighting for their heads? For this Zhang Feng who wasn't obsessed with power, his heart couldn't help but look at him a little more favorably. In that case, I won't force myself. This is the Great Yen King's order, which can mobilize all the resources within Tianshui City. Shi Daoming raised his hand and a specially made token appeared in front of Zhang Feng. At this moment, the occupiers who were watching from afar were also startled by their gazes. Holding the order of the Great Yen King can temporarily mobilize all the resources within the city and have the right to command in any city. Can be said to see the official big three levels. Even the city lord to see also have to listen to its command. This shows the gold content of the Great Yen King's order. Only the Great Yen Inspector could possess this token. Many thanks for your regard, Senior. Zhang Feng's gaze lit up as he uttered his thanks. With the Great Yen token, it would be easier to remove foreign enemies hidden within Great Yen territory, and it just so happened that he was going to stay in Tianshui City for a few days these days, waiting for the auction to start. Tianshui City. Zhang Feng stood on the roof of the tallest building in the city, overlooking the bustle of Tianshui City. Above his pupils, there was a golden aura flowing. Among the people coming and going, the identities of all the people were clearly probed by him. Zhang Feng had already ordered the blockade of the entire Tianshui City. Everyone could only enter and not go out. He could use a good cleansing of the invaders hiding in the city. With a single movement of Zhang Feng's mind, he summoned the Hell Stygian dog. Hell Stygian dogs can telescope their size, so the originally vicious and horrible Hell Stick stood beside Zhang Feng like an ordinary little black dog. Go ahead and take care of these intruders. The corners of Zhang Feng's mouth rose slightly as he commanded towards the Hell Sticks. The next moment, a black mud puddle type thing appeared at the feet of the Hell Sticks. Its figure quickly disappeared into the middle of the black mud pool. Streets. Ishida Udai hid in the middle of a dark alley. At this time he was extremely irritated. If Water City was blockaded today, he wouldn't even have a chance to escape. He turned to look at the two women tied up behind him, a fierce glint in his eyes. His profession is that of a blood sacrificer, to absorb blood to enhance his strength. Taking out a dagger that exuded the stain of countless lives, he brought it to his mouth and licked it. Don't worry, I'll let you die without pain. At this moment, although the bound woman's mouth was taped at the corners, a pair of eyes were filled with panic among them. A whimpering sound kept coming out of his mouth, for she saw a bloody maw suddenly appear behind the man. Do you think I'll let you go if you try to beg for mercy? Yasi, the more scared you are, the more you can give me pleasure. A grimace surfaced on Ishida Udai's face. However, before he could do anything, his eyes went black. Hell Sticks bites the head right off. Then the body burrowed back into the middle of the black mud pool. Has killed the third turn invader. Gained merit points, 10,000. Above the roof of the building, no waves surfaced in Zhang Feng's eyes. However, being a third turn professional, it was simply unable to react to an attack from a 100+ level dimming moon level imperial beast. At the same time, the Hellhound of the Underworld's detachments also appeared in various parts of Tianshui City. The attack of the Hell Stygian dogs in turn caused a moment of panic and agitation. However, since a professional's own panel will not be able to be hidden when he or she dies, as each invader from each country was killed, Zhang Feng's merit points kept rising. Has killed the third turn invader. Gained merit points, 10,000. The fourth turn intruder has been killed. Gained merit points, 30,000. Has killed the third turn invader. Gained merit points, 10,000. The second turn intruder has been killed. Gained merit points, 5,000. It was just less than 10 minutes before the hidden intruders in the neighborhood were completely eliminated. More than 300,000 merit points were directly gained. However, among the 7 major countries outside the country, the number of invaders hidden in the territory of Dian was by no means small. This intruder is a real gem. Immediately afterward, Zhang Feng summoned the red sky burning falcon and hovered above Tianshui city. Under this terrifying imperial beast aura, the invaders from those countries felt incomparably terrified. They didn't expect that they had hidden themselves so seamlessly, but they would still be seen through. In less than an hour, the entire Tianshui city was purged of all the invaders. The golden aura flowing between Zhang Feng's eyes was also gradually converging. The merit value was also finally reaching over 900,000 points. Chapter 33, Career Advancement, Lord of the Imperial Spirit. Zhang Feng immediately checked the list of treasures in the Great Yin treasure trove through the merit token. Chaotic Green Lotus Seed. Type, Material. Introduction. At the beginning of chaos, before the division of heaven and earth, the chaotic green lotus was conceived, and can be used for the evolution of imperial beasts, as well as to help professionals' comprehension of the laws of heaven and earth. Required merit, 950,000. Redemption. Zhang Feng redeemed it with an excited face. In a flash, as a strange light flickered, a green lotus seed containing chaotic chi then appeared in Zhang Feng's palm. Without the slightest hesitation, Zhang Feng sent it into the royal beast space for the abyssal black dragon to serve. As long as it evolved into an ancient great imperial beast, he himself would be able to complete his career advancement. The consciousness entered the midst of the imperial beast space, with the abyssal black dragon swallowing the chaotic green lotus seed. Zhang Feng directly spent 1 million evolution points. Start evolving. The next moment, the vision changed suddenly. The sky coalesced as countless dark clouds gathered, with monstrous angry thunder resounding through the heavens and earth. The abyssal black dragon drilled into the middle of the dark clouds, and its body continued to weave in and out of the thunder. On top of its black dragon scales, there was a metallic luster like tungsten steel, appearing indestructible. Boom! A great thunderclap shook the. In the midst of its thunderous light, a black dragon of nearly 1,000 feet in size poked out its majestic head. Evolution complete. Abyssal Black Dragon King of the Abyssal Dragons. Current Beast, Abyssal Dragon King. Grade, Ancient. Level, LV 134. Power, 633,241. Physique, 582,401. Agility, 573,241. Spirit, 594,527. Battle Strength, 743,000. Skills, Monstrous Dragon Power. Extinction Dragon Breath. Dark Abyssal Storm. Required evolution value for next evolution, 2,000,000 evolution points and the Spirit of the Dark Abyss. Over 700,000 combatants? The moment he saw the combat power, Zhang Feng's eyes went straight. Is the strength of an ancient great imperial beast that unbelievable? That's over 700,000 combatants, plus that blazing rock-shattering star mace. Combat will skyrocket another dimension. Even if he faced a 7th turn professional, he was not the least bit weak. You have a task to submit. Zhang Feng opened his panel once again. Current quest, Career Advancement, Lord of the Imperial Spirit. Quest requirement, Possession of an ancient great imperial beast. Mission status, ready for submission. Length of assignment, unlimited. Submit. Zhang Feng was already a bit impatient in his heart. Career advancement complete. Occupation, Lord of the Sentinel. Level, 3 turns and 90 levels. Power, 48,300. Body mass, 44,000. Agility, 39,550. Spirit, 58,400. Battle strength, 53,200. Skills, Spirit Mastery. Symbiosis. Eye of True Vision. Edict. Spiritual Defense. Summoning. Imperial Beasts. Abyssal Black Dragon. Red Sky Burning Falcon. Hellhound. Evolution points, 3241000. One more new skill. Zhang Feng looked carefully at the extra skill description. Edicts. Rego. Skill effect. By writing the word Imperial in the void, you can forcibly contract all living creatures to become Imperial Beasts. And the weaker the state of the living creature, the success rate will be greatly increased. Cooling time, 30 days. After seeing the introduction of this skill, Zhang Feng nearly froze. This skill was somewhat similar to the Living Spirit Mastery, but the differences were worlds apart. It was important to realize that the Living Master was only manipulating living beings for a short period of time, and the Edict, Spirit Royal, on the other hand, is to directly forcefully contract a living being as one's royal beast. Nice guy. Doesn't this mean that if I go directly to the middle of the replica secret realm, won't I be able to directly contract the boss? The beaver? This skill is just a little too counterintuitive. Not a single thing wrong with it other than the cooldown is a bit long. The Zhao family. Zhao Jinpeng tells his father, Zhao Zhengrui, about selling the snow silver fox for $10 million. I had expected my father to compliment me twice. But I didn't expect Zhao Zhenrui to hear this. The hand holding the teacup started to shake, and his face even went straight to black. Dad, why do you seem a bit upset? I sold the snow silver fox for a full $10 million. Zhao Jinpeng looked at his father with a puzzled expression. I'll kill you loser. Zhao Zhenrui cursed angrily and directly called a slap onto Zhao Jinpeng's face. Snap! That snow silver fox is no ordinary imperial beast. Do you know how much effort I went through to get it back for you to use as an imperial beast? This snow silver fox was acquired in the middle of a hidden copy. It was only after some research by the Imperial Beast Master Association that it was discovered that there was no difference between the surface of this snow silver fox and ordinary imperial beasts. But in reality, it was very likely that this snow silver fox possessed a divine beast bloodline. The matter was so significant that it was all kept absolutely secret, as there was currently no division as to how to successfully stimulate the divine beast bloodline contained within the snow silver fox. So he was just going to take it back and deed it to his son first. As for how to activate the divine beast bloodline, it would be studied slowly. He really didn't expect this loser to sell the snow silver fox behind his back. Zhao Jinpeng covered his face, all confused by the slap, and immediately retorted in defiance. What's not ordinary? Isn't it just a gold-level imperial beast? $10 million is even enough for me to buy a diamond-level imperial beast. Zhao Zhengrui said angrily. The snow silver fox contains a divine beast bloodline in its body, and the reason I never told you before was because I was worried about being coveted. And now you've gone so far as to sell it outright. Are you trying to piss your father off? As soon as he heard this, Zhao Jinpeng's expression froze. What? Divine beast bloodline? He had actually sold an imperial beast with a divine beast bloodline. He even hated to slap himself at the thought. Zhao Zhengrui chided. No matter who made the purchase, you're going to chase me back right now, or I won't be able to spare you. Zhao Jinpeng nodded and quickly left the Zhao family. Jiang Feng, so you have long seen that the snow silver fox is not simple. How dare you take advantage of me? Let's see how I'll clean you up. His eyes flickered, and he was extremely upset. Soon, he led people to the middle of Su Wanru's hatching store. Straight away, he brought people to block the entrance to the store. Although he didn't know where Jiang Feng was right now, Jiang Feng's Xian turtle egg was still in the incubation store. Zhao Jinpeng, what are you doing? Seeing Zhao Jinpeng's aggressive appearance, Su Wanru frowned and questioned. Zhao Jinpeng looked at her with a cold and heavy gaze before directly ordering someone to forcibly remove the hatching Xian turtle egg. Su Wanru immediately stepped forward and blocked them, protecting the Xian turtle egg. What the hell are you guys doing? This is Su Xian's beast egg. How can you snatch it? Zhao Jinpeng immediately snorted coldly. That kid dared to pick up my slack. I naturally have to give him a little color. Not only am I going to withhold this Xian turtle egg, but I'm going to make him personally deliver the snow silver fox to me. With that, a few people forcefully pulled Su Wanru away and took out the Xian turtle egg, then leave without looking back. Su Wanru looked worried and nervous and hurriedly took out her cell phone to make a call to Jiang Feng. Chapter 34, Foreign Space. Inheritance of a 10-turned strongman. Hey, Jiang Feng, it's not good. Something happened. Su Wanru's anxious voice came from the other end of the phone. Jiang Feng raised his eyebrows. What happened? Your Xian turtle egg was snatched away by Zhao Jinpeng, and he's going to make you deliver the snow silver fox to him personally. Su Wanru nervously said. Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng, however, appeared calm and faintly said, okay, I know. After that, he hung up the phone, then summoned the red sky-burning falcon to travel to the Zhao family. In less than a minute, the red sky-burning falcon descended above the Zhao family. After Zhao Zhenrui felt its terrifying aura, he was shocked for a moment and hurriedly came out to greet him. Welcome senior to the Zhao family. My name is Zhao Zhengrui. I wanted to welcome you earlier on behalf of the Imperial Beastmaster Association. It was important to know that as a fifth-turn Imperial Beastmaster, the strongest Imperial Beast he had contracted was only of Diamond grade, and that Xian-robed Imperial Beast Powerhouse not only possessed 2 Dimming Moon grade Imperial Beasts, but also a returning Ancestor grade. I'm only afraid that this lord is at least a 7th or even 8th turn powerhouse. A welcome is not necessary. Someone robbed my Imperial Beast eggs, and I've come specifically to settle the score with him. Jiang Feng couldn't hear any emotion in his voice. However, Zhao Zhengrui, who had heard this, was shaken violently. Surprisingly, someone dared to snatch the beast egg of a terrifyingly powerful Imperial Beastmaster great man. Don't you know how to write the word death? Immediately after that, Zhao Zhenrui said with a solemn expression, I didn't realize there was such a thing. If senior can be of any use to us, feel free to command, and we will definitely do our best to help. Jiang Feng was silent, as if he was waiting for something. This could make Zhao Zhenrui a bit puzzled, but he didn't dare to say anything more. It was just that for some reason there was a vague feeling of uneasiness in his heart. After returning home, Zhao Jinpeng saw that his father was drinking tea with a man wearing a Xian robe. His eyes glazed over with a few shades of excitement. He had naturally seen that Xian-robed powerhouse, but it was a top-tier imperial beast powerhouse with a returning ancestor rank, and it also purged the invaders hiding in Tianshui City with strong means. This is his own idol of worship. I didn't expect such an esteemed powerhouse to sit and drink tea with his own old man. If he told the world about this, he would feel doubly honored. Dad, I've done everything you've asked me to do, and in less than 2 days that guy will have the snow silver fox at his door, Zhao Jinpeng said with a face of excitement, his gaze still stealing glances at the Xian-robed powerhouse from time to time. Moreover, I also deducted the Xian turtle egg that he placed among the hatching store. Ha ha, you know that since that kid was able to tell that the snow silver fox was extraordinary, the Xian turtle egg he had his eye on must not be a simple beast egg either. However, when Zhao Zhenrui sniffed, his expression stiffened and his hand holding the teacup began to shake violently again. A wave of shock was even raised in his heart. Earlier, this imperial beast powerhouse said that someone had snatched his beast egg. Originally, he thought that this imperial beast powerhouse had come to the Zhao family to seek help. Now it seems surprising that it is here for accountability. Even if his heart was good, he couldn't take such a shock. In that instant, Zhao Zhenrui's face went pale. So immediately, he chided towards Zhao Jinpeng. Shut up, you rebellious son. Why don't you hurry up and kneel down for me? At those words, Zhao Jinpeng was dumbfounded in place again. How is it that every time you tell your father things, you react so strongly? Dad, why are you getting mad again? Did I do something wrong again? Zhao Jinpeng was a bit unconvinced. If you don't kneel down, I'll break your dog's legs, Zhao Zhenrui said angrily with a furious face. Succumbing to the pressure of his father's authority, Zhao Jinpeng could only forcefully endure the dissatisfaction in his heart and kneel down. Zhang Feng, who was sitting on the sidelines, spoke up. According to your instructions, I've already delivered the snow silver fox to my door personally. And then what? As he spoke, he also summoned the snow silver fox from amongst the imperial beast space. The moment they saw the snow silver fox, the father and son duo of the Zhao clan immediately widened their eyes and were extremely moved. Zhao Jinpeng was even more filled with fear and incredulously stretched out his hand, then trembled and pointed at Zhang Feng. You're Zhang Feng. Immediately afterward, Zhang Feng lifted the hood of his hidden breath Xian robe, revealing a young, handsome face. How is this possible? Seeing the true face of this imperial beast powerhouse, even Zhao Zhenrui was almost shocked and stared his eyes out. This person looked to be less than 20 years old, but could he be a 7th rotation imperial beast master? Such a growth rate is simply earth-shattering, even more unheard of. My lord, please also spare my son's life. He didn't know your identity so he rushed you. Zhao Zhenrui hurriedly begged for his son's forgiveness in fear. After all, he only had one son. This snow silver fox is gifted to you. The Xian turtle egg is also returned along with it, and my Zhao family is willing to take out $30 million as compensation. In addition, I can also gift your excellency the quota to enter the other dimension among the Imperial Beastmaster Association. With that, he immediately gave Zhao Jinpeng a kick and told him to take out the Xian turtle egg. The weight of the kick was such that it broke his own son's spine directly. He knew that if he didn't hit harder, he would probably be lifeless by the time Zhang Feng made his move. Zhao Jinpeng let out a howl of pain, then warily took out the Xian turtle egg. However, Zhang Feng didn't care, but was curious about the foreign space that Zhao Zhenrui had just mentioned. The so-called alien space is very similar to the replica secret world, but the difference is very obvious. A heterospace is a special space opened up by a great power, distinguished from a replica secret realm. This is because it is possible that the alien space is opened up by a strong person to keep his or her legacy. It could also be a place used to seal those weird and powerful ferocious beasts. To want to open up a foreign space? It was something that only a top-tier 9th-turned powerhouse would be able to do at least. For the sake of the foreign space, Zhang Feng said in a faint voice, let's forget about it this time. But if he goes and harasses my classmates again, don't blame me for turning him into a pile of ashes. Thank you, my lord, for being able to be magnanimous. Zhao Zhenrui bowed towards Zhang Feng with gratitude. Tell me about the foreign space. Zhang Feng sipped his tea and spoke out. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhenrui said with a serious face, this foreign space seems to have been opened up by a 10th-turned professional based on probing, and it still contains his legacy. It's just that for the time being, it's not clear what exactly that powerful person's occupation is. At those words, Zhang Feng's gaze twitched. 10-turned professional. That was a superpower strong enough to conquer the stars. Whatever his occupation, the inherited items left behind were very valuable to all professionals. Then he heard Zhao Zhenrui continue. This foreign space is very special and will only open once every 10 years. Over the years, although one after another people have obtained some treasures from it, fewer and fewer have been able to be found since then. But everyone knows that the real treasure among that foreign space has not yet been acquired, because in the depths of that alien space, there is a mist that covers it, and you will be lost if you enter it. If your excellency is able to obtain the inheritance therein, you will surely reap great rewards. Chapter 35, The auction begins. After some explanation from Zhao Zhengrui, only then did Zhang Feng realize that there were dozens of forces, large and small, participating in this exploration of the foreign space. According to the rules, each power could only send 3 people to explore. Usually, it would be attended by a strong person among the power or group, and then bring a rookie from the power. Most importantly, it is isolated from the outside within the alien space. If something happens inside, no one outside can know about it. It also means that there is a high risk of being sneaked into it. If there's no evidence, it's dead on arrival. So sometimes, people tend to be more worthy of embankment than those potential dangers. But this danger was nothing to Zhang Feng. After all, among this foreign space, only professionals of the 6th turn and below could enter it. Now that Zhang Feng possessed an ancient-level Abyssal Dragon King, taking down a turn 6 professional was as simple as taking down a minion. In fact, wanting to invite Zhang Feng to participate in this soon-to-be open alien space, it was what Zhang Feng had planned to do when he had appeared in Tianshui City in the beginning. Previously, they had participated in several explorations of foreign space, but the treasures they had obtained were few and far between. Even members who entered the middle of the alien space were often ambushed, thus unproductive. They were repeatedly mocked and taunted. Now the people in their association were even resistant to this alien space. After all, once you're in there, you're delivering food. Anyone else wouldn't have that idea anymore. Now that they were able to find a royal beast powerhouse to participate in this exploration of the alien space for their Tianshui City Royal Beast Association, not only would they be able to make a name for their Imperial Beast Association, but they would also be able to get some share. If Zhang Feng was able to obtain the inheritance of a 10-turn powerhouse, even if he only got a small share of it, it would benefit them immensely. However, there were still about 10 days before the opening of the alien space. During this period, Zhang Feng had a good time dashing around and enjoying the local customs within Tianshui City. In the blink of an eye, it was the day when the Purple Moon Chamber of Commerce auction was held. Long lines had formed outside the entire Purple Moon Chamber of Commerce's auction hall. Most of these people were 2nd or 3rd turn professionals. Strong people of the 4th turn and above were basically heading towards the VIP passageway. There were not only Tianshui City's professionals among them, but also many strong people from other cities. After Zhang Feng took out the VIP invitation, a receptionist woman with a slim figure then respectfully brought Zhang Feng to the highest specification heavenly VIP room. "Sir, this is the Sky Character No. 3 VIP box. If you have any orders you can tell me anytime." After saying that, the reception woman gently closed the door and left. TSK, this Purple Moon Auction's VIP lounge is really extravagant. Zhang Feng surveyed the entire gilded chamber and sked. Not only was the floor covered with expensive animal skin blankets, but all the table and chair utensils were inlaid with gilt and quite luxurious. Above the entire auction hall, hanging a cluster of brilliant and bright crystal lamps, reflecting the entire hall. The more than 2,000 seats in the lower hall were already about to be filled with professionals participating in the auction. Probably waited less than 10 minutes. On the auction stage, a woman dressed in a purple cheongsam gently moved her lotus steps and slowly walked onto the stage. She had a voluptuous figure and was extremely beautiful in appearance. The concave and convex body with the enchanting beauty of the face. In an invisible outline, a touch of indescribable charm. "Welcome to the auction held by the Purple Moon Chamber of Commerce. I am the auctioneer for this auction, Yan Ranlu." Yan Ranlu smiled faintly, her voice extremely seductive and seductive. As the voice fell, the entire atmosphere in the middle of the auction hall became somewhat warm. A hot gaze fell on her body, looking up and down. Hate to see through her perfectly seductive body through her form-fitting cheongsam. Some of the people who were young and energetic professionals even subconsciously wiped their saliva. In his mind's eye, he even fantasized several times about putting her on the spot and whipping her hard. Just thinking about this scene made their chi and blood become agitated. Facing the gazes thrown around, Yan Ranlu seemed to have long been accustomed to it. A touching smile appeared on her face as she reached out and pressed her hand vainly. "I'm sure everyone can't wait. Please keep quiet. The auction will now begin." In the middle of the box, Zhang Feng, who was lying on the soft sofa, scad inside. If such a woman were among the clubs, she would definitely be the headliner among the headliners. This type of woman must be very moist. On the auction block, the first item up for auction was a marrow-cleansing spirit fruit obtained from one of the higher replicas. Yan Ranlu was just briefly introduced afterward. The whole hall was filled with bidding sounds. After all, the marrow-cleansing spirit fruit was of great benefit to melee professionals such as warriors. The starting bid was $800,000, and in no time at all it had shot up to $2 million. When it came to the back, it was basically all the VIPs in the box who bid on the auction. Although this marrow-cleansing spirit fruit was effective, it wasn't very useful to Zhang Feng. After some fierce bidding, it was finally auctioned off for $2,600,000. The goods auctioned in the back are going to seem a bit more usual. More than 3 hours passed. Lu Yanyan smiled charmingly. The next auction will be the finale lot of this auction. There are a total of 6 pieces, so please be sure to seize the opportunity. Immediately after that, a clean-looking female staff member, carrying a golden tray covered with a red cloth, walked up to his side. As Lu Yanyan stretched out her white and tender onion-like jade hand, she uncovered a corner of the red cloth. The attention of everyone in the entire auction hall was also drawn to it. The first auction item, the Blood Flame Purgatory Fruit. Starting bid, $100 million federal dollars. The red cloth was lifted and there was an exquisite jade box on top of the golden tray. Uncovering the lid, it contained a palm-sized blood-red vermilion fruit. Blood Flame Purgatory Fruit. Quite a few professionals were looking at the blood-red vermilion fruit with blazing eyes. After taking this Blood Flame Purgatory Fruit, it was possible to awaken a rare inquisitive talent, and it can also raise the skill level of the professional to the highest level, greatly enhancing the combat power. It was said that there was once an Inferno mage who awakened the special talent skill of Inferno Prison Juggernaut after taking it. From then on, he became a generation's renowned and mighty superpower that shook the great Yen. Soon enough, the crowd all gravitated towards it and began to fiercely call for it. $350 million, $650 million, $780 million. A bidding sound continued to ring out, and in the back it was all the VIPs in the VIP hall who were bidding. After reaching this price, the professionals doing their jobs in the hall could only stare and watch. $3 billion. A clear voice rang out from the heavenly character box. No. 3. In an instant, it caused the entire auction house to go silent. The gazes of all the people were unanimously looking towards the box from which the voice came. Chapter 36, The Ticket to the Legendary Realm. The guest of the heavenly character box. No. 3 is bidding $3 billion. Is there anyone else bidding higher? A smile appeared on Yenran Lu's face as she glanced around the auction hall, but no one continued to bid. $3 billion was a huge amount for most 4th turn, and even 5th turn professionals. Moreover, taking the Blood Flame Purgatory Fruit is not 100% capable of awakening special talent skills. It's just that if you can't awaken a special talent skill, then its effectiveness and value will be greatly reduced. Offering $3 billion to wrestle with an uncertain possibility is a bit pricey, and it's the first item in the finale auction. Who knows if there will be a better baby back there? If they missed the treasure behind them because of this thing, then it would be too late even if they regretted it. So the auction remained silent. On top of that, many people were curious as to which syndicate power the person in the sky character No. 3 box came from. After Yenran Lu asked 3 times in a row, he heavily knocked down the auction gavel. Congratulations to the honorable guest of the heavenly character box No. 3, who has auctioned off the Blood Flame Purgatory Fruit. Not long after, a beautiful-looking female staff member delivered the Blood Flame Purgatory Fruit over. Sir, this is the Blood Flame Purgatory Fruit you auctioned off. Zhang Feng took out his federal card and handed it over. When he finished swiping his card, Zhang Feng summoned the shrunken hell sticks. Then he directly threw the Blood Flame Purgatory Fruit over. Woo! The hellish platypus lookalike leapt up in excitement and swallowed it in one gulp. The female staff member froze for a few moments when she saw it. This is a Blood Flame Purgatory Fruit worth $3 billion, and it's just fed to the dogs? That's a bit extravagant, isn't it? She had heard before that beast royalty was a money-burning profession, but I didn't expect it to be so exaggerated. The $3 billion would be enough for her to earn a dozen lifetimes, and it was surprising that it was gone at once. Why? Do you have something else? Zhang Feng looked at her with a light smile and said, No. That female jobber's face burned slightly as she finished speaking and left. Zhang Feng turned back to the hell sticks that had licked its tongue. There was still a look of disinterest on its face. Let's go back to the middle of the Imperial Beast space to start evolving first. Zhang Feng smiled and put it in the Royal Beast space. Evolution points were then spent to begin its evolution. However, Zhang Feng didn't dive his consciousness into the Imperial Beast space. Instead, he continued to look at the coveted big white legs on the auction table. No, it should be on the finale lot. The second finale lot was an extremely rare and extremely high-grade spirit medicine. The third item was a set of dark gold equipment for the assassin profession. The fourth piece, until the last item is auctioned off. It made the scene resound with an uproar. Even the 5th and 6th turn professionals were throbbing for it. This was because the auction was precisely for the entry props of the legendary Great Secret Realm. Zhang Feng also gathered his eyes on an object emitting a dull glow on the auction table. Eclipsing Sacred Purple. Type, Prop. Available level, LV 100. Item description, entry credentials from the lost Holy Land of Tian Yuan Mysteries. After seeing this information, Zhang Feng also raised his eyebrows and had a few moments of interest. Legendary level Secret World not only has the probability of bursting out of the legendary equipment props, one of the bosses even has a certain probability of bursting out epic, or even artifact fragments. Its preciousness cannot be overstated. The moment it appeared, All the major groups participating in the auction started bidding with all their might. The starting price is $1 billion, but it was only a few minutes before it was bid up to $10 billion. It was possible to see how imperative they were to obtain the entry credentials for this legendary grade secret realm. Seeing that the price was being speculated higher and higher, a rough voice issued from among the heavenly character box No. 6 said, 15 billion. The Wild Lion Mercenary Corps, will take the entry vouchers for this legendary grade secret realm. As these words rang out, many people revealed astonished expressions. The Wild Lion Mercenary Corps was a top 10 ranked mercenary corps in the entire Great Yin territory, and it was rumored that there was an 8th Revolution's bigwig in attendance. When these words came out, many group forces began to remain silent. After all, everyone else had declared themselves, and if they continued to bid, they would inevitably be targeted by them in the future. To know that a mercenary group that could rank in the top 10 within the Great Yin territory, its power was definitely not to be underestimated. At this time, Yen Ranlu on the stage couldn't help but frown slightly. Such a public display of one's identity had violated the Purple Moon Chamber of Commerce's auction guidelines, so she set her eyes on an old man holding a cane in the corner of the auction. The old man nodded slightly, then stood up and lightly pestled the ground a few times with his walking stick. Immediately after that, the entire floor of the auction shook on. His aura was instantly released without any concealment, instantly bringing a terrifying pressure to the entire auction hall. His 7th turned Big Brother. The professionals present all sucked in a breath of cool air when they felt this powerful aura. The old man slowly opened his mouth, his voice not angry and authoritative. The auction rule amongst the Purple Moon Chamber of Commerce is that it's only about price, regardless of identity and background. If there is a next time, the power behind it will be forever banned from participating in the auctions held by the Purple Moon Chamber of Commerce and added to the blacklist. As soon as these words were spoken, the man from the Berserker Lion Mercenary Corps who had spoken earlier merely snorted coldly and did not speak again. But after a while, the entire auction hall, including those in the VIP boxes, did not continue to bid. This could not help but make Yen Ranlu, who was the auctioneer, a little difficult for a moment. After all, the entry vouchers for this legendary great secret realm were worth at least $20 billion or more. If the price is pressed into a $15 billion auction, if this matter were to spread out, it would definitely tarnish the reputation of their Purple Moon Chamber of Commerce. Even though Elderly had just made a sound to shake the field, he was unable to dispel the scruples in their hearts, still worried that the Wild Lion Mercenary Corps was secretly waiting for an opportunity to retaliate. However, if the entry credentials were to be put up for auction, the Purple Moon Chamber of Commerce would be subjected to even greater public opinion. Lu Yanyan's eyebrows were knitted tightly, somewhat riding the tiger. However, everyone else was afraid of the might of the Mad Lion mercenaries, but Jiang Feng was about to call for a bid. Instead, a clear and familiar female voice was heard. 170 billion. This voice was coming from among the heavenly character No. 9 box, and the owner of this voice was none other than Bai Lingyue of the Bai clan. Originally, she didn't dare to auction it off, but only dared to call for it after hearing Jiang Feng's voice earlier. It was because she was clear about the identity of the Imperial Beast Big Brother that appeared within Tianshui City, whose identity was not clear to others, but she knew it was Jiang Feng. After all, even if one paid money to shoot the entry voucher for the legendary secret realm, the strength of the ferocious monsters inside was still very powerful. The amount of manpower and material resources needed to successfully crusade against this legendary mystery realm was astronomical. If they could invite Jiang Feng to participate in this legendary mystery realm raider, they would be able to easily open up. Chapter 37, Entering the Other Dimension. At the end of the auction, Bai Lingyue led Mu Lao to Jiang Feng, who was preparing to leave. Seeing Jiang Feng's handsome face, Bai Lingyue's little face was a little flushed. She said with a hint of coyness among her smile, Jiang Feng, I haven't seen you for this period of time, but your imperial beasts have actually increased in strength so tremendously. Elder Mu also said with a smile, little friend's strength has already reached a point where I can't even look back. Jiang Feng glanced at Elder Mu and let out a light laugh. I'm flattered. Elder Mu, didn't you break through to the 4th turn as well? When Mu Lao heard this, his old face burned slightly. To think that he had lived most of his life before breaking through the 4th turn not too long ago. However, Jiang Feng was now at the 3rd turn and was about to reach the 4th turn. Compared with it, it is really a firefly compared to the white moon. Jiang Feng, I've already photographed the entry voucher for that legendary secret realm. Can I invite you to participate in the opening up of the secret realm? Bai Lingyue blinked her big watery eyes and looked at Jiang Feng with an expectant face. Although last time Jiang Feng said he owed himself a favor, but she didn't want to use this favor to get Jiang Feng to participate. Jiang Feng nodded slightly and said, yes, but you might have to wait for me for a while. After all, he was going to enter the other dimension to see if he could obtain the inheritance of that 10-turn powerhouse. Upon hearing this, Bai Lingyue was delighted and hastily agreed. Okay, then I'll wait for you. While the two of them were talking, Zhang Feng then saw that many professions around him had gathered their gazes here. Each of them had a mind of his own. After all, the temptation brought about by the entry credentials of a legendary grade secret realm was just too great. Many people had even coveted it in their hearts. Especially the people from the Wild Lion mercenary group were eyeing them. But despite their thoughts, they didn't dare to make a move here. On the one hand, it was because there was also a 7th turn powerhouse sitting in the middle of the auction. And there was also a top-notch beast sentinel powerhouse in the middle of Tianshui City. If the commotion got too big, even the head of their mercenary group would have trouble quelling this incident. So they planned to hide their identities and intercept the entry credentials of the legendary secret realm halfway through. At this moment, it was obvious that Elder Mu had also detected those people's thoughts and frowned. Could you please escort us? Little friend. If Zhang Feng couldn't escort them, it would only be difficult for all of them to return to Ping City safely. It's fine. A show of hands. Zhang Feng let out a light smile. At that moment, the information on the evolution of the Hell Stygian dogs also surfaced before his eyes. Evolution complete. Hellhound Stygian 3-headed dog. Current beast, Hades 3-headed dog. Grade, Ancient. Level, LV 121. Power, 433,241. Body mass, 482,401. Agility, 513,241. Spirit, 474,527. Battle strength, 583. 000. Skills, Purgatory Flame. Underworld Shock. Earthbound Cage. Required evolution value for next evolution, 2 million evolution points and Underworld Inferno crystals. After seeing the evolutionary information in front of him, the corner of Zhang Feng's mouth lifted. Nowadays, he already possessed 2 ancient great imperial beasts, and even a 7th turn powerhouse would have to avoid them. But Zhang Feng was also starting to look forward to it. Ancient great imperial beasts were then already the strongest grade on the surface of the earth. As for stellar great imperial beasts, counting from the awakening of the profession of imperial beast master, they had only appeared once or twice. If one can evolve them to stellar levels, even a 9th turn powerhouse would have to obediently give way. It was just that if you wanted to obtain evolution materials, you might only have the chance to find them in the midst of a legendary level or higher replica secret realm. And secret realms of this grade were rare even when looking at the entire blue star. Now, if you want to give them a boost in strength, the only option is to choose the method of crossing the tribulation. Every time you complete a transition, all values will soar exponentially. Arriving outside Tianshui City, Zhang Feng clearly felt dozens of tails following behind him, followed from the auction all the way to the outskirts of town. With a thought, Zhang Feng directly summoned the underworld 3-headed dog. Roar! The massive body of the underworld 3-headed dog emerged, more than 10 meters tall and more than 20 meters long. Muscles bulged all over his body, and the vertical pupils of his 3 heads burned with the flames of the underworld. It exuded a ghostly, cold and terrifying aura that was intimidating. After Bai Lingyue and Elder Mu saw this underworld 3-headed dog, their hearts were abruptly startled. This was actually an ancient great imperial beast. He was so shocked that his mouth was wide open and he couldn't speak. In their eyes, Zhang Feng was completely a heaven-defying demon. The occupiers at the back who were preparing to secretly wait for an opportunity to make a move were almost scared silly after seeing the underworld 3-headed dog. With the ancient great imperial beasts escorting them, who would dare to come forward and make a move? I'm afraid that the underworld 3-headed dog would be able to kill them several times with just a slap of its paw. Even Lu Xiong, the captain of the Berserk Lion Mercenary Corps, couldn't help but gulp furiously. The cold sweat born on his back penetrated right through his lapel. Quite a few professionals who had thoughts in their hearts, at this moment, directly retreated desperately towards the back. After seeing quite a few people leave, a professional from the Wild Lion Mercenary Corps had a joyful look in his eyes. Captain, they've all been scared off. Should we keep moving? With so many people gone, they are going to be much less competitive. Snap! Lu Xiong shouted angrily with a slap towards the head of the teammate who had spoken. Don't drag us along if you want to die. That's an ancient great imperial beast. One roar can kill you. That player's eyes widened like a cow when he heard it was an ancient class, ancient level. He instantly broke out in a cold sweat. That's arguably the strongest ranked imperial beast on the surface of the earth. Lu Xiong frowned tightly. No wonder they dared to be unafraid of the reputation of the Wild Lion mercenaries. It turned out that there was a top imperial beast master sitting in the town. Though the Wild Lion mercenaries are as strong as the clouds, but people could single-handedly take on their entire mercenary corps with just one ancient great imperial beast. Captain, but Lord Headmaster has given us a deadly order to make sure we get the entry credentials for that legendary copy. Lu Xiong shook his head inside. For today's solution, the only way is to find a way to join them in this crusade for copies. 2 days later, Zhao Zhenrui brought Jiang Feng to a deep room in the middle of the Imperial Beast Master Association. There was a teleportation array here, guarded by 2 Third Revolution Imperial Beast Masters. Through the teleportation array, one would be able to reach the middle of that foreign space. After opening the teleportation array, the array pattern below emitted a burst of light. A gray vortex then gathered above the formation. Wisps of gray mist spread from it, turning the entire room gray in just a few blinks. My lord, please. Zhao Zhenrui raised his hand with a respectful face and greeted him in vain. Aha! Jiang Feng nodded and stepped into it. Zhao Zhenrui also followed closely behind. After a short period of weightlessness, Jiang Feng realized that he was in the middle of a world that was like a mist. Visibility to the naked eye is low here, just under 2 meters. Moreover, when he wanted to probe the surroundings through his spiritual power, he found that it was extremely consuming. At this time, Zhao Zhenrui took out a pointer prop and began to guide the direction. Jiang Feng directly summoned the red sky burning falcon, wanting to try and see if he could dispel the mist. Fresh! With a cry, the red sky burning falcon's wings lifted and rolling flames swept in all directions like a wave. After these mists touched the flames, they made a nuisance sound and then dissipated. When the view opened up, Jiang Feng realized that there were quite a few skeletons here. Their flesh had long since decayed. Zhao Zhenrui explained at the side. These should all be professionals lost in the mist. These professionals who had been reduced to withered bones were either lost or had met with the venomous hands of others. After all, in this kind of place where the field of vision was extremely limited, it was very difficult to react in time in the event of an ambush. Chapter 38, Ouyang Yue. In the midst of the misty space, a pair of eerie eyes peered in the shadows at the professionals who had entered the middle of the alien space. Jie, the person who entered the alien space this time is going to be stronger than the previous ones. There's even a dimming moon-level flying imperial beast. If I devour it, it will definitely be able to skyrocket my strength. At this moment, Jiang Feng, who was riding on top of the red sky burning falcon's feathered back, was frowning. He sensed someone peering in the shadows through the perception coming from the red sky burning falcon feather. Just as he was about to check the situation with the eye of true vision, he did not detect any information. Already left? Jiang Feng muttered. My lord, is something wrong? Zhao Zhenrui inquired suspiciously from the side. Jiang Feng shook his head. It's nothing, it just feels like we're being spied on. But I have a vague feeling that what's spying on us doesn't look like a human. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhenrui showed a thoughtful face before speaking. It is said that the alien space is constructed in an extremely special way, and that after death here, even the soul cannot leave. So perhaps the ones spying on us are the very same professionals who died here earlier. But most of these souls are also wandering souls without consciousness, and are no threat to us. Hearing this, Jiang Feng was subconsciously surprised in his heart. He didn't think that this foreign space could even block the soul. Among a group that was paired up towards the center of the mists, surrounded in the center of the crowd was a blue-haired woman dressed in slightly loose mage robes. A pair of white and slender jade legs were hidden amongst the robes, looking extremely seductive. She was the proud daughter of the Ouyang family in Tianjing. Ouyang Yue awakened the rare holy ice mage profession. It also possessed transcendent attributes and was one of the great Yin quasi-god sons. The ones who accompanied her into the alien space this time were 2 fifth-turn powerhouses from the Ouyang family. If we can obtain the inheritance of that 10th-turn powerhouse in the middle of this foreign space, there would be a greater certainty of breaking down the Heaven's Pride Tower and obtaining the divine spirit source. As for the others around them, they were the professionals who had come across them halfway, so they were traveling in pairs. After all, with more people in the middle of this mist, the chances of discovering treasures as well as legacies were much greater. Look, there seems to be a Xianling ice lotus flower in front. Someone in the group let out an exclamation, reaching out and pointing to a spot in the mist. The crowd instantly put their eyes on the words. Only in the midst of the mist, a flower emitting brilliant colors loomed. The Xianling ice lotus flower was an extremely precious material that could greatly enhance a professional's own attributes. The few people in the group had blazing faces as they rushed towards the direction of the mists, ready to receive the Xianling ice lotus flower. Wait! At this moment, Ouyang Yue, who was walking in the midst of the mist, suddenly stopped and scanned towards the crowd. She frowned slightly, secretly counting the number of professionals on the trip. Uncle Lin, have you noticed that there seems to be one more person among the group? Ouyang Yue inquired towards a middle-aged man beside her with a few doubts in her expression. Originally, there were only 9 people in a small group, but now there was an extra person at some point, and it's still extra without them realizing it. The words were uttered, and the crowd of the team froze and counted each other again, surprised to find that there really was an extra person. However, at this moment, a professional wearing a black robe suddenly rushed towards the direction of the Xianling ice lotus. The figure quickly disappeared into the mist. Quick, stop him, he must be trying to monopolize the Xianling ice lotus flower. A few people from the team looked eager and immediately chased after them. However, From the midst of the mists, just a few miserable screams came out one after another, and then there was no more movement. Ouyang Yue immediately took out her staff and launched an attack towards the Xianling Ice Lotus. At once, countless ice blades were like an ice dragon charging violently, but the attack didn't cause any effect. The middle-aged man known as Linbo also couldn't help but frown and stared. Let's go over there and see what's going on, and I'll stay a little more alert. A few people nodded, then walked towards the front for a while. However, he didn't find anything strange, and even the few people who had just gone and didn't see a trace. Instead, that Xianling Ice Lotus flower always maintained a certain distance from them. It's like a mirage. No good. As if reacting to something, Linbo suddenly changed his face abruptly and said, "We should be in the middle of a maze." No matter how much further they went, they were equivalent to staying put. Maze formation? Ouyang Yue's eyebrows also tightened. She didn't even know when she had entered the maze. If they couldn't extract themselves from the midst of the maze in time, I'm afraid that their group wouldn't be able to leave the alien space. Uncle Lin, do you have any ideas on how to fix it? Ouyang Yue pinned her hopes on Linbo. Linbo's face was solemn as he said, "This maze formation was at least set up by a 5th rotation formation master. And if you want to destroy the formation you have to destroy the eye of the formation." But the problem was that in the midst of this mist, trying to find the eye of the formation was not an easy task. Just then, a weird and morose voice rang out. "Jia Jia Jia, you won't get away with this, so be my blood meal." As soon as the words fell, the black-robed man who had acted earlier stepped out from among the mists. There was also a pungent and unpleasant odor of blood emanating from its body. At those words, Ouyang Yue released her skills again. In an instant, countless ice blades coalesced in front of her body like a storm and invaded towards the black-robed man. It was only that the black-robed man raised his hand to resist, and a black astrolabe surfaced in his hand, actually rebounding all of her attacks. "Break!" Linbo bellowed and fiercely blasted out a fist. Even space shook slightly, instantly shattering the incoming ice blades. At the same time, the fist wind is like a tiger whistling. After breaking through the ice blade, towards the black-robed man swept away. The remaining few people also launched skill attacks towards the black-robed man, blocking the space for him to dodge. Facing the overwhelming attacks, the black-robed man instantly transformed into a black shadow to swiftly dodge. At the same time, a bloodstained dagger appeared in his hand and swept extremely close. So fast, Ouyang Yue's heart snapped, and the staff in her hand once again cast a spell. In the blink of an eye, a thick wall of ice instantly condensed in front of his body as a means of fending off the black-robed man's attack. However, the speed of the black-robed man was so fast that it was difficult to capture even with the naked eye. In just a moment, several blades appeared on the ice wall before it shattered into a sky of debris. Seeing that the situation was not good, Linbo as well as the other 5th rotation powerhouse immediately exerted their full strength, trying to kill the black-robed man with a single blow. Boom! In the middle of a violent explosion, the black-robed man was forced back. However, the black-robed man only let out an ear-piercing sneer and then hid himself in the mist. This person is really weird. Not only is he a formation master, he's even an assassin. Linbo heavily exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, showing extreme scorn for that black-robed man. It had never been heard of anyone being able to awaken 2 professions at the same time, and it also manages to elevate both careers to such tricky levels. It's really a bit difficult to deal with. Chapter 39 Ice Dragon Storm. Just then, a group of wandering souls emitting mournful sounds invaded out from amongst the mists. They had open teeth and claws, and exuded a strong aura of death. A few people were suddenly nervous. After all, they were not a priest profession, and could not perform effective restraints on such existences as wandering spirits. But they also prepared some props that could ward off wandering spirits, holy water, and so on. The black-robed man from earlier also transformed into a black residual shadow and attacked towards them. His goal was very clear. He was coming towards Ouyang Yue. Seeing the situation, Linbo immediately stepped on his back foot, and then all of his strength was gathered on top of his fist. Immediately afterward, his body was like a backdrawn bowstring as he violently blasted towards the black-robed man. Boo! This punch was extremely powerful, blasting out a loud sonic boom. That black-robed man was instantly blown into a mass of crumbs under this punch. The crowd all marveled at the formidable strength of this 5th revolution fighter. Seeing the black-robed man perish in this way, Ouyang Yue subconsciously sighed in relief. The rest of the wandering souls were quite difficult, but not really tricky. However, what the crowd didn't realize was that the moment the black-robed man burst, a black mist also burrowed into Linbo's body. Not a moment later, Linbo's face changed, looking a bit struggling and twisted. The body even shuddered violently and began to twitch unceasingly. "Uncle Lin, what's wrong with you?" Ouyang Yue's expression was filled with a few points of worry, reaching out to hold Uncle Lin's arm and inquired. Abruptly, Linbo's face became incomparably gloomy, appearing somewhat morose and terrifying. "Jia Jia Jia, a 5th turn boxer? It's much stronger than the rotting corpse I occupy. Immediately after that, he suddenly turned his gaze towards Ouyang Yue with a blazing color in his eyes. I didn't realize you were a transcendent genius. I'll take your body. With that, he was ready to strike towards Ouyang Yue. His name was Ruan Yuan, and he was a necromancer in life. After being lost here, in order not to fall so far, he directly exerted a secret method to extract his soul. He even awakened the special talent, Immortal Soul Master, by mistake. Here he could devour the wandering souls that couldn't leave the other dimension as well as the professionals to grow his level. There is also a chance of being able to gain access to the devoured professional's natural skills. He didn't know how much time had passed like this, and he was already tired of being in the middle of this other dimension. But if he wanted to go out, he simply couldn't do it with just his current soul state. The only way to leave this hellhole was by forcefully taking over the bodies of other professionals. Unfortunately, though, the fusion between these professionals and his soul wasn't that great. At most, they could only fuse for a few hours before the professional's physical body would not be able to withstand their own takeover. Even if he forced himself to take control of his body, his flesh would continue to decay and turn into an inhuman state. After continuous experimentation, he found that only those with extraordinary attributes, this divine favor might allow him to perfectly integrate his body and regain his physical body again. As for gender and all that, it was also simply irrelevant to him, a guy who had been a lone soul for who knows how long. At this moment, Ouyang Yue's heart was startled, and she hurriedly cast her skills to defend. With a wave of the staff in her hand, several thick ice walls instantly condensed in front of her body, while her body was rapidly retreating backward. In the face of these defenses, Ruan Yuan only revealed a disdainful smile and raised his hand to gather his strength to throw a punch. Quick! Strike together! Lin Bo has been taken over by that guy. We must find a way to hold him back. Ouyang Yue spoke sharply towards the several professionals. Those few people sniffed and reacted quickly, immediately releasing their skills to attack. 10,000 Woods Cage. A wood mage released his control skill, and countless thick vines and trees burrowed out of the ground, subsequently trapping Ruan Yuan in them. Thinking that you can trap me like this, I advise you to obediently fall into my blood food. Ruan Yuan let out a sardonic laugh and blasted his fist violently towards Fujimaki. Bang! Under this domineering punch, the vine wood was directly split into pieces, and the debris flew towards the surroundings. That wood mage immediately spat out blood from his mouth, as if he had suffered a heavy blow. Immediately after that, Ruan Yuan's figure was like a shadow, swept towards several other professionals. His speed was extremely fast, and in just a few blinks, he instantly snapped the necks of several people. However, there were also occupiers who wanted to use the resurrection scroll, but Ruan Yuan smiled morosely and then used the soul devouring technique, forcibly sucking out that professional's soul, and subsequently connecting it to its essence blood without sparing it. Ruan Yuan licked the blood from the corner of his mouth and said with a face full of enjoyment, "What a nice supply." The game basically showed a state of complete crushing, and soon there was only Ouyang Yue left. "Uncle Lin, wake up!" Ouyang Yue shouted towards Ruan Yuan as if she wanted to wake up Lin Bo. "It's useless. His soul has already been suppressed by me. You just screaming as loud as you can won't do any good." Ruan Yuan Jejia laughed and raised his hand to crush Ouyang Yue's incoming ice blade. "I advise you to obediently hand over your body to me, and perhaps I'll be able to let you have a painful death." At this moment, there was a coldness among Ouyang Yue's eyes. "Dream on, Ice Dragon Storm." With a low drink, Ouyang Yue raised her staff in her hand, and a massive force of ice and cold erupted from within her body. This power of extreme cold seemed to be able to freeze everything, and snowflakes condensed amongst the air. The temperature plummeted and a monstrous blizzard kicked up with her at its center. Is this the strength of a transcendentally gifted person? Ruan Yuan's face was blazing with fervor and desire as he leapt on his toes and rose up into the air, blasting towards Ouyang Yue. Roar! An ice dragon's roar resounded through the sky. In the middle of the huge blizzard, a majestic ice dragon with a body of hundreds of feet swam out. The ice dragon charged towards Ruan Yuan, wrapped in a terrifying might. Even though she was only at the third turn rank, after unleashing this move, even a fifth turn powerhouse would find it difficult to escape. Under this strike, Ruan Yuan was directly devoured by the ice dragon. "Miss, no." After hearing Lin Bo's weak voice, Ouyang Yue's heart instantly tightened, and she hurriedly slowed down the power effect. Jia jia jia. Ruan Yuan blasted a punch inside the ice dragon's body, and the ice dragon couldn't withstand the force. Directly from the dragon's head it began to burst towards the dragon's tail. "You've shown me the terrifying potential of a transcendentally gifted person. If I could control your body, I would definitely be able to exert even more powerful effects than you." Ruan Yuan's eyes were greedy and excited. It wasn't even impossible to obtain the inheritance of that 10-turn powerhouse. However, just as Ruan Yuan was about to make a move on Ouyang Yue, an expression of agonizing struggle appeared on his face. "Miss, run away." He squeezed a sentence out of his throat with difficulty. A crack then instantly appeared in the middle of space. Damn! How are you still able to regain control of your body? Ruan Yuan's expression suddenly turned to anger, not realizing that this guy could even read his own memories in turn. Chapter 40, calling me an ant? Let's see what you're made of. Just in the nick of time, Ouyang Yue clenched her silver teeth and launched an attack towards that crack. Boom! An ice dragon condensed from wind and snow wrapped around her delicate body and rushed towards the gap. Damn it! You won't get away with this. Ruan Yuan, who stayed in place, growled, an incomparably hideous and morose color appearing on his face. Countless black mists instantly sprang up around him. These were the wandering souls that he had detained. However, his body was like a vortex, constantly sucking in these wandering souls that wanted to escape. Lambert, who was still struggling, was also in the. Immediately afterward, his figure transformed into a black shadow and swept towards Ouyang Yue in a hurry. At this moment, Ouyang Yue raised her hand and wiped the teardrops from the corners of her eyes, which were still red, but she had to take the chance that Limbo would let herself out of the trap at the cost of her life. On the road, when some professionals saw the ice dragon carrying the fleeing woman, they all avoided it. They were here to look for treasures and inheritors, and didn't want to get involved in other people's grudges so as not to draw fire. When they got a good look at the woman's appearance, they were also full of surprise and murmured, "Wait, why does that woman look somewhat familiar?" Hiss, I remembered when you said that. She seems to be the Ouyang family's heavenly daughter. Ouyang Yue. No, that person who was chasing after her. Isn't it precisely a strong person from the Ouyang family? What's going on? Could it be that there is infighting among the Ouyang family? At this moment, the eyes of a man with a stocky build and wearing a golden armor narrowed slightly as he made calculations in his mind. If the hero saved the beauty at this moment, not only would he be able to get Ouyang Yue's favor, he might even make her heart flutter. As long as he made a move, there was a possibility of holding a beautiful woman. A good thing like this he naturally wouldn't stand idly by like the other professionals. In the next moment, he summoned a heavy sword with a thought and launched an attack towards Ruan Yuan behind Ouyang Yue. Ms. Ouyang, I, Wang Chang, have come to help you. Seeing that someone was giving her a helping hand in her time of trouble, Ouyang Yue's heart was moved and she hastily thanked her. Thanks to my friend for helping me out. I'll keep this favor in mind. Ruan Yuan, who was behind Ouyang Yue, however, coldly snorted in disdain. Humph, how dare an ant stop me? He raised his hand and blasted away with a fist, wrapping the fist prints of countless wandering souls and fiercely slamming towards the incoming heavy sword. Boo! The heavy sword emitted violent trembling and shaking under this blow. The heavy sword then flew out backwards, carrying a strong wind towards Wang Fugue. Holy, that strong? Wang Chang's pupils trembled as he hurriedly urged various props to resist an attack, yet it was still close to being taken away by a sword. His legs went weak and he almost peed his pants. Coughing dryly, he said in a trembling voice, I'm sorry Miss Ouyang, I remembered that I still have something important to do, so I won't bother you anymore. After saying that, he fled. At this moment, Ouyang Yue's face was ugly, but she was also unwilling to be such a sitting duck. However, right at this moment, the mist in the middle of the space suddenly burned violently, and then quickly spread towards the surroundings. Immediately afterward a giant bird of red flame burning with flames appeared in her sight. This red flame giant bird was emitting a terrifying temperature, and even the ice dragon she had condensed was melting at a speed visible to the naked eye. A dimming moon-level imperial beast? Ouyang Yue was a bit dazed, not expecting that a dimming moon-level imperial beast would appear in the middle of an alien space. However, she quickly reacted that the only person who could save her was the powerful imperial beast in front of her, so she had to hold on to the lifesaver in front of her. Please also ask Senior to come to the rescue. I will be grateful. At this moment, Ruan Yuan was letting out a jagged cold laugh. It just so happens that I still wanted to come back to you after I finished with her, but I didn't expect to run into you here, so it's a good time to send you all on your way together. He was in a state of soul, and normal attacks were basically incapable of causing damage to him. Even if it was the red flame giant bird of the dimming moon-level imperial beast, its flames couldn't harm itself in the slightest. Hearing this, Zhang Feng raised his eyebrows, remembering the feeling of being spied on earlier. Spinning around, he used the Eye of True Vision to check this person's information. Under the probing of the Eye of Truth, there will be no place to hide. Name, Ruan Yuan, Soul State. Occupation, Necromancer. Level, 6 turns, 210 levels. Power, 171,200. Body mass, 240,600. Agility, 151,400. Spirit, 331,000. Battle strength, 390,000. Zhang Feng directly had the red sky-burning falcon launch an attack. Its wings lifted and countless dense flames smashed towards Ruan Yuan like meteorites. Boom boom boom. Countless meteorite flames fell down, causing the entire space to shake. Ruan Yuan, however, directly gave up his physical body and attacked towards Zhang Feng in his soul state. The soul state Ruan Yuan ignored the attack of the meteorite fire and let out a piercing strange laughter from his mouth as he rampantly said, "Griffin, tremble. In front of my strength, you can only be obediently devoured." At the moment he was in a pleasant mood. He just loved to watch others struggling in front of him with fearful expressions on their faces. The feeling gave him a great sense of satisfaction inside. This feeling of having control over the life and death of others was very cool. Zhao Zhengrui, who was standing beside Zhang Feng, looked trembling and lost his voice. He actually turned himself into an immortal soul. To deal with this kind of existence, unless one was a holy priest of 5 turns or more, one would be able to purify it. Otherwise, no matter what attack was unleashed against him, it would just be futile. Zhang Feng's face maintained a subdued and bland color. His lips lightly opened. "Calling me a mole cricket? Then I'd like to see what strength you actually have that can stand up to such arrogant words from you." In the next moment, Ruan Yuan's face instantly changed abruptly. It was because Zhang Feng had already summoned the underworld 3-headed dog. The underworld 3-headed dog had absolute restraint over undead creatures. What? Damn it, it's actually a returning great underworld 3-headed dog. Ruan Yuan looked shocked and incredulous as he looked at the pouncing underworld 3-headed dog. His body was even trembling madly as if he had been electrocuted. This kid looked no more than 20 years old. And not only did he have a dimming moon-grade red sky-burning falcon, there's also a revert-level Stygian 3-headed dog? This is just off the charts. Has the world changed because I haven't been out there for so long? Nowadays, the Imperial Beast Masters are already so strong to be so perverted? Your Excellency, forgive me, it was me who rushed you just now. I apologize. No, I'm willing to work for you as a cow, and please keep my cheap life. But Zhang Feng didn't have the slightest intention of letting him go. In a single glance, the underworld 3-headed dog bit Ruan Yuan, who was in his soul state, in his mouth. "Spare my life? If your excellency is willing to spare me, I can take you to the inheritance land in the other dimension." Hearing this, Zhang Feng's heart moved slightly, and he just conveyed the order to the underworld 3-headed dog in his mind. The underworld 3-headed dog immediately stopped attacking Ruan Yuan, although there was still some reluctance in his eyes. In its eyes, this soul state Ruan Yuan was a tonic-like existence to it. With just one bite, he was able to absorb that full soul power. It's just like humans eating dumplings, feeling the thin skin and thick filling. If you lie to me, then you should know what the consequences will be. After Zhang Feng faintly opened his mouth, the underworld 3-headed dog immediately showed its teeth and bit down, causing Ruan Yuan to howl in pain. With a terrified look on his face, he tried his best to explain. "I would never dare to deceive your excellency. Truth be told, I've been in the middle of this foreign space for decades, and I know everything in here." Chapter 41, Faustus Immortal Boat, Sacred Grade. "Good, then lead the way." Zhang Feng nodded slightly. In the midst of this foreign space, if there was no one to lead the way, it would not be easy to search for the inheritance of a 10-turn powerhouse. Although he let Ruan Yuan lead the way, Zhang Feng didn't let the Stygian prison 3-headed dog release it from his mouth. After all, although Zhang Feng possessed the eye of true sight, he didn't have mind-reading skills. There was no guarantee that this guy would introduce himself into the middle of some dangerous forbidden place. "Thank you for your help. I am Ouyang Yue of the Ouyang family in Tianjing. I will have my family treat me with a generous gift for this life-saving favor." Ouyang Yue bowed in curtsy to say thank you. Although he was surprised at Zhang Feng's young appearance, but more than anything, she was still in awe of its terrifying strength in her heart. A dimming moon grade as well as a returning ancestor great imperial beast. Such a terrifying imperial beast master. Even in the entire Great Yen, there were definitely only a handful of them, so she didn't dare show any disrespect to Zhang Feng. No harm done, just a show of hands. Zhang Feng sized her up. This woman was rather extremely beautiful, and her body was also of the highest quality, especially the long white legs that were hidden under the wide mage robe. However, Zhang Feng wasn't interested in women yet, so he immediately asked Ruan Yuan to lead the way. Seeing Zhang Feng leave so dryly, Ouyang Yue was still a bit unable to react for a while. After all, with her looks, no matter which man saw her, he would be stunned by it. Originally, she would have thought that Zhang Feng would draw closer to her or something like that, but she didn't realize that he didn't have such thoughts. Thinking of this, Ouyang Yue couldn't help but laugh at herself a little. How could her charms be compared to the legacy of a 10-turn powerhouse? However, seeing the direction the red flame giant bird left, Ouyang Yue's gaze pondered for a moment before choosing to follow with all her might. Not to mention the possibility of exploring the inheritance of a 10-turn powerhouse, as well as finding a chance to personally solve Lin Bo's murderer. With Ruan Yuan leading the way, a vast palace was revealing itself from the midst of the mist in front of the eyes of several people. On the outskirts of the palace, there were still quite a few professionals who had already been around for a long time. It was rumored that the legacy of that 10-turn powerhouse was in the middle of a magnificent palace, and every time an alien space opens, the location of the palace appears randomly. Even if the professional who found the palace last time plotted down the map, by the time he entered the alien space again, the palace was nowhere to be seen. So if one wanted to come across the inheritance palace, his or her own fortune would take up a large part of the factor. My lord, we're here. This is the inheritance place of that 10-turn powerhouse. Ruan Yuan pointed at the palace in front of him with a look of sincerity. Zhang Feng overlooked the entire palace, utilizing the eye of true vision to check it out. Faustus Immortal Boat, Grade, Holy, Available Level, LV 100, Skills, Void Shuttle, Void Annihilation Cannon, HM. This palace is actually a saint-level magic treasure. Zhang Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. Worthy of being a 10-turn powerhouse, even this palace was a saint-level magic treasure. If one possessed this floating immortal boat, wouldn't he or she be able to travel recklessly through the stars in the future? Zhao Zhengrui, who had seen this inheritance palace after seeing it, had a flushed face and a look of excitement. Right now, it was a legacy palace left behind by a 10-turn powerhouse. If one could obtain its inheritance, one would definitely be able to look out of the corner of one's eye. Quite a few of the professionals who gathered around the inheritance palace were startled after seeing the red flame giant bird in the sky, as well as the underworld three-headed dogs, and put on an appearance as if they were facing a great enemy, a returning ancestor-class imperial beast and a dimming moon-class imperial beast. Such a hand was enough to be called terrifying, and it also highlighted that these two people came from a lot of places. But at this time, there were some sharp-eyed powerhouses who recognized Zhao Zhengrui beside Zhang Feng. Isn't that Zhao Zhengrui, the vice president of the Tianshui City Imperial Beast Master Association? Since when did the Tianshui City Imperial Beast Master Association have such depth? In any case, we should instruct our underlings not to mess with the people of the Imperial Beast Master Association in the future. Hearing the various voices of discussion below, Zhao Zhengrui's face had a look of enjoyment on it, and even his waist straightened up a bit. However, Zhang Feng didn't care about other people's gazes, but inquired towards Ruan Yuan. You've been in here for so long, do you know how to obtain the inheritance in it? Upon hearing this, Ruan Yuan hurriedly said, My lord, if you want to obtain the inheritance of that powerful person, you need to undergo a test before you can do so. A test? What test? Zhang Feng raised his eyebrows. Ruan Yuan explained, In the middle of the palace, there is a spirit sword. That spirit sword has been born with a spirit and has become the guardian of this inheritance palace. The first thing you need to do to obtain the inheritance is to be recognized by the sword spirit. But I think that with your lordship's strength, it will inevitably be an easy task to obtain the spirit sword's recognition. Speaking of this, an undetectable, sinister smile surfaced under Ruan Yuan's eyes. The sentence just now was nothing more than a boast for Zhang Feng. It was important to know that the sword spirit of that spirit sword was extremely powerful, and even an 8th-turn powerhouse would not be able to do any good in its hands, even if he had two terribly powerful imperial beasts. However, imperial beasts as well as summoned objects were unable to take half a step into the inheritance palace. An imperial beast master who couldn't summon an imperial beast wanted to enter the palace to gain the recognition of the sword spirit? It's a fool's errand. I'm just afraid I'm going to be seconded by the sword spirit as soon as I go in. Once the master of the imperial beast died, then the imperial beast would also suffer heavy damage along with it. That would then be the perfect time for him to backfire. Boo! Just then, a violent crash sounded. A man of the 5th-turn warrior profession was violently blasted out. Put! That 5th-turn warrior was spitting blood from his mouth, and his body was even carrying multiple bloodstains. Damn! That was close. He forcibly stood up to stabilize himself and hurriedly took out a recovery potion from among his facial ring. The professional outside immediately walked up to him with a curious face and inquired, Almost what? Is it almost as if you'll be able to get the recognition of the sword spirit? No. The 5th-turn warrior sighed with a heartfelt shake of his head. Almost I died. Hearing this, the onlooker professional's mouths twitched. In my early years, I knew that the world was hard, but I still allowed the flying horse to swing between the clouds. Just let me try. A 6th Revolution rock mage put a dozen high-level defensive shields on himself one after the other. Then he stepped on the void and flew towards the middle of the palace. Everyone was looking at this rock mage with anticipation and attention, guessing your mind if he will make it. It was said that as long as one could hold out for 5 minutes under the sword spirit's onslaught, one would be able to gain its approval. The reason for this rumor, it was because no one had been able to hold out under the sword spirit for more than 5 minutes until now. However, in less than a minute, this 6th-turn rock mage was blown away. The dozen or so high-level shields he had put over his body also shattered as much as they could. The whole person even fainted directly, only hanging on to his breath. Compared to the previous 5th-turn warrior, his situation seemed even more miserable. Seeing him in this miserable state, the crowd couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. At this time, the crowd couldn't help but place their gazes on the two people standing on the feathered back of the red sky-burning falcon. Chapter 42, Forced Contract. Nine-pole mixed sword spirit. Zhang Feng directly ordered the underworld three-headed dog to move forward towards the middle of the palace. But unexpectedly, the underworld three-headed dog dodged and was bounced off by the inheritance palace's prohibitions. Can't the imperial beasts enter it? Zhang Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. The onlooker professionals could not help but carry a sigh in their eyes after seeing this scene. If the imperial beast cannot enter it, then it was simply impossible for the imperial beast master to be recognized by the sword spirit, even if this imperial beast powerhouse's two imperial beasts were powerful. However, it was an indisputable fact that the imperial beast masters themselves were weak. At this time, Zhang Feng looked at the professionals below and spoke out. Is there anyone willing to enter the inheritance palace with me? I can give some treasures as a reward. This intention was made because Zhang Feng needed a front row to attract a bit of attention and withstand damage. So he can try out his special skill in the back. Edict? Spiritual defense. But the words were said in a way that kept the crowd silent for a while. The reason was also very simple. There was a great risk for them to enter the middle of the inheritance palace themselves. And let's not even talk about having to carry a liability in there. In case this young imperial beast master accidentally died inside, they were afraid that they wouldn't be able to get away with it. Although they weren't sure of Zhang Feng's origin, they knew that the background wasn't small just by looking at the stance. I'm willing to go into it with you. A clear female voice rang out, causing everyone to turn their gazes to meet the sound. The one who spoke was none other than Ouyang Yue, who had come riding an ice dragon from the rear. Seeing Ouyang Yue appear, a few high-level professionals were still quite surprised. After all, they had more or less known about the Tianjing Ouyang family's heavenly pride. Zhang Feng had a smile on his lips. Good. Following Ouyang Yue into the middle of the inheritance palace, Zhang Feng saw a long sword suspended in midair. This long sword was uniquely shaped, its body not only blooming with green light, but also engraved with complex and complicated inscriptions. The nine poles mixed sword spirit. Grade, special. Level, LV 280. Skills, 9 extreme sword slash. Mixed Aoi slash. Status, masterless. Seeing this 280 level sword spirit, the corner of Zhang Feng's eyes involuntarily twitched slightly for a moment. Thinking back to the two people who were able to get out alive just now, it seems that it was still this sword spirit that showed mercy. The moment she saw this long green mangled sword, Ouyang Yue's body tensed up. She pursed her lips tightly, her heart thumping uncontrollably, cold sweat pouring down her face. The sense of oppression brought about by this green-colored long sword in front of her was stronger than any great power she had ever seen. Even Zhang Feng's rejuvenated imperial beast was going to look insignificant in front of it. There was a sword mark at the entrance of the palace. As soon as one stepped through it, the 9 extreme hybrid sword spirit would then see it as a challenge and attack. At this time, Ouyang Yue clenched her silver teeth and stepped into it with one foot. The moment she took a step, she cast her strongest skill, Ice Dragon Storm. She had already learned before she came that although the sword spirit was strong, it would not exert its full strength in the face of the test person who had come. Otherwise, those who entered the middle of the inheritance palace would have no chance of survival. The sword spirit is more of a test of one's inner will. Only by having a resolute and fearless heart might the sword spirit be able to recognize it. That was why she had already held the battle intent of fighting to the death when she faced the powerful sword spirit. However, before the blink of an eye, the Ice Dragon Storm cast by Ouyang Yue instantly collapsed. The green-colored sword blade pierced through the void with a terrifying aura towards her brow. At this moment, amongst the pupils, the green-colored sword continued to enlarge. It only took even a split second for the sword to pierce her brow. Ouyang Yue's heart was flooded with fear, a fear that originated from her instincts. Also for the fear of not being able to be recognized by the sword spirit. This fear is diverse and complex. She came to the other dimension with her family's expectations, and her own desires. Even Limbaugh got killed halfway through this. As a result, she also carries Lambert's sacrifice for herself. You failed. The sword spirit let out a slightly raw word. At those words, Ouyang Yue's face turned white as paper and her body trembled. Immediately after that, the sword spirit's mighty light increased greatly, to give Ouyang Yue a heavy blow. Self-destruction it is. Zhang Feng drank lowly under his breath and used the skill, Living Spirit Control. The words were like a divine whisper. Before the words fell, not only did the 9 extremes mixed sword spirit stop attacking, even the entire body of the sword trembled violently. Its aura became incomparably disorganized, and there were also bursts of explosive sounds coming from above the sword. What's going on here? Ouyang Yue, who saw this scene, immediately stared with wide eyes and fell into extreme shock. Just one sentence caused such a terrifying sword spirit to begin self-destruction. What kind of terrifying existence was the teenager in front of him? At this moment, in Ouyang Yue's heart, there was only deep awe. The 9 extremes mixed sword spirit was struggling violently. It wanted to resist, but it was like it was being manipulated by the laws of heaven and earth. It could only self-destruct as Zhang Feng ordered. This kind of greatness, which could be called divine, was not possessed even by its original owner. Then, Zhang Feng's finger drew something in the air in vain. A bright handwriting appeared in front of Ouyang Yue's eyes. It was the word Imperial in a dragon's flight. Above this word Imperial, there was an endless flow of majestic aura. It was the special skill Zhang Feng had obtained after his career advancement, edict, spirit royalty. After all, the sword spirit was born with spiritual intelligence, and in a sense could be considered a part of the living spirit. Of course, it had to be admitted that there was also an element of Zhang Feng's gambling. However, he did not immediately use the edict on the 9 extreme mixed sword spirit. After all, the weaker the state of the living being, the success rate would increase drastically. It was basically pinched at the last second to cast towards the 9 extreme mixed sword spirit. The word Imperial in the middle of the void instantly enlarged dozens of times and pressed towards the sword spirit. With the striking of this edict, the spirit of the sword, which was about to regain control of itself, there was no time to strike at Zhang Feng yet. Just once again, he was bound by a force similar to the power of the laws of heaven and earth, and to force himself to recognize himself to this human. The 9 extremes hybrid sword spirit was still struggling violently, like a beast unwilling to be arrested. Do me a favor first. Zhang Feng laughed towards Ouyang Yue, who was caught in a stupor on the side. Oh, good. Ouyang Yue quickly reacted with a look of gravity on her face as she once again cast Ice Dragon Storm. This time, there was no longer fear in the middle of her eyes, but an unrelenting battle intent. Roar! With the ice dragons pounding down one after another, the 9 extremes mixed sword spirit struggles grew weaker and weaker, and finally returned to calm. And new information appeared on Zhang Feng's information panel. Has forcibly contracted the 9-pole hybrid sword spirit. You have obtained a new imperial beast, the 9 poles mixed sword spirit. Chapter 43 The Holy Lord of Lan Yun. 9 poles mixed sword spirit. Grade, Special. Level, LV 280. Power, 165,000. Body mass, 1, 200, 000. Agility, 150,000. Spirit, 1, 100, 000. Combat power, 190,000. Skills, 9 extreme sword slash. Mixed Aoi slash. I didn't think it would work. Zhang Feng's eyes were slightly narrowed, and there was a glint in his eyes. Seeing this sword spirit's exaggerated information panel, his heart couldn't help but surge. With a combat power of over 1,000,000, I'm actually afraid that it's enough to be comparable to an ancient great imperial beast after the transition. According to the current undercard, even if he faced a 9th revolution's powerhouse, he would still have room to maneuver. Since under the 9 turns, an 8th turn professional who could last under his own hands for 3 minutes could already be called a powerhouse with a fluke of strength. Invincible is this lonely as snow. As Zhang Feng raised his fingertips and moved his mind, the 9 extremes hybrid sword was as flexible as an arm. This scene looked at Ouyang Yue in shock. That exquisitely beautiful face had shock written all over it. This teenager had actually contracted the sword spirit in the middle of the inheritance hall? Gosh, is this really something a human being can do? What a terrible means. What the hell is he? Is he an incarnation of a god? Ouyang Yue's mind raced, constantly speculating on the possibilities. She came from one of the top families in Tianjing and had seen a lot since she was a child, but it was the first time that someone with such great power had ever encountered one. At one time she thought that as a transcendent gifted person, she would be able to look down on everyone, but he didn't expect to look so small in front of Zhang Feng. At this moment, a light smile appeared at the corner of Zhang Feng's mouth. Thanks for your hand. You've passed the first level of this inheritance hall. Ha! Ouyang Yue was a bit dumbfounded, then shook her head with a bitter smile. There's no need to comfort me. Just now the sword spirit has already said that I'm not qualified. Really? Zhang Feng asked as he lifted his finger and called the sword spirit over, carefully sizing it up. Sword, did you just say that? Hearing this, the sword spirit hurriedly shook the sword and faced Ouyang Yue. You, qualified. Hearing this, Ouyang Yue's heart's eyes were shining with a color of surprise, but it was quickly responded to. Now that this sword spirit is under his control, then who can pass this first test? It's not all a matter of his word whether he's qualified or not. Zhang Feng looked at the sword spirit. Since the first level has been passed, what about the second level? The 9 extremes mixed sword spirit immediately replied. The second level of the trial is called Star Abyss in Severance. As soon as the words fell, the sword's body was flooded with a chaotic halo of light, drawing a galactic trajectory in the void. When Sacred Lord Lan Yun traveled through the vast sea of stars, he sealed the 3 extraterrestrial star beasts he killed in the illusory light spirit realm. Before the words fell, the entire inheritance hall suddenly trembled violently. The dome transformed into a bright star map, and countless stars began to flow in the opposite direction. Ouyang Yue only felt that the ground under her feet became transparent, and when she looked down, she saw a vast sea of stars rushing under her feet. Sacred Lord Lan Yun? Zhang Feng's face showed curiosity. Was it your previous master? The name alone doesn't sound simple. It was just true that he hadn't heard of the title, and its related rumors. That's right, Sage Lord Lan Yun was once a 10-turn sword cultivator, and I was created due to his profound understanding of the Tao of the sword. The sword spirit replied. Hearing its words, Zhang Feng slowly nodded thoughtfully. Being able to create something that has a spirit. This person's strength had definitely reached an extremely transcendent and terrifying realm. Roar! A deafening roar came from the void rift. A giant claw covered in dark purple crystalline armor tore through space and the tips of the claws alone were thicker than the palace pillars. When the huge object fully appeared, Ouyang Yue couldn't help but soften her legs and a color of fear emerged amongst a pair of beautiful eyes. It was a 1,000-meter-long starry sky beast, with hundreds of ghostly blue bone spines growing on its spine. The tip of each bone spur shimmered with black hole swirls that devoured the stars. This is the starry sky beast? Ouyang Yue subconsciously retreated behind Zhang Feng. Compared to the ferocious beasts in the various replica secret realms, the starry sky beast in front of him was too much of a shock. She simply didn't think she was capable of defeating this starry sky beast. Star-devouring Devil Kuan. Back then, he had devoured 7 cultivation planets. The sword spirit let out a clear sword sound. Although the projection is only 30% of the strength of the main body, its strength is still terrifying. Faced with this star-devouring Devil Kuan, Zhang Feng's eyes did not show any fear, but instead vaguely showed a color of excitement and thrill. Just a mere projection was able to release such a terrifying abyss-like aura. If the real body descended, how exaggerated it would be. Especially when he heard that the star-devouring demon Kuan had devoured 7 planets, he was even more shaken. If one could contract a few starry sky giants as imperial beasts, then, in the middle of this vast galaxy, he must be the one to be honored. The sword spirit on the side felt even more incomprehensible after observing and sensing the emotions radiating from Zhang Feng. After all, if you were a normal professional after seeing a real star beast, both reveal fear and heaviness. But this master of his own, on the contrary, was feeling elated. Right, speaking of which, what's the meaning of planet cultivation? Zhang Feng inquired towards the sword spirit. He had a guess in his head, but he wasn't quite sure if it was. The sword spirit replied, as the name suggests, a cultivation planet is the birth of intelligent creatures capable of cultivation. Each planet has different cultivation laws and cultivation realms. Some use magic, some use aura, and other various power systems. Hearing this, Zhang Feng's eyes lit up and he secretly guessed in his heart, I just don't know if I can run into one of those metaphysical continent cultivation planets. However, he guessed that in the middle of this vast sea of stars, the stars were counted in the trillions. That kind of metaphysical planet must exist. Retracting his thoughts, Zhang Feng asked again, can you fix this star-devouring Devil Kuan? Of course, when Saint Lord Lan Yun encountered this severely injured star-devouring demon Kuan, he used me to decapitate it. The sword spirit shifted its form and seemed to act a little self-satisfied. I'll leave it to you then. Zhang Feng laughed lightly. Why did it feel like this sword spirit was getting more and more humanized? 9 extremes, hybrid annihilation. The sword spirit instantly transformed into 9 rainbow lights, each containing a very different aura of law. The golden rainbow was sharp and peerless. The green mango was full of vitality, and the purple electricity broke all laws. 9 colors of light intertwined in the void to form a chaotic millstone. Even space began to collapse wherever it passed. That Devil Kuan was just about to spit out star core spit when the 9-colored grinding disc had already penetrated the devouring core between its forehead. Ka-ching! A crisp shattering sound resounded through the sea of stars. The Devil Kuan's huge body suddenly stiffened, and his dark purple crystal armor peeled off like a rock that had weathered for 10,000 years. Ouyang Yue didn't even see what happened. He saw a sky full of starlight bursting out from the giant beast's body, turning into galactic ribbons that wrapped around Zhang Feng's body. Has the second head appeared as well? Zhang Feng stood with his arms folded, looking at the silver-white tentacles poking out of the void crack. It was a giant beast shaped like an octopus, each tentacle covered in dimensional rifts. This is Void Rift Beast. Clang! The sword spirit suddenly split into 10,000. Each sword shadow stabbed precisely into the spatial nodes on the tentacles. When the sword spirit being chopped out the 9 extreme sword slash, the entire trial space suddenly fell into an eerie silence, and all the dimensional rifts solidified at the same time. Immediately afterward it exploded like a shattered mirror. The rift beast let out a mournful whine, but it dissipated along with the space debris. The 9-headed star-swallowing python that appeared at the end has yet to show its ferocious power. It was then penetrated through the 9 heads by the 9 rivers of stars transformed by the mixed Upanishad chop. The sword spirit hovered in the star dust where the behemoth had collapsed. After the 3 starry sky giants were broken, a roiling starburst emanated from them. The shadow of Saint Lord Lan Yun holding a sword to cut down the star's back then emerged vaguely. It was a man with lofty tentacles on his head, and he was dressed in white, his clothes flowing. He turned and raised his eyes to Zhang Feng. In an instant, it was as if countless stars and rivers had been crossed between the two, completing their gaze at this moment. Chapter 44, I'll take over this task. At this time, Ouyang Yue had long been too shocked to speak. The oppression brought to her by this shadowy man in front of her was very strong. Ouyang Yue, who's always been the star of the show. The heart couldn't help but give rise to a feeling of finitude that had never been felt before. Lord of the Imperial Spirit. Sacred Lord Lan Yun's voice was mellow and hoarse, and he saw through Jiang Feng's occupation with a single glance. However, there was still a slight look of doubt amongst his eyes. Even the Lord of the Royal Spirit could not possess such extraordinary means. Moreover, he could see that Zhang Feng hadn't even reached even the 4th turn in level right now, to be able to subdue even my original sword spirit. It seems that this era has given birth to an extraordinary existence. Sacred Lord Lan Yun couldn't help but let out an emotional sigh. Senior is too kind. Zhang Feng smiled bashfully. At the same time, he was also utilizing the Eye of True Vision to check his information. Name, Mo Lan Yun. Photo. Profession, swordsman. Level, LV 433. Spirit, battle strength, unknown. Over 400 levels? Zhang Feng hadn't expected his rank to be so high. Sacred Lord Lan Yun looked at Zhang Feng, his eyes filled with admiration for his juniors. Only then could not help but a few regretful colors emerge. After all, this teenager's profession had nothing to do with swordsmanship and could not accept his inheritance. I'm sure you've already seen the power of the starry sky beast just now. Sacred Lord Lan Yun then spoke. There are countless such star giants in the boundless starry sky, and they grow in strength by devouring planets and all energy bodies. If they reached the blue planet, then the entire blue planet would be in jeopardy, if not cease to exist. And beyond the blue star, there were top-tier powerhouses that built a great wall of stars in order to defend against foreign enemies. Sacred Lord Lan Yun was also one of them, but after fighting a powerful and bizarre star beast, he was ultimately defeated. Finally, on his deathbed, he created an alien space to host his legacy. Although you are not a swordsman professional, your strength is exceptional, and if you are willing to take on the burden of manning the starry Great Wall, I can give you all the treasures I have acquired in my life. As for the Sword Dao inheritance, it will be up to you to find a suitable candidate for me, but if you don't have the guts to face the Star Beast, then I will forcibly erase your existence and wait for the next challenger. Holy Lord Lan Yun's tone gradually seemed grave. Manning the Great Wall of Stars is an extremely important matter, because the Great Wall of Stars counted as one of the most important lines of defense in the entire Blue Planet. The safety of all living things in the entire Blue Planet is at stake. This burden can only be given to the fearless. Even in the face of an incomparably terrifying starry sky beast, he still dared to raise his sword to meet the attack, not fearing life or death. Don't worry, senior. I'll take this heavy responsibility. Zhang Feng nodded. He was quite interested in the star beast, especially to the more powerful star beasts. Good. Sacred Lord Lan Yun nodded in satisfaction. After having seen the star beast, it was still able to answer so decisively. It's also a testament to its guts and bravado. Saint Lord Lan Yun raised his hand and several treasures fell in front of Zhang Feng. He pointed to an ancient token and said, "This is the Starry Sky Order. When the Starry Sky Great Wall encounters a crisis, the Starry Sky Order will light up, and you only need to exert your spiritual power on it to transmit to the Starry Sky." Speaking here, Sacred Lord Lan Yun paused for a moment. Of course, even if you don't take the initiative to teleport, it will still forcefully bring you to the stars. Upon hearing this, Zhang Feng just secretly thought about how embarrassing it would be if he were to pass himself off to the stars when he was taking a bath, or flipping off the clouds. However, the second treasure was something that Zhang Feng couldn't help but see. Hourglass of Life Tracks. Type, prop, grade, quasi-sacred. Description: the hourglass is flowing with chaotic star sand, which can briefly distort the flow of time and can reverse 1 minute of time. Available level, LV 90. A life track hourglass that reverses time by 1 minute? Zhang Feng felt his breath catch a little. I didn't realize that there was a treasure that reversed time. While a minute isn't a long time, it can come in handy when it counts. This thing is much more powerful compared to the backtracking talisman. If one is in danger and cannot escape, even if one returns to one's peak state, one still cannot break the game. However, if you reverse time, you are able to choose to avoid going into harm's way. It is also able to circumvent some certain death damage as well as attacks like curses. Vientiane Occupational Mask. Type, prop, grade, quasi-sacred. Introduction: after wearing it, you can disguise as any occupation every day and gain the basic skills of that occupation. Available level, LV 90. Oh, to be able to disguise yourself as any occupation? That's a bit interesting. Zhang Feng picked up the Wanxiang profession mask and carefully surveyed the appearance and information. The utility of this thing is not as powerful as the hourglass of life tracks though. but in some special scenes can play unexpected effect. 10,000 years of cold ice marrow. Type, prop, grade, epic. Introduction, enables ice professionals to improve their control over the power of ice. Available level, LV90. It is of little use to me. Zhang Feng thought about it for a moment and then gave it to Ouyang Yue as a token of appreciation. Ouyang Yue's beautiful eyes lit up as she hurriedly thanked him. This could definitely be considered a strength-boosting treasure for her. Posterity. The matter of stationing the Great Wall of Starry Sky is entrusted to you. Holy Lord Lan Yun raised his hand and pointed, sending an inheritance mark into Zhang Feng's brow. This is my true inheritance, capable of unlocking all the treasures I have survived in the Flux Ancient Star. After saying that, his virtual shadow gradually dissipated. Along with him, the scene around him dissipated. At the same time, the entire alien space began to gradually collapse, as if it was about to disintegrate. The professionals within all had shocked looks on their faces. Could it be that the legacy has been taken down? The occupiers outside the inheritance hall were also shocked. Just now, that beast master as well as the Ouyang family's heavenly pride had entered the hall, so it must be one of them who had obtained the inheritance. But after thinking about it, they all agreed that it was Ouyang Yue who had a greater chance of obtaining the inheritance. After all, an imperial beast master could be said to be unable to do anything without an imperial beast. Ruan Yuan, who was bitten by the underworld three-headed dog, however, had a face that was hard to see. He hadn't expected that the beast master had survived. But how can one escape now? As the inheritance hall gradually collapsed, Zhang Feng and Ouyang Yue walked out from it. Everyone stared at the two with curious faces. The heart was even more agitated. After all, the lure of the inheritance of a 10-turn powerhouse was just too great. Wait, open our eyes to the treasures inside. A 6th-turn berserker warrior suddenly spoke out, his giant axe coalescing into a blood-colored dragon scroll in his hand. As long as he used the profession's skill Blood Rage Berserker ritual, his strength would skyrocket to the peak strength of the 7th turn. The rest of the professionals were moved to chime in with thoughts they shouldn't have. That's right, the treasures of a 10-turn powerhouse are definitely extraordinary. If the two of you know the rules, you should share some of your treasures out. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Yue stood up and said with a cold face, if you all don't want to look for trouble, it's better for each of you to retreat, so as not to ask for trouble. This was a complete provocation in the eyes of the others. Although this Imperial Beast Master's Imperial Beast was strong, it would inevitably be a bit of a struggle to deal with so many of them, and there's no way to know what's going on in the middle of a foreign space. Even if those two Imperial Beasts were powerful, there were so many of them, yet they might not be without a chance. I'm sorry, I don't know any rules, I just know that I am the rules. As soon as Zhang Feng's words fell, the powerful aura of the sword spirit instantly rose to the sky. In just the blink of an eye, it pierced through the berserker, leaving him headless. Chapter 45, Evolution, Jinyu Xianwu. This is the spirit sword in the middle of the inheritance hall. You actually contracted all of these spirit swords. How is this possible? The professionals present were all extremely shaken as they looked towards the sword spirit. They should know that they couldn't even last 3 minutes in the hands of this sword spirit. And this kid actually did it. This kid is a monster, isn't he? Anyone else who wants me to share, step forward. Zhang Feng swept his gaze toward the crowd and said without the slightest bit of emotion. The people who heard this, their bodies trembled and they took half a step back. Some of the professionals who froze in place were almost scared out of their wits when they realized that they were somehow standing right in front of them. Hurriedly, he took several sharp steps backward. I'm afraid if I'm late, I'll get hiccups on the spot. For a while, a group of people fled and retreated backward. Ouyang Yue, who saw the scene, was also moved inwardly. Just one sentence scared the hell out of the crowd. I'm afraid only the teenager in front of me can do it. The alien space continued to collapse, and the people inside began to crush the teleportation stones, preparing to leave the place. Before leaving, Ouyang Yue looked at Zhang Feng and sincerely thanked him. Thanks for your help in the 10,000-year-old cold ice marrow that was gifted to me. I will remember this favor, and I also hope that you can come to the Tianjing Ouyang family as a guest. I will thank you properly. Zhang Feng smiled and shook his head. Fine, if I'm free I'll go over and have a seat. Then he looked at Zhao Zhengrui, who was on the side, and said, Chairman Zhao, let's go back as well. Good. Zhao Zhengrui nodded repeatedly. At the same time the heart was very shaken. Zhang Feng was even able to contract a sword spirit. Is this really something a beast master can do? Why does it feel as if it's not the same profession as him? This time, following Zhang Feng's side, even if it was just a mere dip, it was still a big show. Although it is standing on the shoulders of giants, it is still able to look down on people not. As for that Ruan Yuan, Zhang Feng directly let the underworld prison three-headed dog eat it as a snack. Back at the Imperial Beast Master Association, Zhang Feng naturally distributed some treasures to them. After seeing these things, Zhao Zhengrui's eyes went straight. Jiang Feng had leveled himself up to level 120 in the third turn after brushing a few copies outside one after another. Counting on it, he already had 5 Imperial Beasts, and level 120 was just able to contract 6. After that, he went to the Imperial Beast incubation room and saw the Xian turtle that had already hatched. The young Xian turtle was only the size of Jiang Feng's palm, and its shell was a rocky gray color. Jiang Feng briefly checked its information. Gen 2 turtle, rare, grade, gold, level, LV1, power, 2472, body mass, 3284, agility, 1400, spirit, 1637, battle strength, 2792, skills, Xian stab, Xian shui shock, Xian yen shield, required evolution points, 10,000. The base value of the gold level rank is really good. Jiang Feng secretly nodded, then used the contract technique to contract him. Su Wanru, who was on the side, saw Jiang Feng's focused appearance, and her gaze looked like she couldn't take it off. It is said that men are most handsome when they are serious and focused, but Jiang Feng was handsome in his own right, and with his serious appearance, he was even more impeccable. With the Xian turtle's contract successful, Jiang Feng summoned it into the royal beast space. Many thanks for taking care of you for this period of time. Jiang Feng raised his eyes towards her and smiled faintly. No, it's nothing, this is all what I should do. Su Wanru's face burned slightly as she hurriedly waved her hand. Jiang Feng nodded, then probed his consciousness into the Imperial Beast space. Taking out a few experience pills that contained 50 million experience points, he gave them to the Xian turtle. This allows you to quickly upgrade your turtle without having to go into the middle of a copy and slowly brush the monsters to upgrade. Although Jiang Feng's speed of brushing copies was fast, it couldn't withstand the Xian turtle's exponential experience demand. This 150,000,000 experience pill was worth more than $100 million. However, Jiang Feng didn't feel any physical pain at all. After all, money is just a number to him, and he just happens to have a long list of just such numbers. Jiang Feng didn't even blink as he directly gave several experience pills to the Xian turtle to swallow in a row. Under the support of the experienced Dan, the Xian turtle's aura continued to climb. Its size also continued to skyrocket, resembling a small mountain. The level directly soared from LV1 to LV92. It even evolved by one rank in the level spike. It turned into a diamond grade Xian Bing AO. Xian Bing AO, rare, grade, diamond, level, LV92, power, 145,000, body mass, 195,000, agility, 104,000, spirit, 110,000, battle strength, 180,000, skills, Xian ice water armor, 100 miles of ice, required evolution points, 500,000 points. Do the evolution points also increase when you go up in rank or grade? Jiang Feng frowned slightly and muttered in his heart, but he had more evolution points than he could use, and all he was missing was just the evolution remnants. Start evolving. Then without hesitation, he added some evolution points to the Xian Bing AO. 500,000 evolution points consumed. Xian Bing AO begins to evolve. Ka-chow. A sound like the breaking of an ancient glacier exploded in the void. The fur of the underworld three-headed dog instantly condensed out of ice prisms, and the exhaled white mist solidified into ice crystals that fell before it could dissipate. Even the red sky-burning falcon was hovering in the air at extreme speeds before flying towards the distance. The Xian Bing AO raised its head covered in ice spikes, its ghostly blue pupils transforming into 2 rounds of cold moon. It opened its mouth to devour the frosty chi in the sky, and the clouds within the entire Imperial Beast space suddenly began to rotate, forming inverted ice crystal vortexes. Boom! 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 3 ice pillars with a diameter of more than 1,000 meters sprang out from the sea and surrounded the Xian Bing AO in the center in a triangular shape. The Abyssal Dragon King, who was originally sleeping with his eyes closed within the sea, was all startled at this moment. A pair of huge dragon eyes stared straight at the ever-changing Xian Bing AO in front of him. It was like seeing a powerful being that was about to come out of nowhere. As the icicles continued to shatter and pour madly towards its body, the Xian Bing AO's body continued to expand and grow. Its body skyrocketed from a small mountain to a towering giant like Tarzan. Evolution complete. Xian Bing AO evolves to Xinyu Xianwu. Current beast, Xinyu Xuanwu. Grade, ancient. Level, LV92. Life value, 430W. Defense, 160W. Did Blitz evolve into an ancient grade imperial beast? Jiang Feng was secretly happy in his heart. Now he had 3 ancient grade imperial beasts, and when he saw the Xinyu Xuanwu's life value and defense, that could be called terrifying. The heart couldn't help but start beating violently. I didn't realize it had such an unbelievable value. with a defensive power of 1,600,000. It was only feared that a 7th-turn professional wouldn't even be able to break it, and a life value of over 4 million was even too much, plus the effect of his own symbiosis skill. Facing the attacks of a 7th-turn professional was nothing more than a scrape in front of himself. Chapter 46, The Fate of the Great Yen is in your hands. Great Yen Palace. The golden and brilliant halls glittered in the sunlight. Suddenly, the dome of the sky seemed to be torn apart by an invisible giant hand, and a pitch-black gap appeared abruptly. Several figures stepped out from the crack, and the powerful aura emanating from them brought about a heavy sense of oppression. The person in the lead, blonde hair and blue eyes, tall in stature, surrounded by a golden flame of light if anything. Where is the Yen Emperor? His gaze was like a torch as he scanned the bottom, and the voice that opened his mouth was like muffled thunder rolling through the entire Tianjing city. This voice, with undisguised arrogance and provocation, instantly ignited the fury of all the professionals within Tianjing city. Where did the foreigner come from that dares to sow his wild oats in our Great Yan's territory? You're tired of living. Do you really think we have no one in Great Yen? Within the Great Yen territory, how can outsiders be allowed to act recklessly? At this moment, a voice with majesty in its vicissitudes came out from within the Great Yen palace. You all have trespassed into my Great Yan's territory and are being so reckless. Have you not come to give my Great Yen a letter of war? A white-haired old man slowly walked out from within the Great Yen palace, his feet stepping on the void towards them step by step. With every step he took, a ripple would ripple in the void beneath his feet. Although he was one person, his terrifying aura was not inferior to several of them. The appearance of the old man caused all the professionals in Tianjing city to be shaken. It was because this old man, named Qi Daoming, the Grand Elder of the Great Yen Kingdom, was second only to the Yen Emperor in terms of status and strength. In the event that Emperor Yen had something to do and was unable to deal with matters of government, his words would be able to represent the entire Great Yen. Elder Qi, long time no see. Beside the blonde man, a lanky man with reddish whiskers and hair greeted him with a strange smile on his face. Rumor has it that Emperor Yan's lifespan is nearing, and now that several emissaries from several countries such as ours have arrived and he is unwilling to show his face, could it be that he has already passed away? As soon as these words came out, the faces of the few people beside him surfaced with what appeared to be a snicker. Unbridled, Qi Daoming raised his hand in the air with an empty palm as he raised his eyebrows in a cold manner. Above the red-haired man, a palm of energy stretched out in the void and slammed him downward. The red-haired man's face suddenly changed abruptly, and the muscles in his arms rippled as he tried to parry the blow. Yet his strength was insignificant under this palm. Boom! The red-haired man directly smashed a huge crater in the ground. Even the entire Tianjing city trembled for a few moments. All the professionals in the city sucked in a breath of cold air. Is this the strength of Elder Qi? If all of you are really here to provoke my Great Yen, then let's fight together. Although I, Qi, am not as strong as the Yen Emperor, but if you want to fight, then let's fight. Qi Daoming's aura instantly flared out, and his abyss-like terror erupted without reservation. After the blonde man's few people had seen that palm just now, their attitudes were obviously much more restrained than before, but there wasn't much fear in his eyes. If he really started to fight, although Qi Daoming was a 9-turn sacred lawgiver, but wanting to take all 7 of the 9 turns alone with one person, that would be a real fool's errand. However, they didn't know whether Emperor Yen was in the Great Yen Palace or not. That's what really scares them. After all, Great Yen relied on just one Yen Emperor to be able to fight a fierce battle with a 10th-turn powerhouse. Without the existence of Emperor Yen, the territory of Great Yen would have long been eaten up and divided up by their countries. The blonde man spoke faintly, slightly raising his hand, and a heavenly book appeared above the void. At the same time, he spoke. According to the information coming from above the stars, the starry Great Wall is now about to face an invasion by a foreign enemy. The Great Wall of Stars continues to have enough newly minted guards, and since there has not been a divine son born in the Great Yen territory for so long, they have decided to open the Great Yen Celestial Pride Tower to all nations this time ahead of schedule. If Great Yen still has no one able to pass the Heaven's Pride Tower, then the Heaven's Pride Tower within Great Yen will be handed over to the Cuckoo Kingdom. Hearing these words, the professionals within Tianjing City were immediately enraged. It was important to know that the Great Yen Heaven's Pride Tower was self-evidently important to Great Yen. The successive generations of Yen emperors as well as the core powerhouses of Great Yen were all born through the Great Yen Celestial Pride Tower. If the Tower of Celestial Pride was handed over to another country, wouldn't it cut off the path to the birth of Great Yen powerhouses? If there is no strong person born in Great Yen, then the country will decline and suffer from the more naked oppression of the countries. How could they agree to such excessive conditions? Listen to me, you foreigners, the Great Yen Tianjia Tower will never be handed over to another country. That's right, the people are in the tower. If you want to seize our heaven's remarkable tower, step over our corpses and bones. Who in this world doesn't know that the Cuckoo Country is one of your foreign devil's dogs? So if the Great Yen Celestial Pride Pagoda is handed over to the Cuckoo Country, isn't it tantamount to giving it to you for nothing? If the Great Yen Country is no more, and we all become slaves of the fallen country, then what's the point of having this starry sky Great Wall? We might as well destroy it together. All the Great Yen professionals were filled with anger at the moment, and the group shouted angrily towards the emissaries of the 7 countries. However, that blonde-haired man ignored the angry curses of these Great Yen professionals, because in his eyes, these people were like ants. Who, may I ask, cares about the anger of a mole cricket? The blonde man's eyes looked indifferently at Qi Daoming and coldly said, Elder Qi, this is the result of the Starry Sky Powerhouse's deliberation. If you disobey the order, you should know very well what will happen. Right now we're just conveying their orders, but if you're as stubborn and obstinate as they are, I'm afraid that it will only lead to unimaginable disasters for your Great Yen Kingdom. Also, one more thing, until the opening of the Heaven's Remarkable Tower comes to an end, none of us will leave Great Yen. They stayed at Great Yen to prevent Great Yen from breaking the fish and opening the Protectorate Formation. At that time, even if all the countries together wanted to break through, it would take at least a year and a half. Thus they were stationed here in order to take Dian by surprise. After the blonde man had expected Qi Daoming's face to be extremely ugly after saying these words. Instead, an inscrutable smile appeared on Qi Daoming's face. Since this is the result of the deliberations of the powerhouses above the Great Wall of the Starry Sky, then I, Great Yen, naturally have nothing to say. Perhaps I, Great Yen, have been silent for too long, giving you guys the illusion that you're so easy to pin down. So let's see the results of this Heaven's Pride Tower. As he said these words, Zhang Feng's figure appeared in his mind. He was very confident that Zhang Feng would definitely be able to pass the Heaven's Pride Tower trial, because Zhang Feng's appearance also represented the rise of the Great Yen country's national fortunes, and would once again rise to the top of the nations. The blonde man also seemed to see where Qi Daoming's bottom line was. It must be the powerful Imperial Beast Master that suddenly appeared out of nowhere within the Great Yen territory. However, since they had come, they had naturally prepared for everything. This man must die. Never leave any spark of hope for Dian. The blonde man smiled indifferently. Elder Qi seems to be very confident, but I'll borrow an ancient Great Yen saying to advise you that the greater the expectations, the greater the disappointment. Qi Daoming naturally heard out the voice outside of his words and said with a leathery smile, since all of you have come to my Great Yen on the orders of a star powerhouse, then I should do my best as a landlord on behalf of Great Yen. So please head to the guest star palace to settle down. Inside the guest star palace, their every move would be monitored, and if any movement could be detected in the first instance. When the meeting was over, Qi Daoming immediately gave a secret order to send a group of strong men to protect Zhang Feng. Before the Great Yen Tianjia Tower opened, it was necessary to make sure that Zhang Feng was safe and sound. When the matter had been completed, Qi Daoming let out a heavy sigh towards the interior of the Great Yen Palace. Zhang Feng, the fate of Great Yen's nation is about to be delivered into your hands. Chapter 47, Evolution, The Eclipse Falcon. The Happening. Flat City, Mountain Villa. Zhang Feng was lying on the big soft bed, checking out the things among the Great Yen treasure trove. Instead, he was now less anxious to find items for the evolution of the Imperial Beasts. Instead, he began to look for props that would allow the Imperial Beast to cross the threshold. Only after the tribulation would the strength truly skyrocket. I remember seeing a piece of obsidian essence spirit that was able to allow the red sky burning falcon to pass through the tribulation in the Great Yen treasure trove. But now he didn't have quite enough merit points, rather have to find a way to earn merit points. However, soon Zhang Feng's eyes lit up as he realized that among the Great Yen treasure trove, not only were they able to exchange merit points, there is also a way to turn in treasures and gain merit points. Rather, it's kind of disguised as a similar trading platform. Hey, then I'm welcome. The corner of Zhang Feng's mouth lifted. Spinning around, he directly took out a bunch of treasures from amongst the space ring, and then uploaded them according to the instructions above. He didn't know how many he had uploaded. Zhang Feng only felt that the merit value had risen after each upload. Merit points, 687,000. As he refreshed the Great Yen treasure trove afterward, he also accidentally found the heart of lava shelved in it. This was an evolutionary material for the red sky burning falcon. I didn't realize that there was such a good thing. It was really a double blessing. Zhang Feng then directly chose to purchase obsidian essence as well as lava heart. Soon, in front of Zhang Feng, an astrolabe appeared. A fist-sized, reddish, lava-like sphere emerged from the astrolabe. The moment it appeared, it sent the temperature of the entire room soaring. It was possible to feel what a huge amount of energy was contained inside. Immediately following the astrolabe, another reddish golden diamond-shaped crystal slowly appeared. It is surrounded by a ring of sunburst-like energy. With these two items, the red sky burning falcon will be able to both evolve and cross the threshold. Zhang Feng's eyes blossomed with joy. and he put them into the royal beast space, taking them all to the red sky burning falcon. Inside the imperial beast space, feeling the scent of the obsidian essence and the heart of lava, the red sky burning falcon looked unusually excited. Newbie, it circled around the sky for a while. Start evolving. Zhang Feng clicked the panel evolution button. Immediately after that, hundreds of thousands of evolution points turned into white light and intermingled with the heart of lava. An arcane force was formed to surge towards the red sky burning falcon. As the white light coalesced, wrapping the red sky burning falcon into a huge ball of light. Immediately after that, the light mass continued to solidify. Like a cocoon, it didn't take long before several cracks appeared in the light mass that had been scorched by the flames. Boo! The ball of light turned into a raging flame, forming in the sky like a round of obsidian. Newbie, an ear-splitting cry rang out. Obsidian exploded like a nova exploding. A giant bird with a majestic physique and a body burning with dark flames emerged. In its tail plume trailed 100 miles of streaming fire, which was spectacular. Evolution complete. Red sky burning falcon, Eclipse falcon. Current imperial animal, Eclipse falcon. Grade, dimming moon. Level, LV-115. Power, 466,000. Body mass, 385,000. Agility, 405,000. Spirit, 280,000. Battle strength, 570,000. Skills, flame weaving, eclipse dance, eternal eclipse. Evolutionary value required for next evolution, coronal essence plus 1 million evolutionary points. Well, it's not bad, but it's still a lot worse than an ancient great imperial beast. Zhang Feng nodded slightly, intending to start giving it a calamity to raise its strength once again. Spinning around, he gave it the obsidian essence spirit to take. The eclipsed pale falcon swallowed it in one gulp, and its wings set off a burning hurricane. Molten golden blood oozed from the corners of its eyes, and each plume was bursting with blinding flames of light. Buzz! The dome of the imperial beast space suddenly tore apart, and the red golden robber clouds churned like a boil. 9 chains containing the laws of the obsidian sun hung down from among the vortex of clouds, turning the ground into lava. The magma merged into a red river and poured into the sky, emitting a high temperature of nearly 10,000 degrees, and the air was twisted into a glazed shape. It violently erupted towards the eclipse falcon. Newbie, the eclipsing pale falcon raised its head to the sky and even took the initiative to rush towards the terrorizing red river. It opened its sharp beak and swallowed the entire red river into its stomach. After swallowing as much as it could, the eclipse falcon's chest suddenly burst into a blinding glare. Zhang Feng was even able to feel the pain that the eclipsed pale falcon was enduring at this moment. After all, there was a special connection between the imperial beast master and the imperial beast. Although the pain conveyed to Zhang Feng was less than a millionth of that of the eclipsing pale falcon. However, this pain caused Zhang Feng to clench his teeth secretly as well. Come on, I believe in you. Just hang in there. Zhang Feng conveyed his conviction towards the eclipse falcon. After all, no matter how serious an injury was suffered in the middle of one's imperial beast space, one would recover quickly. In the midst of this imperial beast space, the eclipsed pale falcon only needed to be firm in its will. If one were to experience the calamity outside, then the success rate would only be less than 70% within the imperial beast space. If the imperial beast failed to cross the threshold, not only would it suffer severe backlash, it might even die violently on the spot, and the strength of the imperial beast master would likewise suffer a heavy blow. Of course, Zhang Feng possessed the symbiosis skill, which could automatically transfer the damage taken to Jinyu Xianwu. However, Zhang Feng wasn't concerned that it would implicate himself if it failed to cross the threshold. After all, it was cultivated by himself. It was also his first royal beast. Zhang Feng had no small attachment to it. Sensing Zhang Feng's encouragement, the eclipse falcon's wings shook violently and once again erupted with a sharp cry. Its eyes burned with unyielding flames as it hovered and flew toward the sky. At this moment, several peculiar obsidian divine patterns flowed across its surface. This was the obsidian essence reshaping the core of its power, and with each divine pattern that lit up, the flames around it deepened. Its circumference was even breeding hundreds of red lotus karmic fires. The terrifying heat caused the seawater below to evaporate. Boom! A loud ringing sound like a meteorite exploding erupted from within the body of the echidna pale falcon. A huge amount of energy swept wildly in all directions with it at the center. The snow-silver fox's body trembled as it hurriedly ran towards the back of the underworld three-headed dog. An explosion of this magnitude, even the aftermath was not something it could withstand. Just get a little bit of it on it and it'll be dust in a flash. The current one was one of the weakest existences amongst this imperial beast space. As the eclipsing pale falcon managed to pass through the one heavy tribulation, its body underwent a considerable change. The size skyrocketed more than 3 times, and the wingspan covered the sky. Although there was still a huge gap between its size and the abyssal dragon king and the Jinyu Xianwu, but it had a little more sharpness in its aura. Current Imperial Beast, Eclipse Falcon, 1-jacking. Grade, Dimming Moon. Level, LV-115. Power, 566,000. Body mass, 485,000. Agility, 505,000. Spirit, 380,000. Battle strength, 670,000. Skills, Flame Weaving, Eclipse Dance, Eternal Eclipse. Did the basic values of the various items go up by 100,000 points after just one calamity? Zhang Feng was in a good mood as he looked at the rising values of its attribute panel. This first calendar is still the easiest. The farther back you go, the more dangerous the apocalypse becomes. Of course, the more terrifying the strength that can be raised. A ninth tribulation ancient great imperial beast was only slightly more powerful than a Saint King great imperial beast. Chapter 48, The Six Heavenly Flames, Dumbfounded. Well, after resting for 2 days, it's time to go find Bai Lingyue to explore the legendary Great Secret Realm. Zhang Feng stretched after getting up from the bed. In the legendary Secret Realm, there was a probability of obtaining artifact fragments. Zhang Feng came to the roof of the villa and looked out over Ping City. After the last beast-tide invasion, the current Ping City had been quick to repair the broken tall buildings as well as the buildings that had been ripped apart by the battle. Just as Zhang Feng was about to summon the Eclipse Falcon and head to the Bai clan, in the distant sky, 6 powerful auras were sweeping rapidly towards their position. In just a few blinks, 6 figures landed in front of Zhang Feng from the sky. They exuded an unearthly aura that was intimidating. The 6 were men and women of various ages. The oldest looked to be in his 60s and the youngest looked to be about his own age. But there was no hostility perceived on their part. "You are Zhang Feng, right?" a kind-looking old man said with a smile as he looked at Zhang Feng. The remaining 5 people were also sizing up Zhang Feng with curious gazes. "It's me." Zhang Feng nodded lightly. He, there's no need to be nervous, little friend. We are the 6 Heavenly Flame Imperials, and we have been ordered by the Grand Elder to stay close to protect you." The kindly old man laughed softly as he revealed the identities of several people. The 6 Heavenly Flame Imperials were the 6 top powerhouses under the seat of Emperor Flame, after passing through the layers of selection. "So it's Lord Roku? Disrespectful." Zhang Feng smiled and gave a polite reply, but he had actually already used the Eye of True Vision to see their identity information. Then he waved his hand and said, "But you guys should go back. I don't need anyone's protection right now." "Ha, what a big mouth. Do you realize you're in a dangerous situation?" A young girl with a double ponytail on her head and a tight leather jacket spoke up. She was one of the 6 Imperial Shadow Imperial Guards, a 7th-turn shadow assassin named Luo Yuni. "I don't know." Zhang Feng shook his head truthfully, his eyes subconsciously sizing up her concave and convex hot body. Bigger where it should be, skinny where it should be. It's true that a fine branch produces a fruit. The nutrition is all in the fruit. That said, in accordance with his current strength, he wanted to encounter danger. Unless one encountered several 9 revolutions powerhouses striking at the same time and also set up heavy traps in advance. Otherwise, even if Zhang Feng couldn't beat them, they couldn't stop them if they wanted to leave. So even if the 6 Heavenly Flame royalty in front of him wanted to injure Zhang Feng, I'm afraid it wouldn't be an easy task. Under the gaze of Zhang Feng, Luo Yuni didn't look shy, and even vaguely stretched her breasts with a bit of pride. After all, Zhang Feng looked like a big handsome guy who was pleasing to the eyes as well. The more she was watched by him in this way, the more attractive she proved herself to be. As long as she didn't say anything, who would know that her age of 28 was actually 28? Luo Yuni spoke. The emissaries of the 7 countries went to the heavenly capital and requested that this time, the Great Yen Celestial Pride Pagoda be open to the countries. If none of the Great Yen professionals are still able to pass the Heaven's Pride Tower this time, then it is requested that the Great Yen Kingdom's Heaven's Pride Tower will be handed over to the Cuckoo Kingdom. If Great Yen loses the Tower of Heaven's Pride, then in the future, Great Yen will not have strong people who can support Great Yen's national fortune. And you are the person that the Grand Elder looks up to, and the trialist that he thinks is most expected to break through the last level of the Heaven's Pride Tower. The 7 kingdoms have coveted Great Yen for a long time. How could they pass up such an opportunity? Now the emissaries of the 7 kingdoms must have noticed your existence as well, and they must be thinking of ways to erase you now. Hearing this, Zhang Feng's brows furrowed and his eyes began to stare. If it was according to her, then one's current situation was indeed not very good. If the emissaries of the 7 kingdoms were to strike at him at the same time, then he would only be afraid that he would run out of cards. As for the 6 Imperials in front of him, Zhang Feng didn't even think about them being able to protect him. After all, with his current strength, it wasn't a tricky thing to tackle the 6th royalty. If they were really in danger, I was afraid that I would have to free myself to protect them. Only when she saw Zhang Feng fall into deep thought did a slightly self-satisfied smile appear on Luo Yuni's face. It looks like this guy is just now finally realizing what he's in for. On her way here, She had already read Jiang Feng's message. Although he was a third-turn Imperial Beast Master at a young age, he even possessed 2 ancient great Imperial Beasts. This kind of strength greatly shocked even her. After all, it was just too unbelievable. It was no wonder that the Grand Elder had ordered them, the 6 Heavenly Flame Imperials, to protect this brat's safety at all costs. Only the first contact just now made Luo Yuni feel that Jiang Feng was still permeated with a sense of arrogance. It hadn't even placed their Heavenly Flame 6 royalty in their eyes. But you don't have to worry too much. With our 6 Imperials around, it's no use at all for the emissaries of the 7 kingdoms to try to make any small moves. Luo Yuni stepped forward and patted Jiang Feng's shoulder in relief. Those words just now were meant to make Jiang Feng put away his arrogance. Just being honestly protected by them is enough. Don't add any extra workload to her. However, Jiang Feng's eyes steeply lit up when he heard these words. Are you saying that the emissaries of the 7 kingdoms won't openly strike at me? Or even privately strike at me personally? At those words, Luo Yuni sweated a little, not expecting Jiang Feng to think so deeply. It seemed that what he had just said had really scared him. She rolled her eyes helplessly. Well, at least this is still Great Yin territory. If their 7 country emissaries dare to openly strike at you, or at any Great Yin professional, then they will definitely have to be prepared to stay in Great Yin forever. After all, the Great Yan's heritage was not something that could be shaken by just a few exotic emissaries. If they really dared to make a move, then they really didn't intend to leave alive. In that case, I'm relieved. Jiang Feng secretly let out a sigh of relief. If they didn't dare to make a move themselves, then it would be a fool's errand to try to move themselves. Alright, from now on you will honestly stay inside your room until the Heaven's Pride Tower officially opens. With us, the 6 Heavenly Flame royalty, even a mosquito won't be able to fly in, Luo Yuni said with a confident expression. Thank you. It would be hard for you guys to watch my house. After all, living inside the mountains mosquitoes are quite a lot. Jiang Feng let out a light laugh and said that he was ready to leave. Wait, where are you going? Luo Yuni frowned slightly. Didn't I tell you to stay honestly inside the room and not go anywhere? Little friend, we're doing this for your own good. The kind-looking old man from earlier instantly released his breath and said to Jiang Feng. The remaining few people also released their breaths at the same time, and the intermingling of several breaths made the air extremely heavy. If necessary, they would step in to forcefully restrict Jiang Feng's travel. After all, the Great Elder had given them a death order. Even if it would make Jiang Feng feel disgusted, they had to carry it out. Has this been sent to protect me, or has it been sent to fight me? Jiang Feng shook his head and spat it out somewhat breathlessly. Spinning around, he summoned his Imperial Beast. Roar! A deafening dragon roar resounded through the sky. A huge dragon of unknown number of feet hovered in the sky behind Jiang Feng, emitting brilliant dragon authority. Nubi, the eclipsing pale falcon spread its wings for thousands of miles, its body burning with raging dark flames and hundreds of red lotus karma flames around it. Immediately after that, there was the Jinyu Xianwu, the 9 extremes mixed sword spirit, and the 3-headed dog of the underworld, as well as the snow silver fox, who was hiding at Jiang Feng's heels, trembling with fear and the least amount of cards. Seeing the several great Imperial beasts, the 6 Heavenly Flame Imperials looked directly dumbfounded. Does the Elder really want us to protect such a terrifying beast master? Chapter 49? Going to the White Group. They knew that Jiang Feng's strength was perverted, but they didn't expect it to be so heaven-defying. Ancient great Imperial beasts that were normally extremely rare to encounter were actually 3 in his hands. The most amazing thing was that he could even contract a sword spirit. As the 6 Heavenly Flame royalty, they were knowledgeable enough to be called knowledgeable. But is this really what the Imperial Beastmaster profession can do? Do it! Jiang Feng spoke with a light smile. Hearing these words, the Heavenly Flame 6th royalty also directly froze in place. Hands? Move what? Facing such a strong lineup, even the battle-hardened ones were at a loss at the moment. The old man who had previously looked kindly couldn't help but raise his hand and wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. If you rank this battle among the thousands of battles he's experienced, big and small, that the most serious ones encountered in the past were only S-ranked. And now they could be called SSS ranked. How's this for a fight? It's turned into a hellish escape level. Cough cough. Little friend, don't be impulsive. We have no ill intentions. Hurry up and retrieve your Imperial Beast, making such a big commotion. Not good. The old man's wrinkled face forced out a smile. So you guys aren't stopping me? Jiang Feng asked with a smile. Don't dare. Don't dare. The old man shook his head repeatedly, having broken out into a cold sweat. At this moment, Luo Yuni was even more stiff and frozen as she recalled what Jiang Feng had just said. Originally, he thought that Jiang Feng was thinking too much afterward. I didn't realize it was my own presumption to speculate on his thoughts. According to his strength, it was true that if several emissaries hadn't joined forces to deal with Jiang Feng, I was afraid that he really couldn't take him down. But this Jiang Feng had so many Imperial beasts of terrifying strength at such a young age. This is completely beyond human perception, okay? Seeing that they no longer had any objections, Zhang Feng recalled the Imperial Beasts back into the Imperial Beast space. Now you guys stay and think for yourselves. If you still want to stay with me, by the way, I'll watch the house and clean up some mosquitoes. Clean up and stuff. Zhang Feng smiled and said, alright, I still have things to do, so I won't keep you company. At those words, the corners of the eyes of the Heavenly Flame's sixth royalty twitched. At least they were ranked among the great Yin powerhouses, but they ran over to help with housekeeping, cleaning, and catching mosquitoes like this. If it had been uttered in the mouths of other people, they would have thought it was humiliating to them. But when these words came out of Zhang Feng's mouth, they didn't have anything to say other than spitting inside. After all, the strength of others far exceeded that of their Heavenly Flame's 6 royal guards. After a few people briefly discussed the matter for a moment, they decided to inform the Grand Elder of this information first. One more person would follow Zhang Feng so that he could report the situation in time. As for the rest of the 5, they were ready to lie down inside Zhang Feng's villa and have a good rest. In one way, the mission was pretty comfortable. Not only were they able to rest and feel the fish, but they also had such a powerful Imperial Beast Big Brother to cover them when things went wrong. As for protecting Zhang Feng, they didn't dare to think about it. With this level of strength, it was only almost as if the Grand Elder himself had stepped in to protect it. But now that the emissaries of the 7 kingdoms were still in Tianjing, the Grand Elder was bound to keep a cautious eye on their whereabouts, and was simply too distracted to do anything about it. Lord Zhang Feng, let Shadow Imperial Guard Luo Yuni follow you around. So if there are any movements, it's good to convey them to us in time. Of course, if there is anything you wish to order, feel free to do so and we will do our best to fulfill it, the old man said with a respectful face. After seeing Zhang Feng's Imperial Beast strength, his attitude became respectful. At the same time, the idea was also changing very quickly, from protecting Zhang Feng to following Zhang Feng's command. Alright then, you guys just stay here and get some rest. I'll call you if anything happens. Zhang Feng laughed lightly and directly summoned the 9 extreme hybrid sword spirit, preparing to fly with his sword. At the same time, he also brought Luo Yuni towards the Bai clan. Old Young, are we really going to rest in this villa for a while? Behind him, a man in his early 30s with a tall stature couldn't help but frown and inquire. The old man known as Old Yang's mouth twitched when he saw his costume. You've changed into your ING swim trunks and you're asking me this? Hey, I was expecting an exceptionally dangerous mission, but I didn't expect it to turn out to be this easy. After saying that, the man drilled headlong into the villa courtyard inside the wide pool, swimming recklessly. The 9 extremes hybrid sword spirit passed through the layers of clouds and swept sharply through the high altitude, pulling out a long cloud trail in the sky. Although flying with a sword was not as majestic as riding other imperial beasts, the feeling was very good. After all, he had fantasized about flying with a sword quite a few times in his childhood. Now it's a dream come true. Since the sword spirit was flying too fast, Luo Yuni behind Zhang Feng almost couldn't stand up. She could only hug Zhang Feng tightly, and her twin ponytails even flew straight across. Feeling the softness behind him, although Zhang Feng's face was as usual, the corners of his mouth were about to curl up to the sky. It was only a minute or two later that they reached the roof of the White Group. Not long after, Bai Lingyue brought Mu Lao and the executives of the Bai Group up to greet them. After seeing Zhang Feng, Bai Lingyue walked towards Zhang Feng with an excited face. Zhang Feng, we've already arranged the manpower this time. We're just waiting for you to join us in raiding this legendary level secret realm. Good. Zhang Feng nodded. Bai Lingyue inquired with some nervousness in her heart after seeing the tight leather-clad woman behind Zhang Feng. And this is? After all, this woman was far superior to herself in both appearance and figure. Compared to her, Bai Lingyue rather felt that she had to dim quite a bit in front of her. Oh, this is sort of my friend. Her name is Luo Yuni. After hearing the word friend, the tension in Bai Lingyue's heart loosened a bit. I think they should also be the helpers that Zhang Feng had invited over to raid the epic mystery realm together. She smiled and extended her hand, introducing herself towards Luo Yuni. Hello, I'm Bai Lingyue, the head of the Bai group. Luo Yuni, on the other hand, stretched out her hand with a bland face. One of the 6 Imperials of Tianyin, Shadow Imperial Guard Luo Yuni, the 6 royalties of Heavenly Flame? After hearing her identity, Bai Lingyue as well as the Bai clan executives behind her couldn't help but reveal a few shocked looks. These were the 6 Imperial Guards under Emperor Yan's seat, and it was said that each of their strengths were extremely terrifying. I didn't expect such a big shot to follow Zhang Feng. Come inside the White Group's parlor hall. A number of professionals who had come to be invited to participate in the crusade against the legendary level secret realm had already gathered here. Most of them were from guilds, mercenary groups, and various forces. Bai Lingyue stood on the stage with a microphone in her hand, and after scanning the crowd, she spoke out. I welcome you all to the legendary grade mystic realm auctioned off by the Bai clan, and on behalf of the Bai clan, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to all of you. In the midst of the legendary tier secret realm, obtaining equipment that exceeds the gold tier or higher requires a 30% share of the white group's fee. If you all have any objections to this composition, you may consult with me later. Chapter 50? Entering the Secret Realm of Legends. After saying that, Bai Lingyue once again swept a glance at the people in the hall. Take in their expressions. Most of these professionals had little objection. After all, the entry qualifications for this legendary secret realm were issued by them. As long as you enter it, you might have a chance to get all kinds of valuable equipment props. With a mere 30% share of the benefits, they were also able to make a painfully large profit. At this moment, inside the Bai group, inside a high-level office, Bai Yueza was personally serving tea to several people. A few worried looks hung in his eyes. Senior, dare I ask if you're really going to make a move against that Zhang Feng? Bai Yueza asked with a hesitant expression as he sat on the sofa. After all, he had seen Zhang Feng's strength, which could be described as unfathomable. Until now, when his mind recalled Zhang Feng's impression, he had palpitations and couldn't help but shiver. Don't worry, Bai Cultivator, since we came prepared, then Zhang Feng is naturally bound to die. The one who spoke was a monk wearing a blood-colored robe, and he was twirling black skeletal Buddha beads in his hands. That's right, as long as you plant us among the team that's raiding the legend-level secret realm this time, then this secret realm is where Zhang Feng will be buried. Another flirtatious woman spoke up, her voice fluffy, her face was delicate, her arched eyebrows contained a seductive flavor, and the corners of her eyes were slightly upturned. But, if Zhang Feng didn't die, once he comes out, then I'll be the one to die. Bai Yueza's brows were furrowed and his heart was beating fast, but he still couldn't make up his mind. I've heard that originally you were the one at the helm of the Bai group, but your sister has now replaced you because of Zhang Feng's support. If you allow her to continue on like this, I'm afraid your position will become increasingly difficult. As long as you can get rid of Zhang Feng, then the huge Bai clan will be back in your hands once again. Wouldn't that be a godsend for you? The charming woman reached out and gently stroked Bai Yueza's chest, blowing a hot breath lightly in his ear. It immediately evoked a surge of arousal in his heart. At those words, Bai Yueza's eyes also gradually became gloomy. That's right, it's all because of this damn Zhang Feng. If he hadn't shown up, how could he have lost his grip on the white group? He is in charge of the rationale for the white group. Fine, I promise you guys, but you must promise to get rid of Zhang Feng to stop any future troubles. Bai Yueza said through clenched teeth, with a touch of ruthlessness in his eyes. As long as Zhang Feng died, he could just kick Bai Lingyue out of the Bai family and regain power. That's right, a man should kill and dare to let go to get more. The flirtatious woman gave a light smile of appreciation. Then when do you plan to enter the secret realm? Bai Yueza inquired out loud. At that moment, a man in a black robe said in a deep voice, this is naturally after Zhang Feng enters the legendary secret realm. According to intelligence analysis, he seems to possess the ability to see through all illusions. Even if we hide our identities and follow the team into it, then it's very likely that he'll find out. Good, after they enter, I will arrange for you to enter them. Bai Yueza nodded with a solemn expression. Although the large and small affairs of the Bai group are now basically held by Bai Yueling, the single hand, but wanting to plant a few people in the back to enter the secret realm was still manageable with his status. Then thank you, Xiao Bai. The flirtatious woman laughed softly. Bai Yueza nodded. You guys rest here for a while, I'll arrange for you to go in later. With that, he left inside the office. Coming outside, Bai Yueza called Tai He over. How's it going with what you were told to do? Tai He slightly lowered his head, brought his mouth to Bai Yueza's ear, and whispered, Xiao Bai, the stuff cost a lot, but we managed to get it. Upon hearing this, Bai Yueza nodded in satisfaction, a fierce color appearing in his eyes. Good, this time I'll let them all die in the middle of this legendary secret realm. Several of the people in the office earlier had not looked like good people at first glance, and had come from an unknown background, but since they were so confident in obliterating Zhang Feng, then he would borrow their hands and get rid of Zhang Feng before trapping them in the secret realm as well. By then no one would know that this matter had anything to do with them. At that time, it will be publicized to the outside world that something went wrong in the secret realm, resulting in no one surviving. After that, he would be able to regain the power of the Bai group, and then imprison Bai Yueling. At this moment, the man in black robe said in a slightly dissatisfied tone towards the flirtatious woman, why do you need to scratch your head at that brat? It's not easy to get him to listen when he's just a mole? The charming woman suddenly smiled. What? Jealous? Didn't you say just now that Zhang Feng can see through any falsehoods? If we make a move on that kid, wouldn't our plans fall through if we were seen? Hearing this, the black-robed man did not say anything else. Instead, it was the blood-colored robed monk sitting on the side that had a bloodthirsty red light floating in his eyes. This time amongst the legendary mysteries, the strength of the professionals who have entered are not low. If Lao Di were to draw out and absorb all of their blood, He might even be able to break through to the 9th turn in one fell swoop. As he said that, the corners of his mouth grinned up to his ears, revealing an extremely morose smile. Wait until Bai Lingyue finished explaining all the rules. It was only then that he led a group of professionals to a hall where a teleportation array had already been set up. The first thing that caught his eyes was the huge and complicated teleportation formation on the ground. The formation consisted of countless mysterious runes and lines intertwined together, and the runes emitted a faint ethereal blue light. And the legendary great entry credentials of the ember-mangled sacred perch was placed in the center of the formation. As Bai Lingyue commanded to open the formation, the energy in the formation instantly coalesced towards the ember-mango sacred perch. Immediately afterward a door of emptiness slowly opened. Excitement flickered in the eyes of a group of professionals as they scrambled towards the void gate. Jiang Feng. Just as Jiang Feng was about to enter the void gate, Bai Lingyue suddenly called out to him. Jiang Feng stopped in his tracks and asked with curiosity in his eyes, "What's wrong?" "Nope. You must be safe in there. I'll wait for you outside," Bai Lingyue reminded with slight worry. Although there were all kinds of top-notch props inside the legendary grade secret realm, it was riddled with dangers. The first wave of people who entered the secret raiders often encountered all sorts of dangers because they didn't have enough information about the secret raiders. "Don't worry, I'm confident." Jiang Feng laughed lightly, then took a step into the void door. Chapter 51 Chaos Source Gold. Epic Material. Tian Yuan Secret Realm. When Jiang Feng opened his eyes, it was as if he found himself in the middle of a world of emerald green. The sun was high in the sky, shining warmly on the body, but it was refreshing. However, Luo Yuni was the only one beside Jiang Feng. Everyone else should have been randomly teleported somewhere else. Looking around at your surroundings, as far as the eye could see, there were some low-ranked Chui Ling grasses all over the place, as if they were flourishing like weeds. The green spirit grass was able to be used to refine some cheap restorative potions, although the price wasn't high. With so many Chui Ling grasses, the stacked price was quite astonishing. However, Jiang Feng didn't have the heart to mow the grass here. These things couldn't catch his eye yet. His gaze went to some strange flowers and fruits growing amongst the Chui Ling grass. These exotic flowers and fruits exuded a unique aroma, and some of them were even of great use to fourth-turn professionals. Flame fruit. Quality, rare. Effect, enhances the power of fire attribute skills. Bellflower. Quality, rare. Effect, increases movement speed and agility. Moon spirit grass. Quality, rare. Effect, enhances vision and perception in the darkness of the night. It's hard to imagine all this growing randomly on the ground. Worthy of being a legendary grade secret realm, there seemed to be quite a lot of good things inside. Not a moment later, Jiang Feng's footsteps stopped, because a half-man tall, strange-looking plant caught his attention. A dark purple fruit from that plant to be exact. Soul fruit. Quality, precious. Efficacy, after taking it, it can directly nourish the cultivator's spiritual power and enhance the strength and toughness of the spiritual power. There's also the soul-embracing spirit fruit. Jiang Feng was slightly surprised, and then joy appeared in his eyes. I didn't realize that there were fruits here that could boost spiritual power. The growing environment of this soul-embracing spirit fruit was extremely harsh. It's basically only cultivated in major growing sites, and it's not very productive and has a long growing cycle. And there are basically thousands of soul-embracing spirit fruits here. This thing was considered to be of no small use to Jiang Feng. This was because spiritual power was not considered too important for pre-existing Imperial Beast Masters. But once there are more Imperial Beasts, if you have to summon so many of them out to fight at the same time, call it an extremely mentally draining thing to do. Although there are also props and equipment that can grow your mental strength, but it can't grow in perpetuity. After all, iron sharpens iron. If we were to take all of these soul-embracing spirit fruits, his spiritual power was at least able to skyrocket by more than a few tens of thousands. Although Jiang Feng couldn't eat so much, collecting it would be enough to feed the Imperial Beasts. I remember your profession is Shadow Assassin, right? Jiang Feng looked at Luo Yuni beside him with a smile. How do you know my occupation? Luo Yuni frowned, secretly surprised in her heart. You know that she had used a prop that could hide her profession. Even an 8th turn professional would have trouble seeing through it, but it was still seen through by Jiang Feng. Guess so. Now I'll trouble you to help me collect all these soul-impregnated spirit fruits, Jiang Feng said smilingly. Anyway, there is a free hand-down, do not use it for nothing. Of course Jiang Feng wouldn't whore out her labor for nothing. It's only natural that you'll be paid something later. It had to be said that a 7th turn level Shadow Assassin was still fast at harvesting. It was at this moment that Jiang Feng suddenly saw a group of half-human tall humanoid-shaped monsters walking over not far away. Their heads are large and misshapen, and their ears are pointed and long, and slightly curved at the tips. Beneath the collapsed nose was a wide and sharp-toothed mouth, always with disgusting drool hanging from the corners. Goblin Warrior. Level, LV 110. Skills, swinging, stabbing, whistling, jamming. Goblin Shooter. Level, LV 107. Skills, hardened shot, berserk shot, scattered arrow rain. After seeing their information panels, Zhang Feng couldn't help but feel a little surprised. This kind of existence that was low-leveled among the copies in the outside world, however, was surprisingly able to rise to more than 100 levels here. However, a level 100 plus goblin was no different than a mole cricket in Zhang Feng's eyes. However, when Zhang Feng's eyes landed on the stone axes in their hands, they snapped to attention. Even his heartbeat had sped up quite a bit. Chaos Source Gold. Type, Material. Quality, Epic. Introduction. Chaos Source Gold is a very high-density solid stone from the beginning of the birth of chaos, which can be used to create extremely sharp weapons, as well as the hardest armor and defense, with ultra-high defensive capabilities. Zhang Feng counted about a dozen of these kobolds, and the Chaos Source Gold in their hands should add up to 1 to 20 pounds. Guess I'll be able to build myself an epic defense set. Although Zhang Feng possessed the symbiosis skill, which could transfer the damage value to the Imperial beasts, but his own defense was not high. If he encountered any extermination level forbidden spells, I'm afraid that his royal beast's blood would be almost depleted. But if you're wearing epic defensive armor, there's a lot more room for error in comparison. Have to pop gold pinches hard on them. At this moment, a burly kobold with a head close to 1 meter 6, after seeing Luo Yuni beside Zhang Feng, almost drooling with excitement. It is said that kobolds have only one gender. They reproduce their race entirely by preying on the females of other races to impregnate them. There appears to be no reproductive isolation. Gah! It excitedly raised the weapon in its hand, not knowing what it was ghosting. As it did, a bunch of green-skinned brats started to get excited and, excitedly, he swung his axe towards the two men. Do you ever feel like they're looking at you? Zhang Feng smiled and flirted towards Luo Yuni. Luo Yuni had a cold look on her face. That's not funny. After saying that, her figure flickered and turned into a black residual shadow. In a flash of lightning, the limbs of these kobolds instantly disintegrated into the sky. Just as she was about to kill the last kobold, Zhang Feng, however, summoned his sword spirit and turned into a stream of light, fending off her attack. Rubbing, Luo Yuni did a magnificent backflip in midair before landing firmly on the ground. Leave it alive. I'm still waiting for it to take me to the treasure chest. Zhang Feng walked towards her with a smile on his lips. When the kobolds returned to their lair, they would surely be able to discover more Chaos Source Gold. Wouldn't it be great to give all of your Imperial beasts a set of epic ranked gauntlets when the time comes as well? Luo Yuni shook off the blood that stained the shadow blade and whirled it back. The movement is smooth and even carries a bit of beauty. It was in her nature not to have any good feelings towards disgusting creatures like kobolds. Little one, you are saved. Hurry away. Zhang Feng smiled amiably at it. The only remaining kobold's legs were weak and his eyes were filled with fear, especially underneath Zhang Feng's smile. It was as if it saw something even more terrifying. Directly after dropping his axe, he made a desperate escape towards the back. After seeing it run for a while, Zhang Feng asked the sword spirit to follow it to see where its lair was. When the time comes, we'll just take it all in one pot. Chapter 52 Eclipsed Earth Dragon. Gee, that's a lot more weight than I thought. Zhang Feng half squatted on the ground and picked up an axe, weighing it in his hands for a while, simply loving it. What's there to see in these broken axes? Luo Yuni couldn't help but wonder when she saw the delighted expression on Zhang Feng's face. Zhang Feng raised his head to look at Luo Yuni, from the long, round and straight thighs, then over the peak, looking into her eyes. Can't you see what this axe is made of? Luo Yuni shook her head. I only found it to be of unknown quality when I used my detection technique, but when we exchanged blows just now, I did find it to be very sharp. Upon hearing this, Zhang Feng instantly realized that her discerning inspection technique was far inferior to his own eyes of true vision, so he smiled and explained. Don't look at these axes as rough. It's made of Chaos Source Gold. What? You're saying this axe is made of Chaos Source Gold? Luo Yuni was directly shocked. That was an epic material, and when placed in an auction, it was sold by the gram. 1 gram was worth tens of millions, and if you wanted a piece of defense or a weapon, it would be at least a few billion to hit the bottom. Once she had seen an exquisite knife made of Chaos Source Gold at an auction. It was auctioned off for nearly $10 billion, and with so many axes added up, I'm afraid I'll be able to build a few knives. However, due to the toughness of Chaos Source Gold, the processing fee was considered a huge expense. It was just that Zhang Feng was here, and although she wanted to take an axe as well, she was worried that Zhang Feng wouldn't want to. All you can do is watch from the sidelines with red eyes. After all, it was so precious that anyone else would have been eyeballing it. She didn't want to start an argument with Zhang Feng. Taking another step back, she didn't have the strength to beat Zhang Feng. Could tell she wanted it badly. Zhang Feng directly took 2 axes and gave them to her. After all, he wasn't exactly a cheapskate. Thank you. Luo Yuni also immediately put it into her spatial ring. Not a moment later, the sword spirit flew back. Zhang Feng let out a light laugh. Let's go see where the goblin's lair is. Be a kobold killer today. The forest, the kobold lair. At the entrance to the tribe stood several simple arches built from the bones of huge beasts. On it hung some air-dried animal skins and the odd skeleton. In the midst of the camp was a patchwork of crude shacks built from branches and vines. Just please go down and take care of it. Jiang Feng voiced out towards Luo Yuni. Luo Yuni nodded, drew her shadow blade, and plummeted straight down towards the goblin nest below. Boo! In just 2 blinks of an eye, she crashed in the center of the camp, sending up a cloud of smoke. What followed was the shrieking and hissing of the kobolds. Jiang Feng, who stood high in the sky with his imperial sword lingering on, already using the eye of true sight to roughly check out the kobold levels in them. The goblin king among them was only level 163. For Luo Yuni, who had turned 7, it wasn't expected to be tricky. Jiang Feng was checking out the situation below this from above, and Luo Yuni was striking out extremely swiftly and harshly. With a flash of the blade, several kobolds were killed on the spot, and it hasn't damaged the items in the middle of the lair too much. If Jiang Feng released the imperial beasts, I'm afraid that in just one shot, the goblin lair below will be leveled. He raised a hand and rubbed his chin, feeling pretty good about having someone he could call on. Imagine yourself as the Lord of the Sentinel, a special advanced profession. It also seems to be able to contract people into their own imperial beasts, and still 100% loyal to himself. Well, next time ask her if she's up for it, Jiang Feng said darkly with a thoughtful gaze. But if you contract someone to be your royal beast, so is he or she able to evolve her? Just as Jiang Feng was rambling, a loud crash sounded, interrupting his thoughts. Boom boom boom. A great shaking occurs beneath the kobold lair, like something horrible is about to break out of the ground. The entire forest shook violently as a huge tremor began. Owie owie. The taller brother, the Bryn King, who stood over 2 meters tall, raised the tail crystal core of the long chain in his hand high in the air. Luo Yuni's brows tightened as her body transformed into a black residual shadow, holding her sword towards it. However, before she could swing her shadow blade at that goblin king, a huge bolt of energy broke through the ground and shot violently towards her. Despite her extremely quick reaction, her body was still injured by this energy shock. Her tight leather jacket was torn, revealing large swaths of white skin and shocking wounds. Knock, knock, knock. A geoduck over 400 meters in length crawled out, its back bearing towering spiny spines of rocky spines. The huge body exuded a palpitatingly terrifying aura. There were also thick chains over its body, also made of chaos source gold. Owie owie. The goblin king roared, then leapt up onto its back in a single leap, holding the chains that bound the earth dragon by its hands. Seeing this, Luo Yuni's face couldn't help but reveal a look of gravity. Trying to decapitate such a titanic beast was definitely an extremely difficult thing to do. Echidna. Level, LV 267. Life value, 221,0000. Defense, 1, 200, 000. Battle strength, 480, 000. Skills, Eclipsing Breath, Earth Shock, Spine Raid. Ha, you got a ING ride? Jiang Feng looked quite surprised when he saw this scene. A level 100 kobold. How could you ride on the head of a 200 level eclipsed earth dragon? You go and meet it. Jiang Feng instructed the sword spirit at his feet. Next moment, the sword spirit transformed into a streaming sword shadow, like a silver lightning bolt, stabbing straight at the head of the eclipsing earth dragon. Wherever the sword shadow passed, the air seemed to be torn apart, emitting a sharp whistling sound, and Jiang Feng summoned the eclipse pale falcon as he descended. Sensing a great threat, the eclipsing earth dragon's huge body violently twisted and the red light on his back suddenly erupted, forming a blazing barrier in an attempt to ward off the sword spirit's attack. However, the sword spirit was incredibly fast and the streaming sword shadow left a deep crack in the red light barrier and then penetrated through. A dozens of meters long, shocking sword wound was left under its rock-like skin. It seems that wanting to second a fierce beast with a million force defense is still not as easy as I thought. Jiang Feng couldn't help but let out a light sigh. But he didn't know that if these words reached Luo Yuni's ears, it would only cause the corners of her eyes to twitch. Come on, a million defenses is already at an extremely scary level. Even if a 9th turn warrior powerhouse came, it would be impossible to do so. Roar! The eclipsing earth dragon let out an earth-shattering roar that the eclipsing spit that erupted from his mouth was like a black torrent, carrying an almost destructive force as it swept towards the sword spirit. Wherever the eclipsing spit passed, the void seemed to be corroded and space distorted, emitting a heart-pounding tremor. Chapter 53, Eclipsing the Earth Dragon. At this moment, after quite a few professionals sensed the great commotion here, all of them came at great speed to find out what was going on. After all, causing such a big commotion in the middle of the secret realm, things were definitely not simple. Maybe there's a chance you'll come across some great treasure out of this world. When they approached from afar, the first thing that caught their eyes was an earth dragon that was several hundred meters long. After seeing the information about this terrifying Earth Dragon, they subconsciously sucked in a breath of cool air. This Earth Dragon actually possessed a super high defense of over 1,000,000. It was simply terrifying. However, this eclipsing Earth Dragon's dragon blood as well as the dragon marrow, dragon bone, and dragon armor, those were all good things. If they were able to kill them in a combined effort, the harvest would definitely not be expensive. But then they saw the Eclipse Falcon with thousands of miles of wings spreading above the sky, covering the sky. What's going on here? Could it be two powerful ferocious beasts fighting? It's possible. They must be fighting over some treasure. No, look guys, on the backs of the two ferocious beasts it looks like there are people standing. Could it be that the two great beast masters are fighting over the treasures? Not sure. Look closer. Use the hybrid Upanishad / Zhang Feng communicated with the sword spirit in his mind. The sword spirit's body suddenly erupted with a dazzling light. In the next moment, it transformed into a huge sword shadow and chopped towards the eclipsing Earth Dragon. The two forces collided fiercely in the air, erupting into a deafening roar. The light from the shock of the mighty wave was even centered on the two, spreading violently in all directions. The void trembled violently under the impact of this force, as if it would collapse at any moment. Those professionals who intended to approach stopped their stance and didn't dare to advance any further under such an intense battle scene, to avoid unnecessary repercussions. Under this hybrid Upanishad / the eclipsing Earth Dragon's spitting breath instantly collapsed. A flash of panic flashed through its huge pupils. Frantic flailing ensued, trying to burrow into the ground to escape the area. The pupils of the Goblin King on the back of the eclipsed Earth Dragon suddenly shrunk, similarly feeling an unprecedented fear. Hurriedly, he urged the end crystals of the long chain in his hand once again. Let the eclipsed Earth Dragon parry the chop. Boom! Under the annihilation of the swordlight, the massive body of the eclipsing Earth Dragon was split in two by the swordlight, and blood gushed out like a waterfall. The rocks on the ground were shattered by the energy aftermath, turning into pieces and floating in the sky. Zhang Feng stood on top of the Eclipse Falcon's feathered back, his robes being blown by the gusty winds, and his face was filled with a bemused look. At that moment a prompt sounded in his head as well. Congratulations! You have slain the level 267 Eclipsing Earth Dragon and have gained 0 experience points. Congratulations! You have killed a level 163 Poison Horned Lizard and gained 0 experience points. Warning, your level has increased to 120. You have reached the maximum number of 3 turns and cannot gain experience. Please complete the 4th turn as soon as possible. Zhang Feng looked at the panel in front of him. Current task, 4th turning. Requirements, possession of a stellar level royal beast or possession of a calendar 4 royal beast. Time frame of the mandate, unlimited. Having a stellar grade imperial beast? Zhang Feng was slightly stunned, and at the same time, his heart was a bit on fire. It was just that the materials needed to evolve the imperial beasts into the ancient grade compared to the stellar grade were simply one in the sky and one in the earth. For the time being, it still seems much easier to put the imperial beasts through 4 more robberies. At the bottom Luo Yuni's pupils quaked violently. A sword. With just one sword, he killed the 200+ level, million defense ecliptic Earth Dragon. Such strength was simply terrifying. Even for a swordsman profession that had mastered sword intent, it was simply impossible to do so. What was the origin of the spirit sword that Zhang Feng had conjured up? Eclipse Dragon Scale Armor. Type, Armor. Grade, Dark Gold. Applicable occupations, any occupation. Available level, LV 100. Attributes, Agility plus 60, 000. Defense plus 32, 000, 000. Resistance plus 140, 000. Incidental effect, Eclipsing Resistance. Reduces darkness damage and has a certain probability of triggering eclipsing counterattack. Earth Dragon's Fury Tomahawk. Type, Weapon. Quality, Dark Gold. Applicable occupation, Warrior. Attributes, Agility plus 70, 000. Strength plus 260, 000. Attachment, High Attack Power. With Armor Break Effect. Ignoring part of the target's defense. Probability of triggering Earth Dragon's Fury when attacking, causing additional damage to enemies within the range and adding a stun effect. Dark Gold level equipment. It's kind of a windfall. Zhang Feng lifted his hand and moved his hand, putting the weapons and defense equipment that had exploded into his spatial ring. I just don't know what to do with this huge corpse of the eclipsed Earth Dragon yet. After all, the eclipsing Earth Dragon could be considered to be covered in treasure. However, the spatial ring could not store this big guy in the middle of it. If it is not preserved in time, then its body will dissipate quickly. It was important to realize that the eclipsed Earth Dragon was also considered a subspecies of dragon, although the bloodline was much worse compared to a true dragon. If its essence blood was extracted, it was something that could be given to some imperial beasts or professionals to use to enhance their strength. Only speaking of true dragons, Zhang Feng already possessed an abyssal dragon king. The Abyssal Dragon King's essence blood could be 1,000 times stronger than the Ecliptic Earth Dragon's effect. Senior, can you sell me the corpse of this eclipsing Earth Dragon? At this time, a man on a flying motorcycle arrived at great speed. He was dressed in brown and wore a pair of mechanical glasses on his forehead. Zhang Feng looked at this person's information. Name, Zhou Jingxiao. Occupation, mechanic. Level, 4 turns, 146. Country, Dian. Power, 91. 200. Body mass, 103. 600. Agility, 84. 200. Spirit, 63. 000. Combat strength, 121. 000. At this moment, Zhou Jingxiao's eyes were filled with desire for the corpse of this eclipsed Earth Dragon. Zhang Feng dropped down from the feathered back of the eclipsing sun-pale falcon and looked at him as he said indifferently, "How much are you bidding? Provided it's got chains on it. I can't sell it to you. Supposedly mechanics are pretty rich." "Yes, that. How about $12 billion? In fact, Zhou Jingxiao did not expect this powerful imperial beast master to be so young, and then said with a smile, "I'll pay you the money through Day One Group's account." "Deal." The corners of Zhang Feng's mouth rose slightly as he extended his hand towards him. "Many thanks, senior." Zhou Jingxiao politely extended his hand. After the two shook hands, Zhou Jingxiao took out a sci-fi-looking Rubik's Cube. As he tapped a few times on the Rubik's Cube, the cube instantly dispersed into 4 small cubes and began to fly towards the eclipsed Earth Dragon's corpse while scanning it. Not a moment later, as the tesseract scanned, the corpse of the eclipsed Earth Dragon began to fade away. After collecting it, Zhou Jingxiao once again said gratefully, "Thanks to senior. This time I'll be able to go back to building the mechanical Earth Dragon." Mechanical Earth Dragon? Zhang Feng was a bit curious. How much combat power can it have? Zhou Jingxiao's expression was slightly agitated. With the modification, it should be able to reach 150% of its original fighting ability. Hearing this, Zhang Feng felt that a profession like a mechanic was also a bit heaven-defying. Spinning around, he asked curiously, "So do you hand-rub Gundam or Optimus Prime?" Chapter 54, Changes. Boundaries. It's also pretty cool if you turn on your armor when fighting, and it's just as much a second to enter a copy. It was originally just a joke from Zhang Feng, but Zhou Jingxiao replied with a serious face, "It can. It's just that it's been suffering from not having the right energy source as a driver. In that case, I'll bring it to you for research next time I come across something suitable." Zhang Feng laughed lightly. At those words, Zhou Jingxiao's eyes lit up. "Many thanks, senior." He knew that according to the strength of this powerful imperial beast master in front of him, he would definitely be able to access more things that he could not. Without the corpse of the eclipsed Earth Dragon, it all became empty before his eyes. Zhang Feng also began to collect all of the Chaos Source Gold. Seeing Zhang Feng picking up these unimpressive axes and chains, Zhou Jingxiao couldn't help but see a flash of curiosity in his eyes. Out loud, he inquired, "Senior, what is the purpose of you collecting these things?" "It's nothing much. I just want to make them into protective gear for my imperial beasts," Zhang Feng replied. Hearing this, Zhou Jingxiao's eyes lit up. "Leave this kind of thing to me. I'll help you forge it." Zhang Feng's gaze turned. "First of all, this is Chaos Source Gold. It's not easy to create. If you can really do it, I can and will give you that eclipsed Earth Dragon corpse for free. Chaos Source Gold cannot be good to refine to build." Zhang Feng also just hold a trial mentality joked. Chaos Source Gold. Zhou Jingxiao looked startled. That's the hardest epic material known to mankind. He approached the chain and took out his detector and examined it carefully for half a day. The face looked incredibly excited. Surprisingly, it was really Chaos Source Gold. "Elder, the testing instrument shows that there is more chaotic red gold down there." Immediately after that, Zhou Jingxiao took out another square box emitting a steel luster from amongst his spatial ring. After placing it on the ground, the box parts began to shift and then turned into an excavator. Zhang Feng, who saw the scene, silently gave him a thumbs up. "Mechanics, utility is just great." Just then, a group of professionals also arrived. Only the appearance of these professionals looked very wrong, and they had black lines spreading across their faces. Luo Yuni's expression suddenly changed, and the shadow blade in her hand was already erected in front of her. "Help! Help me!" These professionals were like manipulated puppets as they lunged towards them. Their faces wore expressions of agonizing struggle, but they struck out to unleash extremely powerful attacks. Luo Yuni's shadow blade was extremely fast. Already the light of the blade flashed between their necks only to move away in an instant. As one of the 6 royalty of the Heavenly Flame, she would not easily lay her hands on a professional who was a great flame, but she was reluctant to kill, and those manipulated professionals, under her command, were deadly. Zhang Feng saw her concern and reminded, "Let's use this chain to tie them up first." Luo Yuni looked at the chain that had originally bound the eclipsed Earth Dragon first, then with a flash of her figure, she picked up the chain and bound them. These professionals were still trying to struggle, but realized that they couldn't break free. Immediately afterward they let out hysterical screams as if they had sensed the strange changes happening to their bodies. No, don't! As soon as the words fell, their bodies exploded themselves. These were all 5th to 7th turn professionals, and their simultaneous self-detonation set off a huge energy fluctuation. Boom! As their bodies exploded, a powerful energy swept towards the surroundings. Zhang Feng summoned his sword spirit and resisted in front of him, and all of a sudden, energy surged with the gale. His gaze sank slightly, exuding a few chills. This kind of tactic wanted to kill himself, but it was still 100,000 miles away. Obviously, the other party was not using this method to kill himself, but was simply disgusting himself. When the smoke and dust had mostly cleared, Zhang Feng suddenly realized that the three of them were in another space at some point. Not good. We've been forcefully pulled into the middle of the boundary. Luo Yuni's face was covered in gravity. Zhou Jingxiao was also stunned and furrowed his brows. It seems like those manipulated professionals just now were just smoke bombs. Jia. This is where your bones will be buried. Three figures landed high in the sky, looking down at Zhang Feng and the others. You guys are the ones who messed up? Zhang Feng's voice carried a bit of coldness in it as he stared at the three people in the sky across the room. At the same time, there was a golden light flickering among Zhang Feng's eyes, and it was the eye of true vision that was open to probe the trio's information. Vikram, profession, soul, puppeteer, level, 8 turns, 269 levels, battle power, 970, 000, power, Shiva, Mayura, occupation, bewitching master, level, 8 turns, 255 levels, battle power, 1, 400, 000, power, Shiva, Shahid, profession, Madra, level, 8 turns, 269 levels, combat power, 2, 5 million, power, Shiva. Although these three people were no different from the Dayan people on the surface, they were actually using some kind of prop that hid their appearance. You're Zhang Feng, aren't you? That's really good. Having such terrifying strength at such a young age, no wonder someone would pay a big price for your life. The one who spoke was the flirtatious-looking woman. Before her words fell, Zhang Feng summoned the sword spirit and shot towards it violently. The sword spirit's lightning-fast speed instantly split the flirtatious woman in two. Oh boy, your temper is really annoying. The two halves of the flirtatious woman's body floated out of the thick black liquid before sticking her body back together. Seeing her body heal again, Zhang Feng's expression was bemused. These three were all 8th turn powerhouses, and they weren't even great yen professionals. Their information naturally couldn't escape Zhang Feng's true vision eye probe. I don't care who you are. Self-termination will be the easiest way for you to die now. Hearing this, the monk holding the skeleton Buddha beads stared at Zhang Feng with a leathery smile. Young monks, it's not good to have too much killing intent. Let the poor monk purify the killing intent in your heart. Saying that, he threw out the Buddha beads in his hand, and these skeletal Buddha beads instantly ignited with a ghostly blue light, enlarging more than 1,000 times. Dozens of skeletons instantly surrounded Zhang Feng's trio, and terrifying blue flames erupted from the skeletons' mouths. Luo Yuni's shadow saber flashed in her hand, and the saber came out like a shadow, fiercely chopping at these skeletons. However, these skeletons were extremely flexible in their dodging, and there were too many of them, counter-trapping Luo Yuni in them. Zhang Feng didn't have much heart to tangle with these three people. So what if you're a powerful 8th turner? In front of their own imperial beasts, they were nothing more than ants. With a thought, the abyssal dragon king, the underworld three-headed dog, and the Jinyu Xuanwu instantly appeared. A terrifying aura instantly filled the entire field, and the aura between the two sides instantly reversed. Seeing the three ancient great imperial beasts appear, Zhou Jingxiao's eyes rounded and he was shocked beyond words. Those three were also greatly shocked when they saw these three ancient great imperial beasts appear. But soon, greed surfaced in the eyes of the fat monk. If one were to draw on the essence blood of these ancient great imperial beasts, then one would most likely be able to ascend to the peak of the 9th turn. Kid, although your imperial beast is terrifying, according to your spiritual power, I'm afraid you won't be able to maneuver it for too long. And in the middle of this boundary, not only are we able to recover our strength quickly, but we are also able to resurrect indefinitely. The black-robed man let out a sardonic laugh, already seeing Zhang Feng as something in his palm. With that said, his aura changed abruptly, and from amongst behind him appeared several passages, from which hundreds of mute-looking people of Pingcheng came out. These can all be your great yen people. If you don't care about their lives and deaths, you can let your imperial beasts attack at will. Chapter 55. It's not for you to judge whether it's good or evil. You, how dare you use such despicable methods? Luo Yuni's eyes burned with rage. She hadn't expected such underhanded tactics from these three. It is surprising to take the people of Dayan as a means of threatening them. Ha ha, doesn't your great yen country always say that a soldier is never too deceitful, and it's that kid's perverted strength that's to blame? The black-robed man let out a sinister laugh. The flirtatious woman put her slender fingers to her lips. Zhang Feng, many of these people were once your classmates and friends. Can you lay your hands on them? Upon hearing this, Zhang Feng's mouth revealed a disdainful sneer. Trying to use these innocent people to make me throw in the towel? I'm sorry, then I'll just have to tell you guys you're overthinking it. If one of them dies, I'll make you Shiva Kingdom bury 100,000, or even 1,000,000 people with them. The monk couldn't help but let out a snort. Kid, do you really think you'll be able to leave alive? As soon as the words fell, the robe on that monk's body instantly exploded. The muscles were as if they were inflated, each one bulging high like a hard rock. His skin gradually became dark and shimmered with a metallic luster, and a sharp horn grew out of his forehead. With a beat of his toes, he shot out like a cannonball. Boo! The speed was so fast that it even exploded a loud sonic boom in the void. In an instant, the fat monk arrived in front of Zhang Feng. His arm, which was as thick as a tree trunk, was raised high, wrapped in a mountainous force, violently blasting towards Zhang Feng's head. Wherever the wind of the fist passed, the air was stirred and twisted. However, Zhang Feng's face remained unchanged, and the sword spirit's sword flashed with the same terrifying sword chi toward his fist. In an instant, the fist and the sword collided fiercely, and a powerful storm of power raged out centered on the two. The fat monk stifled a grunt, only to feel a sharp pain coming from his fist, his arm trembling slightly. In just a blink of an eye, his entire arm was chopped into pieces. Is that all you've got? A flash of undisguised contempt surfaced in Zhang Feng's eyes. Humph, don't get too carried away. The poor monk would like to see how long you can hold out. The fat monk gritted his teeth and said, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. After saying that, his arm began to heal rapidly, and he once again threw a punch towards Zhang Feng. He didn't believe that a mere kid who hadn't yet reached the fourth turn would be able to continuously manipulate the imperial beasts. Once this kid's mental energy starts to dry up, he won't be far from death. The black-robed man clasped his hands together, and a bizarre aura instantly flared up, only to see a distortion of space behind him. Hundreds of puppets condensed from black mist slowly emerged from the void. These puppets were in different forms, some holding sharp blades, some wearing heavy armor. With a flick of his finger, the puppets surged towards Zhang Feng like a tidal wave. Self-importance. A hint of coldness flashed through Zhang Feng's eyes. Abyssal Dragon King, Hell Stygian Hound, Jinyu Xianwu, join forces and strike. Exterminate them for me. With Zhang Feng's order, the ancient great Abyssal Dragon King took the lead. Its huge body hovered in the air for a week and violently opened its bloody mouth. A ghostly blue dragon's breath containing terrifying power erupted and converged in his mouth. Kid, do you even want to exterminate your compatriots together? The black-robed man hissed and yelled. Luo Yuni's face was unsightly at the moment. Zhang Feng, if your imperial beasts use this move, those innocent people will surely die. Zhang Feng looked at her with a cold expression. His voice filled with indifference as he slowly said, he who stands in my way, dies. If you are constrained in the middle of a fight, even if you take out a pair of king bombs, you can't beat a pair of threes from the opposite side. When the break is over, it's over. Zhang Feng was by no means a saintly mother, nor was he a soft-hearted person. Handily taking the king bomb and losing to a pair of threes is something he can't do. Zhang Feng, we're your former classmates. How can you come to kill us without remembering a little bit of classmate love? Zhang Feng, have you forgotten that we also once skipped a class together and peeked at the school flower washing? Little brother, I have an old man and a young man. I can't die here. Big brother, oh, I don't want to die. These people of Pingchang, who had been controlled by the black-robed man, briefly regained their sanity from amongst their mute expressions. They whimpered and sobbed, their hearts filled with the fear of death. Hearing the pleading voices of these people, Zhang Feng looked like he was out of his mind for a moment, but in reality, it was looking for any scrolls of group resurrection in the middle of the Great Yin treasure trove. With normal resurrection scrolls, there is a limited time period. Most are within 60 seconds to 3 minutes. Seeing Zhang Feng froze for a moment, the black-robed man was overjoyed. It seemed that this kid still had scruples. Although this kid was strong, he always had a weakness. Zhang Feng, if you kill me, then most of the people of Ping City will also be buried with me. The fat monk also put up his palms and advised Zhang Feng with a sardonic smile. Scholar, sacrificing you alone to save thousands of people is a great act of kindness. Your death will be remembered. Namo Amitba Buddha. Hearing this, Luo Yuni's face became even more ugly, although she didn't want so many innocent people to be sacrificed. But right now, the Grand Elder had given her a deadly order to protect Zhang Feng no matter what. Thinking of this, a cold color appeared in her eyes, and the shadow blade in her hand struck out towards these populace who were controlled as puppets. If someone had to bear this sin, she would carry it. Oh, whether it's good or evil shouldn't be evaluated by you guys. I have my own conclusion in my heart. Kill. As Zhang Feng's cold laughter fell, the Abyssal Dragon King instantly spewed out a world-destroying dragon breath like a torrent of destruction. This terrifying dragon's breath seemed to annihilate everything in the middle of the boundary. Those puppets were like fragile pieces of paper under the onslaught of the exterminating dragon's breath, and were instantly devoured. In just the blink of an eye, hundreds of puppets disappeared without a trace. Not even a trace of residue was left behind. The populace below was even more so in a matter of moments, with not even a trace of wreckage or blood left behind. How is this possible? When the black-robed man saw this, his face instantly turned as white as paper, and his eyes were filled with panic. How could he not expect that Zhang Feng's imperial beasts were so powerful? Easily, he destroyed all the puppets he had condensed with a lot of energy. The levels of these puppets could all be over 200 levels, with all kinds of resistances pulled full. Chapter 56, Zhang Feng, hurry, come to your senses. Even the fat monk, as well as the flirtatious woman, also suffered a considerable amount of trauma under the terrifying power of this world-destroying dragon's breath. Even the boundaries began to shake violently. Feeling the vibration of the boundary, Zhang Feng said with a playful smile at the corner of his mouth, "It seems that the boundaries you have set up are not so unbreakable." The three men of Shiva Nation were now completely flustered. Originally, they thought that they could not directly make Zhang Feng tie his hands by relying on the hostages though. However, it was able to keep Zhang Feng's hands tied and not on fire. But I didn't expect him to preempt the hostage. Even those of the same clan were like ants in front of him. One simply can't help but feel creeped out after offending such a ruthless man. However, although the three had suffered considerable injuries, as long as the boundary was not completely broken, they would be able to recover their injuries in a very short period of time. They also knew that the amount of mental energy consumed by Zhang Feng to manipulate so many imperial beasts must be extraordinary. The only chance of winning would be to wait for its spiritual power to dry up. At this moment, Zhang Feng could obviously feel their injuries recovering rapidly, so he commanded towards the imperial beasts, "Break the boundary first, and then we'll offer the heads of these three to the divine ambassadors of the seven kingdoms as a gift for the meeting." Roar! The abyssal dragon king's mouth once again gathered majestic energy, preparing to blast towards the surroundings. Xinyu Xianwu also released the skill, Heaven and Earth returning to the ruins, immediately. Its huge mountain-like palm violently stepped towards the ground. Boom boom boom! A violent earthquake occurred within the entire boundary, and the space was even flickering continuously. The boundary that was set up was difficult to support and maintain, as if it would fall apart at any time. All three of the Shiva Nation's own recoveries were much delayed. Their faces became ugly. If they continued to let Zhang Feng's imperial beast unleash such a terrifying skill, I'm afraid this boundary won't hold for 3 minutes. At this time, there was a pink light flowing within the flirtatious woman's eyes. Confusion seal. As she released a skill, an invisible wave spread towards Zhang Feng. Almost just in the blink of an eye, Zhang Feng's demeanor froze slightly, followed by a complex expression, and then his eyes looked straight at the charming woman, and there was even a restlessness in his eyes that kept rising. "Zhang Feng, it's me. Tell your imperial beast to hurry up and stop. I'm having a hard time right now." As soon as the words fell, Zhang Feng actually raised his hand and stopped the imperial beast's attack. The abyssal dragon king, Xinyu Xianwu, and the underworld three-headed dog all stopped releasing their skills. "Yes, that's right, Zhang Feng, I know you're still so good to me." The corners of the flirtatious woman's mouth lifted up into a smile with a different meaning as she laughed towards Zhang Feng. "Zhang Feng, come here, I want to hug you." At this moment, Luo Yuni's face changed when she saw that Zhang Feng was really defenseless and even walked towards the charming woman with a face of infatuation. She hurriedly shouted, "Zhang Feng, what are you doing? Hurry up and wake up. She's the enemy." However, no matter how Luo Yuni cried out, Zhang Feng remained indifferent, walking towards the flirtatious woman obsessively. Luo Yuni's willow brows knitted tightly as she dodged around trying to stop Zhang Feng. "Female cultivator, don't jeopardize our great event." The fat monk let out a sardonic laugh, like a discharged cannonball, and slammed his fist towards Luo Yuni. Luo Yuni swung the shadow blade in her hand against the monk's fist, only to be met with a shower of blinding sparks. She was then heavily blasted away by the force. "Put!" Luo Yuni half-kneeled on the ground, a mouthful of blood spurting out of her mouth. "Zhang Feng, hurry, come to your senses." She gripped the hilt of the knife tightly in her backhand to support her body, and shouted towards Zhang Feng with the little strength she had left. "Oh, it's no use calling him any more than you have to. Now that I've been transformed in his eyes into the woman he once loved the most. I didn't realize he was still an infatuation. Only the deeper you once loved, the deeper you fall." The flirtatious woman snorted at this Luo Yuni. Instead, it was the perfect opportunity to make Zhang Feng wear a slave collar and become one of their Shiva kingdom. If he had Zhang Feng on board, he would be able to take more advantages when dividing up the great Yin country in the future. Hearing this, Luo Yuni immediately had a feeling of powerlessness spreading. In the face of compulsion in such a scenario, no one can bring the person in question to his or her senses unless his or her fortitude is strong enough. After all, That fat monk's methods were too bizarre, and the hardened flesh was so tough that it was able to compete with his own shadow blade. It was important to realize that her shadow blade was inferior to an epic level of hardness like Chaos Source Gold though, but below the epic level, it is a metal that is rarely matched, and that monk's power was also full of full explosiveness. Under its block, it was extremely difficult for her to get close to Jiang Feng and forcefully awaken his sanity, so she could only change her strategy and shout towards a few of the Imperial beasts. Make a move to protect your master. He's in danger now. Only you can save him now. However, the several Imperial beasts were oblivious to Luo Yunyi's words. The three-headed dog of the underworld even lifted his toes and pulled out his ears. Yun Shi, is it really you, Yun Shi? At this moment, Jiang Feng had already arrived in front of the charming woman, his expression slightly agitated. Jiang Feng, it's really me. You woman, now that you know my strength, do you want to follow me again with a dead face? Jiang Feng's infatuated expression suddenly turned cold, and even carried a bit of hatred and dislike. Do you think I'll forgive you if you say a few kind words now? Unless you get down on your knees and lick my shoes now, you'll never think of it in your life. The few people who heard this all froze. The flirtatious woman in particular was in a daze. How did this good old Jiang Feng suddenly change his appearance again? Wasn't she now the woman he once loved the most? It sounds like the woman betrayed him? This was more of a first for her. What? Do you feel ashamed to kneel and lick my shoes? Then you are also destined to have nothing to do with me in this life. Jiang Feng let out a cold snort between his nostrils and said contemptuously. At this point in time, in his eyes, this flirtatious woman had turned into Lu Yunxi, the ex-girlfriend who had dumped him. He chose to abandon himself when his own family had nothing to lose. What's even more hateful is that this has turned around and hooked up with someone else. Jiang Feng only felt that he had once been really blind to look at such a gold worshipper. I should have known. I should have tossed it aside after playing it. The flirtatious woman's expression became rigid, and if she had been unresponsive, I'm afraid Jiang Feng's sanity will become clear. If he wanted Jiang Feng to put on the slave collar himself, he would have to keep him under compulsion, although killing Jiang Feng would be able to obtain a huge reward. However, if he turned Jiang Feng into his most loyal henchman, it would definitely be a heavenly benefit. Just as she hesitated, the black-robed man gave her a look, telling her to fudge for now. The flirtatious woman pondered a little before kneeling in front of Jiang Feng, her voice intimate. Jiang Feng, it was all my fault in the past. From today onwards let's forget about the previous unpleasantness, okay? Luo Yunyi in the distance was dumbfounded by this scene. Earlier, she had thought that Jiang Feng was an infatuated man who would give everything for his beloved, but I didn't expect Jiang Feng to treat the woman he once loved this way. Bang! Jiang Feng stepped on her face, his expression as cold and scornful as possible. Do you think a broken shoe like you can just get down on your knees and beg me as if nothing happened? Let me tell you, the reason why I asked the Imperial Beast to stop just now was to properly humiliate you. Ha ha ha, killing a broken shoe like you in one fell swoop doesn't make me feel any pleasure. You seek death. The flirtatious woman couldn't take it anymore as she snapped, struggling up directly. A poisonous hairpin appeared in his hand at some point and stabbed violently towards Jiang Feng's chest. A heart-crushing pain came, instantly causing Jiang Feng to wake up. However, he possessed the symbiosis skill, and all the damage he received was transferred to Jinyu Xianwu. His wounds re-healed in just the blink of an eye. Chapter 57, but you're rejoicing a little too soon. How is this possible? The flirtatious woman was shocked. Under this strike, Jiang Feng unexpectedly regained his own injuries within a moment. No, he must have used some kind of life-saving props. Otherwise, a strike at such a close distance should have resulted in certain death. The black-robed man as well as the fat monk were all surprised. You know, she's never missed a trick with her confusion. But today, he had encountered such an oddball existence as Jiang Feng. What other tricks are there? Use them all. Jiang Feng had a bland face. Just now, in the middle of the Great Yen treasure trove, he had purchased a few group resurrection rolls that were within 3 minutes of each other. The good thing is that these populaces are low level, so they can be resurrected consecutively. If it was a high-level professional, the effect of the group resurrection roll would be very limited. Upon hearing these words, the flirtatious woman and the black-robed man's faces obviously didn't look too good. After all, their tactics had already been exerted. Instead, the fat monk let out a humming laugh. Kid, you asked for it. After saying that, his figure flashed violently, and his hands directly clenched where the necks of the flirtatious woman and the black-robed man were. As he pushed hard, the expressions of the two men became agonized struggles. The fat monk's nails pierced through the middle of the blood vessels of the two men's necks and began to frantically absorb their blood. Please also cooperate. You too. In the midst of this boundary you can be resurrected indefinitely, while the poor monk can use your essence blood to enhance his own strength. The fat monk smiled coldly, as he continued to suck the essence blood of the two men. His aura continued to rise, and even his physical size began to continuously surge up. In just a few blinks of an eye, the fat monk's size skyrocketed by more than 100 feet, and it was still expanding violently. Zhang Feng naturally wouldn't wait for him to raise his strength so smoothly, and immediately had the underworld three-headed dog launch an attack. The underworld three-headed dog was like a black lightning bolt, instantly bullying its way up. The three huge heads instantly tore into the fat monk's body. However, in the next moment, a fierce smile appeared on the fat monk's face, and then his body skyrocketed with sharp, giant thorns. The giant thorns were incomparably hard, and there were barbs attached to them. Like thorns, the underworld three-headed dog instantly suffered a considerable amount of injuries. The Eclipse Falcon's wings lifted, releasing the skill, Eclipse Wheel Dance. In an instant, the dark flames were like sharp blades, spinning and spreading in all directions at an extremely fast speed. Space was like a broken mirror. A fine crack appeared. It swept towards the fat monk like a storm. Taking advantage of this gap, the underworld three-headed dog also took advantage of the situation to pull away. The three huge heads contained terrifying fluctuations of the underworld. Three columns of dark energy light similarly blasted towards the fat monk. Boom boom boom. His body made a violent thumping sound. Even if his alienated flesh body was as tough as it was, it could not withstand such an attack. The fat monk directly blocked the flirtatious woman and the black-robed man in front of him, allowing them to block the attack. At the same time, the previous skull synthesized into one massive skeleton that, opening his morose white bone mouth, he wanted to devour Zhang Feng in one gulp. However, his attack, in just a moment, was shattered into a pile of debris by the Jinyu Xianwu, and at this moment, Zhang Feng's face looked slightly pale. If you summoned the Imperial Beasts directly, it didn't actually take much mental energy. However, the Imperial Beast had been releasing skills, and it was rather overdrawn for the Imperial Master. Seeing Zhang Feng's expression, the fat monk's eyes displayed a glint. This kid's mental power is finally about to run out. Kid, bind your hands now and I can make you our puppet and spare your life. If you continue to hold on hard, your spiritual power will not be able to support it, and even if you do, it will turn you into nothing more than an invalid. It was as if the fat monk had seen the moment in his eyes when the battle ended and Zhang Feng's body was defeated. This kid was a mere half-step fourth turn, but he was able to force three of their eighth turn powerhouses to such a point. It's already considered a demon. It was no wonder that the order from above was to put this son to death. If he was allowed to grow up like this, I'm afraid that the good days of the Seven Kingdoms would come to an end. Zhang Feng's eyes were flat, and when he raised his hand, a talisman engraved with arcane symbols appeared in his hand. This is the backtracking talisman that I got earlier. It can resist one certain death damage on the user's behalf and return to peak condition. Though right now he wasn't suffering any certain death, but with a return to top form, there's no problem at all in fighting a few more rounds. Seeing Zhang Feng take out the props, the fat monk couldn't help but not have any surprise on his face. Instead, it was filled with snickers. Young cultivator, you can try to see if you can use the talisman in your hand in the middle of this boundary. Upon hearing this, Zhang Feng's eyebrows twitched slightly, and he immediately activated the backtracking talisman. Yet there was no response. Ha ha ha, originally you had two paths to choose from, but now you only have one path of death to choose from. When he had killed Zhang Feng, he would absorb all of these Imperial Beast Essence bloods of notable strength. Instead, the peak of the ninth turn could be expected. At this moment, the two people he grabbed with both hands were like they had turned into his blood packs, constantly delivering a constant stream of essence blood towards him. Really? But you seem to be rejoicing a little too soon. Zhang Feng's eyes remained unperturbed, and then he took out the soul-impregnating spirit fruit that he had picked earlier. One bite down, fragrant and juicy, these juicy children turned into nutrients and began to restore Zhang Feng's spiritual power, and it was still growing the upper limit of his mental power. After eating a dozen or so in a row, there was a little more blood color on his originally slightly pale face. It was the fat monk's turn to be stunned. Now, are you sure you still want to fight a war of attrition with me? Zhang Feng's mouth held a cold smile. Grass. This is still a game. The fat monk burst out a foul mouth. He directly broke through the restriction and crazily sucked in the essence blood of the flirtatious woman and the black-robed man. For a moment, the faces of the two men were extremely ugly. Ghost monk, what are you doing? If you suck it up like that, even the boundary will have trouble recovering our injuries. Stop it, the fat monk said with a cold gaze. I didn't expect this kid to have a backhand. Today, only by sacrificing the two of you might be able to exchange the poor monk for a way out. As the words fell, the muscular muscles of his arms surged once again. His veins, like a thick earthworm, directly pinched and exploded the two into a cloud of blood mist. His body then turned into a giant over 100 meters tall, and after forming a boundary, he quickly fled. When the boundary disappeared, Zhang Feng instructed the Abyssal Dragon King and the Underworld three-headed dog to give chase, and he used the group resurrection scroll towards the bottom. For a moment, the blood mist that had filled the air from the air began to recondense. The bodies of these people of Hiria City also began to coalesce continuously, but they were now unconscious and collapsed on the ground, their bodies naked. It seems that group resurrection rolls can't revive the clothes. Jiang Feng looked towards Luo Yuni, who was taking a recovery potion, and said, "You take these people back first, and I'll do the rest." Luo Yuni nodded and reminded, "Good, but you have to be safe. That monk's flesh is just too tough. Even my Shadow Blade has trouble breaking through his defense." Chapter 58, You're going to die with him. At this moment, the fat monk ran rapidly towards the back. The three imperial beasts with terrifying auras behind them were in hot pursuit of him. The abyssal dragon king's huge body covered the sky in the middle of the secret realm, shrouding the underside in a huge shadow. The ferocious beasts that survived in the secret realm trembled furiously after sensing the aura emanating from the abyssal dragon king. The world-destroying dragon's breath spewing from his mouth poured down like heavenly punishment. Wherever it passed, the earth was turned into scorched earth, and even the air was scorched and twisted. The fat monk felt the blazing heat behind him, and turned violently, and the skeleton Buddha bead in his hand instantly transformed into a huge bone shield and blocked behind him. The dragon's breath bombarded the bone shield with a deafening roar, barely resisting the devastating attack. However, the fat monk was also shaken back by the impact, and the ground under his feet cracked into a deep scar. However, before he could breathe a sigh of relief, the attacks of the other two imperial beasts followed. In a flash, the fat monk began to counterattack as well, and he was extremely fast, and a fist fiercely blasted towards the ushering underworld three-headed dog. A wave of underworld flame also instantly arose from the body of the underworld royal three-headed dog, and the three heads flashed sensitively, and in the process, he bit back on his arm, his sharp teeth instantly penetrating his thick arm. At this moment, the fat monk was completely caught in the middle of the three imperial beasts' encirclement. A third arm also grew out of the fat monk's back and smashed towards the other head of the Hellsticks. However, the Eclipse Falcon quickly unleashed its skills and interrupted its attack. Hybrid Aeon Slash. With a low shout from Jiang Feng, the sword spirit pierced through the void and transformed into an incomparably powerful sword aura. It directly pierced through the chest of the fat monk, followed by a bloody light that split vertically from his chest. The fat monk's body directly fell into two halves, but the blow did not succeed in killing him. Split in two. The fat monk's two halves of his body spread out separate threads of blood, then reformed into two. However, the combat power of these two reunited physical bodies was going to be half as weak compared to before. Little monk, when will injustice end? Why don't you let me off the hook? I'll remember your kindness in my heart. The two bodies of the fat monk said in unison. It was too tricky for him to face these foreign beasts alone, especially without the maintenance of the boundary. Even if he didn't escape and just stayed in the middle of the boundary, that boundary wouldn't last long. However, as he spoke, he secretly crushed a runestone in his hand. He had seen Jiang Feng's ruthless methods and naturally knew that Jiang Feng would definitely not let himself go so easily. So saying these things is just a way to buy yourself some time. They say that they help people to the end and send the Buddha to the west. So I'll give you a hand and send you to meet the Buddha in the western heaven. Jiang Feng grinned and once again let the sword spirit chop towards the fat monk. The sword spirit struck out again, cutting out an annihilating wave of light that annihilated towards the two physical bodies of the fat monk. At this moment, however, the fat monk similarly revealed a cold smile. Wanting the life of a poor monk, you are afraid that you won't have a chance. After saying that, the runestone in his hand flashed with a light. The glow was very short-lived, though, and became dim after only a few moments. What's going on? The fat monk's face suddenly changed. The runestone that was originally prepared to leave the secret realm didn't work at this moment? It shouldn't be. Could it be that someone is out there doing something about it? Now it could only be trapped in the middle of the secret realm, unable to escape. Under the sword light, the fat monk's physical body was once again annihilated. He regenerated several more bodies at this time. Only the size of these bodies were getting smaller and smaller, even becoming dwarf-like. Scholar, wait, there's something wrong with this secret realm. Why don't we team up to break through the secret realm and leave? The fat monk spoke anxiously. Jiang Feng laughed coldly. Do you think you're still qualified to negotiate with me now? This monk is no good. Although it was unclear what exactly happened in this legendary great secret realm, but he wouldn't cooperate with this devil Tua to avoid this ghost monk from escaping. Stygian three-headed dog, eat him, Jiang Feng commanded. As Jiang Feng's order was given, the underworld three-headed dog bared its teeth and lunged towards the fat monk. The individual heads attacked simultaneously, tearing, pulling, and crashing. At this time, from the mouth of the hellish meddling dog, a remnant of a soul ran out. My lord, why don't you let me take control of this ghost monk's physical body, and I'll be willing to serve you in the future. That remnant soul was none other than Wan Yuan, who had previously been devoured by the three-headed dog of the underworld. Although the underworld three-headed dog was about to drain him of his power, But he was, after all, awakened to a special profession with an undead effect. If he took control of this ghost monk's physical body again, then his strength would rise rapidly. Seeing Ruan Yuan appear, a flash of surprise appeared in Zhang Feng's eyes. I didn't realize this guy was still around. At that moment, he said indifferently, "You die with him." Hearing this, Ruan Yuan was shocked and terrified. "My lord, spare my life. I am willing to offer the life and death curse. If I have any different thoughts, my lord only needs to activate the life and death curse to make my life worse than death." With that, Ruan Yuan split a secret spell from his forehead and offered it to Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng just glanced at him and then received the secret method. From the scrutiny of the eye of true sight, there was no hidden means of attack attached to this. In just a few breaths of time, Zhang Feng had completely mastered the life and death mantra. The effect of this life and death mantra was indeed similar to what he said. As long as one activated the skill, it will immediately annihilate it, and there are no items that can remove this effect. Arguably much better than a slave collar. Immediately after that, Zhang Feng lifted his fingertips and a Xian light struck into Ruan Yuan's body. Since then, if he had any rebellion against himself, even if he was thousands of miles apart, he only needed to activate the life and death mantra. Then you can make their souls perish and return to heaven. "Thank you, master, for not killing me." Ruan Yuan thanked him with great joy. After being planted with the life and death spell, he was Zhang Feng's man. To be able to have an existence as heaven-defying as Zhang Feng as a backer, that was definitely his good fortune. So he wouldn't feel any worry about being planted with a life and death spell. Instead, he felt extremely joyful. "Don't call me master. It sounds weird. Just call me Jiang Shao from now on," Zhang Feng said indifferently. Like it's just so out of character to be called a guy like that. It's only if it's replaced with one of those pretty cat-eared beasties or something that call their masters. Then Zhang Feng opened his mouth again and inquired, "Do you have a way to take over this ghost monk?" "Don't worry, Lord Jiang Shao. I have a solution for this," Ruan Yuan said confidently. After saying that, he drilled in towards the fat monk's head. The fat monk's face changed and he drank. A mere remnant of a soul, also wanting to take over a poor monk. Not self-conscious. "Oh, if you are a serious monk, I may not be able to take you much, but you are a monk and the heart of the killing heart can be stronger than me. You will be honestly by me to take over the body." Jia Jia Jia. Chapter 59, Successful Capture? As Ruan Yuan's sneer rang out, he then began to forcefully seize the consciousness of this devil-tourer. The fat monk still wanted to struggle, but under the imperial beast's attack, he had to fight Ruan Yuan again since he was defending against the attack. The fat monk's forehead veins rippled, and he even wanted to die together by blowing himself up. With Zhang Feng letting the imperial beasts aggravate their attacks, it gave him no chance to succeed at all. After a few minutes, the fat monk finally couldn't hold on. The fat monk's body stiffened violently, then slowly stood up straight. A wry smile appeared on his face, and his eyes became cold and sharp. Looking down at his hands, he gently clenched his fists and chuckled in a low voice. "Not bad, although this body is a bit fatter. The flesh is extraordinary, just what I want." Zhang Feng spoke indifferently. "Successfully seized the body?" Ruan Yuan, or the current fat monk, raised his head and smiled humbly at Zhang Feng. "Don't worry, Jiang Shao. The consciousness of this devil Tua has been completely devoured by me. From now on, I'll look up to you." After saying that, he reshaped his body with the rest of the split-out bilocations. Zhang Feng was also sizing him up. Now that Ruan Yuan had seized this fat monk's body, ordinary people would not be able to detect anything fishy. An eighth-turned devil Dharma was considered to be among the first-rate powerhouses in the Shiva kingdom. When the time comes, he will be sent to lurk in Shiva's country, and when the time comes, he will give Shiva a direct hit. However, that fat monk just now clearly wanted to use the teleportation stone to leave the secret realm, but the back is clearly failing. Though it couldn't be ruled out that the fat monk's teleportation stone was the problem, but just to make sure, Zhang Feng was still prepared to try to see if he could leave the secret realm. Before entering the secret realm, the Bai clan had given teleportation rune stones to every professional who entered it. Just crush it and wait for a moment to be able to leave the secret realm. However, after Zhang Feng experimented for a few moments, he found that it had the same effect as the fat monk. It seems that this secret realm was cut with a way to leave. In other words, if they couldn't find a way to leave, they would be stuck here forever. Zhang Feng shook his head. For now, it was better to continue exploring this legendary level secret realm. Maybe there could be a solution in the middle of this legendary secret realm. White's group. A female employee entered by Ling Yue's office with an anxious expression and reported, "It's not good, Ms. White. Something big has happened." Bai Ling Yue, who was working on the documents, couldn't help but look up at her suspiciously and inquire, "What's going on that's so panicky, Ms. Bai? The formation of that legendary grade mystic realm is malfunctioning right now, causing the professionals inside to be unable to come out right now. They're all trapped inside." the female employee said in an urgent voice. Bai Lingyue's heart tightened and she hurriedly asked, "Did you find a formation master to come over and check the situation?" The professionals who entered the secret realm to explore this time were all of great renown. If they were really trapped inside and couldn't come out, then I'm afraid the Bai clan would be in big trouble. And that's not even her biggest worry. Her mind was now on whether Zhang Feng's current situation was safe. The formation master didn't state the exact reason, but from what he said, this teleportation formation should have been tampered with. The female employee said truthfully. What? Tampered with? Bai Lingyue's face immediately sank, quickly associating Bai Yue's recent actions in her mind. It's hard not to think of him when something like this happens. Soon she got up and walked towards Bai Yue's office. At this moment, Bai Yue was lying on the sofa, smoking a cigar with one hand and wrapping his arm around his female secretary. Seeing Bai Lingyue come with a bad face, Bai Yue slowly exhaled a mouthful of smoke with a look of enjoyment. "My good sister, what's the wind that's blowing today to bring you here?" Seeing his foppish appearance, Bai Lingyue's face became even more icy and questioning. Something went wrong with the secret realm teleportation formation. Was it you who messed it up? You guessed it right. I'm the one who made Iron River do it. Bai Yue didn't deny it, but surprisingly admitted it openly. You lunatic. Do you know how much negative public opinion you'll make the Bai group bear and how serious compensation you'll suffer if you act like this? Bai Lingyue's body trembled with anger as she reached out to point at him and shouted angrily. "You'll clean up your mess now, or I'll fire you outright on behalf of the group." Bai Yue let out a cold laugh. "Ha! When did the Bai clan group come under your sole control? Let me tell you, Bai Lingyue, don't think that you can be so unscrupulous just because you have Zhang Feng behind you. Now that there's a problem with the secret realm's teleportation array, I'm guessing that what you're most worried about right now isn't the problems that are going to arise for the Bai clan, but rather Zhang Feng's safety, right? I can tell you right now, Zhang Feng is mostly a dead man now." Bai Lingyue stared at him with angry eyes. "What do you mean by that?" "The meaning is very simple. I arranged for 3/8 turn powerhouses to enter the secret realm. All three of them wanted to take Zhang Feng's life, and I merely came up with a mantis catching a cicada and a yellow sparrow at the back." Bai Yue smiled coldly. "As long as Zhang Feng dies, you will have no more backing. When the time comes, Bai clan will still be back in my hands. I advise you to be more sensible now. Hurry up and get out from Bai clan, otherwise I can't guarantee what will happen to you. You crazy bastard." Bai Lingyue wanted to rush up and slap him, but her raised arm was held firmly in a thick palm. This man was none other than Bai Yue's beloved henchman, Tai He. "You let go of me." Bai Lingyue struggled. Bai Yue, however, just took a puff of his cigar very bashfully and inquired towards Tai He. "Taha, have you prepared all the documents I asked you to prepare properly?" Tai He nodded. Miss Bai's confession of guilt as well as the confession of destroying the secret realm formation have already been drafted on her behalf. After saying that, he handed all the stacks of documents to Bai Yue. Receiving the document and briefly flipping through a few pages, Bai Yue smiled with satisfaction. "You've done a great job. From today onwards you're the general manager of Bai's group." Tai He's face was joyful, and he immediately respectfully said with a straight face, "Thank you for Bai Xiao's trust and cultivation." Immediately afterward, Bai Yue twisted his head to look at Bai Lingyue and smiled with an odd expression. "My good sister, these are your confessions of guilt. I'm going to trouble you to wipe my ass for such a big mess I've stirred up." "Ha ha ha." Bai Lingyue glared angrily. "Want me to confess for you? You're dreaming. Don't worry, since I dared to do this, I have naturally prepared for everything." Bai Yue waved his hand and instructed Tai He, "Take her down. I'll leave the rest to you." Saying that, Bai Yue also slowly got up. "I'm going to hold a press conference later, so I'll be the one to announce this news." Chapter 60, The 9 Dragons Pulling the Coffin? In the middle of the secret world, Zhang Feng rode the Eclipse Falcon to continue exploring around the secret realm. Looking down from a high altitude, it was described as a vast expanse of water that could not be seen at all. It should be said that it was worthy of being a legend-grade secret realm, as if it was a small independent world. There are stars and rivers, sun and moon, and mountains and rivers. Suddenly in front, Zhang Feng saw several peaks floating in mid-air. There were clouds and mist flowing above the mountain peaks, and there were several majestic palaces in it. Only after a long time, the palace had become dilapidated and dusty. "Interesting, looks like it was built by a human. Let's go ahead and check it out." A flash of surprise appeared in Zhang Feng's eyes. Then he had the Eclipse Pale Falcon docked towards the palace, landing in the middle of the palace. This also had a piece of text written in ancient traditional script, but perhaps it was so old that the text was somewhat blurred. Zhang Feng instructed towards Ruan Yuan who was on the side. "You go ahead and see if there's any danger." Hearing this, Ruan Yuan had an awkward smile on his face. "Jiang Xiao, what? You want to disobey my orders?" A cold color emerged from the corner of Zhang Feng's eyes. This guy's greatest existential value right now is to be at his own beck and call. If there's no use for it, there's no place for it to exist. Dare not, dare not. I will scout the way for you right away. After Ruan Yuan finished speaking, he walked towards the middle of the palace. As he probed all the way, Zhang Feng didn't find anything in the area. The inside of the palace was empty. Nothing was there. Even after probing with the eye of true vision, no hidden treasures were found. Young Jiang, look, I found a good thing. Ruan Yuan shouted excitedly as he held a black orb in his hands and walked towards Zhang Feng. This black ball is actually not its material is black, but transparent, because in it there was a flowing black mist, thus making it look like a black ball. I broke this thing off in the hands of a stone statue, although I'm not sure exactly what it is at the moment. I can't open it no matter what. Upon hearing this, Zhang Feng took the black ball and utilized the eye of true vision to probe its information. Boundless source. Type, special props, grade, unknown. Description, a small world is enclosed within, but it is currently closed and requires 3 arcane talismans to unseal it. After seeing the message, Zhang Feng couldn't help but be shocked. A small world was actually enclosed within this black ball. If he unclosed this small world, wouldn't he become the master of this small world? Although Zhang Feng wasn't sure what was in this small world at the moment, but even if there's nothing in there, it definitely qualifies as a big treasure. After all, the storage space in it was bound to be more than 100 times larger than a spatial ring. Use it as a replacement for your own storage, and when you get something useful later, just stack it in there. However, this Aeon charm, Zhang Feng hadn't understood it yet. It sounds like some kind of powerful talisman. Zhang Feng looked at Ruan Yuan and asked, have you ever heard of the Aeon charm? Upanishad talisman? A thoughtful look appeared on Ruan Yuan's face before he nodded and said, I remember. Jiang Xiao, the Upanishad talisman is a special prop. When it is fused with fire, you will be able to get flames that burn everything. When it is fused with water, it will turn into cold water that can instantly freeze everything, and it can be fused with all sorts of elements. A long time ago I heard someone say that gathering 3 Aeon talismans seemed to be able to unlock some sort of secret treasure. Hearing this, Zhang Feng's heart was delighted. Then he inquired, then do you know where the Upanishad talisman is and how to obtain it? Hearing this, a speculative look surfaced in Ruan Yuan's eyes. Young Jiang, it's not possible that this thing is the secret treasure that needs to be opened by gathering 3 Upanishad talismans, is it? Ask less about things you shouldn't inquire about. You just need to tell me where to get it. Zhang Feng said indifferently. Ruan Yuan said with fear and trepidation. Jiang Xiao, please don't blame me. I remember that one of the symbols of Aeon seemed to be in the hands of Emperor Yan, and there was another one that seemed to be in the middle of some secret realm, and the time was too far gone for me to remember it so clearly. As for the last one, it seems that its whereabouts are still unknown. Hearing this, a contemplative look appeared in Zhang Feng's eyes. An Upanishad talisman was in the hands of the Yan Emperor, and in order to obtain this Upanishad talisman, one would need to meet the Yan Emperor in person. But the Yan Emperor wasn't something you could just meet. If one ascended to the top of the Great Yan Celestial Pride Tower, one might have the chance to meet the Yan Emperor. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng's eyes glowed with a bright color. By the way, Jiang Xiao, I also saw a coffin behind that statue. Ruan Yuan rubbed his hands together excitedly and said, that coffin looks like it's made of special materials, and although I don't know what's inside, that coffin alone should be worth a lot. What coffin? Take me to take a look. Zhang Feng put the boundless source in the middle of his spatial ring. Ruan Yuan was then told to lead the way to the coffin he said he was looking for. Zhang Feng couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air when he saw the coffin he was talking about. Holy, this is the 9 dragons pulling the coffin. The statue of 9 dragons comes to life. However, Zhang Feng realized through the eye of true vision that it wasn't a statue at all, but a real dragon that had dried up. Behind them, there were chains pulling a bronze coffin. Come on, get away from it. Zhang Feng subconsciously pulled back his footsteps to prevent being sucked into another world by this bronze coffin. After all, a certain Yi Celestial Emperor was forcibly transported into the middle of another planet in this manner. Ruan Yuan, though he wasn't sure what was happening, but since it was Jiang Xiao who had given the word, he still stared at the bronze coffin with a vigilant look as if he were an enemy. Luckily, the bronze coffin didn't move in any way, so Zhang Feng was relieved. Thinking about it this way, it was sort of possible that the people inside this palace had disappeared without a trace. In fact, Zhang Feng was now eager to put this thing into a spatial ring. However, there was no way that the space ring could store this 9 dragons pulled coffin in such a large area now. Forget it, let's rendezvous with Luo Yuni first. Zhang Feng shook his head inside, then rode the eclipsed pale falcon back to the previous place. It was originally thought that they were still agonizing over how to leave this secret realm. As a result, he saw that Luo Yuni and Zhou Jingxiao were throwing the people of Pingcheng who had fallen into unconsciousness towards a special teleportation device beside them. When the two of them saw Zhang Feng return, with the fat monk from earlier at his side, they couldn't help but fall into a state of alertness. Zhang Feng, What's going on? Could it be that you're being held hostage? As soon as the words fell, Luo Yuni's shadow blade flashed. The entire person instantly arrived behind the fat monk, and the blade even cut a bloody slit in his neck. Ruan Yuan hurriedly shouted, "Sister-in-law, don't do it. I'm one of us. What are you babbling about?" Luo Yuni's face chilled as the shadow blade missed some more. Zhang Feng waved his hand and laughed. "No need to be nervous. Now he's my man. The specifics can't be explained to you in a sentence or two. You just need to know that he's not a threat to us now." Although Luo Yuni didn't let her guard down, she still placed the shadow blade down. Chapter 61, You Don't Understand. It's a man's romance. Zhang Feng looked towards that particular teleportation device and couldn't help but ask curiously, "Can this teleportation device take people out?" Zhou Jingxiao said with a somewhat awkward smile, "Yes, but this teleportation device was my previous experiment, and the exact location it teleports out to is now a little off from what I originally set out to do." Zhang Feng nodded slightly, not realizing that this guy was still a genius, and spoke out in appreciation. "Not bad. Now that this legendary mystery realm can't be left, as long as we can teleport out, it's already a blessing. I'll give you the corpse of that earth dragon from before." Hearing these words, Zhou Jingxiao was first stunned, then hastily thanked him with joy. This could save him a lot of money, but after taking such a big advantage for nothing, he was a little embarrassed in his heart. Immediately, he spoke, "Many thanks, senior, and I will definitely do my best to use Chaos Source Gold to create suitable armor for your Imperial Beast." "Trouble senior, could you let me measure the size of your Imperial Beast size now?" Zhang Feng nodded. "It's fine, go ahead and measure them. I'll make them collect their own aura." Getting Zhang Feng's consent, Zhou Jingxiao looked happy and immediately rode his motorcycle towards the Imperial Beast. With the data of these ancient great Imperial Beasts, he might even be able to make new models of mechanical Imperial Beasts out of them. Luo Yuni, who was at the side, couldn't help but inquire with some misgivings, "Aren't you afraid he'll leak the data of your Imperial Beasts?" Zhang Feng revealed a sprightly smile. "You don't understand. This is a man's romance. Just by imagining it, one could feel the majesty of maneuvering a huge mech beast. If there was a chance, Zhang Feng couldn't help but want to see it. However, the mecha's strength was bound to be a dozen or so notches worse compared to one's real Imperial Beast." Luo Yuni had a confused look on her face. She indeed didn't understand what Zhang Feng had just said romantically as she spoke out. "Since those three have already been killed by you, I'm going out now to inform the Grand Elder of the news. Do you want to go back with me?" Zhang Feng shook his head. "Forget it, the boss of this legendary level secret realm hasn't appeared yet. I'll leave after killing it." This time, the benefits gained in the middle of this secret realm hadn't been much, so it would be too much of a pity to leave just like that. Hearing this reply, Luo Yuni nodded thoughtfully. "Okay, but you must be safe." After Zhou Jingxiao finished measuring the dimensions as well as the data of several Imperial Beasts, he came to Zhang Feng. "Elder, I've finished testing it, and I'll be able to make it for you in 2 months at the most." "Alright, good work." Zhang Feng nodded. "How many more teleportation devices did you make? Can you leave one for me?" "Yes." Zhou Jingxiao immediately took out a crafted teleportation device from amongst his spatial ring. "Only this one will randomly teleport to the outside, and the teleportation location will most likely not be within Great Yen. It's fine, as long as it's possible to teleport out." Zhang Feng smiled. After saying a brief goodbye to them, Zhang Feng started exploring the secret realm again. However, this time, Zhang Feng directly had the Imperial Beasts push all the way flat. Boom boom boom. A series of explosions shook the entire land. The damage values were densely packed, and there were constantly flashes of light of various colors. The beasts that pass by, it was almost just a blink of an eye before it was completely turned into experience value as well as the various props that were dropped. "Congratulations, you've killed a level 184 Blizzard Demon Wolf and gained 0 experience points. Congratulations on killing the level 164 Red Flame Monster. Gained." Zhang Feng beckoned and lifted his hand, and then the treasures that fell all over the ground were included in his spatial ring. "You've picked up the item, Gale Boots. You've picked up the prop, Heart of the Demon Wolf. You picked up the equipment, Magic Stone of Flame. You picked up." The huge commotion naturally caused the rest of the occupiers to be shocked with sideways glances. Was this horrible beast master mad? A frantic bombardment of this secret realm was not an attempt to destroy the secret realm, but what depressed them the most was that this was a legendary tier replica secret realm. It's not some 2 or 3 turn copy of a secret world. It's amazing that such a high-intensity copy can also be used as a pond for its fish fry. How does that make them play? It was important to realize that all of these professionals were notoriously strong and came from major powers. None of them alone could do this unless they joined forces together. However, there were also some professionals who secretly envied the profession of the Imperial Beast Master. As long as the Imperial Beasts were cultivated, it would be equivalent to having a powerful Imperial Beast army. And the loyalty of the Imperial Beasts is pulled right up to full. so you don't have to worry about betrayal. Some of the professionals decided to team up and brush up after meeting on the road though, but you also have to guard each other against stabbing each other in the back while fighting. After all, if a monster's swipe exploded a rare treasure, it would be hard to guarantee that it wouldn't be a fortune. Once the interests are not divided, it is easy for people to get upset. Just be afraid that in times of danger, it will turn against you. However, I heard that the powerful Beast Royal Master seemed to be a guest secretary of the Bai clan. If it wasn't for him sticking up for Bai Lingyue after the auction, I'm only afraid that the right to own this legendary copy secret realm might go to someone's house. I'm afraid that only such a powerful strength can force the whole field. Flaming Giant. It was a huge mountain peak in the middle of the secret plains that was over 3,000 meters tall. Even though Jiang Feng was riding on top of the Eclipse Falcon's feathered back and galloping high in the sky, yet, they also had to look up at this towering giant. Above the mountain peaks, there were also thousands of flying fire dragons flying around. These fire dragons had huge wings with a wingspan of 100 meters. They are covered in thick and solid scales around their bodies, full of power. They had built dense nests on the mountain peaks, and the total number of fire dragons was feared to be in the tens of thousands. Blazing Fire Dragon. Level, LV 180. Life Value, 91W. Battle Strength, 64W. Skills, Flamestorm. Inferno Shock. Most of these fire dragons didn't exceed 200 levels, but any one of them, when placed in the midst of a 6-turn copy, would be comparable in strength to a boss-level beast. With this large number, no occupier dared to approach this place easily. Once it struck, it would cause an overwhelming infestation of blazing fire dragons, not to mention 8th rotation powerhouses. Even 9th rotation powerhouses wouldn't necessarily be able to resist it. Seeing so many blazing flame dragon fire dragons, a few moments of nervousness appeared in Jiang Feng's eyes. In fact, he'd noticed the massive peak before. When viewed from a distance, it looks like a pillar standing in the plain. Only after sweeping around the perimeter of this secret realm with the Imperial Beasts, there was still no boss to be found. It was thought that it could only be in the middle of this huge peak. However, before the battle, Jiang Feng also took out all the props. Staff, Blazing Rock, Shattered Star, capable of increasing the damage of the Imperial Beasts by 40%. A stack of Resurrection Scrolls, ready to resurrect the Imperial Beasts. Hourglass of Life Tracks, reverse the time for 1 minute, and when you can't beat it in reverse time to leave. Chapter 62, What are you afraid of? You're going to take the lead. At this moment, quite a few squads saw the firebird that spread its wings for thousands of miles high above the sky. The blazing temperature it emitted was not even inferior to those fire dragons. The crowd's eyes were filled with shock and dismay. What's he up to? Could it be that he wants to single-handedly take on the entire fire dragon's lair by himself? A man in ornate mage's robes had a few tremors in his voice. Even if one possesses 3 ancient great imperial beasts, it's impossible to single-handedly defeat tens of thousands of fire dragons that are close to 200 levels. Yeah, what's the difference between him and looking for death? Look, his imperial beast has drawn the attention of the fire dragon's lair and has been deemed an intruder. At this time, there were already quite a few blazing fire dragons that had noticed this uninvited guest, the eclipsed pale falcon. They came winging in, kicking up a violent air current. The gusts of wind came whistling in, carrying an air of solemnity. Ruan Yuan had already gotten a little weak in the knees from fear when he saw so many blazing fire dragons. With fear on his face, he asked towards Jiang Feng, Young Jiang, do we really have to fight so many fire dragons? It's easy to get caught up in this. Although he was immortal, after being planted with the life and death talisman, once Jiang Feng died, even if he was immortal, he would have to follow his soul into silence. With his physical body destroyed, he was still able to find a chance to take over a new body, but the soul is silent here. Then he's really going to hiccup. What are you afraid of? You're going to take the lead. Jiang Feng instructed him. What? Jiang Xiao, did I hear you right? Ruan Yuan stared, shivering in fear. That's really going for the jugular. I'm only going to count to 3. 3, Jiang Feng said with a cold face. With no choice, Ruan Yuan could only force himself to the fire dragon with a flash of his body. He flung the skeleton Buddha bead in his hand, and it instantly transformed into countless skeletons that attacked the fire dragon. The flesh body also began to mutate, forming a huge ball of flesh that crashed towards the fire dragon. The blazing fire dragon that suffered the attack immediately opened its huge dragon mouth and spewed out roaring flames. At the same time, the sky-covering blazing fire dragons left their nests, forming a large red-colored fire cloud, surrounding towards Jiang Feng. Ho ho ho! Intense sounds of dragon roars rang out, deafening the ears, as if wrapped in monstrous fury. As a sublime race above all things, they would never allow a lower creature to be so provocative. Abyssal Dragon King, exterminating dragon breath. Jiang Feng let out a low gulp. Roar! The Abyssal Dragon King let out an earth-shaking dragon roar. In an instant, heaven and earth changed color. Dark clouds rolled in, and a huge figure slowly emerged from the clouds. In the face of the sudden change, the blazing fire dragon group also felt a hint of unprecedented oppression coming from them. They opened their huge mouths and sprayed out inflammatory breath blasts towards the huge figure in the middle of the clouds. The inflammatory breath impact released by the hundreds of blazing fire dragons that were the first to approach was like a torrent of extinction. The abyssal dragon king's vertical pupils flashed, and a wave of world-destroying dragon breath containing endless darkness power spewed out. At the same time, its body exuded monstrous dragon might. Under this terrifying pressure, those blazing flame dragons trembled, feeling the oppression from their bloodline, and immediately scattered and fled. Under the effect of the blazing rock shattered star, a dark gold-grade staff, the effect of the blazing rock shattered star was enhanced. The abyssal dragon king deals a whopping 1,000,000 damage. Under the onslaught of the exterminating dragon's breath, dozens of blazing flame dragons were annihilated in just the blink of an eye. Moreover, the attack of the extinguishing dragon's breath was still spreading, and hundreds of blazing fire dragons were martyred in a short period of time. This scene drew out gasps of surprise from the professionals in a range of 1,000 miles around them. Heavens, hundreds of blazing flame dragons were destroyed in a single strike. Could he really be able to take down the 10,000 dragon's nest? This is unbelievable. Zhang Feng summoned the Jinyu Xianwu in midair. The huge body landed heavily on the ground, causing the entire ground to shake tremendously. Even the huge peak that was 3,000 meters high shook. Push this giant peak down for me, Zhang Feng commanded toward Jinyu Xianwu. After receiving the order, Jinyu Xianwu stepped towards the giant peak with heavy footsteps. With its strong impact, the giant peak began to shake continuously. More blazing flame dragons flew out from amongst the nest and attacked towards the Jinyu Xianwu below. They spewed out hot flames of nearly 1,000 degrees and blasted towards the Jinyu Xianwu. However, the Jinyu Xianwu had a super high and terrifying defense, and their attacks were no different from scratching an itch. It was just that many ants bit the elephant, so Zhang Feng still summoned the Hell Stygian dogs to attract some of the firepower. Once their attention was drawn away, Zhang Feng then rode the Eclipse Falcon through the heavy swarm of fire dragons and flew towards the top of the mountain with the 9 Extremes hybrid sword spirit opening the way. Those blazing fire dragons that were cut down by the sword spirit turned into a rain of blood floating in the sky. It dyed the sky into a blood-colored cloud, and before these blood mists could even touch Zhang Feng's body, they were instantly vaporized by the flames of the Eclipse Pale Falcon. Before long, Zhang Feng pierced through the clouds and arrived at the top of the giant peak. On the top of the giant peak, there was a huge behemoth, level 270 blazing fire dragon king. It opened its scarlet vertical pupils and looked straight at the incoming enemy in front of it with endless fury in its eyes. The entire huge body was like a volcano that was about to erupt. As it vibrated its giant wings, the clouds and fog high above the sky were all vaporized at this moment. The sense of oppression it brought was so strong that it was even a bit suffocating. However, if compared to the abyssal dragon king, it was still slightly inferior. Without the cloud cover, the massive bodies of both the blazing fire dragon king and the eclipsing pale falcon were exposed to the sight of the professionals below. 10,000 swords return, Zhang Feng shouted. This was one of the arcane skills of the 9 Extreme Mixed Sword Spirit. In the next moment, the 9 Extreme Mixed Sword Spirit transformed into thousands and thousands of sword shadows. The densely packed sword shadows covered dozens of miles high in the sky. Extremely astonishing. The occupiers who were watching the onlookers from afar were completely confused at this moment. They felt a tingle and goosebumps. That guy is not only a powerful beastmaster, or a sword god as terrifying as this? Is this a human being? Just as the crowd was in a state of shock, thousands of sword shadows wrapped in destructive power, swirling up a vortex of sword shadows. It was like a storm invading down towards the blazing flame dragon king. The blazing fire dragon king's pupils suddenly shrunk before he could resist. Countless sword shadows fell on top of its fiery red scales, erupting in brilliant flames. Minus 385,100. Minus 485,450. Minus 565,000. The fluttering damage was like rain coming up wildly. Its wings were pierced by the dense sword shadows, losing its ability to escape. However, its strong vitality and amazing defense allowed it to continue supporting itself. The immense pain caused the blazing fire dragon king to let out a deafening sound of rage. Under its roar, all of the blazing flame dragon's attacks were increased. They began to fly towards the area. Zhang Feng's brows tightened. He had sensed that his imperial beast was in an extremely bad situation right now. After all, being surrounded by thousands of blazing fire dragons, they were in a very dangerous situation. The underworld three-headed dog had even been killed. Hurry up and use the scroll of resurrection to revive it. Chapter 63. Do you want to cancel your family's account? He's actually going to kill the fire dragon king for real. This strength is simply heaven-defying. The first time you kill a secret realm boss you will be rewarded handsomely. I'm really envious. The professionals in the distance murmured with shocked looks on their faces. However, There were also some professionals who had other thoughts born in their minds, but it seems to me that Imperial Beastmaster won't last much longer. If we find the right time to give the boss the final blow, then won't the equipment popped out by the Fire Dragon King be ours? Dude, you have a great idea, but do you want your family of account holders to be cancelled? When these words came out, the professionals who had spoken earlier as well as those who had ideas couldn't help but secretly shiver. That Imperial Beastmaster was so terrifyingly strong. If he robbed his boss reward, wouldn't he be hunted to the ends of the earth? Behind them were all forces with their own power, but having provoked this Imperial Beast Big Brother, I'm afraid that the forces behind me wouldn't dare to come out and save my life. Even the forces are going to announce cutting ties. In the end, he had to obediently hand over the snatched treasure in person and kneel down to make amends, and I'm afraid that he wouldn't be able to quell the anger of this Imperial Beast Big Brother. Since we can't snatch it, let's just go along for the ride and go support it. That makes sense. Being able to get a passing favor and the benefits of befriending this great man is quite a lot. The professionals nodded their heads and so flew towards the high altitude of the 10,000 Dragon's Nest. With their constant support, for a while, colorful skills were released, and a succession of explosions rang out in the air. Zhang Feng's pressure was also much less. At this moment, the blazing flame Dragon King was under the attack of the sword shadow of 10,000 swords returning to the palace. It was originally close to the state of dying, but suddenly its entire body burned with a potent flame. Roar! A deafening roar rang out as it was reborn from nirvana amongst the flames, and amongst this roar, it contained the special skill, Fire Dragon King's profound rage, that it released. From the blazing Fire Dragon King's wrath, able to weaken 70% of the enemy's defense and 60% of their attack power, and it also enhances its own 200% double resistance, as well as increasing the normal blazing Fire Dragon's attack by 60%. It lasts 10 minutes. This is its exclusive boss skill. In the face of the sudden change, the faces of the professionals who had come to support them suddenly changed. The crowd, who were still in the upper hand, suddenly felt very overwhelmed due to the increase in strength of the blazing flame dragon. Under this huge number, they were also screaming for help and could only fight and retreat. Even the resurrection scrolls were consumed several times. At this moment, even Zhang Feng had already developed some withdrawal. Wanting to take down this blazing flame dragon king didn't seem to be an easy task. For the moment it seems to have to be avoided for the time being. Zhang Xiao, I can't hold on much longer. If I keep fighting, this flesh body will collapse. Ruan Yuan shouted towards Zhang Feng. His body was already covered in blood and totally indistinguishable from those of his own and those of the blazing fire dragon. As I recall, isn't this physical body of yours capable of absorbing blood to strengthen its power? Zhang Feng said with a frown. At the same time, absolute defense was used, which was able to temporarily immunize all damage. It was just that there was still a great deal of difficulty in taking down the Fire Dragon King who had entered a state of full fury. Indeed, I can, but facing hundreds of blazing fire dragons, I simply don't have the time to refine their essence blood, Ruan Yuan said with a bitter face. Zhang Xiao, why don't we retreat first? Otherwise if we continue to spend time like this, we will achieve very little. The rest of the professionals also spoke up. Big brother, we can't hold out much longer. Let's retreat first. Right, we already know the skills of this Fire Dragon King. When we go out and set up targeted tactics, it won't take more than 3 months. We'll definitely be able to raid the boss of this secret realm. Hearing their words, Zhang Feng also pondered for a moment, but decided to evacuate first. You guys go first, I'll break the back. Yes, the professionals began to withdraw backward in a hurry. At this moment, the scarlet vertical pupils of the Fire Dragon King were staring at Zhang Feng in death. As soon as his wings were lifted, a huge storm of flames swept towards him in a vast manner. It looked like it didn't have the idea of letting Zhang Feng escape. 9 extremes, hybrid annihilation. Zhang Feng shouted angrily and commanded the sword spirit. The sword spirit instantly transformed into 9 rainbow lights, each containing a very different aura of law. Above the sword body suddenly erupted a brilliant sword light like a galaxy pouring down. With a might that tore through heaven and earth, it directly attacked the Fire Dragon King. The sword light and the flamestorm collided with each other in mid-air with a loud bang. It made the space start to shake violently, and the rolling air currents swept in all directions. Feeling the heat wave coming from behind them, bean-sized beads of sweat oozed out from the foreheads of the professionals who were evacuating. Their bodies sweated so much that even the corners of their clothes began to burn. Looking back to the center of the battlefield again, it looked like a sea of fire was rising. The temperature in it only reached an extreme high temperature of nearly 10,000 degrees in a short period of time. The Fire Dragon King roared, and his wings vibrated once again. The power of the flamestorm suddenly increased, as if it was going to swallow the entire heaven and earth. Withdraw. Zhang Feng's face was grave as he commanded towards the Eclipse Falcon. Although he had no way to kill this Fire Dragon King for the time being, it was extremely difficult for it to exterminate itself. However, without the suppression of the professionals who came to support them, thousands of blazing fire dragons formed a thick aerial wall at the back, blocking Jiang Feng's retreat. Under the will of the blazing fire dragon king, they were going to completely force this human to die here. The professionals who had pulled away were also startled at once. Quick, hurry up and cast a resurrection spell for Big Brother. If the big guy can't carry the damage, the fire dragon king will definitely turn his fire towards us. A warrior shouted sharply towards the priest in the middle of the group. At the same time, some of the professionals were ready to flee to a safe place and use teleportation stones to leave the secret realm. The bosses of the secret realm are just too hard to beat. However, those occupiers who were preparing to leave realized that the teleportation stone didn't have the slightest effect. Damn it, how come this broken teleportation stone won't work? Grass, my teleportation stone has no effect either. What is this Bai clan up to? Does it want to get us killed inside the secret realm? Just as the crowd was terrified and in a panic, high above the sky in the distance, but a sudden change occurred. Only a huge shadow emerged, emitting an extremely terrifying aura. It was a man with lofty tentacles on his head, and he was dressed in white, his clothes flowing. It was none other than Sacred Lord Lan Yun. The Sacred Lord Lan Yun's silhouette glanced back at Zhang Feng and laughed lightly. Kid, watch this sword. Will be awesome. Chop, as he let out a soft cry, his long sword swung down violently. In an instant, an incomparably magnificent sword light came out across the sky, just like the Milky Way pouring down from the 9 heavens, carrying the might of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth straight towards the Fire Dragon King. Wherever the sword light passed, space was torn apart, leaving behind a pitch-black crack. Even time seemed to stop at that moment. Chapter 64, Fire Dragon King Reward. It's too good to be true. When the Fire Dragon King felt this terrifying power, his scarlet vertical pupils contracted violently as he let out a heaven-shaking roar. Its wings vibrated crazily as it attempted to parry the sword with an even more powerful storm of flames. However, Saint Lord Lan Yun's sword light was unstoppable. The flamestorm was easily torn apart like papier-mâché in front of the sword light. The blazing flames were engulfed by the sword chi, turning into countless sparks that dissipated into the air. The sword light slashed at the body of the Fire Dragon King without any obstacles. The huge dragon body was chopped by the sword and flew out backwards, scales shattering and blood splattering everywhere, letting out a mournful wail. His huge body smashed heavily on top of the huge peak, stirring up dust in the sky. Holy Lord Lan Yun collected his sword and stood, his clothes fluttering, his expression indifferent. It was as if that sword just now was just a casual act. However, the terrifying aura emanating from his body caused everyone to feel suffocated. The occupiers in the distance were dumbstruck, their hearts shaken beyond measure, as if they had seen a true god descend. With this kind of strength, not to mention the 9th turn, even the 10th turn is like a mole cricket in front of it. Zhang Feng looked at the silhouette of Sacred Lord Lan Yun, and a violent wave rippled within him. Worthy of being a powerful person guarding the great wall of the starry sky, he actually killed the blazing flame dragon king who was in a state of rage with a single sword strike. Originally, Zhang Feng had thought that he was strong enough to stand tall, but it was surprising that it still seemed so small in front of the truly strong. At this moment, he felt a sense of despondency about his own strength, as if he could see through what was going on in Zhang Feng's mind. Holy Lord Lan Yun let out a faint smile. Kid, there's no need to be discouraged. I don't know how many centuries it took me to raise to this kind of strength, and you are but 20 years old, yet you are already far more than 100 times the man I was back then. Your future accomplishments are destined to be even more glorious than mine. Hearing these words of motivation, Zhang Feng's eyes lit up with fighting spirit again. He was right. If given time, one's strength would certainly be able to override the stars. Many thanks to Senior for stepping in. Zhang Feng respectfully thanked him. Although Saint Lord Lan Yun couldn't die himself if he didn't make a move. However, by striking out with a sword, he had enabled himself to obtain the amazing reward of slaying the blazing flame dragon Fire Dragon King. Wait until Sacred Lord Lan Yun's voice and shadow dissipated. Zhang Feng also looked with fiery eyes towards the rewards that the blazing flame dragon Fire Dragon King had popped out. As for those remaining blazing flame dragon fire dragons, they were naturally no match for his several imperial beasts. Coupled with the pursuit of these professionals, it was basically a rout. All of them fled in all directions as birds and beasts. Hundreds of light pillars of various colors instantly lit up at the place of the blazing flame dragon Fire Dragon King's corpse. These rays of light almost flashed Zhang Feng's eyes. Almost every piece of equipment that popped out shone with a bright light. Fire Dragon King's bow. Type, weapon, grade, legendary. Applicable occupation, archer. Available level, LV 100. Attributes, attack plus 25W. Attack speed plus 180%. Strike rate plus 100%. Strike effect boost plus 70%. Special effect, attacks are accompanied by fire attribute burning, causing 10,000 blood burning damage per second. This attribute enchantment is fierce enough, worthy of being of legendary quality. Zhang Feng's eyes lit up, but then he shook his head. It's a pity I can't use it. After all, equipment can only be effective if it matches the profession of the professional. If you use a weapon across professions, you will be instinctively rejected, and there is a good chance that you won't even be able to draw a bow. Even if they were forced to use it, it would be no different from a blank slate equipment and could only be described as a waste. When he was just about to put it into the middle of his spatial ring, he suddenly remembered that he seemed to have a universal occupation mask. It seems that when worn, you can disguise yourself as any profession and gain the basic skills of that profession. With a thought, Zhang Feng wore the Wanxiang profession mask on his face, subsequently disguised as a shooter profession. After possessing the most basic skills of the archer profession, Zhang Feng picked up the Fire Dragon King's bow and then, the longbow didn't feel repulsive in his hands. Immediately after that, he aimed at the blazing fire dragons that were fleeing. Whoosh! The long arrows burning with flames were so fast that they almost formed a line of fire. Minus 157,444. Minus 180,000. Minus 200,000. Bright red damage values soared on the red flame fire dragon that was hit by the long arrow. With the 100% bludgeoning boost, basically every arrow shot was explosive damage. And there's also 10,000 blood damage per second from fire attribute burns. However, since the red flame fire dragon itself was a fire-attributed ferocious beast, it had no small resistance to flames. But even if its resistance was high, it still didn't manage to resist for a minute under this extreme attack speed. Cool bomb! Zhang Feng put down the cool-looking Fire Dragon King longbow and couldn't help but sigh secretly. Wearing this Wanxiang occupation mask by himself, he could use the equipment and props of almost all occupations across occupations. If you acquire high-grade equipment later, you don't have to take it out and sell it. After all, money was just a long string of numbers to Zhang Feng now. The most important thing was that at his level of strength, he basically didn't have to spend anything to buy anything. After all, only a very small percentage of the things you can spend money on are very valuable. After putting away the Fire Dragon King longbow, Zhang Feng looked at the next piece of equipment that had exploded. Sword of the Fire Dragon King. Type, weapon, grade, legendary. Applicable professions, warrior, assassin. Available level, LV 100. Attributes, attack plus 35W. Physical penetration plus 80%. Strike rate plus 90%. Strike effect boost plus 70%. Special effect, attack with high fire splash damage. Incidental skill, can summon the spirit of the Fire Dragon King to fight for 1 minute. Another legendary grade. Zhang Feng's eyes only slightly rippled amongst them. After all, he already possessed a sword spirit, so he didn't value the legendary quality Fire Dragon King's sword that much. However, soon after the next item came into view, it made Zhang Feng's eyes burn. Heart of the Fire Dragon King. Type, inlay props, grade, epic. Effects, can enchant weapons, equipment, talismans, etc. and enhance their attribute effects by 130% on top of theirs. 130% increase on the base. Zhang Feng's entire body almost froze. If the Heart of the Fire Dragon King is set on top of the Fire Dragon King longbow, then its base attributes will be increased by 130%. It also meant that the Fire Dragon King's original attack power would become 575,000. Attack speed plus 310%. Strike rate plus 230%. Strike effect boost plus 200%. With such a high attack speed, I'm afraid that the bow and arrow will only be pulled out of smoke. With this exaggerated increase in attributes, it would be difficult for anyone else to remain calm. Strong, just too strong. Zhang Feng was ecstatic in his heart. However, it wasn't the Fire Dragon King longbow that he wanted to enchant the most, but the Blazing Rock Shattered Star, a dark gold ranked staff. Originally, Blazing Rock Shattered Star could only increase by 40%, but with the enhancement of the Heart of the Fire Dragon King, it can become 170%. Under its increase, the Abyssal Dragon King's attack power was able to break 2 million, and that's just this one Imperial Beast alone. The Eclipse Falcon is also able to boost to 1 million damage. It's just too good. Zhang Feng dared to guarantee that if this Heart of the Fire Dragon King was put up for auction on the market, even at a price of hundreds of billions, there would be people clamoring for it. Chapter 65, Evolution. Another ancient beast. Corona essence. Type, material. Grade, legend. Attribute, contains extremely strong light and heat energy, which can be used to forge divine weapons or strengthen equipment as well as the evolution of imperial beasts. After seeing this item, the corners of Zhang Feng's mouth couldn't even bend in excitement. I didn't expect that I would be able to obtain so many things from my first raid on a legendary class secret boss. It actually exploded the evolutionary materials needed by the Eclipse Falcon. By now, if he counted, he already had a full 4 ancient grade imperial beasts. But the ancient level was only the starting point of the Imperial Beast's evolution for Zhang Feng. Congratulations on killing the legendary Secret Realm boss alone and obtaining the title of Legendary Secret Realm Raider. Hearing the beeps coming from beside his ears, Zhang Feng raised his eyebrows. Spinning around, he tapped on the title that was flashing with a golden cursor. Level Secret Raider, due to your outstanding performance, you are hereby awarded the title. After using the title, you can increase your personal basic attributes by 25% in the replica world. A 25% boost in base attributes? Zhang Feng raised his hand and rubbed his chin. He just didn't know if he could increase his Wanxiang mask. After all, if you were a sentinel, a 25% increase would be the best to be able to give to the sentinel. However, this title only states the base attributes of the individual. Immediately, Zhang Feng wore the Wanxiang profession mask on his face again. He then realized that his base attributes had indeed risen quite a bit. The thought of drawing a bow and shooting continuously while riding an ancient great imperial beast as it soared through the heavens was a feeling of exhilaration that simply exploded. Immediately afterward, Zhang Feng took the coronal essence to the Eclipse Falcon. After deducting 1 million evolution points, it successfully evolved into an ancient grade blazing sky falcon. Zhang Feng immediately checked its attribute panel. Eclipse Falcon Blazing Sky Falcon. Current Beast, Flying Falcon, First Reign, Grade, Ancient, Level, LV-116, Power, 766, 000, Body Mass, 685, 000, Agility, 645, 000, Spirit, 570, 000, Battle Strength, 870, 000, Skills, Meteor Fire Rain, Brilliant Feather Sky Attack, Coronation Wings. Evolutionary value required for next evolution, 3 million evolutionary points plus, combat power of 870,000. Then after the blazing rock shattered star, that has been inlaid with the heart of the Fire Dragon King, its combat power will soar to a whopping 2,330,000 combat power. Zhang Feng had a burst of ecstasy in his eyes. This way he would have over a million ancient great imperial beasts. Moreover, with the 9 extremes mixed sword spirit likewise acting as his own imperial beast, its combat power would soar even more terrifyingly. The Zhang Feng who now possessed such strength would have to lower his eyebrows at the sight of even a 9th turn powerhouse. At this moment, Zhang Feng only wanted to ask the heavens and shout, "Who says there are no great emperors in the human race? Come with the sword." Since he had successfully finished raiding this legendary mystery realm, there was no need for Zhang Feng to remain here. He took out the mechanical teleportation device left behind by Zhou Jingxiao and prepared to leave the secret realm. But on second thought, these professionals shouldn't be able to leave here either. Then he planned to take them with him. After all, there was no telling how long it would take for the teleportation array outside to be fixed. It could be a day or 2, or 10 days and 8 months. They had also stepped in to help themselves earlier, so Zhang Feng naturally wouldn't sit back and do nothing to them. Then he shouted towards them through the speaker prop that amplified his voice. If there are any professionals who are unable to leave the secret realm, they may follow me. At this time, after having cleared most of the blazing fire dragons, the professionals heard Zhang Feng's call. It then immediately converged towards the top of the giant peak. After they saw such a young, handsome imperial beast big brother up close, they couldn't help but stare. Doubt he took any rare prop material for rejuvenation. However, they wouldn't show any disrespect because of Zhang Feng's youth. One of the professionals handed over a dozen space bracelets to Zhang Feng. "Senior, this is the equipment prop materials we harvested. 5,842 pieces of silver grade, 2,354 pieces of gold grade, 114 pieces of dark gold grade, and 3 pieces of legendary grade. Please smile, senior." They still know the rules in their hearts, and if they don't turn in most of their harvest from this trip, I'm afraid that this imperial beast big brother won't let them leave so easily. Although there was a great deal of reluctance in his heart, there was no need to offend this big brother because of these things. After all, if you lose your equipment, you can fight again, but if you lose your life, you lose everything. Zhang Feng was slightly surprised in his heart. He hadn't thought about the idea of doing any robbery to collect protection money. However, he could not possibly not want the benefits that were sent to his door, but it would be more or less unsettling to his conscience if he took all of them. After all of these dropped equipment could have been popped out by the monsters they had risked fighting. So Zhang Feng casually picked a few pieces of equipment and props that were of some use to him before returning all the rest to them. And he also took out some dark gold level equipment props he had harvested and held them out to them. It's sort of a barter, not a whoring out of the fruits of their labor. These things are kind of what I'll give you as payment for stepping up just now. The rest of the things you guys take back. Whoever popped out the equipment props will belong to whoever. Don't have the heart to snatch it. Otherwise don't blame me for taking a shot. With these words, the professionals present were instantly grateful. Unexpectedly, this big brother not only didn't ask for it, but instead took out a considerable portion of dark gold level equipment materials out. It's because we're treating the gentleman's heart with a small man's heart. Please bear with us. Senior. This is the order scroll of the Wild Lion Mercenaries. As long as you take out this order scroll, the Wild Lion Mercenaries will be at your disposal. As soon as these words came out, the crowd of professionals also took out the symbols representing the forces behind them. They knew that this move was the best opportunity to get closer to this imperial beast Big Brother, helping people to do things. Then in the future their own power group has a problem. Then will not also be able to have the opportunity to ask the Big Brother to help not. You have to know that this world is not just about fighting and killing. It's still about the human condition. Okay, I appreciate your thoughts, and I'll take these. Jiang Feng smiled and nodded, accepting the various tokens they handed over. Many of these professionals were from the top-ranked forces in the Great Yin country. Might be able to do yourself some favors when it matters. When the pleasantries were over, Jiang Feng turned on the teleportation device left behind by Zhou Jingxiao, sent a bunch of people out. Tianjing, Hakushin Palace. The emissaries of the 7 countries were also closely watching Jiang Feng's movements. At this moment, an old man with a slightly stooped figure and a lifelike carved wooden dragon walking stick in his hand slowly walked inside the guest star palace. He was Yi Heling, the 3rd elder of the Great Yin Kingdom, who was responsible for monitoring the movements of the emissaries of the 7 kingdoms. Walking to the front of the Great Hall, he commanded behind him, "Just wait outside." Chapter 66, If I fail in my plan, it is the will of God. Yes, several people nodded and retreated. Yi Heling, who was holding a walking stick, walked into the middle of the Great Hall, and his gaze swept over the emissaries of the 7 countries. Lightly, he said, "The man you sent is dead." Hearing these words, the emissaries of the 7 countries were all astonished. Impossible, absolutely impossible. That's my Shiva Kingdom's 3/8 turn professional powerhouses. The emissary of the Shiva Kingdom immediately looked at Yi Heling with a questioning expression. 3/8 rotation powerhouses joining forces, and they still couldn't take a tiny imperial beast master in the district? I don't need to joke with you guys like this. Yi Heling said expressionlessly. The blonde man who was the emissary of the Eagle Sauce Nation looked condescendingly at the emissary of the Shiva Nation and said, "It seems I still expected too much from your Shiva Kingdom. Counting on you bunch of losers to do your work. Even if you perish, I'm only afraid that the Great Yin Kingdom will remain firm." Upon hearing this, the messenger from the Manhwa Kingdom was a bit dissatisfied. Don't think that you can be so arrogant just because you occupy the leadership position. Even if your Eagle Sauce Kingdom is extinguished, our Manhwa Kingdom will still exist forever. Then the Furry Bear country added, "If you hadn't instigated us to prepare to strike at the Great Yin country, we wouldn't have had the need to feud with the Great Yin country. After all, the relationship between our 2 countries has always been good, and it can be said that the 2 countries are as close as brothers." "Oh, then do you mean that you want to rebel against the 7 Kingdoms Pact and fight alongside Great Yin now?" The blonde man's gaze was contemptuous. If it had been a hairy bear 100 years or so ago, it might have been able to take them on in Eagle Jam country, but the now long decayed furry bears don't even deserve to give them a shoe in the Eagle Jam Nation. Even the Woolly Bear Nation has lowered its brow 3 times to try to be the little brother of the Eagle Sauce Nation. Too bad Eagle Land doesn't even look at the furry bears. After all, the entire body of the Woolly Bear Nation is now left with one mouth that is tougher. Hearing this, the aura of the emissaries from the Woolly Bear country weakened a few points. He stammered a bit as he spoke. "Of course not. I mean, it's going to be a raise." He certainly didn't dare to rebel against the 7 Kingdoms Pact and fight alongside the Great Yin Kingdom. After all, the Great Yin Kingdom was now at the end of its strength, and joining forces with the Great Yin Kingdom would only result in them being destroyed together. It's best if you don't have this idea. If the matter is accomplished, all the territory north of the Great Yin Kingdom will be yours. After saying this, the blonde man scanned the rest of the emissaries from several countries. "Do any of you still want to take the opportunity to raise the price?" As the most loyal lapdog of the Eagle Sauce country, the messenger from the Mouth country hastily shook his head. He knew there was already a threat in that statement. "I'm only afraid that after cleaning up the Great Yin Kingdom, the second one will be solved together with the furry bear." The rest of the emissaries from several countries also shook their heads. After seeing that none of them dared to speak, the blonde man sneered. "No is best." As far as the emissary of the Woolly Bear country was concerned, he was secretly happy that the people of these countries were all soft shrimps. What a bunch of losers for not cherishing such a good opportunity to knock on the door. At this time, the blonde man said towards Yi Heling, "I have already made the second preparation, and I have made some noise among the small frontier countries of the Great Yin country. So you will release the mission among the Great Yin missions and secretly designate Jiang Feng to take it, and then you will exterminate him in one fell swoop there." Yi Heling furrowed his brows and his face sank slightly. Seeing that Yi Heling didn't say anything, the blonde man said with a few chills in his voice, "Do you think Jiang Feng's life is important? Or your own grandson's life? Don't forget, He's still within my eagle sauce country, and as soon as I send a secret order, the next day, his head will be delivered to you. I know that the most taboo thing you Dian people have to do is sending a white-haired person to a black-haired person, and you don't want to see something tragic happen, do you? At those words, Yi Heiling's face became even more gloomy by a few points, and his eyes were forced to suppress his anger. But what if Jiang Feng doesn't agree? You don't need to worry about that. I've already prepared a gift for him, one that he, as an imperial beast master, can't refuse. The blonde man had a confident look on his face that everything was under control. As soon as the words left his mouth, a flash of light flashed through his hand. A few rubber crystals glowing with a dark purple color floated above his palm. These can help Jiang Feng's imperial beast calendar. This is the kind of thing he definitely won't refuse. The messengers who saw this dark purple rubber crystal couldn't help but have their eyelids flutter, with a few moments of longing in their eyes. Even if they weren't of the imperial beastmaster profession, they couldn't help but feel a pang in their eyes. What a great stroke, Yi Heiling said with an indifferent expression. After leaving the guest star palace, Yi Heiling took the purple robbing crystal and commanded towards his men, release the Great Flame quest and upload this reward. At those words, that subordinate's brows furrowed and his expression tightened with worry. Elder Yi, do you really want to join forces with them to put Jiang Feng to death? It was important to realize that Jiang Feng was not only the expectation of the Great Yin Kingdom, but also the person that the Grand Elder had ordered to be protected to the death. Once this matter was found out, it was only feared that Elder Yi would be subjected to severe penalties, even for treason. Yi Heiling raised his head to look at the sky, his eyes filled with the color of vicissitudes. He said indifferently, although Jiang Feng's potential is extremely strong, how can he shake the 7 kingdoms with the power of one man? Although the Great Elder has entrusted him with great expectations, after all, distant water cannot quench the thirst of the near. Jiang Feng's growth still needs time. But, Great Yen doesn't have much time left. Once I help them accomplish this, the 7 kingdoms will trust me, and when that time comes, I'll have them advance into Great Yen and rush into the extermination formation that was set up long ago. And then the 7 kingdoms professionals will surely suffer heavy casualties and suffer a great loss of vitality. If this plan comes to fruition, only then will we be able to secure another 200 years of national fortune for my Dian and continue my Dian's throne. Hearing this, that subordinate's expression shook and his eyes had turned slightly red. Although this old man is in his twilight years, he is still bent on serving his country, even at the expense of getting himself into the game. That subordinate's face still wore a worried counsel. Elder Yi, if this plan doesn't work, or if it does or doesn't work, your name will be exchanged for 1,000 curses and spurned by 10,000 people. Elder Yi, I hope you'll think twice. Yi Heiling waved his sleeve robe and said in a vicissitude, if my plan fails, it is the fate of heaven. The subordinate wiped his moist eyes and tried to persuade something else. Yi Heiling waved his hand. No need to say more, my mind is made up. The success or failure will be commented by the future generations. Even if it is a curse, I'm willing to shoulder it. With tears in the corners of his eyes, the subordinate looked at Yi Heiling's back as he left, and only felt that the stooped figure seemed to bend a few more points. Since Elder Yi had already made a heavy choice, he himself had to carry it out to the end. Soon after, he posted the task that Elder Yi had said to lay down. At this time, Jiang Feng and the professionals who had already left the secret realm looked at the endless volcano and were suddenly confused. Dude, where did this come to me? Is this still ing domestic? Chapter 67, The Lord of Vientiane. Looking at the endless volcano, Jiang Feng secretly pondered. It wouldn't be teleported into the middle of some copy again, would it? At this time, however, Ruan Yuan came close to Jiang Feng and pointed at a crater not far away, saying, Jiang Shao, I seem to sense an unusual aura in the middle of that volcano. Oh, Jiang Feng raised his eyebrows, so he summoned the blazing brilliant sky falcon and flew towards that crater. The rest of the professionals also followed Jiang Feng and flew over. That volcano was much larger compared to the others, the size of several soccer fields. A formation master quickly saw the signs and said with a surprised face, Elder, a top-tier formation actually exists in the middle of this crater, and it would have taken at least a few peak 9th turn array masters to be able to set it up. These words immediately aroused the curiosity of the other professionals. Several 9th revolutionary formation masters have gone to great lengths to set up formations at the volcano. It represented that there was either some terrifying existence sealed down here, or some rare treasure. Jiang Shao, I can sense that there seems to be a huge yin-yang qi contained down here, Ruan Yuan said with excitement in his eyes. The so-called yin qi, on the other hand, represents dead qi, while yang qi, on the other hand, represents angry qi, forcing these two gases together forcibly, obviously to nourish something. If he hadn't guessed wrongly, there was a high possibility that a life and death Upanishad talisman was being refined in this. The life and death Upanishad talisman could reverse life and death, and was more than 100 times more powerful than the resurrection scroll. At this time, quite a few professionals began to join forces to attack the formation underneath this volcano. However, as they attacked violently, there were only slight ripples above the formation, while several black runes lit up. Despite all kinds of skills pouring out in bombardment, the formation still didn't move at all. The previous array master sighed, "All of you don't need to waste your efforts anymore. This array isn't so easy to break open. And it's not a defense array, but a teleportation array." Zhang Feng's brows furrowed slightly as he had just summoned the sword spirit out, preparing to forcefully split the formation. Suddenly, Ruan Yuan, however, asked Zhang Feng to step aside and speak. He set up a skill to prevent others from eavesdropping before speaking. "Young Jiang, didn't you ask me about the Upanishadic symbol before? If I guessed correctly, there is a life and death Upanishadic symbol amongst the formations under this volcano." Hearing this, Zhang Feng was shocked in his heart. Unexpectedly, this teleportation device had mistakenly teleported himself to the side of this life and death Upanishad talisman. It seems that he is really the one who possesses great fortune. As long as one gathered all 3 Upanishad talismans, one would be able to open the small world among the boundless source. Zhang Feng immediately inquired towards him, "Then do you know how to get into the middle of this teleportation formation?" Ruan Yuan fell into a brief moment of thought, then spoke. "According to what I have learned from reading the memories of one of the professions that I have taken over, it seems that a prop called a spatial compass is needed to be able to enter it. Otherwise, even if you forcefully break through a gap in the formation and enter it hastily, your body will be torn to pieces by those black runes." Zhang Feng frowned. "Then do you know where to obtain this spatial compass?" "I'm not too sure about this, but it seems to be owned by the Tianjing Ouyang family when I hadn't yet entered that other dimension," Ruan Yuan said. "Tianjing Ouyang family?" Zhang Feng's eyes were thoughtful, remembering that last time, that Ouyang Yue was a member of the Tianjing Ouyang family, so it seems it's time to visit the Ouyang family as well. At this time, Zhang Feng realized that in the distance, there were other professionals, so he immediately rushed towards them. Seeing the terrifying blazing brilliant sky falcon, those low-ranked professionals were so scared that their legs went weak. They only remembered that this was a second-turn copy. How could they have encountered such a terrifying ferocious beast? From the mouths of these low-level professionals, Zhang Feng quickly found the copy exit. After leaving the copy, Zhang Feng also memorized the location of this copy. He was about to prepare to head to Tianjing when he felt a flash of the Great Yin Order. New quests posted on here. Mission, Exotic Rescue. Mission description, a serious invasion of ferocious beasts has occurred in the territory of Wanxiang country, and there is an urgent need for strong professionals to go to support them. Quest reward, after resolving the ferocious beast, you will receive 3 purple Thunderjack crystals as well as 500,000 merit points. Limited number of takers, 1. When Zhang Feng saw the reward for this quest, his eyes lit up. Surprisingly, they were 3 purple Thunder Tribulation crystals, good things that could help the Imperial beasts through the tribulation. Zhang Feng did not hesitate to choose to take the task. After all, the task is limited to one person to take. If late can be robbed by others. Pick up successful. Please arrive at Vientiane Kingdom within 2 days. Zhang Feng then purchased a piece of electronic map on the street and summoned the blazing brilliant sky falcon towards the Wanxiang country. Wanxiang country was a small country outside of Great Yen, and according to the flying speed of the blazing brilliant sky falcon, it would only take a few hours to reach it. When it comes to the country of Vientiane, the most famous thing, besides elephants, is transgender transvestites. Wanxiang country wasn't big, and after flying for about 3 hours, Zhang Feng overlooked the capital of Wanxiang country. However, there was no sign of any ferocious beasts, but there were some cities that had suffered great damage. It was thought that the ferocious beasts had gone into hiding. At this moment, before the blazing brilliant sky falcon arrived, the terrifying aura moved towards enveloping most of the Wanxiang capital. This commotion instantly startled many people in the Vientiane country. This is, in the middle of the lavish and luxurious royal palace, the lord of the Wanxiang kingdom sitting on the throne was suddenly shaken. Ancient great imperial beast breath. The difference between an imperial beast and a ferocious beast was to detect whether or not the breath contained a violent aura. He hurriedly stepped out of the royal palace and looked up to the sky above the dome of the sky, the terrifying fire bird that covered the sky. The heart secretly prayed, it must be a strong person from the Great Yin country who came to support him. If this ancient great imperial beast was here to cause trouble, then I'm afraid half of his country would be in trouble. Their Wanxiang country was not like the Great Yin country, and the strongest professional was only at the 7th turn. Zhang Feng directly rode the blazing brilliant sky falcon and hovered directly above the Wanxiang kingdom's royal palace. I am the lord of the Wanxiang kingdom. May I ask who you are? The lord of the Wanxiang kingdom arched his hand towards Zhang Feng inquiringly, not daring to be the slightest bit slow, especially after seeing such a young face of Zhang Feng. His heart was incomparably shocked. I picked up the Great Yen mission and came to clear out the ferocious beasts that invaded your Wanxiang country. Zhang Feng replied, so it's the Great Yen emissary. A flash of joy surfaced under the eyes of the lord of the Wanshan kingdom. At the same time, he was secretly relieved that he wasn't the one who came looking for trouble. Aha! Zhang Feng just nodded flatly. After all, envoys from the upper states don't worship the ruler of the lower states, so Zhang Feng didn't need to perform any tedious rituals on him. Then he asked, "Is there any sign of that ferocious beast that invaded the Wanshan country now?" Chapter 68, Meeting the Great Yin Messenger. The lord of the Wanshan kingdom was about to speak, reporting back to the messenger. That ferocious beast suddenly disappeared after slaughtering indiscriminately amongst several cities earlier, and there's still no trace of it up to now. Oh, Zhang Feng raised his eyebrows and said with a thoughtful face, "Could this ferocious beast have been released by someone on purpose?" The lord of the Wanshan kingdom nodded. "This possibility cannot be ruled out. I also hope that the messenger will be able to exterminate this ferocious beast, and there will be heavy thanks. It is a blessing for my Wanshan kingdom that the emissary has come to us. I will immediately send someone to arrange for your residence," the lord of the Wanshan country said with a warm face. Soon under his personal arrangement, he let Zhang Feng stay in the middle of an elegant courtyard. After all, the ferocious beasts hadn't appeared yet, so Zhang Feng could only stand guard now, take in the sights and sounds of Vientiane country on the way. In the evening, the lord of the Wanshan country brought a few teenage girls to the middle of the courtyard where Zhang Feng lived. The men were well featured and gorgeously dressed, and the women were delicate and sweet-looking. They were also holding several ornate-looking boxes in their hands. "Great Yin emissary, this is a small token of my appreciation. Please smile." The lord of the Wanshan kingdom smiled politely. "Well, thanks for your thoughts, State Lord." Zhang Feng gave a wink towards his dog-leg Ruan Yuan. Ruan Yuan immediately stepped forward and picked up those boxes. After all, they had come over to help them exterminate the ferocious beasts, and it was only right to get some hard-earned money, so Zhang Feng didn't refuse. At the same time, the teenage girls standing behind the lord of Wanshan country were each looking at Zhang Feng with eyes filled with nervousness and curiosity. One must know that the feared oppression brought about by that ancient great imperial beast when it descended on the national capital today was something they had never felt before, but they didn't expect the great Yin messenger that their father had spoken of to be so young. The eyes of those teenagers looking at Zhang Feng were almost all filled with an admiration, and the young girl's face was all tense and a few shys. After seeing Zhang Feng accepting the gifts sent to him, the lord of Wanshan country smilingly introduced Zhang Feng. "These are my children and they are all very knowledgeable and well-behaved." Several teenage girls and boys saluted towards Zhang Feng. "Greetings, great Yin envoy." Zhang Feng nodded and said appreciatively, "Not bad, these princes and queens are all a sight to behold." He could tell that the lord of the Wanshan kingdom was probably trying to get his child to pull strings with himself, but Zhang Feng wasn't interested in them. The lord of the Wanshan kingdom smiled and said, "I've prepared a banquet for the messenger, so I'd like to ask the messenger to show his face. I won't be attending the banquet, and if there's nothing else for the lord of the land, I'm going to rest." Zhang Feng waved his hand. He didn't have the heart to attend a strange banquet. At this time, several teenage girls suddenly knelt down on one knee and said in unison, "Please, emissary, take me as your disciple." Accepting an apprentice? Zhang Feng froze for a moment, almost not reacting. This lord of the Wanshan country turned out to be playing this idea. "I'm sorry, I don't have the idea of taking on disciples for the time being. Let them go back." Zhang Feng waved his hand, signaling them to get up, but after these words were uttered, these teenage girls remained half-kneeling on the ground, not moving at all. It seemed as if they would never get up until Zhang Feng accepted them as his disciples. Seeing this, Zhang Feng's face changed slightly as he looked towards the lord of the Wanshan kingdom, and with a sardonic smile on his face, the lord of the Wanshan country spoke. "Messenger, they are bent on worshipping you as their master, for the sake of them being so sincere. You will." Although he didn't know what Zhang Feng's origin was, he was able to contract an ancient great imperial beast at a young age. The background and strength behind him should definitely not be underestimated. "I'm afraid that even amongst the entire Great Yin country it is a very significant existence. If we can use this opportunity to draw relations with it, we can also deter other small countries, so he is not going to let this opportunity go easily." But such a move wouldn't make Zhang Feng feel their sincerity. Instead, he felt like he was being forced into a palace. Spinning around, he lightly glanced at Ruan Yuan. Ruan Yuan instantly understood and shouted coldly, "Did you all not hear what Zhang Xiao said just now?" While speaking, a cold and bloodthirsty powerful aura emanated from its body, rapidly spreading throughout the entire courtyard. The lord of the Wanshan country only felt a chill come over him, rapidly rising from the soles of his feet to the ceiling of the sky. It made him subconsciously shiver. Even those princes who were half kneeling on the ground, the king's daughters, were also pale and trembling all over at the moment. They all looked with a few moments of terror in their eyes at the fat monk standing next to Zhang Feng. It only felt that this monk was like a ferocious beast standing in the middle of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, with its bloody mouth wide open. the entire courtyard was filled with this terrifying aura. Those princes and queens were also sweating coldly and their bodies could not stop trembling, as if they would collapse to the ground at any time. They were all scared and fearful. Make the messenger calm. The lord of the Wanshan kingdom wiped the cold sweat seeping from his forehead and squeezed out a raw smile to speak. However, Ruan Yuan didn't tuck his own aura away. It wasn't until the lord of the Wanshan country told them to stand up that Ruan Yuan slowly collected his breath. Only when the palpitating aura dissipated did the lord of the Wanshan kingdom and these princes and queens feel as if they had been pardoned. The heart was relieved. Put away your mind. Zhang Feng glanced at him indifferently. Then he instructed towards Ruan Yuan. Return what you just gave them. Please don't. Please don't. The lord of the Wanshan kingdom hastily stopped it. The messenger is not to blame. It is me who has overstepped my bounds. He didn't realize that this behavior had caused Zhang Feng to resent him, and was instantly chagrined. Tell you what, it just so happens that before the ferocious beasts appear, I also want to take a good stroll around the Wanshan country, and I'm lacking a tour guide. Zhang Feng's eyes swept away, finally resting his gaze on a young girl in a yellow neon dress. Then he raised his hand and pointed. She's the one. As Zhang Feng pointed his finger in the direction, several people also converged their gazes on the direction he pointed, only to see that this young girl had a goose-egg beauty face, with delicate features and white skin. Originally still in the midst of remorse, the expression of the lord of the Wanshan kingdom instantly became elated, and he hurriedly opened his mouth to him. Pana, from today onwards, you are the messenger's 24-hour personal tour guide, and you can't refuse any of the messenger's requests. Do you understand? He also had the intention of adding emphasis to the words of any request. Not only was it said to this young girl, but it was also secretly said to Zhang Feng. It was implied that Zhang Feng could do whatever he wanted to do to her. In reality, he couldn't wait for something to happen between his daughter and Zhang Feng. It would be a great thing if they could leave an heir, so there would be a blood tie. The relationship between the two parties is bound to be stronger as well. Zhang Feng looked at the young girl whose expression was still a bit confused and asked with a light smile, "Are you willing to be my tour guide?" Chapter 69. Wait, what do you want? The young girl named Pana bit her pink lip lightly and nodded after meeting her father, who had an excited look on his face. I do. The lord of the Wanshan kingdom was overjoyed. Good. From today onwards, you will follow the messenger and live amongst this courtyard. Then with a solemn face, he admonished, if I detect that you have neglected the messenger in the slightest, I will not spare you lightly. Don't worry, father, I will not neglect the messenger. As she said those words, Pana's gaze flickered slightly, as if she had already made up her mind of some sort. She knew that her father had many children, and that daughters like them, who were slightly more attractive, were the gifts it used to entertain its honored guests. She also understood in her heart that when she said she was working as a personal tour guide, she was actually mainly serving this emissary coming from Great Yen. Fortunately, this Great Yen emissary looked very young and seemed to be not much older than himself, and the looks are also very handsome. The body is robust and tall. A temperament is also very extraordinary. Even if she had to serve this messenger with her body, her heart wasn't really that resistant. Instead, some of them feel like they are somewhat lucky. After all, she had once seen her half-sister worship an old man older than her father. It is said to be a disciple, but in fact it is just serving in that area. And I heard that the old man's hands were extremely rough. Just a few days later, her half-sister couldn't stand it and finally went crazy. Such is the fate of those of them who are little king's daughters. Unless one awakens an extremely rare profession, one can escape such a fate. But she knew that they, as women, were still just part of the bargaining chip, only at a higher price. Zhang Feng didn't really know what was going through her mind right now, but on account of the gifts from the Lord of Vientiane, one of his daughters will be the tour guide. After all, Zhang Feng didn't come here to be an enemy of this Wanshan country. There's no point in having a frosty relationship. Just now, letting Ruan Yuan release his breath was nothing more than Zhang Feng hating them coming to this moral abduction thing. Another point was that coming to someone else's territory still required them to provide enough information to be able to successfully exterminate that invading ferocious beast. You have to feed the horse before you want it to run. It's called grace and mercy. Of course, this is based on the premise of having enough strength and confidence. Well, I've already accepted the person. And remember to tell me if you find the traces of that ferocious beast. Hearing this, the lord of the Wanshan kingdom nodded his head repeatedly. Please rest assured, emissary, I will definitely inform at the first opportunity. After saying that, he left with his children towards the outside of the courtyard. As they were leaving, the young girls who were not chosen looked at Pana with envious gazes one by one. After all, such a young, handsome, and powerful imperial beast master was originally the object of their longing. But I didn't realize that Pana was the only one who had caught this messenger's eye. After they all left, Zhang Feng's sight was placed on the young girl named Pana again. Then he turned back to the house and addressed Pana. You come in with me. Hearing this, Pana's face held tension and a few moments of panic. She hadn't expected things to develop so quickly. After all, her heart wasn't ready for what it should be. Zhang Feng turned around and saw her standing in place like a helpless white rabbit. He couldn't help but frown and ask, "Bad legs? What's wrong with this lord of the Wanxian kingdom? Even bringing a young girl whose legs aren't immune here?" "No, no." Pana shook her head, her breathing getting a little tighter. She then secretly clenched her silver teeth and took a step to follow Zhang Feng inside the room. The thought that the innocence that had been preserved for 17 years would have to be surrendered today, for an untouched teenager like her, it would be a lie to say she wasn't nervous. But in the midst of her nervous gaze, there were a few anticipation, but she was also giving her mind a constant pep talk, and finally looked open to what was going to happen next. When the two entered the middle of the house, Ruan Yuan had the sense to walk to the door and shut the door of the house, while setting up a sound-blocking prop. Then he came to the gate of the courtyard and guarded it, so as to stop those who wanted to come in and spoil Zhang Xiao's fun. Sitting on the sofa, Zhang Feng's gaze wandered over this young girl's body, surveying it from top to bottom. A pair of straight jade legs are round and elastic, and the thin waist is giving people the feeling of being in a handful of hands. She stood in place, not daring to look directly at Zhang Feng, and could only look down at the floor with a somewhat overwhelmed and shy hue. "Sit down." Zhang Feng pointed to the sofa opposite him. "Ha?" Pana, still in the midst of her tension, let out a quizzical voice in surprise. "Here?" Zhang Feng rolled his eyes. "Then do you still want to sit on my lap?" "Oh." Panali nodded her head repeatedly, then prepared to remove the straps from her shoulders while walking to Zhang Feng's body. This scene can be. Zhang Feng looked dumbfounded. "I did not expect this Wanxian country's women to be so open. You're about to take your dress off? Wait, what do you want?" Zhang Feng hurriedly opened his mouth to stop her. Pana was also a bit puzzled. Wasn't that what the messenger just said to do? Zhang Feng was a bit speechless. The feeling was that she hadn't heard her words just now and misinterpreted them. "I did tell you to sit down. I didn't tell you to take off your skirt." As soon as she heard this, Pana's face swished red like a ripe apple. Just now, she herself was really too nervous and didn't hear Zhang Feng's words clearly. Now she was so embarrassed she could hardly find a crack in the ground. Zhang Feng opened his mouth to break the slightly awkward atmosphere and inquired towards her. "You're the several princesses of the Wanxian kingdom?" Back to the messenger. "I am the 19th royal daughter of the Vientiane kingdom," Pana said with a red face. After hearing these words, Zhang Feng said a good fellow in his heart. This Wanxian country's lord was so capable of being born. Curious again, he asked, "And how many siblings do you have in total?" Pana thought for a brief moment and replied, "Counting those who have died and those who have not yet been born, about 42. Zhang Feng's corner of his eye twitched. This Wanxian country's lord was comparable to a breeding pig. No wonder he can use his own children as objects of currying favor. It turns out to be owned by so many. However, Zhang Feng couldn't help but gossip inwardly, and wondered how many of these 40 or so children were his own. It's still cool to be the lord of this small country, and you're still able to have concubines. And seeing as how each of these children looked so pretty, I thought their mother's purple color must have been superior as well. No wonder everyone wants to be an emperor. Reclaiming the harem every day would be the end of it. Unlike Diane who can only be monogamous, but that's only in name. But how many women the actual rich man has, that's something no one can say." Chapter 70? Zhang Feng's speculation. Then Zhang Feng inquired about the ferocious beast that had wreaked havoc in the Wanxian country. Being able to learn a little bit more information about this ferocious beast would be effective in preventing its resurgence when the time came. "When did that ferocious beast appear from?" Zhang Feng asked. Pana said, "It appeared about 3 days ago. It first appeared in the middle of the northernmost city of the Wanxian country. Its body was extremely large and its abilities were extremely terrifying. It was just less than 10 minutes before it destroyed that city. After that, it began to attack toward the surrounding cities. And in just one day, 4 cities were destroyed, killing and injuring countless people. By the time most of the professionals had traveled to support it, it had inexplicably disappeared again." Hearing this, Zhang Feng couldn't help but think about it and frowned. "Does your Wanxian country have any enemies?" For that matter, Pana was obviously not too sure. And their Vientiane country also bordered several other small countries. On weekdays, although there are often some small conflicts and clashes break out, but there is not such a big action. Moreover, the Wanxian country had Great Yen at its back, and it was unlikely that those small countries would dare to make such a big move. After a flurry of analysis, Zhang Feng's eyes moved slightly, and he seemed to have a hidden guess in his heart. The sudden outbreak of ferocious beasts in this Wanxian country. Already the rewards amongst this Great Yen mission just happened to be what he needed again. It's easy to make the connection between the two. Definitely a piece of conspiracy that is specifically aimed at you. Thinking of this, the corners of Zhang Feng's mouth lifted slightly, and a touch of coldness rose in his eyes. It was obvious that someone had introduced himself to the Wanxian country, and was subsequently going to wipe himself out here in one fell swoop. After all, this wasn't the territory of the Great Yin country, and if they made a move in the Great Yin country, the Great Yin hierarchy and professionals would never sit idly by. Only by drawing himself into the midst of this small country would there be so many loose ends. This must be a trap set by the emissaries of the Seven Kingdoms in order to put themselves to death. Apparently it was a customized mission that had been recustomized after the three men from Shiva's country had failed to besiege themselves. But the one thing in this thing that no one could have predicted was this. Zhang Feng had obtained the heart of the Fire Dragon King, an epic item, in the midst of that legend-level secret realm, being able to skyrocket one's strength as a sentinel beast to another level. So even though he knew that it was a conspiracy plotted by the emissaries of the seven countries, Zhang Feng was still dealing with it calmly now. But what puzzled him the most was how these seven countries were able to make people issue Great Yen missions. You have to know that the Great Yen mission was set up by the top management of Great Yen, and those could be the core people of Great Yen. Have the hands of the seven kingdoms reached into the core of Great Yen? Thinking of this, Zhang Feng's gaze looked a bit cold and chilly. Even Panna on the side couldn't help but shiver. Once one had broken through the Great Yen Celestial Pride Tower and obtained the Divine Spirit Source, it was the beginning of the destruction of the Seven Kingdoms. He wasn't going to let these people keep playing dirty tricks. Being proactive is the only way to take the initiative into your own hands. Zhang Feng lay his back on top of the backrest of the sofa, looking his gaze up to the ceiling and waving his hand at Panna. Well, it's getting late, so go get some rest. Hearing this, Panna blushed and asked with some stuttering, "Messenger, shall I sleep here tonight?" As she spoke, her gaze couldn't help but glance into the middle of the bedroom, and she lowered her voice. "Why don't I just go take a shower first?" Seeing her expression, Zhang Feng knew that the 18 forbidden images had appeared in this niece's mind again. Immediately, he said, "There are a few more rooms in this courtyard, so pick any one you want to sleep in." "Oh, good." Panna nodded, her face swishing red like a boiled jumbo lobster again. "I didn't realize I was thinking about it again." As she turned to leave the living room, an inexplicable feeling of loss actually came over her. Was it because his looks and body didn't catch the emissary's eye? It was only after she left the house that she realized her face was burning. Blah, 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 what am I rambling on about? Perhaps a messenger proper? Wen Yuan, who was standing at the gate of the courtyard, saw Panna's red face and went to the other room after. He couldn't help but have a knowing smile on his face. Young Jiang is really good. It's been almost an hour and a half. When the next day came, Zhang Feng also planned to stroll around the Wanxiang country, so he left Wen Yuan in the middle of the courtyard to guard his home. Panna brought Zhang Feng to an idyllic place with a nice view. There are also a number of differently dressed tourists here who are riding elephants for photo ops. There was supposed to be a line for the elephant ride, but because of Panna's status, there were staff members who came over specifically to serve her. Panna mounted the elephant's back first, then reached out and pulled Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng obediently rode up as well. The two then rode the elephant towards the middle of a field planted with a sea of flowers. Zhang Feng realized that there were still quite a few Dian tourists roaming around in the middle of this Wanxiang country. It was just that riding on the back of an elephant didn't feel as comfortable as his own imperial beast. Waiting for the tour for a morning, Zhang Feng also saw standing on the side of the road many beautiful young ladies. Only when they opened their mouths, they were able to hear that they were obviously speaking with their throats clamped down. Turns out it's a major-toned munchkin. Although it does look good, but really inside the room, I'm afraid to pull out bigger than you. After that, Panna took Zhang Feng around the scenery as well as the buildings while patiently explaining the human stories of the place. Look at temple after temple of opulence and compare it to the outdated buildings inhabited by the people of Vientiane. The stark contrast of this scene is a bit of a reminder. "Emissary, are you thirsty? I'll go buy you some water," Panna said, and headed towards the store not far away to buy milk tea. Just as Zhang Feng was watching the tourists on the street, a few people with the same big inflamed faces walked over. "Brother, I see you're here alone. Are you traveling?" One of the men smilingly opened his mouth and inquired, with a self-congratulatory look. Zhang Feng nodded, but he didn't pay too much attention to them. "We are also traveling here. The scenery is nice. The people are nice. It's very moist," a few people said with a strange smile on their faces. "Brother, do you want us to take you to have a good time?" "No, I don't have any money," Zhang Feng said indifferently. After all, these were all Dian people. Hearing Zhang Feng say that he didn't have any money, the gazes of several people flashed with an imperceptible bright light. One of them lowered his voice and said, "Brother, you're lucky to meet us. I've got a way to get money here, and I guarantee that you'll be able to earn enough money to buy a gold-level equipment in a month." Hearing this, Zhang Feng was instantly alerted. It seemed that there was something wrong with the origin of these people. "You're saying that the Daeans don't lie to the Daeans?" Several people saw Zhang Feng's intention, and quickly patted his chest to ensure, "Dian does not cheat Dian people. There are a lot of Dian people over there have made a fortune, and are still doing it." absolutely violent industry, can be much stronger than we enter the copy risking the monsters. Chapter 71, Get in the car. Seeing that Zhang Feng was still hesitating, the dark-skinned man even pushed and said, "Little brother, I've told you that great yin people don't lie to great yin people. You're lucky to have met us. If you don't believe me, I can take you to open your eyes right now." Zhang Feng had long known what unseemly deeds the Triangle region was all about, but I didn't expect this to come up on its own. That's interesting. In his previous life, Zhang Feng had often seen these types of informational videos on television. After seeing the personnel who had been abused in various ways, he was even more enraged. Men are stabbed with electric batons, fingers are cut off, teeth are cracked, and these are minor. The heavy ones just gutted their hearts and lungs, and the useless corpses just fed them to the dogs. The women are even more pitiful, not only to be abused by them, but also to be dragged to take turns to receive customers. Those who went to the Triangle ended up extremely miserable. Just as well. Then I'll go with you to see what's going on. Zhang Feng nodded, intending to act on behalf of heaven and end these tumors in one pot. That's right, little brother. Trust us so we can eat and drink. The man hooked his arm on Zhang Feng's shoulder. My name is Kai. From now on you can just call me Brother Kai. Then they chatted all the way, secretly inquiring about Zhang Feng's details. However, Zhang Feng's speech was also watertight and didn't allow them to gain any useful information. The corner of the man named Akai's mouth hooked up in a strange smile, only thinking that Zhang Feng was a youngster who had just left society. As far as family history and whatnot, it's okay if you don't want to talk about it. When they get to the place and see the dick, they'll all give an honest account. He was confident that there were 100 ways to pry this kid's mouth open. At the same time, he led Zhang Feng through the streets and alleys to a remote place. There was also a beat-up panel van parked in this out-of-the-way spot. Get in the car, little brother, and we'll get you to the office later, Kai said with a smirk. However, when Zhang Feng was about to get into the car, he suddenly pulled his arm again and said, "Little brother, your ID card and passport to me. I temporarily help you to keep. When those complicated procedures I will directly do it for you. You also do not be polite with your brother Kai. In the future we are all our own people." Zhang Feng shook his head. "I didn't bring any of these things." "Didn't bring it? Little brother, don't joke with your brother Kai. If you didn't bring it now I'll go back with you to get it. These are things that companies must require to be registered, and it's not good if you don't have them," Kai said with a difficult face. "In that case, I won't go then." Zhang Feng shook his head and said with a desire to escape. Hearing this, Kai became a bit anxious and quickly spoke out. Wait, let's put it this way then. Forget it if you don't have it. When you go to the company, you can just say that you're Kai's man. It's hard to find a kid. How can we let someone get away?" When Zhang Feng got into the van, he realized that there were quite a few men and women crammed into this van. These people are all ready to follow Kai's group to get rich. A man, who was 4 or 5 years older than Zhang Feng, saw Zhang Feng get on the bus and then came over to him to greet him. Brother, my name is Chen Huai. What's your name?" said he. Even smiled and gave his hand out. Zhang Feng politely shook his hand and gave his name. "Zhang Feng, good name. Did you also see their company information from the recruitment website?" Chen Huai asked with a smile. Zhang Feng shook his head. "Just now, I met a man named Kai on the roadside, saying that he could bring me to earn big money, so I followed him." "Oh, that's so, but you're in luck. I've heard that they're a very large company and the decor is very gorgeous, not to mention the treatment. It's far from the various group companies within the Greater Yen." Speaking of this, Chen Huai still had a look of excitement on his face, and spoke to himself again. "It's said that if you work here for a month, you'll be able to afford a gold quality equipment prop. By then I'll not only be able to pay my brother's college tuition, but I'll also be able to hit him up for all the deluxe gear he needs, so that he will be able to hold his head up inside the school in the future." He also had a proud smile on his face when he said that. Because of his awakened life-class chef profession, this kind of profession was also known as a trash profession with little future. And again, he came from inside the countryside, but he also had a younger brother who had awakened to the warrior profession, and had also enrolled in the professionals university. But college tuition is a significant cost for their family. Knowing the plight of his family, his younger brother still wants to give up attending college to join some team to get into the replica to play. But this idea was stopped by Chen Huai, because people at the lowest level like them couldn't afford to buy good equipment or hire a professional who accompanied them in their leveling. Even if you enter the middle of the copy to give someone else a hand, it's easy to take your life in if you're not careful. Realize that not everyone can afford a resurrection scroll either. For their class, even if they bought a few more bottles of recovery props, they would have to bite the bullet and save them. Really encountered danger in the copy. I'm afraid that life is difficult to protect. The danger of missing arms and legs is even more rare thing. Some people spend their entire lives crawling among copies, and that's still a bottom tier. But it's a different story if you get into a pro college. In the school, There are not only specialized teachers to teach the knowledge of fighting and surviving in the copy. There are also teachers in the school who specialize in leading teams into the replicas for practice. Those things would cost at least a couple times as much if they were out there. Moreover, if you excel in the professional university, those big guilds and groups will offer high salaries to hire you. Chen Huai looked at Jiang Feng, who was about the same age as his brother, and couldn't help but ask curiously, "Brother, I see you're about the same age as my brother, so you should be an upcoming freshman as well, right?" Jiang Feng shook his head. No. Hearing this, Chen Huai knew that Jiang Feng's family situation should be similar to his own, so he patted Jiang Feng's shoulder and encouraged, "Brothers, let's do a good job, and when we earn money, we are no worse than others." Jiang Feng smiled and asked, "Then do you know what going to the company is for?" "My occupation is a chef. I go to the company to cook. I really didn't realize that this Wansheng country looks poorer than our Dian, but the salary can still be so high." Chen Huai looked through the car window at the dilapidated streets outside and couldn't help but let out a sigh of emotion. Jiang Feng asked with some curiosity, "Then haven't you ever suspected that the wages offered by this company are fraudulent?" "Don't worry, brother. I was introduced here through our Dian formal company. It's not that recently there is a ferocious beast in Wansheng country. Many people are afraid, so they all ran away. The company can't recruit people, so that's why this is a high price." Chen Huai smiled in relief. Chapter 72 Take Mr. Lu with you. And after a good deal more small talk, Jiang Feng realized that the people here were either gamblers who had lost their money or people who were eager to make a lot of money. Then there are those with twinkling eyes and faltering speech, obviously knowing what to actually do when you go to the office. Soon the van was traveling for who knows how long, but the scenery out the window was clearly getting farther and farther away from the city. The car also drove into the middle of the dense jungle. On the way there was also a change of boats to cross the river and a reboarding of a van. Brother, don't you think that person with the mask is our Dian's internet celebrity, called Wang WhatsApper?" Through the car window, Chen Huai pointed at a man who had gotten into the van and said towards Jiang Feng, "The fact that a big netizen like this is with us means that this company must be regular, so don't worry about it." Jiang Feng just smiled gently and didn't say anything. Soon the car was traveling in the middle of a grid park covered with thorns and iron barbs. It then stopped in the middle of a dilapidated courtyard. A group of big, burly men with tattoos on their necks and big flowery arms on their shoulders threw away the cigarettes in their hands and came up carrying sticks. They roughly pulled open the car door and shouted at the people inside, "Get your asses down here." Around the park yard, there were also jerks with spray guns. The man in the car had just gotten up when he was grabbed and kicked in the face. Seeing this battle, Chen Huai, whose face was still brimming with the prospect of earning a lot of money, was suddenly dumbfounded, and his legs trembled a little in fear. This scene, he had only seen it inside a movie. Jiang Feng stepped down from the car, and a big man with a tattoo on his neck still wanted to give Jiang Feng a kick. However, under Jiang Feng's eyes, he inexplicably felt a bit scared. Wait until the people in the car have finished coming down. In the middle of the playground, several bound and bruised men were dragged out like dogs. Zip! One of the thugs directly held an electric stick with a blue light bubbling out of it and violently poked it at them, letting out harsh words with a fierce look. "A bunch of dogs, how dare you think of running? Let me tell you, the only ones who go out here are the ones who lie down. No one has been able to run out standing up yet." The thug then looked at the few people who had gotten out of the van with a menacing look on their faces and threatened, "You newcomers, listen to me too. If anyone tries to escape in the future, this is what you'll get." A few girls screamed in terror at the sight of the brutal scene, but a couple of tattooed hunks came up with a slap. "Scream for me again and get you killed." At this time, Chen Huai was so scared that his body couldn't stop trembling. He directly knelt down, grabbed a big man's thigh and begged, "Brother, you guys let me go. Please let me go. Oh, would you throw away the money you have on you for nothing if I let you go?" The big man grabbed a handful of his hair and said sarcastically with a sardonic smile on his face. At that moment, a man with a large backcomb and in his early 30s walked out. After scanning the circle of people who got down from the car, he complimented Kai who got down from the driver's seat. "Not bad, Kai, pulling another batch in. Your performance is getting better." Kai smiled fawningly. "Where? It's all because Mr. Lu taught me well." Saying that, he took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and handed over a cigarette, then personally helped the man known as Mr. Lu light his cigarette. But the man, known as Mr. Louis, scanned the room and then, after realizing that one of the handsome-looking teenagers not only didn't have any panic or fear on his face, but instead had a flat face, a look of doubt couldn't help but appear in his eyes, pointing at Jiang Feng with his cigarette-clipped finger. "What is this kid?" It was important to realize that no one in their right mind would be able to maintain such a bland demeanor once they entered their park. "I pulled this kid from the side of the road. He looks good looking, Going to serve those rich women as well as bosses with special fetishes. He can surely make a fortune for us. Ah, Kai said with a smile while shouting at Jiang Feng. Kid, hurry up and roll over and say hello to Mr. Lu. The corner of Jiang Feng's mouth rose slightly as he walked up to Mr. Lu's body. Is this your lair? How do you kid talk to Mr. Lu? Kneel down and talk. When Akai saw that Jiang Feng dared to disrespect General Manager Lu, he was about to give him a kick. However, Jiang Feng just looked at him lightly. A sword light flashed, and a line of blood immediately surfaced on Akai's neck. Jiang Feng then took a step back, and Kai's vision flipped, only to feel his vision wobble and finally roll off. This scene directly stunned the crowd. They didn't even see how Jiang Feng struck. That General Manager Lu also had a horrified gaze. His pupils suddenly shrunk, and he said sharply, quickly, take this brat down for me. But those tattooed hulks horrified didn't get close to Jiang Feng. The sword light flashed once again, and their sights flipped over. Even the punks who were holding sprayers around the courtyard wall were in pieces at the same time. You're not a low-ranked professional. Mr. Lu was so scared that he backed up, his eyes filled with panic. This damned Kai had recruited such a terrifyingly strong person back. Seeing Jiang Feng walking towards him, Mr. Lu hurriedly said in a trembling voice, Don't kill me. I can give you all the money you want. Don't worry, I'm not going to kill you yet. Wait for me to go in and take a look at the scene inside. Then I'll decide how you'll die. Jiang Feng grinned. It would be too cheap to settle him just like that instead. After saying that, Jiang Feng directly summoned the blazing sky falcon. As soon as the huge body appeared, it was like a sun that covered the sky and it made the temperature of the entire park quickly soar a few dozen degrees. Ancient great imperial beasts. Mr. Lu's gaze was shocked. He never expected that damn thing. Ah, Kai, to bring a big shot with an ancient great imperial beast into the middle of the park. Isn't this a case of the old man eating arsenic and living too long? At this time, the people in the middle of the building sensed the commotion outside and rushed to the middle of the building to watch. After they saw a huge fire bird above the dome, they all couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. There were also some fighters who directly picked up spray guns and stood in the second floor corridor, spraying towards Jiang Feng with their spray guns. However, before they could take aim, the light of the sword sliced through their necks, and one by one they fell to the ground. The entire park was quickly thrown into chaos. There were many other fighters who saw the situation and hurriedly fled towards the outside, but those who tried to escape were invariably missing a leg under the flashes of swordlight. It's too cheap to kill them. They need to be made to feel the pain they inflict on others. For Jiang Feng, these people didn't deserve to be called people at all. They were just beasts in human skin. Jiang Feng looked at Chen Huai, who stood up from the ground and smiled. You take this Mr. Lu with you and we'll visit his punishment room. Chapter 73, Run Away. Even an 8th turn powerhouse is like an ant. Chen Huai secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He didn't expect the teenager in front of him to be a royal beast master. Just the terrifying fire bird in the sky alone was enough to prove the terror of its strength. When he arrived at the punishment room, Jiang Feng saw various torture props placed around. There are vices, whips, chains, cages, and more. Others were held inside wooden cages and submerged in water. On the walls of the room and on the floor, there were traces of blood that had not been wiped away. Just by looking at it alone, one could tell what kind of painful and inhumane torture the people here had suffered. Jiang Feng looked at General Manager Lu behind him. Can you please show me how to use all these things in person? Hearing this, Mr. LV was so scared that his legs directly went limp and he knelt in front of Jiang Feng. My lord, it has nothing to do with me. I was instructed to do so. However, his pleas for mercy were directly ignored by Jiang Feng, who instead had Chen Huai set him up on the energized chair. Then with the press of the switch a strong current surged through his body. Mr. Lu's body trembled one after another as he was electrocuted, letting out an ear-piercing scream. Increase the power. Mr. Lu is a 3rd turn professional. This power is fine to deal with ordinary people. It's simply not enough to deal with him, Jiang Feng said in a flat voice. Hearing this, Chen Huai immediately increased the power. Mr. Lu immediately let out a pig-killing scream and his body shook violently. The even more violent electric current passed through its body, directly curling General Lu's hair, and a white smoke came out from his head. Listening to what you just said about being instructed, then your park must be more than just one place here. After you enjoy the props here, then take me to the other places and I'll take care of them one by one. In just a few hours, Jiang Feng had terminated 6 or 7 parks one after another. That's when the people behind these parks finally sat down. You know, these parks are their money trees. A park can bring them more than billions a year. This time, 6 or 7 of them were taken out, but it directly cut off their tens of billions of dollars of income sources. The 4 great families that were part of the Triangle region quickly decided unanimously that they had to get rid of that damned Imperial Beastmaster. Even if he possessed an ancient great Imperial Beast, it would have to die here. After all, Cutting off someone's money is like killing their parents. That ING guy must die. Soon after, the four great families bid $1 billion to hire the top assassin in the Delta region to assassinate that Imperial Beast Master. The killers in the triangle live a life on the edge of a knife. Seeing the price of $1 billion, even if they possessed an ancient great Imperial Beast Master, they did not hesitate to take the task. By the time Jiang Feng had bloodied the last park, in the surrounding trees are like wooden dragons that surround the entire park. Several of the major Triangle region killers had chosen to join forces against Jiang Feng. At a young age, to have an ancient great Imperial Beast, it looks like you have a lot of power behind you. A man with a scar at the corner of his eye sneered. But someone has offered $1 billion for your life. Even if the power behind you is great, it's impossible to save your life in time. With that, he took out a broadsword and fiercely chopped towards Jiang Feng. The blade swept up the wild winds in the sky and suddenly attacked Jiang Feng. The other killers also unleashed their skills and poured them out. While facing the attacks of these killers, Jiang Feng remained unhurried. Among these killers, the highest was only an 8th turn. Jiang Feng immediately instructed the sword spirit to do it. With a flash of the sword spirit's light, several assassins died violently on the spot. Just with you guys you want to kill me. It's just a fool's dream. Jiang Feng snorted lightly. Scarred man's broadsword chop suddenly froze in the void. Jiang Feng's drooping fingertips flicked, and the cold light suddenly split into thousands of sword shadows. The scarred man dodged when, and his heart snapped with horror. Using a defense prop to parry, this kid's spirit sword was really weird, and its level of danger was far greater than that of an ancient great Imperial Beast. However, the scarred man's props had just condensed into a barrier, but it instantly shattered under the sword shadow. How is this possible? The scarred man lost his voice in shock. Soon, his figure was swept into a sky of blood mist by thousands of sword shadows. Quickly run away. Even an 8th turn powerhouse is like an ant in front of him. The rest of the killers bellowed, their eyes filled with an endless sense of panic. And in the meantime, Jiang Feng realized that there was a shadow-like black shadow above the ground that was extremely swept towards him. He immediately raised his hand and pointed, and the sword spirit turned into streams of light and disappeared into the ground. However, this attack did not cause any damage to this black shadow. Kid, your spirit sword is indeed terrifying, but you're still too young. How can you defeat this shifting shadow technique of mine? A voice with a grim, wanton smile silently sounded in Jiang Feng's ears. A dagger stained with the blade of ink poison instantly stabbed into Jiang Feng's chest. With this strike, he thought Jiang Feng would die for sure. $1 billion bounty is bound to be his. But he didn't know that Jiang Feng possessed a skill like symbiosis that could be considered perverse. The ability to instantly transfer the damage you take to the Imperial Beast. The profession of Beastmaster was just as afraid of being close to an assassin as a mage. However, Jiang Feng was a complete exception to the rule, and he wasn't worried about others getting close. Instead, he was also able to use himself as bait to lure others into launching melee attacks. Am I too young, or are you too arrogant? Jiang Feng grabbed his wrist, and the corners of his mouth spread into a continuous cold smile. At this time, a stream of light drilled out from the ground and soared into the sky, directly splitting his body in two. That assassin didn't figure out even on his deathbed that the fatal blow just now had clearly won. How is it that this guy was able to get away with it? Seeing this astonishing scene, the heads of those killers felt empty. You won't die? Fake, right? The original scene of several assassins attacking and killing was steeply reversed as they began to rush to escape. These four great families can they have been victimized against such a monster? Not to mention $1 billion. Even if it was $5 billion, they wouldn't follow. But by now it was completely late and there was no place for regrets. It took them less than 3 minutes from the time they appeared to engage before they began to flee. Jiang Feng put on the mask of the 10,000 elephants and took out the Fire Dragon King's bow. Just by pulling the bowstring, a long arrow coalesced with flames appeared. Whoosh! Jiang Feng kept drawing his bow and shooting at the killers who were fleeing in distress. 100% 180% attack speed, directly shooting those killers' backs into hedgehogs. Grass. Why is this kid so terrifying? He's even able to transform into a shooter. Is he a monster? The fleeing killers screamed in agony. Even though their backs were all ate up, they had no time to pull out the rockets, because once they slow down, they won't be able to walk at all. Of course, one of the reasons was that Jiang Feng didn't want to drive them to extinction at all. After catching the two seriously injured killers, Jiang Feng came to their bodies and said with a contemptuous face, "Do you guys deserve to be called assassins? Tell your employers to try to get some scumbag over here next time that can make me sweat." Chapter 74, a joke. If I kill your family, all the money is mine. Yes, 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 my lord, please spare our lives. The two assassins opened their mouths to beg for mercy. Who is your employer? Jiang Feng asked indifferently. They say you have to cut the grass to get to the root. It's just a matter of ending a few parks. As long as the people behind them aren't uprooted, then they will still resurface and build parks in other hidden places. It's the 4 great families of the Delta region that hired us to come here to kill you. I'll take you to the 4 great families, one of them hurriedly said. Jiang Feng nodded with a flat face. I know the rules of your business. Take people's money and do things for them. But if you want to live, tell me the location of the 4 great families. With that, Jiang Feng planted a life and death spell on them. If you don't do what I tell you to do, then don't blame me for activating the life and death spells on your bodies and letting you die a pain-filled death. Triangle, Wei's house. A huge firebird that covered the sky was speeding towards the Wei family at breakneck speeds. After the Wei clan's powerhouse felt the aura of the blazing brilliant sky falcon, his face couldn't help but look shocked. This is an ancient great imperial beast. Especially Wei Warren, the head of the Wei family, had an ugly look on his face. According to the information that had come in, the person who had destroyed the parks of their 4 great families one after another was none other than the Imperial Beastmaster who had harnessed an ancient great firebird. I didn't expect that the assassins sent out not only failed to complete the mission, but instead let this Imperial Beastmaster find his way to the door. At this moment, Wei Warren hurriedly instructed the descendants of the family to hide in the basement. In the middle of the basement, it was able to hide from others, and there were enough survival supplies inside for a month. Even in the worst-case scenario, they would be able to preserve their Wei family lineage. Of course it was done for the worst. He knew that Imperial Beast powerhouse was here to seek revenge, but as long as the Wei family was willing to break the bank, then things would definitely not go to the final step. At the same time, he had sent someone to call the warlord bigwigs in the Triangle region over to hold up the fort. Even if he couldn't threaten this beast-encouraging powerhouse, he would at least be able to change back some retreat. After all, for their 4 great families to be able to put down roots and gain a foothold in this Triangle region, connections were a necessity. Right now, we can't come to the black. We can only negotiate in the open. My lord, this is the Wei family, one of the 4 great families, one of the assassins said, pointing to the several hundred square foot villa that occupied the area below. Jiang Feng nodded slightly and directly had the blazing sky falcon launch an attack towards the villa below. Boom boom boom. The blazing sky falcon's wings lifted as it unleashed the skill meteorite fire rain. In a flash, countless fireballs that looked like meteorites blasted down towards the Wei family's villa. However, the Wei clan had long since turned on their defense array to fend off the blazing brilliant sky falcon's attack. However, under the intensive attack of the blazing brilliant sky falcon, the Wei clan's defensive formation also shook violently. I'd like to see how long your defense array can last. Jiang Feng's eyes flashed with a playful color. He wasn't actually in a hurry to take down the Wei family, but waited for the other 3 great families to arrive. When the time comes, you'll be able to get rid of it all in one go, and save yourself the trouble of having to play elimination games. Wei Warren's face was anxious, and he hurriedly flew high into the air towards the Wei family, arching his hand towards Jiang Feng above the back feathers of the blazing brilliant sky falcon. Senior, it was my Wei family that was ungrateful and bumped into Senior. Please calm your anger. However, his words did not cause the blazing brilliant sky falcon's attack to stop. Wei Warren said loudly, Senior, my Wei family is willing to offer 20 billion as well as an epic level equipment to Senior in the hope that we can turn our differences with Senior into peace. Joke, after destroying your Wei family, won't all your things be mine as well? Jiang Feng sneered, his eyes filled with sarcasm. Hearing this, Wei Warren's face looked a bit gloomy and unsightly before he continued to increase his chips and said, if Senior feels that it's not enough, then my Wei family is willing to gift 50% of the park's profits to Senior every year. In that case, let's talk. Jiang Feng took the blazing sky falcon back into the royal beast space and then arrived in the courtyard of the Wei family villa. Seeing that there was still room for discussion, a touch of joy surfaced on Wei Warren's face. Then he hurriedly ordered his subordinates to bring good tea over to entertain Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng sat on the recliner and looked at the steaming tea, flirting. Wei family master, this tea isn't poisoned inside, is it? How dare Mr. Wei? Wei Warren piled a smile on his face while touting. I didn't expect that your lord would have an ancient great imperial beast at such a young age. It's really amazing. I hope that your lord will bear with me if I offended you more earlier. There's nothing to dare. I end your field. You find someone to kill me. That's fair, isn't it? Jiang Feng said with a smile. It was just this smile that made Wei Warren always feel a chill down his backbone, and he hurriedly compensated with a smile. Your honor is surprised. It was a moment of confusion that caused Wei to make such a muddled decision. Mr. Wei has decided to gift 60% of the profits of the Wei clan park to Senior every year, and to give away a legendary grade-level equipment every year. Hearing this, Jiang Feng sneered. Boss Wei, you make so much money a year with a dead conscience. Don't you feel the slightest uneasiness? Does Boss Wei know that the money you've made is stained with blood and has caused countless families to die? Wei Warren squeezed out an awkward smile on his face. Your honor is right. From today onwards, Mr. Wei has decided to wash his hands in gold and retire from the world. Jiang Feng sipped a mouthful of tea and revealed an inexplicable smile. For someone like you, who is stained with endless sins, to want to pretend that nothing has happened with a single sentence of washing your hands in a golden basin. Boss Wei, do you think there is something so easy under the sky? Hearing this, Wei Warren's smile turned ugly. I wonder how your excellency would like to resolve this. Only death can wash away the sins on you and warn the world. Zhang Feng said bluntly. Wei Warren frowned. Then what your excellency means is that I have to die? No, what I mean is that you, and the rest of the 3 great clansmen are going to die. Zhang Feng had a coldness in his smile. If you guys don't die, it will be hard to get rid of your anger. Humph. Don't think that just because you possess an ancient great imperial beast, you're able to decide the life and death of my Wei clan with a single word. After so many years of development, the number of strong people in my Wei family is not to be underestimated. You're undoubtedly trying to break up with my Wei family like this, and that won't do you or me any good. Seeing that the other party was going to put himself to death no matter what, Wei Warren's attitude hardened. Really? But who said I only have one ancient great imperial beast? Zhang Feng summoned the 2 imperial beasts as soon as he spoke. Roar! As soon as the abyssal dragon king appeared, it completely covered the sky. For a while, dark clouds rolled, muffled thunder flashed, and a huge dragon body of an unknown number of feet tumbled among the clouds. A pair of huge dragon eyes looked disdainfully through the dark clouds at the Wei clan crowd below. What? How is this possible? You would even have an ancient great dragon king? Wei Warren's gaze was shocked. The Wei family's group of powerful people even had their pupils quake, their faces full of disbelief. Chapter 75. Do you know the law of smoke doesn't hurt? Surprised, right? Zhang Feng said with a playful smile lifting up the corner of his mouth. The Wei family's group of professionals all rolled their throats and subconsciously gulped a mouthful of saliva. Quickly, as long as we drag his imperial beasts outside, and then after killing this brat, his imperial beasts won't be able to make any waves. A Wei clan professional spoke violently with a blazing color in his eyes. Now Zhang Feng was close to them. As long as they were killed, they would also be able to obtain 2 ancient great imperial beasts. If they were to be auctioned on the black market, they would probably be able to fetch a lot of money. Not only would he be able to rebuild the Wei family's park that had been destroyed by this kid, but he would also be able to make a ton more money. It doesn't really matter that the park was destroyed. They'll just pay to have it rebuilt and be done with it. As for the released paparazzi, just find a way to lure another batch back. As soon as the words fell, various colors of elemental light flames rose around the Wei family, and the 3 assassins transformed into residual shadows to pounce on Zhang Feng's throat. Several ice cones suddenly surfaced in the air, apparently sealing Zhang Feng's retreat. Clank! Zhang Feng raised his hand and waved it, and the sword spirit broke out from the middle of the void. Wherever the sword chi swept through, a dozen or so heads simultaneously shot up into the sky, and gushing columns of blood dyed the entire courtyard red. Seeing this, Wei Warren's pupils suddenly shrunk. Why are you still able to use a sword? Aren't you an imperial beast master? How can a beast master use a sword? This really refreshed his cognitive outlook. Impossible. This is impossible. Wei Warren staggered back, his face filled with horror. The remaining Wei clan professionals even screamed and routed. He killed a dozen or so Wei family members of 5 or 6 revolutions in a single glance. What were they going to fight with this monster of a kid? I advise you not to resist unnecessarily, because today, the Wei family shall be destroyed. Zhang Feng stepped on the blood-strewn ground and came with a cold murderous look in his eyes. It was already Zhang Feng's last mercy if he didn't pull these people's tendons and skin. Just when Zhang Feng was about to give this Wei Warren a hard time, at the corner of the courtyard, an old man in the shape of a butler made a seal with his hands. The ground instantly rumbled with a jungle of rock spikes more than 10 meters high, stabbing towards Zhang Feng. Seeing that the rock spikes were about to penetrate Zhang Feng's body, Wei Warren's face revealed a sinister smile after the robbery. To think that my Wei family has stood in the triangle area for more than 50 years, and you, a milquetoast brat, alone want to destroy my Wei family? Go to hell! Wei Warren shouted violently, and then his palm condensed a Xian Qigong wave, which was bound to blow this kid's corpse into oblivion. After the rock thorns penetrated Zhang Feng's body, the Xian Qigong wave twisted the void and blasted away with a mountainous momentum. Boom! Where Zhang Feng was, a sky of smoke and dust was instantly raised. All of the Wei family members could not help but reveal a joyful smile when they saw this scene. The damn kid is finally dead. Young enough to be good but still too cocky. I don't know if you guys ever talk about the law of no smoke without injury? Zhang Feng held a cold smile at the corner of his mouth as his figure gradually stepped out from amongst the smoke and dust. What? Wei Warren's pupils quaked. I can't believe this kid is still alive. One should know that the rock spikes just now coupled with his Xian Qigong wave. Unless this kid possessed 1,000,000 life points, how else could they have carried off their arguably necessary strike? However, the truth was in front of them. Zhang Feng was still unharmed, as if he hadn't suffered any harm at all. Escape! Wei Warren shouted in an urgent voice. He didn't want to do any more fighting with this teenager who was completely monster-like. but Jiang Feng didn't give them a chance. With a wave of his fingertips, the sword spirit split into thousands of sword shadows in midair, instantly sweeping towards the Wei family crowd. For a while, the Wei family members fled in a mess, but they still weren't able to escape. A line of blood appeared on each man's neck, which then rolled to the ground. Seeing this bloody scene, Jiang Feng's eyes remained unperturbed, as calm as an ancient well. The Wei family has done so many sins, it would be cheaper for them to die so painfully. Jiang Feng instructed the assassins in the back. You go and exterminate everyone still alive in the Wei family. Don't spare even a single dog. Yes, yes my lord. That assassin replied warily. He couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air even after seeing that scene just now. This teenager is just too scary, even if they are as murderous and ruthless killers. But compared to Jiang Feng's bland sense of treating human lives like ants, they were like a new recruit who had just started. It was as if Jiang Feng hadn't looked like he was killing someone just now, but like he was handling livestock. Jiang Feng, on the other hand, sat in his original position and poured himself a cup of tea. He was here waiting for the three great families to arrive. Every few moments later, the slayer approached with a group of young children. My lord, this is a descendant of the Wei family. What do you think about it? These young children howled when they saw the bodies and blood all over the ground. A young boy even picked up his long knife from the ground. Damn big bad guy. I want you to pay for your life. But before he could charge towards Jiang Feng, he was stopped by the killer. Jiang Feng swept a glance at these children. In their eyes there was hatred, fear and anger. My lord, can you spare them? After all, these children are innocent. Killer whispered. Hearing this, Jiang Feng was amused. I didn't realize that you, a killer, could also contain a motherly heart? Aren't you afraid they'll be lonely if you leave them alone on Earth, or send them to be reunited as a family? Yes, Killer nodded, still sending them away with a slash. Just at this time, hundreds of people came outside the Wei family in great numbers. It contained 3 large families, and men in military uniforms. After they walked into the middle of the Wei family's courtyard and saw corpses all over the place, an incomparably bloody scene, all of them had a violent wave in their hearts. On top of that, they still carried a few moments of joy in their hearts. After all, with the 4 big families holding the triangle, the cake would have to be split between the 4 families. Now that the Wei family, which took the lion's share, has been destroyed, then the 3 of them will naturally be able to share a few more % of the cake. Did you exterminate all the Wei family? The burly man in military uniform asked with a frown. That's right. Jiang Feng was similarly scanning them. You're the people from the 3 great clans? General Massey, this brat actually exterminated the Wei family on your territory. He simply disregards you too much. A man in white clothing arched his fire towards the uniformed man. Marseille glanced at Jiang Feng and drank with a solemn expression. Kid, shouldn't you give me some explanation for moving people in my territory? Hearing this, Jiang Feng let out a light laugh. What do you want to explain? Seeing that Jiang Feng didn't look like he had any bitter hatred, Marseille said, I've heard about you ending the 4 great families' parks, and you still have an ancient great imperial beast. Even the assassins that the 4 great families spent $1 billion to hire are resistant to you. I am a person who has always cherished talent. If you are willing to work for me, I can forget about this matter and still be able to make you my second in command. Jiang Feng shook his head. And what if I don't want to? Chapter 76, The Order of the Great Yin King. Kid, I advise you not to give a damn. It's your luck that General Marseille sees you. One of the adjutants beside Marseille was instantly furious. However, Marseille smiled and waved his hand, saying with a few threats in his words, Kid, I know that you can have such strength at such a young age. You must have a backstage that is unimaginable to ordinary people. But you only need to remember one thing. This is not your great Yin country, but the Triangle region. What I say here is the rule here. Even if you have a deep background, as long as I take you down and hand you over to Great Yin after some punishment, no one will come and say I'm wrong. On the contrary, as long as you are willing to work under my hand, money, status, women, take your pick. The reason why Marseille was able to offer such a generous treatment was solely because Jiang Feng was worth the value. After possessing Jiang Feng's battle power, he would no longer be stuck in a small triangle. Being the emperor of the land in a small triangle region could no longer satisfy his ambitions and desires. These 4 families not only did all sorts of scams, but also had a flower business. It had already made him too much money over the years to be considered rich. But after having so much money, he was not satisfied. After all, the original 4 families were the instrumental people in his money-making endeavors. But then again, he was nothing more than a black glove sandwiched in the middle of 3 kingdoms circling the wagons. Now he had long had the desire to expand his territory from the triangle and even to unify the smaller neighboring countries. After hearing some words from the one known as General Marseille, Jiang Feng smiled and joked. Want me to join you? Yes, you can. You can exterminate all of the remaining 3 great clans right now. Hearing this, General Marseille was elated, but with the next words spoken by Zhang Feng, he suddenly looked gloomy. These three families are the tool people who get him the money. If he wiped out these remaining three great families, where would he get his money from in the future? After all, it's not as if anyone else would be able to keep this kind of get-rich-quick business going. If that was the case, he would have gotten rid of the four big families long ago and come on his own. The people from the three great clans were also instantly annoyed when they heard this. I didn't expect this kid to speak so wildly, opening his mouth to exterminate their three great families. General Marseille, this brat simply disregards us too much. We should give him a good look, the white-clothed man from earlier said angrily. Zhang Feng directly summoned the blazing brilliant Sky Falcon and the Abyssal Dragon King from amongst the Imperial Beast space and unleashed their skills at the people of the three great clans. The appearance of the two ancient great Imperial Beasts immediately brought a considerable amount of pressure to the crowd. The blazing brilliant Sky Falcon's wings snapped, and the flames that looked like a meteorite invaded towards the people of the three great clans. The world-destroying dragon breath unleashed by the Abyssal Dragon King even swept the area. In an instant, the people of the three great clans were heavily killed and injured. Within 100 miles of the Wei clan's special courtyard, all of them were turned into a raging sea of fire. Kid, you seek death, General Marseille shouted angrily, and a scarlet aura rose 3 feet high around him. He reached out and picked up the 2-meter-long Shin Tai heavy sword handed to him by his deputy. The Taodai pattern engraved on the blade swallowing blood and chi. Blood prison 8 wasteland chop. The moment the heavy sword slashed down, several blood-colored sword chi condensed into skeletal ghost faces. The ground was plowed with furrows as deep as 5 meters, and the flames that burned along the way were swallowed by the sword chi into pitch-black trails. This was the peak battle technique of his berserk blood warrior profession. Zhang Feng's sleeves fluttered, and with a wave of his fingertips, the sword spirit transformed into thousands of sword shadows and blasted towards the incoming blood-colored sword chi. In almost just one look, he had hit General Marseille so hard that he was on the verge of death. The killers standing behind Zhang Feng were dumbfounded. Just one person against so many people, and showing a crushing momentum. This kind of invincibility was just too much for one's heart to palpitate. The commotion here is also attracting the heads of the neighboring 3 countries in the triangle. This is where they make their money. After all, with such a big commotion happening, it was only natural for them to come over and take a look. However, they did not expect the scene in front of them to shake them to the core. Who are you and why are you making trouble in our territory? The 3 of them had extraordinary auras and were not angry as they drank towards Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng's eyes glowed with a golden light as he probed the identities of these 3 peoples and the soldiers behind them. They are all official personnel among the 3 small countries, so Zhang Feng didn't take a shot at them. I'm just here to purge the Great Yin scum. Do you guys have to care too? Zhang Feng inquired with a raised eyebrow. The 3 of them had a cold look on their faces. This is not your Great Yin. Even if they have committed a crime, then they should first go through us to do the punishment. Now stop quickly and cooperate with us in doing our investigation, or we will unite the forces of the 3 countries and apprehend you. Their voices were loud and carried a majesty that could not be denied. At this moment, the faces of the people of the 3 great clans that were still remaining all showed a flash of hope. Looks like they're saved, even though they were doing things that dropped their heads. This wasn't Diane. Even if this kid is strong and perverted, then he must cooperate with the laws of the 3 kingdoms. Just then, however, Zhang Feng took out the Great Yin King's order from among his spatial ring and displayed it in front of their eyes. I wonder if you recognize this. The 3 of them immediately changed their faces. This is the Great Yin King's order. The Great Yin King's order was extremely heavy, and seeing this king's order was like seeing the Yin Emperor in person. Not to mention them, even their country lords would have to be respectful when they saw the bearer of the Great Yin King's order. I didn't expect this kid to possess the Great Yin King's order. The Great Yin King's order couldn't be imitated and made, so they didn't doubt whether the Great Yin King's order in Zhang Feng's hands was real or fake. The corner of Zhang Feng's mouth lifted. Very well, it seems that you guys still have some insight. If you still insist on obstructing my actions, then I'll treat it as if you're contemptuous of Great Yin, and it's the same as wanting to start a national war with Great Yin. Upon hearing this, these 3 were scared out of their wits. After all, they couldn't afford such a charge. All 3 of their countries were just small countries attached to Great Yin. To really start a national war with Great Yin, I'm just afraid that the battle was fought in the morning, and at noon they will be included in the territorial board of the Great Yin Kingdom. At this moment, after the people from the 3 great clans saw that Great Yin King's order, a deep look of despair also appeared on their faces. I didn't expect this kid to possess the Great Yin King's order. Then it's no wonder this kid dares to be so reckless in the triangle. It turns out that it is not only relying on its terrifying strength, but it is also the Great Yin backing it up behind the scenes. This time, their 3 great clans were considered to have really lived to tell the tale. You guys cooperate with me in apprehending the people of the 3 great clans. Don't let any of them go, and when the time comes, I'll personally escort them back to Great Yin. and no more parks are allowed in the triangle from now on. If I find out, I don't mind turning the triangle and your countries into a scorched earth. Zhang Feng looked at them with a cold gaze and admonished. Chapter 77, The Fierce Beast Appears. Hearing this, although the three of them were very reluctant in their hearts, they could only agree with a stiff upper lip. After all, this person was holding the great Yen King's order, and the words he spoke definitely carried great weight, so they had to give up the gains in the triangle. After eradicating the poisonous tumors in the triangle region, Zhang Feng came to a store, set the heart of the Fire Dragon King on top of the Blazing Rock Shattering Star. The effect of Blazing Rock Shattered Star is now drastically improved. After that, he traveled around the Wanshan country for a few more days, but there was still a delay in the movement of that ferocious beast. Word of the triangle's overthrow is also spreading through the streets. Everyone was in awe of that terrifyingly powerful imperial beast, and naturally, the lord of the Wanshan kingdom was able to guess that that beast sentinel powerhouse was obviously Zhang Feng. He had also been asking Panna, consciously or unconsciously, if he had that with Zhang Feng in the past few days. Hearing these questions, Panna blushed and shook her head. In response, the lord of the Wanshan kingdom couldn't help but let out a sigh and said bitterly, not only is this great Yen emissary's strength extraordinary, but his identity is also extremely terrifying. If you are able to evening him out, then father would be proud of you. The words made Panna's face swish and redden like a boiled jumbo lobster. It wasn't that she wasn't willing to offer herself, but she didn't know how to ask. You can't just take off your clothes and get into someone's bed, can you? But for all her father's expectations, Panna gritted her teeth and agreed. In the days that followed, Zhang Feng saw Panna wearing all kinds of breathable clothes, as well as long white stockings, making all kinds of innuendos in front of Zhang Feng. However, since she didn't fit the style at all, she looked a bit funny instead, causing Zhang Feng to feel a pang of speechlessness. However, Zhang Feng also knew her mission and didn't reject her. Just invite her to sleep in the living room. When he learned that Panna had been able to sleep in Zhang Feng's living room, the lord of the Wanshan kingdom's eyes immediately lit up. Encourage Panna to keep up the good work. On the fourth day, Zhang Feng finally waited for the news that the ferocious beast had appeared. It appeared in a medium-sized city in the southwestern direction of the Wanshan country called Hushan City, Hopewell City. There was a succession of cries, wails, and the sound of buildings violently crashing down. The city lord's mansion had long been razed to the ground, and there were debris everywhere, with countless corpses lying around. The smell of blood was still strong in the air. A ferocious beast with a figure as huge as a mountain was in the center of the city, and it was covered in pitch-black scale armor, flashing with a metallic luster, a pair of blood-red eyes with violence and bloodlust. His body even exuded a suffocating oppression. At this moment, the city lord of Hushan City was dressed in tattered battle armor and collapsed helplessly in a pool of blood. The presidents of the three major guilds in Hushan City were now also left with only 2 people, but they were merely lingering on. One of the presidents, with a stout figure, his body was gnarled with muscles and he held a huge battle axe. This person was the president of the Cloud Warfare Guild, Sun Chai. At this moment, his eyes were crimson as he stared at the ferocious beast in front of him with a deadly stare. This dam had just appeared for a short 3-minute period of time, and destroyed the entire Hushan City by half. Subanimas, I'll fight you. With a roar, Sun Chai injected all the power left in his body into the battle axe in his hand. The battle axe instantly erupted with a dazzling light, and instantly rushed towards the tyrannical ferocious beast. However, the battle axe slashed violently at the ferocious beast's body, but it merely left a faint slash mark. What? How is this possible? Sankai's face was shocked in disbelief. Knowing that he was a peak 7th turn axe warrior, this full-strength axe went down, but he wasn't able to seriously injure him. The ferocious beast lowered its head and glanced contemptuously at Sunshine with disdain in its eyes. It then lifted its huge claw and swung it lightly. There was a loud bang. Sankai's body then flew out backwards like a kite with broken strings and fell heavily on the ground. Blood gushed wildly from his mouth, and his eyes gradually became lax as he looked towards the ferocious beast with fear in his eyes, his face pale. It's over. Heishan City. It's doomed. At this point there was only one mage guild president left, Pensa. He witnessed Sankai's tragic death and his mind was completely filled with panic. Knowing that he was in no way a match for this ferocious beast, he was planning to flee. However, he saw the city lord who had originally fallen in a pool of blood unexpectedly get back up again. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and shouted towards the ferocious beast. The people are in the city. If you want to destroy Hushan City, you can't do it unless you step over Old Mi's corpse. As soon as the words fell, he violently rushed towards the ferocious beast that looked like a mountain. Boo! Before it could strike, the ferocious beast lifted its foot and directly stomped it into a blur of flesh and blood. Although the city lord perished, this unyielding will awaken the fighting spirit of a group of professionals. Penza also forced down the fear in his heart, although he could not kill him according to his ability. But there may be a chance if you want to delay help from arriving. If he fled now, then the entire Hushan city would be completely reduced to ruins. Penza let out a low gulp, and the staff in his hand glowed brightly. An ice prism shot towards the ferocious beast like a rainstorm. The beast was caught off guard by this sudden attack. But only a tiny crack appeared on the hard outer skin. The ferocious beast roared angrily and suddenly opened its bloody mouth. A blazing dark spit gushed out from its mouth, instantly overriding the roiling ice prisms while sweeping towards Penza. Penza's face changed drastically, and he hastily waved his staff to put up a shield in front of him. But in just a blink of an eye, the shield began to tremble violently. It simply couldn't carry the terrifying power of that ferocious beast. Quickly, give full support to Chairman Penza or we'll all die. Those professionals looked urgent and hurriedly launched successive attacks towards the ferocious beasts. The ferocious beast swept its blazing dark spit towards the resisting professionals. Although most of these professionals were instantly dead or wounded, it finally gave Penza a little breathing time. Forbidden spell. Extinction Thunder. Penza roared and raised his staff with both hands. This was his ultimate skill, and once activated, it would instantly drain his mana. But right now, in this life and death situation, it was not up to him to have any more conservative means. As his voice rang out, the jewel at the top of the staff gave off a dazzling light that, the raging power contained within it violently burst out towards the sky. In the next instant, the sky was instantly covered with dark clouds, and several thunderbolts descended from the sky, splitting madly towards the ferocious beast. Thunder flashed and the roar was deafening. The ferocious beast struggled desperately in the thunderous light, letting out a painful hiss. Just as quickly, an incomparably furious look surfaced in its eyes, and it fiercely rushed towards Penza even as it hardened itself against the damage. Roar! The ferocious beast devoured it in one bite, and Penza only let out a miserable scream before being chewed and swallowed raw by the ferocious beast. Thus, the city lord and the 3 guild presidents, all died in battle. The people of the city, as well as the professionals, were in utter despair. The cries and terrified voices resounded throughout the city. The ferocious beast stood in the center of the city and let out a deafening roar up to the sky. The city trembled and the earth cracked. It was a moment as if the end had come. Chapter 78, The Hourglass of Fate. Back in time. At this time, Zhang Feng, who had not yet arrived, rode on top of the back feathers of the blazing brilliant sky falcon, and rushed toward Hushan City at breakneck speed. After 10 minutes or so, a ferocious beast with the size of a mountain was finally seen from high in the sky, wreaking havoc within the city. Countless populations were brutally massacred by them. Zhang Feng opened the eye of true vision, and instantly the golden light in his eyes turned. Savage Ancient Beasts. Level, LV 300. Life Value, 6, 800, 000. Battle Strength, 327, 0000. Skills, Savage Body. Bloodthirsty Attack. Dark Blazing Breath. Zhang Feng frowned. He didn't expect the level of this ferocious beast to be as high as 300 levels, so immediately, he summoned the Sword Spirit, Mixed Origin Aeon Slash. In a flash, the Sword Spirit transformed into a brilliant stream of light and chopped down towards the ferocious beasts of the Hushan City. The sword light tore through the void, and in just a few blinks of an eye, it had already chopped at the rebellious ferocious beast. Facing the sword light that came down, the huge body of the ferocious beast suddenly dodged to the side, yet its speed was too slow for the Sword Spirit. The Sword Spirit that turned into streams of light chopped steeply, bringing a terrifying sword chi to chop on top of its body. Rubbing, this sword cut a long sword mark on its body, and black blood kept bubbling towards the outside. Roar! The savage ancient beast roared up to the sky. If it hadn't dodged in time, I'm afraid it would have been heavily injured by this sword. A pair of scarlet pupils locked onto the longsword that was once again chopping. The thick scale armor on its body stood up, and its huge body made a defensive stance. We have to find a way to drive it out of Hushan City, or else if this battle comes down, I'm afraid the city will be all but finished. Jiang Feng's eyes were thoughtful as he had the sword spirit begin to launch a fierce attack to repel it. At the same time, he took out the shattered star staff and gave the sword spirit a high increase in attack power. It would naturally be best if they could be killed with minimal fluctuations, but the skin and flesh of this ferocious beast was already too tough, as well as the blood bar that could be considered perverse. Otherwise, according to the sword spirit's combat power, it would definitely be able to exterminate it. The savage ancient beast retreated under the sword spirit's attack. However, just as it was about to retreat to the outskirts of the city, it suddenly let out a violent roar, and then it violently rushed towards the sword spirit. At this moment, outside of Hushan City, several black-clothed men saw that Jiang Feng had already descended into the city on his imperial beast. He then began to murmur continuously under his breath, turning on the extinction formation that had long been placed within the city. Their aim was not only to exterminate Jiang Feng, but also to destroy the entire Hushan City along with him. In an instant, a bright array of awnings was released from the surroundings of the Hushan City. In the midst of this grand formation, countless raging energies were born. and were destroying everything indiscriminately. Zhang Feng, who saw the scene, was secretly shocked. I didn't realize they were playing so hard to get. It seems he was still too careless. And above the sky, a huge black vortex appeared. This black vortex was like a black hole, emitting a palpitating suction force. It was as if it was going to swallow up everything in the middle of the entire Hushan city. For a time, the wind howled, the sand flew, and countless broken walls were sucked in by that black vortex. Countless professionals and people in the city were sucked into it, and then their bodies were torn apart alive. Zhang Feng's brows locked as he directly summoned the Abyssal Dragon King and had it join the blazing Sky Falcon in launching an attack towards the vortex in the sky. I'd like to see how much you can swallow. In the next moment, the Abyssal Dragon King unleashed the exterminating Dragon Breath. The terrifying Dragon Breath continuously outputting towards the black vortex in the sky. The blazing brilliant Sky Falcon unleashed the brilliant Feather Heavenly Attack, blasting continuously towards the black vortex. Their combat power was upwards of 2 million with the shattered Star Staff. That black vortex began to emit violent trembling sounds, and its suction force began to weaken by a few points. Just when the surviving professionals in the city thought that they were about to be able to destroy the bizarre black vortex, the black-clothed people outside the city also began to increase their mana, continuously adding to the formation. The black vortex within the city became solid again, and even began to devour the attacks of the two ferocious beasts. Zhang Feng summoned the other two ancient great imperial beasts. The appearance of the four ancient great imperial beasts caused those professionals to stare in disbelief. I didn't expect this terrifying imperial beast master to possess four ancient great imperial beasts. It was important to know that by possessing an ancient great imperial beast, one would be able to become the topmost imperial beast master in their Wanshan kingdom. And the man actually had a whole four of them. The appearance of the four ancient great imperial beasts, the powerful aura released from their bodies was slightly inferior even to that savage ancient beast. The black vortex above the sky once again appeared to tremble violently. Everyone thought that this time, that imperial beast Big Brother would definitely be able to break through this crisis. But instead, Zhang Feng frowned. He always had a vague bad feeling. Sure enough, it didn't take long. The black vortex above the sky began to rebound the damage absorbed in it exponentially. This terrifying damage destroyed the entire Heishan city into ruins in just an instant. All the living beings within the city were all annihilated, and Zhang Feng and the imperial beast suffered a considerable amount of backlash. However, soon after, Zhang Feng used Hourglass of Life Tracks. With the activation of the Fate Track Hourglass, Zhang Feng realized that time had become incredibly slow. Everything around them seemed to stand still. In just an instant, everything around them began to fly backwards. All the images were like rewinding in front of Zhang Feng. The feeling was extremely subtle. Is this the ability to go back in time? A look of amazement appeared in Zhang Feng's eyes. Soon after, when he realized that everything around him had transformed once again, he had already arrived at the moment when he had let the sword spirit chop down just now. After the situation just now, Zhang Feng naturally wouldn't fly into the city again. This savage ancient beast was also nothing more than bait. He began to ride the blazing brilliant Sky Falcon around towards the outskirts of the city. As long as he didn't enter the formation, he naturally wouldn't be like a trapped beast. Zhang Feng then began to use the Eye of True Vision again to check the information outside the city. Soon he spotted the guys in a couple of hidden spots. Oh, still trying to play a trick on me by inviting me in? The corner of Zhang Feng's mouth lifted up in a sneer. Let's see how I'll purge you rats. He then took out his shattered star staff and had the blazing brilliant Sky Falcon launch an attack towards where they were hiding. Boom boom boom. These black-clothed men were instantly overwhelmed with astonishment. I didn't expect Zhang Feng to be able to spot them in such a short period of time. Chapter 79 Mission accomplished. Obtained hijacked crystals. Under the sudden and continuous bombardment, the black-clothed people were heavily killed and injured. However, they had to introduce Zhang Feng into the Hushan city because of the killing array that had been set up in it. As long as Zhang Feng stepped into it, even more resurrection means would eventually be consumed. But Zhang Feng already knew what was in their hearts. Will not set foot in the middle of the city of Hushan. This was extremely puzzling to them. The black-robed man in the lead even sank his face and, from Zhang Feng's actions, it seemed like he already knew about the extermination formation set up in the city. It was important to realize that they had spent several days setting up here in order to conceal their presence. It's only logical that there shouldn't be any slip-ups. Does that kid still have the power of a seer? At this time, inside the city of Hushan, a brilliant sword aura erupted above the sword spirit's sword, shattering the void and chopping towards the ferocious beast. Roar! The ferocious beast let out a deafening hiss. The huge sound wave shook all the buildings in the 100 meters centered on him into ruins. At the same time, the aura on its body soared, and its size continued to skyrocket. It was energizing the savage power within. Boo! It raised its huge claws and slapped towards the incoming sword light. A huge wave of energy exploded in the air. For a moment, a terrifying impact swept out in all directions at the center of the collision between the two. In the midst of the smoke and dust, the claws of the ferocious beast were covered in dense sword shadows before they directly shattered. Countless amounts of foul-smelling black blood splashed from the wounds in front of its claws. Sensing the terror of this long sword in front of him, a strong and huge intent also surfaced in the eyes of the ferocious beast. In the face of the sword light that was once again attacking, the ferocious beast's pupils flickered continuously. A pair of huge wings sprouted from his back and began to frantically incite towards the outside of the city to escape. Seeing that this huge beast was about to flee, those black-clothed men hurriedly cast the secret technique to control it. Let it be forced to stay in the city. As a result, the ferocious beasts were only able to keep flying along the range of the edge of the Hushan city. In the next moment, a terrifying energy came through, carrying a destructive and terrifying aura towards its head and chopped it down. Roar! The ferocious beast once again let out a violent roar of unwillingness. However, along with this roar of its body was filled with radiant sword light. In just a few blinks of an eye, it shattered completely and crashed down viciously towards the city. Boom! A strong vibration could be felt throughout the entire Hushan city and the surrounding area of 100 miles. All the buildings in the city collapsed, killing and injuring countless professionals and people. However, Zhang Feng's expression looked calm. Earlier he was trying to avoid maximum casualties, but it was clearly impossible to do so at the moment, especially since the city had long ago set up an extermination formation. Once stepping into it could be described as 9 deaths without a chance of survival. The beast is dead. It's time to take care of you. Between Zhang Feng's hand lifting, the sword spirit had returned to his body. These black-clothed men looked towards the decapitated savage ancient beast with shaken expressions. I didn't expect Zhang Feng to be able to kill him so easily. For a while, a strong desire to retreat also sprang up in their hearts. However, it was already too late, only to see a sword light that could not be captured by the naked eye flash by, and all of them were killed. Zhang Feng removed the heart inside that ferocious beast and then opened the panel of the Great Yen quest, submitted this task. With the successful submission of the quest, Zhang Feng also received 3 purple Thunderjack crystals as well as 500,000 merit points. With these 3 robber crystals, it would be able to allow the imperial beasts to undergo robberies. Dian, Tianjing, Yi Healing, who was in the middle of closing his eyes, suddenly heard the report from his men. Elder Yi, Zhang Feng has completed his mission and killed that ferocious beast. Hearing these words, Yi Healing's eyes snapped open, a surprised light unfolding in his eyes. The entire person also stood up abruptly. What? You're saying that Zhang Feng killed that ferocious beast? Yi Healing had a look of shock in his eyes. The subordinate nodded. That's right, he has already taken out the heart of that ferocious beast and submitted the quest. After receiving an affirmative answer, Yi Healing's heart couldn't stop shaking. You should know that this time, the Eagle Sauce Kingdom has set up a killing trick that can lead to certain death. However, this didn't even manage to get rid of Zhang Feng. It seems that this Zhang Feng is really the hope of Great Yan's future. Could it be that I am really wrong? Yi Healing sighed heavily, his expression looking extremely complicated. He was both delighted with Zhang Feng's extraordinary strength. Again, he couldn't help but feel guilty about his earlier use of Zhang Feng as a sacrifice. But soon, he shook his head again. After all, he was doing all this for Great Yan. Even if Zhang Feng found out afterward and came to settle the score with himself, he wouldn't have half a complaint. The strength that Zhang Feng was displaying now was enough to become a mainstay among the Great Yin powerhouses. If he was able to pass the test at the Heaven's Remarkable Tower, then he could potentially become the next Yin Emperor. As soon as he thought of this, a sheen of surprise appeared among Yi Healing's cloudy old eyes. Come to the royal capital of the Vientiane Kingdom. Zhang Feng told the Wanshan country lord about the ferocious beast's decapitation, also planning to go back. The lord of the Wanshan Kingdom sniffed with a few regretful looks in his eyes. Originally, he had thought that Zhang Feng would be able to stay here for a while longer, but I didn't realize this was about to leave. It was important to know that with Zhang Feng, a powerful beast monster, at the helm, the small countries surrounding the Wanshan country didn't dare to make a move. This Zhang Feng suddenly had to leave, and his own daughter hadn't been able to conceive an offspring for Zhang Feng. Now that Zhang Feng had left, he had to make the lord of the Wanshan Kingdom deeply regret it. The lord of the Wanshan Kingdom still wanted to say something to stay, but Zhang Feng waved his hand and refused. In that case, I wish the messenger a safe journey. The lord of the Wanshan Kingdom sighed and said. At this moment, seeing Zhang Feng about to leave, Panna's expression carried a tangle of emotions, and there were still a few feelings of reluctance in the bottom of her eyes. She gathered her courage and shouted towards Zhang Feng. Messenger, is there something wrong? Zhang Feng asked as he glanced back at her. That. Her face flushed and she lowered her head, a little embarrassed to speak for a moment. Was she staying here or was she going to follow Zhang Feng out? After all, during this time, her life was not only easy and enjoyable, Even her siblings would cast envious glances and respect her a little more. She knew that it was all because she followed Zhang Feng's side that she was able to receive such attention. After the past few days, she felt that Zhang Feng was a very good person, and that it was quite good to live by Zhang Feng's side. Inwardly, she was very eager to follow Zhang Feng, but after all, her identity was just Zhang Feng's guide. Zhang Feng seemed to have seen her thoughts at a glance and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I won't take you away. After all, this Wanxiang country was her home. If she was taken away all of a sudden, it was expected that she would be unfamiliar even if she followed herself back to Dian, and it wasn't like Zhang Feng could do everything and bring her along." Upon hearing this, Panna's eyes dimmed for a moment, though she was prepared in her mind for such a thing. But after hearing Zhang Feng's refusal in person, he still couldn't help but twitch inwardly. Her head hung low again, her eyes red, her white fingers stirring involuntarily. "But the next time I come back to Vientiane country, I still hope that you can act as a tour guide for me." A warm smile appeared on Zhang Feng's face. At those words, Panna suddenly raised her head with some crystallized tears in her eyes. A smile ensued, and a cheerful nod of the head said, "Yes." Chapter 80. Why aren't you laughing? Just as Zhang Feng was riding the blazing brilliant sky falcon on his way towards Great Yen, in the middle of the journey, a black-robed man stepped on the void and blocked Zhang Feng's path. "Junior, your path has come to an end." A hoarse, cold laugh resounded from the black-robed man's mouth. "I didn't expect you guys to still be undead, but if you have any means, use them all. Don't delay me from rushing." A golden aura flowed in Zhang Feng's eyes, and he utilized the eye of true vision to check the information of this black-robed man. Eagle Sauce Nation's ninth turning powerhouse. The black-robed man's body exuded an extremely strong force of yin and cold. A pair of shady eyes under the black robe stared straight at Zhang Feng. His voice evil, sharp-tongued brat. "Don't worry, I'll personally bring you back to Great Yen, but only with your corpse. I hope you'll remember one thing in the afterlife, that when you meet with an enemy, it's best to do it the first time." Before the words fell, the black-robed man's figure instantly disappeared, and not even the slightest hint of his breath could be felt. However, Zhang Feng's face was unchanged, even though he couldn't feel his aura. However, his stance was unable to escape the detection of the eye of true vision. Suddenly, the clouds behind Zhang Feng surged, and a withered claw filled with terrifying power violently grabbed towards him. Madaka! The sword spirit broke through the air, manifesting several sword shadows towards that withered claw. The black-robed man made a puzzled sound at once. It was important to know that his concealment techniques were definitely considered superb, and even a peak ninth turn powerhouse wouldn't be able to easily see through them. Even if they were able to see through it, there was no way they could be insight in such a short period of time. It felt as if there was no room for Tun to hide in front of this kid. Boo! The withered claws were chopped into countless shreds by the sword light in this instant. However, in the next moment, the withered claws coalesced again, wrapped in a terrifying aura and grabbed towards Zhang Feng. The blazing heavenly falcon's wings lifted, and countless flames that were like meteorites blasted towards the withered claws. Violent explosions rang out one after another, and the airwaves caused by the violent impact swept through the void at great speed. In this instant, the countless sword shadows of the sword spirit attacked towards the black-robed man. His clothes were stirred up by the sword light, and the bizarre face hidden under the black robe was revealed to Zhang Feng. This person's face was as pale as paper, without the slightest trace of blood, and his cheeks were deeply sunken. "Holy, ultimate reward, brother?" Zhang Feng couldn't help but exclaim in shock. How many times does one have to reward oneself to be able to make one's body look like this? That black-robed man was also very afraid of the sword spirit's power, and with a wave of his sleeve, he activated a defense scroll. Under this defense scroll, he had a full minute to not be invaded by any damage. As a 9-turned powerhouse, what is strong is not only his own strength, but also his precious and valuable equipment and props. Immediately after that, a chilling and cruel smile appeared on his face. "Although I don't know how you gained such an exaggerated ability, once I kill you, I will be able to forcibly extract all of your memories through memory search." Soon, his body instantly skyrocketed, and his originally thin and frail body became abnormally large. His face was covered with black furry hair and his head became the size of a rock. Arms and legs and feet have become as thick as a water tank, and there is a metallic luster on top of the fur. At the same time Zhang Feng could feel his power skyrocketing. You're actually capable of ferocious beast transformation." A few moments of surprise showed in Zhang Feng's eyes, but there wasn't any fear in his eyes. In just a few breaths of time, that black-robed man completely transformed into an incomparably berserk gorilla. He clenched his fist full of explosive power and violently blasted towards Zhang Feng. Under the sky of meteoric fire, the fur on his body burned, but for him, it only caused some minor bruises. "Kid, die for me!" The beastified black-robed man shouted fiercely as his fist broke through the void, carrying an incomparably vast and terrifyingly huge force. Under this punch, It was feared that an ordinary million-life value ferocious beast would not be able to withstand it. Zhang Feng directly summoned his sword spirit and chopped towards his fist. Where the two collided, the void trembled, setting off a violent ripple of space. What? As the black-robed man resounded with a mournful scream, his arm was directly chopped back by the sword chi. If he didn't have a special defense scroll to protect him, it was only feared that under this strike, his arm would be pierced through by that long sword, and blood and flesh would fly out. Interesting, the long sword you're utilizing is by no means extraordinary. It's a sword spirit that possesses spiritual intelligence. The black-robed man's eyes carried the color of blazing greed, and a treasure of this caliber. It was at least able to be ranked among the top 8 ranked magic weapons. The black-robed man laughed morosely. Kid, you're not an unusual imperial beast master. It would be impossible for an ordinary beast master to harness the sword spirit. When did I say that my profession is a beast master? An inexplicable smile appeared at the corner of Zhang Feng's mouth. At this moment, the black-robed man still wanted to continue attacking Zhang Feng. However, under the sword spirit's counterattack, he could only avoid the front for the time being. After exchanging a few rounds, Zhang Feng realized that this guy's strength and defense were not only overblown, even the speed was beyond expectation, and it should be said that it was worthy of being a 9th turn powerhouse. At this moment, in the face of the sword spirit's attack, a golden light appeared in the black-robed man's hand and shot out. It was an attack condensed from 7 scimitars. Under Jiang Feng's eye of true vision, it was discovered that each of these 7 curved swords was actually of saint-rank quality. What a great deal! A blazing color appeared in Zhang Feng's eyes. If he had more of these 7 curved swords, then he would have one more killer weapon. Under the combined strike of the 7 scimitars, although it was far inferior to the power of the sword spirit, it was able to delay it for a few minutes. Kid, let's see if I don't blast you along with your imperial beast into mush in one punch. Ha ha! A hideous smile appeared on the black-robed man's face as he once again threw a punch towards Zhang Feng. At the same time, behind Zhang Feng, a withered claw once again appeared to capture Zhang Feng. However, Zhang Feng only said one word faintly out of his mouth. Stop! As soon as these words fell, the black-robed man who had transformed into a berserk gorilla realized that he was unable to move in the slightest. It was as if his body was bound by the power of heaven and earth, and even his physical mouth could not be manipulated. Zhang Feng took out a life and death talisman, then planted it on him. With the black-robed man under the control of Zhang Feng's living spirit, although his heart was unwilling, he could only be at Zhang Feng's mercy. Why don't you laugh? Zhang Feng looked at him with a playful face and said, Chapter 81, The Flying Falcon. The second time it's been hit. While the effects of the living spirit mastery hadn't worn off, Zhang Feng had him directly hand over the space props on his body. The controlled black-robed man couldn't move at all even though he was trying his best to stop and resist in his mind. He could only hand over his spatial bracelet to Zhang Feng with his eyes wide open. Zhang Feng picked up his spatial bracelet and glanced at it, realizing that there were quite a few goodies inside. One of the props named Holy Order Quality, Creation Green Lotus, caught Zhang Feng's attention. The effect of this thing is tantamount to directly locking the blood, directly not dying without any effect. The effect is extraordinary. It was a good thing that he possessed such a heaven-defying skill as living spirit control. Otherwise, if he let this guy use the Creation Green Lotus, it would only take some effort to resolve him. After waiting for the control effect to make contact, the black-robed man let out an angry cry. Boy, what have you done to me? Though he felt the strange force that had imprisoned him disappear, but he could clearly feel his body as if some spell had been planted on it. It's nothing, it's just a life and death spell planted on you. If you don't do what I tell you, I can take your life at any time, Zhang Feng said with a bashful face, then instructed towards Ruan Yuan who was at the side. From now on this guy is yours. He's your little brother. Hearing this, Ruan Yuan's face revealed a flash of excitement. The feeling of having a 9th Revolution's powerhouse as a junior brother couldn't be more comfortable. Hey, hurry up and call out to Master Ruan. Ruan Yuan shouted towards the black-robed man. Hearing this, the black-robed man was enraged and just wanted to strike at Ruan Yuan, but suddenly felt as if his heart was being held tightly, as if it was going to be crushed in the next second. If you're not honest, you'll die here. Zhang Feng glanced at him and said. In response, the black-robed man could only give up for the time being, as he possessed props among his spatial bracelets that could undo this spell, but right now the space bracelet had been taken away by that kid. Yo-ho, weren't you screaming quite arrogantly just now? Ruan Yuan walked up to him, his mouth teasing. At this time, the black-robed man had already retreated to his true form. His eyes still carried anger in them as he stared at Zhang Feng with an unwilling face. I really didn't expect that this kid would still have bizarre means to be able to manipulate even himself. Seeing this attitude of his, Ruan Yuan directly slapped him in the face. What's that look in your eyes? I see you're quite defiant. Kneel down for Master Ruan. Snap! A crisp slap sounded. A reddish 5-finger print immediately surfaced on the black-robed man's face. You seek death. The black-robed man instantly became furious. As a ninth revolution's powerhouse, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? Immediately, he summoned a withered claw condensed by mana and blasted it towards Ruan Yuan. However, just moments after the withered claws were formed, they were instantly collapsed by Jiang Feng after he activated the life and death talisman. A tiger with its teeth and claws pulled out was not even the slightest threat in his eyes. Looks like you still can't figure things out. The corner of Jiang Feng's mouth lifted up a coldness. Then once again, he urged the talisman of life and death. The immense pain caused by the life and death talisman made the black-robed man feel the tormenting unbearable feeling of a million ants eating his heart. His body struggled violently, and his features were hideously twisted, as if he wanted to fight the spell power of the life and death curse to the end. Unfortunately, the spell power contained in this life and death spell was too powerful, and all of the black-robed man's cards were placed among the spatial bracelets. Without the secret treasure inside the spatial bracelet, he wouldn't be able to undo the life and death spell at all. After some struggles, the black-robed man's breath became extremely weakened, and he hastily raised his hand. Wait, I admit it. I didn't expect to spend my days shooting geese, but I was put on the spot by this kid. Since you've admitted defeat, why don't you call out a Master Ruan to hear it? Ruan Yuan said with a sneer. Ruan, Master Ruan. The black-robed man lowered his head, but a grim killing intent still flashed in his eyes. Today's insults will be returned 100-fold in the future. Jiang Feng shook his head. Forget it, this person can't be kept. You'll suck his flesh and blood and use it to enhance your own strength. Hearing this, Ruan Yuan's eyes lit up with joy. Then thank you, young Jiang. His mouth then let out a series of GGG strange laughter as he directly blasted his palm towards the black-robed man. The black-robed man immediately had a bad feeling and was just about to make a move to resist. Jiang Feng on the side also cast a life and death spell. He was simply powerless to resist, and under Ruan Yuan's palm, a mouthful of blood violently erupted from his mouth. Immediately after that, Ruan Yuan's palm released a powerful suction force and began to crazily absorb the black-robed man's blood. Jiang Shao, I'm now at the peak of the 8th turn, and I'm so close to being able to break through to the 9th turn. After absorbing the black-robed man's flesh and blood, an elated look appeared on his face. He didn't think that he would be able to have a chance to advance to the 9th turn in this life. Jiang Feng nodded, and after glancing at the black-robed man who was left with nothing but withered bones, he continued to ride the blazing sky falcon towards Dian. At the same time, he began the question of how to use the robber crystals. This kind of robbing crystal possessed extraordinary power and was suitable for any imperial beast to undergo robberies. Now that he possessed 3 hijack crystals, it was equivalent to being able to allow the imperial beast to undergo 3 hijacks. However, how to distribute these 3 robber crystals was a bit of a problem for Jiang Feng. Now that the blazing heavenly falcon had already been robbed once, the remaining 3 were just right for the other 3 ancient great imperial beasts to use. However, if you wanted to complete your 4th turn quest, you would need a calendar 4th rank imperial beast, or contract a stellar rank imperial beast. After thinking about it, Jiang Feng decided to give all 3 of the robber crystals to the blazing sky falcon to use. After taking out 3 robber crystals, Jiang Feng began to give the blazing brilliant sky falcon the robberies. I remember the first time I gave the blazing sky falcon calendar a boost of 100,000 base attributes. I wonder how much its combat power will rise after this 4th calamity. Thinking of this, Jiang Feng began to use his spiritual power and took a robbery crystal to the blazing heavenly falcon to take. After taking in the robber crystals, the flames burning around the blazing brilliant sky falcon became more and more raging and fierce. The space around them all began to boil and distort. Ruan Yuan, who saw this scene, couldn't help but look shocked. You should know that giving the imperial beasts a calendar is a very dangerous thing to do. Although the imperial beasts were able to increase to a great extent after they had finished their calamities. However, the slightest accident during the caliphate could result in a backlash during the caliphate, and it's still irreparable damage. It was not impossible that the grade of the imperial beast would plummet if it was light, or if it was heavy, it would die violently on the spot. The average imperial beast master would definitely be in a safe setting, and after double-checking the status of the imperial beast, only then will it be allowed to undergo the calendar. But they didn't expect that they were still in a hurry when Jiang Shao let this imperial beast start to experience the calamity. How big is this heart to dare to do this? At this time, the blazing brilliant sky falcon's flames were burning extremely fiercely, flying in the sky like a huge meteorite. Jiang Feng was also able to feel that its state was depleting very quickly, so he summoned it into the midst of the imperial beast space, where it was able to quickly replenish its state. Chapter 82, Traveling to Great Yan Tianjing. Accountability. Boom! After the blazing heavenly falcon's flames reached a terrifyingly high temperature of tens of thousands, when its wings were vibrated, countless flames were scattered towards the entire imperial beast space like a heavenly calamity. Jiang Feng clearly felt that its aura had become several times stronger again. The flying falcon has succeeded. Current Imperial Beast, Blazing Falcon, Second Reign. Level, LV-116. Power, 966,000. Body mass, 845,000. Agility, 915,000. Spirit, 780,000. Combat power, 105,000. Skills, Meteor Fire Rain, Brilliant Feather Sky Attack, Coronation Wings. Evolutionary value required for next evolution. Did it grow by 200,000 base values during the second robbery? A delighted look emerged in Zhang Feng's eyes. How much more should it increase if it goes through 4 culpas? With curiosity and doubt in his heart, Zhang Feng began to let the blazing heavenly falcon undergo the succession again. Originally, any other imperial beasts would look very weak after completing their tribulation. However, in the middle of Zhang Feng's divine grade imperial beast space, there was no such problem. In just 2 to 3 minutes, the blazing sky falcon returned to its own peak state. Continue with the calamity. Zhang Feng once again fed it with a calamity crystal. Soon, as the blazing brilliant sky falcon's aura soared again, the temperature of the flames on its body skyrocketed once again, and the entire imperial beast space began to burn with flames. The space kept distorting and the seawater all started boiling. The abyssal dragon king and Jin Yuxuanwu both felt like they were taking a bath inside a hot pot. This time, the temperature of the flames on the blazing sky falcon's body was feared to be close to the extreme heat of 100,000 degrees. With this terrifying temperature, even alloy steel could instantly melt into a ball of iron. It was as if the entire imperial beast space had turned into a furnace. Under such high temperatures, the flesh of the blazing sky falcon was being continuously quenched. Zhang Feng was worried that the other imperial beasts would be affected, so he summoned them first. I don't know how much time has passed. Finally, in the midst of an ear-piercing cry, the blazing brilliant sky falcon finished its calamity. Zhang Feng's information about it also appeared before his eyes. The flying falcon has succeeded. Current imperial beast, blazing sky falcon, 3 robberies. Grade, ancient. Level, LV-116. Battle strength, 136,000. Has the combat power already exceeded 1,000,000? Zhang Feng was inwardly shocked. He didn't realize that he had skyrocketed by more than 300,000 combat power this time. Go on, strike while the iron is hot. As soon as the words left his mouth, Zhang Feng gave the last of the robbery crystals to the blazing sky falcon. After 2 consecutive calamities, the feathers of the blazing brilliant sky falcon had turned a dazzling golden color. The body size is also getting a whole lot bigger. As the flames rose, the feathers of the blazing sky falcon burned once more. This time its flames were no longer red, but golden. The temperature of the flames had reached over 100,000 degrees. Its own aura was like the fierce pressure of dozens of volcanoes erupting at the same time, sweeping towards the imperial beast space. Endless flames burned brightly, emitting a radiant and glowing light. Golden waves of flaming light rushed and roared in the middle of the void, and the vastness of the breath was like an ocean running. Perhaps because after 2 consecutive calamities, the blazing sky falcon's body seemed to be on the verge of being unable to withstand it, and the power of its physical agitation seemed to be ready to explode at any moment. Bad. Am I being too hasty? Zhang Feng's brows furrowed as he paid close attention to the state of the blazing heavenly falcon's calamity. The matter of robberies is to row a boat against the current. Not to advance is to retreat. If this time, the number of times you have been robbed before will be reduced to nothing after all. Zhang Feng immediately took out the green lotus of creation and gave it to the blazing sky falcon. Under the blessing of the green lotus of creation, the blazing brilliant sky falcon's condition was alleviated though. It's just that things are still not looking good. But there was nothing else to do but to silently pray for the blazing sky falcon from the sidelines. After all, in the midst of the imperial beast space, no matter how serious an injury the blazing heavenly falcon received, it would recover. But as of now, if the state of the blazing sky falcon was unstable, I'm afraid that it would instantly blow up, and even the bones of the corpse would instantly vaporize. Zhang Xiao, we've arrived in Great Yin territory. Zhang Feng's ears heard Huan Yuan's voice, and then he slowly opened his eyes. After glancing at the 3 ancient great imperial beasts at his side, Zhang Feng slowly spoke out. Good. Immediately head to the Great Yin heavenly capital. Accountability. This time, the emissaries of the 7 countries had struck out at themselves 3 times. If they were not to give them a little bit of color, I'm afraid I'll make them think I'm a soft touch. Yes, young Jiang. Huan Yuan nodded, his heart shaking. Zhang Xiao had traveled to Tianjing with great fanfare this time, and he was only afraid that he would not be able to avoid a great deal of trouble. I don't know what will happen in the end, but I think it's definitely going to kick up a storm. As the 3 ancient great imperial beasts opened the way, the group of professionals from Great Yen were all immensely shaken. They looked high in the sky at the 3 magnificent beasts flying in the sky that covered the sky, and there was fear and shock in their hearts. Just who possessed such strength to be able to harness 3 ancient great imperial beasts? This was the first time they had ever witnessed such a scene. Among the cities that Zhang Feng passed through, almost half of the city was covered by shadows. Those professionals and the public have been grabbing their cell phones, taking videos, and posting them online. The video was instantly an internet sensation. A number of the passing Dian cities among them had orders to prohibit flying. If found, they will be fined, and if found, they will be directly detained and locked up. Yet none of the law enforcement soldiers in these no-fly cities dared to come forward to stop them. After all, the intimidating power of the 3 ancient great imperial beasts gave them an extremely strong sense of oppression. After all, rules are dead and people are alive. It was very likely that they would be instantly seconded by that ancient great imperial beast before they even got close. There's no need to put your little life on the line for a rule. Those city lords were faced with the oppressive feeling of the 3 ancient great imperial beasts, but they still stiffly traveled to inquire. However, Zhang Feng wasn't in the mood to pay them any attention at all. After taking out the great Yen King's order, these city lords also obediently retreated. They looked distantly at the direction in which the 3 ancient great imperial beasts had departed, which appeared to be precisely the capital of the great Yen Kingdom, Tianjing. At this moment, Grand Elder Qi Daoming also sensed a not-so-good aura coming towards Tianjing's location at great speed. Is it Zhang Feng who has returned? Qi Daoming murmured in a low voice as he looked at the dark shadow in the sky. I didn't expect that in such a short period of time, Zhang Feng had already grown to such a level. 3 ancient great imperial beasts. I'm afraid that only those old monsters who hadn't entered the earth would have such depth. And how old is Zhang Feng? I'm afraid he's not even 20 yet? Chapter 83, Where are the emissaries of the 7 kingdoms? Come out and see me. The emissaries of the 7 countries also felt the aura of the 3 ancient great imperial beasts and all of them frowned. I didn't think I'd still let the kid come back alive. The blonde man from Eagle Jam's eyes twinkled as he reached for a glass of red wine and took a gentle sip. Looking at the ancient great imperial beasts crossing the void in the distance, they seemed to have a thoughtful appearance. At this moment, Zhang Feng had already arrived over Tianjing City, the capital of Great Yen. He looked towards the palace in the center of the capital, and then set his sights on top of the guest star palace on the other side. With an indifferent expression, he spoke. Where are the emissaries of the 7 kingdoms? Why don't you come out to meet me? At this moment, Grand Elder Qi Daoming took a step in front of Zhang Feng. I've heard about you, but now is not the time to look for trouble. He knew that Zhang Feng had come to the national capital with such fanfare, and was bound to want to settle scores with the emissaries of the 7 countries. But it was a critical moment now, and he didn't want Zhang Feng to cause any trouble. Zhang Feng ignored the words of the Grand Elder and kept his sight on the guest star palace. What? Are the emissaries of the 7 kingdoms a bunch of rats who can't see the light of day? Zhang Feng's indifferent voice rang out, and the emissaries of the 7 countries who were in the middle of the guest star palace all turned red in the face. This junior was really rampant and dared to insult them like this. Instead, the professionals in the middle of the national capital were all excited and jumpy. I didn't expect this imperial beast powerhouse to be so rigid. Not one bit of face is given to the emissaries of the 7 kingdoms. This was the demeanor that their great Yen powerhouses should have. You should know that at the very beginning, the messengers from these 7 countries suddenly visited Great Yen. That kind of overbearing attitude had gotten to them a long time ago, so Zhang Feng's words made their hearts boil as well. You're Zhang Feng, aren't you? Indeed, heroes come out of youths. Someone who can be called supreme like you is a phoenix-like existence amongst the 7 kingdoms. A magnetic voice resounded in the guest star palace. The blonde man then appeared opposite Zhang Feng. Immediately after that, the rest of the emissaries also took a step over and stood behind the blonde man with their feet in the void. These 7 people likewise released a powerful and majestic aura that, compared to them, the 3 ancient great imperial beasts looked somewhat insignificant instead. Ruan Yuan, who was standing beside Zhang Feng, couldn't help but be a little balked. That's 7 ninth-turn powerhouses. It's doubtful that it would last a minute in their presence. However, Zhang Feng's expression was incomparably calm. You guys have tried to assassinate me several times. It's time to settle the score. Ha ha, brat. Not to mention what evidence you have. And just by virtue of your 3 ancient great imperial beasts you dare to be so disrespectful to us. Is this your great Yan's way of treating guests? The emissary of the Shiva kingdom couldn't help but sneer. The 3 ancient great imperial beasts combined were notably strong, but compared to their 7-9 revolutions powerhouses, that's not even close. This kid is just a little bit too crazy for his own good. Do I need to talk to you guys about things like evidence? Zhang Feng snorted coldly. Then a sword light flashed and directly chopped at the messenger who had just spoken. No one in the crowd had expected Zhang Feng to make a move without warning. Boom! Under this lightning-like sword light, that Shiva kingdom's emissary also instantly sank his gaze and instantly raised his hand to resist. However, the power of this sword was beyond extraordinary, and his arm was instantly severed. Seeing this scene, everyone sucked in a breath of cool air. This Imperial Beast powerhouse was even able to use a sword. And he had chopped off that 9-turn messenger's arm with a single strike. Their mouths opened wide in shock. Their eyes filled with shock. "Kid, you dare to hurt me." That messenger was instantly enraged. And the severed part of his arm was restored to its original state in just a blink of an eye. His surging aura instantly rose to the sky, carrying a terrifying hostile aura. Above the void behind him, there also appeared a huge floating hideous Buddha statue. That Buddha statue had forced out arms and held a triangular golden fork. "This is the vanity of Lord Shiva in the land of Shiva. So what if I hurt you? Today I will not only chop off one of your arms, but I will also make you get the hell out of my Great Yan's borders." Zhang Feng's expression was cold and his gaze was burning. "Elder Qi, if you don't give an explanation for this matter today, then this brat is afraid that it will be difficult to defend himself." The man from the Eagle Sauce Kingdom raised his hand towards the Shiva Kingdom's messenger, signaling him not to make a move for the time being. Originally, he was worried that there was no reason to take down Zhang Feng, but I didn't expect this guy to be young and start fighting as soon as he came up. You should know that their status is that of ambassadors of various countries. Zhang Feng dared to openly strike out at them as messengers, and he even spoke out of turn. This undoubtedly gave them a handle to pinpoint Zhang Feng or Great Yan. Qi Daoming also didn't expect Zhang Feng to act so impulsively, but Zhang Feng he had to protect. An explanation? You lured Zhang Feng to the Wanshan country with the intention of getting rid of him. Do you think that this matter is unknown to the old man? Qi Daoming's expression was cold and solemn as he questioned towards them. Hearing this, there was some surprise in the blond man's eyes as he glanced down at Yi Heling, who was in front of the guest star palace. But soon, a smirk appeared on his face. "I think there must be some misunderstanding. Perhaps we can sit down and talk it over. After all, it wouldn't do either of them any good to tear their faces off here." Qi Daoming naturally heard the implication of his words. Then he said towards Zhang Feng, "Zhang Feng, put the Imperial Beast away. It's better not to make too much of a fuss." Qi Daoming didn't want to make things without any wiggle room. They were the emissaries of the Seven Kingdoms, and making a move against them was undoubtedly a provocation to the Seven Kingdoms. Once the Seven Kingdoms used this as an excuse to launch a national war against Great Yan, that would lead to very tragic consequences. However, Zhang Feng swept his gaze like a knife over the emissaries of the 7 countries present and said in a cold voice, "Elder Qi, you don't have to say anything more. Today's matter is a grudge between me and them. I, Zhang Feng, will never let anyone slaughter me." As soon as the words fell, Zhang Feng once again summoned the sword spirit to attack towards them. The sword once again flickered with a stern aura that countless sword shadows were like a storm of sword shadows attacking towards the messengers of the 7 countries. Although Zhang Feng wasn't sure that he would be able to kill them, but it's still possible to give them some credit. The 3 ancient great imperial beasts also erupted with ferocious battle intent, as vast as an ocean. For a while, the battle instantly erupted. Qi Daoming just sighed slightly when he saw how tough and rigid Zhang Feng was. Reminiscing back in the day, he had been as valiant and fearless as Zhang Feng, but now that I'm older and stronger, I'm starting to shy away. Between his raised hands, he set up a solid barrier below him to avoid the waves between battles from reaching the city. Facing Zhang Feng's attack, the blonde man sneered, "Zhang Feng, do you know that what you did today has violated the rules between the countries? If you don't come to your senses, today's matter will never end well." Zhang Feng, however, was undaunted, and instead laughed out loud and said, "Rules? When did you Gentiles ever put rules in your eyes again?" Chapter 84, War. At this moment, Qi Daoming slowly spoke towards the Great Yan's Jinhua powerhouse. "The emissaries of the 7 kingdoms wish to kill my Great Yan's quasi-divine son. Their offense is unforgivable. Men, take down the emissaries of the 7 kingdoms and wait for Emperor Yan to ask for punishment." Upon hearing this, the Jinhua powerhouse hesitated for a moment before making a move towards the messengers of the 7 kingdoms at once. The blonde man who was originally able to remain calm had a somewhat ugly face at this moment. "Do you really want to offend the 7 kingdoms for the sake of a kid? If you really want to know, fine. Then I'll tell you that Zhang Feng is carrying my Great Yan's national fortune." Qi Daoming looked determined. "Going to war with your 7 countries is just ahead of schedule." At those words, the blonde man's face completely sank. "I don't want to tear my face off, but there's no other turnaround at the moment. The only thing to blame was that the previous few misses had failed to cut that kid down. You asked for it." The emissary of the Shiva kingdom shouted angrily, and the Shiva god's silhouette behind him instantly erupted with a powerful aura. A golden blade of light swept towards Zhang Feng as the 4 arms waved. At the same time, the emissary from the woolly bear country clenched his fists violently. Above his fist, there was thunder power constantly saving up, like countless thunder stars emerging. Thunder divine patterns flashed between the fists. As he blasted out with his fist, the space around him erupted with a strong tremor. The abyssal dragon king opened his dragon's mouth and spewed out annihilating dragon breath, blasted towards their attack, only facing the combined power of 2 9 revolutions powerhouses. The Abyssal Dragon King's world-destroying dragon breath was a bit weak. Zhang Feng took out his shattered star staff and increased the three Imperial Beasts' attack power by 170%. The underworld three-headed dog as well as the Jinyu Xuanwu also immediately exerted the vast and rushing power within their bodies to meet towards the attack. Boom! A huge fluctuating sound erupted where the attacks of both sides impacted. In an instant, the sky turned over and space was annihilated. Cracks exploded in the void, just like an abyss. Even the barrier in the middle of the city below began to shake violently. Fortunately, Tianjing City was the capital of Great Yan, in which there were naturally strong people within it, and they immediately shot out in unison, operating the mana within their bodies to support the maintenance of the barrier. At the same time, as they looked towards the battle at the Sky Dome, a look of astonishment surfaced in their eyes from time to time. A battle between 9 revolutions powerhouses could be described as earth-shattering. Even if a fifth-turn professional mistakenly entered it, he would be shaken to pieces by those terrifying waves. Within Tianjing City, there were also quite a few people who directly took out their cell phones and live-streamed the magnificent battle in front of them. In the middle of Ping City, Bai Lingyue also saw the battle through the live webcast. When she saw the dome of the sky above her, harnessing the ancient great imperial beast, the figure of Zhang Feng was quickly reflected inside his head. In the bottom of her heart, she was surprised that Zhang Feng's current strength was so unfathomable, but at the same time, he was a little worried about Zhang Feng's safety. After all, the emissaries of those 7 countries could all be 9 revolutions powerhouses, and the depths of their means were unfathomable. In the live broadcast screen, it was basically difficult to see the face of the person fighting above, only able to see the blurred figure. Zhang Feng, you must be alright. Bai Lingyue could only pray silently in her heart. At this moment, the entrance to a second-turn secret realm. After all this time of constant monster upgrading, Lu Yunqi's level was on the verge of breaking through the third turn, and as an ice mage profession, she was constantly invited by the major guilds. It even got an acceptance letter from the University of SA. Law. She is now a sought-after personality, and quite a few suitors in lickspittles. If it had been before, she would have been flattered, but she had gotten used to her status nowadays, and ordinary young talents couldn't even enter her eyes anymore. At this time, a girl who followed Lu Yunqi in practicing with her cell phone looked at the live broadcast of the battle with a face of fascination and amazement. The pop-ups were filled with shocked words, while there were also some excited netizens who kept posting pop-ups. The Great Flame is invincible. The messengers of the 7 kingdoms hurry up and order it. I've long looked at these foreign emissaries with displeasure, and today I'll finally have the chance to see the scene of beating them violently. That imperial beast big brother is really strong, and he looks so young and handsome. He wants to marry. Biggie, I want to give you babies. Under the screen full of pop-ups, it was almost too close to see the battle. Asuna, what are you looking at? So seriously? Lu Yunqi shouted towards the girl who was watching the live broadcast and then said, hurry up and get ready. We're going to enter the next copy to brush up on monsters later. And when St. Law University opens, I'll make sure to enter the university at the level of a third-turn ice mage. During this period of time, she was basically too busy entering her copy to brush up on her monsters to be in the mood to care about the popular news on the internet. Of course, she had recently heard the strong man leading the group mention that Great Yan had recently seen the emergence of a new imperial beast master with terrifying strength. But what does that have to do with her? As long as she was able to enter St. Law University with a rank of 3 revolutions, she would be able to receive the Academy's regard, as well as the Academy's resources. At that time, not only would they be able to contact higher-level circles, but they would also be able to deal with those gifted children of the big families. This will help her in the future. Yun Shi, hurry up and watch this livestream. Do you think the man standing on top of the dragon's head looks familiar? The girl named Shallow hurriedly placed the live feed in front of Lu Yunqi. What man? Lu Yunqi looked at the live battle screen with a puzzled expression. However, when she saw the image inside, her gaze was startled. Spinning around, he shook his head violently and lost his voice. Impossible. It definitely can't be him. Although Zhang Feng was also an awakened Imperial Beast Master, according to his current abilities, it was simply impossible to contract an ancient Great Imperial Beast, and it was still 3 ancient Great Imperial Beasts. According to her guess, the current Zhang Feng was probably still in some novice copy suffering and giving a hard time. How could the Imperial Beast powerhouse in front of him who was able to fight a 9th-turn powerhouse be that punk Zhang Feng? Right, don't you also think he looks like Zhang Feng from our class? But I don't think it could be him either. Asahi smiled, not realizing that Yunshi could tell just by a glance who the back looked like, so she couldn't help but snicker. Yunshi, tell me honestly, are you still unable to let go of Zhang Feng? After all, you said at the time that Zhang Feng took the initiative to break up with you after hearing that you had awakened as an ice mage in order not to drag you down in your future. So a man like that is still quite good in a sense. Hearing this, Lu Yunshi's eyes flickered. and she didn't tell the people around her that she dumped Zhang Feng because she thought he wasn't good enough for her. Instead, he claimed to others that it was because Zhang Feng had initiated the breakup after he decided he was no longer good enough for her. Chapter 85, Career Advancement. Demigod. Lu Yunqi's expression chilled. Shallow, you know that Zhang Feng and I aren't destined to be in the same class, so please don't mention him in front of me. Okay, Asahi nodded, and then began to stare intently at the live feed to watch it again. Lu Yunqi was just about to leave when she suddenly heard Shallow exclaim, "Ah, what's wrong?" She glanced back at Asuna. Afterwards, Shallow directly placed the live broadcast screen among the cell phone in front of Lu Yunqi's eyes. Look, this person is really Zhang Feng. In the middle of the image, Zhang Feng was riding above the head of the Abyssal Dragon King. In the next second, the aura of the Abyssal Dragon King changed abruptly, and a terrifying storm of dark abyss swept between heaven and earth. The entire live feed became cloudy. Zhang Feng's figure was also hidden in the darkness. No, it can't be. How can he be Zhang Feng? Lu Yunqi shook her head repeatedly, her expression full of shock and skepticism. How could Zhang Feng become so strong in such a short period of time? For a moment, a myriad of complex emotions flooded into her mind. Yunqi, he's Zhang Feng. Are there still two people in the world who look exactly the same? Shallow said from the side. Hearing this, Lu Yunqi bit her red lips tightly. In fact, she recognized Zhang Feng at a glance. After all, she didn't know how many days and nights she had experienced with Zhang Feng, and she had even counted how many eyelashes Zhang Feng had. It was just that she simply didn't want to and couldn't believe that in such a short period of time, Zhang Feng had become a top-notch beast sentinel powerhouse. Originally thought that he and Zhang Feng were destined to be people of two worlds, but he didn't expect Zhang Feng's rise to be so exaggerated. In a sense, she was indeed in two classes with Zhang Feng, and in the future, Zhang Feng would be an existence she had to look up to. As soon as she thought of this, Lu Yunqi's heart began to regret 1,000 times. Why did he break up with Zhang Feng in the first place when he was at his lowest ebb? If there hadn't been a breakup, then she would have been able to stand beside Zhang Feng now and be worshipped by the crowd. At this moment, the Eagle Sauce Country's blonde emissary's eyes were chilly as he probed out with one finger, his finger emanating light like guilt, his fingertip entwined with arcane runes. These runes intertwined and surged at its fingertips, and an ancient aura filled the air. Immediately afterward, a palm containing a horrifying killing chance condensed and instantly smashed into Zhang Feng. Even the people who were far away from each other were able to feel that the large palm contained a might that tore the heavens apart. Seeing this, Shi Daoming also immediately stepped in to protect Zhang Feng. The mana in his body rushed, instantly forming a huge barrier in front of Zhang Feng's body. Boom! A huge sound of energy vibration and explosion rang out, just like the rolling of thunder in the sky. The void trembled continuously, and after resisting this strike, the barrier was shattered in an instant. But it was also at this time that the Hairy Bear Country's messenger's figure was hidden in the void. Only when he reappeared, he was already but a meter in front of Zhang Feng. Kid, your life, it ends here. The corners of the mouth of the emissary of the Manhwa kingdom spread a cold smile, and then a burst of muffled thunderous explosions came out from his body one after another. The power tripled in a short period of time. As a 9 revolutions powerhouse, his combat power was originally close to 3 million. With this triple boost, it reached a staggering 9 million. Under such a close distance, even if Emperor Yen personally took action, he would not be able to save this kid's life. Shi Daoming's pupils were horrified. If this punch went down, I was afraid that even Zhang Feng would die instantly and violently. He tried to make another move to block, but he was blocked by 2 9 revolutions emissaries. Elder Qi, your opponent is us. If you guys dare to kill my great Yin quasi-divine son, even if I have to spare no expense, I'll make several of your countries be buried with you. Shi Daoming shouted angrily. Countless cracks appeared in the middle of the space, and countless chains glowing with ghostly light appeared from them. The chains carried a sound of breaking air and instantly penetrated the bodies of those 2 messengers. However, as 9 revolutions, they had quite a lot of vitality and self-protection props. It was just that Shi Daoming wanted to head over to defend Zhang Feng, but it was too late. Yet just a few seconds before the message that the blazing brilliant Sky Falcon had succeeded in its caliphate appeared on Zhang Feng's information panel. A quest submission panel also surfaced in front of him. Current task, 4th turning. Requirements, possession of a stellar-level royal beast or possession of a calendar 4 royal beast. Time frame of the mandate, unlimited. Mission status, completed. Is it submitted? Hint, this quest can cost 1 million evolution points that can be changed to career advancement. As he saw this information panel, Zhang Feng's eyes emerged with excitement. I didn't realize that I would be able to get another career advancement. Spinning around without hesitation, he whispered, okay. In the next second, a dazzling light lit up on Zhang Feng's body, and there was an endless flow of divine splendor in his eyes. Career advancement complete. Occupation, demigod. Level, LV 120. Power, 283,000. Body mass, 254,000. Agility, 200,550. Spirit, 308,400. Battle strength, 353,200. Skills, mastery of the living. Life lock, divine might, divine favor, demigod's domain. Eye of true vision. Edict, spiritual defense, summoning, Shin Megami Tensei. Skill description, unleash the pressure of the gods, and in the eyes of all beings, you are the supreme god. Cooldown time, none. Life lock, skill description, lock in your life value. No damage from any attack can reduce your life value. Duration, 30 minutes. Cooling time, 3 days. God's family. Skill description, when you raise each level, you can permanently increase the basic attributes of the Imperial Beasts by 5%. Cooldown time, none. Demigod realm. Skill description, the field will rapidly unfold with you at the center, bringing a certain range of space around you under your control, and the enemy will not be able to escape from the field, and at the same time, the enemy's combat power will be reduced by 10% every second. Cooling time, 3 days. Awesome. When he saw the introduction of these skills, Zhang Feng's scalp went numb and his heart was shaken to the core. I'm a demigod. That said, it's still the first time I've seen someone's profession as a demigod, and that person is still himself. It was simply against the 18 heavens. Facing the terrifying punch of that emissary from the woolly bear country, Zhang Feng instantly released his lifelock. Boom! The punch blasted at Zhang Feng's body, sending out a huge shocking sound. The damage value containing more than $9 million hit all over Zhang Feng's body. Unrivaled power surged and raced, and even the space beside Zhang Feng began to annihilate. Damn it, the great Yin Divine Son is dead. Even if I raise my country's strength, I will make you 7 countries bury him. Qi Daoming's body erupted with monstrous might and fury. Space shook, and the entire heavenly dome instantly surged. At this moment, heaven and earth changed. He had already pinned the last of Great Yan's fortune on Zhang Feng, and now that Zhang Feng is dead, Great Yan's luck has been broken. The 7 countries are about to face the most horrific wrath of Great Yan, even if they die. Chapter 86? Killing the messengers of the 7 kingdoms. Your power is strong, but it's a shame you met me. Zhang Feng's voice rang out from the middle of the void. Despite taking nearly 10 million damage, under the life lock skill, he then didn't even lose a drop of blood. What? How could you not be dead? The eyes of the emissary from the Manhwa kingdom were about to explode. This was his own fatal blow. 9 million damage value. Even a 200 level ferocious beast would be killed in an instant. Yet the kid in front of him remained unharmed. How is this possible? He naturally thought that under the punch just now, this kid had no chance at all to use any life-preserving props. Even if they possess life-preserving props, they would only shatter instantly. Is this kid an immortal demon? Not only did he feel extremely shocked, even everyone present was stunned. The heavens and the earth are silent. Qi Daoming, who had reacted, immediately came to Zhang Feng's side, carefully surveying Zhang Feng's current state. It was discovered that Zhang Feng didn't have any damage. You're really fine? Qi Daoming stared at Zhang Feng incredulously. Zhang Feng smiled gently. Don't worry, Grand Elder, it's just a bit of frost for me. Immediately afterward, he turned his head and looked at the messengers of the 7 nations. Now it's time for me to show my true skill. As soon as the words fell, they only felt a wave of dizziness, and then realized that they seemed to be in the middle of a vast river of stars. This is a domain. How could you possibly possess a domain? The emissaries of the 7 kingdoms were completely flustered. One had to know that a domain was something that only a 10th turn powerhouse could cast. In the middle of the domain, everyone was bound by the person who had cast the domain. How is it possible for this kid to cast a domain? Zhang Feng didn't reply and released the blazing heavenly falcon of the calendar for current Imperial Beast, Blazing Falcon, for robberies. Grade, Ancient, Level, LV 116. Battle Strength, 187,000. The blazing Sky Falcon is covered in golden red flames. The dazzling golden aura completely filled the entire demigod realm, making it nearly impossible for them to open their eyes. 1,877,000 combat power, plus the shattered star staff increase, directly became more than 5 million. After seeing Zhang Feng's methods, the emissaries of the 7 countries all had a palpitation. However, in the middle of this field, the 7 of them against one of them might not be without a chance of victory. Although their strength would be attenuated in the middle of the field, as long as they decapitated this kid, they would be able to break through the field. Immediately after that, the 7 of them didn't dare to hide anything, releasing round after round of skills towards Zhang Feng. Devastating power constantly raged and raced amongst the demigod realm, yet their inflicted attacks did not produce any damage. Instead, their strength was decaying. In 10 seconds, their combat power decayed 100%. The reason why they were still able to suffer was all because of the various life-preserving props they had on them. Seeing his own strength constantly decaying, however, Zhang Feng as well as his royal beasts hadn't suffered any harm. At this moment, the eyes of the emissaries of the 7 countries were covered with a strong color of despair. Kid, if you let me go, my furry bear kingdom is willing to maintain peace with Great Yen for 100 years. The messenger from the woolly bear country began to plead. I, the Shiva kingdom, am also willing to maintain peace with Great Yen for 100 years. No, 300 years. Zhang Feng didn't pay any attention to their softening and let the blazing sky falcon continue to launch its attack. Under the attack of the blazing sky falcon, the bodies of the messenger of the Manhwa kingdom and the messenger of the Shiva kingdom were instantly blown apart by flames. Your beheading of an envoy from another country means a complete rupture in relations between the two countries. The Eagle Sauce country's emissary looked at Zhang Feng with a chilly gaze, as if he wanted to put pressure on Zhang Feng. So what? Do you think I'm still afraid of your 7 kingdoms? Zhang Feng used the eye of true vision to check the blonde man's information. It turned out that this body was nothing more than his doppelganger. You're wrong. Standing behind us are powerful men from as far away as the Great Wall of Stars. The blonde man said faintly. For so many years, 10-turn powerhouses would travel to man the starry Great Wall, not just because of some grandiose sense of duty like defending the world. More than that, it was because there were only a handful of treasures on the blue planet that could catch their eye. Only the vastness of the stars is home to countless treasures, but wherever there are people, there will be disputes and squabbles. The powerful men stationed at the Great Wall of Stars come from all nations, and they are not ironclad among themselves. In order to avoid going to the powerful men stationed at the Great Wall of Stars are from other countries, so they have to take control and screen the people who can come. So what if a starry sky powerhouse? As long as they are my enemy, I will kill them even if they are gods. Zhang Feng's expression was indifferent. Nothing you say today will save your lives. Boom boom boom. As the blazing brilliant sky falcon shook its wings, countless golden red flames, like a meteorite firestorm, bombarded towards them. The aura of destruction filled the middle of the entire demigod realm. These people's faces were horrified, and the various magic treasures they had cast were all broken. In the end, he could only be destroyed with a reluctant eye. By the time Zhang Feng unraveled the domain, the figures of the emissaries of the 7 countries had already been annihilated by Che. Great Elder, the emissaries of the 7 nations have already been killed by me. If we start a national war, I would like to be the one to answer it. Zhang Feng spoke towards Qi Daoming with a calm expression. Hearing this, Qi Daoming's heart shook. I didn't expect Zhang Feng to kill the emissaries of the 7 countries with his own strength. Could it be that Zhang Feng was actually a 10th-turn powerhouse taking over and being reborn? Especially the domain that Zhang Feng had executed earlier. That was something that only a 10th-turn powerhouse could comprehend. Since it kills, it kills. Qi Daoming sighed softly. Originally, delaying them was to buy time for your growth. But now that your strength has reached such a terrifying point, Great Yen doesn't need to hibernate anymore. It's about time. When Great Yen has been silent for a long time, they'll let them think we're easy to bully. At this moment, Yi Heling also came to Zhang Feng's side, his eyes carrying a guilty look. Qi Daoming introduced Zhang Feng. This is 3rd Elder Yi Heling. Yi Heling spoke frankly towards Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng, the person who released the Great Yen mission earlier for you to travel to Wanshan country was me. If you hate me, you can chop me up here, and the old man will never have half a word of complaint. Once he heard this, Zhang Feng's eyes stared. He had wanted to look for traitors, but I didn't expect this person to jump out on his own. But I didn't expect that it would actually be the 3rd Elder of Great Yen. Zhang Feng couldn't help but turn his gaze toward Qi Daoming. At this moment, Qi Daoming did not have any unexpected or angry emotions amongst his expression. It was because he knew about it long after the mission was released. Chapter 87, Declaring War on the 7 Kingdoms. It was only after the Grand Elder's explanation afterwards that Zhang Feng understood the purpose of the 3rd Elder doing this. After learning about what happened, Zhang Feng's heart also let go of the stigma. After all, this one quest had allowed him to earn 3 robbery crystals and complete his career advancement. His profession now became that of a demigod. That million evolution points really wasn't spent in vain. In particular, the passive skill, God's Favor, was unbelievable. Just by raising 1 level himself, he would be able to give the Imperial Beast a 5% increase in its base attributes. And it's a permanent increase. If he leveled up by 100 levels, then he could give the Imperial Beast a 500% increase in its base attributes. This was more than 100 times stronger than the effect of that epic Fire Dragon King's heart. It's a proper godly skill. As soon as he thought of this, Zhang Feng's heart was flooded with infinite feelings of agitation. At this moment, the Great Yen professionals below even resounded with a shocked murmur. This young Imperial Beast Master had actually obliterated the 7 Kingdoms envoys with the power of one man. This kind of strength was simply terrifying, and this person's name was bound to be forever enshrined in the annals of Great Yen. It's just that killing the emissary of the Seven Kingdoms today also means officially tearing up the face with the Seven Kingdoms. The War of Nations will begin, and it will surely usher in a storm of blood and gore. At this time, the rulers of the Seven Kingdoms learned that the emissary they had sent had died in Dian. This is undoubtedly a contempt for their 7 nations. How could they tolerate such a mouthful of vitriol? So after some communication, they decided to launch a national war against Great Yen at the same time. Not a moment later, a succession of several messages surfaced above the crowd's information panel. The Eagle Sauce Kingdom is preparing to launch a national war against Great Yen, and the victor will receive an increase in national fortune. The Shiva Kingdom is preparing to launch a national war against Great Yen, and the victor will receive an increase in national fortune. Coco Kingdom is ready to launch a national war against Great Yen, and the victor will. Hairy Bear Nation prepares. Seeing the 7 countries launching national wars against Great Yen one after another, the Great Yen professionals all looked uneasy. Chi Daoming's complexion also sank a few points. Although he had thought that there would eventually be a battle between the 7 kingdoms and Great Yen, but I didn't expect it to come so soon. At this moment, the crowd all looked at the Grand Elder in unison, wondering how the Grand Elder would choose. The fact that these 7 countries had launched national wars against Great Yen one after another was nothing more than wanting to exert pressure on Great Yen. However, if we give up without a fight, then I'm afraid that in the future, Great Yen won't be able to hold its head up in front of the nations. After Chi Daoming pondered for a moment, he opened his mouth with a solemn expression. This battle, Great Yen shall have it. In the next moment, a message surfaced above the crowd's panel. Dian has declared war on the Eagle Sauce Kingdom, and the victor will receive an increase in national fortune. Dian has declared war on the Shiva Kingdom, and the victor will receive an increase in national fortune. Note, the national war will officially begin in 1 month. So please prepare for the national war within 1 month for the professionals of all countries. Note, the powerful men stationed at the Great Wall of Stars cannot intervene in the wars of the nations. Note, due to the large number of countries participating in this national war, the victor will receive a special reward, the qualification for the opening of the sanctuary. Seeing that the national war would start in a month, Zhang Feng couldn't help but lift the corner of his mouth into a strange arc. He had thought that the fight would start now, but he didn't realize that he would have to wait a month. Then this month, only I keep upgrading, so won't the 7 kingdoms just blow up? However, seeing the qualifications for the opening of the sanctuary in the back made Zhang Feng feel a bit curious. What is this sanctuary all about? It was only after seeing the opening qualifications of this holy domain that Grand Elder Chi Daoming and Third Elder Yi Heling, all of them had a touch of fervor in their eyes. Grand Elder, I wonder what exactly is this holy domain? Zhang Feng asked with a puzzled expression. Chi Daoming's eyes flickered as he slowly spoke. The sanctuary is the opportunity for all 9th turn powerhouses to lead to the 10th turn, and there are also all sorts of divine magical artifacts, equipment, props, and so on amongst the sanctuary. Even amongst the rumors, the Holy Realm has the opportunity to become a god. The divine spirit sources the chance that Great Yan's ancestors obtained from amongst the sacred realm. It's just that the last time the sanctuary opened was 1,000 years ago, and not much news has been passed down to the present. Hearing that there were even god-level magic weapon equipment and so on in the Holy Realm, Zhang Feng's throat rolled slightly, and a blazing color appeared in his eyes. And there's a chance to become a god in the middle of the sanctuary. For Zhang Feng, a demigod professional, what a temptation it was to truly ascend to the divine throne. At this time, Chi Daoming said to Zhang Feng, you're the key person in this national war. Half a month later the Great Yen Celestial Pride Tower opens. I hope you can pass. Don't worry Grand Elder, I'm sure. Zhang Feng nodded and laughed, then inquired, I wonder if I can meet Emperor Yen in person. After all, he had heard Ruan Yuan say that there was an Upanishad talisman in the hands of the Yen Emperor. If one could request Emperor Yen to give this Upanishad talisman to himself, that would be one step closer to opening the small world in the middle of the boundless source. Hearing this, Chi Daoming sighed. Emperor Yan's lifespan is running out and he has fallen into a state of slumber, so you won't be able to see him for a while. But on the day the national war opens, we'll personally awaken Emperor Yen. Emperor Yen knew that his time was coming to an end, so he fell into a state of self-sleep. He was prepared to make one last contribution to Great Yen in his final moments. This national war is about the rise and fall of Great Yen. If it is won, Great Yen will survive for a few more years. But if he lost, then I'm afraid that Dian would never be able to turn around. At the time of the national war, it was the time when Emperor Yen showed his power to subdue the 8 directions, and it was also the time when Emperor Yen fell. Hearing this, a fluctuation appeared in Zhang Feng's eyes. Emperor Yen did his best for Great Yen, and even at the end of his life, he still had Great Yen in mind. This kind of single-mindedness for the country had to make Zhang Feng moved by it. He had already decided that he would reveal his true strength on the day of the Great Yen National War, so that the Yen Emperor could see that there was a successor to Great Yen. I see. Zhang Feng nodded solemnly. Qi Daoming spoke out again. During the time within this month, you can tell me whatever you need, and I will coordinate the resources of the entire Great Yen to provide it to you. Thank you, Grand Elder. Zhang Feng subconsciously arched his hand. Qi Daoming smiled. There's no need to thank me. The burden of Great Yen's future will rest on you. You're the only hope for Great Yen to prosper again. Hearing this, Zhang Feng's eyes showed determination and he took a deep breath. In that case, let me take care of it all. By the time Zhang Feng left, he had gotten some of the materials needed for the Imperial Beast Calendar from the Grand Elder. After that, you head to the higher copy to brush up on the monsters. Now he only needed to upgrade to be able to enhance the strength of the Imperial Beasts. Within half a day's time, Zhang Feng had swept through a number of high-level copies within the national capital. The level was directly pulled full and raised to 4 turns and 150 levels, and with the passive skill, God's Favors, added. The basic attributes of the Imperial Beasts include defense, spirit, agility, physique, combat strength, and so on. A permanent boost of 150%, together with the Shattered Star Staff at 170%, it added up to possessing a 320% increase. Pure and simple numerical monsters. Chapter 88, An Encounter with Ouyang Yue. The levels are almost brushed, so let's go to the Ouyang family as a guest. Zhang Feng planned to head to the Ouyang family to borrow a spatial compass, and then head to that previous copy to take out the Life and Death Upanishad talisman. Just as he was about to head to the Ouyang family, he bumped into Ouyang Yue on the way. She looked very eye-catching in a white dress, revealing her long, white and philosophical legs. Senior, I really didn't expect to meet you here. Ouyang Yue walked to Zhang Feng's side with a delighted face and greeted him. There was also some surprise in Zhang Feng's eyes. He didn't expect to meet her here. No need to call me senior. Just call me Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng let out a light laugh. From her body, it could be felt that her aura was now quite a bit thicker than before. It was thought that after absorbing the 10,000-year coal ice marrow, his strength had refined a lot. Okay, Ouyang Yue nodded, suddenly not knowing what to say again. The earlier scene of Zhang Feng battling the emissaries of the 7 countries had already been fire out of the ring in Dian and even foreign countries. Zhang Feng spoke out and inquired, by the way, I wonder if your Ouyang family has a prop called a spatial compass. Hearing this, Ouyang Yue nodded her head and replied, not bad. Does senior need this item? The 10,000-year cold ice marrow Zhang Feng gifted her last time had increased her strength several times. This favor was naturally something she remembered. That's right, if you can, temporarily borrow me for 2 days. Zhang Feng nodded slightly. Ouyang Yue readily agreed without hesitation. I'll inform the elders of the family about this matter. They certainly won't refuse. After all, according to Zhang Feng's current status and reputation, the Ouyang family didn't have any reason to refuse. You have to know that this is something that can draw a relationship with a top-tier Imperial Beast powerhouse. Anyone else would have only had to blink. Zhang Feng, I have something I want to ask you. I don't know if you can agree. Ouyang Yue inquired with a few moments of hesitation. Let's hear it first. Zhang Feng said. After all, he had to know what was going on so that he could take a stand to agree or refuse. Ouyang Yue said, the 3 great clans will organize a joint trial once a year, and the team that passes the trial will be able to obtain the rewards that each of the 3 great clans come up with. I'm still missing a strong shooter or warrior below turn 6 for this team. I wonder if you can recommend someone to me. Hearing this, Zhang Feng agreed without hesitation. For myself anyway, it was just a matter of opening a small number and helping her pass the trial. At the same time, he intended to borrow the space compass after doing her this small favor first. 2 days later, Zhang Feng wore the Wanxiang mask and arrived at the place of rendezvous. Seeing that there were 3 people standing beside Ouyang Yue, one of them was a fat man with white skin, smiling and talking after the other 2. Those 2 were a stout man, and a woman of 25 or 26 years of age with a plump figure. Zhang Feng's eyes flashed with a flash of golden aura amongst them, and then he took in the information of these 3 people at a glance. The fat man with white skin was a 4th turn blood warrior. The burly man was a knight of light. As for the woman with the plump figure, she was a pupil artist. Seeing Zhang Feng walk over, Ouyang Yue went forward and greeted him. Hello. She always felt that the mask worn by this person in front of her looked somewhat familiar. Aha. Zhang Feng nodded. After hearing Zhang Feng's voice, the corner of Ouyang Yue's eyes were suddenly startled. She didn't expect it to be Zhang Feng personally coming over to help, and couldn't help but lose her voice. Zhang Feng took the first step and introduced himself. Yes, my name is Jiang Chen, 4th turn archer profession. Hearing this, Ouyang Yue's heart fluttered. With Zhang Feng joining her, then this trial will be easy to pass. But it looked as if Zhang Feng didn't want to reveal his identity, so she didn't say much. She then introduced the other 3 teammates to Zhang Feng. The first was the buxom woman. This is the tutor of Tianjing Academy, Lu Xiangling, a pupil artist by profession. Ouyang Yue introduced. Hello, Jiang Feng said. Hello, my name is Pang Qingfeng, a fifth-turn blood warrior. The fat man with white skin smiled and greeted towards Jiang Feng. That lanky man's demeanor towards Jiang Feng on the other hand was a bit more indifferent. This is Wang Long, a fifth-turn light knight. Ouyang Yue continued her introduction. Jiang Feng didn't take him seriously for his indifferent reaction. Ouyang Yue introduced. This time, the rule of the trial amongst the three great clans is to kill the ferocious beasts marked amongst a six-turn copy of the Spirit Illusion Ghost Forest in the fastest way possible, and gain points accordingly based on their strength. Whichever team gets the most points will be the first place winner in this trial. After that, Ouyang Yue brought a few people to the center of the square, then lined up for team registration. There were quite a few groups of 5 people here, bustling throughout the square. There were many of the three great clans' own descendants, as well as students from the major academies. Their faces all looked young. This was because the rules for the three great families competition were for those under 30 years old to participate, as well as professionals who had not joined any power. Of course, the purpose of the joint trial of the three great clans was twofold. One of them is to train the family's descendants, and the other lies in selecting and absorbing professionals with decent talent. Everyone, the trial is about to begin. You can enter the secret realm. As a middle-aged man standing on the stage spoke, those squads that had completed their registration took the lead to enter the replica entrance set up in front. At the back of the line where registration had not yet taken place there was an immediate whine of discontent and complaint. Wait, we haven't even finished registering yet. How come they went in first? Is that fair? The middle-aged man just glanced at them and said indifferently, being able to complete the registration early is also part of strength. When they heard this, the teens didn't squeak, just one by one. Their faces looked anxious, hoping to complete the registration quickly. After all, going in first would mean being able to kill those marked ferocious beasts first, and the points gained would be higher. It was important to realize that the rewards given by the three great families were very generous, and if they were able to be spotted by the three great families, then they would also be able to go straight to the top of their lives. Each of the three great families has numerous industries and strengths in their respective conglomerates. It was undoubtedly an unrivaled interview opportunity for the professionals who had come to participate in this trial. As long as you can get into the three big family companies, you will start with $1 million a year, to say the least. At this point, looking ahead at less than a dozen other teams that are lining up, Pang Qingfeng was also a bit anxious in his heart and spoke to Ouyang Yue. Miss Ouyang, you are at least the daughter of a heavenly pride of one of the three great families. Can you let our squad cut in line and go in early? Chapter 89. Newbie. Can't. Ouyang Yue refused clearly. Everything is in accordance with the rules and regulations of the trial. If it was talked about, it would only lead to doubts about the fairness of this competition. After all, it wasn't organized by their Ouyang family alone. Hearing this, Pang Qingfeng was speechless. Isn't this a matter of turning a blind eye? On the side, Wang Long said with a cold expression, if we hadn't waited for this fellow, we would have all gone in by now. With these words, he was obviously trying to provoke a few people into complaining about Jiang Feng. I say, after all, he is also Ms. Ouyang's friend. Isn't it a bit inappropriate for you to talk like that? Pang Qingfeng reminded towards him. This Wang Long thought he was being condescending just because his profession was a knight of light. What's so arrogant about that? Not to mention that people think you're a paladin. Then he said smilingly to Jiang Feng, don't worry buddy, I'll help you resist the damage later. You just output at the back. Good. Jiang Feng smiled. He could still experience the feeling of a shooter himself. After more than 10 minutes, it finally entered the Spirit Fantasy Spectre copy. What is here is a forest of green fields. Those squads that entered the replica first grabbed some of the marked ferocious beasts and were all staring at the newly entered teams with wary eyes. After all, among the rules of this trial, there was no indication that one couldn't snatch other people's points. And just as they expected, those squads that entered the copy afterward were also eyeing those squads that left quickly. After all, it was still more effective and quicker to loot the slightly stronger teams than to fight the monsters the hard way. After entering the copy, Jiang Feng subconsciously wanted to summon the imperial beasts to clear the field. At this time, Ouyang Yue's voice rang out, let's go. The deeper the copy is, the higher the points gained after killing the ferocious beasts inside. Wang Long also took out his own weapon, the bright giant sword, which was clearly a dark gold quality weapon. This was the equipment that best suited his profession, possessing a perfect fit and able to enhance the power of his outbursts extremely drastically. This could make Pang Qingfeng almost drool with envy. After all, he only had gold-level equipment on him. Seeing this envious look of Pang Qingfeng, Wang Long snorted coldly. Unseen bumpkin. Hearing this, Pang Qingfeng was a bit dissatisfied. Che, soon a dark gold-level weapon. I have a friend who also has it. What's so godly about it? It wasn't until after Jiang Feng had also taken out his Fire Dragon King longbow The fiery attributes emanating from the Fire Dragon King's longbow caused the remaining few people to gaze in shock and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Your epic longbow. Pang Qingfeng's eyes widened as he came up to Zhang Feng's front, scrutinizing every detail of the Fire Dragon King's longbow. Even Ouyang Yue's face surfaced with surprise. However, she knew that according to Zhang Feng's strength, killing a high difficulty boss wasn't that difficult, and after Wang Long saw this Fire Dragon King longbow, he even looked extremely shocked. I didn't expect this guy to have an epic level bow and arrow, and it was definitely the finale lot in the middle of the auction, a fourth-turn archer who actually possessed an epic bow and arrow. Who the hell is this guy? As a few people moved forward towards the depths of the replica, a fierce battle was also seen erupting in a number of places. There were fights with ferocious beasts, as well as battles between squads, and Ouyang Yue didn't want to intervene. After all, this was one of the default rules of the trial. She had her own bottom line and wouldn't try to rob the slightly less powerful squads. There's a 170 level Shadow Tyrant Bear in front of us. Let's spread out our positions to surround it. The one who spoke was the tutor of Tianjing Academy, Lu Xianling. The Shadow Tyrant Bear possessed amazing defense and explosive power, and it was different from other bear-type ferocious beasts. It possessed the power of shadow in its body, and when it exploded the potential in its body, its speed was even able to reach several kilometers per second. Hearing this, Pang Qingfeng nodded, and while keeping an eye on the movement, he circled around towards the surroundings. Ouyang Yue, on the other hand, directly exploded her body's mana, and a huge cold ice fell from the sky. Boom! The ice slammed directly onto the Shadow Storm Bear's body. The Shadow Tyrant Bear was directly frozen into a huge block of ice by this cold ice. At this time, Wang Long was leaping and slashing towards the Shadow Tyrant Bear with the bright giant sword in his hand. Click! Cracks appeared in the giant ice in the blink of an eye. Roar! The Shadow Tyrant Bear let out an angry roar, instantly shattering the ice around him. A pair of reddish eyes carried an endless rage. In the next second, the Shadow Tyrant Bear stretched out its thick claws to send Wang Long flying. Lu Xiangling, on the other hand, immediately cast her pupil art and forcefully controlled the Shadow Tyrant Bear. Seeing Ouyang Yue about to make a move, Zhang Feng let out a light laugh. You seal its alignment. I'll output. Hearing this, Ouyang Yue nodded, then once again cast the ice seal technique. Whoosh! As it connected into a long line of fire and shot away, the damage value on the Shadow Storm Bear kept soaring wildly. Asterisk. Awesome. Pang Qingfeng couldn't help but marvel. For a moment, he couldn't tell if this was Zhang Feng's skill or the effect of the epic longbow in Zhang Feng's hand that had added to it. This exaggerated attack speed directly dumbfounded several people. In no time, the Shadow Storm Bear was already covered in rockets. A shocking power instantly erupted from its body, and dark ethereal light covered its entire body. In the next moment, its figure instantly disappeared in place. By the time it reappeared, it had already stretched out its huge claws and slammed towards Zhang Feng's head. If it was too late not to resist, I was afraid that my head would instantly explode like a watermelon. Look out! Ouyang Yue looked startled. Her body's mana surged and she immediately released a wall of ice to resist. Zhang Feng drew his bow like a full moon, and with an arrow step he stepped on top of the ice wall, shooting hard towards the Shadow Tyrant Bear cuckoo below. Under the dense rain of arrows, the Shadow Tyrant Bear was directly shot alive into a hedgehog. Just like a fire bear, Pang Qingfeng also immediately rushed to Zhang Feng's side, his blood qi rushing within his body as he blasted his fist at the Shadow Tyrant Bear's body. Boom! A booming sound directly sent the Shadow Tyrant Bear flying several meters away. He, this punch of mine is key, right? Pang Qingfeng said to Zhang Feng with a smile revealing a bead of his big white teeth. Not bad. Zhang Feng smiled gently. At this moment, Wang Long once again raised his radiant greatsword and stepped and chopped towards the Shadow Tyrant Bear. Only, before the sword blade could touch the Shadow Storm Bear, it was killed by the scorching effect of the Fire Dragon King's longbow. After killing the Shadow Tyrant Bear, a bolt of energy flew out of it and marked Zhang Feng's body. An increase in points appeared on Zhang Feng's panel. How come this point is only added to me? Zhang Feng inquired with some curiosity. On the side, Pang Qingfeng was staring at the corpse of the Shadow Tyrant Bear. How come there are no dropped treasures after killing it? Chapter 90, The Yang Family's Pride. Ouyang Yue opened her mouth and explained. This is a copy made jointly by the three great clans, and there are only points after killing the ferocious beasts. There are no drops, and the only points after killing a ferocious beast is the one who gave it the final fatal blow. After the trial is completed, the squad's points are also the sum of the points earned by each individual. Hearing this, Pang Qingfeng was a bit bummed out. This was a 170 level ferocious beast. In a normal copy, if you are lucky, you may even burst out of the dark gold level equipment. However, he then looked at Zhang Feng with a smile. Brother, our cooperation is simply invincible. When we go out and leave a contact information, let's go down to the copy and brush the monsters together? Yes, but let's see when I'm free. Zhang Feng didn't reject his request. After all, he looked at the fat man rather pleasantly. After that, Zhang Feng pulled the Fire Dragon King longbow and fired it repeatedly all the way at the ferocious beasts that appeared. After a few battles in a row, all four of them began to play assist for Zhang Feng, starting a four-guard tactic. It wasn't really that they were willing to play assist, but Zhang Feng's firepower was just too fierce, especially the speed at which the bow was drawn. It was damn near like a human Gatling, where several people were fighting. The surrounding woods were burning with intense flames. At that moment, on a blue light screen panel outside the replica, the points ranking of each team in the replica is displayed. With a single glance, the senior members of the three great clans were able to clearly see the changes in the points of each squad. Some squads' rankings dropped directly from the center to last place instantly. Some squads also instantly soared dozens of places from the back of the rankings. It was obvious that the squad in front had been robbed of points by the squad that had soared in the rankings behind them. After they saw that the points of Ouyang Yue's squad kept rising, the top management of the Ouyang family also revealed a satisfied smile. The high-ranking members of the Yin family, one of the three great families, also spoke out in a complimentary manner. Miss Ouyang's strength is amazing. I see that perhaps she can lead the team to win this trial crown. After all, Ouyang Yue had awakened the rare holy ice mage profession. This was something that made their three great clans feel envious. Hearing these words, the smile on the face of Ouyang Xiao, the head of the Ouyang family, became a few points thicker, but he still said in a polite manner, the strength of your Yin family's descendants is not to be underestimated either. In response, the faces of the senior members of the Yang family, one of the three great families, looked bland. Although the descendant of the Ouyang family had awakened the holy ice mage, their Shanyang family had likewise produced a Qilin son. Although it wasn't a rare profession, it was a one-in-a-million dual profession, the heavenly thunder mage, as well as the blade wind swordsman. These two professions are top professions no matter if you carry one alone, not to mention the two professions as one. At this moment, the number one in the replica points ranking was Yang Yongming, the pride of the Yang family. He crushed the field with 10,000 points, a full 3,000 points ahead of second place. Thus they naturally scoffed at the Yin family's claim that Ouyang Yue was able to take first place. At this time, among the copies, Zhang Feng's squad's battle style of directly sweeping through the copies was too much. Even the ferocious beasts flying in the sky were shot down. Quite a few people had noticed their small group, especially when he saw Zhang Feng holding an epic-level Fire Dragon King longbow in his hand. A look of shock and envy couldn't help but show in their eyes. Instead, a squad was found ahead of them encircling another squad. The one at the head of them was a youth with a handsome face. He scanned the surrounded squad and spoke with a haughty expression. Turn over all your points, or don't blame us for forcing our way out and grabbing them. Hearing this, the surrounded squads looked apprehensive, but there were some who were unwilling to hand over their points. In the next second, a thunder attack instantly broke through the air and blasted at the professional who was unwilling to hand over his points. Under this blow, the professional suddenly convulsed and finally fell to the ground, incontinent. After seeing what happened to this man, a few people in the squad were reluctant but still forwarded the points they had gained. After all, public incontinence is too social. Even those passing squads were blocked by the thunder. My rule is to pluck the goose from the gander and leave the skin on the beast. The handsome youth's voice rang out, placing his gaze on the squads that were preparing to leave. On what grounds? All these points were gained from our hard work in killing the ferocious beasts, a squad leader said with righteous indignation. By what? On the basis of my strength. The handsome youth snorted coldly, and then the powerful electric current instantly wrapped them in a ball. In his eyes, the squad and those marked ferocious beasts were all existences for him to brush up his points. The reason why his points were able to break and crush second place was because of these two ways of gaining points. After sensing his amazing strength, those professionals could only be forced to transfer their points. This guy is also too horizontal. How dare he so blatantly loot other people's points? Pang Qingfeng was really looking at that handsome youth with some displeasure. Ouyang Yue looked at the handsome youth standing in midair. His name is Yang Yongming. He is the pride of the Yang family and possesses a dual profession himself. Zhang Feng also looked at the information panel named Yang Yongming with interest. Sky Thunder Mage, Blast Swordsman? I'm afraid that his strength can far exceed that of a professional of the same level. Let's go. There's no need to waste time fighting with him. Ouyang Yue spoke. Although it couldn't be said that he was disgusted by this behavior of Yang Yongming, there was definitely no good feelings either as all. However, Yang Yongming noticed Ouyang Yue at a glance, and with a flash of his figure, he arrived in front of the several people. Yue, it's been a long time. I heard earlier that your strength has improved again. How about we spar? A confident smile hung at the corner of Yang Yongming's mouth. At his side was also cradling a superb woman holding an emerald green bow and arrow. In his eyes, the professionals who traveled to the middle of the secret realm this time, only Ouyang Yue, a holy ice mage, was qualified to be his opponent. But I'm not interested in fighting you. Yang Yue directly refused. At this time, the woman holding the emerald green bow and arrow saw the Fire King Dragon King longbow held in Zhang Feng's hand. A gleam of delight lit up in her eyes as she pouted towards Yang Yongming. Yang, people love that bow and arrow. Yang Yongming glanced at Zhang Feng, who was wearing a Wanxiang mask, and then his gaze fell on his longbow as well. In the next second, the information about the Fire Dragon King's longbow appeared in his eyes. Epic class longbow? Yang Yongming was a bit surprised. Epic level weapons were valuable equipment. Then he spoke toward Zhang Feng. Name a price. I'll take this longbow. Fine. Sell me the woman beside you and the longbow is yours. Underneath the mask, Zhang Feng's voice carried a bit of derision amongst it. Chapter 91, Yang Yue's warning. Hearing this, Yang Yongming's brows furrowed, and his face instantly became gloomy. This guy who didn't know how to die dared to speak to himself like that, which was undoubtedly a provocation to himself. Pang Qingfeng secretly looked at Zhang Feng with an adoring gaze. This was the pride of the Yang family, with a respected status and unrivaled talent. An ordinary person who dared to flirt with him like that would probably lose half of his little life. He stared straight at Zhang Feng and said in a cold voice, "What are you? And you dare to think about my woman? Oh, you're the one who first thought about this longbow of mine." Zhang Feng's tone didn't have the slightest hint of scorn. Yang Yue said to Yang Yongming with a cold face, "I advise you to be polite to this friend of mine. If you provoke him, I'm afraid your entire Yang family won't be able to protect you." When these words came out, not only the several people amongst the squad were shaken by their expressions, they couldn't help but look at Zhang Feng, who was wearing a mask, and speculated in their hearts about what the identity of this fourth-turn archer was. At those words, Yang Yongming couldn't help but frown. If anyone else had said this, then they would most likely think it was just bragging. But it was a different story coming from Yang Yue's mouth. It was important to know that Yang Yue's status was sort of on par with Yang Yongming's, both being the pride of the two great families in Tianjing. However, Yang Yue said it in a warning tone. This showed that the identity of this man with a mask beside her was definitely not ordinary. Although Yang Yongming is a bit reckless, it doesn't mean he has a brain problem. After hearing these words, he naturally dismissed the idea of finding Zhang Feng in his mind. After all, the fact that a fourth-turn archer profession could possess an epic longbow, it was also able to prove sideways that the strength behind this masked man was not shallow. Of course, even though that was what he thought in his mind, he still had to save face in his words. He said with a bit of cold arrogance in his demeanor, "For Yue's sake, if you take back that sentence just now, I can forget about you." After all, as a heavenly pride is more or less some pride in the body. However, the woman who was being held in Yang Yongming's arms, who could be described as an excellent woman, did not believe Yang Yue's words at all. You should know that the Yang family is one of the three giant families in Tianjing. How can a guy who wears a mask and is afraid to show his face have such a deep background? Most importantly, what Zhang Feng said just now made her heart very unhappy. This feeling of being treated like a commodity is like being treated like a by someone else. Moreover, that epic Fire Dragon King longbow was something she really wanted. Yang, this guy's words just now are clearly belittling you. If you can endure this, people can't. As she spoke, the extremely beautiful woman even pushed up her chest and rubbed against him. Anyone else might not have chosen to throw in the towel next to a beauty. However, when Yang Yongming heard this, he directly slapped her. Pop! A crisp slap sounded. There was an extra reddish five-finger print on the face of that superb woman. Yue is my friend, and her friends are considered my friends. If you dare to talk like that again, you can get out now. Yang Yongming's voice carried a bit of unquestionable dominance. It wasn't his style to make random enemies over a woman. After all, women are just tools to please him. Seeing this scene, several people were astonished and became even more certain of Zhang Feng's horrible identity. That extremely beautiful woman was even more afraid to squeak from the slap. The corner of Zhang Feng's mouth rose slightly. It looked like this Yang Yongming wasn't some brainless heavenly pride. Taking advantage of the change of topic, Yang Yongming continued to look at Yang Yue and said, "Why don't we spar before? If you win, I'll transfer all the points I've gained to you, and if you lose, you'll hand over all the squad's points. How about that?" When he uttered these words, several people among Yang Yongming's squad had already surrounded them. Obviously, whether Yang Yue agreed or disagreed, they would strike to grab the points. In the midst of this trial's replica secret realm, even if you are killed, you will only be forced to exit the replica, and there will be no crisis to your life. Yang Yue naturally saw this, so she chose to fight without the slightest hesitation. In a flash, the aura on his body steeply erupted. A powerful force of ice and snow spread rapidly towards a 100-meter radius with her as the center. Good, very good. Let me see your strength. The corners of Yang Yongming's mouth lifted, and a palpitating thunderstorm erupted around him as well. At the same time, an epic great wind and thunder sword containing flickering lightning appeared in his hand. With the added strength of the dual professions, his battles continued to soar. The vision that erupted between the two was sharp. Quite a few professionals were attracted by the visions here. Look, that's a powerful vision revealed by the Yang family's pride and the Ouyang family's pride. To be able to witness a battle between heavenly prides, it looks like I'll be able to have a good time. I wonder who is actually better between them. That goes without saying. That's definitely Yang Yongming, who has two top professions, is more powerful. Alright, whoever dares to place a bet with our squad, I'll directly pike all the squad points. Grass, your points were robbed by Yang Yongming long ago. What are you betting on? You want to get something for nothing, don't you? Then let's just take 1 million federal dollars and bet on Yang Yongming to win. Okay, we're following. Hearing the conversation of the professionals not far away, Pang Qingfeng's eyes rolled and he smiled. Wait, don't fight yet. I'm going to place a bet first too. Being able to have such an opportunity to make such an extra big profit, he certainly wouldn't let it go. Hearing this, a few other people also got the idea. After all, isn't this money as good as nothing? After a few people finished placing their bets, Pang Qingfeng stood in front of Zhang Feng and said, Brother Jiang, I'll guarantee your output this time. We must take this victory. Pact. Zhang Feng smiled confidently. As Yang Yongming and Ouyang Yue began to spar, the members of both squads also began to enter a state of full-force sparring. That extremely beautiful woman stared straight at Zhang Feng, and up to now, there was still a gust of swelling and pain coming from her face. She immediately drew her bow and shot towards Zhang Feng. The air-breaking sound carried by the arrow feathers swiftly came towards Zhang Feng. At this moment, Pang Qingfeng's arms closed, and the armor above his arms and wrists directly blocked the incoming arrow feathers. Not only does his blood warrior profession have a super high blood volume, but his passive talent can also help increase his defense. Compared to a warrior of the same level, his blood and defense were about 60% higher. It's the direct equivalent of a human meat shield. Zhang Feng's reaction was equally swift, and in the next second he lifted his Fire Dragon King longbow towards the extremely talented woman and violently drew and released the arrow. Under the powerful firepower suppression, that extremely beautiful woman was almost nowhere to dodge. All she could do was dodge hastily and hide behind the thick old tree. At this moment, an assassin was also attacking towards Zhang Feng as a residual shadow. Chapter 92. Do you want me to do something? As soon as this shooter is taken care of, then the battle will be back in their hands. Wang Long, Uing hit the meat dry. Hurry to withdraw back. Pang Qingfeng was furious as he looked at the guy who was still slashing against the other party acting as a tank. Wang Long sniffed but didn't move because he had just placed all his bets on Yang Yongming to win. So it's been deflating. After all, he knew that as strong as Ouyang Yue was, she was only a mage profession. However, Yang Yongming was not only a heavenly thunder mage, but also a swordsman. Fighting under such a short board clearly doesn't have much chance of winning. At this time, Lu Shangling also immediately cast her pupil art to bring that assassin into her illusion. However, that assassin professional obviously had a holdout. A second before falling into the illusion, had already stabbed a flying dagger at Zhang Feng. Pang Qingfeng still wanted to help fend it off, but the woman shooting arrows in the distance didn't even give him a chance. Taking advantage of this gap, Zhang Feng once again fired in quick succession, a long string of flaming arrow feathers piercing his body. However, the flying blades didn't even pierce Zhang Feng's skin. The scene all but dumbfounded the crowd. Brother Jiang, you're not even dead here? Pang Qingfeng's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Zhang Feng. In such a short period of time, he didn't have the chance to use the life-preserving props at all. Not to mention that life preservation props are extremely expensive things. As a last resort, even if they are cleared out of the copy, people usually won't use it easily. It's just that they didn't know that it was the symbiosis effect that Zhang Feng possessed that had been upgraded. Even if you didn't release the Imperial Beasts, you were able to transfer the damage into the space of the Imperial Beasts. It could be said that right now, Zhang Feng's life value possessed a few million. Even if the two great celestial pride, Yang Yongming and Ouyang Yue, unleashed their strongest skills at the same time, they simply wouldn't be able to kill Zhang Feng in seconds. The geniuses and powerhouses in the eyes of ordinary people were just the threshold for fighting with Zhang Feng. In just a few rounds, all four of Yang Yongming's teammates went offline, forcibly exiting the copy. Pang Qingfeng froze as he looked at the several people whose bodies had disappeared, feeling as if he was all but superfluous as a meat shield. That bunch of losers were taken care of so quickly? Out of the corner of his eye, Yang Yongming, who was fighting Ouyang Yue, saw several people being forced out of the copy. However, in his opinion, it was still because of the power of the epic Fire Dragon King longbow in Zhang Feng's hand. Forget it, let's just let you guys see that true heavenly pride isn't something that numbers can make up for. With a cold shout from Yang Yongming, his aura soared once again. There were also channels of heavenly thunder rolling in the sky above. Afterwards, it violently blasted towards the forest below. just like a world-destroying wild thunder. Many of the onlooker squads were instantly cleared out of the middle of the copy. This Yang Yongming is really too strong. I'm afraid that this is the ultimate skill of his heavenly thunder mage? Yeah, and he has an ultimate skill in his other swordsman profession. Who else can compete with him in this great Yen younger generation? It seems that heavenly pride of the Ouyang family will definitely lose this time. After all, in front of absolute strength, a large number of people is not an advantage. Pang Qingfeng immediately turned white. It's over. I've bet all my belongings. It's all over now. The current him couldn't wait to slap himself a few times. He really wanted to die. At this moment, Ouyang Yue looked serious. The mana in her body surged with all her might, and the icy cold aura rose thickly once again. In the middle of the huge blizzard, a majestic ice dragon with a body of nearly 1,000 feet swam out. Opening his huge dragon's mouth towards Yang Yongming, he devoured it. Is this your ultimate skill? Then let's show you my self-created fusion skill. The corner of Yang Yongming's mouth lifted, and above the wind thunder soared in his hand. A dazzling purple thunder aura lit up. Immediately, all the power in his body erupted, and he chopped towards the ice dragon with a sword. His sword was named Running Thunder Blast Slash. The ferocious blistering wind wrapped in terrifying thunder, tore through the void and chopped down like a bamboo. The sound was extremely loud and spectacular. Boom! The ice dragon only lasted less than 2 breaths under the sword. The ice dragon's head then began to break apart raw, followed by the entire body of nearly 1,000 feet breaking apart. The crowd all stared at this scene with wide eyes and shocked expressions. As the ice dragon shattered, Ouyang Yue was also hit by a series of heavy blows, and a mouthful of blood sprayed out of her mouth. Defeat. Yet the voluminous thunderous sword she was more than that. It was also wrapped in a powerful force chopping towards Ouyang Yue. Just when the crowd thought she was going to be forcibly cleared out of the copy, a figure stood in front of her. Do you need me to step in? Zhang Feng looked at her with a few gentle smiles in his voice. Ouyang Yue stared blankly at Zhang Feng, who was wearing a mask and even forgot to speak. Behind him, a running thunder sword chi that carried the power to decimate everything came instantly. Zhang Feng put away his longbow and reached out to meet this vast running thunder sword chi with a palm. Boom boom boom. The raging sword chi that Zhang Feng was resisting couldn't even advance a single bit further. Zhang Feng himself, on the other hand, was as lofty as a green mountain. On both sides of the sword chi cut a 10-meter gully into the ground. At this moment, everyone looked dumbfounded. That masked archer, surprisingly, reached out and caught that Yang Yongming slash that could be called a masterpiece. How is this possible? No one would have believed it to be true if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes. Yang Yongming, who was standing above the void, also froze, completely unable to comprehend. With this sword of his own, not to mention the 4th turn, even a 7th turn powerhouse would definitely not dare to resist it. Not to mention, a seemingly randomly extended palm? How could you possibly receive this sword of mine? At this moment, as a top-tier heavenly pride, he fell into a state of self-doubt. Ever since he had created this sword skill that could be called a masterpiece, no one in the same realm as himself had been able to catch this sword. It is safe to say that it has not missed a beat. I can give you another chance. Within 10 minutes, if you can injure me, all of our squad's points will be transferred to you. Zhang Feng looked at Yang Yongming with a gaze like a calm lake. To be honest, seeing Yang Yongming's strength, Zhang Feng still appreciated it. After all, Great Yen needed strong people, and if given time, he might also be able to become a super strong person who was famous on one side. After seeing Zhang Feng's gaze, there was anger rising in Yang Yongming's heart. He could clearly feel that it was the look of a superior looking at an inferior. As an absolute heavenly pride, his pride would never allow others to view him in such a manner. What's more, the guy was about the same age as himself. You scorn me? Raging flames of anger burned amongst his eyes, and the aura around his body had begun to explode in an overwhelming manner. The entire sky was instantly covered in dark clouds, and countless angry thunderbolts looked like the roar of the sky. Although I don't know how you managed to resist that sword of mine. You'll have to pay for your arrogance. Chapter 93, Will you follow me? At this moment, outside the copy, there were quite a few occupiers who had been forced out of the copy. The senior members of the 3 great clans couldn't help but frown at the situation. They didn't remember setting up bosses in the middle of the secret realm that could kill professionals in a wide range of seconds. What the hell is going on here? Soon after, as those professionals who had withdrawn explained its cause, it just dawned on them. However, he was also secretly shocked that the strength of that young family's heavenly pride was so terrifying. Although his strength was only at the 5th turn, the strength that erupted was not even inferior to the 7th turn anymore. The Ouyang family head's face also sank slightly for a few moments. According to this, it is estimated that it will be difficult for his own daughter to win over Yang Yongming. The faces of the Yang family's top management carried a few hints of self-satisfaction. Their Yang family's unicorn son could suppress the other 2 great families' heavenly prides with the power of a single person. At this time, The mana in Yang Yongming's body surged wildly, and the wind rose and thundered between heaven and earth. The woods below swayed violently from the gusty winds. The onlooker professionals all changed their faces when they saw this and hastily withdrew back. Zhang Feng's sleeves were also blown around, yet his body didn't move in the gale. The long sword in Yang Yongming's hand transformed into a swimming dragon, and the point of the sword tip pointed out a dense pattern of thunder. In the next moment, he chopped towards Zhang Feng with a sword. The vast and rushing sword chi formed a terrifying hurricane, carrying the power of endless raging thunder, setting off bursts of spatial ripples. It was just the blink of an eye that he arrived in front of Zhang Feng. With this sword he was bound to make this guy who dared to scorn himself learn what absolute strength was called. However, Zhang Feng only slightly raised his hand and resisted this sword chi filled with berserk rage. This sword, which was considered to be extremely powerful, didn't even cause a single scratch in Zhang Feng's hands. Shocker! An unspeakable look of shock surfaced on Yang Yongming's face. Also the crowds of onlookers in the distance. How is this possible? Absolutely impossible. Yang Yongming's pupils plummeted in disbelief. Immediately after that, he kept exploding the power in his body and chopped out sword chi after sword chi towards Zhang Feng. The surging and rushing thunderous sword chi invaded like a raging storm. At the same time, countless rolling heavenly thunderbolts, like thunder punishments, bombarded towards Zhang Feng furiously. Even a seventh-turned powerhouse would simply be unable to withstand his full-force attack. However, even under such a fierce attack, Zhang Feng's figure remained still, and the forest around him had all been turned into a scorched earth by the thunder sword chi. But Zhang Feng stood right where he was, not even moving his feet by half since the beginning. Oh my god, is this guy still human? That terrifying defensive power. I'm only afraid that a seventh-turn powerhouse of the main defensive power would be out of reach. Right? You are quite right. But say and don't bring it. Civilize you and me. Everyone was shaken by it, and the most important thing was that this guy was still only a shooter professional. Could it be that he was wearing some kind of god-level protective props? But after they took a closer look, however, he didn't feel any props around Zhang Feng. That guy was really purely using his physical body to resist Yang Yongming's attack, and he was still unharmed. Yang Yongming directly above the sky was dumbfounded, and even suspected that he was hallucinating. Otherwise, the current Zhang Feng would have long been seconded by his own move. But the constant howling of the gale in his ears clearly told him that it was not an illusion. Even though he used his final card, it was like hitting cotton in the face of this kind of defense that could be considered to be at a heaven-defying level. How the hell did you do that? Yang Yongming stared tightly at Zhang Feng while his aura decayed. This time, he put his best foot forward, but he couldn't hurt this guy even a little bit. The corner of Zhang Feng's mouth lifted slightly. It's simple. It's simply using your defense to resist your attacks. Hearing this, Yang Yongming almost had an unstable Taoist heart and vomited blood in anger. Of course he knew that this guy possessed a terrifying defense, but why did he possess such an exaggerated defense? Could it be that this guy is actually bi-professional as well? An archer profession that is an archer, as well as a meat warrior profession does not work? Your strength is very good. Perhaps one day in the future you will be able to grow to the day you break through my defenses. As he spoke, Zhang Feng slowly removed the mask from his face. Underneath the mask was a handsome young man with a face like a jade. It's you! Yang Yongming's pupils increased greatly as he stared at Zhang Feng's face in disbelief. This was even more shocking than when he saw Zhang Feng catch his attack just now. This was a super imperial beast powerhouse who had wiped out the emissaries of the Seven Kingdoms with his own strength at that time. With that kind of strength, even he would have to look beyond his reach. The crowd of onlookers also had their mouths wide open, looking at Zhang Feng with stunned faces. I didn't expect that this giant man who could only be looked up to would also come to participate in the trials of the three great clans. Pang Qingfeng even looked at Zhang Feng incredulously. I just called myself a brother to a top-tier imperial beast big brother? Wang Long was also shocked. His back was even more instantly drenched in cold sweat when he remembered the disrespectful tone he had used on Zhang Feng earlier, and also that this big man is good-tempered enough not to get on his bad side. Otherwise it wouldn't have just second-guessed itself. At this moment, Zhang Feng, just by revealing his true appearance, he clearly represented the word invincible. No wonder I'll be unable to hurt you in the slightest. The loss was not unfair. Yang Yongming smiled bitterly and couldn't help but think of the word mayfly shaking a tree in his mind. You have great strength and talent. I wonder if you are willing to follow me. Zhang Feng looked at Yang Yongming with a few moments of appreciation in his eyes. My goal is to conquer the cosmic stars and rivers. Are you willing to become a sharp sword in my hands? This Yang Yongming's talent and strength were both good, but in front of his own hanging ratio, he still seemed so small. But with a little cultivation, he could be of great use. After hearing these words, Yang Yongming's body shook, and the bleak color in his eyes instantly brightened. To be able to follow this kind of terrifying existence that was beyond the reach of heaven's pride was definitely an unrivaled opportunity in his life. I am willing to follow you. Yang Yongming replied with a voice full of determination. Very well, I have an inheritance from a sword Dao powerhouse in my hands, and I will hand it over to you now. With a lift of his hand, Zhang Feng handed over the sword Dao inheritance of sacred Lord Lan Yun. After all, he was not a swordsman profession, so there was no use in keeping it. The legacy was entrusted to him, and it was also considered to be finding a successor for Saint Master Lan Yun. The moment he read the inheritance, Yang Yongming's eyes lit up greatly, and his expression began to tremble with excitement. With this inheritance, his strength would definitely skyrocket. Many thanks, Your Excellency. I will follow your side to the death. Yang Yongming was incomparably grateful as he thanked towards Zhang Feng. This inheritance was of extraordinary value, and His Excellency had even gifted it to himself with the lift of his hand. It was enough to see how much he valued himself. Well, you can just call me Jiangshao from now on. Zhang Feng nodded slightly, a satisfied look appearing on his face. It's kind of like having someone to help out with the fight when we conquer the stars in the future. The thought that years from now, Young would say that his luckiest choice at the beginning was to follow himself. Zhang Feng couldn't help but laugh, especially after adding that of course this was all an afterthought. Chapter 94? I just teleported right in. At this time, the leaderboard outside the replica. The crowd saw that Yang Yongming, who had occupied the first place in the rankings, had instantly dropped to the last place, and Ouyang Yue's squad's points had been replaced to first. A shocked look couldn't help but appear on the faces of the three great families' senior members. This showed that Yang Yongming had surprisingly lost. Ha ha, it seems that my Ouyang family's pride is still better. At this moment, the faces of the Ouyang family's top management were filled with excitement. On the other hand, the Yang family's senior management was unable to spread their eyebrows, not expecting their own heavenly pride to lose. Ouyang Yue naturally became the deserved head of the heavenly pride of the three great clans. For the commendation of this trial, they had taken out a lot of precious things. It was originally thought that Yang Yongming would win first place, and these things were naturally rewarded to him in disguise. But I didn't expect him to lose. It's a big loss this time. Sharing the same look as the Yang family's top management, there were also those professionals who had bet on Yang Yongming to win. We should know that many of them had bet heavily, but this time they all went down the drain. These people were all like frosted eggplants, and some even directly hugged their heads and cried, Nima, my money, all my money is gone. Grass. That's the money I saved up to marry my daughter-in-law as well as a large sum borrowed from outside. It seems that I can only rely on my hands to solve the problem in this life. I also borrowed a large sum of money. Now even if I have 10 kidneys I can't pay it back. At this time, someone also spoke out in relief. What is this to you guys? Look at that old brother who lost $10 million and still has no expression on his face. As he spoke, he pointed at an expressionless, mute-looking professional. Seeing that he was equipped with nothing more than a high-level silver grade, even after losing $10 million, his face remained unperturbed. Someone soon wiped the tears from their eyes and went over to tap the man on the shoulder, questioning suspiciously. Dude, look at you. All your equipment plus all your organs aren't worth $10 million. And now that you've lost all your money, how can you still stay so calm? A huge debt of $10 million. One death is even. That old man smiled in a wooden manner. Then in a daze, he picked up his long knife and prepared to understand himself. The money, but he borrowed from the major black platform above. Now all lost. He is also finished. Asterisk. Brother, don't think about it. The money is gone, can be earned again. People die. There is nothing. The professional hastily snatched the long knife from his hand and stopped him from seeking death. 2 lines of cloudy hot tears flowed down from the corner of his eyes after hearing these words. I'm not trying to reopen. I'm trying to reopen. As the trial ended, Ouyang Yue walked out with Zhang Feng. The Ouyang family had hurriedly brought the family's senior management to personally greet him. When he saw Zhang Feng, who had passed by, he immediately felt somewhat familiar, but couldn't recall where he had seen him. Could it be that my own daughter is keeping a gigolo outside the house? By the time the family executives beside him pointed at Zhang Feng, their expressions were so shocked that they couldn't even speak. You are that top-tier imperial beast powerhouse who killed the emissaries of the 7 kingdoms? These words immediately exploded in the Ouyang family head's mind like a thunderbolt, but at the same time, he was glad he hadn't said anything just now, or else if he'd gone down in a flurry of reprimanding, I'm afraid that the Ouyang family will be removed from the 3 great families today. The other 2 big clan executives were equally shocked by Jiang Feng's appearance. At the same time, they also understood why their own heavenly pride had lost so completely. It turned out that his opponent was not Ouyang Yue, but this imperial beast powerhouse with extraordinary strength. The 2 big families looked at the Ouyang family's senior management with strange eyes. Good for you, Ouyang family, even hired a super pinch hitter. Isn't this pure trickery? But they only dared to bellyache in their hearts. Don't say that Yang Yongming couldn't beat Zhang Feng. Even if all of them in the Young family combined, it was estimated to be a few minutes. My name is Ouyang Xiao. I've met you, Your Excellency. Ouyang Xiao greeted Zhang Feng very politely. Zhang Feng smiled and waved his hand. Uncle is polite. Uncle? Ouyang Xiao, who heard these words, froze, somewhat doubting if he had heard wrong. Such a terrifying beast sentinel powerhouse called himself uncle? One must know that although this beast royal strongman looked so young, it was estimated that his actual age was older than even his own great-grandfather, right? Not only him, even the top brass of the three great clans didn't believe that Zhang Feng's actual age was no more than 20. A guy who was no more than 20 years old was able to become the master of a royal beast that possessed several ancient great imperial beasts? It's not really their fault. After all, even a 3-year-old wouldn't believe this fact when it was told. At this time, the senior members of the Young family realized that something was wrong and whispered in confusion. Wait, this trial copy of ours, isn't it set up so that only professionals below the 6th turn can enter? Is there a problem? Then how did this imperial beast powerhouse get in? Upon hearing this, the crowd was confused. One must know that in order to prevent strong people who had exceeded the 6th turn from entering, they had set up multiple tests. Even if there was a powerhouse over the 6th turn hiding their rank, they would be instantly detected. At this time, Ouyang Xiao also asked Zhang Feng with some curiosity, "My lord, I wonder what means you used to hide your rank." Means? I directly teleported in like that. Zhang Feng was a bit amused. The words, which stunned them, could it be that there was a problem with the copy? A 7th turn Young clan senior intended to enter the copy, but was directly blocked out. Could it be that this top-tier strength imperial beast big brother was still less than 6 turns? Then what is your current rank? Ouyang Xiao carefully inquired. 4 turns and 150 levels. Zhang Feng answered them directly. However, these words directly caused the top management of the 3 great clans to fall into a state of stagnation. Having a few ancient great imperial beasts, you're telling me that you're not even at the 5th turn? It's not treating them like cuties, playing with them? Oh, I didn't realize that your lordship was still so witty and humorous. Ouyang Xiao's smile stiffened slightly. Then he seemed to remember something and asked, by the way, I heard you say that you want to borrow our Ouyang family's spatial compass? That's right. I wonder if it's convenient for uncle. Zhang Feng said. Ouyang Xiao let out a sarcastic smile. Unfortunately, it was borrowed by the president of the Rosebud Guild half a month ago. The Rosy Guild was a top 10 ranked guild in Greater Yen, and the guild only allows women to join, and there are certain requirements for looks and body shape. That's why all the members inside are female professionals and all of them are well endowed. However, very quickly, Ouyang Xiao hurriedly said, I've already notified them to return it in a hurry, but their guild seems to be having some problems right now, so they can't return it for the time being. So if your lordship is in a hurry, you can just go to their guild directly to take it away. Hearing this, Zhang Feng nodded. Thank you, uncle. Then, he knew that this Rosebud Guild must have encountered some kind of tricky problem that even the Ouyang family couldn't solve well. This Ouyang Xiao was also clearly hoping that he would help them get the spatial compass back in passing. Chapter 95, The 10,000 Poison Sect. The Rosy Guild was located in Yunhai City in the southern part of Dian. Yunhai City had a population of nearly 10 million, making it an extremely prosperous city. Zhang Feng then immediately summoned the blazing brilliant Sky Falcon to head to Yunhai City. At the same time, he also felt that with the advancement into the demigod profession, a special power seemed to be contained within his body. So he crossed his legs above the feathered back of the blazing brilliant Sky Falcon and closed his eyes to carefully feel this power within his body. And with Zhang Feng's urging, this power was like a tidal wave surging towards his limbs and bones. The sensation was as subtle as a cleansing of the marrow. As his skin continued to expel the impurities and dirt from his body, Zhang Feng, who was originally handsome in appearance, had even changed dramatically at this moment. His skin has become fairer, his face has become more defined, and his jawline is very pronounced and angular. The side of his face also showed a few hints of rigidity. The torso hidden under his clothes was well-muscled, with 3-dimensional abs, filling it with a different kind of beauty. There were also a few hints of divinity emanating from his brow. It was like a different person from his previous self, and it was not an exaggeration to say that he had been transformed into a different person. Not only was there a change in his appearance, but his various numerical values were also increased substantially. On top of a mountaintop where a sea of clouds surged, a humble courtyard was constructed. In the middle of the courtyard, there are hundreds of children being soaked in poison tanks. A look of pain surfaced on their faces and the skin was also densely covered with dark toxins, as well as fist-sized pustules. Some were even directly turned into a piece of putrid, thick water by the venom in this poisonous tank. An old man with black and white hair stood in front of the children immersed in the middle of the poison vat were carefully observed. In just under 10 minutes, more than half of the children were corrupted by the venom. Is this batch of kids still not fit? The old man's eyes glittered with a somber light. In order to successfully refine the body of 10,000 poisons, he had already consumed nearly 10,000 children to experiment, and these are kids he's carefully nurtured. But up to now, there was still not a single case that could withstand the venom. As his eyes moved, the old man's gaze instantly lit up, locking his eyes on a little girl with white skin in the middle of the corner. At this time, the little girl closed her eyes tightly, dense sweat seeping out from above her forehead, a face of pain and struggle. Those ebony venoms seeped through the middle of her skin, causing her body to quickly turn ebony. However, as time passed, she actually absorbed the venom down completely, and her flesh became white once again. This scene caused that old man's breathing to become a bit rapid. Is it finally a success one? He stared at the child woman as if she was a treasure, while feeling the aura that contained the poison of supremine emanating from her body. However, in order to refine the body of 10,000 poisons, a few of the most precious materials were still needed. However, most of them had already been prepared by him, and all that was missing was the 1 saint-level quality 9 abyssal sacred heart lotus. As long as this little girl fused the 9 abyss sacred heart lotus, she would possess terrifying poisonous power and an indestructible body, become the body of all poisons that has been lost for centuries. As early as a few hundred years ago, there had once been a person born who possessed the body of all poisons. With the poisonous power of one man, he has turned the whole country into a land full of poisonous fury, where not an inch of grass can grow, and contamination means death. To this day, the ruins of that country are called absolutely off-limits. Once his experimental method was successful, he would be able to make the 10,000 poisons reappear on Earth. At the same time, it was also able to make the reputation of the 10,000 poison sect shock the world. Seeing the vat of poison in which the little girl had been immersed dry up, the old man hurriedly poured the poison vat where those children who had melted into venom were, back into this little girl's vat. After all, this vat of poison water wasn't cheap to build, so it couldn't just go to waste. At this time a silhouette flashed and came behind him. His voice lowly reported, "President, we failed in this operation. Although we released the miasma poisonous death gas in the Rose Guild, our men were also killed by the strongest people in the Rose Guild. The purpose of their operation was that half a month ago, the Rosy Guild auctioned off a sealed holy rank quality material in the middle of the auction, the 9 abyss sacred heart lotus. It was only a pity that this time the operation had failed, and the Rosebud Guild was bound to tighten its vigil. It was undoubtedly extremely difficult for their people to infiltrate the Rosebud Guild again." After hearing these words, that old man's brows furrowed slightly, and after a moment of slight contemplation, he said, "Since that's the case, then you'll send people to make a big capture of the important members of the Rose Guild, and I think that by using their lives as blackmail, the Rose Guild will inevitably compromise with us." "Yes," the figure nodded in response, then disappeared once again. The outskirts of Yunhai City. Several men struck out to sneak up on a woman dressed in combat professional attire. She was one of the core members of the Rosebud Guild, named Shin Chunju. Hey, chicks, you can't escape." The man at the head of the group looked recklessly at the woman's pretty face as well as her full curves. It was said that all the women of the Rose Guild were superb. I just wondered what it would be like to enjoy them. Shin Pure Sakura's face sank at the words, and she drank coldly. "Who the hell are you people?" As she spoke, the power within her body rose steeply, and she was about to strike back at these few people. However, the next moment, she felt like her body was being gnawed by a million ants. Extremely painful. Even his face whitened up instantly. I advise you not to waste your breath. The more you struggle, the faster the toxins in your body will erupt. The man in the lead sneered sorrowfully. "If you can actively cooperate and make us comfortable, then I can give you the antidote to alleviate the toxin." Upon hearing this, Shin Pure Sakura instantly guessed their identities and questioned, "You're from the 10,000 Poison Sect?" Only the talents of the 10,000 Poison Sect were the best at poisoning people in silence. "That's right. If you're sensible, cooperate with us obediently and we won't take your life." The man at the head of the group had a wanton smile on his lips while he slowly walked towards her. A pair of rough hands were about to give her a good rubdown. "Even if I die, I won't be defiled by you guys." Shin Pure Sakura had a cold look in her eyes. This 10,000 Poison Sect was notorious for its evil deeds and insidiousness, and also liked to steal and abduct other people's children. Once the person from the 10,000 Poison Sect was identified, there was no culpability if he was beheaded on the spot. Moreover, this 10,000 Poison Sect's people had also invaded their Rosebud Guild, obviously thinking about their guild's treasures. As he spoke, Shin Chun Sakura instantly swung her weapon, preparing to kill him back. The moment her arm swung, however, caused a sharp pain that it drained all of her strength in one fell swoop, leaving her instantly paralyzed, and she didn't even have the strength to stand up. Hey, don't be so resistant." The man at the head of the group walked up to her. He then pulled out a poison pill from amongst his spatial ring and revealed an odd smile. "Do you know what this is? This stuff used to be called Harmony Scatter, and if you take it and don't bond with a man for half an hour, you'll die a violent death. Chapter 96? Holy, testing a cadre with this? And once the drug kicks in, it will make you completely lose your own mind and turn you into a heat. As soon as she heard this, Shin-chun Cherry's face instantly turned as white as paper. She would rather kill herself or sew it up than give these beasts a bad time. But now she was completely unable to mobilize the power in her body and could only be slaughtered. The man who was in charge immediately pried her lips open with his fingers and then shoved the poison pill in. Then she was given another bottle of water to force her to swallow. A look of panic appeared in Shin-chun's eyes, and she hurriedly reached out to try to pick her throat and vomit. However, he was grabbed by the man's wrist, and his eyes were filled with the color of desire, and he subconsciously licked his lips. He didn't need to use force at all. He just needed to wait for the drug to take effect and the woman would become a toy to be played with at their leisure. Damn you all! Shin Pure Sakura's beautiful eyes were red, and more than anything else, she felt humiliated at the time of despair. She's always been clean, and she's still intact to this day. But I didn't expect to have to own body but to be trampled by these few beasts of the 10,000 Poison sect. Even if she was bent on dying now she couldn't do it. While seeing such a humiliated expression on Shin Pure Sakura's face, the few people from the 10,000 Poison sect had wantonly debauched smiles on their faces. They were going to have a good time with the woman before they took her back to be imprisoned. Just as they were about to undo the battle suit Shin-chun Sakura was wearing. But suddenly, he felt that the air seemed to become scorching hot, and the light in the sky became a bit harsh. Why do I feel so hot? A man from the 10,000 Poison sect was a bit puzzled. Obviously the one who ate the acacia was this chick, so how come they felt hot on their bodies as well? Was the drug so strong that it infected them all? Just as they were about to continue, an ear-piercing chirping sound came from above the sky. A few people looked up at once and found a huge ferocious bird of golden fire flying above the dome of the sky. This is an ancient grade flying imperial beast. Several people immediately stared at the blazing brilliant sky falcon with wide eyes in disbelief. The terrifying pressure emanating from the ancient great imperial beast instantly made their legs soften and tremble. They stopped moving at once, intending to wait for this terrifying imperial beast to leave before making a move. However, the next moment, a sword light flashed, and these few people were instantly chopped off their arms. As Jiang Feng's figure fell, several people's eyes were filled with fear and shock, as if they were observing a god. Their bodies trembled violently as they hurriedly said, "My lord, we were wrong. We don't want this woman. Please let us live. My lord." At this moment, Shin Pure Cherry was also looking at Jiang Feng with a shocked expression on her face, as if a heavenly god had descended to earth. Before she lost consciousness, she rushed to say, "Your Excellency, these people are the 10,000 Poison sect. Please senior kill them on the spot." 10,000 Poison sect? Jiang Feng pondered slightly. This organization seemed to be on the list of the Great Yen cult list. As the golden light in his eyes flickered, he was able to see through several people's information at a glance. So it's really the dregs amongst the 10,000 Poison sect. No wonder they dare to lust after others in broad daylight. Jiang Feng lifted his finger slightly, and the sword spirit sealed several people's throats with a single sword. When he arrived at Shin-chun's side, he found that at this time, she had completely lost consciousness. The whole thing looked like it had a fever. His face was scalding red and his body temperature was frighteningly high. At this point, the toxin in her body had completely taken effect. Losing consciousness, she only felt her body rolling and subconsciously took off her clothes, wanting to cool off. He even took the initiative to embrace Jiang Feng, as if he was strongly asking for something. Although I did save you, you don't have to be so enthusiastic, right? Jiang Feng said with some sweat. But at this time Shin-chunhua could no longer hear anyone else's words at all. Already completely in the midst of a charming and sinking mood. Holy, testing a cadre with this? Jiang Feng subconsciously gulped a mouthful of saliva as he looked at her exquisite body, but soon sensed that something was wrong with her. Immediately, he used the eye of true vision to check a glance at the woman's information and status. So it was spring poisoned by those few people from the 10,000 Poison sect. No wonder it's so passionate and fiery. Jiang Feng murmured in a low voice, so he took out the antidote pill and gave it to her. As a result, before Jiang Feng could put the antidote in her mouth, she started sucking on Jiang Feng's finger with all her might. A warm sensation came from his fingers, and Jiang Feng's fingers subconsciously trembled. However, after taking the antidote pill, Shin-chunhua still didn't have any relief. This 10,000 Poison sect's poisons are really something, to the extent that even high-quality antidote pills can't cure the poison. Looking at Shin-chunhua, who was entangled in a bath of fire, Jiang Feng shook his head helplessly. That's fine, then I can only be a good person to the end. After all, although he was a decent man, he couldn't see death and could only think of other ways. Half a day later, looking at Shin-chunhua, who had returned to normal, the corner of Jiang Feng's mouth lifted up a smile. It seemed that his efforts had not been in vain, and he had finally saved her from being among the ghosts. Thank you for saving me. I'm Shin-chun Sakura from the Rosebud Guild. Shin Xuanjua stood up and thanked Zhang Feng with a solemn face towards him. Although she didn't know how her poison had been removed, she looked at herself fully clothed. Also finally avoided being spoiled by those few of the 10,000 poison sect. In the midst of some conversation, Zhang Feng also learned that the Rosy Guild had auctioned off a sealed holy rank material half a month ago. However, this material was coveted by the 10,000 poison sect, so someone from the 10,000 poison sect infiltrated the base of the Rosebud Guild. Just as the Rosy Guild took out their spatial compasses to take out the holy rank materials, the people from the 10,000 poison sect made a sudden move, preparing to make a grab, but they didn't succeed. Although the people from the 10,000 poison sect were killed on the spot, they released an extremely dense poisonous miasma gas at the base before they died. The strongest amongst the Rose Guild joined forces to suppress the poisonous miasma, and only then did they avoid the spread of the poisonous gas. Otherwise, I'm afraid that half of Yunhai City will turn into a toxic area. But trying to get rid of the toxin was very troublesome, and they used all kinds of props to no avail. So Shin Pure Sakura was in charge of going to look for a way to be able to solve the poisonous miasma aura. But I didn't expect to be ambushed and attacked halfway through. No harm done. I have a way to be able to solve the poisonous miasma chi. Zhang Feng let out a faint smile. Hearing this, Shin Xuanju's face was a bit agitated. Are you telling the truth? As long as the miasma aura could be cleared, the spatial compass and that 9 abyssal sacred heart lotus would be able to be taken out. Chapter 97 Yi Lanqing. After arriving at the Rosy Guild, Zhang Feng realized that the base of this Rosy Guild was very large, and when they came and went, they found that they were all clean-cut, good-looking girls, and they looked very pleasant to the eyes. Even older women looked sassy and charming. At the same time, there were also quite a few girls who were quietly sizing up Zhang Feng, their faces flushed with a bit of a nymphomaniac look. It was important to realize that the base of the Rose Guild rarely allowed men to enter, especially as soon as they saw Zhang Feng's handsome face. I thought I was seeing a popular male celebrity, and my heart was pounding like a deer in the headlights. Soon, Shin Xuanjua brought Zhang Feng to a waiting room that was specialized in receiving guests, and she then turned toward the president to report the news. Inside a luxuriously simple office, a woman who appeared to be close to 40 years old, but still had a lot of style. She was the president of the Rosy Guild, Hua Lingxi. Hua Lingxi looked at Shin Xuanju and asked, "How about it? Did you find the method I asked you to investigate that can remove the poisonous miasma gas?" Upon hearing this, Shin Pure Sakura also spoke of her encounter with the sneak attack by the people of the 10,000 poison sect. After hearing what she said, Hua Lingxi's expression couldn't help but become heavy. I didn't expect this 10,000 poison sect to be so hateful. It's just that this 10,000 poison sect's people are really cunning, and it's difficult for their Rose Guild to find their base camp even if they want to eliminate them. It can be said that the enemy is in the dark and they are in the light. Especially when she heard about Shin Shunju being rescued and that the man had a way to solve the miasma poisonous gas in the middle of the base. A touch of joy couldn't help but appear in his eyes as well. "Quickly, take me to meet that powerful person." At that moment, a tall woman walked in from the doorway of the conference room. As soon as he came in, he was looking at Shin Shunju with a sneer on his face and said towards Hua Lingxi, "Teacher, you mustn't be fooled by Shin Pure Sakura. How is she bringing back any strong person? She's clearly leading a gigolo to our guild." Hua Lingxi looked at her in confusion and asked, "What's going on?" Before Shin Xuanjua could open her mouth, the tall woman said with a disdainful face, "Teacher, in case you didn't know, the man she brought back looked younger than me. Even our guild's 2 ninth-turn powerhouses couldn't do anything. How could that kid possibly do it? If you ask me, it's very likely that Shin Pure Sakura fell into the trap of the 10,000 poison sect, using this identity to muddle her way into our base, then taking the spatial compass and the lotus of the 9 abyssal sacred hearts." Hearing these words, Shin Pure Sakura instantly looked a bit sulky. This woman who spoke in a conspiratorial manner was named Yi Lanqing, and both she and Shin Xuanjua were students the chairman Hua Lingxi had carefully cultivated, but the relationship between the two has never been very good. It's kind of antagonistic. Shin Xuanjua also didn't expect Yi Lanqing to come forward to ridicule herself and slander Zhang Feng at such a time. Seeing Shin Xuanjua start to get angry, Yi Lanqing's face became more and more smug as he mocked. "Just now I was at the door and heard you say that you were drugged with an aphrodisiac by someone from the 10,000 poison sect. I see that not only have you been defiled, but you've also lost your brain, and you would actually believe that that kind of white boy has a way to remove the miasma poisonous chi from the base?" Upon hearing this, Shin Xuanju's face instantly turned cold, and she said with anger in her tone, "What did you say? Do you not understand what I am saying?" Yi Lanqing snorted coldly, "I think you've been ed out of your mind by that little white boy? How else can you believe the nonsense he says?" Shin Sakura gritted her teeth and pointed at her with an angry face and said angrily, "Yi Lanqing, are you sick? I'm considered your senior sister. How dare you talk to me like that?" A cold light flashed in Yi Lanqing's eyes, and his body immediately erupted with the aura of 5th turn strength, ready to teach Shin Shunju a lesson. I've never thought of you as a senior sister, because you don't deserve it. Shinchuanjua's expression was cold, and the aura she released was no less impressive. Enough! Hua Lingxi stood up and slammed the table, chortling towards the two. Calm down, all of you. Then Hua Lingxi furrowed her brows and looked at Shinchunju and asked, the man you mentioned, what exactly is his strength? Shin Pure Sakura hurriedly explained, teacher, even though he's not very old, he possesses an ancient great imperial beast, and his strength is absolutely terrifying. At those words, Yi Lanqing couldn't help but let out a snort and said, you don't even think twice about what you say. He possesses an ancient great imperial beast at such a young age? Do you realize how much it costs to cultivate an ancient great imperial beast? Why don't you say that he's the terrifying imperial beastmaster who decapitated the emissary of the Seven Kingdoms earlier? I think you've really had your brains plugged in by him. Hearing this, Hua Lingxi's brows knitted a few points deeper. She was becoming more and more skeptical that Shinchun Sakura hadn't been tricked. Had the ancient great imperial beast become a cabbage? Except for that extremely powerful imperial beastmaster. And now there was another guy who had contracted an ancient great imperial beast at a young age? Actually, it wasn't Shinchuanjua's fault. After all, at that time when Zhang Feng had executed the emissaries of the Seven Kingdoms, it was the blazing brilliant sky falcon that was released in the middle of the demigod realm. Moreover, after Zhang Feng absorbed the feedback power brought by the demigod's power, appearance and temperament are also radically changed. That was why she hadn't recognized Zhang Feng's identity. At this time, seeing the skeptical look on the teacher's face, Shinchunju explained, teacher, you believe me. If you really don't believe me, you can let him try it and you'll know. Yi Lanqing was the first to open her mouth to reject. No, if he really is from the 10,000 Poison sect, and he flees after stealing the two treasures, how much damage our Rosebud Guild will cause do you know? Shin Pure Sakura said angrily, I think you're just messing around. Instead of looking for a way to be able to remove the miasma poisonous chi, you're doing everything you can to obstruct me from finding the person who came back. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. You're thinking that if the person I got back actually removes the miasma gas, my credit will be on your head forever. Being poked through her mind, Yi Lanqing's expression suddenly became coldly resumed. Don't blame me for teaching you a lesson if you're talking nonsense. Shut up, all of you, and stop arguing. Hua Lingxi chortled and said to Shinchunju, now take me to meet him. Good. Shinchun Sakura nodded in response, then led Hua Lingxi to the waiting room to meet Zhang Feng. Yi Lanqing, who was standing in place, had a grim expression and clenched his fists. At this moment, the Rosebud Guild was in the middle of the waiting room. Quite a few members of the Rosy Guild were quietly peeking at Zhang Feng from the doorway. They did not expect that there could be boys who were so handsome, and this look could even kill a line of fresh meat. It looked so flawless both from the side and the front. It was simply the Prince Charming they had fantasized about in their hearts. Zhang Feng looked at the girl speaking at him with a smile from the corner of his eyes, and a sigh of relief was born in his heart. If being good-looking is a sin, then I'm afraid he's already considered a capital offense. Chapter 98. What? You want to get slapped? 2. There were also quite a few female members with red faces, gathering courage just ready to go up and ask for a contact. But he was deterred by a chortle from the rear. What are you doing all piled up around here instead of staying at your posts? Seeing the president arrive, those female members of the guild instantly turned into birds and beasts and scattered. Immediately afterward, 3 women walked towards Zhang Feng. The golden aura in Zhang Feng's eyes flickered slightly, taking in the information of the other 2. The charming mature woman was of the 7th turn rank, while the other tall woman behind her was of the 5th turn rank. But the taller woman seemed to be looking at herself with a bit of disgust. Hua Lingxi looked Zhang Feng up and down, while also using her discernment check skill to check Zhang Feng's information. However, the next moment, there was a sudden shock in her eyes, because all of Zhang Feng's messages were question marks. Occupation? Level, 4 turns, 150 levels. Skill? Combat power? Surprisingly, she couldn't see through the occupation panel of the teenager in front of her, and could only see 1 rank at most. It was important to know that as long as one was below the 6th turn, even if one possessed any hidden props, it would be difficult to escape her forensic investigation skills, unless the occupation of the teenager in front of him was some kind of transcendent occupation that couldn't be glimpsed. But from what Shinchuanjua said, wasn't he an imperial beast master? But from the unearthly aura emanating from this person, and the divine splendor flowing between his brows, she would be able to know that the identity of the teenager in front of her must not be simple. Knowing that it wasn't good to keep staring at Zhang Feng to check, Hua Lingxi spoke out. I'm Flower Lingxi, the president of the Rosy Guild. I heard from Pure Sakura that not only did you save her, but you also have a way to be able to remove the miasma gas? Upon hearing this, Zhang Feng nodded with a smile on his lips. That's right, take me there. At this time, Yi Lanqing spoke with a sneer on his face. You really dare to say that even you can remove the miasma gas? Teacher, Do you really believe that this kid has that kind of ability? If he really has a way, it only means that he is someone sent over by the 10,000 Poison sect. Immediately after that, her gaze suddenly turned cold and she questioned with an aggressive expression. Say whether you're from the 10,000 Poison sect or not? Did you come to our Rosy Guild to snatch the space compass as well as the 9 Abyss Sacred Heart Lotus? Xin Shuan's face changed and she was just about to scold Yi Lanqing when Zhang Feng spoke. Zhang Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. By the way, which one are you? Hearing this, Yi Lanqing revealed a proud face. I'm the president's student and the eldest miss of the Yi family in Yunhai City. As soon as her words were out of her mouth, however, Zhang Feng raised his hand and slapped her on the face, his expression indifferent as he asked, "Did I talk to you?" Crisp slaps rang out. Everyone in the room froze. You, how dare you hit me? Yi Lanqing covered the reddened fingerprints on her face and stared angrily at Zhang Feng. She didn't expect that this unidentified white boy that Xin Shenzhen brought back would dare to hit herself. This slap is just to teach you a lesson. If you dare to continue to be reckless in front of me again, don't blame me for being heavy-handed. Hua Lingxi immediately rebuked towards Yi Lanqing. Shut up, stop fooling around and hurry up to apologize to someone. Yi Lanqing looked at her teacher incredulously, not expecting her to ask her to apologize to a white boy. Zhang Feng raised his eyebrows and said indifferently, I'm in a hurry, show me the miasma chi. Okay, follow me. Hua Lingxi nodded. Yi Lanqing stared at Zhang Feng's back with a sinister face and gritted his teeth to follow. In his heart, he hated it. I'll make you pay for that slap. Under Hua Lingxi's leadership, Zhang Feng arrived outside a heavily defended building. After Hua Lingxi took her identity card and swiped through a few identification doors, only then did he arrive in the middle of a hall that was densely covered in miasma. A purple light shield was set up in the middle of the entire hall to prevent the miasma gas from leaking out, and on both sides were 2 9 revolutions old crone who looked to be in their 60s or 70s stationed on the side. Upon seeing the 2 old crone, Hua Lingxi opened her mouth and addressed them respectfully. Elder Chen, Elder Yi. The old crone known as Chen Lao nodded her head lightly and asked, how is it? Have you found a solution? Hua Lingxi nodded. This teenager said that he has a way to resolve these miasmatic auras. Saying that, he pointed his finger at Zhang Feng behind him. At this moment, both 9 revolutions old crone looked at Zhang Feng with a puzzled expression. The old crone known as Elder Yi snorted coldly. Even this milquetoast brat can clear the poisonous miasma of this place? One must know that in order to remove this poisonous miasma gas, they had used all sorts of means, but they had no effect at all. At this time, Yi Lanqing followed up, and a soft gaze suddenly appeared in the eyes of the old crone known as Yi Lao. Yi Lanqing immediately said in an aggravated manner, Great-grandmother, I kindly advised that brat not to come in, but as a result, instead of appreciating it, he shot out and slapped me. As she said that, her eyes reddened and she made a pitiful look. It was the opposite of the spiffy and rude look from a moment ago. However, an imperceptible shade of sinister color flashed among her gaze towards Zhang Feng. As long as the great-grandmother, who was a 9th revolver, made a move, she would surely be able to teach this brat a hard lesson and turn him into a cripple. Xin Shun Cherry's expression tightened and she hurriedly explained, Yi Lao, listen to my explanation. Things are not what she said. Shut up. That old crone let out a cold cry. Her body's 9 revolutions aura steeply erupted. Whether or not it's what Chinger said, I'm asking you if the slap mark on her face was faked? Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from Yi old man, Xin Shun Cherry was so scared that her body trembled and she didn't dare to speak. After all, the slap mark on Yi Lanqing's face was indeed a slap from Zhang Feng. She didn't expect things to go this way either, knowing that Yi Lao's character has always been the most protective of his shortcomings. I'm afraid that this matter won't end so easily. Kid, did you hit this slap? That old crone stared at Zhang Feng with a cold expression. That's right, I did the slapping. Zhang Feng spoke out without thinking. What? You want to be slapped too? Hearing this, several people were shocked, not expecting that he would dare to speak out against a 9th revolution's powerhouse. This is not putting Yi Lao in his eyes at all. Sinner boy, didn't anyone teach you how to talk? The terrifying aura emanating from Yi Lao was instantly like dozens of mountains instantly pressing towards Zhang Feng. On the side, Hua Lingxi and Xin Chunju both felt unbearable pressure. They knew that Elder Yi was truly angered. However, in the next moment, Zhang Feng directly cast the demigod realm, enveloping all of them. This is the field. The 2 9 revolutions old crone immediately looked shocked in disbelief. This was a skill that only a 10th turn powerhouse could comprehend. Chapter 99? Successful acquisition of a space compass. Call me uneducated. Are you trying to teach me to talk? Zhang Feng's gaze was indifferent as he looked toward the old woman. As he spoke, he also summoned the Abyssal Dragon King. In the midst of the demigod realm, the Abyssal Dragon King's massive body carried a terrifying aura. The few people present were all shaken and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. They didn't realize that the teenager in front of them was the terrifyingly strong person who had decapitated the emissaries of the 7 countries in Tianjin that day. Yi Lanqing, who was on the side, was filled with a look of fear, and her legs could not stop trembling. She never thought that this kid would actually be that powerful imperial beast. This time, she's kind of subbing on the iron plate. Shin-chan Sakura was even more incredulous. That old woman surnamed Yi swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty after seeing Zhang Feng's power. Her face pale, with a look of fear in her expression, she hurriedly spoke. "My lord, I have overstepped my bounds. I hope you will forgive me. Weren't you high and mighty just now?" The corner of Zhang Feng's mouth lifted into a cold smile. The old woman surnamed Yi's heart immediately sank, and she hurriedly said, "As long as your excellency is willing to spare my old body, I am willing to gift all my treasures to your excellency." All the treasures of a ninth-turning powerhouse had a considerable attraction to regular people. However, Zhang Feng didn't have much interest in her baby. Between lifting his hand, the sword spirit transformed into a stream of light in the void and fiercely chopped towards her. The old woman surnamed Ji looked horrified and immediately exerted her means to resist this sword. Unfortunately, in the midst of this demigod realm, her attributes as well as her power continued to decay every second. Under this sword, her body instantly flew backwards and was heavily smashed tens of meters away. Her mouth violently spat out a large mouthful of blood, and her body continued to bleed from multiple wounds that had been torn apart by the sword chi. After a few people saw this scene, a look of extreme shock surfaced in their eyes. Just a single sword caused Elder Yi, who was a ninth revolution's powerhouse, to inflict such a wretchedly serious injury. No wonder he possessed the strength to decapitate the emissaries of the 7 kingdoms. This sword is just a lesson for you. If you weren't a ninth-turn powerhouse as a great yen, then you would already be a corpse by now. Zhang Feng spoke with a cold expression. Afterwards, he let the Abyssal Dragon King absorb all of those poisonous and miasmatic chi. Swish, that dense poisonous miasma gas began to pour into the Abyssal Dragon King's mouth, disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, the Abyssal Dragon King's aura also began to rapidly weaken. The toxicity of this miasma gas is really surprisingly strong. It was important to realize that the Abyssal Dragon King's various resistances had now become far greater than before with the increase in Zhang Feng's skill, God's favor. And yet, it still couldn't easily withstand the toxins of the miasma gas. However, in less than a minute's time, the large miasma of poisonous gas had already been cleared by most, leaving behind a few pieces of weird-looking stones. These stones were carved with inscriptions of a purple halo, constantly releasing miasma gas towards the outside. The golden light in Zhang Feng's eyes flashed, and he soon knew its message. It was these few pieces of source of miasma that caused the entire area to be filled with miasma. Spinning around, he summoned his spirit sword and shattered it with a single blow. Only then did it stop the miasma aura from pouring out in a steady stream. After the miasma aura was completely removed, 2 items appeared there in silhouette. One was the space compass floating in mid-air, and the other was the 9 Abyss Sacred Heart Lotus. Immediately after that, Zhang Feng had a joy in his eyes, and first he put the Abyssal Dragon King into the royal beast space to recover. Reaching out again, he inhaled that spatial compass into his hand. As for the 9 Abyss Sacred Heart Lotus, Zhang Feng didn't have any big ideas, plus it was taken by the Rosebud Guild. With the spatial compass, he would be able to travel to the middle of that volcano earlier and enter that formation to obtain the Upanishad talisman. I'll temporarily borrow this spatial compass for now, and will return it to the Ouyang family for you afterward, Zhang Feng said to Hua Lingxi. Hua Lingxi came back to her senses and hurriedly thanked her. Many thanks to your excellency for taking care of this miasma poison for us. Please don't leave, senior. We, the Rosy Guild, will have heavy thanks in return. After that, Hua Lingxi took Zhang Feng to the guild's treasury to pick some items in return. Zhang Feng was also secretly amazed after seeing the various rare items among the treasury. I didn't realize that the number of treasures amongst the Rosebud Guild would far exceed my own imagination. However, it was right. This Rosebud Guild was after all ranked in the top 10 guilds in Greater Yen. There was still a bottom line. After making some selections, Zhang Feng chose some more materials for the Imperial Beast calendar. Counting up, the materials he possessed for the calamity were already able to create 5 or 6 calamity crystals. If it was all given to the blazing brilliant Sky Falcon, it was estimated that it would be able to successfully mold a calendar 9 Imperial Beast. Don't say that there isn't a single Imperial Beast of the 9th Tribulation in the entire Great Yen. Even if we look at the 7 kingdoms, there was not a single Imperial Beast that had been born in the 9th Tribulation. Just as Zhang Feng was about to leave, instead, they found that the entire Rosebud Guild's base was surrounded by people. An old man with half black and half white hair stepped on the void, overlooking the entire Rosebud Guild. For a moment, the entire Rosebud Guild immediately sounded the alarm bell. Behind that old man, there was a group of women who were bound. That old man's gaze scanned the bottom and finally landed on Hua Lingxi's body. He said with a leathery smile, President Hua, these are the core members of your Rosebud Guild. If you don't want them to perish just like that, then immediately hand over the 9 Abyss Sacred Heart Lotus. Seeing those guild members who were tied up, Hua Lingxi immediately changed her face. You're from the 10,000 Poison Sect? That's right, I am none other than the sect master of the 10,000 Poison Sect, Tang Qianrong. If you are sensible, you should obediently hand over your things. The old man nodded slightly and said with a threatening intent between his words, otherwise, not only will they die today, but your Rosy Guild will also be devastated. You should have a sense of the lesser of the two in your mind. Of course Hua Lingxi couldn't possibly hand over the 9 Abyss Sacred Heart Lotus, not to mention that Zhang Feng wasn't gone yet. Just the fact that these infamous people from the 10,000 Poison Sect dared to blatantly surround the Rosebud Guild, it would never be easy to let them off the hook. Don't dream. You people from the 10,000 Poison Sect have been so vocal. It's just the right time for you to be eliminated in one fell swoop, Hua Lingxi said with a cold and chilly face. It seems that if I don't give you a little color, you don't know the consequences of offending the old man. Tang Qianrong smiled morosely, then the mana in his body surged, and a huge poisonous cloud coiled above the Rosebud Guild. Immediately after that, countless poisonous rains fell towards the bottom. At this time, Zhang Feng, who was on the side, looked at the old man in midair and said indifferently, since they're from the 10,000 Poison Sect, they'll all stay today. Hearing this, a disdainful smile appeared in Tang Qianrong's eyes. Yellow-mouthed child, just how dare you say such words? But the next second, his expression froze. Chapter 100 Blazing Falcon. Now, only the corners of Zhang Feng's mouth rose slightly, and a hint of disdain flashed in his eyes. The 9 Revolutions Poison Master was not considered a threat to him. He gently raised his hand, and a golden light surged out from his palm. Blazing brilliant Sky Falcon. Now, along with Zhang Feng's low drink, a heaven-shaking hostile chirp resounded through the clouds. The golden light coalesced, and a huge flaming giant bird of enormous size appeared from the void. The wings were spread out to a width of more than 1,000 feet, and the whole body was burning with reddish golden flames. As soon as the blazing Sky Falcon appeared, the temperature around it rose abruptly. Before those poisonous rains from the sky could touch the ground, they were vaporized by the high temperature into wisps of green mist. Tang Qianrong's original disdainful expression instantly froze, a hint of shock flashing through his eyes. This is an ancient great imperial beast? He looked incredulously at the golden flaming giant bird in front of him with an obvious tremor in his voice. And it's still the blazing brilliant Sky Falcon of the calendar 4? How is this possible? But do you think you can fight against my 10,000 Poison Sect just because you have an ancient great imperial beast? The spread of this poisonous gas will only cause more people to die from my poison. Zhang Feng's expression remained unchanged as he blandly said, really? So what if I have a second one? As soon as the words fell, the terrifying figure of the Abyssal Dragon King appeared, bringing with it an enormous pressure in an instant. It opened its dragon's mouth and began to devour those poisonous gases, which instantly disappeared in the air at a speed visible to the naked eye. And Zhang Feng had also discovered that the Abyssal Dragon King's resistance to poison had increased a lot after it had devoured poisonous qi. A toxic skill was even born. It was a windfall for it. No, it can't be. 2 ancient great imperial beasts? Who the hell are you, kid? Tang Qianrong's pupils jolted, but then he seemed to remember something and pointed at Zhang Feng and said in a trembling voice, wait, you're that imperial beast master. At this moment, the people from the 10,000 Poison Sect were scared out of their wits when they saw the 2 ancient great imperial beasts and began to flee in all directions, especially that Abyssal Dragon King. But it was the imperial beast of that terrifying imperial beast master who had decapitated the emissaries of the 7 kingdoms in Tianjing. How could that terrifying imperial beast powerhouse be an object they could mess with? At this moment, the blazing heavenly falcon let out a long whine. Its wings flapped violently, and a terrifying wave of fiery aura spread out in all directions. Those professionals who fled in all directions were instantly turned into a cloud of ashes under the sweep of that flaming air wave. At this moment, Tang Qianrong forced himself to calm down and pinched his hand. 10,000 Poison Transformation Formation. Rise. As he did so, countless green poisonous gases suddenly sprang up in the air around him. It condensed into the shape of a poisonous snake and lunged towards Zhang Feng and the blazing Sky Falcon. Zhang Feng's expression remained unchanged as he lightly shouted, wings of burning sky. The blazing Sky Falcon's wings suddenly became even more radiant, and the temperature of the flames instantly rose to a terrifying level. Those vipers turned into nothingness under the high temperature before they could even get close. Tang Qianrong's face changed drastically. He didn't expect his proud poison technique to be cracked so easily. At this moment, the blazing brilliant Sky Falcon's wings were completely unfolded, and the flames on its body instantly turned pure white, the temperature so high that it was suffocating. It let out a long, heaven-shaking whistle, then swooped down towards Tang Qianrong. Tang Qianrong's face changed drastically, and he scrambled to offer up a green shield to fend it off. However, Under the attack of the blazing brilliant Sky Falcon, the shield was like papier-mâché and was instantly burned to ashes. No! Tang Qianrong let out a miserable scream as his entire body was engulfed by the flames of the blazing brilliant Sky Falcon. When the flames cleared, he was already covered in charcoal and falling through the air. The crowd of onlookers, especially the professionals who had come to round up the 10,000 poison sect, looked at this scene with shock in their eyes. Thanks to your excellency's intervention. Or else I'm afraid that my Rosebud Guild would have suffered a heavy blow today, Hua Lingxi said thankfully. Jiang Feng smiled faintly. Just a show of hands. Suddenly, his eyes stared and his gaze landed on the falling Tang Qianrong, only to see that the body of the old man, who should have been seriously injured, dissipate like smoke. The old man swindled his way to death. Jiang Feng sneered. Want to escape? It's not that easy. He leapt onto the back of the blazing brilliant Sky Falcon in a single bound. The blazing brilliant Sky Falcon let out a long whine. Its wings shook, and it turned into a golden stream of light that rushed into the sky. Jiang Feng closed his eyes and perceived, quickly locking onto Tang Qianrong's aura. That cold and venomous aura was moving rapidly towards the south of the city. Head that way. Jiang Feng pointed to the distance, and the blazing Sky Falcon immediately adjusted its direction and accelerated its flight. Inside a small, isolated courtyard at the top of the mountain, Tang Qianrong barged in with a scowl on his face. Facing the pursuing Jiang Feng, he was simply no match for him and could only leave with the little girl who was fit for the body of 10,000 poisons. As for the 9 Abyss Sacred Heart Lotus, although it was the most suitable fusion material, at the moment it could only be replaced by something else. Once the body of 10,000 poisons had come to fruition, he would be fully capable of having a chance to rise again. However, Jiang Feng had already ridden the blazing brilliant Sky Falcon and locked himself in the middle of that remote small courtyard. When he saw the scene inside, an eerie chill appeared in his eyes, only to see a number of children of a few years old being soaked in the middle of a medicine vat, which was filled with a rich poisonous liquid. There were even white bones floating amongst some of the medicinal tanks, apparently melted by the venom. Jiang Feng really did not expect that this 10,000 poison sect would still be able to make such a pig and dog behavior. Don't run away. This is where you will perish today. Jiang Feng drank indifferently towards Tang Qianrong below. Tang Qianrong laughed coldly, pinching his hand. A green light was injected into the little girl's body. If you dare to make a move, I'll stimulate the toxins in her body. At that time, she'll turn into a walking source of poison, and the entire urban area will be shrouded in poisonous gas. The little girl screamed in agony as green lines began to appear on her face. I advise you not to struggle unnecessarily. You'll have to die today no matter what you say. Jiang Feng summoned his sword spirit and chopped towards him with a sword. You forced me. Tang Qianrong activated a top-tier defense scroll to ward off, while grimly laughing. This girl is a semi-finished product of the body of 10,000 poisons that my 10,000 poison sect has carefully cultivated. Although it's not perfect, it's enough to bury all living beings within a 1,000-meter radius. As his words fell, the green lines on the little girl's body became more and more pronounced, and strands of green poisonous gas began to overflow from her. The little girl winced in pain, green tears flowing from her eyes. It hurts. Help me. Jiang Feng's eyes stared and his face became even colder. It was naturally impossible for him to spare Tang Qianrong, so he could only behead him along with this pitiful little girl. Chop! Jiang Feng gave a low shout. Jiang Feng's sword spirit suddenly erupted with a brilliant white aura that pierced the sky as he chopped down with a sword. The Shin ice barrier formed by the scroll in Tang Qianrong's hand had begun to crack like a spider web. At this time, Tang Qianrong's eyes were fiercely horrified, and he knew that he absolutely could not resist the strike. He immediately gritted his teeth and decided to pour his full power into this girl. With his power, he was able to temporarily make it a true body of all poisons, though it could only last for 30 minutes at most. But these 30 minutes, although it couldn't seriously injure this kid, it was enough to turn half of Yunhai City into a forbidden land of poison. Chapter 101? Enter the ceiling formation. Ha ha ha, kid, this is considered a great gift for you prepared by the old man before he dies. As Tang Qianrong let out a piercing sneer, his body shattered at the same time. The toxin in the little girl's body instantly erupted, her look of pain and struggle, the green lines on her face becoming more and more pronounced. Seeing this, Jiang Feng quickly ordered the sword spirit to resolve her pain, ready to give the little girl a closure. Chop! Jiang Feng spoke decisively. The sword spirit moved in response to the sound, and the longsword flashed with a cold light as it instantly chopped down. The light of the sword cut through, and the longsword pierced into her heart, accompanied by a crisp crack. The toxin in her body was like a detonated powder keg, instantly spreading. The little girl's body transformed into an endless stream of toxins, the green liquid tumbling through the air and emitting a pungent odor. The occupiers who came to watch saw this and their faces suddenly changed. If we don't stop the poisonous gas from spreading as soon as possible, I'm afraid the entire Yunhai city will be plunged into this horrible poisonous mist. Quick, seal this poisonous gas, a professional shouted. looking terrified. One by one, the mages chanted at the top of their voices, their spells intertwining in the air to form a curtain of light against the poisonous gas that was about to spread. However, the toxin had spread far faster than they could have imagined, as well as the toxin contained far more power than they believed. Those barriers began to be covered in spiderweb-like cracks in just an instant. The green mist came in like a tidal wave, instantly covering the surrounding area. Zhang Feng was also secretly surprised at this scene. Originally, he had thought that according to the power of the sword spirit he would be able to easily cut him down. Instead, it directly triggered the toxins in her body, and under the surroundings of this toxin, that little girl seemed to be able to recover quickly from even the most serious of injuries. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng could only let the Abyssal Dragon King swallow these poisonous qi as well as this little girl into his mouth. After all, the Abyssal Dragon King now possessed a super high resistance to toxicity, and was able to continuously increase its resistance to toxicity after swallowing it. Otherwise, if this little girl was left here, she would only become a source body that would poison the city. Since the spatial compass is already in hand, let's go head to the middle of that formation and take out the Upanishad talisman now. Zhang Feng's eyes flickered, so he immediately prepared to head towards the previously marked copy. He also took out his cell phone and contacted Ruan Yuan to come along. After all, that guy knows a little more and can come in handy in a pinch. Young Jiang, have you gotten the spatial compass already? Ruan Yuan's voice carried a hint of urgency, and his eyes burned as he questioned Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng nodded slightly, his fingertips rubbing the ancient compass, a faint metallic luster flowing between his fingers. Aha! Hearing these words, Ruan Yuan immediately showed a joyful expression and his breathing became ragged. Great! With this, we'll be able to enter that sealing formation. Without much delay, the two of them immediately set out for the previously marked copy. Just as they arrived at the entrance of the replica, a shout of surprise came from one to the other. Quick look, that's the blazing sky falcon. Ilu Abina. Really is that imperial beast big brother. He's actually coming to this copy? Could it be that there's some kind of shocking secret in here? Those occupiers who were originally guarding the entrance had their eyes wide open at this moment, shock and doubt written all over their faces. They looked at the huge figure soaring in the sky and murmured, speculating about Zhang Feng's intentions. Zhang Feng didn't care about the gazes around him and walked straight into the copy with Ruan Yuan. Zhang Feng came straight to the huge crater from earlier. He took a deep breath and held the spatial compass tightly in his hand as he swooped down towards the middle of the sealing array. A strange power surged out from the compass and wrapped them in it. The surrounding scene was instantly distorted, as if it was being kneaded and pulled by a large invisible hand. The next moment, they were in a gray space. The wind was howling and thundering, as if they were at the end of the world. This is the interior of the sealing array? Zhang Feng looked around and frowned slightly. The sky here is like a torn rag, a gray crack striking the eye. On the ground, on the other hand, there were irregular bumps and depressions, as if they had experienced an extremely violent fight. Without the protection of the spatial compass, I'm afraid that any strong person would be torn to pieces by this terrifying storm, Ruan Yuan said heartily, his face slightly white. The two men moved forward cautiously. It was as if there was no end to this space, and apart from the whistling wind and the deafening thunder, nothing else could be heard. Didn't you say there are Aeon charms here? How come I don't even see a single hair? After walking for a long time, Zhang Feng finally couldn't help but open his mouth, looking at Ruan Yuan with a hint of doubt and suspicion in his tone. Ruan Yuan was also at a loss, fine beads of sweat seeping from his forehead. Zhang Xiao, I don't know, he stammered, a tremor in his voice. He was worried that Zhang Feng would mistake him for deceiving him. He was well aware of Zhang Feng's character, killing and decisive, never the slightest hint of ambiguity. Never mind, let's look further ahead. Seeing that he had no reason to deceive himself, Zhang Feng pondered slightly for a moment and decided to continue exploring anyway. After all, if you've come, you can't go home empty-handed. After walking for a while longer, some black shadows vaguely appeared in Zhang Feng's sight. He quickened his pace in his mind. As he approached, it made the two men gasp. Those black shadows were clearly a corpse. They were either standing or lying in different postures, but without exception, they had lost their breath of life. A heavy aura of death emanated from these corpses. Their skin was parched, clinging to their bones as if they had been drained of all moisture. Some of the corpses' eyes were still open, and the color of fear from their life seemed to remain in their empty eyes. These people should all be here to look for the Aeon charms. Ruan Yuan looked worried and frowned. Zhang Xiao, there should be two kinds of conditions in this big formation. One is the land of the living, in which there won't be any dangers, and one can get out alive. But if you fall into the land of the dead, you're only afraid of 9 deaths. Seeing these people engulfed by the chi of death, Ruan Yuan knew that they should have entered the land of death. Zhang Feng nodded slightly. It seemed that he still needed to leave this land of death as soon as possible. From amongst the corpses that had been dead for an unknown period of time, it was still possible to feel that they exuded an unearthly aura. In his lifetime, he was bound to be a strong man with a lot of power. Chapter 102 The Starry Night Alien Race. The Thunder Race. Rumble. The sound of muffled thunder grew duller and duller, one sound following another, as if war drums were beating and pounding at one's heart. Zhang Feng summoned the blazing heavenly falcon into the imperial beast space, and then he turned around and looked far away. At the end of the line of sight, the sky and the earth were chaotic, with dark clouds rolling in like ink and thunderclouds hanging low, as if they were just out of reach. A streak of blinding lightning tore through the sky, wrapped in the might of destroying everything, and mercilessly smashed into the ground. It was a vast and boundless ocean of thunder and lightning, with silver snakes dancing wildly and flashes of electricity, so that no edge could be seen at all. Zhang Feng's brows furrowed as he slowly approached the sea of thunder. The closer they got, the more deafening the sound of the explosive thunder became, as if it was going to tear one's eardrums apart. The air was filled with a scorching scent, and a wave of energy visible to the naked eye swept in all directions like a gale. Finally, Zhang Feng and Ruan Yuan both arrived at the edge of the thunder sea. This heaven-destroying sight before him made his heart and soul tremble. Each of the thunderbolts that struck down from the sky was dozens of meters wide and as thick as a bucket, and one after the other, in a continuous stream, as if it never ends. Zhang Feng looked towards the depths of the thunder sea, where the lightning was even denser and more violent. Like a hideous dragon, it rolled and roared in the dark clouds, releasing a palpitating power of destruction. What was even more bizarre was that such a violent thunderbolt had bombarded the ground without leaving any traces, not even a trace of scorched blackness. The ground was as flat as ever, as if nothing had happened. Zhang Xiao, every single thunderbolt in here is comparable to the full force of an 8th turn lightning mage. Ruan Yuan's voice rang in his ears with a hint of shock. Zhang Feng naturally knew the terror of the thunderbolt, and the dense number of them was enough to shock the world. However, in the face of these thunderbolts, Zhang Feng was simply fearless. After all, he was able to transmit the damage to the Jinyu Xianwu in the royal beast space, and in the midst of his own divine-grade imperial beast space, the recovery speed of the Jinyu Xianwu was extremely exaggerated, so Zhang Feng didn't have too much to worry about. Young Jiang, look in that direction of yours, Ruan Yuan suddenly exclaimed. At those words, Zhang Feng looked towards the direction his finger was pointing towards. The next moment, his entire body froze for a few moments. In the midst of that sea of thunder, there was actually a tall and sturdy figure floating in the void. Zhang Feng squinted his eyes slightly, scrutinizing the figure in that sea of thunder. The man didn't move a muscle, letting this thunderbolt fall on him, and surprisingly, there was not a single fart in sight. Zhang Feng immediately used the eye of true vision to see through this person's information. Name, Louis Yu. Level, 9 turns, 295 levels. Physique, Berserk Thunder Body. Race, Thunderbolt. Status, Deadly Aura Erosion. Thunder Race? Zhang Feng's eyes were astonished. This was a race that wasn't among the Earth stars. He had heard before that the Thunder Race was a race located among the civilized planets beyond the Great Wall of Stars. The Thunder Clan was a huge race, and among the 10,000 races of the cosmic stars, it was considered one of the stronger races. At this moment, the Thunder Clan member named Lei Yao had a faint bluish-purple glow all over his body, with black horns growing on his forehead. The surface of the skin had circuit-like patterns with each blast of lightning. Those lines would then light up with a piercing glow, absorbing and transforming the power of lightning. Zhang Feng was about to step forward, but he saw that Ruan Yuan couldn't wait to walk towards that Thunder Clan member. He. Zhang Xiao. This person was able to resist the thunderbolt hard. I think there's some kind of top-notch treasure on his body. I'll come and search it properly. Wait, Zhang Feng shouted sternly, but it was already too late. Ruan Yuan had just taken less than 3 steps closer to that Thunder Clan member when his face suddenly changed. His body began to tremble slightly, and the color of blood on his face faded rapidly, as if something invisible was devouring his vital energy. Back off! Zhang Feng summoned the sword spirit to attack Lei Yao while coming to Ruan Yuan's side and pulling him away with one hand. Ruan Yuan fell to the ground, stunned and gasping for air. Zhang Xiao, although this guy is dead, there seems to be some sort of energy operating within his body that is able to absorb vitality. Zhang Feng nodded with a grave expression on his face, and his gaze once again fell on that Thunder Clan member. Under the erosion of the dead chi, this corpse even retained the instinct to absorb energy. It was really bizarre. A Thunder Clan powerhouse with the strength of the 9 revolutions. Even after death, the energy circulation system in their body is still functioning. Zhang Feng mused. The Thunder Clan bloodline in his body can even resonate with this sea of thunder after death. It seems that this guy was on the verge of death, forcibly moving his body into this sea of thunder. A bold idea took shape in Zhang Feng's mind. Ruan Yuan, back off 100 meters and don't get close, Zhang Feng admonished. When Ruan Yuan retreated to a safe distance, Zhang Feng took a deep breath and slowly stepped forward. With every step he took forward, the air around him grew heavier and heavier. An invisible suction force kept on coming, trying to draw out the vitality in his body. Jiang Feng laughed coldly, and with a movement of his mind, the divine great imperial beast space within his body fluctuated slightly. The power of the Jinyu Xianwu quietly flowed throughout his body, forming an invisible barrier. The suction force touched the barrier and immediately disappeared like a mud cow into the sea. Arriving in front of the Thunder Clan, Jiang Feng extended his palm and gently pressed it on his chest. In an instant, a violent force of thunder and lightning ran down his arm and into his body. However, Jiang Feng's expression remained unchanged as he allowed this force to wreak havoc in his body. Conduction. Jiang Feng whispered. The divine great imperial beast space within his body suddenly shook, and the Jinyu Xuanwu let out a low hissing roar. That raging lightning power was instantly transferred to the royal beast space. Indeed, the corners of Jiang Feng's mouth rose slightly. He realized that even though this Thunder Clan member was dead, the strange energy circuits within his body remained intact. It continuously absorbed the energy in the Thunder Sea and transformed it into a special kind of power. A flash of determination flashed in Jiang Feng's eyes, and he pressed his hands on the Thunder Clan. Running at full power, he began to try to channel that particular energy circuit to connect with himself. When the time came, he would be able to have his imperial beasts increase their resistance to lightning as well, and see if he could awaken a lightning attribute skill. It had to be said that this Thunder Clan member's body was like a thunder pearl. It could help Jiang Feng absorb the power of thunder. Right at this moment, Lei Yao slowly opened his eyes, and a pair of purple-brown pupils scanned the surroundings. Has a living person finally come here? Thunder Clan language. When he was on the verge of death, he forcefully moved his body into this sea of thunder to renew his life with thunder. However, the death aura on his body was too dense, and he would have trouble resurrecting himself if he couldn't absorb the life force of others. Now at last he was allowed to wait for the resurrection. It was only that he had only sucked in a little bit of life force, not enough for him to completely counteract the massive death chi in his body. If the life force of the two humans in front of him were drained, they would be able to regain more power. However, he soon sensed something strange. This kid seemed to be using himself as a conductor tool for lightning. Kid, borrow some of your life force to help me regain my strength. Lei Yao let out a sardonic laugh before stretching out his sharp claws and stabbing at Jiang Feng. However, in the next moment, a sword light flashed, and his claws were smoothly severed. Lei Yao immediately showed a shocked face. Chapter 103? With you are worthy of submitting to me? Lei Yao immediately performed all the thunder techniques, and between the flashes of electricity, thunder and lightning rained down, pushing Jiang Feng straight ahead. However, Jiang Feng's face remained unchanged, and with a gentle wave of his hand, the blazing heavenly falcon flew out of the imperial beast space, spreading its wings and soaring high. Feathers burning with golden flames shone brightly in the thunder and lightning. Between his wings, countless golden streams of light smashed into Lei Yao like a meteorite. Lei Ming immediately raised his hands to intersect, using the power of thunder to parry the attack. You actually possess an ancient great imperial beast, and it is also one that has gone through 4 tribulations. Astonishment appeared in Lei Yao's eyes, but then a touch of greed swept through his eyes. If he could draw on the life force of the blazing brilliant sky falcon, he might be able to regain 78/10 of his strength at his peak. When the time comes, you can take down the Aeon charm. The corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile, and his voice was as loud as thunder. Kid, become my slave and sacrifice this blazing brilliant sky falcon, or you'll only die. Jiang Feng sneered without a care in the world. Just by you? The blazing brilliant sky falcon moved in response to the sound, and countless golden meteorite fires landed like heavenly punishment. With Jiang Feng's God's favor bonus, its attributes and combat power were permanently increased by 150%. The current blazing sky falcon's base combat power alone was over 4.5 million. Lei Yao was shocked in his heart. He didn't expect this brat's imperial beast to be so powerful. He hastily utilized his entire body's thunder power to resist. Between the interplay of electricity and light, the blazing brilliant sky falcon's attack was like a raging storm, instantly enveloping Lei Yao. The golden meteorite fire was like an exterminating heavenly punishment that enveloped Lei Yao. Even though he exerted his thunder power with all his might to resist, he was still suppressed by this raging storm of attacks and lost ground. In the face of the blazing brilliant sky falcon's fierce attack, a hint of viciousness flashed in Lei Yao's eyes. His hands quickly formed a seal, and the thunder element within his body surged wildly as a thunder and lightning silhouette that was identical to him separated from his body. This was his secret technique, the substitute of thunder. Once attacked it would explode, powerful enough to severely injure or even kill the brat. Kid, you think you can do anything to me like that? Lei Yao laughed fiercely, maneuvering his lightning double to lunge straight towards Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng's eyes were cold as he took out his shattered star staff and ordered softly, blazing brilliant sky falcon, coronation wings. The blazing brilliant sky falcon in the air let out a loud and clear chirp. and its wings spread out violently. In an instant, golden flames erupted from it like the corona of the sun, forming a ring of blazing light. As soon as the thunder's double came into contact with this aura, it was annihilated like a falling cannon meeting a cannonball. And then, the power of the corona continued to spread, directly rushing towards Lei Yao himself. No, this is impossible, Lei Yao shouted in horror, hastily gathering the power of thunder to resist once again. However, it was too late. The power of the coronation wings far exceeded his imagination, and the golden flames instantly broke through his defenses and engulfed him whole. A mournful scream resounded throughout the entire Thunder Sea, and when the flames dispersed, Lei Yao had already collapsed on the ground, his body scorched black and his breath weak. Zhang Feng approached slowly, looking down on this thunder race fellow. Spare my life, spoke Lei Yao with difficulty, his voice hoarse. I am willing to submit. Zhang Feng laughed coldly. Just by you. You deserve to submit to me? I have treasure, Lei Yao said eagerly, then took out a dark blue long stick. A lifelike purple dragon was carved on each end above this long stick. The dragon's eyes were still flickering with lightning above them, emitting a powerful aura. This is the Thunder Dragon Heaven Shattering Stick. It is one of my clan's precious magic treasures. I'm willing to offer it for just one life. A hint of interest flashed in Zhang Feng's eyes, but he remained indifferent on the surface. The golden flames of the blazing sky falcon flowed around it, ready to strike again. Thunder Dragon Sky Shattering Stick. Type, weapon, quality, quasi-sacred. Usable level, LV 150. Attributes, attack plus 60W, agility plus 30W, spirit plus 25W. Introduction, one of the most precious treasures of the Thunder Clan. It has 150% bonus to Thunder System professionals, and can store the Thunder Seal on the enemy, which can be detonated instantly, causing certain death damage. Bring it, Zhang Feng ordered briefly. Lei Yao nodded in awe, then holding the Thunder Dragon Heaven Shattering Stick, he came in front of Zhang Feng. Only in the next moment, the corner of Lei Yao's mouth slanted, and his eyes flashed with a crazy, morose color. Spinning around, he violently raised his long stick and swung it violently towards Zhang Feng's head. A purple dragon thunder shadow emerged, filling the air with a terrifying thunder pressure toward Zhang Feng to devour him. Kid, with such a close range attack, I'll see how you, a weak Imperial Beast Master, can dodge, ha ha ha. However, the next scene caused Lei Yao's smile to stiffen and finally tremble, because under the stick, this little brat not only caught his attack, but was also unharmed. How is this possible? Even though I only have 10% of my current power left, I still have no problem killing a brittle Imperial Beastmaster like you before. Zhang Feng ignored his shock because this was not the first time he had encountered this kind of thing. Everyone thought he was a brittle Imperial Beastmaster, but they couldn't believe their terrifying defense even to their deaths. Zhang Feng snatched the long stick and scrutinized its appearance. This stick was incredibly heavy, and the runes carved on it were also very fine and natural. Zhang Feng took out the Wanshan mask with one hand and wore it on his face. Then he raised his stick and headed for Lei Yao's head in a headbutt. No, you can't kill me. I'm a strong member of the Thunder Clan. If you kill me, you're an enemy of the entire Thunder Clan. Lei Yao bellowed with a terrified expression. But before he could finish his sentence, his head exploded like a shattered watermelon. Boom! Thunder light exploded out, and Lei Yao's body was also blown to the bone. Good stick. Zhang Feng smiled and then put it into his spatial ring. Zhang Feng turned his head to Ruan Yuan, who had rushed to the side, and asked, by the way, did you hear him ghosting something before he died? Ruan Yuan let out a sarcastic smile. He said that if you kill him, Zhang Xiao, you're making an enemy of the entire Thunder Clan. He had naturally heard of the reputation of the Thunder Clan. The Thunder Clan was a powerful race outside the stars, specializing in the power of the Thunder System, and there were as many powerful people in the clan as there were people. After Jiang Xiao killed him, it was only inevitable that the Thunder Clan would find trouble. If it was anyone else, Ruan Yuan would definitely think that that person would be hunted down by the Thunder Clan. But if that person was Jiang Xiao, the thing to worry about was the safety of the Thunder Clan. Ruan Yuan then added, but Jiang Xiao doesn't need to worry. With your strength, even if the Thunder Clan comes, it's not enough to fear. Zhang Feng noticed Ruan Yuan's pale expression and felt that his life force was being eroded by the death chi and was rapidly draining away. Originally, Ruan Yuan had already had most of his vitality absorbed by this Thunder Clan person, and if he wore out anymore, it was estimated that he would have to explain himself here. So Zhang Feng mouthed, let's go. Leave here first and head to the land of the living. Chapter 104 Obtaining the Life and Death Upanishad. Zhang Feng and Ruan Yuan stepped into the depths of the Sea of Thunder and sped in the direction of the land of the living. Ruan Yuan's face grew paler and paler as his life force continued to drain away and his breathing became rapid and weak. Jiang Xiao, the fog is getting thicker up ahead. Ruan Yuan pointed ahead with difficulty. his voice so weak that it was almost inaudible. Zhang Feng's eyes stared, only to see white mist filling the air in front of him, like an invisible wall. The blazing sky falcon let out a low cry, golden flames flickering under its wings, vaguely resisting the deathly aura of the mist. There's something odd, Zhang Feng said softly, then signaled the blazing brilliant sky falcon to slow down. Just then, Zhang Feng acutely realized that there was something floating in the mist. It was a broken talisman, appearing ink black with an eerie cold light around the edges, hidden in the mist. Ruan Yuan's eyes lit up, not caring about his weakness, and said excitedly, Jiang Shao, that's the death talisman. The death talisman among the life and death Upanishads. The legendary life and death Aeon charm splits in two. One is the talisman of life and the other is the talisman of death. If you can combine them into one, you will be able to master the power of life and death. Zhang Feng raised his eyebrows, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Young Jiang, quickly remove it, Ruan Yuan said eagerly, his eyes filled with anticipation. Zhang Feng didn't act rashly, but carefully observed the state of the half-talisman. He stretched out his hand, his spiritual energy probing out like silk, and as soon as he touched the talisman, a chill spread from his fingertips to his entire body. Hiss! Zhang Feng felt a powerful suction force, as if it was trying to extract all the vitality from his body. If he hadn't had the symbiosis skill to transfer the damage, he would have been drained of his life force in an instant. What a strong death chi! Zhang Feng's eyes stared and he quickly withdrew his hand. This death talisman was like a hot potato, and once it came into contact, it would crazily absorb vitality. Zhang Feng's gaze sunk slightly. No wonder it can exist in this mist without being annihilated. Zhang Feng pondered for a moment, took out a jade talisman and guided it with his spiritual power, pushing it towards the dead talisman. As soon as the jade talisman came into contact with the death talisman, it turned gray at a speed visible to the naked eye and finally turned into powder. This is a high-grade talisman, but it can't even exert the slightest effect. Zhang Feng's eyes were surprised, secretly astonished. He reached out again, then quickly grabbed the corner of the dead talisman. Deadly chi instantly rushed into the body, but it was conducted to the imperial beast by the symbiosis skill. With just one more bitter imperial beast, the death talisman could be included in the special jade box. Not a moment later, Zhang Feng let out a sigh of relief. Got it. Seeing Zhang Feng actually remove the death talisman with his bare hands, Ruan Yuan's eyes widened in awe. Zhang Shao really is a great man of God. If this death talisman can be harmonized with life, it can control the life and death of others. Zhang Feng's face didn't show much joy, but instead, it was a bit heavy. Nima, this half-death charm effect is just too strong. This rich dead chi passed through Zhang Feng and was absorbed by the Jinyu Xianwu. But at this time, the Jinyu Xianwu was somewhat unable to recover even in the middle of the imperial beast space. However, but it wasn't all bad news. At least Zhang Feng vaguely felt the approximate location of the life talisman through the death talisman. Zhang Feng had the blazing sky falcon fly to a high place and look down on the surroundings. In the distance, an emerald green color was faintly visible. In stark contrast to this dead land, the blazing heavenly falcon let out a high-pitched chirp, and with a flick of its wings, it flew rapidly towards the land of the living. After coming to the land of the living, Ruan Yuan's face gradually regained its blood color. He looked around in amazement at his vibrant surroundings and couldn't help but take a deep breath. Jiang Shao, the aura of life here is too strong. I feel like the dead energy in my body is being dispersed. Zhang Feng nodded, his eyes scanning the lush green world, quite different from the gray and barrenness of the land of the dead. This place was lush with grass and trees, and the air was filled with a fresh scent. As he continued to move forward, suddenly, a giant tree stood in front of him, with a trunk so thick that it would take dozens of people to hug it. The canopy of the tree is like a huge green umbrella that shades the sky. Most strikingly, the entire tree emits a soft green light, as if life were flowing through it. Ruan Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Jiang Shao, this is actually the legendary tree of life, possessing a massive life force. No wonder it's able to spawn talismans. Zhang Feng looked up, and sure enough, at the top of the tree of life, there was a white light flickering. It was half a white talisman, emitting a strange aura. Then it's the rune of life. A hint of joy flashed in Zhang Feng's eyes. The blazing sky falcon sensed Zhang Feng's intentions and immediately spread its wings and flew towards the top of the tree of life. However, the moment the sky falcon was about to approach the raw talisman, a green barrier suddenly appeared and bounced the blazing sky falcon back. There's a guarding formation. Zhang Feng frowned slightly. Ruan Yuan stepped forward and said respectfully, Jiang Shao, legend has it that the tree of life has a spiritual nature, so perhaps we need to obtain its approval in order to obtain the life talisman. Zhang Feng pondered and walked slowly towards the tree of life. As he approached the trunk, a gentle scent of life hit him. He reached out and gently touched the trunk. In a flash, a stream of information flowed into his mind. A balance between life and death is the way of heaven. Those who hold the talisman of death may take the talisman of life. Zhang Feng understood and took out the death talisman from the jade box in his spatial ring and stuck it on the trunk of the tree of life. The moment the death talisman came into contact with the tree of life, it emitted a burst of black and white intertwined light. Complex patterns emerged from the trunk of the tree, spreading all the way to the top of the crown. The guarding formation slowly dissipated, and the half-white talisman floated down from the top of the tree, landing steadily in Zhang Feng's hand. The birth talisman has arrived. Zhang Feng nodded in satisfaction. Just then, the life talisman resonated with the death talisman in Zhang Feng's spatial ring, and the two automatically flew out, attracting each other in the air and eventually merging into one. A complete yin and yang talisman appeared in front of Zhang Feng, black and white intertwined, emitting mysterious fluctuations. Life and death auspicious charms. Type, special props, quality, holy order. Description, a mystical talisman that combines the power of death and the power of life, and can control the power of life and death. The holder can briefly manipulate the transition between life and death to heal or wither a living being. A hint of surprise flashed in Zhang Feng's eyes. This life and death Upanishad talisman was far more useful than he had expected. Young Jiang, congratulations on obtaining the Yin-Yang talisman, Ruan Yuan said respectfully, his eyes filled with envy. Zhang Feng was about to respond when he suddenly felt a spatial fluctuation. A portal slowly opened on the trunk of the tree of life. This is, said Zhang Feng, looking at Ruan Yuan in confusion. Ruan Yuan was also shocked. Legend has it that there are other places inside the tree of life. A secret realm. Young Jiang, you have obtained the life and death Upanishad talisman. It seems that the tree of life has recognized you and is willing to open the door to the secret realm for you. Zhang Feng pondered for a moment and decided to find out. You wait for me outside, Zhang Feng said to Ruan Yuan. Ruan Yuan nodded in response and watched Zhang Feng walk into that portal. Within the portal was a small world full of life. There was a clear spring in the center, and the water emitted a strong scent of life. Zhang Feng approached the clear spring and realized that there was an object shining at the bottom of the spring. He reached in and took out an emerald green seed. Seeds of life. Type, special props, quality, divine. Description, a magical seed containing pure life force that can be cultivated into the ancient tree of life. The holder can use it to restore life force and even bring the dead back to life. Chapter 105, it's time to go to the Tower of Celestial Pride. This is actually a divine quality seed. Zhang Feng's expression shook. This was the first time he had seen something of divine quality with his own eyes, and this seed of life is surprisingly so miraculous. Zhang Feng hurriedly put it into the system space. Now that there were 3 Upanishad talismans, he had already obtained a life and death Upanishad talisman. There are still 2 left to open the small world and the boundless source. It couldn't help but make him feel a little anticipation rising. When the time comes, plant this life seed directly into it to take root. Zhang Feng looked down at a clear spring at his feet and squatted down to hold it up and take a shallow sip. A sweetness entered his throat, followed by a surge of refined life force into his body. After drinking this mouthful of water from the sweet spring, he felt his entire body become radiant. Fountain of life. Grade, unknown. Description, containing powerful life force. It can recover from injuries, enhance mental strength and various attributes, and has the effect of youthfulness. Life spring water? That's good stuff. The corners of Zhang Feng's mouth lifted as he picked up a gold-quality water loading prop and began to fill it with spring water. This water-filled prop can probably hold a ton of spring water. Originally, Zhang Feng was worried about pumping this spring of life clean, but the level of the spring did not change in the slightest until the bottle was full. Let's load this much first, and just come back when we need to use it. Zhang Feng smiled and put the bottle away before turning to leave. When he stepped out of the tree of life, Ruan Yuan immediately greeted him. Young Jiang, are you alright? Zhang Feng let out a light laugh. No harm done, we should leave. This time, the harvest was not small, and he was in a good mood. As time passed, it would be the day when the Great Yen Heaven's Pride Tower would open. The Great Yen Tenjia Tower had teleportation entrances among the various cities. That's why many people began to wait impatiently to participate in the Heaven's Pride Tower trial. As long as the ranking is within 1,000 of the Heaven's Pride Tower, there are good rewards in order down. Of course, what those ordinary professionals wanted was the ranking rewards of the Heaven's Pride Tower. The strong professionals, on the other hand, wanted to obtain the top 10 rewards of the Heaven's Pride Tower. The first place has a legendary set. If one was able to pass the trials of the Heaven's Pride Tower, one would also be able to obtain the coveted Divine Spirit Source. As long as they obtained the Divine Spirit Source, then in the future, their level would surpass the 9th turn. A 9th turn powerhouse was strong enough to become a country's top powerhouse. However, in front of a 10-turn powerhouse, everything was like an ant. Originally, the Great Yen Tianjia Tower was open to the public this time, but due to the fact that Great Yen was about to start a national war with 7 countries, that's why all those foreign prides were stopped outside the borders. Counting the days, Today seems to be when the Heaven's Pride Tower officially opens, right? Zhang Feng stretched his back and opened his mouth towards Ruan Yuan, who was at the side. Ruan Yuan nodded. That's right, Zhang Xiao. It's today. Good. It's time to head to the Heaven's Remarkable Tower teleportation formation. Zhang Feng yawned, then remembered something and asked, by the way, how long before you break through to the 9th turn? Not even close. Ruan Yuan smiled sarcastically. After all, this physical body of his was able to devour other people's flesh and blood to enhance his strength. But following Zhang Feng's lead, instead, there wasn't as much blood and flesh that could supply himself. It wasn't like he could leave Zhang Feng's side to go on a killing spree. If that was the case, Zhang Feng could make him disappear with a single thought. Zhang Feng pondered for a moment. Since that's the case, then you should hide your identity and head to the Shiva Kingdom, and use the people of the Shiva Kingdom to raise your strength for you then. Hearing this, Ruan Yuan's eyes lit up with joy and he hurriedly agreed gratefully before his figure quickly disappeared. After that, Zhang Feng came to the teleportation array and found that quite a few people had already gathered here. All the professions were rubbing their fists and preparing to show off their skills in the Heaven's Pride Tower. I've heard that the rewards from the Heaven's Pride Tower this time around are especially generous, and the first place winner has a legendary level set. Let's not talk about the legendary grade sets. I'll be satisfied as long as I can make it into the top one. 000. The corners of Zhang Feng's mouth rose slightly as he listened to the comments of the people around him. To him, the legendary grade set was certainly precious, but what attracted him more was that divine spirit source. Right at this moment, a void rift suddenly opened above the heavenly capital. Several figures with powerful auras walked out from among the cracks, and their appearance immediately caused the crowd to shake. Beside them followed the Star Fae, with their long-tailed foxes. There were also the Azure Manga Bays with horns on their heads, and the elves with pointy ears, and so on. What is that man? Someone in the crowd exclaimed. Zhang Feng narrowed his eyes and felt those powerful auras. The aura of those few humanoids had clearly reached the 10th turn realm. At this time, Grand Elder Qi Daoming looked at them, knowing that those few powerful human races. He was a 10-turn powerhouse stationed at the Great Wall of the Starry Sky, so he opened his mouth and inquired, Starry Sky Guards, why are you bringing a foreign race here? A curly-haired man at the head of the group spoke faintly. These people are my friends, and this time I want them to come and participate in the Great Yen Heaven's Pride Tower. Hearing this, the crowd was enraged. Ridiculous! The Celestial Pride Tower is an event for my Great Yen. How can we allow a foreign race to participate? This powerhouse stationed at the Starry Great Wall has brought a starry foreign race to participate in this Heaven's Pride Tower. It's simply too much of a bully. At this time, the few Fae that were brought in scanned the professionals below. All of them showed disdain. They didn't expect these human races to be so weak. With this amount of strength, do you guys deserve to be called Heaven's Pride? A young fox girl covered her mouth and laughed softly, but her voice was deliberately amplified so that everyone could hear it. I'm afraid that the human race's heavenly pride can't even stop the cubs of our clan. The stout man from the celestial green mangy bull clan patted his chest and let out a rumbling sound. Zhang Feng's eyes were bland. Not only did these foreign races want to participate in the Great Yen Celestial Pride Tower, they also despised the human race so much. But there was one thing to be said for the looks of this fox and elf women. They were truly the best of the best. Her skin was white as jade and her figure was exquisite and curvy. Under the pressure of several 10-turn powerhouses, Qi Daoming was not allowed to hold back even though he was a 9-turn powerhouse. It's just a pity that they, Great Yen, don't have any strong men stationed at the Great Wall of the Starry Sky. Otherwise, it wouldn't be the turn of these 10-turn powerhouses from foreign countries to bully them like this. However, the reason why Qi Daoming would still acquiesce was because he scanned these people of the foreign race. Even though they were both at the 8th or 9th turn realm, they were quite a distance behind Zhang Feng. He was confident that Zhang Feng would be able to pass the Heaven's Pride Tower trial. As he entered the middle of the teleportation array, Zhang Feng's eyes were first dark, then a burst of light appeared in the middle of the space, followed by a cacophony of sounds. Immediately afterward, an ancient, huge tower was reflected in Zhang Feng's eyes. This tower was 100 floors high, and in the first 99 floors were all people who had come to participate in this professional duel. And those who were able to enter the 100th floor would be able to enter the final trial of the Heaven's Pride Tower. Chapter 106, Battle Against the Elf Pride Maiden. Whether or not one could obtain the ultimate treasure in the Tower of Heaven's Pride, the source of the divine spirit would depend on one's own personal fortune. Next to the tall tower, there was a huge leaderboard list. Zhang Feng glanced at the name on top of the list. The highest ranked now was a storm warlock named Ma Shunan. Level, 9 turns, 280 levels. However, he had only broken into the 60th floor amongst the Great Yen Heaven's Pride rankings. But it's worth mentioning that one of the rules of the Tower of Heavenly Pride, if a 9th turn professional met a 6th turn, then the strength of the 9th turn professional would be suppressed by the 6th turn hand. In other words, even a 5th turn professional, As long as they were superbly strong, it was still possible for them to ascend to the 100th floor of the Heaven's Pride ranking, but that's just an extremely remote probability event. At this time, Zhang Feng's 5th turn quest appeared on his information panel. Current task, 5 turns, mission requirement, break through the 100th floor of the Tower of Heaven's Pride. Time frame of the mandate, unlimited. Breaking through the 100th floor of the Heaven's Pride Tower? Zhang Feng murmured softly. This task wasn't difficult for him. With his current strength, it wasn't an exaggeration to say that he was invincible within 10 turns. Let me see how strong that foreign race's heavenly pride is, shall I? Zhang Feng suddenly lifted an odd smile. After all, that foreign race's pride was going to break into the Great Yin Heaven's Pride Tower and defy the strength of the Great Yin professionals. Then he or she wouldn't mind giving them a little shock from the Great Inferno professionals. Afterward, Zhang Feng took a step towards the inside of the Heaven's remarkable tower. There was a flash of light in front of his eyes, and the scenery around him changed instantly. When the sight was clear again, he was already in the middle of a vast plain, with rolling mountains in the distance and a clear sky. Good place for a fight indeed. Within the Heaven's Pride Tower, basically as soon as he revealed his imperial beasts, those professionals instantly chose to admit defeat. If there was a moment's hesitation, it would be disrespectful to Zhang Feng. Within this Heaven's Pride Tower, influenced by the rules of the Heaven's Pride Tower, no one could use props, only able to fight on their own strength. This point was irrelevant to Zhang Feng. However, at this moment, outside the Heaven's remarkable tower, Zhang Feng's ranking information was also rapidly soaring, instantly drawing the attention of everyone. Name, Zhang Feng. Occupation, unknown. Level, 4 turns and 150 levels. Who is that Zhang Feng, whose occupation can't even be read by the Heaven's Remarks Tower? Hiss, a profession that even the Heaven's Pride Tower can't detect. Could it be an unknown profession that has never appeared before? Look, the rankings of those foreign races are also rapidly soaring. They're about to get close to Zhang Feng. The crowd murmured and watched the change in the leaderboards with amazement. Below the 50th floor the leaderboards change just as fast as the refresh leaderboards change, but the refreshes above the 50th floor seem to take longer. After all, those who were able to break into the 50th floor and above had basically eliminated all those weak professionals. Zhang Feng yawned and waited for his opponent matched by the Heaven's Remarks Tower with a lazy face. Not long after, a cool voice came from not far away. Are you my opponent? Zhang Feng turned his head to look, only to see a young elf girl in a long emerald green dress standing not far away. She has pointed ears, exquisitely beautiful features, and exudes an aura of nature. Zhang Feng smiled faintly. An elven pride. Interesting. Then a golden aura flowed in his eyes as he viewed this elf clan's heavenly maiden. Name, Alia. Age, 372. Level, early 9th turn. Profession, Grand Elementalist. Battle power, 5. 390. 000. When he saw her age, Zhang Feng was a bit surprised. He didn't expect her to be so old, but then he quickly remembered that elves have a long lifespan and a unique affinity for magic. So 300 or 400 years old is considered just coming of age. Arya looked at Zhang Feng with interest. The human in front of her was surprisingly handsome. It was important to know that the elf clan was the most prolific in producing beautiful men and women, but Zhang Feng's face value was at the top level even in the elf clan. The elf maiden puffed out her chest and said proudly, although you're only of the human race, but to be matched to me by the Heaven's Pride Tower, I'm sure you must have some skills as well. Come on, you make the first move. Zhang Feng smiled and didn't say much, just raised his hand and lightly waved it. In an instant, a shrill chirp rang through the sky and a huge golden figure swooped down from the void. It was a huge raptor with golden flames burning all over its body. Seeing the appearance of the blazing brilliant sky falcon, a trace of surprise flashed in Arya's eyes. Ancient great imperial beast? That's interesting, so you're a royal beast master. However, with just an ancient great imperial beast, you are still far from being able to defeat me. As she spoke, Arya's emerald-colored pupils reflected the rushing golden flames in the sky, and her long hair fluttered in the riotous air currents. She tapped the air with her toes, and a four-colored spell formation with a diameter of 100 meters suddenly bloomed under her feet, with 4 pillars of elemental light, green, red, yellow, and blue, penetrating through heaven and earth. Swear by the true names of the elements. However, when she was ready to unleash her full strength, she was surprised to find that her strength was suppressed at the peak of the 4th turn. What's going on here? Arya frowned, then was shocked in her eyes. The proud tower automatically adjusts the upper limit of strength. So your strength is only at the peak of the 4th turn? But a guy at the peak of the 4th turn could actually possess an ancient great imperial beast? Did the powers behind him prepare it for him? With a flick of her slender fingers, a 4-colored elemental halo emerged around her. Although the ancient great imperial beasts are strong, it's not enough to deal with me. Zhang Feng didn't reply and just watched her confrontation with the blazing brilliant Sky Falcon with interest. Although Arya's strength was suppressed, as a great elementalist, she was confident in her own strength. Dance of the wind, Arya softly shouted, and the surrounding wind elements quickly converged, turning into a violent tornado hurricane towards the blazing brilliant Sky Falcon. The blazing heavenly falcon's wings vibrated, and terrifying golden flames erupted, directly destroying the tornado hurricane. Countless meteorite fires then smashed towards Arya. Seeing this, a hint of surprise flashed in Arya's eyes and she quickly changed her skills. The lock of earth and ice. Countless crystallized earth spikes broke through the air and intertwined with the ice prongs in the sky to form a death net that covered the sky. However, in front of the blazing brilliant Sky Falcon, this attack was just like papier-mâché. It was simply unbeatable. Arya was shocked in her heart as she faced the destructive attack of the blazing brilliant Sky Falcon. She was a genius among the elves, and had never encountered such a strong opponent in over 300 years, especially in a battle at the same level. Fire and ice. Arya droned out. Her hands intertwined complex spells, and the two elements of ice blue and scorching red around her body exploded with a roar. Chapter 107, We'll meet again. Zhang Feng. The attacks from both sides erupted in the air with piercing light. Arya's petite figure shook in the energy storm, being pushed out hundreds of meters away by the shockwave, sending a huge cloud of dust on the ground. She knelt on one knee, a trace of blood spilling from her sandalwood mouth, her emerald-colored eyes full of disbelief. How is it possible? This is only a fourth-turn sparring match. How could your imperial beast be so powerful? Zhang Feng's face was calm and he didn't reply, with the addition of God's favor, not to mention Arya whose strength was suppressed at an equal strength to her own. Even when she was at her full strength trying to parry the blazing brilliant Sky Falcon's attack was a struggle. Under the same realm, it could basically be called a descending blow. The blazing heavenly falcon hovered above his head, golden flames dropping down like a waterfall, enveloping his entire body in divine radiance. Arya braced herself to stand up, a hint of resignation still in her eyes as her slender fingers traced graceful arcs. I'm not at my best yet, human. The elemental fluctuations in the air suddenly became furious, and the four colors of light green, red, yellow, and blue rotated rapidly around her, forming a radiant and dazzling elemental vortex. The earth began to tremble as countless emerald green vines broke out of the ground and wrapped around the blazing heavenly falcon like spiritual snakes. At the same time, dozens of ice spears coalesced in the sky, whistling and stabbing at the golden raptor. Zhang Feng raised his eyebrows lightly, but he had a new perception of the strength of this elf clan's heavenly pride. The blazing heavenly falcon's wings shook as golden flames erupted, instantly vaporizing all the surrounding vines and ice spears. But Arya had already anticipated this, and the corners of her mouth rose slightly. Elemental trap. Kai. The vaporized plants and ice crystals did not dissipate, but instead formed countless tiny elemental particles in the air, which suddenly contracted inward and enveloped the blazing brilliant Sky Falcon. For square cage. Lock. Arya clasped her hands together, and the four colors of light suddenly tightened, forming a huge elemental cage that trapped the blazing Sky Falcon within it. Though your imperial beasts are strong, everything will submit before the elements, Arya declared confidently. The next moment, however, her smile froze. The golden flames of the blazing heavenly falcon continued to expand, and unexpectedly began to devour the energy of the elemental cage. It was a devouring that surpassed common sense, as if it were a bottomless pit crazily absorbing the elemental power around it. Impossible. It's absorbing my elemental energy? Arya took a step back in shock. Zhang Feng finally opened his mouth, his voice carrying a hint of playfulness. The elemental affinity of the elves is indeed outstanding, but my blazing brilliant Sky Falcon is now a calendar 5 and has gained a bit of a special ability to feed on the elements. With a long, earth-shaking cry, the golden flames around the blazing brilliant Sky Falcon skyrocketed, and the elemental cage instantly collapsed. The blazing brilliant Sky Falcon that had absorbed a large amount of elemental energy was even larger in size, and its golden flames were even more brilliant and eye-catching. Arya paled, but she didn't give up. As the pride of the elven race, her pride would not allow her to admit defeat. Final Upanishad. Elemental storm. Arya's beautiful face looked a little distorted from overexertion. However, she still raised her hands high, and all the remaining elemental power converged in her palms, forming an elemental storm filled with terrifying power. A hint of admiration flashed in Zhang Feng's eyes. Worthy of being an elven pride, even at a disadvantage, he was still able to burst out with such amazing battle power. But everything is doomed. Enough, Zhang Feng said softly. Blazing brilliant Sky Falcon. Flame of the end. The golden raptor raised its head to the sky and spewed out an extremely dazzling golden fire from its mouth. The fire easily penetrated Arya's elemental storm, cutting it in half as easily as cutting tofu. Without stopping, the fire continued forward, eventually coming to rest an inch in front of Arya's throat. The heat wave hit her, and Arya felt the threat of death like never before. If this firelight advanced an inch further, she would surely die. The space abruptly froze, and the duel between the two came to an abrupt end. I concede, Arya said softly, her emerald eyes filled with mixed emotions. The space of the Heaven's Pride Tower began to distort. The winner and loser had been decided, and the two would be teleported out. At the last moment, Arya looked deeply at Zhang Feng and said softly, "Human, what is your name?" Zhang Feng. Arya nodded with a mixed expression, taking the name to heart. It seemed like the pride of the rest of the races were going to encounter this tricky fellow this time as well. She admitted that she was starting to get a little gullible, but that wasn't the main reason for her failure, or even the reason for it. Even in her heyday, she would probably have a very hard time trying to deal with that ancient great imperial beast. "We'll meet again, Zhang Feng." A bright light flashed, and her figure disappeared into the dueling space of the Heaven's Pride Tower. Seeing her leave, Zhang Feng gently waved his hand and put the blazing brilliant sky falcon into the royal beast space to recover some energy. But having said that, the rules of the Heaven's Pride Tower could be said to be completely favorable to him, or maybe it's favorable to his type of summoning profession. After all, as a summoner, what was strong was not himself, but the summoned object he relied on. Outside the Heaven's Pride Tower, Arya, who had met the elves, was forced out of the tower. Many professionals were also quick to notice this heavenly pride from a foreign race. Ha ha, the foreign race's heavenly pride is nothing more than that, but it was still defeated by my great Yen heavenly pride. That's right, it seems that my great Yen celestial pride is the strong one who stands above the stars. At this time, the youth of the sky-green mangy bull race couldn't help but let out a cold laugh when he saw the repulsed Elia. I see that the elf clan is considered to be in decline, to the point where they can't even defeat the pride of the human race in the district. In his eyes the elves, though possessing a very high affinity for the elements. However, under his heaven-defying brute strength, he was able to break all laws with a single force, and the district elves were not his own match at all. Arya, who heard this, was naturally not willing to show weakness. "You didn't meet that guy. If you met him you'd probably lose ugly as well." He, then I'll see what kind of strength that guy you're talking about has then. The youth of the celestial green mangy bull race sneered disdainfully. The power of their clan was at the front of the line even if they looked at the 10,000 clans in the starry sky. Even if the Heaven's Pride Tower possesses the effect of depressing the realm because of the opponent's strength, he was also confident in his ability to be completely invincible at the same realm in a crushing manner. At this time, due to the rules of the Heaven's Pride Tower being able to directly challenge opponents ranked below the 90th floor. However, the prerequisite is that the realm must be higher than the person challenging the ranking. And since Jiang Feng's had now occupied the 90th floor of the Heaven's Remarkable Tower with absolute strength, it was also the first person to summit the 90th floor. Because the flow of time inside the Heaven's Pride Tower was different from the outside world, it was almost 1 to several dozen. Otherwise, with so many people coming to attend, I don't know how long the fight will take. Chapter 108, Gritters or Gritters. Tianjia Tower, 87th floor, Su Qing, profession, dual blade assassin, level, 8 turns, level 226. Tianjia Tower, level 88, Ouyang Yue, profession, holy ice mage, level, 5 turns, 179 levels. Tianjia Tower, 89th floor, Yang Yongming, profession, heavenly thunder mage, blast swordsman, level, 5th turn, level 180. Tianjia Tower, 90th floor, Zhang Feng, occupation, unknown, level, 4 turns, 150 levels. After the youth of the celestial green mangy bull race saw the rankings, he couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. An unknown profession of the 4th turn was also able to break into the first place of the Heaven's Pride Tower? Since the rule is to challenge below the 90th floor, I'll challenge Yang Yongming on the 89th floor of the Heaven's Remarkable Tower. After saying that, the youth from the sky green mangy bull clan leapt and stepped inside the Heaven's Pride Tower. At this moment, Yang Yongming was closing his eyes and sitting cross-legged in midair. The reason why he had stayed at the 89th floor was to suppress those who wanted to challenge Zhang Feng. Suddenly, there were ripples in the white vortex at the entrance. Only a burly man with a body like a tower walked in. He had a green bull's horn on each side of his head, and his muscles were filled with explosive power. A foreigner's pride? Yang Yongming opened his eyes, a flash of surprise in his eyes. However, there wasn't any fear in his eyes, but he said lightly, "All those who break into the Heaven's Remarkable Tower must stop here." Kid, with your strength you want to make me stop? The youth of the celestial green mangy bull clan couldn't help but snort. This time, their foreign race had stuffed a lot of favors to that strong man stationed at the Great Wall of Starry Sky. It was only in exchange for this opportunity to enter the Earth Star, in order to take the Divine Spirit Source. If they didn't take the Divine Spirit Source in the middle of the Heaven's Remarkable Tower, then they would have lost a lot of money. Yang Yongming stood up, a dark purple longsword still appearing in his hand. The aura of the youth of the heavenly green mangy bull race skyrocketed, and surging power like mountains rushed through his body. Kid, the power of my Tianqing clan is not something you can resist. Between the words, his figure flashed through the air and the entire person was like a green meteor rushing towards Yang Yongming, causing the void to tremble with every step. Heaven-shaking fist. With a low roar, his fist wrapped in terrifying power blasted out. The void shook violently under this punch, as if it would collapse at any moment. Wherever the wind of the fist passed, the air was torn out with a tiny crack. Yang Yongming's eyes condensed, and the long sword in his hand instantly came out of its sheath. The sword light was like a rainbow, directly meeting that terrifying fist momentum. Wind and thunder chop. As he let out a soft cry, the sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds and a fierce wind. Countless streaks of thunder poured down from the clouds, twisting above his circumference like silver snakes. A sword was swung out, and the raging sword chi instantly transformed into a rushing purple thunder dragon that chopped towards the other party. Rumble. Thunder and fist wind collided, erupting in a deafening roar. Rolling heavenly thunderstorms bombarded the body of the youth of the Tianqing Mangneo clan, yet it only left a few shallow scars on his bronze skin. This is your strength? It's too disappointing. The youth of the heavenly green mangy bull race grinned, his eyes filled with contempt. It seems that your Earth Star's heavenly pride is nothing more than that. With that, he once again threw a punch. This punch was even more powerful than before, smashing into Yang Yongming like the wind, as if even space was going to be pierced by this punch. Before the words fell, he once again blasted out a fist, this time with even more terrifying power. The wind of the fist coalesced like a substance, powerful and heavy, and blasted towards Yang Yongming like a whirlwind. Under this punch, the surrounding space began to twist and distort, as if it could not withstand the pressure of this force. It seems like we can't keep our hands off anymore. Yang Yongming took a deep breath, and the power in his body instantly exploded. The long sword in his hand blossomed with a dazzling light, and the thunderous light on the sword flashed like a true dragon roaring. Heavenly Thunder Sword Slash. This was after he had fused the inheritance of that 10-turn powerhouse, a stance created by a deeper comprehension of the sword path. Even an 8th-turn powerhouse would have difficulty resisting this sword. The sword light was like a rainbow, thunderous, and the entire space trembled under this sword. A blinding flash of sword light. The long sword in Yang Yongming's hand seemed to transform into thunder itself, chopping away with the might to destroy everything. However, in the face of this terrifying sword, the youth of the heavenly green mangy bull race, however, continued to sneer disdainfully, advancing instead of retreating. Greeting that terrifying sword light, he blasted out a full-force punch. Let's show you the power of the bloodline of my heavenly green mangy bull clan. Accompanying his roar, the green light above his fist blossomed, and under the wave of terrifying light, a gigantic Tianqing Mangnea silhouette emerged, exuding a palpitating aura. It was as terrifyingly violent as an ancient beast. The huge shadow of the bull roared as it rushed towards Yang Yongming's sword light, and the two forces collided violently in midair. Terrifying waves of air spread in all directions. The entire 89th floor of the heaven's remarkable tower shook violently under the impact of this force, as if it would collapse at any moment. Yang Yongming felt an unprecedented pressure. His sword light kept retreating under the impact of that terrifying bull's shadow, and his face became unusually grave. When the airwaves dissipated, Yang Yongming had already been knocked back hundreds of meters by that violent force. A trace of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth, while the youth of the heavenly green mangy bull race had an additional sword mark on his right arm that was deep enough to be seen on the bone. Though, however, the latter acted as if he couldn't feel the pain, laughing maniacally as he lunged towards Yang Yongming. A mole cricket is a mole cricket. No amount of struggling can change the fate of being crushed. His punches became more and more ferocious, and the Tianqing Mangnea roar carried a terrifying pressure. Yang Yongming's sword light continued to dim under this force. His body was also forced to keep retreating, looking extremely wretched. The last time he lost to Zheng Feng, he didn't think it was a bad loss. After all, it was single-handedly killing 7 top-tier 9th-turn powerhouses. But now within the Heaven's Pride Tower, the strength of this foreign race's heavenly pride had suppressed the same realm as his own. However, he was still able to catch him off guard with the dominating power of absolute crushing. This was a bit difficult for his pride as a heavenly pride to accept. Since that's the case, then I'll let you see what the power of a true heaven's pride is. Yang Yongming let out a cold laugh, then wiped the blood that spilled out from the corner of his mouth, and a color of madness permeated his eyes. His voice echoed throughout the space like thunder, and the power in his body rushed out like a flood that broke the dike. In the sky, the already dense dark clouds were even more dense at this moment, as if the entire dome of the sky was dyed black with ink. Countless thick thunderbolts traveled through the clouds, emitting a deafening roar. Heavenly Thunder Sword Body, open! With a roar, Yang Yongming's body swelled violently, and countless thunderbolts descended from the sky, all of them surging into his body. His aura climbed up, and his entire person was like a thunder emperor descending to the world. This was the special physique he had practiced under comprehending that 10-turn sword Dao powerhouse, the ability to supercharge one's power to the extreme. Chapter 109, in front of the one, you can only be crushed. A fierce storm wind formed around him in no time, causing his clothes to hunt. The sneer on the face of the youth of the sky-green mangy bull race froze, and a trace of astonishment flashed in his eyes. This kid's strength is just weird. It was important to know that he had comprehended the pride of not knowing how many foreign races, but it was the first time that it was able to cause him such a sense of oppression. Yang Yongming gripped the longsword with both hands, and the thunder light on the sword was already strong to the extreme. Heavenly Thunder Wanjun Chop. He held his sword in both hands and slashed forward. As this sword slashed out, the entire heaven and earth seemed to fall silent. In the next moment, the vast storm winds were wrapped in endless heavenly thunderbolts that, forming a huge thunder dragon, it swept towards the youth of the heavenly green mangy bull race. Wherever the thunder dragon passed, space was torn apart, leaving behind a dark crack. The Tianqing Mangnia clan youth's face changed, and he no longer had the slightest sense of contempt. He roared angrily, and his entire body's green light flourished as his body began to rapidly expand and deform. Tianqing Mangnia true body. With a roar that shook the sky, the eyes of the youth of the Tianqing Mangnia clan were filled with violent colors, and his body even transformed into a huge Tianqing Mangniu. This was the true form of the celestial green mangy bull clan, and once revealed the defense and battle power would skyrocket several times. The gigantic heavenly green mangy bull raised its head to the sky and then violently lowered its head, pointing its two gigantic horns straight at Yang Yongming. The entire body rushed in like a mountain. Boom! With a single strike, the collision between the two erupted into a terrifyingly loud sound. Terrifying energy fluctuations swept through the entire space. The thunder dragon was torn apart by the force of the heavenly green mangy bull's charge, turning into countless streaks of thunder light scattered in all directions. But the heavenly green mangy bull didn't fare well either, as countless lightning marks appeared on its hard-as-iron body. The bronze-like scale armor was even split in some places, revealing the flesh and blood underneath. Roar! The heavenly green mangy bull let out a pained roar, and the violent color in its eyes became even more intense. This kid is just too much of a handful. He even wanted to let his urge to break through the restrictions of the Heaven's Pride Tower and restore his own peak strength to crush this kid. Immediately, he once again lowered his head, his forehooves violently stepping on the ground, and his entire body rushed towards Yang Yongming like a bolt of green lightning. Yang Yongming's expression was grave and his face turned pale. That sword just now had consumed too much of his strength. Even the hand holding the sword had begun to tremble slightly. He faced another attack from the youth of the heavenly green mangy bull race, but he didn't retreat. Instead, he rushed up against that terrifying rushing force. He would guard this place and prevent all challengers from challenging Jiang Feng. Since he had chosen to follow Jiang Feng, he couldn't possibly give up so easily, especially since Jiang Feng had also handed over the inheritance of that 10-turn powerhouse. If he fell easily here, what face would he have to face Jiang Feng again? Heavenly Thunder Sword Domain. With his low voice, the space around him suddenly turned into a sea of thunder. Countless rays of thunder light traveled through this space, forming a huge sword formation that enveloped the heavenly green mangy bull. Each thunderbolt transformed into a sharp sword, stabbing at the heavenly green mangy bull from all directions. Seeing this, the eyes of the youths of the Tianqing Mangnia clan were all filled with astonishment. He couldn't help but shout angrily, "Kid, now you're just at the end of your strength, but you still want to burst out with this kind of skill. Do you want to die?" However, Yang Yongming didn't pay any attention to his words and just kept exhausting his own power. "Fine, since you kid wants to die, I'll fulfill you." The youth of the celestial green mangy bull race roared angrily as its huge body rampaged through the thunder sword formation. Each impact destroyed dozens of thunder swords, but more were continuously generated and chopped down in a steady stream. Yang Yongming stood in the center of the sword formation, the long sword in his hand constantly waving, harnessing the countless thunder swords to attack. His face was growing pale. After all, maintaining such a sword formation was extremely consuming. The body of the heavenly green mangy bull was already covered with large and small wounds, but its attack did not decrease at all. Instead, it became more and more ferocious. Roar! With an earth-shattering roar, the body of the heavenly green mangy bull suddenly erupted in a dazzling burst of green light, shattering all the surrounding thunder swords. Its huge body violently rushed out of the sword formation and directly slammed into Yang Yongming. Yang Yongming couldn't dodge in time and could only raise his sword to block. Boom! With a loud bang, Yang Yongming was sent flying out like a kite with broken strings, heavily hitting the far wall. A large mouthful of blood sprayed out of his mouth. The youth of the heavenly green mangy bull race didn't stop attacking, and once again lowered his head, preparing to unleash a final fatal blow. Yang Yongming struggled to stand up, but he felt a sweetness in his throat and violently spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was already battered and bruised, and his breath had become extremely weak. "It's not over." With great difficulty, he raised his long sword, the last of the strength in his body surging into the sword. The youth of the sky-green mangy bull race who saw the scene also froze. The kid has reached this point and still won't admit defeat. He then grinned with his bull's mouth as a hideous smile surfaced. Since that's the case, I'll understand you with my own hands. If such a pride of the human race grows up, it will be absolutely terrifying. In order to eliminate future troubles, it is still necessary to exterminate it. However, the youth of the heavenly green mangy bull clan had just prepared to deal Yang Yongming a fatal blow. Yang Yongming's body suddenly lit up with a burst of light, and his figure was rapidly dissipating. This was triggering the protection mechanism of the Heaven's Pride Tower, which would force a person to teleport out when their life was in danger. No, I can still keep fighting. Yang Yongming watched as his body turned into streams of light and was dissipating, a strong sense of unwillingness radiating from his eyes. The youth of the celestial green mangy bull race, however, snorted. If it wasn't for the celestial remarkable tower allowing you to forcefully withdraw the current, you would already be a dead man. Upon hearing this, Yang Yongming's face chilled as he said with a cold expression, even if you defeat me, in front of that one, you will only be completely crushed. Hearing this, the youth of the Tianqing Mangnia tribe couldn't help but laugh out loud, the color of disdain overflowing into his words, and said, the name of the guy you're talking about is Zhang Feng, right? When you exit the Heaven's Remarks Tower, you'll be able to see how I drove him off the tower and made him as wretched as you. At this moment, outside the Heaven's Pride Tower, the crowd that watched the rankings change also realized that the name of Yang Yongming, who was ranked at the 89th floor, had been replaced. In its place was the name of the youth of the Tianqing Mangnia clan. How is this possible? The supreme pride amongst the three great families of Tianjing has lost to the hands of that foreigner. Yeah, how is this possible? You know that the Heaven's Remarks Tower will suppress the party with the higher rank realm into the party with the lower rank realm. And Yang Yongming has never had a single defeat amongst the same realm. Not good. Could it be that this time the ultimate treasure of the Heaven's Remarkable Tower's divine spirit source is going to be surrendered to the foreign races? Many people's faces turned not so good, and their hearts were saddened. You have to know that waiting for another half a month will be the national war with the Seven Kingdoms. And now if the source of the divine spirit is taken by the Star Fae, then how are they, Great Yen, going to resist the joint attack from the Seven Nations? Is the sky going to kill me, Great Yen? Chapter 110, Your nails are too long. Time to cut them. There's no need to be nervous. If I'm not mistaken, that top-ranked Zhang Feng is the top Imperial Beast's big brother who killed the Seven Kingdoms' 9 Revolutions emissary earlier. This sentence rang out, instantly causing many of the professionals to all receive a shot of reassurance. That's right, and in the middle of the Celestial Pride Tower. It doesn't weaken the strength of the summon, so being a summoner has an absolute advantage in the Celestial Pride Tower. But a number of people began to wonder, but isn't that Imperial Beast Powerhouse's profession an Imperial Beast Master? Why would the Heaven's Pride Tower not detect his profession? Or maybe that terrifying Imperial Beast Powerhouse hasn't appeared yet? I'm not sure about this. Perhaps the advanced profession of which Imperial Beast Big Brother has reached a level that even the Heaven's Pride Tower can't detect. Just as the crowd was opinionated, the interior of the Heaven's Pride Tower, another opponent chose to admit defeat immediately after seeing Zhang Feng's Imperial Beast. After each end of a battle, the Tower of Heaven's Pride would automatically restore each professional's strength to its optimal state, so that the next challenge will be fair without any problems expressed. And if the fight is life-threatening, the Tower of Heaven's Pride will also force them to be sent away. This recovery state also includes various states such as the cooldowns of skills and their mana. However, one thing is that the summoner's summons can restore status, but not skill cooldowns. This counts as one aspect of limiting the power of the summoner. However, this could only check and balance unusual summoners, and was a special case for someone like Zhang Feng who possessed a divine-level Imperial Beast space. Even if the Imperial Beasts exerted their full strength, after he summoned them into the Imperial Beast space, the recovery effect would be similar to that of the Celestial Pride Tower. This flurry of battles could be said to be rather uninteresting, with the exception of the Elven Heaven's Pride Maiden that had bumped into them earlier. Basically, those professionals either chose to human concede once they came up and saw the ancient great Imperial Beasts. Either those who still had the will to fight would barely last 2 minutes. After all, their levels were suppressed to the same level as Zhang Feng's. But Zhang Feng's Imperial Beast strength was terrifying. It's no different than being open. They even secretly suspected that the source of the gods in the middle of this Heaven's Remarkable Tower was for Zhang Feng, and they were just about to report their ID numbers. Perhaps the same terrifying existence that created the rules of the Tower of Heavenly Pride in the first place. It was also inconceivable that a person with a low rank could contract an extremely terrifying ancient great Imperial Beast, right? After all, Imperial Beasts being overly powerful had both benefits and drawbacks for Imperial Beast Masters. The benefits are naturally self-evident, strengthen the ability to defeat strong enemies, but the downside is that the Imperial Beasts are too strong out. and will resist or even rebel against orders if they are disgruntled in their hearts towards the Imperial Beastmaster. This situation was very bad, and would likely result in damage to the Imperial Beastmaster's own origin. That's why most of the descendants of those kind of wealthy families who awakened the profession of the Imperial Beastmaster, none of them dared to easily contract a royal beast that was too strong. If a royal beastmaster with only 4 or 5 revolutions wanted to forcefully contract a returning ancestor-grade royal beast, even under the suppression of a strong person, it was difficult to force a contract. Even after contracting it, being able to harness it is a very tricky question, because they wouldn't recognize a weak Imperial Beastmaster as their master, which would be an absolute disgrace to them. I wonder if there's any more foreign celestials that can fight? I hope I can enjoy myself a bit. Zhang Feng sighed softly and couldn't help but think of the youth of the Tianqing Manga race among the foreign races. Among the several foreign clansmen's pride, he was the only one who exuded a palpitatingly powerful aura. Among the 98th floor of the Heaven's Pride Tower, Zhang Feng's eyes brightened slightly as a flash of anticipation surfaced, because a new challenger has come along. What appeared was a fox-tailed girl with fluffy ears appearing in front of Zhang Feng. Her body was graceful, her face was soft, and her snow-white thighs were a few points whiter than that heavenly maiden of the Elves as well. In particular, her eyes contained a touch of seemingly spring water, causing the heart to stir. Just because the Fae are rare on Blue Star doesn't mean there aren't any. It is said that there are many rich people who pay high prices for fox women in the dark market and use them as tools for their own pleasure. Even if one wanted to go and enjoy it for a night, the price was something that ordinary professionals would look up to. Soon, Zhang Feng also utilized the Eye of True Vision to check her information. Name, Ling Ji. Race, Sky Fox. Power, Fox Star. Level, Peak 8. Power, 280-0000. Agility, 1. 250. 000. Spirit, 1. 600. 000. Body mass, 108-1000. Skills, Thousand Fox Phantasmagoria. Fox Soul Shattering Strike. Sky Fox Spirit Wave Shock. Battle Strength, 3. 600. 000. Zhang Feng pondered for a moment. These foreign races seem to rely on energizing the power of their race's bloodline to enhance their strength. The power system of his race is self-contained. It wasn't like humans who were under the influence of the supreme rule and gained the ability to be able to awaken their professions. After seeing Zhang Feng, Ling Ji's eyes were slightly surprised. She didn't expect the top ranking to be such a handsome and peerless beautiful boy, and for a while she was a bit lost in thought. Her voice was pasty and soft as she said, "Why don't you just admit defeat, and I won't have to bother fighting anymore?" Zhang Feng smiled blandly. "Wait until you beat me." When Zhang Feng finished speaking, that Lingji dashed to Zhang Feng's face. Her face was delicate, and she stretched out her jade finger to gently touch Zhang Feng's handsome face. "Humans as handsome as you are rare, and I've always had some kind of feeling that I couldn't get off the ground." However, as soon as the words left her mouth, her nails surged and instantly stabbed at the place of Zhang Feng's neck. This strike was swift and incomparable, carrying a peculiar energy fluctuation. According to normal circumstances, under this strike, even if one reacted, one would still have to suffer a heavy blow. However, her nails didn't even scratch Zhang Feng's skin, only leaving a few shallow white marks on his neck. This couldn't help but cause a flash of shock in her eyes. Zhang Feng looked towards her vibration-filled expression and smiled gently. "Your nails are too long. It's time to cut them." Then in the next moment, the blazing brilliant sky falcon appeared in the sky, its sky-shadowing golden-colored feathers unfolding. A powerful aura instantly filled the entire space, making Ling Ji jealous. Ancient great imperial beasts? Ling Ji's beautiful eyes flashed with a trace of shock, but she quickly regained her composure. For her to be able to come to this level, her strength was naturally unquestionable. Only to see Ling Ji's hands forming a seal, 9 snow-white foxtail shadows appeared behind her. The strange runes were wrapped around each tail. Thousand Fox Illusion Technique. In an instant, nearly 1,000 figures appeared in the entire space. Each of the doppelgangers had the same aura as the main body, making it difficult to distinguish the real from the fake. Chapter 111? It's simple. Because I'm a special case. Zhang Feng's expression was unchanged. Even if these phantom doppelgangers possessed the same combat power as her, but it still didn't pose much of a threat to him. Toward the blazing brilliant sky falcon, he lightly drank. Meteorite fire rain. The blazing heavenly falcon's wings shook, and countless golden flames fell like rain, covering the entire space. Those phantoms had dissipated under the burning flames, but the real Ling Ji had flashed behind Zhang Feng. Fox Soul Shattering Strike. A ball of ghostly blue energy coalesced on her palm and she directly slapped at Zhang Feng's back heart. This strike, if it hit, would be enough to cause his soul to be heavily damaged or even shattered on the spot. Roar! In a blink of an eye, heaven and earth changed color. Between the flashes of thunder, a huge dragon head poked out from the void, emitting a majestic roar. A pair of cold vertical pupils glowing with ghostly light stared at the Skyfox clan's young girl, Ling Ji. When she saw the Abyssal Dragon King, Ling Ji instantly changed color wildly, and her expression was permeated with a shock that was hard to hide. This is actually another ancient great imperial beast. Ling Ji's heart was beating furiously. Just an ancient grade flame giant bird was enough to make her feel tricky, not to mention the fact that an ancient grade black dragon had even appeared now. It is important to know that the dragon race is the race that ranks at the top above the 10,000 races in the starry sky, and is called the superior race, but it was such a black dragon that willingly became this human's imperial beast. If this matter were to spread out, it would cause quite a shock even among the stars. On the one hand, I was shocked, and on the other hand, I was coveting. After all, although true dragons were considered the superior race, every single thing on a dragon's body was worth a fortune. For example, true dragon essence blood, dragon scales, dragon souls, and so on, were all treasures that made people hot. This is impossible, Ling Ji exclaimed, her figure backing up rapidly. How can you harness two ancient great imperial beasts at the same time? Jiang Feng smiled faintly. It's simple, because I'm a special case, seeing two ancient great imperial beasts that emanated a compelling pressure. Ling Ji swallowed hard, cold sweat slowly running down her fair forehead. With a flip of her wrist, the fox soul shattering strike that she had originally prepared to perform was instantly withdrawn, and the ghostly blue energy slowly dissipated in her palm. Two ancient great imperial beasts. This was beyond the limits of what she could handle. Jiang Feng stood high in the sky, his expression bland, his deep eyes without the slightest ripple. Your strength isn't weak, but in this place, you're not my opponent after all. Jiang Feng's tone was calm, without the slightest hint of contempt or mockery. Ling Ji's silver teeth clenched as a trace of unwillingness flashed in her eyes. One must know that the clan had given a lot of benefits to obtain a chance to come to the Earthstar to obtain the divine spirit source, but I didn't expect such an accident. A guy with 4 turns had contracted two ancient great imperial beasts. Moreover, these two ancient great imperial beasts seemed to be at their peak in terms of combat power. At the moment, there is really no room for maneuver. The Heaven's Remarkable Tower already suppressed 50% of my power, plus you possess two ancient great imperial beasts. Ling Ji took a deep breath and tried to calm her violent heartbeat. I'm not your opponent, but before I officially admit defeat, I want to make a deal with you. How about it? You want the divine spirit source? Jiang Feng raised his eyebrows and spoke out. One must know that these foreign celestials had gone through so much effort to come to the Earthstar. In addition to this divine spirit source being able to hold such a great attraction, I'm afraid there's nothing that could be worth their while to come. Ling Ji nodded her head, her expression not as wintry as earlier, but serious. That's right, the divine spirit source is very important to my Skyfox clan. If you are willing to give it to me, the Skyfox clan will treat you as their most honored guest and will do their best to satisfy all of your requests. When she finished speaking, she saw that Jiang Feng didn't show any sign of intent, so she couldn't help but get a little anxious. Another hurriedly spoke. I promise you that as long as you are willing to gift the divine spirit source to my clan, I will recognize you as my master and become your slave from now on. And the Skyfox clan is also willing to offer a supreme treasure. Finished? Jiang Feng scanned over her body for a moment, but there wasn't any strange color in his eyes. The divine spirit source was a supreme treasure capable of breaking through the 9 revolutions ceiling, and the preciousness of such a thing was naturally self-evident. Not to mention that this Heavenly Fox clan maiden gave him a slave. Even if the entire Heavenly Fox clan submitted to him, there was no way he would give this item to someone else. 9 revolutions was an existence that countless people could hardly hope for, while 10 revolutions was what countless 9 revolutions powerhouses dreamed of. After seeing Jiang Feng's attitude, Ling Ji gritted her teeth and said, Wait, there's a supreme treasure amongst my clan named with the realm of the primordial, which is capable of replicating all sorts of treasures, including the divine spirit source. Although the effect of the replicated treasure is not half as effective as its original, if you are willing to follow me to the Skyfox planet to replicate the divine spirit source, my clan will likewise have a supreme treasure to give away. When he heard that the primordial realm was able to replicate the divine spirit source, a flash of surprise flashed across Jiang Feng's eyes. This thing was even able to duplicate even the divine spirit source, so it could be called an absolute supreme treasure. But Jiang Feng didn't believe the promises she said so easily. He said indifferently, Why should I go with you to the Skyfox star? If your Heavenly Fox clan sets up a heavenly net, if I go over there, not to mention not being able to get the treasure, I'm afraid that it will be difficult to protect myself. I'm willing to swear with my essence blood that if I say anything half false, I'm willing to suffer the most vicious punishment in the world. Ling Ji raised her hand to forcefully draw a drop of essence blood from her brow. This essence blood oath had an extremely strong binding power for both their Skyfox clan and other races. If they ever broke their oaths, they would be punished by the supreme rule. But unfortunately, Jiang Feng didn't care what oath she said. This divine spirit source wasn't something she could afford with one life. choose to withdraw within 3 breaths, or don't blame me for being impolite. Zhang Feng's voice already had some impatience in it. As soon as the words fell, the blazing Sky Falcon and the Abyssal Dragon King simultaneously exuded their own powerful auras. Since you're unwilling to agree to my conditions, let's fight again. As soon as the words fell, Ling Ji's face also turned cold and sullen, and her aura surged around her. The divine spirit source concerned the racial safety of her Skyfox clan. A flash of determination flashed in her eyes, and her slender fingers quickly formed a seal in front of her chest. Immediately after that, her body began to emit a demonic red light. The wisps of blood-colored aura surged out from her body, forming a blood-colored barrier around her. Skyfox secret art. Essence blood burning. With a low drink, the essence blood at Ling Ji's brow instantly burned up, turning into a crimson flame. The flames quickly spread all over her body, enveloping her entire being. Zhang Feng frowned slightly, sensing the surge in his opponent's aura. He immediately raised his eyebrows. Burning essence blood? You're asking for death. Ling Ji sneered. It's worth a fight for the divine spirit source. Accompanied by a sharp fox cry, a steady stream of power surged forth, raging and rushing like an endless tsunami. Chapter 112 Ancient Imperial Beasts. All present. The 50% power that had originally suppressed Ling Ji's body returned like a tidal wave. Even because of the essence blood burning, her strength soared all the way to the peak of the 9th turn. 1 minute is enough time. Ling Ji gave a dark thought. Her eyes turned into a demonic golden color, and her fingertips condensed 9 ethereal blue rays of light. Something that she was able to buy herself a minute under the suppression of her forced breakthrough into the Tower of Heavenly Pride. That 1 minute was enough for her next move. Oh, I didn't realize you had such tactics. Zhang Feng's expression was slightly surprised that this kind of underhanded card she had cast would be forcefully kicked out by the Heaven's Pride Tower. Immediately after that, Zhang Feng's mind moved, and the 2 ancient great imperial beasts simultaneously let out earth-shattering roars as they pounced towards Ling Ji. However, Ling Ji did not meet the attack head-on, but rather, her body flickered and, with amazing speed, he bypassed the 2 imperial beasts and went straight for Zhang Feng himself. At the same time, he said in a cold voice, no matter how strong the imperial beasts are, if the imperial beast master dies, everything is over. Hearing these words, Zhang Feng didn't have any panic in his eyes. Instead, a touch of inexplicable laughter. Another guy who thinks the imperial beast masters themselves are weak. But she shouldn't have been so stupid. She was still unharmed under her sneak attack just now. Could it really be that in the heat of the moment, she could no longer care less? At this moment, Ling Ji's 9 energy tails flung out at the same time. 6 of them wrapped around the Abyssal Dragon King, while the other 3 wrapped towards the blazing brilliant Sky Falcon. Heavenly Fox Illusion. As she let out a soft cry, a trace of confusion suddenly flashed in the eyes of the 2 ancient great imperial beasts, and their movements became sluggish. Zhang Feng's eyes stared, not expecting her to have such tactics. Surprisingly, it was able to affect the minds of the blazing brilliant Sky Falcon and the Abyssal Dragon King. Taking this opportunity, Ling Ji's fingertips condensed a tiny golden light that shot towards Zhang Feng's brow, the mark of the Sky Fox. As long as he managed to cast the Heavenly Fox seal on Zhang Feng, he would be able to manipulate him at a critical time. However, the next moment, the appearance of the Jinyu Xianwu directly caused Ling Ji's figure to fly back. 3 ancient great imperial beasts. Ling Ji couldn't believe it. How was this possible? Had the imperial beast masters on the planet Earth become so terrifying? Surprised, right? What if I say there's another imperial beast? Zhang Feng grinned at the corner of his mouth and summoned the underworld 3-headed dog again, facing the brilliant might emanating from the entire 4 ancient great imperial beasts. At this moment, Ling Ji's eyes were filled with a color of unparalleled shock, and she even subconsciously sucked in a mouthful of cool air. With 4 ancient great imperial beasts, even the strongest people in their Skyfox planet would not dare to take them lightly. At this moment, the 4 imperial beasts struck at the same time, and the terrifying power invaded towards her like a flood. Under the vast attack, Ling Ji was instantly overwhelmed by this power. If it wasn't for the Heaven's Pride Tower forcing her to withdraw, I'm afraid she would have perished here by now. The 99th floor of the Heaven's remarkable tower. As long as one more person was defeated, one could resist the 100th floor and undergo the final trial. At this moment, a young man of the Tianqing Mangnia race with a sturdy figure and bulging muscles came striding. He looked at the handsome young man in front of him and let out a cold snort from his mouth. If I'm not mistaken, you're Zhang Feng, aren't you? It's me. Zhang Feng nodded lightly. Upon hearing this, the youth of the celestial green mangy bull race suddenly laughed. My name is Hitak. To be able to walk here, I think you must be considered the top heavenly pride amongst the humans. Previously, I encountered a kid with dual professions. He used up all sorts of cards in order to defeat me. However, under the absolute strength gap, he still lost at my feet, but he said one last thing that made me feel very unhappy. Seeing that Zhang Feng's eyes remained unperturbed, Heetok frowned. Aren't you curious about what he said at the end? He said I'm only crushed in front of you. Ha ha ha, do you think it's funny? As he finished speaking, Heetok rubbed both his fists and walked towards Zhang Feng step by step. In that case, let me see what you're capable of. A fierce light flashed in Heetok's eyes. In the next moment, the muscles of his entire body surged, and a layer of green-colored scales surfaced on the surface of his skin. The entire person's aura instantly climbed to a terrifying height. Immediately after that, he slammed his fist out, all the power from his muscle eruption converging on his fist. It even shook the void with huge ripples. But in the next moment, the Abyssal Dragon King appeared to violently spew out a raging dragon breath towards Hector. The moment he saw the Abyssal Dragon King, Heetok's eyes only slightly flashed with a flash of surprise. An ancient great imperial beast? Not bad, but it won't sustain you this far. Kid, show all your cards, or it's not too late to admit defeat. As he spoke, his figure soared, his muscles bulging like mountains. The entire person transformed into a 100-feet-tall green-colored giant bull with red eyes and nostrils spewing out white gas. He was bound to crush this person with a single blow in his strongest form. At that time, that kid who resisted himself earlier knew that the guy he thought was powerful was no more than an ant in his own eyes. That must have been a very good expression to think about. So Hector didn't hide his strength in any way and directly showed his strongest form. The native form of the heavenly green mangled bull race? Zhang Feng's expression remained unchanged, the corner of his mouth slightly raised. Then I'll let you see my bottom card. After the blazing sky falcon was summoned, it immediately emitted a cry, and countless meteoric fires blasted towards Heetok. Two ancient great imperial beasts? Heetok let out a cold smile in his eyes and snorted lightly. Humph, so what if there are many? My heavenly green mangy bull race's fleshly body is enough to harden the existence of an ancient great imperial beast. However, before his words fell, the Jinyu Xianwu, the three-headed dog of underworld prison, and the 9 extremes mixed sword spirit came out one after another. Several terrifying auras descended with a bang. The terrifying pressure caused the entire 99th floor of the heavens remarkable tower to tremble. Even Hector, who originally still had an open face, was dumbfounded in place. This kid damn well possessed so many terrifying imperial beasts. This is impossible. Heetok's footsteps came to a violent halt, his eyes full of incredulity. For ancient great imperial beasts? What kind of monster are you? Originally, he thought that this kid possessed at most 2 ancient great imperial beasts, but I didn't expect to have as many as 4. And there was also a spirit sword that emanated an unearthly aura of might. Zhang Feng didn't reply, just waved his hand gently. The 4 imperial beasts attacked at the same time, their devastating attacks pouring down like a torrent. In the face of such a terrifying attack, even the fleshly body that the heavenly green mangy bull race was so proud of was difficult to resist. Hector suppressed the trepidation in his heart and tried to resist, but his strength seemed so pale in front of the 4 ancient great imperial beasts. The arrogance in Hector's eyes was finally replaced by fear. He looked at the terrifyingly calm human teenager in front of him and it finally dawned on me what that dual professional meant by what he said. In the face of absolute strength, all struggles were futile. Chapter 113? Huge amount of experience value. Cool to eat. Outside the Celestial Pride Tower, the crowd was all staring nervously at the changes in the rankings of the 99th floor. It was unknown whether that beast-guarding powerhouse would actually be able to defeat that foreign race's heavenly pride. If the divine spirit source was taken, then if Great Yen wanted to produce a 10-turn powerhouse, it would only have to wait another 100 years. Seeing that the national war was imminent, the source of spirit was their hope. Many professionals frowned, and even Ouyang Yue secretly clenched her palms. At this time, in the middle of the Great Yin Palace, a few strong men stationed at the Great Wall of Starry Sky were sipping tea with a leisurely face. The head of one of them said to Qi Daoming with no smile on his face, "There is still half a month left for your Great Yen to fight the national war with the 7 countries. If you let your Yen Emperor hand over that item, I can let the 7 countries put things to rest this time in the national war." One must know that this time, although the national war did not allow them, the 10-turned powerhouses guarding the stars, to participate in the battle, but with just a word from them, the 7 kingdoms would be able to apply for a war and peace outcome with Great Yen. This is also the best ending for Dian. But after hearing those words, Qi Daoming's face chilled coldly. You and the others wanting to make the Yen Emperor hand over that item are simply dreaming. This battle is on. Since Great Yen has waged war on the 7 kingdoms, it has its own cards. Upon hearing this, a touch of displeasure surfaced in the eyes of the man in charge, and a touch of fierceness flared in his eyes. If that's the case, then when the 7 countries attack Great Yen, they will demonstrate by slaughtering the city. They say that Emperor Yen loves his people like a son. I'd like to see how many people are slaughtered before they're willing to hand them over. Qi Daoming said with an indifferent expression. The winner and loser of this battle is not yet known, so I don't know if it's the 7 kingdoms or my Great Yen that will perish. After saying these words, Qi Daoming flung his sleeves and got up to leave. These people had been thinking about Great Yen for so long, but it wasn't for that supreme treasure of Emperor Yen. At this moment, Jiang Feng had already reached the 100th floor of the heavens remarkable ranking. Among the 100 layers of the heavens remarkable ranking, it was as if he was standing at the end of an endless river of stars. He could even see many supernovas erupting as he looked extremely far away. At this moment, he was able to feel the insignificance of mankind, the insignificance of the Earth star in the midst of the universe. Ding! You have a task to submit. Do you submit it? After hearing the prompt, Jiang Feng chose to submit it without the slightest hesitation. Submitted successfully. Congratulations to the host for raising his level to 5 turns. However, there was no hint of advancement in this submission, which made Jiang Feng feel a bit empty. Just at the moment he was admiring this magnificent sight, a strange fluctuation suddenly flooded the void, only to see a huge tentacle coalesce in the middle of the void, slowly stretching out, as black as ink. Yet this massive tentacle was only one of its. As Jiang Feng's gaze stretched out to look, more tentacles became visible in the starry sky. It was like an octopus of infinite size. The golden light in Jiang Feng's eyes flickered as he tried to use the eye of true vision to check its information, yet all he got was unknown. This was the first time he had encountered an existence that the eye of true sight could not even parse. Jiang Feng was shocked in his heart. How was this thing so similar to Crusoe? Immediately afterward, its tentacles reached out and directly enveloped Jiang Feng in darkness. The surrounding starlight instantly disappeared, replaced by boundless darkness. There were also the low roars of endless ferocious beasts in the midst of this darkness. It looks like this is mostly the last layer of the Heaven's Pride Tower test, right? Jiang Feng raised an eyebrow and instantly summoned his imperial beast. A dazzling golden light exploded in the darkness. The figure of the blazing sky falcon was like the obsidian sun, illuminating the entire darkness. What met his eyes was a wave of black ferocious beasts that could not be seen at the end of a glance. They were like endless oceans, spread out in the middle of the entire space. Countless strange-looking ferocious beasts were roaring lowly, and although their figures were very different, they all had strange tentacles on their bodies. Monster, creature of darkness, level 180. Description: born in the darkness, possessing powerful devouring ability as well as erosion ability. After seeing the attribute panel of these ferocious beast tides, Jiang Feng's face didn't have any panic. Instead, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. It was important to realize that the amount of experience value required for each level up in the back of the profession was huge, especially after breaking through to the 5th turn. The consumption of this experience was enormous. A professional under normal circumstances would only be able to ascend 2 or 3 levels a month. This was still all the time soaking in the middle of the higher copies, all of which could be counted as laborers. However, it was like Jiang Feng was able to summon an ancient great imperial beast with an extremely strong map-sweeping ability. This time can be shortened indefinitely, which is not easy for others to do. And of course there is the purchase of experience cards to level up. However, experience cards that can boost a large amount of experience value are sky high, and there is still a limit to the number of times they can be used. If used more than 3 times, then none of the experience card type props can provide any more experience. What a sleepy head. This final test is just giving me experience value. Jiang Feng had a smirk in his eyes when he saw these level 100 plus monsters. Their experience value can provide far more than that of a normal copy. If this place was a hell for other professionals, then it was undoubtedly heaven for Jiang Feng. Immediately after that, the Jinyu Xianwu, the Abyssal Dragon King, the Underworld 3-headed dog, and the Sword Spirit were summoned once again, as several ancient great imperial beasts fell like a torrent of attacks. These ocean-like waves of monsters in front of them were then bombarded indiscriminately. Their experience value turned into bits of starlight that continuously poured into Jiang Feng's body. This stuff is like cutting leeks. Cool to cut a big one. Not only was Jiang Feng's level rising, even the levels of the 4 imperial beasts were rising rapidly. Plus, with the addition of Jiang Feng's skill, God's favor, it made their attacks even more terrifying. Those dark creatures that were densely swarming onto Jinyu Xianwu's body, just by stomping its gigantic foot, it stomped the uncountable dark ferocious beasts into a puddle of thick black sorrowful matter, and the horrible power fluctuation spreads towards the surrounding, shaking a large area to death. He didn't know how long it had been, but after a series of sweeps, all of Jiang Feng's imperial beasts had reached full level, and Jiang Feng's level had now reached the 5-turn ceiling. After the enhancement of God's favor, the attack power of the blazing brilliant Sky Falcon had already surpassed 8 million. The Abyssal Dragon King only had around 6 million combat power, and the Underworld 3-headed dog's combat power was raised to over 3 million. After all, the blazing Sky Falcon was now a calendar 5th order imperial beast, so its combat power was naturally quite a bit higher, and the Jinyu Xianwu battle had reached 2 million, which was already an exaggerated value. After all, it was only a main defense imperial beast, and its life force was even directly above 10 million. The aura that overflowed from their bodies alone was able to cause the surrounding void to vaguely fluctuate. What a nice opportunity. A thick smile surfaced on Zhang Feng's face. This huge amount of experience value made him eat it with pleasure. If only he could have one every time he broke through the level cap. Chapter 114, The Source of the Gods. Just as Zhang Feng cleared the last monster, a burst of light suddenly erupted from its body. Something seemed to have fallen from its body. Ha, so it drops props? Zhang Feng was slightly surprised in his eyes. After all, after killing the ocean-like monster just now, none of the props were dropped. Could it be a reward after completing this trial? With a thought, Zhang Feng's sword spirit brought over the items that had fallen from the monster. With a gesture of his hand, the ball of light hovered above Zhang Feng's palm. Talent Skill Book, High Level, Type, Skill Book, Applicable Occupations, Any, Available Level, LV 100. Introduction, professionals can randomly realize a natural skill after using it. Surprisingly, it's a book of natural skills for using any profession? Zhang Feng's expression was flushed with a bit of surprise above his features. It was important to realize that the Talent Skill Book was something that many professionals were begging for. This thing allows one to realize a random natural skill. It also means being able to have one more underhanded means than others. Generally speaking, in addition to the basic talent skills that will be acquired after awakening a profession, it is also possible to acquire special talent skills as a result of profession advancement. In addition to that, if you want to comprehend the natural skill on your own, in addition to relying on yourself after thousands of times of sensing and honing, then you can only obtain it through the Talent Skill Book. This method is not only the easiest, but also the quickest way, because it's not as fast as using a skill book to directly comprehend it than feeling and honing it yourself thousands of times. However, the burst rate of talent skill books was extremely rare and had a strong profession qualification. Some of them are natural skill books for mages, which a warrior professional wouldn't be able to use. Nonetheless, a low-ranked talent skill book was able to be speculated to an outrageous price, and generally low-level talent skill books can only awaken some relatively poor talent skills. But joining a warrior awakening a low-ranked natural skill, even if it could only increase his power by 1%, then he would be able to occupy the upper hand against a professional of the same strength. After all, success or failure between sparring matches lies in such a split second, and that momentary gap is one that requires no telling how much effort to make up for, and perhaps never to make up for. Seeing this high-level talent skill book in his hand that had no occupational restrictions, Zhang Feng's eyes also gained a touch of joy. After all, who would mind having a lot of cards on the table? With a light grip on Zhang Feng's palm, he then instantly chose to use it. The talent skill book instantly turned into a ball of streaming light and used it into Zhang Feng's body. The corresponding information also surfaced on the information panel in front of him. You have successfully fused the talent skill book. Congratulations on the realization of your new natural skill, Transience. Cooling time, 1 hour. Description, the user can instantly move to any place within a range of up to 2,000 meters as far as the eye can see. Note, you can spend 300,000 evolution points to upgrade this talent skill. The moment he saw the skill, Zhang Feng was slightly stunned. He really didn't expect to awaken a skill like instantaneous transmission. With the skill of instantaneous movement he was equal to another powerful card, able to achieve the effect of surprise. However, when he saw that he was still able to spend 300,000 evolution points to upgrade below, the corners of Zhang Feng's mouth couldn't help but rise a little. Just a transient is so awesome. How heavenly should it be after upgrading? Elevate. Zhang Feng secretly chanted without hesitation. Elevation success. Megumi's teleportation has been upgraded to a space leap. Cooling time, 1 hour. Description, maximum leaping distance is 10,000 meters. 10,000 meters. Not bad. A look of satisfaction appeared in Zhang Feng's eyes. This skill was a good choice for escaping and chasing. Although there were also the rest of the scrolls or props that could replace the skill, they were all consumable items. Talent skills, on the other hand, are able to be used permanently. As the monster was completely removed, the huge tentacle that had enveloped itself in the middle of this space also dispersed. The end of a tentacle then moved to Zhang Feng's face. On top of it was a fist-sized diamond-shaped fragment that emitted colorful divine light. Source of spirit, fragment, grade, divine. Available level, LV 100. Description, a fragment containing the power of a deity's origin, containing terrifying divine power. Hint, gathering the complete divine spirit source, you can achieve the true godhood. Just fragments? Zhang Feng couldn't help but feel some regret. If it was a complete divine spirit source, then he, with his demigod profession, was going to become a true deity. One day to ascend to God. What a mind-blowing thing to do. However, greed was not a good thing, and Zhang Feng wasn't the kind of person who was eager as if he was thirsty. Zhang Feng reached out to receive the diamond-shaped shard that was emitting colorful divine light, and a warm touch came from his palm. He took a deep breath and immediately integrated the divine spirit source into his body. In the next moment, he felt as if his body was flooded with endless power. Terrifying divine power was continuously energizing his body. An indescribable warmth spread rapidly from his dantian, traveling along the meridians throughout the body. Every inch of flesh and blood and every bone underwent subtle changes under the baptism of this power. Is this divine power? Jiang Feng closed his eyes and felt the power rushing through his body. The surface of his skin was faintly glowing with a multicolored light, flickering like a star. The whole person looked like an immortal coming out of a myth. The fragments of the divine spirit source gradually melted within him, turning into the purest energy infusion. Boom! A muffled sound exploded in his head, and Jiang Feng's eyes snapped open as a divine light flashed in his eyes. At the same time he was able to feel some kind of shackle on himself being completely broken. That was the restriction that limited the elevation of the 9 turns to the 10 turns realm. You have successfully fused the source of divine spirit, fragment. Strength plus 500,000. Agility plus 300,000. Physique plus 400,000. Spirit plus 600,000. You gain the passive skill, Divine Bodyguard, Elementary. Introduction, forms a layer of divine barrier on the surface of the body, which can resist damage equal to 20% of one's own life value. Cooldown time, 24 hours. Hint, this skill will be improved as more divine spirit source fragments are fused. Jiang Feng clenched his fist, feeling the power filling his body. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. Even though it's just fragments, the boost is already quite substantial. If one was able to gather the complete divine spirit source and truly achieve the divine spirit realm, what kind of scene would that be? Jiang Feng didn't dare to imagine it, but it was only a matter of time for him to acquire the fragments of the divine spirit source. Chapter 115, The 9 Ghoul Kings, Great Yen Palace. Hasn't he come out yet? Third Elder Yi Heling looked out in the direction of the Heaven's Remarkable Tower's teleportation array with a worried look in his eyes. Half a month had passed in a blink of an eye. There was only 1 day left before the opening of the national war. The current Jiang Feng was still on the 100th floor of the Heaven's Remarkable Tower without the slightest change. According to this time, it didn't matter if Jiang Feng had succeeded in obtaining the divine spirit source or not. It should all be out by now. But why hasn't anything happened until now? Maintaining the same mood as him was Grand Elder Qi Daoming, his brows furrowed as he stared straight into the distance. Now they didn't expect Jiang Feng to be able to obtain the source of the divine spirit. As long as they were unharmed, that was their best hope. After all, the divine spirit source was not something that could be acquired so easily. Otherwise, it would be impossible for their great Yen to not have had a heavenly pride with a divine spirit source in the past few hundred years. At this time, the 7 countries had already gathered countless strong men to station themselves at the border of Great Yen. When the national war opened, the 7 of them would strike against Great Yen at the same time. At that time, the Great Yen will be destroyed. Great Yen people, hurry up and surrender, or else we will surely shed blood when we step into Great Yen territory. The powerhouses of the 7 kingdoms laughed recklessly and sneered at the professionals within Great Yen. One must know that if their 7 countries fought one Dian would not have any resistance at all. Even if you can resist for a few days, can you resist for a month? Or 2, when the defenses of the Great Yen border are broken, they will be able to take the capital of Great Yen directly. Once the country was broken, they, the strongest attackers of Great Yen, would be able to obtain a generous reward. Women, money, equipment, props, etc. all seem to beckon to them, trying to get us to surrender. It's delusional. Facing the clamor of the 7 kingdoms' powerhouses, the Great Yen professionals glared angrily. As the commander stationed at the Great Yen border, Shangguan Boyi's face was a heavy one. Up until now, the Grand Elder hadn't told him any instructions for his actions. Tomorrow is when the War of Nations opens, and if there's no countermeasure, then how could they, the professionals of Great Yen, resist the joint attack from the professionals of the 7 nations? Even if the Protectorate formation had already been opened, I'm afraid it wouldn't be able to hold out for much longer. If this battle was a bloody one, they were not afraid. It's just the fear of a bloody war with no hope in sight and therefore making unnecessary sacrifices. While waiting around, Shangguan Bai prepared to continue to impose the barrier at the border with full force. Just as he was about to act, he suddenly detected a palpitating aura. The aura was incomparably strong, causing even him, a 9th turn powerhouse, to palpitate. Come out! Guan Bai snapped his head up, and with a flash, he arrived high in the sky, his gaze vigilantly scanning everything around him. His aura instantly unfolded, and his sharp aura was like a wild blade, spreading towards the surroundings. The professionals present also sensed the dangerous aura, and their faces suddenly changed. In the next second, a tall, but shriveled figure slowly stepped out from among the void before him. On his back there were wings formed from several bones, and the stench of decay permeated his body. There was still blood squirming something unknown under the exposed ribs on his chest. There were also two blood-red ghostly flames dancing in his eyes. This is the nine-turn Ghoul King. Shangguan Bai was horrified in his heart. The 9 Revolutions Ghoul King had a terrifying combat power of over 7 million. Moreover, the 9 turns Ghoul King not only possessed terrifying attack power, but also had the means to exterminate enemies in a wide range. But how did such a ghostly thing appear within the borders of Dian? It was reasonable to say that now that Dian was in a state of closure, it was simply impossible for the 7 kingdoms to send this Ghoul King in without warning. Quickly strike! Shangguan Bai immediately ordered to the professionals. If we don't destroy them in time, when the Z hour passes, the 7 kingdoms will take advantage of the chaos to break through the border's defenses. At that time, Great Yen would surely see a catastrophe. The blade light condensed between Shangguan Bai's palms instantly fell, transforming into a 100-feet-long golden blade on in midair, pointing directly at the corpse ghost king. However, the Ghoul King only gently raised his hand, and a mass of extremely dense gray death chi surged out from his palm, like a tidal wave to meet the blade. Boo! The blade aura collided with the death aura, making a deafening explosion. However, he saw that the powerful blade on actually crumbled inch by inch in front of the death aura, and dissipated like ablation in a few moments. The Ghoul King let out a fierce laugh, and the bone wings behind his back shook violently, and the dead chi poured down like a torrent. Shangguan Bai's pupils suddenly shrunk as an unprecedented fear surged in his heart. An intense gray aura of death instantly enveloped the entire border position. All the enveloped occupiers only felt a chill go straight from the soles of their feet to the sky. Immediately afterward, he felt that his whole body was stiff, and his limbs were as heavy as a 1,000-pound boulder, completely unable to move. Not good. Shangguan Bai's expression was horrified, and the power in his body worked crazily too, forming a layer of golden light shield around his body. He barely resisted the erosion of the death aura, but the other professionals didn't have this kind of strength, only to see their mana flow become slow, their blood gradually solidified, and even their hearts began to slow down their beating. Some of the professionals with lower cultivation levels were already ashen and rapidly losing their vitality. Ha 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 ha, Griffins, despair to your heart's content. The Ghoul King let out a creepy laugh, and those writhing flesh and blood tissues on his chest became even more active, seemingly enjoying the pleasure of devouring life. Shangguan Bai clenched his teeth and strongly supported his body as he flew forward, condensing a long golden blade in his hand and stabbing at the Ghoul King's chest. Griffins are griffins, they don't know how to die. The Ghoul King was disdainful, his bone wings shook, and a barrier formed by dead chi blocked the golden spear, while at the same time, his 5 fingers opened up and fiercely gripped towards Shangguan Bai. Shangguan Bai suddenly felt that the dead chi around his body was condensed, as if he was entangled by countless steel wires. His body could not move, and the flow of mana in his body also became extremely difficult. Damn it! Shangguan Bai's eyes were crimson as he struggled as hard as he could, but he saw the Ghoul King approaching step by step. Right at this moment, a terrifying aura like an abyss suddenly erupted from the depths of the Great Yin Palace. Immediately afterward, a stream of light rushed towards the Great Yin border like a meteorite. It's the Yin Emperor moving. Grand Elder Chi Daoming snapped his eyes open and looked towards the figure rushing towards the border with a shocked expression. He was able to sense that Emperor Yan's strength had risen again, but the aura on him had also become weaker and weaker. Without much thought, Chi Daoming also leaped forward to follow that figure towards the border. Boom! Just as the Great Yin professionals at the border were heavily injured by the sudden appearance of the Ghoul King, a terrifying power was like a heavenly might descending, slamming into the body of the Ghoul King. Under this strike, the Ghoul King that was still wreaking havoc instantly transformed into a thick, stinky liquid. Chapter 116, Yamanano Orochi, Chopper. The smoke cleared and the moon was like water. A majestic figure descended from the sky, dressed in black dragon-patterned robes. His face was vicissitudes but his aura was like an abyss. He merely stood there, and the death aura around him receded like a tidal wave. Emperor Yen. Shangguan Bai raised his head with difficulty, excitement flashing in his eyes, seeing the old man who emanated an unparalleled terrifying aura. The hearts of the professionals on the border were incomparably stirred as they chanted in unison, "Greetings to Emperor Yen." At this time, Emperor Yen was personally present, and even if the enemies from the 7 countries came together, they had no fear in their hearts. Even those professionals who were seriously injured were filled with reverence in their eyes after seeing Emperor Yan's magnificent figure, even forgetting the pain caused by their injuries. Emperor Yen nodded slightly and extended his palm, a ray of golden light condensing in his palm. It then spread out in all directions, enveloping every professional present. Those professionals who were originally injured were surprised to find that not only were their injuries rapidly healing, but the death aura in their bodies was also dispelled by a gentle force. Immediately, his gaze landed on the allied forces of the 7 nations assembled outside the country, his gaze cold as frost. Just then, Chi Daoming also hurriedly arrived with a worried expression. "My emperor, if you make a move to expose your strength now, I'm afraid that you'll be premeditated and targeted in advance by the powerhouses of the seven kingdoms. In the face of a great enemy, how can we preserve our strength? Emperor Yan shook his head, his voice calm. The people and generals of Dian are all the people of Lone, and guarding them is even more the responsibility of Lone. The armies of the seven countries composed of professionals couldn't help but balk at the sight of that magnificent figure high above the sky. Is that the rumored great Yin Emperor? Now that they had seen it, that terrifying abyss-like aura made them look away. It was said that Emperor Yen was only at the 9th turn, but the monstrous aura emanating from his body was comparable to the 10th turn. However, the top brass of the seven countries did not have any fear in their eyes after seeing Emperor Yen appear. One of the governors of the Eagle Sauce Kingdom leapt into the air, and the commanders of the remaining 6 kingdoms followed suit. Emperor Yen, you and I haven't seen each other for almost 100 years, right? The governor of the Eagle Sauce country was like he was catching up with an old friend towards Emperor Yen. This has been more than 100 years of hiding deep within the Great Yin Palace, and judging from the aura emanating from your body, I'm afraid that no one out of the 10 turns will be able to deal with you. Qi Daoming shouted coldly, since you know the strength of our emperor, why don't you quickly retreat? Ha, retreat? The governor of the Eagle Sauce country sneered coldly, and then his aura rose up to the sky like a landslide. But it's a pity that I've already ascended to the top of the 10th turn. At those words, not only did Qi Daoming and the Great Yin general's hearts shake, even Emperor Yen frowned slightly. I didn't expect the governor of the Eagle Sauce country to ascend to the 10th turn, which was already the strongest battle force in the Earth Star, unrivaled, with a 10-turn powerhouse making a move. I'm only afraid that Great Yen will have trouble surviving this national war. Yen Huang's face didn't change. He just spoke softly. The 10th turn is indeed very strong, but if Lone were to exchange 1 for 1 with you, there might not be no possibility of winning. After hearing these words, the governor of the Eagle Sauce country's face changed slightly. Not expecting Emperor Yen to make such a determination to die. He had originally thought that Emperor Yen was merely hiding deep in the Great Yin Palace in order to forcefully renew his life, but he didn't realize that the Yen Emperor 100 years ago had envisioned today's situation. This kind of planning that has been dormant for 100 years is really a breath of fresh air. Although the governor of the Eagle Sauce country had broken his rank through 10 turns, he loved his life more than anyone else, because reaching the 10th turn was just too difficult. If he died with Emperor Yen, then even if he, Eagle Sauce Kingdom, gained great benefits from this national war, then he won't get half as much out of it. Moreover, this Yin Huan was already at the end of his strength, letting this dying man and himself, a 10th turn powerhouse, die together, then this battle was definitely not worth it. However, the governor of the Eagle Sauce country did not reveal the thoughts in his mind. Here were 6 strong countries consuming the Yen Emperor's power for him. He didn't believe that this Yen Huang still had the strength to arm wrestle with himself. In that case, then do you dare to come out and fight with us? The governor of the Eagle Jam country said with a few provocative hints as the corner of his mouth grinned. Since you invited Lone to battle, what does Lone have to fear? Emperor Yan's expression was indifferent as he took 1 step out of the Great Yin border, causing ripples to spread across the void. Seeing that Emperor Yan actually dared to answer the battle, a flash of imperceptible surprise flashed across the eyes of the governor of the Eagle Jam country. I didn't expect him to actually dare to answer the battle. Spinning around, he gave a look towards the commander-in-chief of the Mouth country. The commander-in-chief of the Mouth country didn't hesitate in the slightest either. As he sacrificed his Jingua divine weapon, there was a steep change in the sky above the dome of the sky, and the figure of a huge and incomparable gigantic monstrous creature emerged. The creature had 8 heads, eyes like crimson branding irons, and 8 tails wagging behind it. The body was huge to the extreme, tens of thousands of meters in size, almost enveloping the entire sky and filling it with an astonishing aura. Shadow of the Yamanano Orochi. Level, LV 600. Life value, 300 million. Battle power, 17 million. The terrifying aura of the Yamanano Orochi swept through the heavens and earth. Its 8 gigantic heads looked down on the Great Yin crowd, and the scarlet vertical pupils radiated an endless tyrannical color. Faced with the terrifying aura of the Orochi, the Great Yin crowd could not help but fall into a state of nervousness once again. I didn't realize that Kuchikuni had props for summoning mythical creatures from the legends. Emperor Yen, this is just a meeting gift for you. I wonder if you have the ability to defeat it. The governor of the Eagle Sauce Nation had an undisguised look of contempt among his smiles. This undercard alone was able to consume more than half of Yen Huang's power. When he tried to fight himself at that time, it would be nothing more than a mantis. It's just a projection. If it were a real body coming down, perhaps I would still be afraid of it. Emperor Yen spoke in a cold tone, and as he raised his hand and waved it, a golden legal decree emanating brilliant holy might flew out. Immediately after that, the legal decree transformed into a monstrous golden divine dragon in the blink of an eye. This golden dragon was transformed by the Great Yin country's chi and rushed towards the 8 giant serpent with terrifying might. Boom boom boom. With devastating power, the golden divine dragon spewed out a mouthful of dragon breath and blasted above the head of the Orochi. -$50 million, -100 million, -150 million. That shocking damage value surfaced, causing all the great Yen generals to be shaken. They didn't expect the damage of that golden divine dragon to be so terrifying. The governor of the Eagle Sauce Kingdom and the commander-in-chief of the Six Kingdoms also had their gazes sunken and their hearts shaken at this sight. I didn't expect that with Great Yan's current national fortune it would still be able to manifest such a terrifying golden dragon. If the Great Yan's fortune was still at its peak, wouldn't the power used by this golden dragon be able to kill the gods? The projection of the Orochi let out a mournful and miserable cry at this moment. Its figure then gradually disappeared, and the terrifying aura on its body was rapidly dissipating. The commander-in-chief of the Mouth Country was filled with disbelief at the sight. That was the treasure of their town, and it was just crushed by that golden dragon? Chapter 117, I'll fight the gods in the body of a mortal. However, catalyzing the power of a country's chi was also something that required an enormous amount of mana. Emperor Yan's pale face had begun to turn white above. The governor of the Eagle Jam country also noticed the change in Emperor Yan, a cold smile spreading from the corner of his mouth. Emperor Yan, although you borrowed the power of the Great Yan's national fortune, your own consumption is not small, is it? Earlier was just an appetizer. Can you still catch the next attack? Although the power of Great Yan's national fortune had indeed surprised him, could he still catch the moves that followed? As long as this night passes, they can lead the Seven Kingdoms army to attack Great Yan. This great flame was naturally in the bag, and they were left to divide it up. Feel free to use whatever means you have. I'll fight. Although Emperor Yan's aura had weakened a lot, his aura was not cowed in any way. At this point Eagle Jam Nation looked again at the commander of one of the nations behind them. That commander-in-chief immediately transformed into a stream of light and came before the army in his camp. As all of their mana surged, countless amounts of mana converged high in the sky, forming a huge vortex. Beneath the vortex, a figure clad in scarlet robes and holding a double-bladed battle axe appeared. His body exuded a magnificent aura that made all beings worship him, and there was a divine aura blooming in his eyes. Whether it was the seven countries or the people of Great Yan, they were all as small as ants in front of them. It's divine spirit. Chi Daoming's expression was horrified as his information panel appeared in his eyes. Shadow of Ares. Rank, combat power, 40 million. Skill? I didn't realize that the Oran Kingdom had summoned a god from mythology to fight. Now, the hope that the Great Yen people had just burned up was like being doused by a pot of cold water. That was a god. How could a bunch of them mortals fight against a god? Emperor Yan's eyes stared slightly when he saw the shadow of the god of war Ares. The projection of this god of war Ares that descended could be even more powerful than the previous Orochi of the Coco Kingdom. Now that the power of the national fortune had been used once, the strength was naturally depleted for the most part. Wanting to use that means just now to resolve this war god projection could be said to be without the slightest possibility. If I can fight with the gods, I will not be shaken even if I die alone. Emperor Yan's pale and decrepit face carried a few moments of determination amongst it. In the next moment, his robes fluttered violently, his aura skyrocketed, and a terrifying fluctuation was born between heaven and earth. Immediately, he slapped his palm out towards the god of war Ares. In an instant, the golden aura soared, heaven and earth trembled, and Qiankuan changed color. A terrifying might that seemed to be able to crush the sky in a half swept away. A mere mole cricket dares to try to provoke the gods? A touch of scorn surfaced in Ares' divine eyes as he raised his double-bladed battle axe and slashed towards this palm. Boom! The two forces collided in mid-air, and the terrifying energy fluctuations spread in all directions like ripples. The clouds in the sky were instantly vaporized by this force. The entire night sky was instantly illuminated by golden and red rays, as if day had descended. Emperor Yan's figure was instantly shaken back hundreds of feet by this impact. His robes shattered beyond repair, and a trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. And the shadow of Ares, the god of war, did not move at all. Griffins are just griffins, presuming to fight against the gods. They don't know what they're doing. Ares' voice was like thunder rolling from the sky, shaking everyone's ears. When the commanders of the Seven Kingdoms saw this scene, the joy on their faces intensified. The Yen Emperor is already having trouble supporting himself, and it seems like there is no suspense left in this national war, the governor of Eagle Jam said with a sneer. The generals within the Great Yen border could not help but feel a sense of despair in their hearts when they saw this scene. Chi Daoming clenched his fists, a few moments of unwillingness and anxiety flashing in his eyes. Although he was at the 9th revolutions, he had no room to make a move under a battle of this level. The shadow of the god of war, Ares, stood tall, his divine light overflowing, his double-edged battle axe gently rotating in his hands as if he were playing. Griffin, your struggles will only make death more painful. Emperor Yan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and slowly stood up straight, his pale eyes flashing with unyielding intent. So what if it's a god? Today, I'm going to fight the gods with my mortal body. Emperor Yen made seals with both hands. Mana surged around him, and the power of the earth veins surged into his body like a tidal wave. His body blossomed with brilliant golden light that shone in all directions. Ares snorted coldly. His double-bladed battle axe swung violently, and a blood-red axe uncut through the sky like a shock, heading straight for Emperor Yen. Instead of retreating, Emperor Yen advanced. His palms joined together, and then violently separated. A golden wall of light appeared out of thin air, blocking this shocking axe main. Boom! The wall of light exploded and turned into countless golden fragments. The Inferno Emperor's body shifted and had flashed to the side of Ares. Great flame imperial arc booming thunder palm. Emperor Yen slapped out his palm, and the lightning flashed in the center of his palm, just like thunder descending from the 9 heavens. Ares smiled disdainfully and swept his battle axe across the room. A blood-colored half-moon-shaped blade of light meeting the thunderous strike. The two forces collided once again, erupting in a blinding light. Emperor Yan's body was once again shaken back, but this time he stabilized himself and was not injured. Interesting, even a mole cricket has an unyielding heart? Ares narrowed his godly eyes slightly. Then let's show you the true power of a god. The war god's feet stepped into the air, and the entire sky dome shook. He raised his double-bladed battle axe high, and blood-red divine power coalesced on top of the axe blade-like substance. War god's axe. Ares roared. His battle axe slashed down heavily, and a huge blood-colored axe shadow descended from the sky, as if it could split the earth in two. Emperor Yan's face was grave as he knew that this strike would be difficult to receive hard. Immediately, his hands quickly formed a seal, and a huge golden formation emerged on the ground. Great Yin Protectorate Grand Formation, Enlightenment. The golden pillar of light shot up from the formation and collided with the blood-colored axe shadow. Rumble. The entire border shook more than a little under the impact, and countless soldiers were shaken to the ground. The Protectorate formation struggled to withstand this divine strike, but countless cracks had already appeared on the surface of the formation. Ha ha ha, your defense is nothing more than that. Ares laughed maniacally and increased his divine power output. The Protectorate formation finally couldn't support it and shattered with a loud bang. The remaining momentum of the blood-colored axe shadow was unabated, heading straight for Emperor Yen. At the moment of crisis, Yen Huang's eyes condensed, and the last of the mana in his body surged wildly as he held the sky with both hands. Undying body. Emperor Yan's body suddenly swelled and transformed into a golden giant that was 1,000 feet tall, the very same indestructible body that had been transformed with the help of Great Yan's national fortune. He stretched out his huge palm and caught this shocking blow hard. What? Ares' expression changed, obviously not expecting Emperor Yen to have such a card. The golden giant gripped the axe shadow and fiercely pinched it, and the axe shadow was unexpectedly crushed, turning into countless points of light that dissipated into the air. So what if you're a god of war? Today, I want you to know that the Great Yan's fortune is not to be insulted. The golden giant took a step out and arrived in front of Ares, raising his hand to deliver a punch. This punch was simple and direct, yet it contained the power of the entire Great Yan's national fortune. Ares looked grave and crossed his axes to block. Boom! The collision of attacks between the two shook the entire heaven and earth. Ares was knocked back dozens of feet by this punch, and his arms actually trembled slightly. Chapter 118, Within the Great Yen, the gods are forbidden. Interesting, so this is the so-called power of national fortune. Ares' expression became serious. However, you are only a mortal after all, and I, a god. The war god's entire body was filled with divine light, and the double-bladed battle axe was ablaze with the flames of battle. His figure flashed, turning into a bloody stream of light as he rushed towards the golden giant. 1,000-blade slash. Ares' figure cut out countless silhouettes in the air. Each remnant wielded a battle axe, forming a dense axe shadow that surrounded the golden giant. The golden giant advanced instead of retreating, waving both fists and blasting against those countless axe shadows. Every collision erupted with earth-shattering thuds. The smiles on the faces of the 7 commander-in-chiefs gradually froze when they saw this scene. Why is this Yen Huang's strength so astonishing that he can resist against the god of war Ares? The commander-in-chief of the Oran Kingdom was truly a bit shaken in his heart when he saw the battle above him. At this time, the bells of the 7 nations encampment are ringing at this time. 12 heavy bells echoed over the battlefield, officially announcing the start of the nation's war. Time's up. A self-satisfied smirk curled up at the corner of the Eagle Sauce country's governor's mouth. A glint of greed swept across the eyes of the commanders of several countries. The long-awaited moment had finally arrived. The copies, props, resources, and women of Great Yen are all ours today. Begin the attack on Dian. With an order from the governor of Eagle Jam, the huge army like a tsunami began to pour into the territory of Dian, and the earth-shattering sounds of killing immediately resounded through the clouds. Countless attacks landed on top of Great Yan's protectorate formation. causing the entire formation to constantly flicker and fluctuate. It was only feared that this protectorate formation would last for more than 10 minutes at the most before it would have difficulty withstanding the attacks from the armies of the Seven Kingdoms. Seeing this, Shi Daoming raised a cold eyebrow, and the power in his body surged out like a tidal wave. Immediately afterward, he waved his long sleeve with an aura like a rainbow. People of Great Yen, join me in defending the land to the death. As soon as the words fell, Shi Daoming flew out, his mana surging as he raised his hand to cast a spell. A huge void palm was reflected and grabbed towards the middle of the crowd of the Seven Kingdoms armies. With this strike, at least thousands of enemies were crushed to death. Kill! Fight for Great Yen! Countless Great Yen generals roared, meeting the enemy like a torrent of steel. Knowing that they are outmatched, they still charge into the enemy line. There was no fear in their eyes, only the determination to die for their country. The skills of the Seven Kingdoms army erupted in a dazzling light in the crowd, and the Great Yen generals fell one after another. But then more men filled in, building a line of defense with their flesh and blood. High above the sky, Yen Huang's situation became more and more difficult. Ares, the god of war, packs a destructive punch with every blow he strikes. Although the golden giant was strong, it was forced to retreat back and forth. Not enough, not nearly enough. Ares laughed maniacally. Is this what you call the power of national fortune? It's nothing more than that. A silver-armored commander chanted a high incantation, his scepter in his hand pointing to the sky. Summon, Medusa, Queen of Snakes. As the words fell, a gap opened in the sky. An existence with the upper body of a stunningly beautiful woman and the lower body of a giant snake slowly descended. Her hair was a myriad of moving vipers and her eyes flashed with a haunting chill. With just one look, a group of charging Great Yen cavalrymen were turned into stone statues. Athena, goddess of war, we beseech your coming. The other commander-in-chief began to call up as well. Immediately after that, a goddess in silver armor, holding a spear and shield, also stepped out of the rift. Thor. Immediately after that, a tall figure holding a giant hammer with lightning wrapped around his body also appeared over the battlefield. As he slammed his hammer down, the earth in a radius of thousands of meters was instantly covered by lightning, and countless Great Yen generals fell down screaming in misery. Apollo, the god of light. Finally, a handsome man with a blinding golden light also slowly stepped out. The light around him was as dazzling as the sun, and the entire darkness of the night became like day. It made the Great Yen generals feel an irresistible sense of terrifying oppression. A deity projection was summoned out. Although it was only a projection, the aura emitted still caused the entire battlefield to tremble. Countless Great Yen populace sensed the terrifying aura coming from the border and raised their heads to look into the distance. The sky there had been illuminated by all kinds of energy rays as if it were daytime. What's going on here? Why is the sky so weird? Something's happened at the border. I'm afraid those foreign allied forces have attacked. Can Lord Yen Huang block it? Does our Great Yen really have a chance of winning? At this moment, Shi Daoming saw the foreign gods descending one after another, and his face became increasingly ugly. Shangwan Bai was also blasted back by an attack, and he sprayed out a mouthful of blood as his throat became sweet. Shi Daoming immediately input a wave of healing power into his body. Shangwan Bai wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, then looked at the Grand Elder with a difficult expression. Why is it that all the foreign nations have the means to summon the gods, but I, Great Yen, have no gods? Looking at the terrifying power released by that deity, even if more Dayan generals were sacrificed, it would not be enough to fill it. My Great Yen gods are broken, so there are no props circulating that can summon gods. Shi Daoming shook his head and sighed deeply. But even though the Seven Kingdoms are able to summon divine projections, they won't last long. At most 5 minutes before he dissipates. 5 minutes? Shangwan Bai frowned tightly, a touch of unprecedented gravity appearing out of the corner of his eyes. But can our Dayan generals really hold out for 5 minutes? In just less than a minute, all of the generals that Great Yen had rushed out had already perished, and several divine projections began to attack towards Great Yen's protectorate formation. An unprecedented feeling of despair filled the hearts of every single one of the Great Yen generals. Fresh, yet just then, a huge golden giant bird sped towards the battlefield. Look, it's the imperial beast of that imperial beast powerhouse. He's come to support us. As the blazing brilliant sky falcon's cry resounded through the heavens and earth, the light called hope once again lit up in the eyes of countless Great Yen generals. Even Shi Daoming's eyes were filled with a flash of joy. With Zhang Feng's support, it was enough to last until the time those gods' power dissipated. At this moment, Zhang Feng, who was standing on top of the back feathers of the blazing brilliant sky falcon, had golden light flowing in his eyes. Is it just a projection of a deity? If the real bodies of these gods descended, it would still be a considerable pressure for Zhang Feng. But he didn't feel any fear yet if it was just a projection. Several divine projections also noticed the arriving golden giant bird. Zhang Feng stepped on his toes and hovered above the dome of the sky from above the back feathers of the blazing brilliant sky falcon. Gods are forbidden within the Great Yen. As his words fell, he immediately used the divine might skill. In an instant, monstrous divine might surged out of Jiang Feng's body, and his terrifying power made all beings fearful. Chapter 119, Whoever offends my Great Yen, even the gods shall be executed. After the several divine projections sensed Jiang Feng's aura, their faces changed slightly. It was the true breath of God, and there was no mistaking it. And he's just a projection coming down. The strength of the projection was only a hair among 9 oxen compared to their true strength. But the divine aura emanating from the kid in front of him was undoubtedly a true god. The so-called gods are those who have an existence beyond common sense after possessing the godhead. If he had descended in his true form, then naturally he would not have decimated this unknown deity before him. But he who was just a projection, I'm afraid that together they weren't a single god with full strength. What's more, he existed for only a few short minutes. Seeing the divine might emanating from Jiang Feng, the commander-in-chief of the 7 kingdoms as well as the crowd of generals were all dumbfounded. Damn it, when did a god appear in Great Yin territory? The face of the governor of the Eagle Sauce country looked even more and more gloomy. He didn't realize that there were even gods in Great Yin. What was a god? Even if it was a 10-turn superpower invincible in the eyes of the people in the world, in front of the gods it was nothing more than an ant that could bounce around a little. No, that kid is a previous imperial beast master. Even if he passes through the Great Yin Celestial Pride Tower to obtain the divine spirit source, it's impossible for him to instantly ascend to the divine position. It was the blonde man beside the governor of Eagle Jam who spoke. Earlier, when Jiang Feng opened his domain and killed the emissary of the 7 kingdoms, what he killed was just one of his doppelgangers. At that time, although Jiang Feng was able to use the domain, but he knew very well that Jiang Feng could never become a true deity in such a short period of time. The moment the armies of the 7 kingdoms, as well as the gods, remained on guard. Instead, the Great Yin crowd cheered and became excited. My Great Yin actually possesses a supreme deity. Could this be a hallucination before I die? Yes, it makes sense now. That powerful imperial beast master is young yet he is able to possess so many terrifying imperial beasts. So he is a god. For a while, the Great Yin generals also came to their senses. Who else would be able to do such incredible things if not the gods? Qi Daoming straightened his head up and looked up at Jiang Feng, his old face full of agitation. I didn't expect this Jiang Feng to ascend to the divine throne after obtaining the divine spirit source. After that, who would dare to disrespect the Earthstar nations with a Great Yin that had a god sitting at its helm? Even the Inferno Emperor, who was still battling Ares bitterly, had a few more palpitations above his pale and decrepit face. After so many years, Great Yin had finally seen a strong person who could support the entire country. The boulder that had been hanging over his heart all these years also instantly fell at this moment. To his surprise, Dian would be blessed by a god in the future. It was also the first country to give birth to a true god in the history of Earthstar. At that time, just how prosperous should Great Yan's national fortune be? Impossible. He's definitely not a god. But he's just using some special props. The blonde man's gaze was fixed firmly on Jiang Feng, as if he was trying to find some kind of break in his body. The governor of the Eagle Sauce country also frowned at his words. Soon began to start checking up on Jiang Feng's panel information. However, he couldn't see through Jiang Feng's panel at all. However, based on the blonde man's explanation earlier, he had naturally understood this imperial beastmaster who had suddenly risen to prominence with unrivaled qualifications. After just a moment of slight contemplation, he ordered, "Keep attacking. Even if he's a god, he's just a pseudo-god." The gap between a false god and a true god could be said to be as different as the sky and the earth, judging them as if they were clouds and mud. What's more, the 7 kingdoms have now gathered millions of troops, not to mention whether or not this kid is a false god. Even if it was a true god that had just possessed a godhead, its strength was definitely not solidified. According to their strength today, it might not be impossible to kill a new god, and when you kill a god, you'll be able to obtain the heart of God. After the fusion of a 10-turn powerhouse, there might be a chance of obtaining a godhead as well. At the thought of this, a touch of greed actually surfaced in the eyes of the governor of the Eagle Sauce country. Seeing the gods below as well as the 7 kingdoms army that looked like an ocean, between Jiang Feng raising his hand, the abyssal dragon king extended from the middle of the void, his huge body of an unknown number of feet covering half the sky. Boom! Jinyu Xuanwu also landed amongst the armies of the 7 nations from the void. The powerful impact directly smashed thousands of professionals into a puddle of flesh and mud alive. Even the ground sank tens of centimeters into the ground. The underworld 3-headed dog released its skill, Dark Prison Roar, sweeping away a large army of low-ranked professionals. The descent of the 4 ancient great imperial beasts directly annihilated more than 100,000 of the armies rushing towards the Great Yin border. The imperial spirit god, Apollo, the god of light, couldn't help but frown slightly after watching Jiang Feng summon these 4 ancient great imperial beasts, but he remembered that the imperial spirit god had not yet fallen. It was reasonably impossible for an old god to give birth to a new god of the same godhead before it fell. Only after fusing the godhead of the old gods could they be promoted to the godhead. Just as well, although I don't know how you ascended to godhood on the Earth Star. If you obstruct today, you are my enemy, and when you step into the god realm, you will only end up being stripped of your godhood and suffering eternal punishment. In the divine realm, there were many divine kingdoms, and among each of them, there were divine kings who dominated their respective kingdoms. I'm sorry, but your threats won't do me any good. The corners of Jiang Feng's mouth lifted slightly, but a chill flashed in his eyes. Those who commit crimes against my great Yan shall be executed even if they are gods. Immediately after that, a long sword that emitted a powerful aura appeared beside him. Chop! This low cry was like muffled thunder, piercing through heaven and earth and shaking the clouds. With the swing of the long sword, a brilliant sword uncrossed the sky, actually splitting the sky in half. Wherever the sword blade passed, the air was torn apart alive, emitting ear-piercing whistling sounds. Those warriors of the seven kingdoms who rushed at the forefront didn't even have time to react before they were engulfed by this terrifying sword chi and turned into nothingness. Interesting, daring to provoke me? A cold smile spread across Apollo's handsome face as he raised his hand and a terrifying divine force slammed into the sword on. Boom! The two forces collided, erupting in a dazzling light, and the clouds in a radius of several thousand miles were washed away. Shockwaves swept out, lifting the troops on the ground like fallen leaves. Even the remaining few gods couldn't help but take a few steps back under this powerful impact. Interesting, Apollo stepped out amidst the dazzling waves of light. As a true god, even if you've just been promoted to the divine throne, your strength shouldn't be so weak. If it's a real god, even if it's a god with low strength, under this strike, it was only right that his projection would inevitably dissipate. Several of his gods also noticed the abnormality, and a huff appeared on their faces immediately. A mere false god. How dare you disrespect a true god? Chapter 120, the so-called gods are nothing but this. So what if you're disrespectful to the gods? Zhang Feng didn't have the slightest bit of fear in his indifferent eyes. It was important to realize that the Earth Star simply didn't have that much energy capable of supporting the descent of a true god. So Zhang Feng wasn't worried about their real bodies descending. Immediately afterward, the corners of Zhang Feng's mouth rose slightly and a coldness flashed in his eyes. Under the watchful eyes of the gods and the armies of the seven kingdoms, a strange ripple suddenly rose around his body. Demigod domain. Open. In an instant, it was as if the space in a 100-mile radius was enveloped by an invisible barrier. However, Zhang Feng had only pulled these few gods into the realm. Apollo, the god of light, was the first to notice the abnormality, and his divine power was actually draining away at a speed visible to the naked eye. The other deities had also discovered the abnormality in the middle of the realm. Their gazes flashed, and they immediately activated their divine power to strike towards Zhang Feng in unison. Although the ones that descended were nothing more than projections, the fighting strength amongst him, even the weakest Medusa had broken more than 10 million. The joint attacks of several great gods were as if they were destroying the heavens and destroying the earth. Even the space was constantly trembling, terrifying to the extreme. However, Zhang Feng's face still didn't show the slightest bit of fear. It was important to know that the Jinyu Xianwu's life value not only broke 100 million, but its defense soared above 10 million, coupled with his own demigod domain. These projections of the gods would cut down their strength by 10% per second as usual. Even if 20 million combat power, 10 seconds was going to weaken 2 million combat power. In other words, Jinyu Xianwu only needed to resist hard for 20 seconds, and it would be the turn of these divine projections to be unlucky. Facing the bombardment that was like an annihilation, the Jinyu Xianwu also let out a low roar. A defensive barrier instantly appeared in front of it, fending off the attacks of several gods. In just an instant, the Jinyu Xianwu's defense barrier began to tremble continuously, and then a crack spread out like a spider's web. The other ancient great imperial beasts also immediately launched an attack towards the several gods. However, facing the gods with overpowering strength, the imperial beasts were almost crushed and heavily defeated. Asterisk 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 Tai false god. Is this all you've got? The god of light Apollo couldn't help but have a look of scorn appear in his eyes. But it's also thanks to your appearance that I don't feel so drained after descending to the Earth Star. It would be an honor for you to die at the hands of a true god. After saying that, he raised his arm, and the divine light in his palm surged, condensing an extremely dazzling light. As he flicked his finger, the bright and dazzling white light was the entire demigod realm shining in the midst of the endless white aura. However, this attack landed on Zhang Feng's body but merely blew his clothes around. The so-called gods are nothing more than that. Zhang Feng stood proudly, his mouth a little more subdued. The combat power of these gods had now been weakened to that of an unusual ninth-turned professional, and in front of the 9 revolutions, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Zhang Feng was a true god. Arrogant, Ares, the god of war, roared, and the axe blade in his hand violently slashed at Zhang Feng. However, Although the sound of this strike was voluminous, the true power of the attack could at most deal 1,000,000 damage. Call me arrogant? Then the first one will take you first. Zhang Feng raised his hand and waved it, summoning the sword spirit, mixed origin Aeon Slash. A huge sword she chopped out in an instant, its might incomparably appalling. Under this sword, the figure of God of War Ares was directly pierced through, and his bloodstain was instantly emptied. It then dissipated into a cloud of starlight. Immediately after that, his deity was also turned into a piece of starlight under the sword she chopped out by the sword spirit. In the midst of the demigod realm, Zhang Feng would let them be arrogant for 10 seconds at most. If there was no special magic treasure that could resist the weakening of the demigod realm, then they were all ants in front of themselves. It's just that I don't know if this demigod domain has a weakening effect on true gods. By the time the field dispersed, the figures of the several gods had long since dissipated. 1. My great yen gods have won. Great yen is invincible. Great yen gods are invincible. People of the 7 kingdoms, now it's your turn to tremble. A look of excitement and joy appeared on the faces of Great Yan's generals when they saw the disappearance of the several divine projections that they were most afraid of, and the corresponding commanders and generals of the 7 kingdoms began to tremble. The divine projections they summoned were all defeated by that guy. That's their biggest card and reliance. Now even if they possessed even greater cards, they wouldn't dare to be arrogant in front of Zhang Feng. Those who are willing to surrender now still have a chance to live. Once they resist, they will be killed without pardon. I'll only give you 2 minutes to think about it. Over time you'll die even if you surrender. Zhang Feng opened his mouth towards the 7 kingdoms army below. This huge piece of people, even if the ants want to step on the death, but also have to step on half a day. Zhang Feng didn't have that much leisure time. As for those 7 kingdoms commanders, even if they surrendered, they would still have to die. There was no second choice. Wait, we're willing to surrender. A large number of soldiers from the 7 kingdoms chose to abandon their weapons and crouched on the ground with their heads in their hands. After all, if you don't surrender, your own little life is gone. At the same time, Zhang Feng took out the Life and Death Upanishad talisman and then cast it towards the fallen Great Yin generals below. With the activation of the Life and Death Upanishad talisman, it looked like a burst of white snow like points of light rained down above the sky. Then it floated down on the generals who had fallen to the ground without life. As the white light merged into their bodies, it didn't take long for the generals' hearts to start beating again. The body also slowly regained consciousness, and after suddenly opening his eyes, he looked at himself with a shocked face that he had returned from the dead. What's going on here? I'm not even dead. The generals were still a bit confused as they looked around openly. We actually came back from the dead? These generals who were resurrected by the life and death omen were filled with incredulity. However, when they saw above their heads the Zhang Feng that emitted an aura like a god, it just dawned on them that the gods had saved them. But that god was surprisingly the previous imperial beast powerhouse. They all knelt down on one knee, grateful to Zhang Feng for saving their lives. Thank you, Lord God, we will be your most devout followers. At the same time, a quest message appeared above Zhang Feng's panel. Trigger mission, devotee, mission description, acquiring the power of faith will make you stronger, and enough of it can turn you into a true god. Mission requirement, receive the devotee's devotional worship. Length of assignment, unlimited. Quest reward, source of spirit fragment *1. Seeing this quest panel that came out of nowhere, he couldn't help but blink his eyes in some dismay. He just wanted to try out the ability of the Life and Death Upanishad talisman, and as a result, he even triggered a hidden quest? Can you become a true god by acquiring enough power of faith? That means that as long as there are a huge number of devotees, then one's becoming a god is just around the corner? And the reward for this quest was a fragment of the divine spirit source, which was really eye-catching. Chapter 121. You guys, are you qualified? But how to receive the devotional worship of the devotees? Zhang Feng for a time some fell no thought. It is difficult to nod on the line? Zhang Feng then nodded. Nothing has changed on the mission information. After a moment of slight contemplation, Zhang Feng said with a solemn expression, since you are willing to become my believers, I will shelter you no matter what dangers you encounter. When these words came out, the great Yin generals present were all moved and fell to their knees. Even Emperor Yan and Shi Daoming bowed slightly toward Zhang Feng in respect. At this time, the quest panel, 2, was displaying the sound of quest completion. Zhang Feng nodded slightly while opening the quest panel. Trigger mission, devotee, mission description, acquiring the power of faith will make you stronger, and enough of it can turn you into a true god. Mission requirement, receive the devotee's devotional worship. Length of assignment, unlimited. Quest reward, source of spirit fragment *1. Mission status, completed. Is it submitted? Submit. Zhang Feng gladly chose to submit. Ding, mission accomplished. Reward, source of spirit fragment *1. Acquisition of spirit skill, descent. Introduction, you can descend briefly with the body of a believer. Acquired power of faith, 500. 000. Introduction. The power of faith can be used to shape the Godhead. After possessing the divine spirit source, you'll be able to evolve the snow silver fox. The corner of Jiang Feng's mouth was slightly raised. That contracted snow silver fox had been kept and hadn't had a chance to be useful. It had been eating idle food. Now that it has obtained the divine spirit source fragment, it should be able to help it evolve, right? Army after army of the 7 kingdoms fell to their knees, choosing to surrender. At this time, the governor of the Eagle Sauce country's face showed a gloomy color, and his heart was weighing whether to fight to the death or not. After all, the power that this kid needed to consume to unfold his domain just now and kill a few great divine projections was bound to be not small. Now that its strength was bound to be less than its peak state, if it were to kill it and obtain its god's heart, it would be possible to help yourself become a new god. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If you miss it, you don't know how many years you need to wait. But if this kid still had an undercard, he'd be in deep. At the thought of this, a shade flashed in the eyes of the governor of the Eagle Sauce country. Still, it chose to submit for the time being, ready to wait for the right moment before revealing its claws for a killing blow. I am willing to surrender. The governor of the Eagle Jam country bowed his head towards Jiang Feng, and seeing that the governor of the Eagle Sauce country had surrendered, the commanders-in-chief of the other 6 countries could only follow suit. After all, now that the biggest cards have been consumed, even if there are some other means, they are just mayflies under the gods. Regardless of whether or not you 6 commander-in-chiefs surrender, you will have no choice but to die today. A murderous intent surfaced among Jiang Feng's indifferent expression. Hearing this, the faces of the 7 commander-in-chiefs were all very ugly. Since this kid had already pronounced a death sentence on them, then they have no choice but to fight to the death today. Kid, even if we all die together, we'll still give you some color too. The breath of the 7 country commanders skyrocketed. As 9th-turned powerhouses, they didn't believe that they couldn't seriously injure this kid after striking out together. After saying that, they transformed into a stream of light and rushed in with an astonishing aura. Are you qualified? Jiang Feng laughed coldly, and behind him, 4 ancient great imperial beasts were each coiled up, emitting a terrifying aura. Before a few people could rush over, they were annihilated by the skills released by each of the Abyssal Dragon King, Blazing Sky Falcon. 9 turns? It's no different than a mole cricket. The combat power of an ordinary 9 turns powerhouse was usually around 3 million, and a slightly stronger one was only 5 or 6 million. The maximum would not be more than 8 or 9 million, and it was still only reached with the addition of various skill props. And in Jiang Feng's eyes, 5 million combat power hadn't been able to break through Jin Yuxianwu's defensive power. When the governor of the Eagle Sauce country saw this, he was horrified in his eyes and immediately fled towards the back in a hurry. At the same time, used the teleportation scroll to evacuate. Now that the Earth star can't stay, it can only escape to the stars outside. Boom boom! Under the attack of the blazing brilliant Sky Falcon, the governor of the Eagle Jam country still burrowed into the void and vanished. Seeing that the Dian general still wanted to go forward to chase after him, Jiang Feng waved his hand. It's just a lost dog. It didn't take a while, until after the 7 kingdoms' armies had already fully declared their surrender. Above the panels of the Great Yin generals, an alert also sounded. The national war is over. Great Yin has won the national war by defeating the 7 countries with 1 country. Dian's national fortune increased by 10 million points. The basic attributes of Daeyang professionals increase by 10%. Daeyang gets the qualification to open and enter the sanctuary. Daeyang will get. The series of alert messages caused the entire populace of Dian to be unusually elated. I didn't expect this 1-on-7 battle of nations to be won. With this victory over the 7 kingdoms, Great Yin would also swallow up the chi of the 7 kingdoms and reach a level of prosperity. Over the entire Earth star, Great Yin would be granted an unprecedented prosperity of 10,000 nations coming to court. Moreover, Great Yin now possessed a god born, claiming the title of God's kingdom. For the series of prompt messages, the only thing Jiang Feng was interested in was the sanctuary. There were countless secret treasures within. Even the divine spirit source was obtained from it by Great Yan's ancestors. There's definitely a lot of opportunity in there. Cough. Emperor Yan suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, but a smile emerged on his pale face. Dian won this unprecedented crisis, and the key to this was all because of the appearance of the young man in front of him, reversing the situation in an instant. With a successor to Great Yin, his mission would be accomplished and he could leave in peace. Emperor Yan, you. Qi Daoming's expression was grave as he hurriedly assisted Emperor Yan. Emperor Yan sighed. I have reached the end of my days, and now that I can see the fortunes of the Great Yin nation flourish once again, even if I die, I am still worthy of the hopes of all the generations of Yin emperors. Jiang Feng, as I'm leaving, Lone has one more thing I hope you'll agree to. Emperor Yan looked at Jiang Feng with a few more merciful gazes in his eyes. Lone will entrust the burden of Great Yin to you today. From now on, you are the new generation of Great Yin Emperor. Speaking of this, Emperor Yan smiled. No, I should call you Yenshin. I hope you can bless this land with 1,000 years of prosperity. Jiang Feng naturally also sensed that the vitality in Yan Huang's body was rapidly disappearing, and he was only afraid that after a minute, he would completely pass away from the world. Emperor Yan, this life and death Upanishad talisman in my hand may be able to revive you. Jiang Feng immediately took out the life and death Upanishad talisman and said towards Yan Huang. However, Yan Huang waved his hand. Although the life and death Upanishad talisman is extremely powerful and appears to be able to reverse the yin and yang of life and death, it is only restoring those who have died horizontally to their own state, and he himself has long been exhausted. Only that there is no successor to Great Yen, he dares not pass away. Chapter 122 Snow Silver Fox fuses with the source of divine spirit. Hearing this, Jiang Feng directly took out the spring water among the spring of life. Perhaps this life spring water could help Emperor Yen to prolong his lifespan. With the appearance of the life spring water, a rich and refined life force instantly spread. Upon seeing the life spring water, not only was Qi Daoming startled, even Yan Huang's eyes widened. This is life spring water. Where did you get such a precious treasure? A few moments of movement appeared on Emperor Yan's pale and decrepit face. Sort of a coincidence. Jiang Feng laughed softly, then handed the life spring water to Yan Huang. Emperor Yan received the life spring water, his pale fingers trembling slightly, his eyes flashing with disbelief. Life spring water, a legendary treasure. I never thought that Lone would be able to see it with my own eyes one day. Emperor Yan looked at the crystal clear spring water in his hand, and after hesitating for a moment, he drank it down. In an instant, the change was precipitous. A surge of life energy erupted from Yan Huang's body, just like the spring breeze brushing through the cold winter. Everything revived. A rich green light emanated from him. The great Yan generals were also dumbfounded and couldn't believe their eyes. Emperor Yan's aged face was changing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The deep-set eye sockets gradually filled. The loose skin began to tighten, and the full head of white hair actually glowed a hint of black. A hint of satisfaction flashed in Jiang Feng's eyes as he quietly observed. The effect of the life spring water was even more amazing than he had imagined. Emperor Yan's tightly closed eyes snapped open, his eyes several times sharper than before. He lifted his hands and looked at his skin, which had regained its elasticity, and was too shocked to speak. The original stooped figure gradually straightened up. The wrinkles on his face stretched a little. The whole man seemed to have returned to the prime of his 50s. This power. I feel like my lifespan has been extended by at least a few decades. Emperor Yan's voice was loud and clear. No longer the weak appearance from before. The green light gradually turned inward, but the vibrant vitality in Yan Huang's body became more and more obvious. His aura was revitalized from its original decay to one of steady composure. It would be a lie to say that Emperor Yan was not excited at the moment. He didn't expect Jiang Feng to have such a treasure. Qi Daoming's eyes were even more red. The strong Yan emperor from back then was back again. He didn't know how many times he had thought about this scene in his mind, even thought it was just a fantasy in his mind. But I never thought this day would actually come. Grand Elder, you also have a share. Jiang Feng took another bottle of life spring water and handed it to Qi Daoming. Qi Daoming's expression was shocked and he hastily waved his hand. How is this possible? The life spring water possessed such a powerful effect, and although his heart longed for it, how could he accept Jiang Feng's gift for nothing? Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng let out a faint smile. Don't be polite, Grand Elder. Let that group of foreigners see it and think that we can't afford to drink it. I've got plenty of this life spring water. When the time comes, you distribute it to the generals. 1 bottle per person. Hearing this such a bold statement from Jiang Feng, Qi Daoming almost froze, and even the generals of Great Yen below were ecstatic. I didn't realize that even they had a share in this spring of life. One must know that this was a divine treasure that could rejuvenate Emperor Yen. Many thanks, Jiang Shun. We will trust you for the rest of our lives. The great Yin generals saluted and thanked Jiang Feng in unison. The army of the 7 kingdoms was also looking at the life spring water with extreme gluttony, but could only stare dryly from the sidelines. At this moment, they want to be Jiang Feng's followers too. There was no other reason but to say that Jiang Feng had given too much. Even if the people of the 7 nations had believed in the gods every day for centuries, it had not done them much good. But the great Yin divine in front of him was truly willing to give something good. River God, we are also willing to believe in you. The armies of the 7 kingdoms were kneeling towards Jiang Feng. There was no extra color among the looks. There was just a longing for the spring of life. Good. Since you are willing to become believers of this god, then each of you will be issued 3 drops of life spring water. Jiang Feng said with a big smile. It was naturally impossible for him to give a bottle to each of these 7 kingdoms' armies, and these 3 drops of life spring water were enough to prolong the life of an ordinary person. As long as you devoutly believe in me, the benefits will naturally be unlimited. Jiang Feng spoke. A flash of movement appeared amongst the 7 nations' armies' expressions, and they quickly nodded their heads in agreement. It was decided that when they returned, They would establish a church and recruit a wide range of believers. After the battle was over, the Great Yen generals returned home in triumph. And Great Yen, as the victor of this national war, decided to send an emissary to manage the affairs of the 7 countries. Thereafter, the sovereignty of all 7 countries will be placed at the disposal of Great Yen, and every year, they uploaded 100 sets of epic level props, as well as 50 legendary level items. Truly an unprecedented move by all nations. The Grand Elder also wanted to throw a big celebration banquet to celebrate the victory of this national war. Originally, Zhang Feng wanted to wave his hand and refuse, but it was really too much of a favor to pass up. After all, he was able to win the national war this time because of his hand. Inside the Great Yen Palace, thousands of tables of sumptuous food were set up, inviting people from all walks of life in Great Yen to come. For the joyous smiles on the people's faces, Zhang Feng's face just had a smile on it. He stood in front of the palace and raised his glass towards the crowd below after a few brief addresses. Then he quietly retreated, first preparing to give the Snow Silver Fox a boost in strength. After all, he was still a long way from being truly invincible. After sinking his consciousness into the middle of the Imperial Beast space, Zhang Feng also began to check out the Snow Silver Fox's information panel. Snowy Silver Fox, Hidden Divine Beast Bloodline. Grade, Gold. Level, LV60. Power, 8741. Body mass, 7654. Agility, 9441. Spirit, 10154. Combat strength, 28742. Skills, Ice Rib Piercing, Ice Flame Power. Little fellow, this is a fragment of the Divine Spirit Source. I wonder how much it can help you raise your strength. Zhang Feng placed the diamond-shaped fragment emitting colorful divine light in front of the Snow Silver Fox. Feeling the power of the Divine Spirit Source caused the Snow Silver Fox to become extremely exuberant. A pair of glazed eyes stared straight at the Divine Spirit Source fragment, then leapt up and swallowed it in one gulp. The Divine Spirit Source fragment rapidly melted inside the Snow Silver Fox. It turned into a stream of pure energy that traveled along its meridians throughout its body. The Snow Silver Fox's body began to glow with a faint silvery blue light, and that light became more and more prevalent. It eventually formed a cocoon of light wrapping it completely. Zhang Feng couldn't help but take a few steps back, squinting his eyes against the blinding light. He could feel a powerful aura being nurtured in the light cocoon, a power that was palpitating. Is this the Divine Beast bloodline? Zhang Feng muttered, his heart shaken. Inside the light cocoon, the Snow Silver Fox's body was undergoing a radical change. The Divine Spirit Source fragment activated the sleeping Divine Beast bloodline within it. Although only 1% of its power was awakened, it was enough to cause it to undergo a qualitative metamorphosis. With a crisp cracking sound, the light cocoon shattered and dissipated into countless points of light into the air. Chapter 123, Evolution of the Snow Fox Lady? Zhang Feng stared at the scene in front of him with wide eyes in disbelief. The Snow Silver Fox, which was originally only the size of a small fox, had now turned into a 7 or 8-year-old looking little girl. She had long silver white hair, skin like snow, and glazed eyes that still retained the features of a fox. Most striking were the fluffy, silver white fox ears on the top of her head, which twitched gently as she breathed. This is anthropomorphization? Zhang Feng said in surprise. The little girl tilted her head to look at Zhang Feng, her eyes flickering with a spiritual light, as if she was also feeling new to her change. She took a tentative step, but stumbled a bit as she wasn't used to walking on human bipeds. Only then did Zhang Feng notice that the little girl was unarmored, so he hurriedly turned around and, take out a set of your own clothes from the system space. After all, he's no pedophile. Put this on first. Zhang Feng handed her the clothes, his gaze avoiding her body. The little girl took the dress and fiddled with it curiously, obviously not knowing how to put it on. Zhang Feng sighed helplessly and had to face her, teaching her how to dress step by step. First you put your arms in the sleeves. Yeah, that's it. Then the pants. After a lot of hand-wringing, the little girl finally got dressed. It was too big for her, but at least it covered her body. Only then did Zhang Feng turn around and carefully sized up this little girl who had changed from a Snow Silver Fox. He opened the Snow Silver Fox's information panel and found that the data had changed alarmingly. Snow Fox Girl, Divine Beast Bloodline Awakening Stage. Grade, Gold Premium. Level, LV65. Power, 101-2541. Body mass, 216-1254. Agility, 140-4321. Spirit, 163-5784. Battle Strength, 121-4658. Skills, Ice Prism Piercing. Winter's Fury. Snow God's Descent. Divine Beast Transformation, Elementary. The combat power has directly increased to 1 million. Zhang Feng sucked in a breath of cool air. The power of this Divine Spirit Source is truly terrifying. Just activating 1% of the Divine Beast bloodline has such an effect. The little girl seemed to want to say something, but could only make a fox-like purring sound. She frowned, looking a little frustrated. Jiang Feng touched her head and laughed. Don't be anxious, you've just gained human form and still need time to adapt. With your intelligence, you'll soon be able to learn human language. The little girl nodded, a determined gleam in her eye. I'm going to have to give you a name from today. Jiang Feng thought for a moment. Since you're a snow silver fox and have such beautiful silver hair, let's call you Silver Snow. Little girl. Now it was Silver Snow, and all of a sudden her eyes lit up and she seemed to like the name. She nodded happily, the corners of her mouth turning up slightly. Jiang Feng smiled and stroked her head. With the further awakening of the Silver Snow divine beast bloodline, she's bound to take it to the next level. Above the Great Yen celebration banquet, several majestic auras instantly descended above the void. Several people were all 10-turned powerhouses stationed at the Great Wall of the Starry Sky. There was a sudden agitation at their appearance. Emperor Yen and Shi Daoming immediately stepped forward and inquired with furrowed brows. I wonder what the matter is for the several honored ones who have descended on Great Yen. One of the blonde-haired, blue-eyed 10-turned powerhouses swept his gaze over the two men before placing his gaze on Emperor Yan's body. Above his expression, he was slightly surprised and said, Ing Tian, I didn't expect you to return to the day of age. He and Emperor Yen were powerhouses of the same generation. Named Weiss, it was only when he acquired the divine spirit source in the beginning that he broke through the 10th turn in one fell swoop. And since then, he has been guarding the Starry Sky Great Wall for 200 to 300 years. It's just that I've gotten some chance. Emperor Yan's face was devoid of any expression as he said indifferently. Wes didn't say much, but instead spoke. I heard that your Great Yen won in the middle of the national war, and that the gate of the Holy Realm is about to open. So what if it is? Emperor Yan's expression was bland as he met his gaze. Is it hard to believe that you still want to snatch the entry quota for the Holy Realm? The gate of the Sacred Realm was opened, but there were only a dozen slots to be able to enter it. One must know that the Holy Domain was known to possess many treasures, and such coveted things would naturally cause others to covet them. Ing Tian, you should know what the Sacred Domain represents. I can do without the things you possessed before, but the entry qualification for the Sacred Domain must be given to me for half of the quota. Wes had a hardened attitude and spoke in a tone of unquestioning voice. As for the victory or defeat of the 7 countries, to strong people like them who had already stepped into the 10th turn, it was actually not even so-called. They were stationed in the Starry Sky, and they had also seen the major top-level kingdoms among the other star domains. A powerful civilization even sits on the territory of an entire star field. A mere Earth star is nothing more than an insignificant place in the middle of the vastness of the Starry River. The smallness of the Earth's stars, not to mention the countries in the midst of the Earth's stars. Open your mouth and want me to share half of the quota? This matter is absolutely impossible. Emperor Yan's tone was decisive as he rejected his request. Each of these entry slots was precious to Great Yen, and it was naturally impossible for him to hand them over. Weston frowned, a look of displeasure flashing in his eyes. However, as the place to be descended upon, the Inferno Emperor is the one who has the authority to grant others the qualification to enter the sanctuary. Ing Tian, do you know that in 3 months, the Abyssal Demon race will pass by the Earth Star, and according to the Abyssal Demon race's behavior, there will not be an inch of grass above the Earth Star. The Abyssal Demons are a notorious group of bandits who violently take other planets captive. However, because of its cruelty, it is feared, hated and feared by many races. If you are bent on having your own way, when the time comes, without our powerful men guarding the Great Wall of Starry Sky, you will not be able to escape the fate of being annihilated. Don't think that you think you're so high and mighty just because your Great Yen won this national war, knowing that everyone under the 10th turn is a mole cricket. Hearing these threatening words, Yen Huang's eyes sank into a state of contemplation. Although he hadn't seen the Abyssal Demon race with his own eyes, there was quite a lot of news about the Abyssal Demon race among the stars, so Emperor Yen naturally knew how serious the threat posed by the Abyssal Demon race was. Your Holiness, you may not be aware that my Great Yen is no longer what it used to be. Now that a god has been born in my Great Yen will become a divine kingdom. Shi Daoming met Weiss's line of sight with a bit of arrogance in his words, but after hearing this, Weiss and the rest of the few 10-turn powerhouses all snorted and laughed. Even if one obtains the source of the divine spirit, it is impossible to ascend to godhood in one go. As those who have obtained the source of the divine spirit, aren't we clear about that? However, their smiles began to stiffen by the next second, because from not far away, there came a powerful oppression like that of a god, making them feel as if they were being pressed by countless mountains. One could only see a young man with an incomparably handsome face walking slowly, his body filled with divine pressure. Chapter 124. Why don't you worship the gods when you see them? How is this possible? With a look of disbelief on his face, Wes stared tightly at Zhang Feng, desperately trying to peek through Zhang Feng's information panel. Name, occupation, rank, yet all the information he saw was question marks. The 10-turn powerhouses behind Wes were similarly stunned. Being at the 10th turn, They couldn't even see through this kid's information panel. How is this possible? Did he really become a god once and for all? Zhang Feng's expression was bland. If you see the gods, why don't you worship them? In the next moment, the raging divine might came crashing in like an ocean, pressing down on several people who almost couldn't breathe. Several people were shaken in their hearts. However, Wisdom's expression sank as he snapped, "Kid, don't pretend to be a god here. I don't believe that you'll be able to truly become a god just by obtaining a fragment of the divine spirit source. If the path to godhood is really that simple, then all of them 10-turned powerhouses stationed at the Great Wall of Stars would be gods." It was important to realize that there was no level restriction for 10-turned powerhouses though. However, among the 10 revolutions, there was a hierarchy. The peak level of a normal 9th turn professional was only 300, and with levels 301 to 499, one could be called a supreme powerhouse. Level 500 to level 699 would be called a sacred realm powerhouse. Level 700 to 899 are known as Saint King realm powerhouses. Level 900 to 999 is the Holy Emperor realm. Once the level breaks through 1,000 levels, it is the Great Emperor realm. Without gods, the Great Emperor realm was a supreme superpower that spanned thousands of star realms. After reaching the 10th turn, the experience for each level up can be described as massive. But it's not all about fighting monsters, or experience pills to gain experience points. Absorbing the energy contained in the Spirit Source Stones was able to increase one's experience value as usual. It could be said that among the stars, Spirit Source Stones were hard currency. This was because no matter which system of cultivation was used, it required Spirit Source Stones to rely on. However, Spirit Source Stones were also extremely rare amongst the stars. If it was measured by the price of the Earth star, then a Spirit Source Stone was worth at least 100 million federal dollars. That was why Wes was so certain that Zhang Feng would never be able to ascend to the Divine Spirit realm. "Oh, are you questioning this god?" Zhang Feng raised his eyebrows. No joy or anger could be seen among his eyes. While it's true that he's purposely masquerading as a god, however, with such a heaven-defying skill as living spirit mastery, it was no different from a god. "Kid, don't try to make a fool of yourself in front of me. Do you still need me to personally break down whether you are a god or not?" With a solemn and angry face, Wes drank coldly towards Zhang Feng, his body's mana surging around him, ready to crush Zhang Feng's soul. But unexpectedly, in the next instant, Zhang Feng indifferently chanted in a low voice, "Kneel down." The Spirit of Life Mastery skill was instantly activated. Wes instantly realized that his body felt like it was out of control, and he went weak in the knees. Directly in front of the crowd, he gave Zhang Feng a heavy knee. Boo! The knee slammed into the ground, blasting out a deep crater of kneeling cracks. This scene caused everyone present to reveal a look of shock to the extreme. Just a single sentence caused a Supreme Realm powerhouse who was over 400 levels to kneel down. Emperor Yan and Shi Dao's hearts were even more constantly shaken. What kind of horrible tactic is this? Damn! What did you do to me? Wes was shocked in his eyes. He only felt like his body was being pressed by millions of mountains. He couldn't move at all. At this time, the 10-turn powerhouse behind Wes was also instantly ready to strike at Zhang Feng. However, Zhang Feng cast a sidelong glance at them. "Kneel before this god." In a blink of an eye, the bodies of several 10-turn powerhouses were forced to the ground by a force that they simply couldn't resist. Their bodies felt like they were being manipulated as they prostrated on their knees towards Zhang Feng. A single sentence was able to make several Supreme Realm powerhouses kneel down. Such a terrifying tactic made one's scalp numb. They were incomparably panicked in their hearts, because the young man in front of them had only really become a true god. "Please calm the god's anger. We will never dare to do anything unauthorized again," the several 10-turn powerhouses behind Wes said with fear and trepidation. If they hadn't been aware of how Wes was kneeling earlier, but after Zhang Feng's words just now, they could clearly feel the terrifying greatness that suppressed their bodies. "What about you?" Zhang Feng indifferently looked at Wes. If he still had a backbone, Zhang Feng wouldn't mind letting him cut himself where he was right now, facing Zhang Feng's divine might as well as the divine power of his words. Even the arrogant character of Wes could only hang his head low. "I have eyes but no eyes. I hope that Lord God will bear with me." Zhang Feng didn't nod his head, but instead asked indifferently, "What's the origin of the abyssal demon race you just mentioned?" He wasn't about to let Wes and the others stand up now. It's not too late to let them up when it's time for the living to take control. It's just a matter of kneeling for a little while longer to give them a little bit of a downward spiral. Wes pursed his lips and spoke. "It is said that the abyssal demon race is a race cursed by the gods, because their race angered the gods, and thus the gods sent down divine punishment and destroyed their homes. After that, the abyssal demon race began to sweep around in the starry sky, sweeping away planetary civilizations weaker than theirs, and almost all of the planets they captured were devastated. And based on their whereabouts, it won't be long before the abyssal demon race passes by Earthstar, and at that time, Earthstar's civilization will definitely be destroyed and struck by them." After hearing the news about the abyssal demon race, Zhang Feng pondered slightly for a moment. Suddenly his eyes lit up and a bold idea popped into his head. Spinning around, he rubbed his chin and mused. Then, according to you, wouldn't there be a lot of treasures in that abyssal demon race's body? Hearing these words, Wes and several other 10-turn powerhouses couldn't help but freeze. One must know that if other planetary powerhouses knew that the abyssal demon race was about to invade this planet, I'm afraid that they would be anxious and burnt out. However, after this teenager in front of him knew about the evil deeds of the abyssal demon race, he even hit on the abyssal demon race's precious idea instead. But if this teenager was truly a god, then I'm afraid that the abyssal demon race wouldn't be able to curry any favors above the Earth Star. It would even tuck its tail between its legs and do its best to avoid the Earth Star. After all, it was heard that the abyssal demon clan's clan chief was only at the peak of the Saint Realm. Although the peak of the Saint Realm was frighteningly strong, it was still as weak as a mole cricket under a god. Returning to his senses, Weiss nodded. Indeed, there are also quite a few starry sky powerhouses hunting the abyssal demon race, but the people of the abyssal demon race have always acted in a cunning and treacherous manner, so it is difficult to strike them down with a single net. Zhang Feng nodded his head lightly. A meaningful smile surfaced at the corner of his mouth. Alright, I know about the matter. The entry qualification of the Holy Domain can be given to 3 of you. The premise is that you have to honestly guard the Great Wall of Stars. If there is no summons, and you and the others enter the Earth Star without authorization, there will be only one end, and that is. These words immediately sent chills down the spine of the heart. Although Zhang Feng didn't say the last word, but they all understood that the only thing that would happen to them would be death. Chapter 125, Special Class, Stone Monkey. For them, Zhang Feng naturally wouldn't have any words of politeness. After all, the Great Wall of Stars didn't have any 10-turn powerhouses from Great Yin. So just let these 10-turn powerhouses be the watchdogs of the Earth Star. As for the abyssal demon race, Zhang Feng naturally didn't want to miss out on this treasure that was delivered to his door. However, according to his current strength, if he wanted to swallow the abyssal demon race, I'm afraid it would still be a bit of a struggle, though it was still able to unleash divine might and scare them a bit, but at best, it lets them avoid the Earth Star. It would still take enough planning to actually eat the treasures they looted. Soon the effects of the living mastery wore off and several people immediately felt relieved, and they all stood up in a hurry, secretly letting out a deep breath. Get lost. Zhang Feng looked at them faintly. As ordered, after nodding their heads as if they had been amnestied, the few people from Weiss hurriedly left. When the people of Great Yen present saw the arrival of these 10-turn powerhouses in an aggressive manner, finally, like a mouse, Gray slipped away from the heart is a kind of indescribable pain. Nowadays, Dian is considered to be truly on the rise. Wait until after the jubilant feast is over. Zhang Feng remembered the matter at hand and inquired about the Upanishad talisman towards Yen Huang. In the end, Emperor Yen then handed Zhang Feng a talisman that was lit up with a deep blue color. This talisman is called the Soul Upanishad Talisman. Holding this talisman allows one to gain insight into the souls of others, search for their memories, as well as perform soul attacks that cause heavy soul trauma that is extremely difficult to recover from, and it also has the effect of repairing the soul. Hearing Emperor Yan's introduction, Zhang Feng's eyes lit up. Searching for other people's memories? Isn't this similar to the soul-searching technique in the cultivation world? Moreover, the soul-searching technique was still a basic effect among the Soul Upanishad talismans, and the most important thing was still to cause heavy damage to the soul. It is important to know that a strong person's physical body is destroyed, but as long as the soul is not annihilated, there is still a possibility of rebirth in filth. But as long as all the souls were completely destroyed, it would really be too dead to die. Emperor Yen continued. Lone saw that you already possessed the Life and Death Upanishad talisman before, and with the addition of the Soul Upanishad talisman, you would have 2 Upanishad talismans, and it is rumored that possessing 3 Upanishad talismans would allow you to open a certain supreme treasure. But then Emperor Yen sighed. It's just a pity that there's too little news about the rumors of this supreme treasure. So Lone isn't sure what the supreme treasure among the rumors is. Hearing this, Zhang Feng smiled faintly and a black orb levitated out of his hand. Gathering all 3 Upanishadic talismans will open the dusty little world in the middle of this boundless source. Although Zhang Feng wasn't sure what exactly was inside, but just the fact that 3 Upanishadic talismans were needed to open it told him that what was in this small world was by no means extraordinary. Emperor Yen was astonished at his words, not expecting Zhang Feng to have already searched for that rumored supreme treasure. Does Emperor Yen know the whereabouts of the remaining Upanishad talisman? Zhang Feng opened his mouth to inquire. Emperor Yen pondered for a moment. According to Lone's understanding, the remaining Aeon talisman shouldn't be in the Earth Star anymore. It was taken by the foreign races a long time ago, and if I remember correctly, that Aeon talisman should be in the hands of the Skyfox race right now. Skyfox clan? Zhang Feng was also stunned, not realizing that the Aeon charm was not in Earthstar anymore. However, I remembered that the Fox clan's heavenly pride wanted to make a deal with himself earlier, wanting to obtain the divine spirit source, and she, Celestial Fox Star, had a treasure called the Realm of the Primordial, capable of replicating the divine spirit source. Now that Jiang Feng wanted to obtain the divine spirit source fragment, he could exchange it through faith value. According to the faith value he currently possessed, he was still able to exchange 2 more pieces of the divine spirit source. It wouldn't hurt to make a deal with the Sky Fox clan at that time. Thinking of this, Jiang Feng's mind was made up, but for now, he was still going to choose to contract 2 imperial beasts first. Jiang Feng, who had fused the divine spirit source, would no longer have a transfer quest. As long as the experience managed to be enough, he could upgrade unhindered without any bottlenecks. After returning to his residence, Jiang Feng opened the Great Yen treasure trove to see if there were any good imperial beasts to contract. After choosing the imperial beasts category among many others, hundreds of pages of information about the imperial beasts were displayed in front of Jiang Feng. There's quite a lot of them. I just don't know if I can find 2 suitable imperial beasts up here. Jiang Feng swept his gaze. There were almost everything from black iron to diamond level imperial beasts in here. There were even a few purple gold level quality imperial beasts. Randomly tapped on a few imperial beasts, trying to see if I could find a rare level here. Race, Inferno Bear. Grade, Silver. Skill, Inferno Punch, Inferno Roar. Required merit value, 58,000. Race, Ice Python. Grade, Gold. Skills, Ice Spit, Ice Pick. Required merit value, 130,000. Race, Molten Iron Rock Cow. Grade, Gold. Skills, Brute Force Punch, Tap Shock. Required merit value, 126,000. As information panels of one imperial beast after another surfaced, there was simply no imperial beast in here that he favored. Jiang Feng shook his head slightly and sighed lightly before preparing to close the imperial beast's classification. Is it better to go directly to the high-level copy of the contract boss than to look for it here? However, just at that moment, a panel of information about an imperial beast instantly caught his attention. Race, Stone Monkey, Special. Grade, Black Iron. Skills, Biting, Tumbling. Required merit value, 2000. Ha, it's even labeled Special? Jiang Feng suddenly froze. The special behind the Stone Monkey is added to the system panel. It also means that this Stone Monkey is of special quality. Be aware of rare imperial beasts that can evolve by storm. And to what extent should that special imperial beast be? Anyway, redeem it first. Jiang Feng clicked on the exchange after successfully deducting the merit value. At once, in front of him, there appeared a monkey locked in the middle of a special cage. The monkey was less than a meter tall and covered in hair. A pair of eyes with a bit of spirituality were scratching their ears and staring at Jiang Feng. Soon after, Jiang Feng chose the contract. The contract is successful. You have successfully contracted the Black Iron Grade Imperial Beast, Stone Monkey. Current animal, Stone Monkey. Level, LV2. Power, 300. Body mass, 320. Agility, 330. Spirit, 500. Combat strength, 460. Skills, Biting, Tumbling. Required evolution value, 30,000. Note, the evolution of special grade imperial beasts will trigger the super strike effect. A super blitz effect? After Jiang Feng saw this message, he was first stunned, and then a look of shocked joy surfaced. This stone monkey had the highest value of all, just the spirit. It's great. It's very spirited. Immediately, Jiang Feng put the stone monkey into the royal beast space. Start evolving, consuming 30,000 evolutionary values. The stone monkey begins to evolve. Chapter 126, Stellar Great Imperial Beast, Mountain Moving Sacred Ape. As the 30,000 evolutionary values turned into countless white points of light surging into the stone monkey's body, its body suddenly changed drastically, only to see the body of the stone monkey rapidly expanding under the white points of light wrapped around it. The original height of less than 1 meter had broken through 2 meters, 3 meters, and finally settled at around 4 meters in the blink of an eye. Its fur all over its body changed from its original grayish-brown color to golden red, glowing like a flame. Those eyes full of spirituality had even become as bright as stars at the moment, as if they were able to pierce through the void. Jiang Feng stared dumbfounded at what was happening in front of him. The change was far beyond his expectations. Is this the super blast effect? Jiang Feng muttered, his heart incomparably shaken. Congratulations! Your Imperial Beast Stone Monkey has triggered a super strike effect and has successfully evolved into a stellar grade mountain moving sacred ape. Current beast, Sacred Ape. Grade, Stellar. Level, LV2. Power, 850,000. Physique, 630,000. Agility, 920,000. Spirit, 720,000. Battle power, 2 million. Skills, tearing the sky and cracking the earth, overturning rivers and seas. and the world of the Dharma. Required evolution value 1,000,000 plus immortal spirit peach. Zhang Feng looked at the information on the system panel and his entire body froze. 1,200,000 combat power? But this is only 2 levels. Zhang Feng couldn't believe his eyes. This guy's attributes had completely exceeded his imagination. The mountain-moving sacred ape also realized the change in himself. It looked down at its hands, then slammed a fist into the air. Boom! It was as if something had been shattered in the void, and a ripple of air visible to the naked eye spread out in all directions. Zhang Feng sucked in a breath of cool air and silently gave it a thumbs up. Worthy of being a stellar great imperial beast, it was really droll enough. Master, the mountain-moving sacred ape suddenly spoke, his voice as loud as a bell. You can talk? Zhang Feng asked in surprise. It was important to know that the snow silver fox had evolved into human form and was stumbling over its words. And this mountain-moving sacred ape spoke very fluently and clearly. After evolving, my spiritual wisdom has been fully opened. The mountain-moving sacred ape said respectfully. From now on, I will follow my master's left and right, and will open mountains and split rocks and turn rivers for my master. Zhang Feng nodded, then handed over the Thunder Dragon Heaven Shattering Stick that he had previously acquired from that Thunder Clan powerhouse. I'll give you this stick as a gift. I hope you like it. The mountain-moving sacred ape looked at the Thunder Dragon Heaven Shattering Stick in front of him, and a strong color of delight immediately appeared in his eyes. Hastily accepting the Heaven Shattering Stick in his hand, he said respectfully to Zhang Feng, "Thank you, master, for the treasure." Immediately after that, it took the Thunder Dragon Heaven Shattering Stick and began to swing it. Each time it swung the stick, it brought with it the sound of muffled thunder explosions. Zhang Feng was also very satisfied, but this mountain-moving sacred ape was still missing some flavor. If it was able to build a pair of armor for it, its combat power would definitely be able to rise again. Speaking of fighting up, Zhang Feng realized that his skill, God's favor, didn't seem to be taking effect on it right now. It seems that it should be after contracting a new imperial beast and then upgrading yourself to be able to give them an increase in their various values. At this moment, when the mountain-moving sacred ape looked towards the Jinyu Xianwu with its huge body in the distance, a flash of battle intent flashed in its eyes. Zhang Feng naturally saw what was going on in its mind and let out a faint smile. Go fight. Anyway, in the midst of the imperial beast space, one would be able to instantly recover from any serious injuries received. Might as well make it a good fight. It's also good to show yourself how strong it really is. The mountain-moving sacred ape gripped the Thunder Dragon Heaven Shattering Stick tightly. His muscles were taut, and the battle intent in his eyes was blazing. It walked slowly towards Jinyu Xianwu, each step leaving deep footprints on the ground. Come and fight. The mountain-moving sacred ape's voice was like a bell, shaking the surrounding air. The Jinyu Xianwu slowly raised its huge turtle head, and a ray of thick pressure flashed in its eyes. Just slowly stood up the huge body. Limbs on the ground posture still gives a kind of unshakable mountain-like sense of oppression. Boom! The mountain-moving sacred ape was the first to strike. As it leapt violently, its figure rushing towards Jinyu Xianwu like a cannonball. The Thunder Dragon Sky-Shattering Stick in his hand struck the opponent's head with an ear-piercing sonic boom. The Jinyu Xianwu did not move at all, but only slightly raised its front paw, and an earth-colored energy barrier instantly took shape. Bang! The Heaven-Shattering Stick collided with the energy barrier, erupting with a deafening roar. A circle of shockwaves visible to the naked eye spread in all directions with the two at the center, distorting the surrounding space by a few points. The mountain-moving sacred ape didn't stop. It turned its body around, and lightning flashed on the Thunder Dragon Sky-Shattering Stick, continuously swinging out dozens of sticks. Each stick carried the sound of breaking air, attacking different parts of the Jinyu Xianwu. Fight again! The mountain-moving sacred ape shouted, and the tip of the stick suddenly erupted with piercing thunder light, as if a thunder dragon was roaring. It seemed to be born with an extremely high fit with the Thunder Dragon Heaven Shattering Stick. The Jinyu Xianwu finally made a move. Its limbs plunged into the ground, and the pattern of mountain peaks on its back armor lit up with an earthy yellow glow. Mountainous. An invisible gravity field spread out with Jinyu Xianwu as the center. The movements of the mountain-moving sacred ape suddenly became sluggish, as if it was carrying a huge mountain on its back. But the mountain-moving sacred ape didn't give in to this. It roared, and the golden hairs of its entire body stood up at the roots. A more powerful force erupted within his body, and he stiffly straightened his back in the gravity field. Break! The Thunder Dragon Heaven Shattering Stick smashed into Jinyu Xianwu's head with devastating power. Yet the latter's body was not the least bit traumatized. Even under this strike, the body of the mountain-moving sacred ape directly flew backwards. The smoke and dust dispersed, and the mountain-moving sacred ape was knocked back dozens of meters. But the battle intent in its eyes increased instead of decreasing. Interesting. The mountain-moving sacred ape grinned, revealing its sharp fangs. Again, it gripped the Thunder Dragon Heaven Shattering Stick with both hands, and its body suddenly swelled 100 times. its muscles bulging like mountains, and its overall aura skyrocketed. The law of heaven and earth. The transformed mountain-moving sacred ape's height skyrocketed to more than 400 meters, and the thunder dragon heaven-shattering stick in his hand also grew larger, with the thunder patterns on it becoming more pronounced, immediately followed by a stick blast. Rumble. The energy fluctuations that erupted even distorted the surrounding space. Zhang Feng, watching the battle and evaluating it, also realized that this mountain-moving sacred ape coupled with the thunder dragon heaven-shattering stick, its true heyday fighting strength should be over 2 million. However, these 2 million or so combatants couldn't break through the Jinyu Xianwu's defense at all. After that, Zhang Feng exchanged some experience pills among the Great Yen treasure trove, raising the mountain-moving sacred ape's level from LV2 to LV110, and its combat power skyrocketed to over 4 million. These experience pills alone had cost Zhang Feng billions of federal coins. The profession of Beastmaster is still a real gold burner, and that's just the leveling up of one imperial beast. But Zhang Feng wasn't short of money either, just a bit short of resources, the kind of resources that are hard to buy with money. Chapter 127, The Sky Fox Star, the Holy Mountain of the Sky Fox. 2 days later, Zhang Feng got the coordinates of the location of the Sky Fox Star. Immediately, he took out a palm-sized model of a flying boat from among his spatial ring. With a wave of his hand, the flying boat became incomparably huge in an instant, covering the sky. This was the floating immortal boat that was acquired from the inheritance of the Lan Yun Holy Lord last time. As long as the coordinates were transmitted, they would be able to directly leap through space to get there. But the planet Skyfox is still too far away from Earth. It would also take about a week for the flying boat to arrive. Skyfox Star, Skyfox Sacred Mountain. At this moment, the elders of the Skyfox clan were gathering around, and in front of them was none other than the pale-faced Heavenly Fox clan's heavenly pride maiden, Ling Ji. Ling Ji, what happened to your injury? A middle-aged woman from the Skyfox clan couldn't help but frown and ask when she saw the weak aura on Ling Ji's body. Ling Ji's face was unsightly as she pursed her lips and lowered her head. I'm sorry, Auntie. I wasn't able to obtain the divine spirit source this time. She knew that the clan had gone to great lengths to secure this opportunity for her this time. But this time, she just returned without any success, and was ashamed of the people's expectations of her. How could she not expect to meet that kind of terrifying imperial beast master? What? After hearing these words, the elders of the Skyfox clan all looked startled. I heard that this time there were quite a number of other clans Celestial Pride who traveled to the Earthstar to obtain the divine spirit source. Did you lose to them? A Skyfox clan elder frowned and asked, and Lingji shook her head. I didn't lose to them, but to a teenage Imperial Beast Master from Earthstar. Imperial Beast Master? The Skyfox clan elders were slightly surprised. Could it be that he possesses many powerful Imperial Beasts? That Imperial Beast Master possesses 4 ancient great Imperial Beasts and has a special defense ability. Even if my attacks land on him, they won't have the slightest effect. Speaking of which, Lingji still had some heart palpitations even now. Even though she used the Heavenly Fox secret technique and burned her essence blood as a price, she was still no match for it. How is this possible? Could it be that the Imperial Beast Master used a magic treasure? The Heavenly Fox clan elders all had a look of disbelief when they heard this. One must know that Ling Ji was the recognized pride of their Skyfox clan. Even the elders of those present would not be able to easily defeat him without some real effort. I'm not sure. Ling Ji shook her head, although she didn't sense Zhang Feng using any treasure to protect himself. However, it was also hard to guarantee that it wouldn't be some secret treasure that the Heaven's Pride Tower couldn't even detect. But now, no matter what the truth was, she was also out of touch with the divine source. Alas, could it be that Heaven's will is hard to disobey? The elder of the Fox clan heaved to that day. If there was no divine spirit source, then the patriarch would not be able to break through to the Saint Realm. Then the entire Skyfox clan would be under great threat. Counting the time, the appointment with the Lizardmen is coming up in 3 days. Are we really going to bow our heads and become slaves to that despicable Lizardman race? Once these words were spoken, the expressions of the other Skyfox clan elders became heavy. The Lizardmen were once one of the imperial races of the Skyfox clan, but a year ago, the Lizardmen gained bizarre powers from among an unknown meteorite. Since then, the strength of the Lizardman clan had continued to skyrocket, and a Saint Realm powerhouse had been born within its clan. As their strength skyrocketed, they became ambitious. It began to gradually conquer the other subsidiary races of the Skyfox clan. Now, they even wanted to make the Skyfox clan submit to their feet as well and unify the Skyfox planet. As a result, the Lizardman clan powerhouse initiated a request to the Skyfox clan to fight against them, to fight the supreme warrior of the Skyfox clan, and if they were defeated, they would continue to be submissive. If there is a draw, then from now on, the Skyfox clan and the Skyfox clan will draw a boundary and not offend each other. But if the supreme being of the Skyfox clan loses, then from now on, the Skyfox race will become a subsidiary race of the Lizardman race. The women of the Skyfox clan will be completely reduced to playthings for the enjoyment of the Lizardman clan. The Skyfox men will become slaves of the Lizardmen. And the request for this sparring match could be said to not give the Skyfox clan any room for refusal at all. This was because the Lizardman race had already sent out various races to completely surround the Skyfox race. The reason they hadn't made a move until now was that they were worried that the Skyfox clan still had some kind of undercard. At the same time, the Lizardman race's most powerful person also needed time to stabilize his Saint Realm strength. And the most powerful person of the Skyfox clan was the Lord Clan Chief of the Skyfox clan. However, Lord Patriarch had already stayed in the Supreme Realm for hundreds of years. It hasn't been able to break through until now. As long as the Divine Spirit Source was obtained, then the Patriarch would be able to break through to the Saint Realm in one fell swoop. Flipping the current situation. Unfortunately, they have come up with a lot of costs, but they are still losing out. Don't be pessimistic. All the elders, I've already sent someone to Sirius to request support. The one who spoke was the middle-aged woman from earlier, Ling Ji's aunt, also a beautiful woman with a lot of style. But in the current scenario, will the Skywolf clan really send people to support us? That day, the Fox clan elder had a few doubts amongst his expression. It was important to realize that the Skywolf clan and Skyfox clan were still on good terms though. But in the face of such a scenario, I'm afraid it's only a strategy to drive the tiger to swallow the wolf. Don't worry about this. I'm an old acquaintance with the Skywolf clan chief. He should give me a few favors. The middle-aged beauty replied with a certainty in her tone. Despite her words, she didn't have much in her heart. After all, the Lizardman clan had appeared as Saint Realm powerhouse, so she wasn't sure if the Skywolf clan would choose to make an enemy of a Saint Realm powerhouse to help the Skyfox clan. However, the entire Skyfox clan was now in a state of panic, and if she didn't come out to stabilize people's hearts, she was afraid that it would become a scattered sand. And now that the old patriarch is still in seclusion, who knew if he would succeed in breaking through to the Saint Realm at the last minute? As long as the people from the Skywolf clan were willing to come, then it would be considered safe for the Skyfox clan. Right at this moment, several streams of light landed towards the Heavenly Fox Sacred Mountain from the dome of the sky. It's the Skywolf clan coming. The middle-aged beauty's eyes lit up as she led the elders to rush forward to greet them. Elder Floating Light, you finally arrived. The elder of the Skywolf clan nodded slightly. We already understand your situation, and the clan chief has agreed to go to bat for you. But there are a few requirements. What request? The middle-aged beauty furrowed her brows, then added, as long as the Heavenly Fox clan is able to give, it will certainly give generously. Good. With Elder Lingyun's words we are much more relieved. A smirk appeared on Elder Floating Light's face. As long as you hand over your Heavenly Fox clan's primordial realm and Upanishadic heavenly talisman, my Heavenly Wolf clan's old ancestor will go to bat for you once. Upon hearing this, all of the Skyfox clan elders' faces changed, and none of their faces looked too good. These two things were the Heavenly Fox clan's greatest treasures, and right now wasn't the Heavenly Wolf clan taking advantage of the fire? And after handing over these two things, it would only help the Skyfox clan out once, instead of joining hands to defeat the Lizardman clan. If the Lizardman clan is defeated this time and then comes back in the future, will the Skyfox clan continue to take the most precious treasure in exchange? Chapter 128, Rejecting the Demands. Elder Floating Light, isn't your Skywolf clan's request a bit too much? The middle-aged beauty's expression was also a few degrees colder. It was a matter of the Heavenly Fox clan's heavy treasure, so how could she give it away like this? Elder Lingyun, don't be in a hurry. These two items were personally named by the old ancestor. Elder Floating Light smiled coldly for a few moments. If your Skyfox clan is unwilling to give, then we, the Sky Wolf clan, can choose to sit and watch the wall, or we can choose to help the Lizardman clan. He knew that the Skyfox clan could have sought out more than just the Sky Wolf clan, and that there were other races seeking support, but most people choose to be bystanders. As it was, the Fox clan could only rely on them today, or else they would surely be defeated after the battle with the Lizardman clan. Upon hearing this, the Skyfox clan elders were enraged. What's the difference between that and robbery? In that case, please go back. My Skyfox clan doesn't need your support. Elder Lingyun directly issued an expulsion order. However, Elder Floating Light had no intention of leaving at all, and persuaded from the side with a leathery smile. You have to think clearly. If there is no action from my Skywolf clan's old ancestor, then your Skyfox clan will become a subordinate clan of the Lizardman clan, and you will also become the laughingstock of the Star Realm. However, Elder Spirit Yun's expression remained resolute. Without your strikes, I still have the underpinnings to defeat the Lizardman race powerhouse. Although her current realm was at the late stage of the Supreme Realm, once she activated the Heavenly Fox secret art, at the cost of burning her essence blood, one can then forcibly elevate one's strength and reach the power of the Holy Realm in a short period of time. It was just that if one wanted to raise such a large gap in one fell swoop, It was very likely that one would burn all of one's essence blood and end up dying a violent death. Compared to his own life, the Heavenly Fox clan's greatest treasure was yet more important. Since Elder Spirit Yun said so, then there is no more talk. I only hope that you won't regret the choices you made today. After saying that, Elder Floating Light let out a cold snort and directly flung his sleeves to leave with the people following him. However, the direction they left was the sphere of influence of the Lizardman race outside. It was obvious that they were ready to join forces with the Lizardmen. At this moment, the previous Skyfox clan elder frowned and inquired, Elder Ling Yun, should we stop them? If the Celestial Wolf race and the Lizardman race were allowed to join forces, I'm afraid that the situation of the Skyfox race would be even more difficult. Ling Yun shook her head and said with a grave expression, if we rashly move against them, I'm afraid we'll make enemies of the Skywolf clan. It's better not to make any easy moves under the current circumstances. Then she sighed deeply. I didn't realize that I sent someone out to ask for support, but I didn't realize that I was leading the wolf into the house. At the thought of this, her gorgeous face was also more than a little sad. On the other hand, Ling Ji, who was on the side, had red eyes. Auntie, it's all my fault for not being able to seize the divine spirit source, or else our Heavenly Fox clan wouldn't have been bullied so much. As she spoke, Ling Ji clenched her hands so tightly that her nails were almost embedded in her flesh. Ling Ji, you don't have to blame yourself so much. The matter is not yours. Ling Yun raised her hand and gently stroked Ling Ji's forehead. The fact that the other race's heavenly pride also failed to obtain the divine spirit source is enough to prove that Earthstar's Imperial Beast Master is strong. Ling Ji, who was on the side, heard this and an idea suddenly sprouted in her heart. If we could get support from that Earthstar's Imperial Beast Master, then wouldn't we be able to solve this crisis of the Skyfox clan? But soon, she shook her head, not to mention whether the Beast Master was willing to come to support her. Even if he went to ask for his help now, the time it would take for this trip would simply not be enough to catch up. Is there really nothing we can do? Ling Ji wiped her reddened eyes and wiped away the teardrops at the corners of her eyes as she inquired with a reluctant heart. The Skyfox clan elders, however, were silent. At this time, the Lizardman tribe was in the middle of their camp. A man with a turquoise body and scales on his skin was sitting on the ground with a tail trailing behind him. In front of him was also an ink-colored crystal that emanated a strange power. A steady stream of black mist emerged from the crystal and poured into his body. It made his skin also start to shift from turquoise towards inky black, and his scales and armor glowed with a metallic luster. Without knowing how long had passed, the energy contained within the black crystal had bottomed out and became transparent. Only then did the lizard man slowly open his eyes. A flash of essence swept across his eyes as he muttered to himself, after consuming almost 300 dark energy crystals, I've finally stabilized my strength at the Saint Realm. He had once been nothing more than a mole cricket at the bottom of the Lizardman race, responsible for digging in the dark and sunless subterranean layers. However, a year ago, while he was digging, he inadvertently discovered this batch of dark energy crystals. By chance, he managed to absorb the energy from the dark energy crystal for his own use. Since then, his strength began to skyrocket all the way up, and he finally climbed step by step from being a digger at the bottom, and finally came to where he is today. Only now the dark energy crystals had been pretty much consumed by him. It was not realistic to rely on the remaining dark energy crystals alone to make the strength go further. It was heard that one of the Heavenly Fox clan's greatest treasures, the Mirror of the Primordial, was also known as the Primordial Ancient Mirror, possesses the power to duplicate any treasure. If one was able to seize this Primordial Ancient Mirror, then one would be able to continue to replicate these dark energy crystals. Once one possessed this Primordial Ancient Mirror, even if one broke through the Saint King realm, it would not be impossible. At this time, a subordinate stood at the door and reported, "My lord, the elder of the Skywolf clan requests to pay his respects." At those words, the Lizardman clan man frowned slightly, pondering the purpose of the Skywolf clan elder coming to pay his respects. I heard that the Skyfox clan and the Skywolf clan have always had a good relationship, so could it be that they came this time to stop this battle? However, he had now solidified his strength in the Saint Realm, and although the Skywolf clan was strong, once the fish died and the net was broken, I'm afraid they won't be able to do any good. You should know that the Star Realm's 10,000 races were maintaining a delicate state of balance. Each race is a few points weaker or stronger, and can occupy or be invaded by others. If the Celestial Wolf clan really can't think straight and wants to join forces with the Celestial Fox clan to deal with the Lizardman clan, after that 2 losses, it would only be coveted by more races. After contemplating for a while, the Lizardman man nodded and commanded, "Let him come see me." Not long after, the elder of the Skywolf clan, Floating Light, arrived in the middle of the Lizardman clan man's tent. "I, Floating Light, have met your excellency." Elder Floating Light bowed respectfully towards him. "Aha." The Lizardman man glanced at him and asked nonchalantly, "What is the reason you came to see me?" At a glance, He could tell that the strength of the Skywolf clan elder in front of him was around the middle stage of the supreme exaltation. A strong person like this, in the past, it would have been an existence that a mole like him would need to look up to, and now after becoming stronger, even a supreme realm powerhouse would have to respectfully salute and greet him after meeting him. This is the change brought about by strength, and having strong strength is the only way to have status. Chapter 129? I'll keep your clan safe this time. What is your business in coming to see me? The lizard man asked indifferently. Elder Floating Light suddenly smiled. Hearing that your excellency is going to war with the Skyfox clan, I, the Sky Wolf clan, am willing to help in secret. The lizard man snorted at his words. You would help me? How ridiculous. Elder Floating Light explained. Previously, we were planning to help the Skyfox clan, but the conditions offered were rejected by the Skyfox clan. Therefore, we have decided to secretly help you annex the Heavenly Fox clan, and when the time comes, all we need to do is to equally divide the Heavenly Fox clan's supreme treasures. I guess this deal is definitely a good deal for your lizardman race, right? The lizardman clan pondered a little. Then in that case, we can attack towards the Skyfox clan now. There was never any deception in war, and if they really followed the agreed upon time, there was no guarantee that the Fox clan's clan chief was going to succeed in breaking through to the Saint Realm of Strength that day. The raging army of lizardmen rushed towards the Skyfox clan land with a sound that shook the heavens. When the Skyfox clan members saw this, a flash of panic flashed in their eyes. I didn't expect the lizardmen to choose to make a move so soon. When Ling Yan saw this, a coldness also surfaced in her eyes as she immediately dodged out, a powerful aura erupting from her body. Spinning around, he engaged towards that lizardman raceman. However, before Spirit Yun could burn her essence blood to increase her strength, she was blown away by the lizardman raceman with a single blow. The impact of the landing directly smashed a crater out of half of the Skyfox clan's holy mountain. Do really think I'll give you the chance to forcefully raise your strength? The corner of the lizardman raceman's mouth lifted into a cold smile. He naturally knew the secret techniques of the Skyfox clan, and the sudden attack now was also to catch them off guard. Auntie, seeing Ling Yan being blown away by a single blow, Ling Ji's pupils shrank and she hurriedly moved forward to check her injuries. What a nice beauty. After the lizardman saw Ling Ji, he was also instantly attracted by her beauty. After a flash, he blocked in front of her, raising his hand in a false grip. Ling Ji was then firmly clenched by an irresistible force. Even breathing was a bit of a gasp. If you are willing to become my woman to serve me, then I might be able to let you rule the Heavenly Fox clan. The lizardman said with an undoubtedly sardonic smile among his words. You're dreaming. Ling Ji's face flushed red as the tail behind her instantly swelled and stabbed towards the other party. Bang! A thumping sound rang out, and Ling Ji's tail was instantly crushed into a bloody mist by the terrifyingly huge force. Ah! Ling Ji screamed a roar of misery. A mouthful of blood was violently sprayed out, and his face instantly turned as white as paper. Since you are unwilling to submit to me, then go to hell with all of your people. After saying that, the lizardman raceman exuded a monstrous aura, and countless black air blades instantly invaded towards the Skyfox race crowd. Under the Saint Realm are all ants. These people of the Skyfox clan were simply not a match for him. However, right at this moment, a huge immortal boat crossed the void and landed in a position that covered the sky. Seeing the fierce battle below, Zhang Feng's gaze was slightly stunned. Why was this still a fight? The two sides fighting below also saw this huge flying boat, and a look of astonishment appeared in their eyes. The Lizardman clan man and the Skywolf clan elder couldn't help but sink their gazes after seeing it. Could it be that the Skyfox clan has found support? The atmosphere in Shimafan suddenly became a bit strange, and both sides stopped fighting. The elders of the Skyfox clan also looked at the flying boat remotely with a look of disbelief. Their hearts were even more apprehensive because they didn't know whether the visitor was a foe or a friend. Soon, a handsome and peerless young man fell from above the flying boat. The teenager's body exuded a unique aura, and when Ling Ji, who was seriously injured on the side, saw the figure of the teenager, her gaze immediately shook and she murmured, "What's he doing here?" However, the current scenario did not allow her to think about it, so she immediately pleaded towards Jiang Feng. "I still ask your excellency to save my clan. No matter what the conditions are, my Skyfox clan is willing to agree." The Skyfox clan elder was also immediately requesting for support towards Jiang Feng at this moment, because right now, they also had no choice but to grab Jiang Feng as a lifesaver. Although he wasn't sure of this person's strength, that immortal boat alone was enough to prove that his background was extraordinary. At this moment, after the Lizardman raceman saw Jiang Feng, he couldn't see Jiang Feng's strength though, but the estimation of this person's background should not be simple. He didn't want to make such an enemy out of it if he didn't have to, so he slowly spoke. "Although I don't know who you are, I would advise you to stay out of it so as not to stir up trouble. If your excellency is willing to stand by and watch, after the annihilation of the Skyfox clan, the treasures obtained will be shared by those who see them." Elder Floating Light grinned and spoke slowly. Although it was unclear what relationship this kid had with the Skyfox clan, this kid's background had to be guarded a little. Under the words of the Lizardman man and the Floating Light Elder, the gazes of the Skyfox clan elders became even more urgent as they hurriedly opened their mouths. Your Excellency, if you are willing to rescue this Skyfox clan crisis, the Skyfox clan is willing to become your servant clan. After hearing this condition, the Floating Light Elder and the Lizardman Raceman also cursed in their hearts. This Skyfox clan even chose to defect at such a time. So wouldn't this raid be useless? Zhang Feng was also a bit surprised. Originally, he had just planned to borrow the Aeon charm himself. I didn't expect that this Heavenly Fox clan would just come to my door to submit to myself, although this good thing might be quite attractive to others. For Zhang Feng, it's still not as attractive as the Aeon charm. Zhang Feng spoke faintly. As long as you're willing to give me the Upanishad talisman, I'll keep your clan safe this time. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the Skyfox clan elders all lit up and hurriedly agreed. And without hesitation, he cast a spell to give away the Upanishadic heavenly talisman. Seeing the Upanishadic heavenly symbol floating towards Zhang Feng, a flash of blazing heat flashed in Elder Floating Light's eyes. Immediately, he dashed out, wanting to snatch the Upanishad heavenly talisman. Seek death. Zhang Feng shouted coldly and instantly summoned the Abyssal Dragon King. In an instant, the sky dome was covered with dark clouds, and a huge black dragon of an unknown number of feet loomed in the midst of the clouds, and the dragon's might filled the air, and a devastatingly terrifying dragon breath spewed out, directly seriously injuring that Floating Light Elder. If he hadn't reacted in time, he wouldn't even be able to save his body now. But even though he dodged through, he was still blasted off most of his body. At this moment, the Floating Light Elder looked incomparably wretched and miserable as he cast his mana to heal himself. One side of his gaze was horrified as he looked towards the Abyssal Dragon King above the sky. This is true dragon. One must know that the dragon race was a high existence among the starry sky's 10,000 races, and this kid in front of him was actually able to harness a true dragon. What's his story? The Skyfox clan elders also couldn't help but tremble in their hearts as well after seeing that black dragon above the dome of the sky. At the same time, after some astonishment in his heart, the Lizardman man used his spiritual power to probe if there were any powerful existences sitting on top of that flying boat. If not, then there was absolutely no way this kid would leave alive today, because the essence blood of a true dragon was enough to promote his bloodline. Chapter 130, Asking counts as time. After absorbing the true dragon's essence blood, there was no telling how much the upper limit of his potential would be pulled up. There was even the possibility of breaking through to become a powerhouse of great emperor strength in the future. The dragon's soul can also be used to cast and refine into the weapon. The effect and power will be doubled several times. At the thought of this, a flash of morose gloom swept across the Lizardman Raceman's eyes. This time, it's a real gift from God. Even if the forces behind this brat wanted to come and take revenge, he could still flee the Skyfox planet after plundering all the treasures. After repeating the probing more than 10 times, the Lizardman man finally determined that this kid was the only one among that immortal boat. Kid, offer the true dragon to me and I can still let you live. Otherwise, you will die with the Skyfox clan today. After saying that, the Lizardman Raceman's aura all erupted, and the entire heaven and earth was filled with an extremely powerful sense of oppression. This was the pressure from a Saint Realm powerhouse, and it was simply difficult for those below the Saint Realm to withstand this pressure. I said no wonder why you probed above my flying boat so many times. It turns out that you were confirming whether or not you were going to make a move on me. The corner of Zhang Feng's mouth hooked up into a faint smile, and his words carried a bit of playfulness. Oh, you won't be able to get away today. The Lizardman Raceman let out a sardonic laugh, then swept towards Zhang Feng in a hurry. His palms transformed into sharp giant claws, intent on destroying Zhang Feng with a single blow. Maybe there are more surprising treasures in this kid's possession. Boo! However, in the next second, before the Lizardman man could react, his entire body crashed into something without knowing what it was. The huge impact caused the air to shake with an aftershock. After the Lizardman man wiped the overflowing nosebleed, he was violently stunned after looking at a Jinyu Xianwu in front of him that looked like a huge mountain. This kid even has a Xuanwu. The armor of the Xuanwu was also able to be used as a top-notch defensive weapon. However, if he could be allowed to harness the Xuanwu, his strength would skyrocket to a level. For a while, the Lizardman Raceman's heart became even more greedy. You seem to be interested in my imperial beasts? Zhang Feng raised his eyebrows slightly and said towards it. Ha ha, true dragon essence blood, Xuanwu true body. Which one of these is not something that makes people salivate? The Lizardman man rolled over and laughed recklessly. I really don't know what kind of strength you have behind you to be able to take so many treasures to accompany you, but unfortunately, after today, they will all be mine. Mountain-moving sacred ape, come out and play with him. Actually, Zhang Feng didn't care about the Lizardman man's words at all. It was just a morbid fellow. In the next moment, the surrounding space distorted, directly pulling the Lizardman Man into the midst of the demigod realm. Although this Lizardman Man's combat power was around 17 million, however, in the midst of one's own demigod realm, one would have to attenuate 10% of one's power every second. If you don't escape in 10 seconds, you can die in there. Fields? The Lizardman Man was immediately a bit surprised, not expecting this kid to be able to cast a domain. It seemed to have stepped into the supreme realm at least, to have such strength at such a young age. It seems like it must also be a dazzling heavenly pride. Now that we have a grudge, we can't leave this kid alive. It must therefore be exterminated to prevent future problems. Demon Heavenly Claw. As the Lizardman Raceman let out a bellowing cry, the mana in his body surged in an instant, transforming into a huge claw mark coming towards Zhang Feng. With this move, it was impossible for strengths below the Saint Realm to react. Of course Zhang Feng wasn't a Saint Realm strength either, so naturally he couldn't dodge it. Boom! The huge devil claw penetrated Zhang Feng's body, resounding with a shocking explosion. The corners of the Lizardman Man's mouth grinned. It seemed that this brat was bound to die. Only after this strike, Zhang Feng remained unharmed. Only the corners of his clothes flopped. This can't be right. The cold vertical pupils of the Lizardman Man shook violently. Under this strike, even a Saint Realm powerhouse would have to be seriously injured. What other attacks do you have? Feel free to make them, and remember, I'm only giving you 10 seconds. Zhang Feng looked indifferent, waiting for 10 seconds before casually exploding this Lizardman. Kid, you're too cocky. The Lizardman Man's eyes burned with rage, wanting to make another surprise attack on Zhang Feng. However, he was surprised to find that his strength was being continuously weakened by this field. At once, he shouted angrily, "Damn, why is your domain so odd?" It was important to realize that although the domain had various effects, it was able to weaken so significantly. This made him feel an extreme wave of uneasiness welling up in his heart. Asking also counts as time. Oh. Zhang Feng's mouth held a teasing smile. Seek death. The Lizardman clan man immediately struck out towards Zhang Feng once again. As long as he killed this kid, he would be able to regain his strength. It had to be cut down before it weakened itself too little. Boom boom boom. The constant attacks landed on Zhang Feng's body, but they didn't make him suffer the slightest damage. The more the Lizardman Man fought, the more he panicked. This was completely beyond his knowledge. Even after using a surefire technique, he still couldn't kill the damn kid. Among his erect pupils, he gasped for air, already on the verge of being overwhelmed by fear. Tired of fighting, are you? Now it's my turn. In the next second, Zhang Feng directly summoned the mountain-moving sacred ape. The mountain-moving sacred ape with the sky-shattering thunder dragon stick in hand. Without hesitation, he gripped the stick and beat it towards the Lizardman Man. On the first stick, the Lizardman Man still had a stiff upper lip and wanted to be crushed into mush. On the second stick, the Lizardman Man's tone had weakened a few points, but it was still intimidating. As a result, on the third stick, the Lizardman Man was honest, dodging one after another and opening his mouth to beg for peace. I don't know how many sticks he ended up taking, but the Lizard Man had been beaten half to death. Zhang Feng then planted a life and death talisman on him, and the Lizardman Man completely submitted. After all, it was still a Saint Realm strength, so it was a strange pity to get it killed directly. Let's control it for the time being and find a way to refine it into a puppet when the time comes, so it's a good use of it. When the realm dispersed, the Sky Fox clan and the Lizardman clan, as well as the Sky Wolf clan's elders all looked on with nervous faces. As a result, they found that the Lizardman Raceman, who was at the strength of the Saint Realm, was actually beaten up. They never expected that even a Saint Realm powerhouse would lose in front of that kid. However, when the elder of the Sky Wolf clan, Floating Light, saw the mountain-moving sacred ape, his heart was once again shaken. Just how terrifying was this kid that he was able to manage so many powerful existences. However, when he fixed his eyes on it, he realized that in the hand of the mountain-moving sacred ape was holding a stick that was flashing with lightning. His heart was stunned. That was one of the Thunder Clan's treasures, and it would fall into this kid's hands. Many thanks to your excellency for solving my Skyfox clan's crisis. My Skyfox clan deserves to keep its promise and become your servant clan. The elder of the Skyfox clan immediately shouted. Zhang Feng, however, waved his hand. There's no need for that. Since we've given the Upanishadic talisman as a reward, let's just say that we don't owe each other anything. However, the attitude of the Skyfox clan's elders was very resolute, wanting to become Zhang Feng's servant clan. After all, this youngster possessed such terrifying means at such a young age that he was able to defeat a Saint Realm powerhouse. The strength behind it was even more terrifying to an unknown extent. If one could become their servant clan, not only would they not dishonor the reputation of the Skyfox clan, they would even receive great benefits. Chapter 131, Pact, a million behemoths. Seeing how determined they were, Zhang Feng didn't refuse anymore. After all, he had now gathered 3 Upanishad talismans and could open the boundless source's small world. He was very curious as to what was inside. Zhang Feng found a forbidden place of the Skyfox clan and then started to think of a way to fuse it open. With the 3 Upanishad talismans floating in front of Zhang Feng took out the boundless source again. The boundless source looked like it had sensed the power of the 3 Upanishadic talismans, and then began to tremble violently. The 3 Upanishad talismans were sucked into the boundless source in a flash. The next moment, an incomparably dazzling white light flashed by, and Zhang Feng seemed to be in nothingness. By the time he regained his sight, his entire being was completely shocked. This was because in front of him, all of them were endless gigantic ferocious beasts. These ferocious beasts were incomparably huge. Even at a height of 1,000 meters they were inconspicuous amongst them. The tallest can't even see the top of their heads at a glance. And all of these ferocious beasts were of different races, too numerous to count. All of these ferocious beasts stood still, but there was no longer any life in their bodies. In this small world, the number of such ferocious beasts is a large black pressurized area. To say the least, there are dozens of millions of them. Just which great power is this able to trap so many ferocious beasts in this place? Zhang Feng's heart had begun to turn over. If he contracted them all, then one would be able to traverse the entire starry sky. At the thought of this, Zhang Feng couldn't help but subconsciously swallow his saliva, his heart incomparably excited. I wonder if the power of the spring of life can revive them? So Zhang Feng took out some life spring water and poured it over a huge ferocious beast. The life spring water poured on the ferocious beast was quickly absorbed by it, and the behemoth's toes began to shake slightly. It seems that the effect of the life spring water is still there. Zhang Feng was delighted in his heart and began to increase the amount of irrigation, and under the baptism of a large amount of life spring water, the giant beast was actually really resurrected. However, this giant beast didn't seem to be hostile to himself. Zhang Feng was still slightly surprised. Immediately after that, he realized that there was even a palace in the distance. This palace floated in mid-air, and Zhang Feng chose to walk in after just a little thought. Upon entering it, there was a complete divine spirit source floating in front of it. Nucleus of the spirit, grade, unknown. Usable level, LV 100. Introduction, after using it, you can instantly promote to a deity. And for professionals you can gain unlimited experience. Divine Spirit Core? Zhang Feng's pupils shook. Excited hearts and trembling hands, so to speak. It was taken down immediately. If one were to take it, then wouldn't one's level be able to reach infinity level? Just enough to indenture this dense mass of behemoths himself. Without the slightest hesitation, Zhang Feng immediately chose to absorb the Divine Spirit Core. An unspeakable energy instantly erupted, sweeping through Zhang Feng's entire body like a volcanic eruption. His body is like a bottomless pit, greedily absorbing the power of the Divine Spirit's nucleus. Every cell cheered. Level +1, level +1, level +1. The beeps exploded in his head like popping beans, and his experience bar skyrocketed at a speed that was hard to see with the naked eye. His level soared wildly. 180, 200, 320. It quickly broke through level 400, 600, and even immediately broke through the 1,000 level mark. At the same time, not only did he have the added benefit of experience, but his body changed. Berserk energies were rampaging through his body, and it was as if his meridians were about to be torn apart. The intense pain caused him to stifle a grunt. Accompanying this pain was an unprecedented sense of power. It was as if the stars could be shattered with a single clenched fist. It seemed like a long time had passed, and then it seemed like it was just a fleeting moment. It was as if his own body had gone through a transformative metamorphosis. The original flesh and blood body began to emit a dazzling golden light, as if it was condensed from pure energy. His 5 senses had also been greatly enhanced, and he could see everything as far as the eye could see. He gently clenched his fist, and the space around him seemed to vibrate with a buzzing sound. Is this the power of the gods? Zhang Feng's eyes were filled with excitement and thrill. The power of raising one's hands and throwing one's feet was able to shock the world. But the most exciting thing was that Zhang Feng's level had now reached 9999. Level, Abyssal Dragon King, as well as Jinyu Xuanwu, Hellhound, Blazing Brilliant Sky Falcon, Yin Shui, as well as Moving Mountain Holy Ape's combat power is more directly to the soaring to extremely horrifying value, and with the effect of God's favor added to it. The Blazing Heavenly Falcon had actually directly evolved into a mythic great imperial beast under the tremendous increase. The Great Sun Golden Crow. The Hell Styx Dog had also evolved into the 9 Spectral Emperor Dog. Abyssal Dragon King Evolution. Black Mile Dragon Emperor. Silver Snow's originally petite body suddenly became very delicate, possessing a proud figure, and her 9 tails were wingless. Although she was a fox, she did not have the delicacy of a fox, and there was a cold color among her expression. Xinyue Xuanwu Evolution. Xuanwu Emperor. Evolution of the mountain-moving holy ape. Fighting holy Buddha. Looking at the exaggerated evolution of the imperial beasts, Zhang Feng could only say 2 words. Invincible. Now that his level had reached infinity, Even if there were dozens or millions of giant beasts in the middle of this small world, they could all be contracted. Jiang Feng then directly took out the life spring water, and then under the urging of his mana, the life spring water turned into a majestic downpour in the sky, dripping down towards the huge beasts below. The originally barren ground quickly grew into a patch of green, and the giants awoke. A succession of terrifying auras emanated from the bodies of these giant beasts. A hissing sound that shook the heavens came out of their mouths. Jiang Feng also directly used the evolved Divine Imperial Spirit technique to start batch contracting. One time, he was able to directly contract hundreds of thousands of giant beasts. So Jiang Feng directly used it 3 times, sort of contracting all of the millions of giant beasts. Swish, 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 countless gigantic beast figures prostrated on their knees towards Jiang Feng. At this moment, even the earth trembled violently. Even though Jiang Feng had mental expectations, he was still surprised by the scene in front of him. These behemoths were raising their combat power by almost 100,000 a second under their own ever-increasing levels. 1 minute, 600,000 combat power boost. It was more than enough to destroy a planet with just one strike. How shocking would it be if these giant beasts were unleashed? But with so many imperial beasts, Jiang Feng was also contemplating that he was afraid that his own imperial beast space wouldn't be able to hold them. Might as well just put them in the middle of the boundless small world. After all, small worlds can be carried around. Looking at a green, sprawling little world, Jiang Feng simply planted the tree of life here. This place was different from his own imperial beast space. The imperial beast space, which only allowed imperial beasts and imperial beast materials to enter it. But here, others are able to come in with their own permission. Then, Jiang Feng began to check out his panel. Host, Jiang Feng. Occupation, Imperial Spirit Emperor God. Rank, Power, Spirit, Agility, Combat Power, _____.